Chapter 1: The Lost Daughter of the Zaire Family. 1. A $1 million luxury car stopped in front of an old, dilapidated residential complex. The neighborhood clearly had a history of over 50 years. The walls were grayish-white, with visible cracks and peeling paint everywhere. Such an old neighborhood seemed out of place with the luxurious vehicle that had just driven in. A young man descended from the car, seemingly around 16 or 17 years old. Beckett was over 1.80 meters tall, exuding a sunny charm, and though his handsome face wasn't fully matured yet, it already held a striking appeal with its youthful features. The young man was dressed meticulously, radiating opulence from head to toe. His name was Christopher, the eldest son of the well-known, influential Zaire family in this city. The driver and bodyguard accompanied Christopher into one of the residential buildings within the neighborhood. The building did not have an elevator, and the stairwell was narrow and dimly lit. Even in broad daylight, it was hard to see the steps clearly. There was also a musty smell mixed with dust lingering in the air. Red and blue advertisements for lock repair, plumbing, and document services were plastered on the gray-white walls of the hallway. These were scenes Christopher had never encountered in his previous living environment. Which floor? Christopher asked. 6th floor. The highest floor of the building was the 6th floor. Due to the lack of an elevator, the price and rent of apartments on the 6th floor were the cheapest. The person they were looking for today lived on the 6th floor. Even in such an old and run-down neighborhood, choosing the 6th floor indicated how dire their financial situation must be. Christopher frowned slightly, but said nothing as he continued climbing upstairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he saw a rusty door with patches missing from its surface. After confirming the door number, he knocked. After a while, the door opened. It was a young woman who answered. Beckett, her face was pale white, her eyes clear and distinct, and she had a slender neck. She wore a cotton t-shirt that looked like it had been washed many times, fading in color. The oversized t-shirt, with its loose neckline, revealed her collarbone. She was wearing home-style hot pants, showing off her long and straight legs. On her feet were cartoon-patterned plastic slippers. At the sight of the woman, Christopher's face showed a moment of surprise. She looked so much like their deceased grandmother. Beckett had seen black and white photos of their grandmother when she was young, and the woman standing before him looked almost identical. Only compared to the smiling and kind grandmother in those old photos, the woman now appeared cold and proud. Seeing her appearance, Christopher no longer doubted her blood relation to his family. In fact, it was only a couple of days ago that he learned he had a sister who shared the same parents as him. At first, he thought it was just his grandfather's joke. If he really had such a sister, why had she never been mentioned by the family all these years? It wasn't until his grandfather had someone bring over information about his sister and asked him to bring her back home that he truly believed he had a sister who had grown up outside. "Who are you looking for?" Miriam asked indifferently, looking at the boy who knocked on the door, her tone and expression distant and detached. She looked as if she had just woken up. It was almost 11 o'clock in the morning, and with good upbringing, Christopher would never sleep this late. "I'm looking for you," Christopher said, glancing past Miriam to look inside the room. Although simple, the room was clean and tidy, without the strange odors present in the hallway. Chapter 2: The Lost Daughter of the Zaire Family. 2. She looked poor, but not unkempt. "I'm your younger brother. My name is Christopher." Christopher introduced himself. As he did so, Christopher had already braced himself mentally. Beckett knew that the other party would definitely be surprised and might even suspect him of being a fraud. To this end, he had already prepared his explanation. "Oh, I see. But we aren't familiar with each other, so there's no need to meet. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to sleep." Miriam's voice was calm and indifferent, as if making small talk. Miriam was not at all surprised or curious about the boy's identity. She just wanted to close the door and continue sleeping. Last night, she had a meeting with the executives of a company in Country M that lasted all night, only falling asleep when it was almost dawn. She had slept for less than 4 hours, far from enough to satisfy her need for rest. Christopher quickly held the door open. "I said I'm your younger brother. Did you hear me clearly?" Christopher suspected that the woman hadn't woken up properly and therefore didn't hear what he had just said clearly. She shouldn't be completely unsurprised by the sudden appearance of a younger brother. "I know." Miriam was genuinely not surprised at all. She had long known about her background. Not only did she know that the boy in front of her was her full-blooded younger brother, 2 years her junior, but also that her grandfather was the chairman of the Zaire Corporation, owning assets worth billions. These facts had been presented to her when she was 10 years old. How could she be surprised? You know, surprise and astonishment were written all over Christopher's handsome face. If she knew, why hadn't she ever sought out the Zaires? Even though they probably couldn't have let her live with them at that time, they could at least have given her some money to make her life a bit easier. Is there a problem? Yes. You know why you never came back home. If you wanted to find me, you could have. You didn't come looking for me, so why should I look for you? Miriam answered calmly. Beckett's answer made sense. If the Zaires had truly wanted to recognize her, they would have brought her back much earlier, instead of waiting until she was 18. But her calmness was unsettling. How could she treat such a cruel reality so calmly? Christopher knew he couldn't have done the same. Beckett still hadn't calmed down. "Do you have anything else? If not, I'm going to sleep. I'm very tired." Miriam's voice was lazy, laced with evident drowsiness and lacking patience. She showed no intention of spending more time with her younger brother. "I've come to take you home." Christopher hurriedly explained his purpose. "Take me home?" Miriam squinted her eyes slightly, showing a hint of interest for the first time. Seeing Miriam's reaction, Christopher inexplicably felt relieved. For a moment, he had thought this woman might refuse to return home with him. Beckett really had overthought it. Living such a hard life, in a shabby house that seemed like it could collapse any minute. How could she possibly not want to move into the Zaire family mansion? Sure enough, she must be happy that he has come to fetch her. Yes, to take you home. It's Alaric's wish, Christopher explained. Because it was Alaric's order, no one in the family dared to object. Shortly after Miriam was born, the Zaires gave her away and had no contact with her for 18 years, treating her as if she never existed. Chapter 3. The daughter lost outside the Zaire family. 3. The Zaire family had never publicly mentioned the specific reason, and outsiders were completely unaware that the Zaire family had such a child. Therefore, those who helped Miriam investigate her origins did not find out why the Zaire family had given her away 18 years ago and left her unattended. Christopher, who came to pick up Miriam, also didn't know the reasons behind it. Before coming to pick up Miriam, Christopher had heard a rumor that his sister wasn't his father's child, but was born from his mother after she was forced, which explained why they treated her so poorly. However, upon seeing her striking resemblance to their grandmother, this rumor crumbled on its own. Alright, I agree. After only a few seconds of contemplation, Miriam readily agreed to Christopher's suggestion. Well then, let's go now, said Christopher, unwilling to linger in this dim, cramped slum. If no one else in the family had been willing to come for Miriam, it wouldn't have fallen to him. Wait, I need to pack some things. You don't need these things here, they're worthless. We'll buy you new ones when we get home, Christopher replied with disdain evident in his tone. All the belongings in this place probably wouldn't add up to a few thousand yuan. The Zaire family certainly wasn't short on supplies. Ignoring him, Miriam closed the door and began packing her belongings. She pulled out a titanium alloy suitcase and packed her stack of instruments and devices inside. She also neatly packed her daily clothes. System, if I move to the Zaire family and eat and live there, will that be considered a violation? Miriam was alone in the room, speaking to a system that was bound to her. System prompt. If the other party willingly provides it, it does not count as a violation, no virtue points deducted. Okay, so she could move into the Zaire family. Miriam died in a car accident on her 16th birthday. In the moment of death, she heard the voice of the system calling her. This system could extend the host's lifespan, but on the condition that the host performs good deeds, accumulating virtue points, to exchange for additional life. This made sense to Miriam. She always knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. To live, paying a certain price was normal. What Miriam hadn't expected was that this system not only had rules for accumulating virtue points, but also had rules for deducting them. If she spent too much on herself, the system would consider it wasteful and deduct virtue points. Moreover, the balance was extremely skewed. 1 million yuan donated could earn 10 virtue points, equivalent to 5 days of life, while spending just 1,000 yuan would deduct 10 virtue points. Miriam questioned the system about why it was so unfair. The system explained that because of her exceptional earning ability, it judged virtue points based on the relative cost to the host, rather than societal value. Miriam's requirements for life weren't high, but being tricked by the system was indeed quite bitter. System prompt. The Zaire family situation is complicated, many complex situations may arise. Whatever, as long as they provide me with a place to stay and food. System prompt. Host currently has 14 remaining virtue points, balance below 15, please recharge promptly. Again, it fell below 15. Looks like she would have to hustle again. Moving into the Zaire family had a significant benefit. It would save her expenses and avoid additional deductions of virtue points, allowing her to use all the accumulated points to extend her life. Chapter 4. Moving into the Zaire family. 1. Christopher brought Miriam to the Zaire family's villa located in the city center, which covered an area of 800 square meters. A meticulously dressed girl came down from upstairs. The girl had exquisite features, outstanding facial traits, and stood about 1.65 meters tall, just a bit shorter than Miriam. She walked in high heels, adorned in expensive luxury brands, with a watch on her wrist worth nearly 1 million yuan. Every detail exuded the nobility and elegance characteristic of someone from an affluent family. Ira, who is this person? The girl asked, her voice sweet and gentle. Looking at Christopher, she was surprised by the appearance of the woman he had brought back. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Let me introduce you. Christopher first introduced Miriam to Adeline. This is my older sister, Miriam. Upon hearing Christopher's introduction, Adeline clearly paused for a moment. She is Miriam? Adeline only learned a few days ago that her aunt had a daughter her own age. After finding out about this, she felt a slight unease. She knew that the reason she had lived so well in the Zaire family over the past few years was because her aunt did not have a daughter and treated her like a biological daughter. Now, all of a sudden, a biological daughter appeared. Then Christopher introduced the girl coming down the stairs to Miriam. She is my cousin, Adeline. Adeline is the daughter of Miriam and Christopher's mother Ayana's elder sister. Due to her parents' divorce and her mother's unemployment, she was taken in by Ayana and raised in the Zaire family. Christopher looked somewhat embarrassed. Previously, unaware of Miriam's existence, he didn't find it strange for Adeline to live in their house. But now that he knew about Miriam, things seemed rather awkward. To send away their biological daughter, but bring in and dote on a niece instead. Over the years, everything provided for Adeline, from living arrangements to daily necessities, was always on par with what the Zaire family's eldest daughter would receive, never inferior to Christopher's. Thinking about the dilapidated, dimly lit residential building where Miriam had been living, Christopher felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Beckett would ask his parents why they treated his sister like this when the opportunity arose. Adeline approached Miriam, extended her right hand, and offered a handshake. Beccatello, Nice to meet you. Polite, elegant, and dignified. Every move Adeline made perfectly reflected the good education she had received since childhood. Miriam did not extend her hand and said indifferently, "Sorry, I don't like physical contact with others." Miriam had a peculiar aversion to physical touch with anyone, whether male or female, young or old. After being touched, red rashes would appear where she was touched. She had seen a doctor who explained that this was a physiological allergic reaction triggered by psychological factors. So those familiar with her would never make physical contact with her, even a simple handshake. Adeline's hand remained suspended awkwardly in midair. Christopher frowned. It was impolite of Miriam to act this way. But considering that she grew up in a slum and hadn't been exposed to social etiquette, her behavior could be understood. Christopher shifted the topic. "Cousin, let's talk later. I need to take my sister to meet Maverick first." "Okay." Adeline nodded gently without showing any displeasure at Miriam's lack of politeness. Watching Christopher and Miriam walk upstairs, Adeline seemed lost in thought. The elderly patriarch of the Zaire family was gravely ill and was now lying in bed at home. Christopher led Miriam to the second floor, beside the elderly patriarch's bed, where hospital equipment such as ventilators and heart monitors were in use. Chapter 5. Moving into the Zaire family, 2. The frail and emaciated Irving lay on the hospital bed, connected to numerous tubes, with a respirator over his mouth. A private doctor was also standing by at the bedside. Christopher approached the bed and reported softly to Irving, "Alaric, I've brought sister over." The elderly man lying in bed turned his head to look behind Christopher. Miriam stood by the doorway, not coming closer. Seeing Miriam, the old man's gaze became complicated. After a long while, Irving said heavily, "It's good that you're back." For this granddaughter whom he hadn't seen for many years and who resembled his deceased wife so much, Irving did not show too much excitement or joy. Beckett didn't even let Miriam come close to the bed to see him up close. Irving then instructed Christopher, "Take her to her room. If she needs anything in the future, help her arrange it." "All right, I understand, Alaric." Although Christopher had doubts about Miriam, he wouldn't ask his already gravely ill grandfather. Christopher led Miriam to the room prepared for her. The room had only been tidied up yesterday. When his grandfather announced that he would bring his sister back, he had ordered the butler to convert a guest room into Miriam's room. This room, located at the end of the corridor, was somewhat remote compared to the other rooms in the large Zaire mansion. Upon opening the door, Miriam saw a spacious, bright, and luxuriously decorated room. "This is your room," Christopher said. "Do I need to pay rent? You invited me here voluntarily, right?" To be safe, Miriam wanted Christopher to explicitly confirm that they had invited her, ensuring that the system wouldn't misjudge that she needed to pay rent. For a moment, Christopher felt heartache. Beckett thought she was still his flesh and blood sister, yet she was being so cautious. This room wasn't one of the better ones in their home. It was merely guest room standard. With insufficient time and lack of attention from the family, no one had properly prepared a room for her. And yet, she was so carefully confirming whether she needed to pay rent. "No," Christopher replied. Then, seeing Miriam's clothes and thinking about how hard she must have had it, Christopher wanted to compensate her a bit. "Let me take you shopping for clothes this afternoon." "Are you giving them to me?" Miriam asked to confirm. "Yes." Christopher felt even more uncomfortable inside. Beckett was her younger brother. She shouldn't have to be so careful around him. Thinking about this, Christopher couldn't help but say, "You don't need to be so formal with me. I will make sure you live comfortably from now on." Though he couldn't promise how well, it would definitely be better than before. "Relax, having food and shelter is enough for me." Miriam didn't have any other demands. "Why don't you rest for a while? We'll have lunch promptly at 12, and after lunch, I'll take you shopping." "Okay." After Christopher left, Miriam took out her laptop. Black background with white letters, all in English, not a single Chinese character in sight. A special chat interface, a friend abroad sent a greeting. "Leader, why are you awake so early today?" Those who knew Miriam well were aware that she usually slept during the day and worked at night. This was mainly because the company headquarters was in M country, which was 12 hours ahead of domestic time. "A small matter," Miriam replied. "Why do I feel that whatever makes leader wake up early can't be trivial?" Chapter 6. Settling into the Zaire family, 3. Poverty wakes me up early. "Boss, you're joking. You are still poor? With all your assets, none of us combined could match your wealth. Forget it. Let's have the meeting now. I have something to do this afternoon." Miriam had hinted several times to her subordinates that she was poor, hoping they would realize and give her some gifts like houses or cars. Unfortunately, her team couldn't grasp her true meaning. How could someone who donates millions casually be poor? Beckett's subordinates simply didn't believe it. And she couldn't say it outright. If she explicitly asked for things, it wouldn't count as their voluntary gift, but be deemed a violation by the system. At noon, Miriam went downstairs and found the family servants had laid out various delicacies on the dining table. Christopher was already seated. The large dining table held only Miriam and Christopher. Today was Miriam's first day back home, but no one else from the family appeared to welcome her. So far, in this house, Miriam had only seen her brother and her grandfather lying sick upstairs. Although Christopher didn't have strong feelings for Miriam, he understood this situation might make her feel awkward. Beckett explained, "Kiyomi and Harold went to Beijing on a business trip a few days ago. They'll be back in a few days." "Oh," Miriam replied indifferently, with a neutral expression and tone. Compared to other family members, Miriam thought having a good meal today was a happy event. She didn't complain about no one welcoming her home, which made Christopher somewhat uneasy. If she complained a bit, it would seem more normal to him. It bothered him that she seemed content with what they considered ordinary food. His sister must have endured much hardship over the years. Adeline also joined them at the table. It was the weekend, so neither of them had school. After sitting down, Adeline asked Christopher, "Ira, how old is your sister? Which school does she attend?" This question stumped Christopher. From the information his grandfather gave him, he knew his sister was 2 years older than him. But he didn't know where she studied. So he turned to ask Miriam, "Where do you go to school now?" "Not anymore." Miriam focused mainly on the food before her. Today's lunch was Western cuisine. Cream chicken puff pastry for the starter, clear oxtail soup for the main course, pan-seared cod as the side dish, the highlight being French foie gras, and salad with dessert at last. Before her car accident and being bound to the wretched system, these foods were available to her whenever she wanted. Now, it had been almost a year since then. When Miriam said she wasn't attending school, Christopher's expression changed slightly. But after thinking about it, he felt it was reasonable. Living in the slums without care and money for schooling was common for someone in her situation. The data showed that Miriam was sent to an orphanage a month after birth and adopted by a childless couple when she was 1 year old. However, when Miriam was 3, her adoptive mother became pregnant and gave birth to a boy, significantly worsening Miriam's life at the adoptive parents' home. 3 years ago, at 15, her adoptive parents immigrated abroad with their biological son, leaving her alone in the country with no relatives. Chapter 7. Miriam never went to high school. Becketaven only knows how Miriam got through these 3 years. What surfaced before Christopher was the image of Miriam all alone, cold and hungry. Christopher immediately said to Miriam, "Don't worry, I'll find a way to get you back to school." Get her back to school? No need, Miriam refused. She had skipped ahead several years and had finished high school courses long ago. "You should," Christopher said firmly. "Don't worry, this isn't a big deal for us Zaires. I will definitely find a way to restore your enrollment and get you back into school." After he spoke, Christopher realized it might not be right. Wasn't he hurting Miriam's feelings by saying it wasn't a big deal for the Zaire family? Adeline smiled and said to Miriam, "That's right, Christopher is correct. Not studying isn't an option. You and I should be around the same age. When is your birthday?" "August. I'm in November." "Then I'll call you elder sister," Adeline said. "As you like." Miriam didn't mind what this person called her. "Cousin, if you are my age, you should now be in 3rd year high school. If you dropped out after middle school and wanted to re-enroll, you might have to start from the 1st year of high school." Who told her that Miriam had dropped out? Adeline continued, "Elder sister, rest assured. My aunt is the vice president of the Parent-Teacher Association at our school. With her help, and as your uncle is a trustee, even if your grades aren't good, there will be ways to enroll you in our school." Adeline and Christopher were currently attending Huayu Private High School. Adeline was in 3rd year high school, while Christopher was in the 1st year. No need to go to such lengths. "I'm not going." Miriam seemed uninterested. Studying or not, it didn't seem as appealing as the Western meal in front of her. Seeing her attitude, Christopher's expression turned sour. Uneducated and unwilling to strive forward. How could she sink so low? Adeline slightly lowered her head, with a faint smile on her lips. After thinking for a moment and choosing his words carefully, Christopher said, "Education will benefit you. Don't you want to avoid washing dishes at restaurants or carrying bricks on construction sites in the future?" "Washing dishes and carrying bricks aren't bad either," Miriam replied. Washing dishes and carrying bricks required more effort from Miriam, and hence yielded more moral value points. The system bound to her assessed moral values, not human society's values. Therefore, the 10 million she earned normally would only last her a few days. But if she really went brick carrying and donated part of her earnings, the system thought highly of her efforts, granting more lifespan in exchange. Christopher's complexion completely changed after hearing Miriam's words. "How can you?" Adeline hurriedly smoothed things over. "Ira, don't get angry. Everyone's views come from their upbringing. Given where elder sister lived before, it's not strange she thinks this way." Adeline's words did not ease Christopher, but left him feeling indescribably odd. "Never mind, let me off the hook. If you don't want to, I won't force you." Christopher harbored a subtle sense of guilt towards Miriam. Yet, he also disliked that his own elder sister was like this. It made him feel increasingly alienated. Adeline glanced down when she saw Christopher fall silent, then kept quiet herself. Ignoring the thoughts of the other two at the table, Miriam only wanted to enjoy this meal. Chapter 8. Worried about Miriam affecting Becketer status. Immediately after lunch, Miriam returned to her room to sleep. It seemed that for her, life only had 2 things, eating and sleeping. Such a person, to put it nicely, is unambitious. To put it bluntly, is just a waste of space. Adeline returned to her room and sat there for a while. On her bedside table was a photo of her, Christopher, and her Aunt Ayana, the 3 of them. In the picture, they were by the sea, smiling brightly. This was taken during their island vacation last year. She grew up under the care of her aunt and got along with her cousin Christopher like siblings. She selfishly didn't want anyone to come in and disrupt their relationship. However, Miriam's appearance would inevitably affect their relationship. After sitting at the vanity for a while, Adeline called her mother. Becketer mother, Emmanuel, and Miriam and Christopher's mother, Ayana, were close friends since childhood. Ayana married into the Zaire family, while Emmanuel brought Adeline's father into the Meng family, giving birth to Adeline. The Meng family was once a prominent household, and the Meng sisters were known as the double beauties of the Meng family, famous throughout Tonghai Alithidi. The elder sister was gentle and charming. The younger sister was clever and lively. Their beauty and talent attracted countless admirers. However, Sadly, shortly after Emmanuel married, she bankrupted the main company and fell into heavy debt. Their relationship also broke down, ending in divorce. Moved by sympathy for her sister and niece, Ayana took 5-year-old Adeline to live with the Zaires. Adeline spent more time at the Zaire residence than with her biological parents. If not for being brought to the Zaire residence by her aunt Ayana, her life would be worse than an average middle-class family. Kiyomi. How are you, Nancy? Have you met your cousin? As soon as the call connected, Emmanuel eagerly asked her daughter about Miriam, who had just been found by the Zaire family. I have. What's she like? She's very pretty. Adeline had to admit that Miriam really stood out. Even she couldn't help but take several extra looks at her. I'm not asking about her appearance. She hasn't finished high school and isn't interested in studying. She didn't finish high school? Emmanuel clearly sounded surprised. She expected the situation might not be ideal, but not finishing high school was much worse. Yes, she herself said so. Ira just checked her academic records, and indeed, she doesn't have a high school diploma. In that case, maybe it's better this way. Emmanuel's tone on the phone noticeably relaxed. Since hearing that the old master wanted to bring Miriam back, she had been worried. She feared Miriam's return would affect her daughter's status in the Zaire family. She wasn't trying to think ill of her niece whom she had never met. Nor did she hope the other side would be worse off than her. It was simply that their interests were inherently in conflict. If Miriam thrived, it meant her daughter wouldn't fare well. For her daughter and herself, she hoped Miriam would remain more incompetent. After hesitating, Adeline asked softly, Kiyomi, why did Aunt send her away? I don't know either. I had my own problems back then and didn't know much about the Zaire family's affairs. Chapter 9. Buying clothes for the country bumpkin 1. Emmanuel was in a passionate romance then, traveling around the world with her boyfriend and had no idea what had happened in the Zaire family. Emmanuel warned Adeline again. Nancy, if your aunt doesn't mention what happened back then first, don't ask her about it, got it? I know my limits. Adeline certainly understood that Miriam was a sore spot for her aunt. Otherwise, her aunt wouldn't have avoided mentioning this daughter for all these years. What about Rock's inheritance? Emmanuel was quite concerned about the issue of inheritance in the Zaire family. Although Adeline was a member of the Meng family, she had lived in the Zaire household since childhood, raised by Rock. The entire Zaire family loved Adeline dearly and had long considered her one of their own. Emmanuel speculated that Rock's might have left something for Adeline. Years of experiences turned the once pampered Emmanuel into a more worldly person. She longed to return to her previous lifestyle. Kiyomi, I really don't know about the inheritance. Adeline paused for a second. She didn't know if she would get anything either. If there was something for her, it would mean recognition. But not having any also didn't seem like a big deal. Only, Adeline thought of Miriam, who had returned now. Then she recalled Christopher's attitude towards Miriam. They were siblings after all, related by blood, and in this aspect, she had lost. Adeline looked at her dressing table. Expensive jewelry was displayed on it, and high-end luxury brands filled the walk-in closet next to it. These were all purchased by her aunt. Beckett, her aunt and uncle were still discussing business in the capital and hadn't returned yet, so they didn't know how they would treat Miriam. Lost in thoughts, Adeline's eyes dimmed a bit. In the afternoon, Christopher took Miriam out to buy clothes and invited Adeline along, hoping she could offer some advice as girls understand girls better. With grace, Adeline introduced to Miriam some of the brands she wore frequently. Besides the well-known luxury brands, Adeline also mentioned a few niche brands popular among wealthy social circles. Miriam probably hadn't even heard of them. Miriam directly told Christopher an address, number 88, Shangyuan Street. Shangyuan Street was an upscale commercial street in Tonghai Lithiety, where major brands were sold. Specifically which brand number 88 sold, Christopher and Adeline weren't sure. Upon reaching the shop, both Christopher and Adeline were taken aback when they saw the sign. This store? Both Christopher and Adeline knew the store named Sun. But neither of them had ever bought anything from this store. Not because they didn't want to, but because it wasn't available for purchase. The store was opened by Master Easton, a renowned international designer. Each item in the store was personally designed and crafted by him and his apprentices. Due to limited production, the store only sold to its members. And membership cards were issued by the store manager, Master Easton himself. Master Easton was known for being picky, setting strict conditions for selecting members. Despite this, Master Easton was so famous in the fashion world that his designs always made ladies the center of attention at parties, making the store very popular among wealthy women. Many people traveled long distances just to purchase Master Easton's exclusive designs, but even so, the store didn't sell things easily. Chapter 10. Buying clothes for the country bumpkin 2. The Zaire family was one of the most prestigious clans in Tonghai Lithiety, but unfortunately, no one from the Zaire family had a membership card to this store. Adeline had once tried to use connections to buy custom-made items from this store, but she failed. Christopher stopped Miriam, who was about to enter the shop. This store is not an option. Let's change to another one. Miriam subtly withdrew her arm from Christopher's grasp without making it too obvious. Even through her clothes, it felt slightly uncomfortable. Then Miriam asked, "This store won't do." "It won't." Christopher wondered where Miriam had heard about this store and why she wanted to buy things here. Adeline said, "Sister, let me take you to my regular store. The clothes there are also very nice." Looking at what Miriam was originally wearing, all cheap street market goods worth just a few dozen yuan. She actually wanted to buy designer-exclusive items that even wealthy people found hard to get. All right, Miriam did not insist. She couldn't afford to, or the pitfall system would rule her in violation. Miriam turned to leave. At this moment, Easton, with his grizzled hair and big beard, who was on the second floor of the shop, caught sight of the backs of the three people leaving downstairs. Had he seen wrong? Beckett thought he saw Boss Zaire. But that couldn't be right. Didn't Boss Zaire go to the USA? Beckett glanced outside the shop again, but their figures were already out of sight. Beckett must have been seeing things. Master, what are you looking at? Tomas, Easton's eldest disciple, walked to the window and saw his master gazing at something. Tomas was in his early 20s, with a physique not inferior to the models in the store. His sunny appearance made him popular among many female customers. I saw someone's back view, very much like Boss Zaire's, Easton said. Miss Zaire? Is she in Tonghai? Tomas asked eagerly. I might have seen wrongly. Beckett hearing this, Tomas was somewhat disappointed. Right, Miss Zaire is so busy, and she doesn't like shopping much. Easton chuckled. Look at you, if Boss Zaire was really here, you'd only be staring dumbly. You fancy her yet can't say it out loud. Destined to be a bachelor. Feeling reprimanded by his master, Tomas quickly lowered his head. Master, I didn't mean to. I am very grateful to Miss Zaire. If it weren't for her, there wouldn't be the me now. Forget it, let's work. Did we get the special fabric for last time's Caitlin's dress? The master and apprentice returned to work. On the other side, Miriam followed Christopher and Adeline to nearby luxury stores. The staff recognized Adeline. They warmly introduced Adeline to the newly arrived models. I'm not here to buy for myself today. Could you help me find suitable styles for my cousin? Adeline smiled gently, explaining. When the staff looked at Miriam, their smiles stiffened for a moment. But they soon recovered, starting to warmly serve Miriam. If Miriam had come alone today, they probably wouldn't have let her into the store. After changing into a fitted evening gown, Miriam emerged from the fitting room, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Even Christopher was taken aback by her transformation. Indeed, clothing makes the person, no matter how good a natural beauty, she still needs appropriate attire. Even the staff were astonished. They hadn't expected that this seemingly poor, unsophisticated relative of Miss Ming would have such good features. After some dressing up, she was almost mesmerizing. Chapter 11. You must go to school. Looking at the radiant Miriam in front of her, Adeline's gaze darkened. Turning her head to look at Christopher beside her, she saw that Christopher was staring at Miriam with fascination. Adeline tightened her grip on her handbag. Then she said to Christopher, Cousin really is very beautiful. Christopher's eyes did not leave Miriam. She truly resembled the late grandmother too much. Alaric loved grandmother so much. How could he have let someone who looked so much like grandmother be stranded outside? Christopher was very generous, instructing the salesperson to pack up all the clothes that Miriam had tried on. Beckett wanted Miriam to completely shake off her past. Seeing Christopher's generosity, Adeline bit her lips. Although the Zaire family was very wealthy, Christopher was just a high school student. His savings were accumulated by himself over time. Though it was indeed more than what most kids from average families would have, he usually wasn't this extravagant. This spending amounted to several million yuan in one go, while there was less than 20 million left in his card, and he didn't even flinch. After settling the bill, Christopher carried the large bags and asked Miriam, Is there anything else you want to buy? No need. Miriam didn't pay much attention to clothes or shoes. It was Christopher who suggested buying them, and she decided to take advantage of the situation. In the evening, Alan called Christopher and Miriam to his bedside. Miriam, starting next Monday, you will attend Huaiwa High School with Ira. I've already arranged everything for you. Ira, since Miriam hasn't attended high school before and is unfamiliar with Huaiwa, help her get accustomed. Alan instructed Christopher. I know, Alaric. Rest assured, Christopher responded promptly. Alaric's health was deteriorating day by day, and for his final wishes, Christopher wanted to fulfill them as much as possible. It's no big deal, I don't want to go to school, Miriam expressed, having no interest in schooling. Miriam's attitude instantly infuriated Christopher. Do you know that others wish they had the chance to study? If you don't study, what will you do in the future? You'll be looked down upon all your life. Miriam replied calmly. There are 360 trades, each producing its top talent. Studying isn't the only path. As long as one works diligently and acts sincerely, textbook knowledge isn't absolute. You're still making excuses. How can you lack such ambitions? Christopher was both angry and upset, his handsome face now clouded with frustration. What I said is true. Miriam remained calm, her eyes overly cold. Christopher didn't continue arguing with Miriam. Beckett didn't want to quarrel with this newly acquainted sister by his grandfather's bedside, fearing it might upset him. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Alan looked at Miriam, frowning slightly, his eyes filled with age-old complexity. It seemed as if through Miriam, Alan was recalling someone else. After a while, Alan spoke slowly to Miriam. Regardless of what you plan to do in the future, studying is something you must do at this stage. Since you agreed to return to the Zaire family, I believe you're somewhat interested in inheriting my estate. If you want the inheritance, you need to follow my requirements. Alan believed that Miriam wouldn't miss out on his inheritance. Therefore, using inheritance as leverage was the most effective way to make Miriam comply with his arrangements. If I don't follow what you say, will you expel me from the Zaire family? Miriam asked. Chapter 12. Becoming a transfer student. Yes. Irving gave a definite answer. If you want to be part of the Zaire family and have the eligibility to inherit my estate, you must do as I require. After thinking for a while, Miriam agreed to go to school. Okay. For the free food and drinks, Miriam agreed to make some sacrifices. Christopher's frown deepened. Miriam agreed to attend school merely because she wanted to inherit the estate. This realization made him uncomfortable. The next morning, Miriam was still sleeping in, having stayed up all night working with subordinates in the US, attending meetings during the first half of the night, and working on projects during the second half. She had just fallen asleep at around 4 in the morning. Soon after, she was woken up by knocks on the door. "What do you want?" Miriam asked unwillingly. "It's time to go to school," Christopher said, looking unpleased at Miriam's sleepy appearance. What was wrong with her? Didn't she sleep at night? Was she staying up all night playing games? Miriam paused for 2 seconds, then closed the door, and within 2 minutes, she had changed into her school uniform and gathered her things. After breakfast, Miriam, Christopher, and Adeline rode in one car to Hawaii High School. On the way, Adeline asked Miriam which class she had been assigned to. Class 5, Grade 3, Christopher answered for her. Christopher knew more about Miriam's school arrangements than she did. Miriam didn't care at all, spending her days cooped up in her room playing games, reading novels, and watching videos. At Hawaii High School, classes were divided into experimental classes, key classes, and regular classes. The experimental classes had the best academic performance, mainly focusing on various competitions to secure spots in prestigious universities. Key classes consisted of students who were top candidates for leading national universities. Although the average scores of the remaining regular classes were better than those of other schools in Tonhai Lithiadi, they still showed a significant gap compared to the key and experimental classes. Class 5 was a regular class. Given Miriam's situation, getting into Hawaii was due to the Zaire family's influence, so being placed in a regular class was only natural. As for Christopher, he was in an experimental class in grade 1, and Adeline was in a key class in grade 3. Both of their academic performances were excellent, and they would likely have no trouble entering key universities in the future. As for Miriam, it was best not to expect much from her. During the morning study session, some students had already heard about the new transfer student. "Did you hear? We're getting a transfer student today. Boy or girl?" "Girl. Which school is she transferring from? She must have been pretty good if she can transfer here." Their school didn't easily accept transfer students. Those who could transfer here were generally from good schools. When the morning study session ended, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, accompanied by Miriam. Wearing the school uniform, Miriam had her hair tied into a ponytail as per school regulations. Beckett's delicate features, tall figure, and graceful build caught everyone's attention, slender where it should be slender, and curvaceous where it should be curvaceous. The teacher introduced Miriam to the class. "Classmates, this is Miriam. She'll be joining class 5 from today onwards. Please give her a warm welcome." The students applauded in response. The teacher then told Miriam, "There are a few empty seats in the classroom. You can choose one for now, and once we have the next seating arrangement, I'll assign a seat based on your height." Without a word, Miriam glanced at the empty seats, walked over, and sat down. As soon as Miriam sat, the students began to look at her with strange glances. Chapter 13 3 Lifetimes of Kindness. This was not a seat that just anyone dared to take. The new student didn't know that her trace was the notorious demon of their school. All previous students who had sat here had been driven away. With the head teacher present, the classmates couldn't warn Miriam. Miriam hadn't seen her trace's front face because he was lying down and sleeping now, showing only a dark back of his head. Thus, she had no idea how infamous he was. She chose this seat because her trace next to her was lying down and sleeping. Coincidentally, she also planned to sleep on the desk. This way, neither of them would bother the other. It was perfect. Miriam took out a cushion and was about to lie down to sleep. Just as she was about to do so, the system voice rang out. System prompt. There is a person with 3 lifetimes of kindness on your left. Helping this person can earn you 100 points of merit. Donating several million usually could only get Miriam about 10 points of merit. Following the system's indicator, Miriam saw a person with a yellow glow above his head. It was the boy sleeping on the desk. Beckett was actually a person with 3 lifetimes of kindness. People with such characteristics were not easy to encounter. In these 3 years, Miriam was meeting someone like this for the first time. Miriam had once encountered a person with 2 lifetimes of kindness before. On a rainy day, when the other party didn't have an umbrella, Miriam gave him hers, and the system directly gave her 50 points of merit. Just giving him an umbrella resulted in 50 points of merit. That was the most merit Miriam had ever gained at one time, even more than donating millions. However, since it was just a chance encounter, Miriam met him only that once and never saw him again after that. She didn't have such a good opportunity to easily gain merit anymore. But now, she actually encountered a person with 3 lifetimes of kindness. Miriam's eyes lit up immediately. To her, the dark-haired boy whose face she couldn't see became like a fragrant piece of dompa meat, making her mouth water. Originally, coming to school was just to pass the time. She never expected to encounter such a fortunate event. Suddenly, all sleepy feelings vanished. To her, this wasn't just a trace. He was like a golden ATM, a life-extending elixir, an immortality pill. When the bell for the first class rang, Miriam's trace finally woke up. His eyes opened, revealing a pair of sharp phoenix eyes with a hint of coldness at the corners. Beckett had sharp features, a high nose bridge, narrow nostrils, distinct angles, and unexpectedly fair skin. This face was even better than those trendy young stars online. With such a face, this boy could easily captivate countless girls. Beckett squinted his eyes at Miriam, looking suspicious and disbelieving. "Who are you?" Beckett asked in a disdainful tone, still slightly dazed from sleep. His voice was hoarse and deep, due to just waking up. "Your new trace." "You're my trace? Who approved this?" His eyes narrowed into slits, showing clear impatience. The teacher didn't object. "Get away from me. I don't need a trace. Although he didn't make any moves, his gaze was full of disdain and hostility, as if he could kill Miriam at any moment. Despite his baby-faced beauty, his voice sounded vicious and harsh when he spoke. Chapter 14, Showing Zeal. Most people didn't dare to get close to him. Miriam ignored them and calmly tidied up her desk, with no intention of changing her seat at all. Proximity offers advantage. Being closer would give her more chances to help him. There was no way she'd give up this position. Class had just ended when a few classmates came over to persuade Miriam. Miriam, why don't you change seats? Yeah, Miriam, classmate Judah doesn't like others being too close to him. It would be better if you changed your seat, or else. Miriam, how about sitting with me? I have an empty spot next to me. Miriam, you can also sit by me. You're not very tall, so it's not good for you to sit too far back. My seat is further forward and might suit you better. The classmates kindly advised Miriam. This new student was unaware of the situation. Upsetting Judah could lead to serious consequences. No problem, said Miriam with a cold expression, remaining calm. Such a great opportunity to gain merit points. Only a fool would pass it up. There was no better place than this. The classmates looked at each other in puzzlement. It seemed that Miriam hadn't realized the severity of the issue. But in front of Judah, they hesitated to say more. If they said too much, they might anger Judah. They didn't want to offend this demon. They could only wish Miriam good luck. Judah warned Miriam again, stay away from me. But Miriam remained unperturbed, her face calm. Do you need some water? I can boil some hot water for you, Miriam asked Judah in her cold voice. Unlike other students who were intimidated by Judah, Miriam asked him what he needed, though her tone was indifferent and her expression stern. This woman was unusual. Judah frowned. Can't you understand my words? I can understand, but since the teacher hasn't objected to my sitting here, I don't think you have the right to ask me to leave, replied Miriam calmly and collectedly, not the least bit frightened by Judah. Miriam wasn't offended by Judah's attitude. She understood his dislike for being disturbed. Usually, she wouldn't bother explaining herself, but today was different. This was a three-time virtuous person, and nothing related to him could be treated as ordinary. Miriam dug into her bag and pulled out some snacks, offering them generously to Judah. Want some? Though these were just some unremarkable snacks and fruits, most people didn't receive such treatment. Miriam seldom shared her food with anyone. Judah glanced at the snacks and fruits Miriam offered, then at her. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the girl beside him. What does she want? Do you need help with your homework? Miriam asked again, not letting go of any opportunity to gain merit points. Judah remained silent, finding the behavior of this girl beside him highly abnormal. Was she simply trying to get closer to him, or was she sent by those people to investigate him? Beckett knew they suspected his facade and might try to verify if he was pretending, but he wasn't sure how they would do it. It wasn't impossible that this girl was sent to investigate him. What did she want by getting close and flattering him? Judah hadn't reached a conclusion yet, so he pretended to continue sleeping, appearing impatient. Seeing that he didn't speak, Miriam wasn't annoyed either and went to sleep as well. Chapter 15, What is this girl's intention? In the morning, during 3 classes, Miriam and Judah slept through all of them. It was already a headache to have a sleeping saint head teacher in class 5, senior 3. What they didn't expect was that the new transfer student would also be someone who sleeps in class, disregards teachers, and shows no interest in learning, a real underachiever. This left the head teacher completely flustered. The few teachers who came to teach were also helpless. After all, Huaiwa High School was the best high school in Tonghai Lithiadi, with an impressive rate of 80% of students getting accepted into first-tier universities each year. But there were always some bad apples spoiling the bunch. This year, it looked like Class 5's acceptance rate into first-tier universities would be a concern. The classmates of Class 5 were also dumbfounded by Miriam. Miriam was very beautiful and had stunned the boys in the class upon her arrival. Some had secretly taken photos of her, planning to promote their class beauty on the school forum. But who would have thought she was also a sleeping saint, sleeping through every teacher's class without any respect for them? The teachers had long given up on Judah. Beckett was a good-for-nothing rich kid. Even his family couldn't do anything about him, so the teachers had stopped trying. Judah was not just disobedient. He was ruthless enough to put people in the hospital, not your average troublemaker. As long as he didn't fight within the school grounds or cause fatal incidents, the teachers were more than willing to let him be. Now another one, Miriam. A delinquent girl? A tomboy? An underachiever? If so, how did she get transferred here? Their school's admission standards were quite strict, weren't they? After waking up, Judah pushed his water cup towards Miriam. Go fill this up for me. Judah intended to test Miriam. Sure. Miriam, who usually seemed cool and distant, obediently took Judah's water cup to the hot water machine in the hallway. Upon returning, Miriam heard the system notification. Congratulations, host has earned 1 virtue point. Current virtue balance, 15 points. Although only 1 point was added, it was just for filling up Judah's water cup. This reincarnation virtue boost really worked. Judah then said, I don't want water now. Beckett let me buy a drink from the convenience store. Sure. Miriam went to the convenience store and returned with a large bag of items. All kinds of drinks, ensuring that none would displease Judah. Just as she handed over the snacks, the system notification rang again. Congratulations, host has earned 1 virtue point. Current virtue balance, 16 points. Judah squinted at Miriam. Beckett was pondering her intentions. Either this girl was foolish or she had ulterior motives. For a while, Judah stared at the snacks on the table, but didn't eat any. Casually, he tossed his game console to Miriam. Farm materials for me. Without a word, Miriam started farming materials in the game for him. Not only did she show no displeasure, but a faint smile remained on her lips. Judah observed Miriam's smiling profile, deep in thought. Could this seemingly foolish girl really be sent by those people to test him? She looked more like a devoted fangirl, willing to do anything for him. It wasn't just Judah who felt this way. After seeing Miriam's behavior toward Judah, many classmates also began to think Miriam was an admirer of Judah. Alas, yet another girl lost her mind over the great demon king's good looks. Miriam wasn't Judah's first secret admirer. Despite his notorious reputation, Judah's devilishly handsome face had always been a source of attraction for girls. Chapter 16. Have you gained a little fan? During lunchtime, Judah had lunch with Egon, the school hunk at Huaywa High School. Egon had high looks, good grades, and even excelled in basketball. Talented and versatile, his personality was great, sunny yet gentle, greeting people with warmth and being humble and courteous, perfect without any flaws. Beckett was the unanimously recognized #1 heartthrob of Huaywa High School. Actually, speaking solely of appearance, Judah stood out more than Egon. It was just too bad that he was a delinquent youth, not only having abysmal academic performance, but also possessing a slew of delinquent records. As for why Egon would be friends with Judah, the students and teachers at the school were quite baffled. Teachers even had special talks with Egon, hoping that he wouldn't get too close to Judah, but it didn't work. Fortunately, over 3 years, Egon's grades still ranked top and hadn't been corrupted by Judah. Becketard, you got yourself a little fan. Egon grinned brightly, his smile somewhat teasing towards Judah. You're pretty well informed. Too kind. Who wouldn't keep an eye on you? Lannon the great hunk, who has always been the topic of our school. I can't compare with you. Judah responded with no enthusiasm. Beckett didn't have much thought about his new trace. Whatever she wanted, he wouldn't let her succeed anyway. To tell the truth, it's rare to find a girl who wasn't scared away by those notorious rumors you deliberately concocted. Maybe she's genuinely into you. Have you considered starting a pure romance? Are you free, Egon? If he were idle, Judah could find him something to do. Ahem. Egon quickly changed the subject. By the way, Hero from the Chien family group is looking for you, hoping you could save his life. Beckett's willing to give all his real estate to you as the price. Aren't you going to help him? No interest, won't save. Judah refused straightforwardly. Well then, I'll turn him down. Egon knew Judah's character. If he didn't want to help, there was no point in further discussion. The relationship between Egon and Judah was not as simple as what outsiders believed, a normal friendship. Egon was also the contact person for another identity of Judah. Christopher was anxious about Miriam's condition throughout the morning. Finally, when it was lunchtime, Christopher ran directly to Class 5 of the senior year after classes to look for Miriam. At the same time, he intended to inquire about how her first day at school went. Miriam? She slept all morning, only waking up once to buy snacks and make drinks for Judah, a classmate of Class 5 told Christopher. You're saying she came to school and has been sleeping the whole time? Also, when did she meet Judah? Why did she buy things for Judah? Was Judah forcing her to do this? Though Christopher was in freshman year, he had heard of the notorious senior student named Judah at Huaywa High School. Not long ago, this guy beat up a boy from a neighboring school so badly that he ended up in intensive care. It doesn't seem like Judah forced her. She did it willingly. The classmate of Class 5 was not very clear about Miriam's situation either. Christopher looked into Class 5 and saw Miriam sitting in the last row, still asleep. On her desk lay a soft cushion, making her sleep quite comfortable. She actually brought a cushion from home to school? Is this how one goes to school? Without hesitation, Christopher rushed into the classroom of Class 5. There weren't many people in the classroom at this moment, as most had gone to the cafeteria for lunch. Get up, Christopher shouted, rousing Miriam. Miriam opened her eyes and gave a glance at Christopher, her tone indifferent and devoid of guilt. What's up? Chapter 17. So that's how she sees him. Come with me. Christopher had a stern look on his face, seeming a bit angry. Christopher grabbed Miriam's hand and pulled her out of the classroom directly. At this moment, the few students still in Class 5 were all looking curiously at Miriam and Christopher. What was going on? This boy seemed to be Christopher from grade 1, quite famous for his good looks and love for sports, almost matching Egon from the grade 3 experimental class. What was his relationship with their new female classmate? Once they reached the empty hallway, Christopher scolded Miriam. You're here to study, not to sleep. Let go first. Miriam's wrist was still held by Christopher. Only then did Christopher release his grip. Miriam subtly let down her sleeve, covering the red rash that had formed where she was held. Christopher didn't notice this action. Beckett composed himself and continued to persuade Miriam. If you don't understand something, you can say so, but falling asleep on the desk is giving up on yourself. You didn't have the chance to learn before, but now that it's given to you, can't you seize it? Miriam's reaction was very mild, her face calm. Christopher suppressed his displeasure, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible, patiently explaining to Miriam. Studying isn't just to satisfy Alaric, it's for your own future. Don't think that once you get Alaric's inheritance, your life will be worry-free, and you won't have to do anything anymore, right? Miriam's reaction was extremely indifferent, seemingly perfunctory. Christopher wasn't sure if she had really listened. Christopher's brows furrowed tightly. Beckett was both angry and helpless when it came to Miriam. Forget it, he couldn't rush things. Beckett needed to take it slowly. She had lived in that environment for 18 years. How could he expect her to change in just a few days? Oh, by the way, Judah isn't a good person. Stay away from him. I'll have you switch seats after this. I won't change, Miriam refused. Why? Do you know how dangerous Judah is? There's nothing he wouldn't do. I don't think he's as bad as you all say, Miriam defended Judah. Although she had only met Judah on her first day and didn't know much about him. Since the system judged him as having been good for 3 lifetimes, it at least meant he had accumulated a lot of virtue in those previous lives. You've only just met him. You don't know what he's done in the past. Christopher strongly suspected Miriam was being deceived by Judah's appearance. But have you seen him do anything bad? Miriam countered. Christopher was taken aback, then retorted. Whether or not he has committed serious crimes, the fact remains that he doesn't study properly in school, sleeps all day, and talks back to teachers. What you say only shows he's not a good student, but it doesn't prove he's not a good person. How? Christopher frowned deeply, feeling more and more frustrated talking to Miriam. Why was communicating with her so difficult? Below them in the hallway, Judah and Egon, who had just finished lunch, had been listening to their conversation for a while. Most students were still in the cafeteria, but since someone delivered their meal specifically, they didn't need to wait in line and ate faster than other students. While walking up the stairs, they suddenly heard someone mention Judah, so they both stopped. Then they heard Miriam arguing with Christopher. Judah hadn't expected his new desk partner to see him this way. Chapter 18. Confirmed to be Judah's admirer. Egon displayed a look of surprise. He knew all too well how bad Judah's reputation was at school. It was so bad that even with that face that could be described as a handsome rogue, no girls dared to get close to him. Beckett really didn't expect any girl would defend Judah so rationally. Egon turned his head to look at Judah beside him and saw that he looked as usual, indifferent to everything. Sigh. It seemed that while the woman had intentions, the man had none. The girl upstairs was destined to be disappointed. Miriam and Christopher's argument continued. Christopher made some concessions. No matter whether you change seats or not, you can't have too much interaction with Judah in the future. Even more, don't do things like buying things for him anymore. This will make others look down on you. You are a girl, and you need to take care of yourself. Miriam wasn't angry. Her reaction was very calm and serene. Her tone is still as a windless lake. Buying things for people is a very normal action. Even if I do like Judah, it's my freedom. I don't need to care about other people's opinions, and I don't think there's any reason for anyone to look down on me. As an 18-year-old girl who was single, pursuing another single boy was a very reasonable thing to do, and Miriam did not believe it was anything disrespectful to herself. Though Miriam didn't mean it that way towards Judah. You've only met Judah for one day. How much do you know about him? Apart from his face, what else do you know? And you say you like him? Christopher got angrier as he spoke. Beckett had seen stubborn people, but never someone as unreasonable as Miriam. Unable to argue with Miriam clearly, Christopher temporarily gave up. Rome wasn't built in a day. He couldn't be too hasty. Wanting to change Miriam would require some time. Let it go. Come with me to the cafeteria for lunch. Christopher knew Miriam hadn't received her meal card yet, and eating at the cafeteria required swiping a meal card. Beckett couldn't let her starve. Although Christopher had many demands for Miriam and disliked her personality, he still cared about her as his elder sister and wouldn't let her go hungry. Even though Christopher was a bit annoyed, he did very well in providing for her basic needs. Miriam followed Christopher toward the cafeteria. When they went downstairs, Judah and Egon moved aside a little. Judah and Egon only came out after Miriam and Christopher walked far enough away. Egon teased with a smile. After all that, still say she's not your fan? Judah remained expressionless. It has nothing to do with me. Judah walked quickly toward the classroom. Egon hurried to catch up. Slow down a bit. Wait for me. You haven't told me how to handle that matter yet. After lunch, in Adeline's experimental class during break time, students gathered together to chat about gossip. Natalie, have you heard? Class 5 has a new beautiful girl. Someone just posted photos of that beauty on the school website. A classmate showed Adeline her phone. Adeline smiled faintly. She is indeed very pretty. But I think you, Natalie, look better. This Miriam seems too glamorous, not quite proper. Yeah. Adeline didn't make further comments. Adeline didn't seem to care much. A classmate laughed and said, how can this new girl compare to our Natalie? No matter background, upbringing, or grades, they're not on the same level. Chapter 19. Uncomparable to Natalie. Adeline is a well-born young lady who has received the best education since childhood. She can play the violin, piano, paint oil paintings, and dance Latin dances. Beckett's academic performance is even more impeccable. She ranks top in the experimental class. From freshman year to now, she has always been among the top 10 in the school's exam rankings, making her a prime candidate for admission to the prestigious Jinqing University. The new student Miriam might have slightly higher looks than Adeline, but in other aspects, she is incomparable to Adeline. Being a goddess at Huayu High School requires not just good looks. Excellence in all other aspects is necessary as well. I heard that the girl named Miriam slept on her desk on her first day of school today. Not only are her grades poor, but she also disrespects teachers and has an attitude problem. I also heard that this girl comes from a poor family and has previously dropped out of school. Really? Then how did she transfer to our school? No good grades, no background. What else could it be? Look at how pretty she is. Isn't it inappropriate to make such malicious speculations? But judging by the current situation, her character does indeed seem problematic. Beckettering her classmates' comments about Miriam, Adeline slightly lowered her head, pretending not to notice their discussion. In places unseen by others, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled upward a bit. She wasn't hoping for Miriam to be criticized. She had no animosity toward Miriam. She merely wished privately that Miriam would remain like this. As long as Miriam didn't strive for improvement, even if she eventually received Rock's inheritance, her status in the Zaire family would not change. What Adeline wanted was simply for the relationship between her, her beloved aunt, and cousin to remain as it was before. That was what she cherished most, something she couldn't let go of. By the way, Nancy, does Christopher have any basketball matches this week? A female classmate inquired Adeline about Christopher. Christopher was very popular in school, and girls liked to ask Adeline about him because everyone knew they were siblings with a close relationship. Both Christopher and Egon, two handsome guys, were on the school basketball team, contributing to its high level of attractiveness. Therefore, whenever there was a school basketball match, many female students came to cheer them on. There's a game on Friday afternoon. Adeline knew they would ask, so she had specifically inquired Christopher about it. So we'll go cheer for Christopher next Friday. Right. If we all go, will Christopher think we're too noisy? A few girls enthusiastically asked Adeline. No, Adeline understood Christopher. Although he generally showed little interest in girls, being a boy around 17 or 18 years old, he still enjoyed having girls watch him play basketball and cheer for him. Speaking of playing basketball, Adeline remembered that Christopher had mentioned wanting a complete set of the National Professional Basketball League badges. However, the badges were limited editions sold exclusively within the league, making it difficult to obtain even one. To collect the entire set was even harder. Christopher had managed to collect only 5 out of the 16 badges in the set. But precisely because it was so challenging to collect, if she helped Christopher get the whole set, he would undoubtedly be very happy. Adeline opened her phone and posted a request on a second-hand trading platform, offering a high price to purchase National Professional Basketball League badges. Chapter 20. Adeline's position cannot be replaced by Miriam. Christopher really loves basketball. On the way back, Christopher kept talking nonstop to Adeline about basketball. Big sister, do you know? Cortez is coming to Tonghai Alithiadi in a few days. Christopher was excited like a child. Cortez is a star player in the National Basketball League and also Christopher's idol. Christopher's phone case had a picture of Cortez on it, and he had collected a lot of Cortez's merchandise in his room, including his jersey, his autographed basketball, and various memorabilia from the team he played for. Yeah, I heard about it. It's for an event, right? I know where it's happening, and I've already found someone who can help get an autograph for you then. Big sister, you really understand me. I didn't even tell you what I was thinking. I was just worried that I couldn't go to the scene because of school and wouldn't be able to get an autograph. I didn't expect you to have solved my problem already. Big sister, I love you so much. Christopher was used to calling Adeline Big Sister. Before Miriam came back home, Christopher didn't have any other older sisters. The two grew up together since childhood, so he got used to calling Adeline Big Sister rather than specifying cousin sister. The two chatted happily for a while. Christopher was so happy that he forgot Miriam was also in the car. It wasn't until they were almost home that Christopher realized there was another person in the car today besides him and Adeline, Miriam. Christopher looked a little embarrassed. Beckett didn't mean to ignore Miriam. It was just that he and Adeline had grown up together since childhood, while he had only known Miriam for a few days. Even though he knew she was his biological sister, Miriam could not replace Adeline's position in his heart, and probably never would. A person only has one childhood after all. Cousin sister, I'm sorry. Adeline apologized to Miriam upon noticing Christopher's embarrassment. It's my fault. I asked Ira to call me Big Sister. Don't blame Ira. Of course, Adeline didn't ask Christopher to call her that. Christopher simply got used to calling her Big Sister over time. Christopher knew Adeline said this, so Miriam wouldn't blame him and took responsibility herself. No, I call Nancy Big Sister out of a habit formed long ago, which I find hard to change, maybe never will. Christopher hadn't called Miriam sister yet. Only when speaking with Alan did Christopher address Miriam as sister. Apart from that, he had never called her that. If given a choice, Christopher would still prefer to call Adeline Big Sister because he had been doing so for more than 10 years. As for Miriam, he was willing to treat her well and make up for her, but he couldn't replace Nancy in his heart. Miriam had been playing with her phone with her head down. After hearing what Christopher and Adeline said, she lifted her head. I don't think I've said anything. You aren't angry? Christopher asked. Angry. Miriam looked indifferent, her eyes expressionless. Why should I be angry? At this moment, the car had arrived at the Zaire family villa. Christopher and Adeline got out of the car. Christopher looked thoughtfully at Miriam's back. Adeline comforted him. It's normal for your cousin sister to not adapt to the family right away. Don't worry too much. Christopher nodded and followed them into the house. Chapter 21. Miriam comes back to share the inheritance. After entering the room, Christopher saw his third uncle and aunt. The Zaire family is a large clan. Carmelo had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Emeric, had already passed away. The second son, Dover, was the father of Miriam and Christopher. The third son, Ray, and the only daughter had married into a prominent family in the capital city. The Zaires were generally good-looking, especially the 3 brothers who, in their youth, were all handsome young masters of a wealthy family. Ray, now 40 years old, was tall and dignified with just a few wrinkles, exuding an excellent aura. Due to some business matters, Ray and his wife went out of town for a while. Upon returning, they heard that their father had brought back a granddaughter, a daughter of his second brother and sister-in-law. Ray was stunned. An 18-year-old daughter? Where did she come from? Seeing Christopher enter, Ray hurriedly asked about the situation. Dorian, is that girl who just came in your older sister? Is this true? Yes, it's true. Getting an affirmative answer, Ray thought for a moment but still looked puzzled. But, wasn't your sister supposed to have died? Dead. Christopher sensed that his third uncle might know something. Third uncle, do you know about Miriam? Why did you say she died? I'm not quite sure myself. I only know that your mother gave birth to a girl, and Alaric named her Miriam. She died of illness when she was just a month old. Ray didn't know much about his second brother and sister-in-law. At that time, he hadn't yet graduated from university and was still studying. Beckett only returned home during summer and winter breaks. Christopher frowned. Could it have been a misdiagnosis back then? They thought she was dead, but she was actually alive, so they missed all those years? After thinking it over, Christopher said, maybe there was a mistake back then. The important thing is that she's alive now. Ray couldn't bring himself to smile. If Miriam is alive, there will be one more person to share the inheritance. The old man doesn't have many days left. Once he passes away, the Zaire family will definitely split up. No matter how good their relationship with his second brother seemed on the surface, they would surely settle accounts clearly when it comes to dividing the property. Beckett was worried that if the old man divided the estate by headcount, he would be at a disadvantage. Beckettering that you brought her back from the slums? Ray asked again. Third uncle. That was in the past, Christopher replied, frowning slightly as he felt uncomfortable with his uncle's tone. What past or no past? Someone raised in such a place, what kind of personality can she have? I also heard from the servants that she was wearing rags when she arrived. All she did after arriving was eat and sleep. Before Christopher and Miriam returned, Ray had already asked the servants about Miriam. The Zaire family servants didn't have a good impression of Miriam either. Not only did she look shabby from head to toe, but she lacked any ambition, not even bothering to put on a show in front of elders. Although Christopher was also dissatisfied with Miriam's bad habits, hearing his third uncle talk like this made him uncomfortable too. She was still blood-related. Growing up in the slums wasn't her choice. Third uncle, don't say that. She is our family. She has lived a hard life these years, and we should make up for it instead of blaming her. Ray quickly corrected himself. You're right. She is indeed our family. Beckett had lost his head just now, saying those things in front of Christopher. Chapter 22 Miriam's Package. On Saturday morning, the servant brought back Miriam's package. Miriam was out today and not at home, so the servant put the package on the table. Adeline came downstairs and saw the package on the table. The box had a National Basketball League logo on it. Due to Christopher, Adeline was very familiar with this logo. Adeline walked to the table to check and was surprised to find that the recipient's name was written as Miriam. How could Miriam receive a package from the National Basketball League? Or did the sender just use this box randomly, and the items inside have nothing to do with the National Basketball League? Adeline thought of the conversation she had with Christopher in the car before. Miriam must have overheard it. She knows that little song's idol is Cortez. Adeline stared at the package on the table for a long time. Just then Joanne passed by. Adeline touched the water glass beside her. The glass tipped over, and water flowed under the package box. Adeline called Joanne over. Miss Ming, what do you need? The water spilled, and the package got wet. I don't know what's inside. Just in case, you can clean up the box, Adeline said to Joanne. Joanne looked and saw that the bottom of the cardboard box was already soaked through. Joanne quickly moved the box away. Miss Ming, this is Miss Miriam's thing. She's not here. It might not be good if I open it. If the item inside is not waterproof, it would be worse if it gets damaged by soaking. Joanne thought it made sense, so she opened the package and took out the contents. Adeline watched nearby. After opening the outer cardboard box, the first thing appeared was a jersey packed in a transparent plastic bag. Through the bag, one could see that it was exactly Cortez's number 8 jersey. And it was signed. Then there was a deflated basketball, also bearing Cortez's signature. Underneath was an exquisite wooden box, whose sides and bottom were wooden, and the lid was glass. Through the glass lid, one could see that the box contained a complete set of National Basketball League emblems, neatly arranged inside. Adeline stared at the box intently. She couldn't believe that the entire set of emblems was right in front of her. Adeline turned around and confirmed several times that the recipient's name on the torn carton was indeed Miriam. How did Miriam buy these things? What surprised Adeline even more was that Miriam, who seemed indifferent and careless about the Zaire family, had secretly remembered Christopher's interests and hobbies and went to great lengths to get the things Christopher liked. But where did Miriam get the money? Adeline herself had been purchasing these emblems recently and knew well the current market prices for them. Some rare emblems had already been hyped up by fans to tens of thousands per piece. Given Miriam's situation, it was impossible for her to afford such a set of emblems. Adeline didn't figure out how this happened. While Adeline was thinking, Joanne had cleaned everything up. The items inside the package weren't wet. Joanne planned to take these things directly to Miriam's room. As Adeline watched Joanne, she suddenly spoke up. Joanne, just take these things directly to Master Han's room. These are his things. Joanne glanced down at the items in her hand. Although she didn't quite understand, it seemed like they were indeed boyish things, especially since basketball was Master Han's favorite. Without giving it much thought, Joanne did as Adeline said. Chapter 23. Big sister, you're so good to me. When Christopher returned to his room, the first thing he saw was a pile of Cortez's merchandise placed inside. Christopher was stunned. A signed jersey by Cortez? And a signed basketball? Plus, a complete set of badges that couldn't be bought even with money? My goodness, am I dreaming? Christopher's face was full of surprise. It felt like a dream. Beckett pinched his cheek foolishly, and the pain confirmed he wasn't dreaming. All these were things he loved. Especially this set of badges, incredibly hard to come by. Beckett had wanted them for so long. In the end, he could only gather a few pieces, and there were still many he couldn't get, no matter how much he offered. Holding the items in his hands, Christopher jumped joyfully. Despite being over 6 feet tall, he skipped around like an 8-year-old child, completely delighted. After celebrating for a while, Christopher started thinking about who could have put these things in his room. Kiyomi and Harold were still in the capital city, not back yet. Maverick was sick, and his third uncle and aunt didn't have a good relationship with him. The only person left was Adeline, who knew his preferences well enough to go out of her way to prepare these gifts for him. Can't be wrong. Only Big Sister knows I've been collecting this set of badges. Christopher's lips curved up uncontrollably, hugging the brocade box filled with badges tightly. Christopher grinned broadly, revealing genuine happiness from deep within. Without wasting another second, Christopher rushed to knock on Adeline's door. As soon as Adeline opened the door, Christopher gave her a big hug. Big sister, thank you so much. I know you're always the best to me. Your gifts are absolutely amazing. I'm really happy. Adeline was taken aback, her body stiffening momentarily. Christopher then asked immediately, "Big sister, did it take you a lot of time and effort to collect all these?" Adeline remained silent without responding. Since she didn't deny it, Christopher knew it was indeed her. "Big sister, you're truly too kind." Christopher's face was brimming with contentment. Christopher let go of Adeline, only to notice her somewhat pale complexion. "Big sister, are you all right? You don't look too good." Worried that something might be wrong with Adeline's health, Christopher pressed further with concern. "Nothing." Adeline looked away, avoiding Christopher's scrutinizing gaze. "Are you ill?" Christopher hurriedly asked. "I've got a bit of a headache, probably caught a chill due to the recent temperature changes," Adeline replied. "Are you sure you're okay? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" Christopher asked tensely. "No need, just a mild headache, nothing serious. Let me get you the medicine box. If you feel unwell, you can take some medication." Immediately, Christopher ran downstairs, got the medicine box from Joanne, and quickly rushed back. "Big sister, these are common cold and fever medicines, and there's ibuprofen too. Take them if you feel unwell," Christopher instructed earnestly. "Okay, thank you. Don't mention it. I just fetched the medicine for you. It's only right for a younger brother to help his elder sister. Saying thanks is too formal. Besides, the precious gifts you gave me. I should be the one thanking you." "Okay," Adeline answered softly. Christopher sensed she wasn't feeling well. "Big sister, you should rest now. Try to get some sleep." Not wanting to disturb Adeline any longer, Christopher stepped back. "Okay." Adeline turned into her room and closed the door. Leaning against the door, her expression was far from relaxed. Chapter 24. Everyone knew Miriam liked Judah. Adeline felt somewhat guilty and fearful. She knew that what she had done was irrational. But thinking about Christopher's excited expression and his concern for her earlier, Adeline felt it was worth it. After pondering for a while, Adeline called a friend she had known before. "Lanny, I want the counterfeit set you told me about last time. Deliver it to me this afternoon." After failing to purchase the NBA-issued commemorative pins on various platforms, a friend recommended a store selling counterfeits to Adeline. The pins were so well made that they were indistinguishable unless one had studied them carefully. Since it was intended as a gift for Christopher, Adeline had never considered using counterfeits. Not only would it deceive Christopher, but even if he wouldn't mind, she didn't want to give him inferior products. An hour after the call, Adeline received the counterfeit set. At first glance, it looked identical to Miriam's box. Adeline also got jerseys and basketballs and repackaged them into the dampened cardboard box, making sure it looked exactly like Miriam's original package. It was hard to tell unless someone examined it closely. Following that, Adeline called Joanne. "I'm sorry, Joanne. Just now, Ira told me this isn't from his cousin. Could you please take it to her room?" Joanne had no idea the contents of the parcel had been swapped. She followed Adeline's instructions. She knew Miss Miriam came from a modest background, and Miss Ming would not dare to take Miss Miriam's belongings, regardless. When Miriam returned, Joanne brought the open package to her. "Miss, this package is yours. It accidentally got wet, so Miss Ming asked me to open it to prevent water damage." Joanne explained. According to the hierarchy in the Zaire family, Miriam was the eldest daughter. Although many people in the household hadn't accepted it yet, Alaric had given orders, and the servants had to follow them. Miriam glanced at the package, took it directly without asking further questions. When Judah arrived, Miriam immediately placed the items before him. "What are you doing?" "It's for your friend. Egon's birthday was coming up soon." As the school heartthrob, Egon's birthday wasn't a secret. Miriam overheard girls discussing it days ago. Being the captain of the school basketball team, Egon was undoubtedly passionate about basketball. Sending him something basketball-related for his birthday was a safe choice. Judah looked at Miriam, then at the box. So she thought by winning over his friends, she could win him over? It was indeed a clever strategy. Judah examined what Miriam had prepared. They were all hard to find Joe band products of star player Cortez. To have found these targeted items, Miriam must have put in a lot of effort. "So, do you want to give it to him, or to me?" Judah asked Miriam. "To you." Beckett was not the 3 times reincarnated good person Egon was. Miriam had transferred here for a week. During this week, she did nothing but eat and sleep. She never listened carefully in class and always failed to answer when teachers called on her. She never interacted with anyone, responding very coldly to others' attempts at conversation, except with him. Chapter 25. 2 sets of pins. Miriam not only initiated conversations with him, but also tried to start idle chats and fawned over him in every possible way. Now all the classmates could tell that Miriam liked him. Judah had never encountered a girl who pursued him so actively before. However, Judah didn't want any further interactions with Miriam at all. Beckett merely reluctantly accepted that she became his desk mate, but he was quite satisfied with the gift Miriam brought. Egon indeed liked such things. "How much does it cost?" Judah asked Miriam. Judah planned to buy it for Miriam. Judah did not intend to toy with girls' feelings. Beckett also disliked creating ambiguous situations or taking advantage of girls. Earlier, he had asked Miriam to prepare tea and buy snacks for him just to test her. He would never let a girl buy him anything really valuable. Moreover, Miriam wasn't rich. It was evident that she lived frugally, and it was unknown how much of her living expenses these items on the table had cost her. "It's a gift for you," Miriam said indifferently. No matter how nonchalant she pretended to be, Judah knew this gift was very precious to her. Judah stopped pressing and took out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his wallet, placing it in front of Miriam. There were no fewer than 20 to 30 notes. "Take this first, I'll pay you the rest later." Judah knew these items cost more than 2 or 3,000 yuan, but he only had this much money in his wallet. "No need." Miriam pushed the money back to Judah directly. She acted indifferent, casual as a breeze. "Don't be stubborn." Judah's expression was serious. Don't let yourself fall into difficulties for something intangible. It seemed like he was going to see Egon. On the basketball court in the gym, the school basketball team members were training. A few players surrounded Christopher, admiring his complete set of pins. Not bad, little song. Such hard-to-collect pins, and you managed to get them all together. Must have cost you a lot. Christopher, your support system is impressive. I didn't know you were so wealthy and capable. We can rely on you from now on. The boys chattered, expressing their admiration for Christopher. These are bought by my sister. My true support system is my sister, not me. If you envy me, then envy that I have an affectionate and loving older sister. Christopher looked quite proud. Your sister? Aren't you an only child? My cousin. Christopher hesitated for a moment. If it were earlier, he could have answered without hesitation that his cousin grew up with him and was like a real sister. But now, the phrase, only child, reminded him of other things. I mean my cousin, my aunt's daughter, who grew up with me. Christopher explained. This cousin of yours is great. Not blood-related, but better than a real sister. Wouldn't it be nice if I also had a cousin willing to spend so much on me? The boys on the basketball team continued to envy Christopher. At this moment, Judah arrived. Seeing Judah, everyone immediately quieted down. This person was too formidable. No one who offended him had a good outcome. Only their captain dared to interact with this person across the entire school. Egon had just changed into his sports gear when he saw Judah and smiled at him. What wind blew you here? Chapter 26. This set actually belongs to Cortez. When Christopher saw Judah, he felt uneasy thinking that Miriam was currently pursuing him. It's not that he didn't want to stop Miriam from doing these things. It's just that Miriam wouldn't listen to advice, and he hadn't thought of a better solution yet. Christopher turned away, unwilling to interact more with this notorious man. Beckett tray. Judah tossed what he had in his hand to Egon. Egon took the items and looked at them. They turned out to be Cortez's signed jersey, a signed basketball, and a complete set of limited edition NBA badges. The basketball team members were all puzzled. What was going on today? The commemorative badges that were usually hard to find suddenly appeared in two sets today. One for Christopher, one for Egon. This seemed quite implausible. How could things be so coincidental? If they were sneakers, matching would be okay. But for these badges, those who knew understood how difficult they were to collect. They were issued by the National Basketball League at the time. The recipients were primarily senior members of the league, significant figures who contributed to the league, and players within the league. Finally, 100 sets were left for purchase. If it weren't for Christopher's set, Egon would have been very happy to receive the set Judah gave him. But now Egon was mostly curious and wanted to understand why this set had become so easy to get. At this moment, Judah also glanced at the box Christopher held. What a coincidence. Judah didn't say anything and walked into the nearby lounge after handing over the items to Egon. Egon knew Judah came here to handle business. It wasn't convenient in the classroom, and the basketball team lounge was just right for him. After Judah left, the boys on the basketball team compared the two boxes and found subtle differences between the set Christopher had and the one Judah brought. This meant that one of the two sets was likely fake. Whichever set was fake, the situation would be awkward. Egon explained. There must have been a mistake. Maybe both sets are real but different editions. Someone nearby said, these badges have serial numbers. When they were issued, each number corresponded to a certain level of distribution. We can check online. So everyone started checking the serial numbers of Christopher's set and Egon's set. They were surprised by the results. All the badges in Christopher's set were from player Cortez. This was astounding. Christopher, what's your sister's background? Christopher, are you hiding some big secret from us? This was too incredible. Christopher himself was bewildered. Beckett thought this set was put together through Adeline's connections. Now, based on the serial numbers, they were all from Cortez. That made this set much more valuable. An ordinary set already cost a lot and was hard to come by, let alone one belonging to Cortez. Moreover, as a star player in the league, Cortez certainly wasn't short of money. Why would he casually sell his commemorative badges? I don't know, Christopher said, still confused but increasingly excited. Thinking about holding a set of badges belonging to his idol, Christopher felt incredibly happy. Sister Nancy must have worked very hard to get this set. She really is amazing. Chapter 27. The Divine Dr. Josh. The boys were full of envy. Your sister is really beautiful and capable, and she's so good to you. We're really super envious. This is my sister. You guys just be jealous. The pride in Christopher's tone was unmistakable. Christopher, you are really not nice. We asked you many times before to introduce your sister to us, but you refused, just wanting to keep her all to yourself. Adeline is the goddess in many boys' hearts. She often came to watch Christopher play basketball, so the boys on the basketball team had all seen her and had a very good impression of her. Several boys on the basketball team had tried openly or secretly to get Christopher to give them Adeline's contact information, but Christopher refused. My sister is still young. Studying is important now. There's no rush for her to find a boyfriend. You guys should focus on your studies and not think about things you shouldn't. Christopher felt his sister deserved the best. Although his teammates on the basketball team were all decent enough, they still fell short of matching up with his Nancy sister. At the same time, Christopher pondered what he should give back to Sister Nancy for such a wonderful gift. All right, we can only be envious. Who let our parents and their siblings not give us a sister like this? The boys were long accustomed to Christopher's protective behavior towards his sister. Driven by curiosity, everyone then checked the set that Judah had sent over. It turned out that the set from Judah was fake. Although it was made very realistically, checking the serial number exposed the truth. The boys looked at Egon somewhat awkwardly. They knew what kind of person Judah was, so it wasn't surprising that he sent something fake. Poor Egon became friends with someone like him, always at risk of being taken advantage of, even receiving fake birthday gifts. Couldn't he have given something else? Why did he insist on bluffing and sending fake items? Egon himself didn't feel embarrassed at all, only puzzled. While this set of medals was hard to get, it wouldn't be too difficult for Judah. If Judah were to ask, plenty of wealthy big shots would offer him this item eagerly, begging him to accept it. And Judah would never deliberately send him anything fake. So, where exactly did things go wrong? On the other side, after entering the lounge, Judah took out his laptop. There were numerous, unread messages. Unlike his usual careless image in front of classmates, Judah now wore a serious expression as he leaned back in his chair. Beckett lit a cigarette, holding it in his hand but not smoking it, simply watching it burn down, ash falling into the glass ashtray. As Judah skimmed through the messages, one caught his attention. It was from a hospital director he knew. Josh, the Zaire family is looking everywhere for you, hoping you can help treat their elderly patriarch. Dustin was his mother's surname and one of Judah's hidden identities. The Zaire family was one of the top influential families in Tonghai Lithiadi, and it was no longer a secret that their patriarch was ill. Ever since the traditional Western doctors declared that the patriarch could not be cured, the Zaire family had been sending people to search for anyone who could treat him. After much effort, they found the dean of Hainua Hospital, who had interacted with Judah, hoping the dean could help them contact the divine Dr. Josh. Chapter 28. The eccentric temperament of a miracle doctor. Of course, they had no idea that this person was Judah, the notorious troublemaker student at Haiwa High School. Very few people knew that Judah was Josh. Judah recalled that the boy outside named Christopher seemed to be the grandson of the sick, elderly Mr. Zaire. On a whim, Judah replied, "Send me the patient's condition." It appeared as if the other party had been waiting for Judah's reply all along, as within seconds after Judah sent his message, he received a response immediately. "Please wait a moment, Josh. I will send it to you right away." Judah soon received detailed medical information about Elder Zaire. After going through it, Judah understood why Elder Zaire was so eager to find him. In his current state, ordinary hospitals couldn't treat him. According to his present condition, even with a doctor on duty 24 hours a day, he would have only 2 to 3 months left at most. Judah did not respond after finishing reading and did not agree to treat Elder Zaire either. Back at the Zaire residence, when Elder Zaire learned that Director Zahir from Hanoi Hospital had successfully contacted Miracle Dr. Dustin, he was overjoyed and immediately told Director Zahir, "As long as Josh can extend my life, whatever conditions he sets, I will accept them." Elder Zaire was not ready to die. He was willing to pay any price to save himself. Director Zahir said, "Please don't rush, Mr. Zaire. This Josh has quite an eccentric temperament, and money may not move him. Beckett hasn't set any terms yet, so we need to patiently wait. I want it done as soon as possible. I don't have much time," said Elder Zaire, who wasn't unwilling to wait, but simply didn't have the opportunity. Following Elder Zaire's wishes, Director Zahir sent a message to Josh. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no response from Josh. This person's temperament was indeed eccentric. Waiting for his reply felt like the concubines in the palace waiting for the emperor's favor. It could only depend on fate and luck. In the classroom of Class 5, Grade 3, Miriam was lying on the desk sleeping. Beckett's phone vibrated a few times, and Miriam cracked open her eyes slightly to glance at the message. "Have you received what I sent?" Still half asleep, Miriam replied, "Yes. I'm coming to Tonghai Lithiadi on Wednesday. Do you have time for dinner?" "No time, can't go. What are you busy with?" "Schooling." "Schooling? Are you serious?" "Dead serious. JPG. Ailing, are you deliberately avoiding me?" "No, I really am in school." To prove she was indeed in class, Miriam took a picture of the classroom and sent it over. After receiving the photo, the other party remained silent for a while before sending another message. "That's fine too. Making friends your age is something you should do at this stage of your life." Sometimes, Miriam seemed too mature to the point where she lost the joy children her age should have. Miriam continued to lie on the desk sleeping, but soon the other party sent another message. "How about I visit your school after my event ends?" "Which school are you at?" "Don't come, it's troublesome." Miriam hated causing trouble. "I'll come secretly without drawing attention. I just want to see you once. It's been a long time since we last met." Chapter 29. Don't cause a stir. In order to persuade Miriam to meet him at school, the person sent more messages. "It's rare for me to come to Tonghai Lithiadi, so close to you. Just let me see you once. Otherwise, I'll be laughed at by them later." Don't cause a stir. Miriam agreed, on the condition that it wouldn't become common knowledge. This guy had always been popular, and if he was discovered, it would draw a crowd. "No problem. I'll wrap myself like a mummy when I come, ensuring no one can recognize me." After replying to the message, Miriam continued to lie on the desk and doze off. She vaguely overheard students talking about basketball star Cortez coming to Tonghai Lithiadi for an event on Wednesday. Usually, gossiping was mostly done by girls, but when it came to basketball topics, it was predominantly boys who were chatting. Huayu High School was the top-ranked high school in Tonghai Lithiadi for its admission rate, and also the annual winner of the Provincial High School Basketball Championship. As such, the school had a great basketball atmosphere, and both the leadership and students took basketball very seriously. Despite the noise in the classroom, it didn't affect Miriam's descent into dreamland at all. Miriam was relatively satisfied with her current living situation, getting by without worrying about meals or accommodation every day. By regularly donating the money earned from her company, she could perfectly extend her lifespan, enjoying a leisurely life. At this moment, the topic changed. "Have you heard? Adeline got Christopher the set of commemorative badges from Cortez." "Really? From Cortez? Are you sure? Why would Cortez give his badge to Adeline?" This thing is irreplaceable even if you have money, right? Cortez doesn't lack money. Does it mean Adeline knows Cortez? Even if they know each other, how could a regular relationship get something like this? Aren't these just rumors? Don't make things up. Of course not made up, it's what the basketball team said. You can check the campus online forum. A basketball team member posted about it, detailing clearly that the set has serial numbers. It can be verified that it is indeed Cortez's set, registered with the basketball league. Since it was said by Christopher's teammate, it was likely true. Miriam slowly opened her eyes slightly, catching wind of the conversation. But soon Miriam chose to close her eyes and continue sleeping. Any issues can wait until she wakes up. Even if the sky fell, she needed to sleep enough first before having the energy to do anything. Miriam slept until Christopher woke her up. By then, most of the classmates had left. Day students went home, and boarding students headed to the cafeteria for dinner. Only a few diligent students stayed behind in the classroom to avoid the dining peak and make good use of time doing homework. You're sleeping again? Christopher frowned. Yeah. Miriam replied lazily. Did you stay up all night gaming again? Miriam didn't answer, and Christopher took it as an admission. In a couple of days, Kiyomi and Harold will be back. They'll be heartbroken to see you like this. Do you think so? Miriam retorted. Christopher was taken aback and somewhat embarrassed. He said, can't you try to improve yourself and show parents your excellent side? Then they might treat you better. Just then, Adeline walked into class 5. Dorian, we should go back. Miriam squinted at Adeline. You gave Christopher a set of badges? Chapter 30, I don't like others touching my things. Adeline was taken aback. She knew Miriam had likely found out that she had given her set of badges to Dorian. Yes, Adeline's expression was natural and calm, showing no sign of discomfort. I don't like others touching my things, unless I am willing to give them to someone else, said Miriam. Christopher didn't understand what Miriam meant, only feeling that her words were incoherent. Adeline knew what Miriam was talking about, but without evidence, it would be baseless for Miriam to accuse her, and no one would believe her. What's wrong with you? Adeline pretended not to understand what Miriam was saying. Return that set of badges from Beckonley to me before tonight, or else the consequences will be on your own head. After saying this, Miriam walked away as if she were a high-ranking ruler issuing an order to her subordinates, completely disregarding the other party's opinion and only focusing on delivering the command. Miriam's attitude and words confused both Christopher and Adeline. She wanted the set of badges that Adeline had given to Christopher, and she sounded so commanding. Miriam didn't elaborate further, making it easy for people to misunderstand her. But she was always this kind of person. Engaging in idle chatter was not her style, except when earning merit points. To save her life, Miriam could forsake her principles. Christopher caught up with her in the corridor outside the classroom building. Beckett grabbed her arm and asked insistently about what she had just said to Adeline. What did you mean by what you said to Sister Nancy? You want that set of badges? How could you talk to her like that when she cares about you so much? Christopher was upset for several reasons, partly because of Miriam's unreasonable demand, and partly because of her disrespectful attitude toward Adeline. Adeline also hurriedly ran out. She apologized to Miriam. Sorry, cousin. I didn't know you also liked collecting these badges. If I had known, I would have found a set for you too. However, this set from Beckonley is unique. Can I find you another good one next time? Miriam didn't argue with Adeline and turned around to leave. Beckett, your time was precious, earned through valuable merit points, and should be used for eating and sleeping, not arguing with others. Watching Miriam leave, Christopher could only comfort Adeline. Sister, don't be angry at her. She's been through a lot over the years, which has made her behave this way. While being angry with Miriam, Christopher also felt pity for her. Years of experiences had shaped Miriam into someone who was impolite and lacked ambition. What he needed to do was persuade her kindly, not just criticize her. Adeline smiled. It's okay. I understand and won't be mad at cousin. It's all my fault for not thinking it through earlier. Had I known cousin liked them too, I should have prepared another set. These badges can't be bought even with money. The effort you put into getting this set is already great. So how can I blame you for not having an extra set? Christopher certainly wouldn't blame Adeline. In this matter, Adeline was absolutely not at fault. Who could have known that Miriam would want this set of badges? That night, Christopher knocked on Miriam's door. Becketing the knocking, Miriam closed her laptop and temporarily shut off the nearby instrument screens. Come in. Christopher pushed the door open, holding the unique set of badges. Beckett placed the badges on the table in front of Miriam. Beckett tray. Christopher had thought for a long time and decided to give this very precious set of badges to Miriam. Chapter 31. Beckett's temperament is truly eccentric, though he really liked and wanted this set of badges very much. However, Miriam had indeed gone through tough times these years. Unlike him, who had lived carefree in the Zaire family, he felt that he should make up for her to some extent. Miriam hadn't expected Christopher to give up his beloved belongings. After looking at Christopher twice, she said, I don't need them. During dismissal time, you quarreled with elder sister Natalie over this matter. Why are you saying you don't want it now? Christopher found himself utterly baffled by Miriam. She was lazy, lacking ambition, and had an eccentric temperament. This is between Erilyn and me. Miriam was not willing to explain further. Why would you make elder sister Natalie upset if I just give it to you? It would solve the problem, right? Christopher believed Miriam was targeting Erilyn. The ownership of the badges has nothing to do with it, nor does it have anything to do with you. She did not need this set of badges, which could be given to Christopher, but they should not come from Erilyn. Fine, it's none of my business. Consider it my over-involvement. Christopher got angry and took back the box containing the full set of badges, leaving Miriam's room hastily. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Christopher was usually polite. This was the first time he had slammed the door like this. Erilyn, standing behind the door crack, watching Christopher leave angrily, felt slightly relieved. Although she knew beforehand that Miriam had no evidence to prove the authentic set of badges belonged to her, she still felt worried when Christopher went to find Miriam with the badges. Erilyn specially waited for a moment before going to Christopher's room to look for him. Seeing he was still upset and hadn't even started his homework. "What's wrong?" Erilyn asked tenderly. "Nothing." Christopher didn't want to talk about Miriam's matters with Erilyn, so as not to worry her too. Beckett then asked, "Sister, what did you need?" "Not much, just that I can't find the set of badges immediately, but I bought a pair of sneakers, limited edition from Cortez, for girls' sizes. Could you take it to elder sister for me? Aren't these shoes bought for yourself? I haven't worn them yet, and elder sister and I should have similar shoe sizes. It's useless, she won't appreciate it. Besides, it's your own thing. How can you bear to part with it?" "It's okay. She endured a lot of hardships in the past. Meanwhile, I grew up under your and Aunt's love, so I'm very happy now. I think it's reasonable for me to share some with her now. She may not appreciate it, considering her temperaments. Just now, I tried to give her this set of badges, but she refused. I really don't know what she wants," Christopher explained to Erilyn. "So you leave this to me, stop interfering. But I feel like I'm occupying what originally belongs to her." "Don't say that." Christopher hurriedly comforted Erilyn. "She is her, you are you. Nobody is occupying each other's. Beckett, your issues with us are our own problems, unrelated to you. Even if she stays in the Zaire family, you're still my elder sister, and we can maintain a good relationship. Ira, I really feel happy being siblings with you in this life." "Me too. Look how much you care for me. Whenever I want something, you try your best to get it for me." Christopher grinned widely. All the gloom from the argument with Miriam dispelled instantly. Chapter 32. Miriam plays basketball. The next day, Miriam went to school as usual. Like always, she would sleep whenever she had a chance. She even skipped physical education, PE, class. The girls' PE course selection at Hawaii High School mainly consisted of table tennis, badminton, volleyball, swimming, and aerobics. Miriam chose table tennis. While other students were having their class in the table tennis room, she slipped away intending to find a mat in the equipment room for a nap. Because she didn't know the way, Miriam ended up at the basketball gym. There was no one in the basketball gym. Only a basketball lay on the floor below the hoop. It seemed like she hadn't touched a basketball for a very long time. Miriam picked up the basketball and started playing by herself in the basketball gym. Judah and Egon returned to the basketball gym's lounge. Before they entered, they heard the sound of someone playing basketball. They wondered who was practicing so diligently during non-training hours. Egon was about to check which of their team members was so hardworking when he saw a female figure instead. Upon closer inspection, it was Judah's big fan, seemingly named Miriam. Miriam moved swiftly with a three-step layup, scoring a perfect basket. Beckett, her movements were both stylish and impressive, performed seamlessly. Following that, she made a three-pointer and then an alley-oop slam dunk. A three-step layup and a three-pointer were manageable, but a slam dunk? Egon was almost stunned speechless. Miriam was nearly 1.7 meters tall. For her height, she could actually achieve a slam dunk? Beckett, her vertical leap must be off the charts. Egon, who was 1.86 meters tall, couldn't even do a slam dunk. Neither could the other members of his basketball team. The only person who could manage a slam dunk was Judah, standing next to him. However, Judah was 1.88 meters tall, clearly taller than Miriam. As the captain of the school's boys basketball team, Egon could confidently say that Miriam's skill level far exceeded that of their team. Egon intended to ask Judah about it, but noticed that Judah was intently watching Miriam. After another shot successfully went through the hoop, Miriam suddenly sensed someone watching her. She stopped and turned around, catching sight of Judah and Egon. Their eyes met, and the expressions on their faces were different. Miriam remained silent and walked away. Unable to resist, Egon chased after her. "Classmate, wait a moment." It was the first time Egon had ever chased after a girl like this. Beckett caught up to Miriam. "Wait a second. If I'm not mistaken, you're Judah's new desk partner, right?" Beckett referred to her as a new desk partner, being more tactful than calling her a little fan. "Yeah." Miriam glanced at Judah behind Egon. I'm Judah's friend. My name is Egon. I'm also in grade 3, just like you." Egon smiled brightly. True to his reputation as Hawaii High School's heartthrob, that smile would win over countless girls' hearts. "Beckatello." Miriam responded coldly but treated Egon politely enough. Egon eagerly asked Miriam, "You play basketball so well. Were you on the school girls' basketball team before?" Most high schools have boys' basketball teams, but rarely establish girls' teams. Egon had never encountered a girl who played basketball well before, except for the glimpses of women's basketball matches on TV. Miriam was the first and the most stunning encounter for him. Chapter 33. Has your little fan shifted Beckett or target? "No," Miriam answered. Egon, brimming with curiosity, pressed on. "Then where did you learn to play basketball?" "From friends." "And can you tell me how you managed to have such an impressive vertical leap?" "Through training." Miriam's words were as precious as gold. She kept her answers brief and to the point. Beckett's indifferent attitude did not deter Egon. Egon continued. "Classmate Miriam, would you consider becoming our basketball team's special instructor?" If their basketball team members could acquire Miriam's skills, there was a significant chance for Hawaii High School to win the Jeonjo High School men's basketball championship this year. "No," Miriam declined without hesitation. Unfazed, Egon said, "Classmate Miriam, our basketball team has ample funds. If you join us, we can pay you a salary." Because of Judah, Egon had some knowledge about Miriam. She was quite poor and didn't have much money. Beckett thought maybe compensation might appeal to Miriam. "I'll pass." Miriam still refused. With an indifferent expression and calm eyes, looking rather apathetic. At this moment, Judah walked over and asked Miriam, interested in a one-on-one? A basketball one-on-one, also known as a pickup game, involved one player attacking while the other defended. Becketing this, Egon's eyes widened in disbelief. Judah was actually going to touch a basketball? Judah not only knew how to play basketball, but played very well. However, no matter how much Egon persuaded him, Judah refused to join the school's basketball team and never played a single game in high school. No, Miriam rejected straightforwardly. She only wanted to earn virtue points from Judah. Other activities failed to interest her. Miriam's refusal surprised Egon greatly. Wasn't she Judah's little fan? To have Judah personally invite her, yet she refused? This should have been a perfect opportunity to get closer to Judah, which she shouldn't miss. After answering, Miriam left the gym and headed back to the equipment room for more rest. Judah, has your little fan shifted her target? Has she been repelled by your coldness? There was a hint of regret in Egon's tone. Initially, he wasn't particularly interested in Miriam, but her basketball skills were truly exceptional just now. Of course, his interest in Miriam was purely technical, unrelated to gender. Judah didn't respond to Egon's question. Beckett walked to the hoop, picked up the basketball Miriam had used. With a leap, he dunked the basketball into the hoop. The astonishing vertical leap and flawless dunk made Egon envious and resentful. Yet all he could do was admire it. That kind of vertical leap was beyond him. How's my vertical leap? Judah suddenly asked Egon. Good, extremely good. Egon couldn't help but feel jealous. Miriam is shorter than me, Judah remarked. If calculated based on height, Miriam's vertical leap was even more astonishing than Judah's. This was not something an ordinary person could achieve. How did Miriam manage it? I wonder how she did it too, but unfortunately, she doesn't talk much to me. Egon pondered. Why don't you find an opportunity to ask her? With her amazing vertical leap and skilled dunk, where did she learn? Even if the vertical leap was innate, surely playing basketball required learning. Miriam was so strong. One couldn't help but wonder who her mentor was. They must be incredibly talented, right? Judah remained silent and turned around to leave. Chapter 34. Skipping class to see an idol. On Wednesday afternoon, after lunch, Egon took the medical leave slip from the infirmary and asked the teacher for leave. Egon had excellent grades and a good reputation. The teacher didn't doubt him at all and immediately approved his request, even advising him to rest well. What the teacher didn't know was that Egon wasn't sick at all. He was skipping class to see Cortez. Christopher originally didn't want to skip class, but after finding out that Egon had skipped class, he couldn't resist and also took a sick leave, escaping together with Egon. The two hailed a taxi and headed straight for the event venue. On the way to the venue, Christopher, sitting in the back seat of the car, looked worried. It was the first time Christopher had ever skipped class, and he felt uneasy. But thinking about being able to meet his idol soon, Christopher couldn't help but get excited. Egon comforted Christopher. It's fine, it's just half a day off. At worst, you can catch up on today's lessons tonight, so it won't affect your final exam results. Christopher thought about it and agreed. The studies could be caught up later, but the idol would only come once. So, Christopher stopped hesitating. Upon arriving at the event venue, Egon and Christopher were about to enter with their tickets when they noticed a familiar figure walking by, drawing their attention. Miriam, what was she doing here too? As soon as Egon saw Miriam, he walked over and saw her being stopped by the staff at the venue. Egon hurriedly helped her out. She came with us. We have tickets. Egon showed the tickets in his hand, and the security finally let them through. Seeing Miriam, Christopher wanted to get angry but realized he had no ground to stand on since he was there too. Then he remembered how Miriam wanted the full set of badges for the Alliance hairstyle, thinking that she might really like Cortez. No need, thank you. Miriam thanked and declined Egon's offer to bring her in. Don't mention it. I bought too many tickets, and having extras is useless. Considering other members of the basketball team also wanted to come, Egon had bought a few extra tickets. However, in the end, only he and Christopher came, so the tickets indeed were surplus. Egon asked Miriam, do you like Cortez too? Since Egon had seen Miriam play basketball before, he believed she might be a basketball enthusiast as well. And Cortez was one of the most famous basketball players in their country. Not really. Miriam's responses were always brief and to the point. Beckett's attitude was indifferent, seemingly uninterested in everything. Did, not really, mean she didn't like or barely liked him. This woman's words were truly hard to understand. Egon had never been in love and wasn't particularly interested in girls, but Miriam was probably the first girl he wanted to understand. Since you're here, join us. This guy next to me is a fierce player from our freshman basketball team, called Christopher. Instead of being deterred by Miriam's coldness, Egon warmly invited her along. Christopher's expression looked quite unnatural when looking at Miriam. Noticing Christopher's strange expression, Egon asked, "What's wrong, Dorian?" "Nothing." Christopher glanced at Miriam and saw that she looked normal, looking at him like anyone else. "Good then." Egon continued introducing. "By the way, this is Miriam, a new transfer student from my grade. We share the same surname, so it's pretty coincidental." Egon knew Christopher was an only child, so even though Miriam shared the same surname, he wouldn't think of them as siblings. Chapter 35. You said, can we get his autograph later? Christopher's expression worsened. Beckett hesitated over whether to explain the true relationship between him and Miriam to Egon. However, he was also unsure of how to explain to Egon that Miriam had been abandoned by their family for so many years and had lived a hard life outside with barely enough food to eat. Christopher remained silent. If Christopher didn't say anything, Miriam would be even less likely to speak up. She wouldn't initiate any mention of her relationship with Christopher. Egon wasn't the kind of person who paid much attention to details either. Beckett resumed what he hadn't finished last time. persuading Miriam to join their basketball team as a special coach. Miriam, have you reconsidered what I mentioned to you last time? Egon asked persistently. I haven't. A direct refusal, leaving no room for discussion. Egon still tried. Don't rush to turn me down. If you have any conditions, you can name them. Egon was confident that given Miriam's level, the team would absolutely be willing to hire her at a high price. Their school, Huaiwa High School, was famous for being well-funded. The annual budget allocated for the basketball team was quite generous. No, Miriam still refused. Beckett's attitude made it hard for Egon to imagine that the same girl had eagerly chased after Judah to run errands, buy snacks to please him. Christopher was confused by the conversation. When did Egon become so familiar with Miriam? She had only been at the school for a week, yet she had somehow attracted the notorious bad boy Judah, and now the school heartthrob senior, Egon? Curiosity gnawed at Christopher, but he hesitated to ask, fearing Egon might question the relationship between him and Miriam. Inside the venue, it was packed with people. Even the windows were crowded with spectators who couldn't get tickets but wanted to catch a glimpse of the idol. Many media outlets were present, both local and those who had traveled from elsewhere just for this event. Security personnel and staff members were everywhere to maintain order. Everyone found their seats according to their tickets. Egon wanted Miriam to sit next to him, but when he turned around, she had vanished. Looking around, he couldn't find Miriam in the venue. Zaherzled, Egon wondered where she had gone. Beckett had reserved a front row seat for her, thinking it would be best if she sat with them, especially once Cortez arrived. They could see him clearly then. Christopher was also looking for Miriam. Beckett couldn't find her anywhere. Where could she have gone? Didn't she come to see her idol? Egon had even saved a seat for her, and yet she ran off. Christopher felt inexplicably upset. Cortez hadn't appeared yet. The fans waiting on site were already in a frenzy. After searching for Miriam without success, Egon and Christopher gave up and turned their attention back to Cortez. Christopher looked excited. Senior, do you think we'll be able to get an autograph later? Seeing the scene, Christopher was worried they might not get the chance to ask Cortez for an autograph. Didn't your sister say she arranged someone for you? Egon thought Christopher's autograph shouldn't be a problem. It's not guaranteed though. Who knows if we can really get one? Adeline had helped Christopher arrange for an acquaintance to get an autograph for him. This acquaintance was a manager for the event, ensuring a 100% chance to meet Cortez in person, making the probability of getting an autograph quite high. Chapter 36. Cortez's mysterious friend. Your sister managed to get you the set of badges from Cortez. Getting an autograph definitely shouldn't be a problem. That set of badges from Cortez wasn't something just anyone could buy. Countless fans were willing to pay sky-high prices for them. You're right. Egon's words gave Christopher confidence. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Cortez finally appeared on the scene. As soon as he entered, the entire venue erupted in incredibly enthusiastic cheers. Cortez looked almost identical to his television appearance. His nearly 2-meter height made the host beside him seem especially short and small. With his ruggedly handsome face and muscular build, countless female fans screamed for him. Male fans were equally excited. They could finally have a close encounter with their idol. Cortez greeted the fans with a smile that was very approachable. Unlike his fierce appearance on the basketball court, he seemed gentle off-court, his smile as warm as sunshine in winter. Beccatello, everyone. Holding the microphone, Cortez greeted the fans. The fans immediately erupted in deafening applause. Egon and Christopher, sitting in the front row of the audience, also showed great excitement. This was the first time Christopher had ever been so unsettled in his life. The host began asking Cortez some questions. Mr. E, we all know that previously you did not take part in any commercial activities. I would like to ask you on behalf of your fans, what was the reason for accepting the endorsement of Fengxing Sports under Yinxing Group? And why did you choose Tonghai Lithium as your first event location? I chose this brand because its founder is actually a friend I know. Long ago, when I was unknown to the public, I said that if I were to accept an endorsement, then my first one would certainly be for her company, her brand. As for choosing Tonghai Lithium, it's because this place was where I agreed to meet with my friend. Cortez's answer left both the host and the audience utterly shocked. Everyone wondered who this friend, mentioned by Cortez, could be. After all, since Cortez started gaining prominence in professional matches, he has always been free of scandals and negative news. Apart from his teammates, no one knew anything about his personal life. The host's expression was excited as if he had uncovered something huge. Mr. E, can you reveal to your fans whether the friend you mentioned is Mr. Braden, the current president of Yinxing Group? No, Cortez denied it. This piqued everyone's curiosity even more. According to Cortez's words, his friend was the founder of Yinxing Group, but not the current president. Then, who could this person be? Everyone was filled with curiosity. Can you share some information about this mysterious friend of yours? Or perhaps tell us a little story between you and your friend? I'm not at liberty to disclose this. I need to protect my friend's privacy, and I hope everyone won't excessively investigate matters related to my friend. I don't want her life to be affected. Cortez didn't intend to continue talking about his friend with the fans. The host was tactful and promptly shifted the questions to Cortez's basketball career. For matters concerning his career, Cortez answered each one thoroughly. Chapter 37. My badge was stolen. After answering the host's questions, Cortez suddenly said, Today, here in front of everyone, there is something I would like to tell all of you. The host immediately asked curiously, Mr. E, do you have some good news to share with us? Not exactly good news, Cortez replied. More like an unpleasant incident. You all know that our alliance issued a set of commemorative badges, and as one of the athletes, I was fortunate enough to receive a set. But recently, this set was stolen. Cortez's words infuriated his fans in the audience. Stealing from their idol, how despicable. Christopher, sitting in the front row, instantly turned pale. Egon also looked at Christopher in surprise. Wasn't Cortez's set of badges with Christopher? Now Cortez says his set was stolen. What about Christopher? Ira, what's going on? Egon whispered. I don't know. Christopher frowned, his face pale. Cortez's words hit him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him dazed and bewildered. The badge was a gift from Sister Natalie, whom he thought had pulled strings to help him buy it. His favorite gift turning into stolen goods felt much worse than finding half a fly in a sweet treat he loved. The host asked Cortez, do you have any leads on who might have stolen your badges? Let our netizens help brainstorm and find clues. Cortez replied, I was planning to mail it to a friend, but it never reached my friend and was stolen en route. If anyone has seen this set of badges, please contact my assistant. Of course, I've already reported it to the police. The market value of Cortez's badge said exceeded 200,000 yuan. Stealing something of such value violates criminal law, and the thief could face criminal charges. The fans immediately became agitated, all offering to help Cortez recover the stolen badges. When the event ended, Cortez left under the protection of bodyguards without giving the fans a chance to ask for autographs. Though Egon regretted not getting an autograph or taking a picture with his idol, seeing him up close was enough satisfaction for him. Christopher stood there stunned, completely losing interest in rushing up for an autograph like Egon should have done. Beckett just wanted to go home quickly and ask Sister Natalie about the badges. Christopher followed Egon out of the venue aimlessly, arriving at the entrance and waiting for a taxi when they encountered Miriam again. Egon intended to go with Miriam to share a cab back to school, but her car drove away before he could reach her. This Miriam, she really doesn't give me any chance. Egon muttered. Christopher, looking miserable, said to Egon, Senior, I'm going home now. Egon guessed Christopher must be worried about the badges and consoled him. Ask carefully when you get back, don't worry. Christopher nodded and took a taxi home. Beckett got home early, but Adeline hadn't returned yet, nor had Miriam. Christopher anxiously paced outside the door. Finally, Adeline came home from school. Chapter 38. We go to the police station. Adeline saw Christopher pacing back and forth near the entrance of their home. She thought Christopher was waiting for her to bring back Cortez's signature as she had promised. But today Adeline did not manage to get Cortez's signature. She did speak to the manager of the event and even gave him a gift, thinking it would be easy to get a signature. Much to her surprise, the manager said Cortez left right after the event ended. Forget about getting his signature, he couldn't be found at all. I'm sorry, Dorian, I didn't get that signature. Adeline felt very apologetic. Christopher's expression was grave, but it wasn't because Adeline failed to get him the signature. Forget about the signature. Tell me, what's going on with those badges? Badges? What about them? Adeline asked. The set of badges you gave me. Cortez said someone stole his badges. Stole? Yes. Tell me quickly where you bought this set from. Adeline never imagined that the set of badges sent to Miriam could actually be stolen. She explained, I'm not entirely sure. I bought them from someone online. Bought online? From whom? Didn't you tell me before that you got them through a friend from Cortez? I don't know. My friend deceived me. Beckett insisted he got them from Cortez. Sister, this isn't a trivial matter. Cortez has already reported it to the police, and this issue is trending on social media. Netizens are helping Cortez find the thief. You must reveal who your friend is so the police can follow this lead to find the culprit. Christopher took out his phone and showed Adeline Weibo. The hashtag Anatole's badges stolen was at the top of the trending list, catching everyone's attention. In the comments, netizens had transformed into amateur detectives, making various guesses and trying to dig up information. As for this, I only knew him online. I'm not very clear about his real identity, Adeline admitted hesitantly. Then give the police all the online information you have about him. Christopher said, I'll go get the badges now. We need to go to the police station together. Dorian. Adeline stopped Christopher. What? I don't want to go to the police station. Sister, this is serious. The market value of these badges exceeds 200,000 yuan. This is a criminal case. If we don't explain ourselves clearly now, it will only get worse when the police come looking for us. Christopher was determined to take Adeline to the police station. Adeline stood still, her hands gripping each other tightly. Criminal liability. Those 4 words weighed heavily on her mind. Christopher didn't notice Adeline's distress. He was thinking about what they needed to bring to the police station. Right, sister, bring the cell phone and computer you used to contact that person. The chat records might be useful. Dorian, I don't want to go. Adeline bit her lip. Why not, sister? Christopher looked at Adeline, guessing she was frightened too. I understand how you feel. I was also nervous while waiting for you to come home. But if we don't face this now, it'll just get more complicated later. Adeline hung her head, silent for a long time. Chapter 39. I took the wrong package. This was the first time Christopher had seen Adeline like this. Big sister, what's wrong? Christopher asked. Adeline was silent for a while. Dorian, actually, I accidentally took cousin Miriam's set of badges instead of mine. What are you saying? Christopher was very surprised. I'm sorry, Dorian. I didn't know it would be so coincidental. She also bought a set of badges. Later, when I realized I made a mistake, I saw how happy and fond you were of that set, and I didn't know how to explain it to you. Adeline apologized with guilt. So this set of badges belongs to Miriam? Christopher's face showed complete shock. Yes. Sorry, I just found out I made the mistake. Why? Why would Miriam? Christopher was a bit dazed, recalling many fragments in his mind, including Miriam coldly telling Adeline to return the items by tonight. So that's why she wanted Sister Nancy to give her the set of badges? But Christopher was confused again. But Cortez said the badges were stolen. So what did Miriam do? Adeline pursed her lips without speaking. Christopher had a bad feeling. They had told him before that children growing up in the slums were more likely to grow up doing underhanded things. Could it be that Miriam had developed such bad habits? I'm sorry, Dorian. I should have noticed I received the wrong package earlier. Adeline apologized. I need to find Miriam. Christopher rushed out of the door. Beckett had only met Miriam at the event site, and after that, he only saw her get into an unfamiliar car and leave. At that moment, Christopher was focused on finding Adeline to ask for details, so he didn't pay attention to where Miriam went. Adeline looked thoughtfully at Christopher's hurriedly departing back figure. Christopher got the driver to take him to the school, but Miriam wasn't there. Apart from school, Christopher didn't know where Miriam might go. So he returned home and waited. Beckett waited until 9 o'clock at night for Miriam to come back. The moment Miriam entered, she saw Christopher and Adeline sitting on the living room sofa. Seeing Miriam, Christopher immediately pressed her. Miriam, did you steal Cortez's set of badges? Miriam squinted her eyes, looking at Christopher, then at Adeline on the sofa next to her. Miriam asked, if I stole it, why did it end up in your hands? Sister Nancy said she took the wrong package. She bought a set of badges, which happened to be exactly like yours. Christopher explained on behalf of Adeline. As siblings who grew up together, Christopher's trust in Adeline was something Miriam couldn't match. It's still stealing. I'm sorry. I should have checked more carefully. Adeline apologized. Miriam gave Adeline a cool look. Whatever you want to say, go tell it to the police. Miriam turned to leave, but Christopher stopped her. It's Sister Nancy's fault for taking your package, but how did you get that set of badges? You'd better explain clearly. If you were tricked into buying them, it would be fine, but if it's, then you should come with me to surrender yourself to the police. Why don't you make Adeline turn herself in? Miriam asked. That's different. Sister Nancy didn't mean to do it. However, Cortez has already publicly said it and reported it to the police. Although Adeline took the wrong package, it belonged to Miriam. As long as Miriam didn't file a report, Adeline wouldn't be considered a thief. Chapter 40, I don't want anything to happen to you. It's all the same. It's all stealing. It's all a crime. Miriam said with an indifferent expression. I'm sorry, Adeline apologized to Miriam. Cousin, it's my fault. Whatever you want to do, I will accept it. Even if you call the police, I'll accept it. Christopher was anxious. How can we call the police? Beckett belongings are of dubious origin. Are we going to report that stolen goods have been stolen again? Miriam didn't want to explain any further to Christopher and Adeline. She was tired and wanted to go back to sleep. She still had things to deal with at night. Christopher frowned, blocking Miriam from leaving and continued speaking. I don't want anything to happen to you. Let's resolve this properly, okay? If it's not you who did it, we can always clear this up with the police. Though Christopher didn't share the same deep bond with Miriam as he did with Adeline, she was still his older sister, and he wanted nothing but her well-being. Miriam glanced at Adeline. Resolve her issue first. After saying this, Miriam ignored Christopher and Adeline and returned to her room to sleep. Christopher's handsome eyebrows were now deeply furrowed, worry clouding his once cheerful face. Adeline tugged at Christopher's arm, apologizing. Sorry, Dorian. It's all my fault. Christopher remained frowning, at a loss for words. While dealing with Adeline's situation was one thing, what about the fact that she stole from Cortez? The case was now causing more buzz online. There were probably people investigating based on the information available. Not knowing what to do, Christopher could only turn to his grandfather for help, letting him make the decision. After Christopher left, Adeline opened her phone and browsed through the reports about the theft of Cortez's badge. No wonder Miriam had those badges. They weren't obtained through proper means. Egon returned home and saw his brother Achilles drawing another evening dress design sketch. Bro, designing clothes for your goddess again? Egon knew his brother had a goddess, an enigmatic presence. In his brother's mouth, she was a saintly figure. Beckett looked full and brave, kind and forgiving. Perfect to the point of having no flaws. And when his brother encountered robbers abroad a year ago, nearly facing danger, he was saved by this goddess. Since then, his brother was hopelessly in love with her. No such thing. Achilles quickly put away his sketches. If you really like her, just confess to her. Now you're a world-renowned top designer, both famous and successful. Your goddess would like you. I don't deserve her. Achilles smiled shyly. Bro, stop belittling yourself, okay? So many girls like you since childhood. My drawers couldn't even contain all the love letters I collected for you. What girl wouldn't match you? Plus, our family has a renowned name in Tonghai Alithiadi. Who doesn't you deserve? The parents and ancestors of the Liu brothers were all influential figures in the art world, and the elders all hoped their eldest son would inherit the family business. But his brother insisted on becoming Easton's disciple and being a fashion designer. Fortunately, his brother had gained fame over the past 2 years, and the elders no longer opposed it as strongly. She is very good. Thinking of his goddess, Achilles couldn't help but smile. Egon looked at his brother's expression and shook his head helplessly. Hopeless, totally hopeless. Hope I can meet my sister-in-law soon. Chapter 41, The Zaire Family Parents. By the way, it seems like you know Josh, right? Tomas remembered something. Tomas had no idea how his younger brother got acquainted with Josh. As far as he knew, even the powerful in the capital wanted to meet Josh, but Josh was quite mysterious, never showing up publicly, and only a few specific people could contact him. And his brother happened to be one of these few individuals. Thus, he saw many visitors coming to their family not for their elders, but to connect with Josh through his brother. Yes, I guess, we know each other. What's up, brother? Do you need something from him? Egon asked. How dare I trouble such an esteemed person? Egon touched his nose. Then what do you want to ask? I heard that recently, Rock has been reaching out to him everywhere. The Zaire family is one of the top noble families in Tonghai Alithiadi, so any little news about the Zaire family would spread among the high society. It does seem so. If you can talk to Josh, please help put in a good word, Tomas said. Why are you speaking up for Rock now, brother? While our Liu family doesn't interact much with the Zaire family, if Rock really passes away, the Zaire family might face a messy inheritance dispute, which would be troublesome. Tomas did not tell his brother that it was because Miriam was currently with the Zaire family, and he didn't want her involved in any potential disputes over inheritance that he hoped Rock could live longer. All I can promise is to mention it to him. Whether he agrees or not is beyond my control. Egon replied. All right. Tomas just wanted to bring it up, not force his brother to help. Oh yes, I have something for you. Tomas handed a photo to Egon. It was a signed picture of Cortez. Egon was surprised. Brother, where did you get this signed photo? A friend helped me get it, Tomas answered. Are you kidding me? I went to the event today and couldn't get a signed photo, but you managed to get one. Brother, your friend is awesome. She has always been amazing. Tomas smiled. After being on a business trip for more than a week, Miriam and Christopher's parents, Lee and Ayana, finally returned to the Zaire family home. Lee stood out among his generation with his mature, yet gentle demeanor. With a tall figure, handsome and chiseled features, and sharp, spirited eyes. Ayana was beautiful and dignified, a typical aristocratic lady. In her youth, she and her sister Meng Yuk were known as the Meng sisters, then the top socialites in Tonghai Lithiety. Now, as the second lady of the Zaire family, she not only holds status, position, and background, but her appearance remains outstanding. Becca's reputation for grace and gentleness was well known within circles, and the Zaire family elders praised her highly. They already knew Miriam had been brought back while they were in the capital. Due to their father's serious illness, they couldn't object. Upon returning home, the couple first visited Rock. Guido. Lee held the hand of his old father lying in bed. I brought Miriam back, Rock said. Guido. Lee slightly lowered his eyes, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Even if you and Jordan can't treat her without reservations, I hope for my sake, don't make it hard for her. After all, she is part of our Zaire family, my granddaughter. Rock pleaded. Chapter 42. Prudence, I'm your mother. Zaire Quare's face was troubled. Beckett clenched his hand as if making a decision. Harold, I understand. Zaire Square couldn't refuse his ailing father's request. The old Mr. Zaire nodded with satisfaction. That's good. My time is short. I just hope to see the family together. Yes, I know. Harold, you can rest assured. Zaire Square promised the old Mr. Zaire. After leaving the old man's room, Ayana kept her head down all the way, not daring to look directly into her husband's eyes. Where? Ayana wanted to speak, but held back. Zaire Square looked at Ayana with a complicated expression. Since Harold has already brought her back, let it be this way. At least before Harold passes away, don't do anything that would sadden him. Old Mr. Zaire had absolute authority in the Zaire family. Moreover, all the family property was in the old man's name. Beckett could give it to whoever he wanted. At this moment, doing something to upset the old man wouldn't be advantageous for them. Now that the third son Ray and his wife were back living here, even his sister had confirmed she would return to Tonghai Lithiety in a few days. Everyone had the old man's inheritance on their minds. If Zaire Square didn't go along with the old man's wishes at this time, it would be equivalent to handing over the inheritance to others. All right. Ayana watched as her husband went to the study. Ayana turned and walked to Miriam's room, hesitating about how to greet her. Just then, the door opened, and Miriam came out of the room. Seeing Miriam, Ayana was momentarily at a loss for how to react, with tears glistening in her eyes. This was Miriam, the Miriam she had yearned for so many years. She had grown up now. When they separated, she was only a baby, unable to call Kayamami. A small, tender little face with big, watery eyes looking at her. Now she had grown so much. Miriam looked at the elegant woman calmly. Prudence, I'm your mother. Miriam reacted similarly to when she first met Christopher, indifferent and emotionless. Miriam's reaction left Ayana unsure where to start with all the words she wanted to say. She had imagined countless reunions with Miriam, but none of them were like this one. Ayana felt a mix of pain and anger. I'm your mother. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? No, Miriam replied matter-of-factly. Ayana's eyes showed clear hurt. Then, how have these past few days been for you in the Zaire family? Ayana asked cautiously. Fine. Miriam remained calm and distant, showing neither resentment nor longing, coldly as though seeing a stranger. In fact, to Miriam, Ayana was a stranger. Apart from seeing Ayana's information and documents, she had no memories of her at all. She was only 1 or 2 months old when she was sent to the orphanage. Ayana seemed to have so much to say to Miriam, but faced with such a cold demeanor, she couldn't utter a word. Tears welled up in Ayana's eyes. At that moment, Adeline approached. Aunt, what's wrong? Aunt, please don't cry. Adeline gently patted Ayana's back while consoling her. Nancy. Ayana turned to look at her caring niece. After being forced to separate from her daughter, Ayana took in her younger sister's daughter. It was during that time that Nancy's presence comforted the void left by losing her daughter. Chapter 43. Catching the suspect of a theft case. Please don't be sad, Aunt. Cousin only needs some time to adjust. Adeline comforted. Ayana nodded. She should give her daughter some time. Miriam looked at the two calmly. Can you move? I want to go and eat. They were blocking her way. Miriam had no interest in their conversation, but was only interested in delicacies. For someone who hadn't enjoyed food freely for 3 years, the various foods provided by the Zaire family were her highest pursuit. Miriam's indifference made Ayana feel an insurmountable barrier between her and this daughter. She felt helpless and sad. Adeline hurriedly changed the topic. Aunt, the monthly exam results for senior high school are out. I got 3rd place in the entire school. Hearing this from Adeline, Ayana's expression improved. She quickly said, "You've entered the top 3 again? Our Nancy is really well behaved. What reward do you want this time?" Adeline's grades consistently stayed within the top 10 in Huaihua High School, occasionally even reaching the top 3. Huaihua High School was the best high school in Tonghai Lithiadi, with the highest college entrance rate. There were many elites and talented students in the school. Those who ranked in the top 10 could easily get admitted to the best universities nationwide. Adeline smiled and shook her head. No rewards needed. Getting good grades is my duty. It's about my own future, and I'm working hard for myself. The mature behavior of Adeline greatly consoled Ayana. Beckett's mood calmed down considerably. When she looked at Miriam again, Ayana thought that as long as she stayed by her side and guided her more, even if Miriam couldn't become as obedient and sensible as Nancy, at least she could correct some bad habits from living in the slums. At this moment, the housekeeper Joanne came running over in a hurry. Seeing the housekeeper, Ayana wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. She cared about appearances and didn't easily show her vulnerability in front of others. "Second, madam, there are a few policemen downstairs looking for you." "What's the matter?" Ayana remained dignified and calm. There was a fleeting moment of uneasiness on Adeline's face beside her, but it quickly disappeared. No one noticed her change in expression. "They said they wanted to arrest the suspect of a theft case." "Theft? Did one of our housekeepers do something wrong?" "They said one of our young misses has been implicated and asked us to call her downstairs for police questioning," Joanne replied. "Nonsense. How can a young miss from our Zaire family commit crimes? I'll go downstairs and ask if there's been a mistake." Ayana immediately thought the police had made a mistake. Joanne did not dare to answer and glanced cautiously at Miriam. Normally, a young miss from the Zaire family wouldn't steal anything, but now there was a rather special young miss living in the Zaire household. Joanne's gaze made Ayana pause, then look at Miriam. Ayana suddenly froze. Looking at Miriam again, she scolded Joanne, "Don't imagine things. Ailing is my daughter. She would never do such things." Adeline sneakily glanced at Miriam. She knew the police were here for Miriam. Regardless of whether Miriam stole it or not, the fact that the item appeared in the parcel sent to her meant she definitely had some involvement. Ayana went downstairs, followed by Adeline. Miriam, with a calm expression, also went downstairs, though she intended to find something to eat in the kitchen. The Zaire family's cook always prepared some snacks every afternoon in case anyone needed an afternoon tea. Miriam loved these sweet treats. In life, only gourmet food and laziness cannot be betrayed. Chapter 44. The Zaire family wouldn't, but some other people might. Downstairs, 2 young police officers in uniform were waiting in the living room. One of them explained their purpose to Ayana. "Mrs. Zaire, we are here to arrest a suspect who stole a limited edition commemorative badge worth more than 200,000 renminbi." Ayana said, "Officers, you must be mistaken. There shouldn't be anyone like that in my family. We could afford something worth over 200,000 RMB. Even one of her random handbags or necklaces was worth more than 200,000 renminbi. Even if it was her third brother Ray, who had ulterior motives, and his children, she didn't think they would do such things." The young officer explained, "You may not know, madam. 200,000 renminbi is just the market valuation. The stolen set of badges belongs to star player Cortez. It's invaluable, unique, and has fans willing to pay 10 times or even higher than its market value." Although Ayana did not follow stars herself, she knew that some celebrities' items could be hyped up to exorbitant prices on the market. "Even so, my family doesn't need to steal to get anything," Ayana replied with a smile, courteous and dignified. At this moment, the third brother of the Zaire family, Ray, walked over. Ray and his wife had moved back into the Zaire family villa, intending to increase their presence in front of the old master to gain more favors when the will was established. Smiling, Ray said to Ayana, "Second sister-in-law, you don't know. Our Zaires wouldn't do such things, but some people only recently returned to the Zaire family, having lived in those fish and dragon mixed places before, accustomed to poverty. They might do anything." Beckett was talking about Miriam. It was no secret that the Zaire brothers didn't get along well. Now that the elderly master was seriously ill, the conflict between the 2 brothers, Dover and Ray, had escalated further. Ray resented Miriam's return, fearing that his older brother's side would get a bigger share of the inheritance, so he seized any opportunity to undermine Miriam. Ayana suppressed her displeasure and didn't lose her temper. "Third brother, please watch your words. If Guido finds out you're falsely suspecting family members, it would break his heart." Ray retorted, "Second sister-in-law, now the police have come to our door. It's not me making wild accusations. Without evidence, would the police ask your daughter for questioning? I'm just trying to advise you to see the reality. Even a phoenix egg, once in a chicken coop, can never become a phoenix again." Seeing Ayana's face turn sour, Adeline quickly came to her defense. "Fremont, please don't say such things. The police only suspect cousin now, not yet convicted. You can't speak like this." Ray sneered, "We'll see. When the police take her away for questioning, you should prepare to hire a lawyer for her." Adeline argued, "Fremont, thinking like this is wrong. Cousin shares the same surname as you. How can you wish harm upon her?" Ayana agreed with Adeline. "Nancy is right." Miriam returned from the kitchen carrying some sweets. As she passed by the living room, everyone looked at her. Miriam glanced down at the sweets in her hand and said, "There's still some in the kitchen." In other words, don't snatch what she was holding. Chapter 45. We are not Becketray for Miriam. "Alling, you go upstairs. I'll handle this," Ayana said to Miriam. It was clear that although they had not spent much time together, Ayana was quite protective of Miriam. Ayana told Miriam to go upstairs, and Miriam turned and left without hesitation. "Wait a minute." The police officer called out to stop Miriam. Miriam stopped on the stairs and turned her head to look at the policeman who had stopped her. Ayana frowned. while Ray wore an expression as if he were watching a show unfold. Adeline remained calm. Ayana hurriedly said to Miriam, "Alling, don't say anything now. I will get a lawyer for you. Whatever happens, we'll talk after the lawyer arrives." Ray sneered on the side. What kind of lawyer can help in this situation? In my opinion, it's better to confess honestly. A sincere attitude might get leniency from the judge in court. At this moment, the young male policeman asked, "Who said Miss Miriam is the suspect we are looking for?" Throughout the entire process, only the people from the Zaire family were making assumptions. The two policemen had not yet mentioned who their suspect was. Not looking for Miriam? Then why did you stop Miriam? We asked Miss Miriam to stay because she is an important witness in this case. As for the person we are looking for, it's Miss Adeline. The words of the policeman made Ayana's face pale abruptly, even whiter than when she heard about Miriam stealing. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Nancy be the suspect you're looking for? Adeline also looked at the police in shock. Ray was also stunned. The police replied, "Whether there has been a mistake will become clear once Miss Adeline returns with us for further investigation. Our police will not wrong a good person, nor will we let a bad person go unpunished. If Miss Adeline really hasn't done anything, we will certainly clear her name." "It's impossible. You must have made a mistake. My Nancy is well-behaved and sensible. How could she do such a thing? If she really wanted those badges, I could buy them for her. There's no need for her to steal." Ayana's reaction was somewhat intense, defending Adeline firmly. Although she also spoke up for Miriam earlier, her confidence wasn't as strong as it was now. This was because Adeline had been raised by her since childhood, so she had absolute confidence in her character. Though Miriam was her biological child, years of separation made it difficult for her to ascertain Miriam's personality. The young male police officer said, "We act based on evidence. If there was no evidence pointing to Miss Adeline, we wouldn't have come here recklessly. Please do not hinder our official duties." Adeline clung to Ayana's arm. "Aunt, I didn't." Beckett's eyes were red, and she looked both aggrieved and scared, like a frightened little rabbit. Ayana quickly comforted Adeline. "Nancy, don't be afraid. It's okay. Anne is here, and she won't let anyone make you suffer." Adeline nodded repeatedly. The police then continued to speak to Miriam. "Miss Miriam, please come back with us to give a statement." Miriam did not refuse and came down the stairs. At this moment, Ayana said to Miriam, "Alling, whatever you know, Nancy is your cousin." Ayana wanted Miriam to understand the situation and not provide any testimony that would be detrimental to Adeline. Giving false testimony is illegal. "I'll say what I know," Miriam replied. Chapter 46. How can you be so calm after causing such a big trouble? What do you mean by that? Ayana looked at Miriam. Although she knew her daughter, with whom she hadn't lived together for 18 years, wouldn't become close to her immediately, she didn't expect this kind of attitude. Now Ayana had no time to be saddened by Miriam's attitude. She needed to resolve the trouble Adeline encountered as soon as possible. Whether she did it or not is up to her decision, and whether she committed a crime will be determined by the judge. Miriam remained cool and indifferent, showing no sign of treating the Zaire family as her own. Drip, system notice. Host gains 5 additional virtue points for steadfastly upholding justice. Current virtue point balance, 18. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Miriam was a bit surprised. This was the first time she gained extra virtue points in this manner. Standing on righteousness against one's own kin? So this was an incidental gain within the Zaire family? Not bad. Thus, Miriam began to urge the 2 officers who came to handle the matter. "Can we go now?" To Ayana and Adeline. Miriam's eagerness seemed like an eagerness to see Adeline punished. Even without emotional ties, they were blood-related family members. How could she act this way? Ayana felt heartbroken. Her daughter shouldn't be like this. "Yes, please come with us," replied the police. Adeline's face turned pale. It was her first time being taken to the police station as a criminal suspect. She felt an unprecedented fear. After finishing her statement at the police station, Miriam left. When she left the police station, Adeline was still inside being questioned. Upon returning home, Miriam found Lee, Ayana, and Christopher sitting in the living room just as she stepped through the door. This was the first time Miriam saw Lee in person. His refined and handsome face appeared as if it were covered in frost. The atmosphere in the living room was tense. Without greeting anyone, Miriam headed straight upstairs. "Where are you going?" Lee's voice was cold. Miriam stopped. "Back to my room." "How can you return to your room so calmly after causing such a huge mess?" Lee interrogated Miriam. Lee, Ayana, and Christopher learned that Miriam somehow obtained the full set of stolen badges belonging to Cortez, while Adeline mistakenly took the package and passed it on to Christopher. The police traced the clues back to Adeline. Therefore, Adeline was unjustly implicated. To find the truth and uncover the root cause, they needed to start from Miriam. But Miriam wasn't willing to explain and even wanted Adeline to take the blame for her actions. "Did I cause it?" Miriam asked in return. "We have heard the whole story. Nancy did indeed take your package by mistake, but it was originally meant for you. The interrogation Nancy is enduring should rightfully be yours. Is taking someone else's package not considered theft?" Miriam asked. "If living in the same house means every mistaken package is theft, what does it mean when we all sit at the same table to eat?" Lee angrily rebuked Miriam. "Taking without permission is considered stealing." Miriam replied. "Bravo for learning that phrase while despite not studying hard enough." Lee chuckled with frustration. "Why don't you ask yourself where you got that set of badges? You accuse Nancy of stealing, but what about yourself?" Given Miriam's financial situation, it was impossible for her to afford such an expensive set of badges. Chapter 47. Don't be ungrateful. "I didn't steal it. It was a gift from my friend," Miriam replied. She had no reason to feel guilty. If she were involved, She wouldn't have come to the police station as a witness today, but would be undergoing interrogation instead. Did the Zaires think that all policemen were useless? Dover said coldly. A friend? Where did you get a friend with such abilities? We have already investigated your past life. Living in a slum with a rent of 300 yuan per month, barely able to afford food. Harold. Christopher pulled on Dover's clothes. Harold, don't say that about her. Christopher only felt remorseful. Miriam's miserable life was also partly their fault. When Miriam was leading that kind of life, they were enjoying a high-quality life. How could Harold still blame her for this? Dover paused, also realizing his words were inappropriate just now. So he continued, I won't ask about your past anymore. But now that you've returned to the Zaire family, you're the young lady of the Zaire family, and everything you do should reflect that identity. Don't embarrass the Zaire family. Regarding the badge issue, we will help you resolve it. But concerning Nancy's affair, you should show mercy. Even if others make mistakes, they should still be treated with kindness, not to mention that she is your blood cousin. Ayana hurriedly said to Miriam, Prudence, listen to us, don't be so rebellious. You are our daughter, we will take care of you. I didn't do it, and I don't need your help, Miriam answered. Beckett, her face remained calm, with clear and determined eyes. Don't be ungrateful like this. Seeing Miriam's serene face, Dover grew angrier. Ayana quickly held on to Dover. Wuxia, don't be angry, Prudence isn't used to this yet, please be more understanding. Ayana's eyes were full of pleading, red-rimmed. Dover suppressed his anger. Teach her well. Once in the Zaire family, she must behave like a Zaire lady. With that, Dover turned around and went upstairs to his study, unwilling to face Miriam any longer. Ayana looked at Miriam. Prudence, listen to your father, okay? Nancy is a good girl, and once you spend more time with her, you'll see. Don't let small things like this affect your relationship with Nancy. It makes me very sad. I'm just like this, you can think whatever you want. Miriam wasn't someone who would flatter or cater to others' opinions. She had explained what needed explaining. If they didn't believe her, she saw no point in arguing further. Miriam also turned and went back to her room. Ayana felt increasingly distressed. Kiyomi, why? Why did you let Miriam wander outside? This question had been bottled up inside Christopher for a long time, and he finally got to ask Ayana after she came back. Forget about this matter. Ayana didn't explain. Your sister has been away too long. She hasn't learned good habits, only picked up all sorts of nonsense. Now she doesn't feel close to us either. Before I came back, I was thinking about how to gradually build a relationship with her, but who would have thought that right after meeting, the theft incident happened? Ayana looked extremely weary. Christopher didn't know what to do either. In the 10 days before his parents came back, he also tried to establish a relationship with Miriam. But Miriam's temper was strange and difficult to deal with, and they had nothing in common. Beckett really didn't know how to build a relationship with such a delinquent girl. Chapter 48. Blood ties must be distinguished. On the second floor, in Carmelo's room. Despite his serious illness and being bedridden, Carmelo was still fully aware of what was happening in the house. Of course, this included the theft case involving Miriam and Adeline. Carmelo asked the butler beside him, What do you think of this child, Miriam? The elderly butler was thin with graying hair, dignified features, a kind demeanor, and wore a neat and fitting suit that made him look gentlemanly and respectable. At first glance, he seemed more like a learned old scholar than a butler. Beckett had been loyal to Carmelo for 40 years and was even more trusted by him than Zaire's own children. The Homer always appeared very gentlemanly and elegant, rarely spoke much, and would resolutely carry out Carmelo's orders. I dare not give a random evaluation. Don't worry, just speak your mind. There's no need to hold back. Tell me, based on this past week's interaction, what kind of person do you think she is? Is she worth giving part of the inheritance? Carmelo insisted on hearing the Homer's opinion. Now, his 2 sons and 1 daughter all wanted his inheritance, yet he didn't want to hear their opinions. Instead, this old servant's words were worth listening to. After a moment of contemplation, the Homer answered, Miss Miriam looks very much like the late madam, but her personality is vastly different from hers. Beckett, her past experiences have shaped her into a delinquent-like teenager who doesn't abide by discipline. However, if guided properly, she can be reformed. After all, she is the offspring of the master and the madam, so her fundamentals won't be bad. But I don't have time to see her reform. Carmelo sighed deeply. It seemed he regretted not bringing Miriam back sooner. If Josh was unwilling to treat him, he might only have 2 months left at most. There's no need for you to feel guilty, master. Regarding the scandal involving the Zaire family, your choice to keep it secret was right. Carmelo looked worried. Watkin Jordan may not treat her well, but she is my granddaughter after all. I need to think about her future. As death drew near, Carmelo often recalled many past events and felt increasingly guilty and sympathetic towards his granddaughter, Miriam. Do you mean to leave Miss Miriam some property? The Homer, having followed Carmelo for so many years, immediately understood his intention. Carmelo nodded. Not only will I leave her something, but I also plan to give her more as a form of compensation from the Zaire family, and also too. Carmelo stopped halfway through his sentence, seemingly thinking of someone. The Homer knew that Carmelo was thinking of that person again. Since falling ill, the master often thought of that person. Pausing for a moment, Carmelo then told the Homer, handle this theft incident. You can protect Adeline, but on the condition that it does not harm Miriam. Miriam bears the surname Zaire, while Adeline bears the surname Meng. It's important to distinguish between who is closer and who is distant. No matter how much of a delinquent teenager Miriam was, she was still his legitimate granddaughter, whereas Adeline, no matter how much she acted like a young lady, had no blood relation to the grandfather at all. In this matter, the grandfather could not allow his own granddaughter to suffer any injustice. Yes, sir, I understand. The Homer immediately grasped Carmelo's intention. Chapter 49 Scapegoat. After leaving Mr. Zaire's hospital room, the Homer immediately made a phone call. Beckett intended to use the Zaire family's connections to contact Cortez and ask him to confirm publicly that he had given the badge to Miriam. This would exonerate Miriam from accusations of theft. As for how Adeline obtained the package from Miriam and whether it constituted theft or required criminal punishment, those were matters concerning Adeline alone, not part of what Mr. Zaire instructed him to handle. Soon, the Homer returned to Mr. Zaire's hospital room with an unexpected message. Master, I just got in touch with basketball star Cortez. I thought I'd need to offer some conditions before he'd agree, but he directly said the item was originally a gift for Miss Miriam. Miriam and Cortez seemed like people from two different worlds. Why would Cortez give anything to Miriam? Cortez, one of the top basketball stars in the country, possessed status, position, background, and talent. Even the Zaire family couldn't be sure they could persuade him to help. The Homer had tentatively contacted Cortez, never expecting such a reply. Does she know Cortez? Mr. Zaire was somewhat surprised. Not clear yet, but it's not impossible. Cortez worked his way up too, so they might have met in the past. Mr. Zaire didn't find this completely unbelievable either. No matter how famous Cortez was, he was still just a regular basketball star. So master, do we still need to handle this? Asked the Homer. No need. If Cortez and Miriam indeed knew each other, then what Miriam said is true, and Adeline brought this on herself. Yes, master. Adeline spent a night at the police station. The next morning, the Zaire family's housekeeper Joanne went to the police station to confess that she had stolen the package and that Adeline knew nothing about it. So, the police released Adeline. Following that, an official notice was posted on social media declaring that the incident of Cortez's badge being stolen was resolved, with the suspect having confessed. Regarding why Joanne suddenly turned herself in, the Zaire family remained silent, acting as if nothing happened. When Mr. Zaire heard the Homer recount this event, he simply said, "Let them be." Of course, he knew why Joanne had confessed. His son and daughter-in-law must have offered her generous terms. Beckett wasn't concerned about these details. All that mattered was that the issue was resolved. Adeline returned to the Zaire residence. Ayanna specially ordered the kitchen to prepare a meal of Adeline's favorites. Though Adeline didn't cry or make a scene, her demeanor indicated someone who felt wronged, which pained Ayanna deeply. During dinner, all the Zaires gathered together. Today, Mr. Zaire surprisingly got out of bed to join everyone for a meal downstairs, including third Uncle Ray and his wife. It was rare to see so many people dining together in the usually quiet large villa. Miriam joined the table as usual. Adeline and Miriam faced each other. Miriam maintained her composure and showed no surprise upon seeing Adeline, seemingly having anticipated that nothing serious would happen to her. Adeline forced a smile, trying hard to appear not unhappy. Ayanna watched this with heartache. Believing that Adeline had merely taken the wrong package by accident, Ayanna considered this whole incident a wrongful ordeal for Adeline. And since Adeline didn't lash out at Miriam over this when she returned, Ayanna naturally felt even more protective towards her. Chapter 50. I already have this watch. Natalie, eat more, Ayanna said, knowing that Adeline hadn't eaten or slept well in the police station yesterday, so she kept urging her to eat more. Yes, Aunt, if I eat any more, I'll get fat. Adeline pouted coquettishly. Nonsense, you're so skinny. How could you get fat? You'd still look slim even if you gained 10 pounds, Ayanna chided lovingly. Christopher added, That's right, Sister Natalie, you're too thin. Eat more and don't follow those actresses who starve themselves just to lose weight. Lee smiled at the two children affectionately and then handed them each a gift box. These are presents I brought back from Beijing. Christopher happily opened his gift box and found a limited edition Donfei Fantasy Starry Sky watch. Adeline's was also the same model, but it was the women's version. There were only 200 globally, with 100 for men and 100 for women, each with a unique serial number. It was extremely hard to get. The watches had never been available in Tonghai Aletheity, and Lee and Ayanna managed to buy them during their trip to Beijing. This should have been a joyous occasion, but Christopher and Ayanna couldn't be happy because Miriam was sitting at the dinner table as well. They didn't know when they bought these watches that Alaric would bring Miriam back home. After finding out about this, Ayanna became preoccupied with Miriam's return and forgot all about the watches. Ray wore an amused expression, enjoying the chaos this situation was causing his second brother's family. Adeline noticed the tension and tactfully took her gift box over to Miriam, placing it in front of her. Cousin, this is for you. Most of Miriam's attention had been focused on eating, only occasionally glancing at others. She knew Lee had given 2 watches to Christopher and Adeline, but she didn't feel particularly bothered by it. After all, she had only recently come to this family, while they had known each other for 18 years. Of course, they were closer to Adeline than to her. It was understandable. It's fine, I don't need it. Please don't give it to me, Miriam replied calmly, showing no sign of jealousy or resentment. However, the others found it hard to believe she wasn't upset. Anyone would feel hurt if their own parents favored someone else's child over them, especially after the hardships she had endured over the years, while another girl enjoyed the wealth and love that should have been hers. Eiling, the old master spoke up, just take it. You and Ira are siblings. One for each of you, it's fitting. Then he turned to Lee. Some things can change in this world, but blood ties are unchangeable from birth. The old master's words were subtle, but those who understood. Lee got the message. Harold, I understand. I was wrong this time. The watch should have been given to Eiling. Upon hearing this, Adeline froze in both expression and movement. Really, it's unnecessary. I already have one, Miriam insisted. She has one. How could she possibly have one? Does she even know how much a Donfei Fantasy Starry Sky watch costs? This time in Beijing, Li spent 5.8 million yuan to purchase these two watches. How could someone who doesn't even have 100 yuan to her name afford such an expensive watch? Chapter 51. Have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future? The clothes Miriam wore were brought from her small, shabby rented apartment. A simple cotton t-shirt that looked quite cheap. Her pants and shoes were no different. Anything she had brought with her was inexpensive. Even the servants of the Zaire family wore better clothes than hers. No one present, including Carmelo, believed what Miriam had said. Cousin, this watch is different from your old ones, Adeline explained. What more could Miriam be unsatisfied with? Adeline felt uncomfortable inside. Even for her, this expensive watch was her first possession. When she decided to give it to Miriam, she was truly reluctant. But in front of Carmelo and her aunt and uncle, she had no choice but to do so. She hadn't expected that Miriam wouldn't appreciate the gesture and even boldly claimed she already had one. Did she think the watch before her eyes was a cheap market stall item worth a few hundred or thousand yuan? Miriam examined the watch in the box carefully. Except for the serial number, everything else is the same. Her watch's serial number was 01, while the one before her eyes was 89. Apart from that, there wasn't much difference. It sounded like the real deal. Nowadays, counterfeits were indeed very convincing. However, for limited edition items, buying fakes would easily expose the truth upon inspection. Adeline gave an awkward smile. Carmelo spoke up. Just take it. Your father bought it for you. His words implied that this watch was always meant for Miriam from the beginning, unrelated to Adeline. Adeline's face fell as she silently returned to her seat. Miriam didn't hold back either, accepting the watch. There's no such thing as free lunch. If someone offered something, refusing it made no sense. She could donate it later and earn some virtue points. Miriam's virtue points were always insufficient, often less than 15. If it weren't for recently becoming Judah's desk mate and occasionally earning a few points from him, Miriam would still be struggling for her next week's lifespan. After the meal, Carmelo immediately had someone help him return to his room. His health condition did not allow him to stand or sit for long periods. Being able to come down for a meal today was already pushing his limits. Miriam, accompany me upstairs. At the staircase entrance, Carmelo stopped again and asked Miriam to go with him. Miriam followed. After they left, the table was left with varying expressions. Miriam's appearance disrupted the balance within the family. Carmelo's attitude toward Miriam was unpredictable. From how he defended Miriam today, it was highly likely that she would receive a significant share of the inheritance. This was not what the rest of the Zaire family wanted to see. Whether it was third Uncle Ray or Li, Miriam's father, they didn't seem to want this outcome. But as long as Carmelo was alive, decisions in the Zaire family wouldn't be made by the brothers. They couldn't decide whether Miriam stayed or left. Miriam accompanied Carmelo to his room. After lying down, Carmelo asked Miriam, "Have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future?" "I don't have much I want to do," Miriam replied. "Not much you want to do?" "Yeah. You may have been limited in what you could do before, but now that you've returned to the Zaire family, as long as you're willing, many things are within your reach." Carmelo reminded Miriam. Chapter 52. Miriam helps Judah fight. Eat well, sleep well, and don't worry about food. Miriam's goal was to be a carefree slacker, eating and idling until the end. "Is this your dream?" Rock's tone was clearly displeased. "Yeah. Ambitionless. Short-sighted." Rock was very disappointed. "You go back to your own room." Rock dismissed Miriam. Miriam turned and left as if she hadn't noticed his disappointment at all. Rock sighed. The Homer consoled him. "Sir, don't be anxious. Miss Miriam had a tough life before, so she feels content with just having enough to eat and drink. If second master and second madam take her out more to experience good living, her worldview will change, and she'll change too. I can't wait that long." Sigh. "I shouldn't expect anything from her now." Rock felt bad, which made his health worse. If that person were still around, maybe. Rock was lost in thoughts of the past again. The next day, Miriam left for school earlier than usual, taking the bus by herself instead of going with Christopher and Adeline in the family car. The Zaires couldn't figure out why this poor student was going to school so early. Christopher seemed used to Miriam's unconventional ways. After breakfast, he and Adeline took the family car to school. At a traffic light near Huaiwe High School, Christopher suddenly spotted Miriam. Beckett hurriedly got out of the car and ran down a side alley. Song. Adeline also rushed after him. In the alley, Miriam was fighting several delinquents. Judah stood behind her. By the time Christopher reached them, Miriam had already taken down the thugs. They lay on the ground battered and bruised. Miriam had beaten up several delinquents armed with steel pipes barehanded. She calmly pulled out a hair tie and retied her disheveled hair caused by the fight. Ignoring his shock, Christopher rushed up to Miriam. "How could you fight?" His face was filled with anger. Beckett angrily looked at Judah hiding behind Miriam. "As a man, how dare he hide behind a woman? It's because of you she's behaving badly, isn't it?" Christopher pulled Miriam behind him protectively. "If you want to fight and break the law, do it yourself. Don't corrupt her." Judah showed no remorse. "She came out to help me." Judah looked at Miriam, his lips involuntarily curving into a smile. This was the first time a girl had come to his aid like that. So selflessly, so decisively. This feeling, indescribably amazing. Judah smiled at Miriam. Unconsciously, his view of this woman had changed. But Miriam didn't notice Judah's gaze. Beckett's attention was on the system notification. System notification. Beckett, the good soul of 3 lifetimes resolve a crisis, gained 30 virtue points. 30 points at once, unprecedented. That meant an extra half-month of life. She could idle away for another half-month. Miriam couldn't help smiling. Looking up, she met Judah's gaze. It was also Judah's first time seeing Miriam smile. She looked beautiful when she smiled. Protecting him today made her this happy, huh? Chapter 53, wanting to change Miriam's class. Fortunately, the people Miriam beat up were not decent folk. Even with their injuries, they didn't dare report it to the police. Miriam herself didn't take it seriously, but Christopher was on tenterhooks all day for her sake. On the way back, he nagged like an old housekeeper. That Judah is a delinquent, always up to no good. I told you not to get too close to him. Today, you even helped him fight. Have you gone crazy? This time, I will definitely try to change your class once we get back. You must not be around him anymore. Miriam, although we haven't spent much time together, we are blood relatives, right? Even though my bond with you isn't as strong as with elder sister Natalie, I can't ignore you. If you don't want to work in the future, I can support you, but you cannot engage in illegal activities. Christopher talked until his mouth was dry. Did you hear what I said? The Zaire family has wronged you, and Kiyomi and Harold have wronged you, but you cannot give in to self-destruction. You cannot go down the path of crime. Please listen to me and mend your ways. Christopher had lowered his expectations for Miriam. In the past, he hoped she would study well, read diligently, and become a proper young lady. Now his goal had changed. Beckett just hoped Miriam wouldn't become a delinquent, wouldn't fight or break laws. If she didn't like studying, fine. If she loved playing games, that was okay too, as long as she stayed out of jail. Christopher really didn't want to visit Miriam in prison someday. Miriam hadn't realized Christopher could talk so much. From the fighting spot to school, it was less than 1 kilometer, yet he managed to rant several thousand words. Christopher wasn't just talking about changing Miriam's class, he was serious about it. And he believed it was urgent and needed immediate action. When he got home that night, he immediately told his grandfather about it. Alaric, Miriam can't stay in that class anymore. That Judah is a delinquent. Being with him, she has completely turned bad. Alaric listened carefully to Christopher. So, Miriam is now close to this delinquent. Yes, Alaric. Although Miriam's character isn't great now, it's because of her tough past. She is our family. If we treat her well, she might change. What's important now is keeping her away from those bad influences. Alright, we'll listen to you and change Miriam's class. Huaywa High School was a private school, and the Zaire family was on its board of directors. Changing Miriam's class wasn't difficult for them. The elderly butler brought the phone to the grandfather, and he personally spoke with Huaywa High School's principal. Mr. Zaire, I'm afraid I cannot agree to this request. Surprisingly, the principal of Huaywa High School rejected Alaric's request. This was odd. Alaric himself asked, and Aiden actually refused? Why can't you change Miriam's class? Despite being ill, Alaric still carried his authority. Sir, please calm down. I have no choice in this matter. Someone already contacted me about Miriam's class change, instructing that it must not happen. There's nothing I can do. Aiden was also puzzled. What was going on with Miriam in Class 5 of Senior Year 3 that led to someone prohibiting her class change? Chapter 54, The Dustin Family in the Capital Alithiadi. Beckett found this request very peculiar when he heard it. Who would bother to change classes for an ordinary student? But that evening, Rock indeed called him and asked him to change Miriam's class. Oh, it seems the person who informed you is more influential than me. That? Mr. Zaire, please don't be angry. They are from the capital city side. I can't afford to offend them. The Zaires were not people he could afford to offend, but those from the capital city even less. Who from the capital city? Rock asked. This matter was indeed strange. Even Rock couldn't help but be curious. Have you heard of the Dustin family in the capital city, sir? Rock had indeed heard of them. The Dustin Mister he was now desperately searching for originated from the illustrious Dustin family in the capital city. The Dustin family in the capital city wielded immense power and influence, far beyond what a moderately wealthy family like the Zaires and Tonghai Alithiadi could match. You're saying that the one who contacted you about not changing Miriam's class is someone from the Dustin family in the capital city? So you see why I'm in such a difficult position, sir? It's not that I don't want to, but there are some things I simply can't manage. Sabina felt quite helpless. I understand. Rock didn't press the principal any further. After hanging up the phone, Rock fell into deep thought. Why would someone from the Dustin family in the capital city go out of their way for a minor matter like Miriam? This was indeed quite strange. Alaric, how did it go? Christopher anxiously inquired. He already knew from Rock's words that things hadn't gone smoothly. Your sister will stay in class 5 of grade 3 for now. Rock decided. Alaric, but that Judah. Pay more attention to Miriam. Rock was resolute. Christopher couldn't say anything more. Beckett felt bad for disturbing his ill grandfather and didn't want to cause him more worry. I understand, Alaric. You rest well. I'll take good care of Miriam. Christopher promised Rock. Judah's residence was located in a high-rise apartment in the heart of Tonghai Alithiadi. In front of a massive floor-to-ceiling window, Judah sat on a sofa by the window, holding a book and engrossed in reading. Gone was the usual playful demeanor he showed in public. He looked serious and imposing. Egon stood before him, asking curiously, You haven't initiated contact with the Dustin family for so long. Why did you contact them today? Is there something important? Egon was puzzled and curious. Judah rarely took the initiative to contact the Dustin family in the capital city, yet he broke his routine this time. Judah's mother was the only daughter of the head of the Dustin family in the capital city, a beloved late-born daughter of Maverick Dustin. Judah was the only legitimate grandson of Maverick Dustin. Though Maverick Dustin had no sons of his own, he had many siblings, and their nephews were all watching Judah closely, eyeing the family's wealth. Maverick Dustin intended to have Judah change his surname to Dustin and then formally hand over the family business to him. The wolves within the Dustin family knew of Maverick Dustin's intentions, so they kept a close eye on Judah. Not only did they monitor Judah to ensure he posed no threat, but they also tried various methods to harm him. Previous incidents where Judah got beaten up and hospitalized were orchestrated by these wolves sent by the Dustin family. Today, the young men Miriam beat up were similarly hired to cause trouble for Judah, trying to tarnish his reputation through staged fights. Chapter 55. Approaching midterm exams. In their eyes, Judah had always been the image of a delinquent youth. And Judah had his own business, rarely taking the initiative to contact the Dustin family, and even refusing to go to the capital city. So Egon was very puzzled as to why Judah took the initiative to contact the Dustin family today. Nothing much, just a trivial matter. Judah's eyes were still on the book, casually replying to Egon. A trivial matter? Beckett contacted the Dustin family for a trivial matter? Egon couldn't quite grasp young Master Dustin's line of thinking. Judah closed the book in his hand, holding it by the spine with his slender fingers, then stood up from the chair. Walking to the window, he gazed out at the bustling street outside. Judah remembered asking his mother when he was little why she chose to stay with father despite everyone's objections, why she chose such a hard path when she could have lived an easy life. His mother smiled warmly back then and told him that he was too young to understand, and he would know once he grew up. Later, his mother died from overwork. As the Dustin family's eldest daughter, she willingly did the hardest jobs at the bottom of society to raise him for his father. Oh yeah, regarding the matter with old Irving, is there any possibility you might reconsider, Sir Zay? Egon recalled what his brother asked him to convey. Egon knew the chances of Judah agreeing were slim, but he still brought it up. When I'm free, Judah answered. Surprisingly, he didn't outright refuse, seemingly leaving some hope. It was rare for him to soften his stance like this. This was indeed uncommon. The school was going to have midterm exams soon. Ayanna cared deeply about the three children's grades. Although Christopher and Adeline had always done well academically, they needed to maintain their performance and avoid slipping, so she often urged them. For Miriam, her current goal was simply to pass. Knowing that she had dropped out before and hadn't studied seriously, getting a passing grade was already quite ambitious for her. Ayanna considered finding a tutor for Miriam to provide specialized tutoring. That night, Ayanna brought ginseng soup to her husband Zaire Wufei, who was handling unfinished work in the study. She also mentioned the children's studies. When talking about Miriam, Ayanna was especially cautious, observing any changes in Zaire Wufei's expression and ready to stop if anything seemed amiss. Find a good one, make sure she learns well. After all, she is our Zaire family member. On paper, she's still my daughter. If she doesn't do well in the future, people will blame me, Zaire Wufei said. Yes, I'll teach her well, not letting you down. As long as no one knows her background, I won't be completely disgraced. Don't worry, I won't let anyone find out. Only we and Harold know, and no one else will ever know. Ayanna reassured Zaire Wufei quickly. Seeing his wife's distressed face, Zaire Wufei felt a twinge of pain and gently hugged her, consoling softly. I'm not blaming you. Don't be upset. Ayanna nodded vigorously, resting against her husband's chest tenderly. They had been married for many years, and their relationship had always been strong. How lucky she was to marry such a man and bear children with him. Compared to her younger sister who divorced early and lived alone, she truly was very fortunate. Chapter 56. The Underachievers' Reversal Mission. At Huaiwa High School, in Adeline's experimental class, the students were discussing this midterm exam. I heard that this midterm exam will be very difficult. The usual exams are already not easy, now they're making it even harder. Isn't this just trying to kill us? Are our test-setting teachers devils? I also heard that the difficulty has been increased. The school says it's to further assess everyone's true abilities. I feel like the pass rate will drop significantly this time. Oh Lord, I don't want to fail. If I do, I'll definitely have to face a group lecture from my parents. I heard that there will be a parent-teacher meeting after this midterm exam. I feel like my life is so bleak. Adeline did not join in on the discussion. She was busy reviewing her lessons. Even during break time, she did not stop. Adeline knew from a young age that she was not a legitimate member of the Zaire family, but was raised by her aunt in the Zaire family. She had to excel enough to earn the affection of her aunt and the Zaires. Beckett's academic performance must be outstanding. It was something her aunt and uncle cared deeply about, especially now with the addition of Miriam to the Zaire family. Although Miriam currently posed no threat to her, it was uncertain whether Miriam could even pass this exam. She knew that only by showing extraordinary performance could she make her aunt and uncle think she was more like their own daughter. Last time she placed third in grade level for the monthly exam. So for this one, she must place at least within the top 3. Adeline was always self-disciplined and set high standards for herself. Apart from the highly competitive experimental class, discussions about the midterm exam were also happening in other classes. In class 5 of grade 3, where Miriam studied, the content of the students' discussions was largely similar. The increase in exam difficulty led to widespread complaints among students. Except for a few top students who remained calm, most average or poor-performing students felt unprecedented pressure. After all, being in the first semester of the senior year, the midterm exam carried significant importance. Suddenly, a student said, "Speaking of which, we're pretty lucky in our class 5. At least we don't have to worry about being the worst as the last 2 places are already taken." As the student spoke, everyone looked at Miriam and Judah who were sleeping. Before Miriam transferred here, Judah was unfailingly the last place holder. Now that Miriam was here, it was unclear whose grades were worse between them, but the last 2 spots were certain. At this moment, Miriam was lying on her desk, her phone hidden under it, responding to messages. "Drip, you've received a new system task." This lousy system had suddenly assigned another task to Miriam. Besides earning virtue points through doing good deeds, this broken system would unlock certain tasks in specific situations. Completing these designated tasks would earn virtue points. Usually, the tasks arranged by the broken system were positive, glorious, upright, and uplifting. Some tasks were so bizarre that it would have been easier to just spend money instead. So when Miriam received such prompts, her heart was unperturbed. Tell me, what's this task about? Task name. The underachiever's reversal. Task significance. To promote the positive message that with enough effort, an underachiever can turn things around, teaching people not to give up, not to lose heart, and persistence leads to victory. Task content. Set an example for hard study for classmates, showing them that even if someone is an underachiever, they can still succeed by reforming themselves and putting in effort. Chapter 57, Abundant Rewards. What's the task reward? Miriam asked. Even though the task content seemed a bit silly, Miriam still needed to ask about the reward. Task reward. 100 points of merit value. 100 points? Haven't you been too generous lately? Did this lousy system finally have a change of heart? Usually, getting 10 points of merit value was already considered generous for most tasks. There were even tasks that awarded 1 or 2 points, like helping an elderly woman cross the road or buying food for a genuine beggar on the street. For tasks of such difficulty, earning just a point of merit value was considered good, and sometimes it required completing dozens of similar tasks to get even 1 point. 100 points, truly a huge sum. And the crucial part was, this task didn't seem that hard. This wasn't in line with how the lousy system usually worked. The stingy and deceptive system actually became generous. The system calculates merit value based on the positive energy the host can convey. This task targets teenagers and impacts the future of society, so its significance is great. Our system has always been fair and impartial. Please do not doubt our fairness. The deceiving system sounded somewhat reasonable when it explained things. According to your explanation, as long as I set an example of a poor student succeeding through hard work for my classmates, the task is completed, right? The host's understanding is correct. 100 points of merit value equaled 50 days of life, including the 30 points she received recently for helping Judah in a fight. After finishing this task, she could take a month off. As expected, the midterm exams were tough. After the first exam ended, groans of disappointment could be heard everywhere. Students didn't have time to mourn over their poor performance. They rushed into the next exam. By the end of the day, exhaustion was evident on every student's face, both physically and mentally. Knowing there were midterms today, Ayana personally came to pick up the 3 children after school. Miriam was the first one out because she had submitted her paper early. Seeing Miriam, Ayana frowned slightly. She probably knew that Miriam hadn't answered the questions properly. From the teacher, Ayana had learned that Miriam rarely did even basic homework assignments. And during pop quizzes, Miriam would often turn in blank papers. So coming out early likely meant she had turned in a blank paper again. Ayana felt a mix of emotions, being both angry yet knowing she couldn't rush things. She needed to be patient with Miriam. Half an hour later, Christopher and Adeline emerged. In the car, Ayana asked Christopher and Adeline with concern, "How did it go? Do you think you did well?" Christopher said resentfully, "We only heard beforehand that the school made the test very difficult for the seniors, assuming we freshmen wouldn't be affected. But it turns out that even the freshmen faced such challenging questions. I didn't solve the last 2 math problems at all today." Christopher wasn't a bad student, and if he couldn't solve them, it showed how difficult this exam really was. Adeline looked downcast. "Nancy, did you find it hard too? Don't be upset. Since everyone found it tough, it means no one solved all the problems either." Ayana comforted her. Adeline bit her lip, feeling guilty. "I should have been able to solve the last problem, but time ran out." Adeline spent too much time on the last major question. Just as she was about to figure it out, it was time to hand in the paper. She could only watch helplessly as the invigilator collected her incomplete test. Chapter 58. Not doing homework because I already know everything. Adeline felt very regretful. If she could have answered that question in time, getting into the top 3 in this midterm exam should have been a sure thing for her. Ayana patted Adeline's back. "It's okay. It's already quite hard for you to figure it out. Most of the classmates couldn't." Adeline lifted her head and glanced at Miriam beside her, who was lying with her head up and eyes closed as if she was sleeping. Ayana also noticed this, feeling not so good inside. Adeline did not do badly in the test, but she blamed herself just because she couldn't finish the last question. And what about Miriam? Even when she couldn't solve anything, she had no sense of guilt and acted as if it was all justified. Comparing people can really kill you. Christopher also noticed Miriam acting like nothing happened, and his expression became somewhat ugly. Beckett didn't understand why his sister had such a character. Sometimes he really wished that Sister Nancy was his real sister. After thinking for a long time, Ayana symbolically asked Miriam about the exam. "How did you feel about today's exam, Ailing? Was it difficult?" Miriam opened her eyes and replied nonchalantly, Okay. Adeline found it difficult, yet she said it was okay. "Did you complete all of it?" Ayana asked out of common courtesy. "Yes, I did." Miriam gave a firm answer. "That's impossible." Christopher immediately raised a doubt. "Sister Nancy thought it was difficult. How could you have done all of it? You usually sleep in class and don't even do homework assigned by teachers." "I sleep in class because I already understand everything taught in class. I don't do homework because I already know everything." Miriam explained. "Doing homework is for practice. Since I already know everything, there's no need to practice." Miriam explained this issue very seriously. Ayana took a deep breath. "Ailing, you can have poor grades, but you shouldn't lie. Lying is a serious problem." Miriam raised her eyes and looked at Ayana, seeing her full of disappointment. Believe it or not, Miriam had dropped out of high school and never read books properly, idling around doing nothing, spending all day gaming at home. These were things Ayana knew. Ayana turned her face away helplessly, her eyes turning red. Christopher watched his mother's reaction, feeling very heartbroken. Beckett helped ask Miriam on behalf of his mother. Kiyomi cares about you. Can you talk to her nicely? I think I explained the issue well just now. Miriam responded. Although Miriam had explained, Ayana simply did not believe her. What else could she explain then? Was that called explaining well? Just making up a reason to evade responsibility was not explaining well. Seeing this, Adeline hurriedly persuaded. Aunt, Dorian, don't be angry. Cousin might really understand everything. Would someone who understands everything drop out before? Christopher retorted. Because the school curriculum is boring, it's a waste of time, Miriam replied. Before the accident, she could earn money while studying, living half a normal person's life. But since the accident, her life has been tied to the merit system, and her time became very precious. She must earn merit values within a limited time to extend her life. If she stayed in school, she wouldn't have enough time to earn merit values, and besides, she truly knew everything taught in school. Therefore, staying in school would mean wasting her precious life, which she couldn't afford, so she chose to drop out. Chapter 59. Can't you try to communicate with us properly? Ayana frowned, her expression helpless. Forget it. Do whatever you want. She was exhausted and didn't want to argue with Miriam anymore. You can never wake someone who pretends to be asleep. If Miriam refused to communicate properly, no matter how much they explained, it would be useless. Miriam had already leaned back in the seat with her eyes closed, resting. Christopher asked Miriam, can't you try to communicate with us properly? They had all tried to understand Miriam and communicate with her, but she always remained cold and distant. Miriam didn't open her eyes. In her mind, scenes from when she was very young at the orphanage appeared. She once asked the caretaker, the director of the orphanage, why her parents didn't want her. At that time, some of the other children in the orphanage were there because they had physical disabilities, some because their families were too poor to support them, and some because their families had passed away. Miriam had no physical defects, so she didn't belong to the first category. When Miriam was sent to the orphanage, she wasn't dressed like someone from a poor family. She even had a golden lock with all her birth information on it. Beckett, her name, Miriam, came from this gold lock, so it could not have been due to poverty. Back then, she really believed that her family members might have passed away and gone to heaven, watching over her from there. The director didn't answer her directly but patted her head gently and said, our little Ling is the best. The director was kind and gave her an initial image of what family should be like. Through the gentle director, she once imagined what her family members looked like. Miriam knew her character had flaws, and more than one person had told her that she was reclusive and hard to communicate with. But Miriam couldn't change her personality. By the time she realized it, her introverted nature had already formed. At the orphanage, she only talked to the gentle director and Cortez, who grew up with her there. Back then, she was even more reclusive. Later, she got a bit better and stopped refusing to talk to others, but she still couldn't make herself nice and friendly to everyone. Seeing Miriam no longer responding, Christopher gave up helplessly. After returning home and finishing dinner, Miriam received a message from Easton. After reading it, Miriam frowned and prepared to leave. Seeing her getting ready to go out, Ayana hurriedly asked, Prudence, where are you going? It's already dark outside, and you have school tomorrow. How could an 18-year-old girl go out late at night? Ayana tried to hold back, but Miriam's behavior became increasingly unacceptable. Going to meet a friend. A friend? What kind of friend would invite you out so late? Ayana tried talking to Miriam in a compromising tone, but Miriam kept pushing her limits. She was running out of patience. Prudence, you should change your old bad habits. I'm doing this for your own good. Miriam looked at Ayana coldly and asked, what makes you think my past habits were bad? You dropped out of school. Ayana answered, just that one thing? Anything else? Miriam asked. Ayana was momentarily speechless, as if the only clear evidence in her mind proving that Miriam's past behavior was indeed inappropriate was dropping out of school. Dropping out is serious. I've faced more serious things. Miriam replied. Chapter 60. Asking Boss Zaire for Beckett help. Learning is an important part of life. However, it didn't apply to Miriam. A person had to solve the most basic survival issues first before they had the right to talk about life, ideals, and even more distant matters. With that said, Miriam turned around and left without looking back, leaving Ayana at home feeling sulky and angry. This child didn't treat her as her own mother at all. Ayana felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. For so many years, she had always been thinking about her, always wanting to find her and bring her back. But she couldn't. She did not want to abandon her. She had no choice but to be separated from her. And now, not only did she pick up a bunch of bad habits, but also harbored full hostility towards her. Master Easton was a top-notch master renowned in the fashion industry. His works were pursued by the fashion circle, the entertainment circle, and the circles of rich ladies. Many female stars hoped to wear dresses customized by Easton when walking on the red carpet. So far, apart from top actress Madeline, no one else has received this honor. It was almost impossible for ordinary people to meet Master Chan, who rarely saw visitors. Even some tycoons and nobles were treated the same. However, today, he drove and waited at the back door of the Zaire family. After waiting for 20 minutes, he finally saw Miriam come out. Miriam got into the car and explained, I was delayed when I went out. It's okay. I didn't make an appointment with you in advance. It's understandable to wait for you since it's a last-minute request. Easton smiled, appearing kind and modest, quite different from the high and mighty image others held of him. Easton took Miriam to his studio at number 88 Shangyuan Street. The ground floor was a store, while the second floor was his studio. Tomas was there too, greeting Miriam as she entered. Long time no see. Tomas's eyes fixed on Miriam, and his smile was as bright as the March sun. Boss Zaire, I still need your help to evaluate my designs. Easton handed over his design drafts for Miriam to choose from. Miriam had shown extraordinary artistic talent from a young age, even making Easton feel ashamed. Initially, everyone thought Miriam would pursue a career in art, but she just wanted to make money. She said artists mostly starved to death, and being a businessman suited her better. Although she did not engage in the art industry, Miriam occasionally indulged herself in designing custom items for some big brands under financial temptation. International luxury brand Donfei often cooperated with Miriam. As Miriam put it, if they paid her enough, everything was easy. Miriam quickly browsed through the design drafts and picked out a few. Don't use these. Easton looked at the ones Miriam had discarded and laughed. Your eye is still so sharp. The ones you discarded were all drawn by another apprentice of mine. Beckett added, all of Tomas's designs have been kept by you. I told him he's good, but he lacked confidence. Tomas blushed shyly. His work had gained Miriam's approval, and he was genuinely delighted. Miriam remarked, Beckett's a top designer recognized by the industry. Beckett doesn't need my recognition. Tomas shook his head with a smile. Their recognition doesn't matter, meaning that her recognition mattered more. You should be more confident, said Miriam. Yes. Easton immediately agreed. Beckett indeed lacked self-confidence, whether in design or other aspects. Chapter 61. Rumor 1. Tomas, who was already a shy person, blushed when teased by his master. His cheeks turned red all the way to the back of his ears. Beckett, who could hardly say a few words in front of Miriam, was now completely speechless. Miriam didn't notice Tomas's state and continued discussing matters related to fashion design with Easton. In the arts circle, renowned masters often didn't look up to each other, but Easton was an exception when it came to Miriam. Beckett admired Miriam from the bottom of his heart, and it had nothing to do with her age, gender, or experiences. When it reached 11 o'clock, Easton asked Tomas to send Miriam back. Tomas nodded shyly and replied, yes, I have time. At 11:30, Tomas drove to the entrance of Miriam's house. Just as he was about to get out of the car to open the door for Miriam, she nimbly got out on her own. Be careful on your way back. Tomas looked at Miriam, giving her a reminder. Tomas knew a little bit about the situation at the Zaire family. The family relationships were very complicated. The brothers were always competing against each other. Even outsiders knew that after the patriarch's illness, there might be a struggle over the inheritance within the Zaire family. Sure, Miriam wasn't one for pleasantries. She simply said, drive safely, and left. Tomas waited until he saw Miriam enter the villa, not leaving until he could no longer see her figure. Tomas didn't realize that someone from the Zaire family had seen him drop Miriam off. The car Tomas drove was a limited edition Rolls-Royce, of which there were only a few in the entire country. In Tonghai Alithiadi, there was just one, and it belonged to the most prestigious Liu family. The last 4 digits of the license plate were 8888, making it easy to recognize. Anyone with some knowledge of Tonghai Alithiadi's elite families would know who owned this car. Adeline's room window directly faced the entrance of the Zaire villa. She happened to see the car that dropped Miriam off. With just one glance, she recognized it as belonging to the Liu family. She saw the car, but couldn't see the driver. So she didn't know which member of the Liu family had driven Miriam back, but she guessed it was Egon from her grade. Miriam and Egon had hooked up? Adeline's expression darkened. Standing by the window, she tightly gripped the curtain, causing creases without even realizing it. Egon was their school's basketball team captain and the acknowledged school heartthrob, always ranking among the top in academics. Adeline had known Egon since her freshman year in high school. Adeline had considered Egon. Beckett was the second young master of the Liu family, with a good background, but she also knew she was still young and had a long way to go. The people she might encounter wouldn't be limited to the elite of Tonghai Alithiadi. So, when facing Egon, she was gentle yet ambiguous. But she never explicitly said she liked him. She made him feel like she might like him, but kept her options open. This method cost Adeline nothing. If Egon thought she liked him and reciprocated, it would be like having a backup plan. If Egon didn't like her, she could say he misunderstood, and she had no feelings for him. And she could deny it any time without being labeled a bad girl. But what she never expected was that less than half a month after Miriam transferred, she and Egon had gotten together. It seemed that Egon wasn't as proper as he usually appeared. Chapter 62. Scandal 2. Adeline looked down at her phone. When she saw Miriam getting out of the car just now, her hands reacted faster than her brain, pressing the shutter and taking a photo. In the photo, Miriam got out of a top-tier luxury car with a license plate ending in 8888, and a man could be vaguely seen inside the car. In the dead of night, a single man and woman left plenty of room for imagination. After logging into the school forum, Adeline carefully posted the picture. Adeline knew some computer technology and used a foreign server to hide her real IP address. Soon, classmates saw this thought-provoking photo. First floor. Wow, isn't this our school's Miriam? In the middle of the night. Where did she go? Second floor. I think I've seen this car before. Third floor. Me too. Fourth floor. Isn't this Egon's family car? His father drove this car when he came to the parent-teacher conference last time. Many boys were sensitive to cars, especially such top-tier luxury cars which were so memorable. Fifth floor. What's going on here? Miriam is getting out of Egon's dad's car? Who is driving, Egon or his dad? Sixth floor. My goodness, this is breaking news. I've already come up with a title. The Untold Story Between Huaihua High School's New Ice Beauty and Our Time-Honored School Prince. Once it was confirmed that the car belonged to the Liu family, people's gossiping nature was thoroughly ignited, with all sorts of speculations in the comments. Seventh floor. Oh my god, although their looks are somewhat comparable, they differ too much in other aspects. I can't accept my idol being with a girl like Miriam. 8th floor. Agreed with the previous poster, Miriam doesn't match Egon. 9th floor. Our school strictly forbids students from dating. Tomorrow, school leaders will probably talk to Egon and Miriam. At 11 o'clock, many students had just finished their homework and were ready for a good gossipy break after a busy day of studies. Egon was minding his own business at home when suddenly he became the center of gossip in school. And it was over a rumor involving that little fangirl of Beckett Zhao's. Egon almost laughed, but then he scrutinized the photo again and confirmed that the car in the picture really was theirs. Egon hurriedly went to check in the garage, finding all the other cars there except that one. Just as he was puzzled, his phone rang. Judah was calling. What's going on with the forum? Judah asked. Huh. Egon was even more confused. Why are you caring about your little fangirl? The idea of Miriam getting out of their car was unbelievable, but Judah caring so much about Miriam was equally bizarre. Judah fell silent on the other side of the phone, then chuckled sarcastically. Didn't you say she's my little fangirl? His meaning was, this belongs to him. No one else can touch it. And as a friend, Egon couldn't interfere. Though Egon wanted to retort that Miriam is Judah's fangirl, not his girlfriend, he didn't dare to. So Egon told Judah, do you believe me when I say I don't know what's going on either? Right now, I'm wondering whether your little fangirl could end up being my stepmom or my sister-in-law. Egon's mother had passed away many years ago, and the two brothers supported their father remarrying. But if it was one of his classmates, Egon seemed unable to accept it. Chapter 63. Delete it quickly. Don't ruin Miriam's reputation. Especially since this female classmate is also young Master Dustin's little fan, the relationship is too complicated. It's like an 8 o'clock romance drama. Beckett couldn't handle it. He needed to sort out this relationship. At that moment, the gate of Liu family courtyard opened, and the luxury car in the photo drove back into the garage. Tomas's elder brother, Achilles, got off the car. Egon stared at his elder brother with a look of disbelief. His elder brother actually had awakened and went out with other girls. Beckett had thought that his slow-on-the-uptake elder brother only had room for his goddess in his head. After a long while, Egon said to Judah on the phone, all right, the case is solved. Your little fangirl is probably going to be my sister-in-law. Egon hurriedly asked Tomas, brother, what's going on? What? Tomas didn't know what happened yet. After sending Miriam home, he stayed at the studio for a while before coming home just now. What's your relationship with Zaire Leora? Do you know her? Tomas asked in return. She's now a student at our school. Of course I know her. But how do you know her? Egon was full of curiosity. Oh right, she has been attending Huai West School recently. There's nothing much, just friends, Tomas explained, then glanced at the post and quickly added, have someone delete the post. Really just friends? Egon felt somewhat disappointed for some reason. After all, he did want to see his brother fall in love. It was unacceptable for Zaire Leora to become his stepmother, but being his sister-in-law was acceptable, provided that Zaire Leora could soon realize there was no hope between her and Judah, and genuinely fell for his brother. Yeah, delete it quickly. Don't ruin Miriam's reputation, Tomas said seriously, his tone urgent. All right, I'll have it deleted. Egon turned to delete the post, only to find that it had already been deleted. Who did it? So fast. Miriam spent the whole night busy with work and didn't know what had happened on the Huai High School campus forum. In the morning, when she came downstairs to the restaurant, she saw Christopher looking at her with a conflicted expression. Today, Miriam was wearing very ordinary clothes. Although they looked cheap, they were clean and tidy. Miriam required her clothes to be made of pure cotton. She liked the feel of soft clothing, and her skin was prone to allergies. As for style, she didn't really care much about it. Her shoulder-length hair was tied back behind her head, simple and neat. Despite her unremarkable attire, because of her outstanding appearance and good figure, Miriam still gave people a striking first impression. You have something to say? Miriam asked. Christopher lowered his head and continued drinking his porridge without explaining what happened in front of others. On the way to school, Christopher remained serious and silent the whole time. Adeline sensed something was wrong with Christopher. Knowing his personality, she knew this silence was the calm before the storm. Adeline waited for Christopher to speak up. She knew Christopher had a straightforward nature and couldn't hide things in his heart. Sure enough, as they neared the school, Christopher asked Miriam, are you dating Senior Liu? It wasn't an accusation, not anger, but rather a look of curiosity and gossip. This reaction was different from what Adeline expected. Egon? No. But last night he sent you home, Christopher said. It's fine. If you're dating, I don't mind. Surprisingly, not only did Christopher not get angry, he even expressed his support. Chapter 64. Beautiful sweet words. No, Miriam denied. Christopher said, it's okay. If you really dated him, just tell the truth. I won't be angry. I just don't want you to go astray. Senior Egon is a good person. If you were with him, I would be very happy. So getting close to Judah was not acceptable, but being close to Egon was fine. Really nothing, Miriam explained. Well then, Christopher's tone was slightly disappointed. Beckett knew Egon was decent and thought that if Miriam was with him, she might change for the better. Adeline looked at Christopher, feeling mixed emotions. She could sense from his reaction that Christopher still cared about Miriam and wanted what was best for her. Though right now, Christopher trusted himself more. On the way to school, Adeline kept her head down without saying a word to Christopher or Miriam. Miriam entered the classroom. Judah was back at school today. Beckett had taken leave around the midterm exams. His absences drew no questions from the teachers. They simply turned a blind eye as if he didn't exist. It was well known that Miriam was notoriously stingy. Yet everyone in class 5 of grade 3 knew she was generous only to Judah. Though classmates had teased Miriam, she didn't mind. Judah glanced at the things Miriam brought over and asked her, what do you want from me? As a notorious delinquent, most people usually stayed far away from him. Even those who liked him enough to write love letters ended up scared off soon after. The last fight was deliberately staged to discourage Miriam, showing her how dangerous and bad he was. Yet it seemed to have no effect on her. Miriam looked at Judah and thought, I want virtue points from you, But she couldn't say that. It wouldn't be believed anyway. Nothing, Miriam replied. Just be good. Living well meant earning virtue points easily, allowing her more opportunities to slack off later. Unbeknownst to her, this sounded like a beautiful sweet word to others. Not just Judah thought so, even the other students around them interpreted it the same way. To ask for nothing in return and just wish the other person well. What selfless love. Everyone had their thoughts, but because it involved Judah, no one dared speak up, fearing an accidental provocation might incur his wrath. Judah grew up in a world of intrigue, surrounded by people either trying to profit from him or wishing him dead. But this clear-eyed, pretty girl just wanted him to live well. Judah felt something hit him hard in the chest, creating an indescribable, strange feeling. During class, instead of his usual habit of sleeping on the desk, Judah secretly watched Miriam sleeping beside him. Beckett, her head rested on her arm, face sideways, asleep soundly. Beckett, her skin was very white, with long lashes above her closed eyes like fans. Beckett, her nose was high-bridged, lips naturally rosy, and Judah noticed closely that she wasn't wearing lipstick, yet her lips were smooth and naturally red. When she slept, she looked obedient, unlike her cold and heartless demeanor when awake. Chapter 65. Miriam came first. 1. The midterm exam results came out one by one. Most of the students started to groan in agony. This time, the average total score was a whole 50 points lower than usual. This showed how difficult the exams were this time. Many students who usually performed well did not even pass this time. The math test papers were handed out first. Seeing all the red crosses on them, the students felt an ache in their heads. The study committee member responsible for handing out the papers was a cute-looking girl, petite in stature, with 2 pigtails. Beckett, her name was Vonda. Miriam had just begun to remember her classmates' appearances and names in the past few weeks. When she reached Miriam's paper, Vonda paused, checking and rechecking to make sure she hadn't made a mistake. Miriam got a perfect score? After confirming multiple times, it was indeed a perfect score, the only one in the class. She didn't know if it was the only one in the entire school, yet as the rankings hadn't been announced. But it was definitely the only one in their class. The second highest scorer got 130, the full score for math being 150, while Vonda, as the study committee member, only scored 122. Vonda slowly placed the test paper in front of Miriam. She didn't dare ask, but had deep doubts. During these few weeks since Miriam transferred to their class, she never paid attention in class or did any homework, and the teacher had talked to her many times. When it was time to hand out the physics papers, Vonda especially noticed Miriam's again, another perfect score. Miriam glanced at her paper and sensed someone looking at her, so she gracefully let the other person have a good look. Vonda was entranced for a moment before snapping back to reality. Sorry, I didn't mean to stare at you. Vonda hurriedly apologized, like a startled little animal. No problem, Miriam replied gracefully. Miriam, can I ask, why did you do so well? Vonda asked softly. After asking, she worried her question might cause misunderstanding. I don't mean to doubt you. I'm just curious. I've heard before that some top students can sleep in class but still ace exams, but this is my first time seeing it. I'm really curious. Top students were legends. Everyone had heard stories about someone who played games all day yet aced every test. Because I understand everything, Miriam explained. She understood what was taught in class, so she slept during lessons. Vonda's mouth opened wide, suddenly feeling that Miriam's image in her mind became much more brilliant. She couldn't help getting excited. I thought you were troublesome and got into the school through connections. I was wrong. I'm really sorry. Vonda didn't mean to suspect Miriam poorly, but after Miriam joined the school, a series of events led everyone to suspect she might have used unusual means to get in. Just as Vonda apologized, a system notification popped up. Underachiever reversal, task progress +1. Gained 1 point of virtue value and an additional 5 points of admiration value. Admiration value has reached 100 points. You may choose to exchange for rewards. Miriam had accumulated quite a bit of admiration value earlier, and today, adding the 5 points from Vonda, she now had exactly 100 points. Miriam hadn't expected these 5 admiration points to come so suddenly, so she couldn't help but smile. Chapter 66. Miriam got first place, too. Miriam usually didn't smile or laugh much, and she rarely communicated with other students. The icy cold her was also rated as the Ice Mountain Sleeping Beauty by her classmates behind her back. Vonda never expected that Miriam would smile at her, and such a beautiful smile it was. Vonda blushed instantly. It turned out that the transfer student in their class was not only good-looking, but also an outstanding top student. With a face full of anticipation and admiration, Vonda said, I'm super excited about your total score now. I think you have a high chance of being our first place, but whether you're the first in the entire grade depends on those godlike students in the experimental class. As the test results were announced, the students began to speculate on the rankings for this midterm exam. Who do you think will be in the top 3 this time? Chen Milakong will definitely be first. Except for Chinese, he can get perfect scores on all subjects. Who could resist that? As for second and third, it's hard to say. Many people have entered the top 3 before, like basketball team captain Egon and our school goddess Adeline. Both are possible. Adeline was third in the last monthly exam, wasn't she? I think she still has a chance to be in the top 3 this time. Egon too. Egon looks really cool when he plays basketball. Oh, how do these people do it? Good looking and good at studying. And they have a special talent besides. It seems they were carefully molded by Nvois, while I was just put together randomly. Most of the students in Class 5, Grade 3 didn't know yet that Miriam had gotten a lot of perfect scores. They guessed the ranking of this midterm exam based on previous exam results. According to past habits, whenever there was a big exam like midterm or final exams, their school would always post complete lists and hold a school-wide meeting for summaries, praising those who deserve praise and criticizing those who deserve criticism. There would also be a list for the average scores of each class. Everyone estimated that this year, Class 5's average score would likely be at the bottom again. After all, there were 2 students who would greatly lower the average score of the class. At this moment, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom and called out to Miriam, "Miriam, come out for a moment." The homeroom teacher of Class 5 was a young male teacher, slightly chubby, with a silly grin. This was his first time being a homeroom teacher, so he cared deeply about his class's performance and worked conscientiously. Miriam stood up from her seat and left the classroom. "It looks like our class is at the bottom in terms of average score, and the head teacher got reprimanded by the leadership, so he came to settle accounts with Miriam." "I think so too." After all, he couldn't blame Judah. A few people whispered softly. All the students thought that Miriam would definitely be severely scolded this time. However, 10 minutes later, the homeroom teacher returned Miriam with a broad smile, looking very pleased and radiant. His attitude toward Miriam was inexplicably polite, completely different from what the students had expected. What happened to the head teacher? Is he mad? No, he looks quite happy. What did Miriam do that's amazing? Don't understand, can't figure it out. The students were full of questions. At this moment, the homeroom teacher smiled at everyone and said, "This time, Miriam scored the highest in our class, and there's a good chance she will be the first in the grade." The overall statistics for the entire grade hadn't been released yet, so the ranking wasn't known. But with Miriam's score, the homeroom teacher believed that even if she wasn't first, she would certainly be in the top 3. Beckett had previously thought that this transfer student was a headache-inducing troublemaker and complained many times to other teachers in the office. Never did he expect that one exam would stun everyone. What kind of troublemaker was this? This was a godlike student. Chapter 67. Turns out she wasn't bragging. Previously, the homeroom teacher had found it heart-wrenching to look at Miriam, but now she found her increasingly pleasant to the eye. The entire class looked at Miriam with stunned expressions. Sleeping goddess, Miriam actually topped the class? How could this be possible? She barely listened to lectures or did homework. Beckett's daily routine seemed to revolve around sleeping. Could this be the legendary case of getting a perfect score despite napping in class? It completely overturned everyone's perception of Miriam. They needed some time to digest this shocking revelation. Despite the attention, Miriam remained unperturbed. After returning to her seat, she resumed her usual habit of resting her head on the desk and falling asleep. Still the same old Miriam who slept all day long. No change there. Yet the classmates were dumbfounded. Many students sneaked glances at the test paper casually tossed aside by Miriam, especially at those difficult problems that they couldn't solve. One wouldn't have known until seeing Miriam's paper just how powerful and forceful her handwriting was, each stroke strong and vigorous. Miriam's handwriting was very beautiful, in standard running script. Judah, as usual, arrived late, missing the events that just transpired. As he entered, he saw Miriam sleeping, surrounded by curious classmates. After sitting down, Judah followed the gazes of others and noticed Miriam's test paper. Mathematics exam, full marks. Judah hadn't taken the exam, but Egon had grumbled about its difficulty, mentioning he couldn't even approach the last 2 questions, calling them almost impossible to solve. In the afternoon, the rankings for the entire grade were announced. The school uploaded the results to its official website and forum and posted notices on bulletin boards. Miriam ranked first. This piqued the curiosity of students from other classes. Over 3 years, this name had never appeared so prominently on the list before, let alone securing the top spot. Christopher wore an expression of surprise upon seeing the notice. Miriam was number 1. After asking around, he learned she was the new transfer student, only briefly discussed on the school forum when she first transferred due to her beauty. But only a few students paid attention. Most didn't even know about it. Christopher stood for a long time in front of the notice board. Beckett confirmed multiple times that the top-ranked student was indeed Miriam, and there was only one Miriam in the senior year of Huaihua High School, with no chance of a namesake. Miriam got first place in the grade? This contradicted everything they initially thought about Miriam. Recalling what Miriam had said before, she claimed she skipped assignments and didn't listen to lectures because she already understood everything and didn't want to waste time. At the time, they dismissed it as excuses and nonsense. But now, with the results in, Christopher couldn't help but believe her. She wasn't bragging. She really knows everything. Christopher muttered in shock. Adeline didn't go to the notice board, but saw Miriam's name on the school website announcement, prominently occupying the first position. Meanwhile, she was in 6th place, 3 ranks lower than her 3rd place in the previous monthly exam. Adeline refused to accept this outcome. Growing up in the Zaire family, she received the best education they provided. She shouldn't be beaten by someone who skipped lectures and never did homework. Adeline stared at the list, dazed. Chapter 68. Kiyomi. Miriam got first place in the entire grade. When school let out, Ayana personally came to pick up the 3 children again. She wore a full smile, her tone filled with concern. "Nancy, how did you do on your exam? Did you make it into the top 3 again?" Adeline hung her head, lips pressed together, not daring to look Ayana directly in the eye. This reaction made Ayana sense that something wasn't good. She turned her head and looked at Christopher, who then spoke about Miriam's results. "Kiyomi, Miriam got first place in the entire grade." Christopher was somewhat straightforward, usually carefree, but today Miriam's achievements had shocked him so much that he couldn't wait to share this news with his mother. "What did you say?" Ayana's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Really, it's posted on the school bulletin board. She really did get first place. Christopher understood his mother's current reaction. When he saw it himself, he was also incredibly surprised, standing in front of the bulletin board for a long time. Ayana hurriedly asked Adeline for confirmation. Nancy, is what your brother said true? Adeline tightly pursed her lips and nodded slowly, struggling. Ayana paused, filled with surprise. Prudence, your grades are really that good? Miriam replied, I told you before. Miriam's expression was very calm, showing no anger from the previous lack of trust from Ayana, nor impatience, just her usual lazy demeanor. It seemed that to her, this wasn't a big deal at all. On the day the exams ended, Ayana had also asked Miriam in this car, and Miriam had already answered then. But at that time, they didn't believe her. Ayana hesitated. Didn't you drop out of school before? They couldn't be blamed for not believing her, because her past was right there in front of them. I didn't drop out because my grades were bad, Miriam responded succinctly. She wasn't impatient. She just disliked unnecessary chatter and liked to speak directly to the point. Well, why did you drop out then? Ayana asked, curious as she stared at Miriam, seeking answers. There was an accident. The accident was a car crash, which changed her normal life rhythm. What kind of accident? Ayana continued asking. Nothing much. Miriam didn't want to elaborate on the car accident, nor could she explain her coming back from death. Even though Miriam didn't go into detail, it didn't stop Ayana from being happy that Miriam had come first. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Since you're the top student today, what reward would you like? Previously, whenever Adeline or Miriam got good grades, Ayana would buy them gifts as rewards. Now that it was Miriam, she wouldn't treat her any differently. I don't need anything. There's nothing special I want. Besides food, clothing, and shelter, Miriam really didn't have anything else she wanted particularly. And now, the Zaire family could already meet her basic needs. Why don't I pick something for you then? Ayana thought Miriam might feel awkward about accepting rewards. Originally, she planned to get some things for Miriam after she finished with the recent busy schedule. Adeline remained bowed her head throughout the exchange, feeling increasingly uneasy as she saw both Ayana and Christopher's attention on Miriam. Through this incident, Christopher had changed his perception of Miriam, finding that she wasn't completely cold and unfeeling. She was just emotionally reserved. Feeling a bit guilty for misjudging her before, Christopher secretly decided to try harder to be nicer to her from now on. Chapter 69, Former National Researcher. For the latter part of the journey, Miriam had been resting with her eyes closed. Miriam's life principle was that if she could lie down, she would never sit. If she could sit, she would never stand. And when she could be lazy, she would never be diligent. At this moment, something in Miriam's backpack vibrated. Miriam opened her eyes and unhurriedly opened her backpack, taking out a square object similar to a foundation compact. The vibration just now had come from this device, which was a special electronic communication device. This device hadn't made any move for 3 years, yet today it suddenly reacted. Miriam opened the cover. The side that lifted up revealed an electronic screen, and on the lower side were several buttons. There were no words on the buttons, and someone who didn't know would have no idea what these buttons did. On the screen was a line of text. Boss Zaire, you're back in Tonghai Lithiety? When did this happen? I saw you on the citywide senior high school midterm exam rankings. This midterm exam was taken citywide using the same test paper. After the exams, the scores from various schools were ranked and compared together. This not only included rankings for students, but also for schools. The person sending the message to Miriam was a former colleague from her research studio. To be more precise, he was once her subordinate. Back then, Miriam joined a national research group located in Tonghai Lithiety. The research group focused on marine science, and being near the sea, Tonghai Lithiety was an excellent base for marine research. However, 3 years ago, Miriam left the organization for a simple reason. The income was too low to meet her needs. But the head at that time didn't want Miriam to leave. In the end, they agreed to give Miriam a temporary leave, welcoming her back anytime she wished to return. Thus, Miriam still retained this communication tool belonging to the Marine Research Group. After pressing a few buttons on the screen, a line of code was sent out. This was encrypted information that would be automatically translated into readable text upon reception. The reply content was, had some matters to attend to, so I came back to study. Then Miriam put the communicator back into her backpack and continued to rest with her eyes closed. When Carmelo learned about Miriam's exam results, he called her to his bedside. Carmelo had always been concerned about the academic performance of his descendants, regarding it as an important evaluation standard. Your exam results are very good, Carmelo praised Miriam. Miriam's reaction wasn't overly enthusiastic. In truth, Miriam didn't want to draw attention to herself. If it weren't for the system's requirements, she'd much rather remain a slacker, unnoticed by teachers and classmates. Carmelo admired Miriam's calm demeanor in the face of unexpected situations. I'm very glad that you aren't as disinterested and rebellious as we previously assumed, Carmelo said, looking at Miriam with a smile that hadn't graced his features in a long while. It seemed he had already listed Miriam among his key heirs. Carmelo knew all too well that his second son, Lee, his third son, Ray, and his youngest daughter weren't suitable for inheriting the family business. Miriam wanted to say that there had never been any misunderstanding. Carmelo then said to Miriam, "You place great importance on my inheritance, right? As long as you perform well, your share will not be reduced." Carmelo used his wealth as bait, trying to guide Miriam in the direction he hoped. Chapter 70, She is still my nominal daughter. No need, you can leave the inheritance to others. Miriam refused indifferently. Once the money was in her name, she couldn't use it anymore. Miriam only planned to freeload off the Zaire family while Alan was still alive. She would leave once he was gone. Miriam's reaction was completely different from what Alan had expected. She showed no excitement or happiness, just cold indifference. If you're really not interested in my inheritance, why did you come back? Alan clearly didn't believe that Miriam wasn't interested in the inheritance. Miriam couldn't explain this issue in detail to Alan. Without further explanation, Alan smiled and said, "You don't have to hide it. Wanting my property isn't wrong. Everyone in the family wants a piece of it now. As long as you have the ability, I won't shortchange you on what's yours." Alan knew very well that everyone in the family was waiting for him to die early so they could divide the inheritance. The problem was none of them had the capability. Miriam said, "If you take care of yourself, your property will always be your property and never become an inheritance." Miriam had no grievances with Alan and had no expectation for his death. Alan replied, "I'm still comforted by your way of thinking." Clearly, Alan misunderstood Miriam's intention again. As he looked at Miriam, another figure inexplicably appeared in front of him. In an instant, memories flooded back like waves. Unknowingly, his eyes became moist. After Miriam left, Alan asked the Homer to fetch an old rosewood box from his safe. Inside were some old items. Among them was an old photograph. The woman in the photo was elegant and graceful, with a gentle smile on her face. Her face looked almost identical to Miriam's. When they met, she was a noble young lady, and he was just a poor boy. Later, they got married, had a son, and then, memories flashed back in his mind like a carousel. Alan stroked the photo with his aged hand. Beckett spoke to the photo. "You and Blanche must resent me, right? Once I join you in the afterlife, neither of you would want to see me, right?" Both she and their only son passed away far too early. Knowing that Miriam had achieved good grades, Dover did not show as much joy as Ayanna. Seeing his wife happily making arrangements for Miriam, Dover's expression grew increasingly grim. After Ayanna instructed the servants to prepare nourishing foods for Miriam, she turned around and saw Dover's sullen face in the living room. Becketer's smile vanished instantly. "Whoosh, yeah, Ayanna hesitated, her face filled with regret. "It's fine, Guido values academic achievements within the family. Becketer, good performance brings us honor," Dover said. Though he was not happy, he had to accept it for now. Regardless, Miriam was still his nominal daughter. It was better for her to perform well rather than tarnish the family name. Perhaps Miriam could even help him secure more of the old man's inheritance, which would benefit him. Becketering this, Ayanna felt a huge relief. Dover added, "Keep an eye on her. If she does well academically, she should keep it up." "Yes, I will." Ayanna was glad that her husband thought this way. Chapter 71 Miriam's laid-back time. Miriam's ranking first in the entire grade at Huayua High School sparked heated discussions. The school forum threads about her achievement had garnered thousands of replies. Christopher logged on specifically to read through these comments. Most people were shocked and surprised, with many curious about which school Miriam had previously attended. A few voices expressed slight skepticism. After reading through all the posts, he found no overtly malicious comments and felt relieved. In the room next door, Adeline was also browsing the school forum for posts related to this exam. There was no information about her at all. Last month, when she ranked third in the grade, the forum praised her as the only female student of their year who had ever made it into the top 3. Now it was all about Miriam. Adeline tried to convince herself that it didn't matter. Miriam had the ability, and it was her skill to achieve such things. She shouldn't mind. But thinking about how everything changed since Miriam's arrival, she couldn't remain calm. She didn't want to harm anyone. She just didn't want to see the things she cherished most destroyed by someone else. Was there anything wrong with that? And now, she could vaguely sense that Miriam might take away everything she had. This concern made her deeply afraid and uneasy. Miriam herself didn't pay attention to the buzz caused by her first-place finish. She set up a small desk on her bed, then brought various snacks and fruits from the kitchen, arranging them neatly. One great thing about living in the Zaire household was that snacks and fruits were always available. She then placed her 2 computers, one playing the latest web drama, the other open to a game. She lounged lazily on the bed, starting her laid-back day. Because her virtue points balance was still ample, she decided to give herself a day off today. No work, no earning money, just being idle. The game Miriam played was the currently hottest 3D martial arts game, with ancient Chinese style, Drunken River Bandits. The game featured excellent graphics, beautiful scenes, diverse gameplay, varied professions, and numerous hidden quests, making it very popular among players. Miriam's game ID was a fish so salty it can't get any saltier. Becketer's character in the game was an alchemy master, but her appearance was that of a cold, glamorous woman wielding a large broadsword and wearing black clothes. At first glance, her neat black high-collar waistbound hanfu seemed ordinary, but it was actually the unique black gold chinkoan armor in the game. When Miriam obtained this equipment, it caused quite a stir across the server. Due to busyness, Miriam hadn't logged into the game for a long time. Today, just after logging in, she received a message from a game friend. "Why haven't you been online for so long? Is something wrong?" This player named Scarlet Bloodwind Rely had been Miriam's friend almost since the game launched. They had cleared extremely difficult game dungeons together back then, and were the first players to complete the Becketel level boss dungeon. Miriam started playing Drunken River Bandits shortly after her accident. She survived due to the system binding, while the 2 most important people in her life never woke up again. During the early period, she went through a slump and started immersing herself in gaming. It was during this time that Scarlet Bloodwind Rely had always been with her. "Nothing serious, just been busy recently, Miriam replied. Chapter 72 Good Friends in the Game. Take care of yourself. Work is endless. Health is most important, Forrester showed great concern. I'm fine. Following that, Miriam checked the past messages again. Many people were seeking her for purchasing medicines. Miriam was one of the few top alchemists in this game, and many high-quality drugs could only be refined by top alchemists. Moreover, quite a few pills were Miriam's own creations, which other top alchemists couldn't make. Thus, the potions crafted by Miriam became highly sought after among players. And there were even several players wanting to buy directly from her with real money. However, Miriam's greatest pleasure in playing games was being able to indulge in buying things without restraint using virtual currency, avoiding triggering the system's judgment mechanism. The thrill she couldn't experience in the real world was fully felt within the world of drunk rivers and lakes. After processing the history messages, an invitation popped up. Player Forrester invites you to join his team. While hesitating, the other party sent a message. I found a hidden instance. Do you have time to join me? Miriam logged into the game today to enjoy some leisure time. Naturally, she wouldn't miss out on the leisurely exploration of a hidden instance. She accepted the invite and was then teleported to her teammate Forrester's location. It was inside a bamboo forest at the end of the game map. Wearing white robes, Forrester stood waiting for Miriam before the bamboo forest. Both were not talkative. They had never turned on voice chat either. Despite the sound and complete voice system provided by drunk rivers and lakes, all communications between them had always been in text, let alone video meet and greet. Miriam followed behind Forrester, starting this segment of the hidden instance. Ayana knocked on Miriam's door. Upon entering, she saw Miriam lying lazily in bed playing the game, so she didn't disturb her. She put the freshly made desserts from the kitchen on Miriam's small table and left. The hidden instance exploration went smoothly. After completing the task, both received an orange gear piece. The achievement was announced across the entire server. Immediately afterwards, a bunch of messages from strangers flooded Miriam's inbox, possibly due to players looking to buy medicine noticing her name on the announcement. Knowing she had returned, they began messaging her frantically. Miriam cherished every minute as a slacker, ignoring these private messages, and came to a cliff on the game map, daydreaming in the picturesque virtual world. Then she logged out of the game to start watching lowbrow soap operas. In the brightly lit study on the second floor of the villa, sat a young, handsome man in a suit. Beckett was young and handsome, tall with distinct features and deep-set phoenix eyes. At this moment, his eyes focused on the computer screen, long lashes casting a shadow under the light, his lips slightly pursed, his well-defined face slightly serious. On his computer screen was exactly the game Drunk Rivers and Lakes, and his in-game ID was precisely Forrester. Beside him, a seemingly nonchalant young man sighed and shook his head. If you really care about her, find her in real life. What good does it do just squatting and waiting for her in the game all day? Chapter 73 Silent Protection. The one speaking was Egon, while the one playing on the computer was his older brother, Tomas. Egon didn't even know how to comment on his elder brother's behavior anymore. Day in and day out, all he did was guard his goddess in games. Beckett never made any moves in real life. It would be a miracle if this strategy could actually land him a girlfriend. Given his brother's shy personality, Egon had no idea when he would ever have an elder sister-in-law. Tomas smiled bashfully. She doesn't like being disturbed. Miriam's personality was rather indifferent, so most people initially perceived her as cold, aloof, and unfriendly. But Tomas knew she was a warm-hearted person inside despite her cold exterior. She simply wasn't good at expressing herself. This was largely due to her childhood spent in an orphanage, and also related to some events that happened later in her life. So Tomas didn't want to do anything that might make Miriam uncomfortable. She liked silent companionship, and that was something he could offer her. Egon looked helpless. Still, brother, I've begged you so many times to take me through that hidden dungeon, but you wouldn't until your goddess came online. You've really shown me what fake brotherhood is. Tomas had already had the unlocking item for the hidden dungeon for several days. Despite Egon's constant nagging, he refused to agree, insisting on waiting for his goddess to come online. Tomas smiled sheepishly and then took out a car key. When we went to the auto show last time, weren't you interested in that car? It's in the garage downstairs. Egon's face lit up with surprise. Brother, you do love me after all. The hidden dungeon was instantly forgotten by Egon. Nothing smelled better than his limited edition sports car. Having a super wealthy elder brother was indeed a very happy thing. Thank you, brother. I love you. Egon almost kissed his elder brother. Be careful. You just got your license, Tomas reminded. I know. Don't worry, brother. Egon took the keys happily and went downstairs to try out the car. Tomas watched his little brother skip happily toward the garage and smiled indulgently before returning his gaze to the computer screen. At this moment, Ida had logged off, with her avatar showing gray. Tomas switched to the game lobby. On the server's top players list, Ida was ranked at the bottom. Tomas knew this was because Miriam was too lazy to play the ranking matches. If she wanted to, her rank would be much higher. His own account was second on the list. The ID of the first-ranked player was a random string of letters, Acton, which seemed to be randomly typed when registering the account. Although the name was casual, this person had consistently occupied the top spot, far ahead of everyone else, unbeaten. Tomas started paying attention to this person 2 years ago, when he and Miriam had a confrontation over a rare herb that had only appeared 10 times since the game launched. Both wanted the herb, and neither would give in. In the end, the battle between the first-ranked, Acton, and the 10th-ranked Ida lasted nearly an hour without a clear winner. Everyone stopped what they were doing to watch the fight. People were curious why the 10th-ranked Ida could hold out for so long without losing. From then on, it seemed Acton had a grudge against Miriam. Whenever she gathered herbs, he would ambush her. Tomas even challenged Acton once, but failed to win. Chapter 74. Are you dissatisfied with Chinese, Miriam? The weekend rest was over, and Miriam returned to school. As soon as she stepped into the classroom, her classmates cast at her looks that were far from ordinary. Miriam had become a hot figure at Huaihua High School. Everyone was curious about how she could manage to sleep in class, skip homework, yet still score full marks on exams. Vonda approached Miriam with quick, small steps, her face brimming with curiosity. Miriam, the citywide rankings are out. Did you know you topped the city? Previously, only the rankings within their school were announced, while the city's rankings had just been released that day. Oh, Miriam remained even calmer than Vonda. Wow, as expected of an A student. Being top in the city is no big deal for you. If it were me, I would have jumped 3 zhang high, Vonda said excitedly. After putting down her things, Miriam took out her pillow, preparing to take a nap. The Mira entered the classroom. The Mira for class 5 was a woman in her early 30s. She looked average but usually wore a serious expression, making the students a little afraid of her, though she was kind-hearted and taught methodically and patiently. The Mira walked up to Miriam, who was about to fall asleep, and tapped on her desk. Miriam raised her head blankly, looking like she hadn't fully woken up. Miriam, do you dislike me? The Mira frowned, appearing troubled. Miriam looked at the teacher and asked, which subject do you teach? She couldn't even remember who the teacher was. The Mira nearly lost her breath. She didn't even know which subject this teacher taught. No wonder Miriam didn't recognize her. She slept through every class. It would be surprising if she remembered anything else. Chinese. Why did you only get 60 points on your Chinese paper? The Mira almost got a heart attack when she saw Miriam's paper. The handwriting was arrogant but beautiful and neat, giving a good first impression to the Mira. But after checking the answers carefully, the Mira almost spat blood. It was chaotic and messy. All the questions that required rote memorization were answered correctly by Miriam. However, the questions that tested reading comprehension and required free writing were answered haphazardly. The essay section was even more frustrating. The topic was to write an 800-word essay based on a touching moment involving a family member, excluding poetry. And then Miriam wrote this. Family affection is a lamp. Family affection is light. Family affection is water. Ah, beautiful family affection. Yes, only one sentence. A stiff and dry sentence. Not even close to being a decent parallel structure. What sort of forced metaphor? Lamp, light, water? The teacher couldn't convince herself to give any leniency points. The total score for Chinese in senior year was 150, and Miriam's 60 points were not even passing. The issue was that she almost got perfect scores in all other subjects. There was comparison and hurt. The Mira felt deeply insulted by Miriam. I don't know how, Miriam answered. Do you really not know, or did you intentionally not do well? The Mira pursued. Don't know how, Miriam replied honestly. The Mira cooled off somewhat, but did not let Miriam off so easily. You excel in other subjects. Chinese can't hold you back. In the coming time, allocate more time to Chinese. Try to make your Chinese score match your overall score, understand? Miriam's tone was casual and lazy, and it wasn't clear whether she had taken it in or not. Chapter 75. With you, I don't feel exhausted. The Mira spoke earnestly for a while before finally left with lingering reluctance. Then Miriam received many admiring glances from her classmates. At this moment, the system notifications sounded one after another. Task progress, +1. Task progress, +1. Admiration value, +1. Admiration value, +1. The task progress surged to 90% all at once, only 10% away from completing the scholar turnaround task. Miriam could already see the 100 points of virtue value waving at her. In a good mood, Miriam tidied up her small cushion and continued to sleep soundly on it. Just as the class was about to start, Judah arrived late, with his usual delinquent demeanor. Judah looked at Miriam and asked, I heard you got first place? By now Miriam was half asleep. Miriam responded without opening her eyes, answering Judah's question with what little consciousness she had left. Do you get this tired every day? Judah asked. As her desk mate for half a month, this was the first time Judah asked Miriam this question. Yeah, Miriam replied, adding on after a brief pause. It's been less tiring these past few days. Less tiring? What? Judah questioned. Because of you. With you here, I don't feel exhausted anymore. Miriam murmured, half asleep. I don't remember helping you much. You don't need to do anything. Just being here by my side is enough. I'm content. Now you are my biggest motivation to come to school. She used to attend school just to satisfy Carmelo's expectations. But now, coming to school was for earning virtue points from Judah, who was like her walking ATM. Such a straightforward confession was something Judah had never heard before. Seeing Miriam in such a daze and saying those endearing words to him, he couldn't help but smile. This woman really. When Judah fell silent for a moment, Miriam drifted off into a deep sleep. When Miriam woke up again, it was already noon, and all the students in the class had gone to the canteen for lunch. Seeing the empty classroom and looking at the clock on the wall, Miriam realized she had overslept. Oh no, she missed the free lunch. Miriam's free meal ticket was Christopher. If she followed Christopher, she wouldn't have to pay for her own meals. Turning her head, Miriam saw a plate of steaming hot food on the tray beside her along with a note with 3 powerful characters. Eat when awake. The handwriting was very beautiful, causing Miriam to look at it a few more times. This note was undoubtedly for her. But who would be so kind as to leave food for her when she overslept? Probably Christopher. No matter what else can be said about him, he always took good care of her meals, never letting her go hungry. Previously, she overheard Carmelo mentioning that Christopher and Adeline both had practiced calligraphy since they were young, and Christopher had even won several awards in calligraphy competitions before, so there was a high likelihood that he wrote it. As for her desk mate, those few characters, according to the teacher, they looked like they were scratched out by a dog. Probably not his work. Just as Miriam finished her lunch, her phone vibrated. After checking the caller ID, Miriam glanced around and only answered after confirming no one else was in the classroom. Chapter 76. Cortez is coming to Huayue High School. I'm at the gate of your school now. It was a man's voice over the phone. Didn't I tell you not to come? Last time? Just to prevent him from showing up at her school, she even went to the venue where he attended an event. But my little Lingling is finally going to school, and as family, I really want to see it with my own eyes. Cortez said in a self-righteous tone. Rest assured, I have disguised myself very well, making sure no one can recognize me. No, Miriam refused. It will make a mess. Miriam wanted to be a carefree loafer. If people discovered that she had interactions with Cortez, her school life would likely become much more complicated. Due to the system mission assignment, she unexpectedly topped the exam rankings, which already brought her plenty of trouble. She couldn't afford another complication like Cortez, or she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully at school anymore. You're really heartless, Valerie. Yep, Becca's heartless. Then Miriam hung up the phone, demonstrating her heartlessness with action. Cortez, who had been hung up on, was standing at the entrance of Huayue High School at that moment. Beckett wore a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask, indeed well hidden. However, his appearance looked quite conspicuous, and the security guard at the school gate had been eyeing him suspiciously, suspecting him of wanting to do something illegal at their school. After standing at the school gate for a while, Cortez suddenly got an idea. Immediately, he called his agent. Half an hour later, both the school leadership and the sports department of Huayue High School received news that basketball star Cortez would be visiting their school for an activity. The activity mainly involved playing a friendly match with the school's basketball team. Of course, the school leadership welcomed him warmly, and the teachers from the sports department immediately contacted the captain of the school's basketball team, Egon. Egon leaped into the air when he heard the news. It feels like a dream. What dream? The notice has been issued. It's today, and he'll be here soon. The coach also seemed very excited. But why? There was no mention of such an arrangement in Cortez's schedule beforehand. As a fan of Cortez, Egon had thoroughly studied his schedule during this visit to Tonghai Lithiety. Beckett was certain that Cortez only had one public event scheduled in Tonghai Lithiety, the fan meeting. It seems it was a last-minute decision. There's nothing strange about it. Now sports stars often visit schools to connect with students and promote physical exercise. This is a good thing. We have so many high schools in Tonghai Lithiety. It feels like a dream. How lucky we are. Oh, Egon was both excited and thrilled. Beckett then informed the other members of his basketball team, sharing the good news. Christopher, upon hearing the news, was eager to skip class immediately. To play basketball with his idol, his life would be complete. The boys on the basketball team hurried to gather at the gymnasium to prepare for the upcoming friendly match. Though beating professional basketball players was unrealistic, they didn't want to embarrass themselves, especially not in front of their idol. The school leadership began to arrange specific matters for the afternoon. Also call the classes that have PE in the afternoon. There should be spectators. And the cheerleaders should come too. They can perform during halftime. Many media friends are expected to be present. Chapter 77. Does she really like Cortez? After getting the news from Egon, Christopher hurriedly ran towards the gymnasium. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered something. Miriam also liked Cortez. Christopher knew that even if Miriam stayed in the classroom, she would just be sleeping. It might be better to call her to see her idol perform. Christopher turned around and ran to class 5 of senior 3. It was the break time now. Miriam, Iwe, Cortez has come to our school and is going to play a friendly match with us later, Christopher said, extremely excited. Thinking about competing on the same field as his idol shortly, Christopher's blood was boiling. It was quite difficult for him to still think about calling Miriam during such an exhilarating moment. Christopher's words didn't wake Miriam up immediately, but made the classmates in class 5 excited. They asked Christopher if this was true one after another. It's true. You can go watch if you have PE class this afternoon. After Christopher finished speaking, the students cheered. Miriam was awakened by her classmates' voices, opening her eyes hazily, staring at Christopher with confusion. Only when Miriam was like this did she look completely harmless without the coldness which kept others away when she was awake. Didn't you hear? Cortez came to our school and is going to play a friendly match with us. Seeing Miriam's confused expression, Christopher felt she looked somewhat cute inexplicably. What the heck? After understanding the news clearly, Miriam instantly lost her sleepiness. Beckett's expression was still a little dumbfounded. It seemed like her brain had crashed momentarily after processing so much information. Christopher understood her reaction as excessive excitement. Seeing Miriam's thrilled face, he knew it was right to find her. Okay, stop thinking and go to the gymnasium with me. Those who have PE class this afternoon will all go to watch the friendly match. Just sit in the audience. No one should recognize you. Then he dragged Miriam to the gymnasium. Miriam didn't know whether she hadn't fully woken up and thus didn't react or thought she should go. Anyway, she didn't resist and let Christopher drag her to the gymnasium. Judah watched Miriam being woken up from her dream and happily following Christopher to the gymnasium to see her idol. It was rare. The lazy Miriam appeared unusually excited today. For a sloth like her to act so proactive was really uncommon. The last time she chose a gift for him was also related to Cortez. Does she really like Cortez? In the gymnasium, students were actively preparing. The basketball team members were warming up. The cheerleaders were practicing. Miriam found a corner to sit down, catching sight of Adeline rehearsing with her teammates. When Miriam saw Adeline also noticed her, glancing in Miriam's direction and slightly lowering her gaze. On the stands, Only a few students from classes having PE in the afternoon had sneaked over upon hearing the news, making Miriam stand out particularly. Adeline knew Christopher and Miriam had been close these past couple of days. She persuaded herself not to care because Christopher cared more about her. However, when she saw Christopher dragging Miriam into the gymnasium just now, her heart couldn't help but ache. It was as if Miriam had stolen a corner of her heart. Chapter 78. Did he come for his little fan? She knew how excited Christopher was about Cortez coming to the school, but even at such an exciting time, he still thought of finding Miriam, which showed that Miriam's position in Christopher's heart had become much more important than it was at the beginning. Adeline didn't know what she would have left in the Zaire family if she lost her aunt's and Ira's favor. Her phone contained a message from her mother this morning asking about the distribution of Rock's estate. She hadn't replied yet, and didn't know how to reply. She didn't want to tell her mother that Rock didn't treat her well, but treated Miriam quite nicely. Adeline understood that she was not ultimately a member of the Zaire family and had always been living under their roof. And she might lose even this kind of dependent life next. If she went back to live with her mother, she couldn't imagine how terrible her life would become. Adeline knew her mother very well. Her mother had lived a comfortable life since childhood and was used to spending money extravagantly. Even though the Ming family had gone bankrupt, her mother hadn't changed her habit of being prodigal. These years, relying on support from her aunt, her mother barely maintained her life. But even so, she still spent the little money they had on jewelry, luxury bags, never thinking about saving, let alone saving money for her education. Even daily meals were problematic. Adeline realized early on that only by staying in the Zaire family and receiving the best education they could offer, connecting with their network and upper society, would her future be bright. So no matter what, she must not leave the Zaire family. Adeline made up her mind. Whatever happens, she cannot let Miriam take away these things she cherished most. Judah arrived at the gymnasium somehow unbeknownst to everyone. Handsome and roguish Judah attracted glances wherever he went. Today Judah wore his usual school uniform. The loose uniform looked sloppy on others, but fit him like a model. When he sat down in the stands, the cheerleaders kept stealing glances at him. Judah was indeed handsome, impeccable from his features to his physique. His slender waist and long legs were mesmerizing. Too bad he has character issues and is undoubtedly a delinquent. Egon didn't expect Judah to show up for the fun. Judah usually avoided crowds. Although he was good at basketball, he never followed any basketball stars. Egon had been following Judah for 3 years and didn't know what could pique his interest. Egon found an opportunity to go to the stands and cautiously asked Judah, "Sir, what wind brought you here? Aren't you the one who doesn't like joining in on such events?" "Just came to see." Judah responded indifferently. "Did you come to watch me play? Or to watch Cortez?" If the former, Egon planned to be slightly moved. If the latter, he'd suspect Sir Lin's change of heart. "I'll see both." Judah's eyes stayed fixed on Miriam in the opposite stands. Following Judah's gaze, Egon saw Miriam sitting in a corner of the stand. Egon sensed something unusual, looking at Judah, then at Miriam across. No way. Is Master Dustin here for his little fan? Chapter 79. The Campus Friendship Match of Beckonley 1. After an hour of bustling inside the gymnasium, Beckonley arrived at the school. The school leaders and the physical education teachers welcomed Beckonley and his team together. Following behind were Tonghai Alithiades media, including the city TV station and online media outlets. The crowd inside the gymnasium erupted upon catching sight of Beckonley. Beckonley was extremely tall. The school leaders and PE teachers only reached up to his shoulder when standing beside him. Even the school basketball team members appeared noticeably shorter by half a head in front of him. Tall, handsome, and robust, as a professional basketball player, Beckonley clearly towered over and was more muscular than Huagao High School's basketball team members. Both boys and girls were incredibly excited. Beckett's so handsome. Beckonley is so handsome. Beckett's really tall. Beckett's even taller than Egon by a head. I actually saw him in person, too excited. Beckonley, who helped Huicheng win the CBA championship. In person, Beckonley's gaze swept over the crowd and secretly glanced towards Miriam sitting in the corner of the audience stands. They hadn't met for quite some time. Although they weren't blood-related, they grew up like siblings. Even after they were adopted by different families, they remained in touch. Beckonley didn't let his gaze linger too long on her, so as not to draw attention to their relationship. Miriam also saw Beckonley. Beckett was like her big brother, without blood ties, but like real siblings. However, after that incident, Miriam felt a bit uncertain about how to face Beckonley, so she had been avoiding meeting him as much as possible. Thus, she hadn't watched him play live in a long time. Yet she would watch his every major game online, and if she missed the live stream, she'd find recordings afterward. As Miriam gazed at Beckonley, memories surfaced, making her lost in thought. She was unaware that someone else was watching her, taking in her expression of being absorbed in looking at Beckonley. The friendship match began. The school basketball players were divided into 2 teams, with Beckonley joining one. Egon and Christopher were both on the opposite side of Beckonley, 2 little fans who finally got the chance to play against their idol. Christopher attempted several shots, only to have them blocked by Beckonley each time. There were also several instances where Christopher tried to dribble past, but was intercepted by Beckonley. Christopher was thoroughly dominated without any fight back. It seemed Beckonley wasn't even taking it seriously, yet Christopher found himself helpless in front of him, not even getting a chance to counterattack. Christopher noticed others didn't seem to be suffering as badly. He might be the worst off on the court. Every time he got possession of the ball, it either got snatched away by Beckonley or blocked during a shot attempt. Christopher knew this should just be a coincidence. There was no way Beckonley could intentionally target him. They didn't even know each other. Under the hoop, Christopher received the pass from a teammate again. Just as he was about to shoot, Beckenley blocked his shot once more. The basketball bounced off the floor as Christopher lost another opportunity to score. This scene played out countless times throughout the first half. Despite Beckenley playing casually, he was still the one scoring the most points. Every time he scored, thunderous applause and loud cheers broke out. Even Miriam, usually so lazy, clapped for him when he scored. A smile inadvertently appeared at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 80. The school friendship match at Cortez, 2. Miriam was not someone who often smiled. One could say she seldom showed a smile. But today, while watching Cortez, she kept smiling frequently. As expected, she really liked Cortez. The first half ended with Cortez's side leading by 20 points. This was even under the condition that Cortez was clearly holding back. Although they couldn't win, everyone was still very happy. Christopher was the most thoroughly beaten among them, yet he still wore a broad smile, looking thoroughly satisfied. During halftime, the cheerleaders began their performance. The media cameras focused on them intensely. Adeline stood in the center position and danced the best of all. She immediately caught the camera operator's attention, who shot her enthusiastically. This girl was truly outstanding, whether in looks or dancing skills, outshining the others, rivaling those professionally trained K-pop trainees. Adeline exuded confidence before the camera, performing effortlessly, radiating brilliance that overshadowed the other girls performing alongside her. It was as if she was born for the stage and the lens, beautiful exceptionally and beyond reproach. The director of the TV station said, "Capture more shots of this girl. Tomorrow's report should give this girl more screen time besides Cortez." The cameraman nodded repeatedly, focusing the lens on Adeline. Adeline felt that the cameras were capturing her and put in even more effort. She let the camera record her most beautiful and shining moments. The students were also captivated by Adeline's dance moves. Adeline is really beautiful. Not only does she excel in studies, but her dancing is also amazing. She's truly a perfect goddess. I really like her so much, my idol. Look, both the TV stations and new media are filming her. So enviable. The halftime performance ended, and the second half started. The players got back into position on the court. Then everyone suddenly noticed that there had been a player change. Egon had been substituted off, and Judah came on. The students were stunned, their eyes wide open. What was happening? How did the troublemaker Judah get on the court? Beckett wasn't part of the school basketball team. And did he even know how to play basketball? Where's Egon? Why did Captain Lou go off? What's going on here? Replacing him with Judah? Is this a joke? Does he even know how to play basketball? Does he know the rules? This isn't about fighting. Damn, with so many media outlets here, if he behaves irresponsibly, the school will lose face. What's going on? Judah is crazy. He can do anything. Won't he cause trouble? The students whispered among themselves, filled with concern, sensing that something bad might happen. The school leadership saw it and looked equally shocked, as if facing a great calamity. They hurriedly asked the physical education teacher, "What's going on? How did Judah get on the court? Isn't this causing trouble?" Beckett doesn't even know how to play basketball. The PE teacher was also baffled. Beckett had no idea why Egon would suddenly switch out and bring Judah onto the court. While he knew Egon and Judah were close friends, he never imagined Egon would be so reckless in such an important setting. With so many media present, the PE teacher didn't dare to pull Judah off the court directly. Trying to find Egon, he realized that Egon wasn't even in the gymnasium anymore. Knowing that once Judah took the field, the school leadership and the PE teacher would come after him, Egon had hidden away early. Chapter 81. Going back and forth with a professional player. The school leadership couldn't pull Judah off the court in time, and could only watch helplessly as the mischievous Judah joined the friendly match. The second half started. The school leaders and physical education teachers silently prayed in their hearts, hoping that Judah wouldn't cause any trouble. Many media outlets were present. If anything went wrong, it would tarnish their school's reputation. The students also watched nervously. Cortez dribbled past defenders, and Judah focused on him. In a flash, Judah snatched the ball from Cortez's hands and dashed towards the opposing hoop. Everyone was stunned. Judah actually managed to steal the ball from Cortez? Judah dribbled to the basket and shot the ball with agility, scoring 2 points for his team as the basketball went smoothly through the net. Everything happened so quickly that the crowd hadn't even processed Judah stealing the ball before it went in. After 10 seconds of silence, applause and cheers broke out. The girls were mesmerized. His shooting move was incredibly cool. Cortez squinted at Judah. This friendly match was initially just for fun, and he wasn't taking it seriously. As a professional basketball player, going all out against amateur students would be unreasonable. But Judah's appearance made Cortez notice something different. Cortez began to take things seriously. A contest between the two commenced. The other players couldn't keep up with the pace set by these two. They exchanged intense plays. Once again, Judah stole the ball from Cortez, leaped, and made a shooting motion. Cortez also jumped into the air, raising his arm high, palm blocking Judah's shooting direction. If Judah attempted the shot, Cortez would definitely block it. Suddenly, Judah pulled back his hand, changed direction, and reshot, performing a reverse layup. Such a maneuver could only be executed by professional basketball players. It required excellent air control and strong core strength. Even among professionals, not everyone could pull this off. How could Judah do it? Was this still the same delinquent Judah? Egon sneaked back to the basketball court, hiding in a corner to watch the game. Beckett wouldn't have taken the risk of getting criticized by the school leadership and PE teachers to let Judah play if he didn't want to see Xiao Destiny, Little Master Dustin, play against Cortez. Having known Judah for so long and worked under him, Egon had never seen Judah take a serious basketball match. Before this, he was always on the receiving end of Judah's dominance, giving no clue about Judah's true level. Egon muttered, "Damn, is this guy human?" Beckett barely plays regularly, but can go head-to-head with a pro like Cortez. What the heck? Egon had seen how Judah could feel the pulse on a person's wrist with those hands, but this was the first time seeing them perform so fiercely in basketball. Beckett thought Judah could only dominate amateurs like him, but here he was holding his own against someone like Cortez. Not only the spectators from Hawaii High School were amazed, but also Cortez and his team were shocked. What kind of background does this high school student have? Such talent in an ordinary high school. Chapter 82. Their school actually has a boy who plays basketball this well. The friendly match was still ongoing, and Judah made another astonishing move that left everyone dumbfounded. An ultra-long three-point shot. From a position 2 meters away from the three-point line, Judah directly threw the ball out. In the end, the ball precisely landed in the hoop, securing 3 points smoothly. The entire venue was stunned. This was another action at the level of a professional basketball player. Even professional players might not necessarily be able to accurately shoot an ultra-long three-pointer on the court. But Judah, an ordinary high school student, managed to do it. This was truly unbelievable. After several seconds of shock, the students burst into applause and cheers once again. Too strong. Their school actually has a boy who plays basketball this well. While everyone was amazed and cheering, Miriam still had a lazy look. Although her eyes were watching the basketball court, her mind was thinking about what to eat for dinner tonight. Miriam supported her chin with one hand. She had eaten Western cuisine yesterday and didn't want to eat it again. Recently, she had been feeling a bit overheated and shouldn't eat Sichuan cuisine. Maybe Japanese cuisine would be good? Yeah, Japanese cuisine is nice, and she hasn't had it for a long time. Mainly because Japanese cuisine is too expensive. When was the last time she ate Japanese cuisine? It seemed like it was last year when Achilles treated her. Among all her friends, only Achilles was considerate enough to invite her for meals. Beckett, her subordinates, were always thinking about getting her to treat them. For Japanese cuisine, she wanted salmon and tuna sashimi, some sushi, grilled eel is also good, and a bowl of miso soup. She would tell Joanne at the Zaire family that she wanted to eat Japanese cuisine after going back today. Yes, that's decided. Miriam's thoughts were brought back by a whistle. The friendly match ended. Cortez's team won by a 5-point advantage. However, Cortez did not feel any happiness, because during the last 5 minutes of the game, Judah suddenly loosened up and stopped fiercely attacking. If Judah had maintained his earlier offensive intensity, it was uncertain which side would have scored higher. It seemed that Judah intentionally did not want to make it too difficult for this professional player. This realization made Cortez frown involuntarily. Beckett did not want such a victory at all. Compared to such a victory, he would rather this person spared no effort in a game against him. Judah walked to the rest area, and Egon obediently offered him a towel and mineral water. "Brother Lin, you worked hard." Egon smiled very obsequiously. "Why are you smiling?" Judah looked coldly, reaching out to take the towel and wiping the sweat off his face and neck. "Brother Lin, I've decided. From now on, you're my idol." Egon lacked integrity, changing idols so easily. "I don't need a fanboy like you." "Why?" Egon asked in confusion, wondering why he accepted that little fangirl sitting next to him. What's wrong with having one more little fanboy? Judah ignored Egon and walked towards the stands. At this moment, Judah had become the second focus of the venue after Cortez. Many people watched as he walked towards the stands. Judah walked to Miriam's side and asked her, "How was it?" Miriam was completely clueless. How was what? Beckett's expression remained calm and bewildered, showing no trace of admiration or excitement. In contrast to Egon's current gaze at Judah, it was clear that Egon was more like Judah's fanboy. What kind of fangirl is Miriam? Chapter 83. If I'm your elder brother for a day, then I'll be your elder brother for life. Forget it. Judah looked somewhat unhappy as he turned and walked away. Miriam blinked her eyes, with a look of indifference and confusion on her face. Egon also didn't know what happened. Young Master Dustin was indeed an enigmatic person. After the friendly match ended, Cortez found an opportunity to ask others to leave. Beckett had his agent guard the door while he reunited privately with Miriam in the PE teacher's office. "It's been a long time. How have these past 2 years treated you?" Cortez genuinely cared about Miriam's well-being during this period. "I'm fine," Miriam replied. "You haven't let go of that matter, have you?" Cortez frowned, looking anxious. Miriam averted her gaze. Sure enough, she couldn't forgive herself. "Valerie, the death of your adoptive parents wasn't your fault. You were almost killed in that car accident too. Don't believe the fortune teller's nonsense. You're not any solitary star, or whatever. Accidents happen every day in this world. Why does it become your fault when it happens to you?" Miriam gazed out of the window, her eyes seeming to focus far away. The fortune teller once predicted for Miriam, saying that she was a solitary star, someone who should not have been born, destined to lose both parents and family love, and those close to her would either die or get injured. Miriam's adoptive parents of course did not believe it. They scolded the fortune teller for his absurd remarks, insisting their Valerie was a good child, certainly not a solitary star. But they eventually died, leaving only Miriam alive. Cortez continued, "Valerie, please don't punish yourself anymore. It really has nothing to do with you. You shouldn't blame yourself for your adoptive parents' death just because of what a quack said." Miriam turned around and smiled at Cortez, her smile bright. "What are you thinking? I'm fine, I really am. Please stop worrying unnecessarily." Miriam walked up to Cortez and patted his shoulder. "Relax, I haven't thought much about it. We simply have been busy lately. Now you're a big star, with a tight schedule, and I have my career to attend to as well. You're still young, you should focus on your studies at school. Don't worry about other things. If you need anything, just tell me. If I'm your elder brother for a day, then I'll be your elder brother for life. Back at the orphanage, I promised to take care of you forever. That promise will never change. Now I earn a lot from playing basketball, more than enough to support you. Cortez did not know what Miriam was busy with, but he knew that she always seemed to have endless tasks, frequently appearing with dark circles under her eyes, looking half awake. No, I don't need anything. Haven't I told you that I've returned to the Zaire family? They are very wealthy. I don't lack food or clothes and can continue my education. Stop worrying. Focus on your games. I hope you win MVP again this year. Do those people in the Zaire family treat you well? Cortez was still uneasy. Beckett heard rumors that the two brothers in the Zaire family were not easygoing individuals. They treat me well. Since we are related by blood, they won't harm me. Please stop worrying unnecessarily. Miriam wore a smile and patted Cortez on the shoulder. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. The school cafeteria's meals are pretty good, cheap and delicious, even better than what we had at the orphanage. Although Miriam smiled brightly, Cortez couldn't bring himself to feel happy at all. Chapter 84, Closer Than Blood. In the corridor of Huayue High School's laboratory building, Cortez and Miriam sat on the stairs with a few disposable lunchboxes from the cafeteria in front of them. You said you would treat me to a meal here? In the cafeteria, you'd stand out too much, Miriam said. Cortez felt as if he was being disdained. After all, he was a basketball star, hailed as a rising new star in the world of basketball. Yet when it came to Miriam, he always felt like someone not meant to be seen in public. Cortez smiled helplessly and fondly. Thinking back to their time at the orphanage, they rarely got to eat anything delicious. A piece of meat once a week was a luxury. It wasn't because the director mistreated them. It was due to the tight budget of the orphanage. That weekly taste of meat was bought by the kind-hearted director out of her own pocket. Back then, Miriam, around 3 or 4 years old, was thinner than other children her age. Whenever he saw other girls of her age who were chubby and fair-skinned, he would think that once he made money, he would buy plenty of delicious food for Miriam, nurturing her into a healthy girl. Now Miriam had grown into a graceful young lady, no longer frail, but still slender, yet more mature-looking. Beckett's delicate skin was rosy and fair, something Cortez, as her brother, found very satisfying. Uncontrollably, Cortez smiled, finding even the cafeteria food unusually delicious. By the way, today's report shouldn't feature our high school cheerleading team. Why not? There's someone who has offended me. Who? Let me handle her. Cortez wouldn't tolerate his sister being bullied. No, I want to be kind, Miriam said. Huh. Cortez looked at Miriam dubiously, clearly confused. Miriam was someone who avenged every grudge she held and clearly differentiated between love and hate. For her to say, I want to be kind, towards someone who offended her was quite illogical. Good deeds bring good rewards. Evil deeds bring evil rewards. Sowing good seeds bears good fruit. Choosing to give others a chance can sometimes be a good thing, especially those who haven't been terribly harmful. So, a minor punishment is enough. Cortez reached out to feel Miriam's forehead to make sure she didn't have a fever. This doesn't sound like something you'd say. Indeed, this wasn't something Miriam typically said. Miriam was usually lazy and laid back, not one for moralizing. Even less likely would she say something like, sowing good seeds reaps good fruit. Moreover, if Miriam really thought this way, she wouldn't ask Cortez to remove the cheerleading team from the reports. I've started believing in Buddhism recently, Miriam replied. Cortez was full of questions. Beckett chuckled, feeling somewhat relieved. So Valerie has started joking around. That evening, related media reports came out. Adeline, expecting to see herself in the media coverage, found not even a single photo. There were no personal shots of her, nor any images or videos of the cheerleading performance. Adeline went through Tonghai TV and other media platforms' reports. Everywhere, it was the same story. Feeling disappointed, Adeline wondered why the cameras, which had been focused on her, resulted in nothing. Disappointed though she was, there was nothing she could do about it. After a few knocks on the door, Ayana entered Adeline's room. Nancy, there's a charity auction tomorrow night. Could you accompany me? Ayana asked Adeline to go with her to the auction the next day. Chapter 85, Charity Auction 1. Upon hearing this, Adeline's heart leaped with joy, and she cautiously asked, what about cousin? Your cousin? Ayana hesitated for a moment. Is not very suitable. Ayana had also considered bringing Miriam along, but worried about how to explain it if other ladies inquired. Besides, Miriam's personality wasn't the best. She might offend people easily. When others talked to her, she would often have a stern look on her face, making the situation awkward. After careful consideration, Ayana believed it was better to take Adeline, as she had always accompanied Ayana at such events before. Moreover, those ladies were all acquainted with Nancy, who enjoyed a good reputation in their circle. Defending Miriam, Adeline said, I think my cousin just hasn't adapted yet. If she goes more often, she will get used to it. Also, she is your daughter, while I am just your niece. I'm afraid she might be unhappy if she finds out. As she spoke, Adeline lowered her head, looking somewhat sad. Foolish child, your cousin is my daughter, and I treat you like my own. Both of you are dear to me. These years, since your cousin has been away, it's you who have kept me company. In my heart, I've long regarded you as my own daughter. But your concern is valid. I'll talk to her about the charity auction. I believe she would rather stay home and play games. A warm current flowed through Adeline's heart. Beckett's aunt truly treated her like a mother, something her biological mother had never done. Aunt, Adeline embraced Ayana emotionally, snuggling close to her chest like when she was little. Aunt, having you is so wonderful. Ayana smiled, her expression indulgent as she stroked Adeline's head. Silly girl, you're already a young lady, yet you still act like a child. I'll always be a child in front of you, Aunt. Adeline grinned, showing her childlike side. This was her aunt, who had always been kind to her. She would never let anyone take that away from her. Miriam received an invitation to the charity auction. Since Miriam was a regular attendee at charity events, she would receive invitations whenever there were any activities. Of course, not under the name Miriam. Her donations to various charities were always anonymous. Uncertain whether to attend, Miriam thought she could afford to indulge herself since she had quite a surplus of virtue points recently. How much liquid capital do I have? Miriam asked the system. One advantage of the system was its excellent financial management, saving her the need for both an accountant and a financial advisor. Currently, you have 2.36 billion in liquid assets. Miriam's liquid capital far exceeded the total assets of the Zaire family. Though the Zaires were a prominent family in Tonghai Lithiadi, their total assets amounted to only around 2 to 3 billion. And Miriam owned many stocks, funds, and real estate. Miriam had a strong ability to earn money, and the system's support made her accumulation of funds extraordinary. Then let's spend another 100 million tomorrow. After all, it was just a number on the bank card, a number she wouldn't even come close to spending. Miriam opened her professional equipment to handle some matters when she heard a knock on the door. Quickly switching interfaces, she changed her computer screen to a game interface. Ayana entered the room and told Miriam about the charity auction happening tomorrow evening. Chapter 86 Charity Auction 2. Ayana said to Miriam, Ling, there's a charity auction tomorrow night. I will take Natalie with me and not you, as I know you don't like socializing very much and prefer staying at home playing games. Plus, your sister Natalie has often accompanied me to various events before, so she is more familiar with the procedures of an auction. Though Ayana spoke kindly, she did not ask Miriam whether she wanted to go or not. Instead, she simply informed her of her decision. Okay. Miriam reacted calmly and indifferently, without getting angry or arguing. Seeing her daughter's indifferent face, Ayana felt some guilt in her heart and added, Ling, once you become more familiar with the matters of the Zaire family and learn how to be a graceful young lady of the Zaire family, I'll take you out to meet some ladies in our circle, alright? No need. Miriam didn't like to meet those ladies. She preferred spending time in her warm bed playing games. Miriam disliked restrictions. The thought of sitting gracefully with those aristocratic ladies and drinking afternoon tea made her feel tired just thinking about it. Miriam's reaction made Ayana frown. Ling, are you dissatisfied? If you're unhappy, you can tell your mother. Actually, Ayana was prepared for Miriam's possible dissatisfaction and had many things to say. Now that Miriam was so calm, she didn't know what to say. No, Miriam replied. Ayana frowned slightly and thought for a moment before placing a bank card in front of Miriam. Ling, this card has 100,000 yuan on it. You can buy whatever you like. It could be considered as compensation for not taking her out this time. Miriam glanced at the bank card indifferently, no need, and returned the card to Ayana. The money would be of no use to her, whereas an apple would at least provide her something to eat. To Miriam, 100,000 yuan was less attractive than an apple. Ayana, holding the bank card in her hand, did not know what else to say to Miriam, so she remarked, stay obediently at home then. If you need anything, just tell the servants. Knowing that Miriam's academic performance wasn't bad, she wouldn't stop her from playing games anymore. The next day after school, Ayana and Adeline got dressed in elegant evening dresses. Looking at the striking and charming Adeline, Ayana couldn't help but smile with relief. My Nancy has grown up into a great beauty. I'm at most a small beauty. You, Kylie, are the true great beauty. Adeline responded with a playful and cute manner. Ayana laughed at Adeline's words. Seeing her gracefully mature and charming niece, Ayana felt warmth in her heart. She had raised her since she was a little girl, watching her grow up, study, practice dancing and piano. Now she was already an 18-year-old young lady. What are you looking at, Kylie? Is there a problem with my makeup? I'm just looking at how smart and excellent my Nancy is. You'll surely bring glory to the Meng family in the future. If I do bring glory, it will be for the Zaire family, Adeline said. Although I have the Meng surname from my mother, I grew up in the Zaire family, benefited from the Zaire family, and I won't forget that. Chapter 87, Charity Auction 3. It's good that you have this thought. Ayana smiled appreciatively. By the way, today's charity auction is hosted by Christiana from the capital city. If you can make a good impression on her, it might help your future career. Christiana? Is she the one whose hometown is in our Tonghai Lithiadi, but whose husband and brother are officials in the capital? Adeline asked. Yes, that's her. Even people from the capital would give her some face. I'll keep that in mind. Adeline understood that her aunt was considering her future. After changing into their clothes, Ayana took Adeline to the venue of the charity auction in their family car. The auction site was resplendent with gold and jade, gathering numerous celebrities. Almost all the distinguished ladies of Tonghai Lithiadi were present. Ayana and Adeline stepped out of the car, drawing quite a few admiring glances. Randy, an acquaintance, came up to greet them. She praised both Ayana and Adeline. Madame Zaire really has good fortune. Your niece is so dignified and clever, and knows how to be filial. Ayana smiled in reply. I wonder which lucky rascal will end up with my Nancy in the future. Just thinking about it makes me reluctant to let her go. How about letting her marry my own little rogue? The more Randy looked at Adeline, the more she liked her, voicing her true thoughts in jest. Ayana politely declined with a smile. Nancy is still young and hasn't even graduated from high school. She doesn't need to think about such distant matters now. Studying is most important for her, and getting into a good university is what matters most. Adeline held onto Ayana's arm, smiling coyly by her side. At that moment, Adeline caught sight of Miriam out of the corner of her eye. She paused, turning her head quickly to confirm she hadn't mistaken anyone. Indeed, it was Miriam. Miriam was dressed in her everyday clothes, looking out of place among the other guests at the auction. She didn't enter the main hall, but spoke to the doorman at the entrance before slipping in through a side door. "Aunt, I saw Cousin Ling," Adeline whispered to Ayana. "What?" Ayana was stunned. "You can't be mistaken, right?" "No, I saw her enter through that side door just now." Adeline was certain that the person she had seen was indeed Miriam. But, didn't she say she didn't want to come? Ayana's heart skipped a beat. A vague sense of unease crept over her. She had already spoken to Miriam yesterday, and Miriam had said everything was fine. Why had she come today? Is Cousin Ling angry? Adeline asked worriedly. If she were angry, she could have told me yesterday. Why didn't she say anything then and come here herself today? Ayana was somewhat annoyed. There were so many people here today. If something happened, it would become a laughingstock, and the Zaire family couldn't afford to lose face. The more Ayana thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. "Nancy, you find your cousin and try to get her to leave. We'll talk about it at home. We can't let her cause a scene here." "Okay." Adeline lifted her dress and hurried towards the side door through which Miriam had entered. When she reached the entrance, the guard stopped her. "Miss, you cannot go in there," the guard said politely. "Why not?" Adeline was puzzled. "My cousin went in through here just now." Chapter 88 Delbert 1. If you know someone who has gone inside, please call them and ask them to come to the entrance to escort you in. The guard explained. "Otherwise, I cannot let you in. Please understand." "But just now my cousin, she went in." Adeline was puzzled why the guard allowed Miriam to enter, but stopped her. "I apologized, Mississippi. I do not know which cousin you are referring to. If you are certain that someone you know has entered, please contact them and have them come to the entrance to pick you up." The guard remained courteous, repeating his standard response. Beckett would not disclose any more information to Adeline. With no other choice, Adeline returned to Ayana's side. "How did it go? Did you find your cousin?" Ayana asked anxiously. Adeline shook her head. "I can't get in." "Can't get in? Where can't you get in?" Ayana looked confused. "The small door through which my cousin just entered. The guard wouldn't let me through." Adeline frowned, unable to figure out why Miriam could enter while she couldn't. "How is that possible?" "I don't know either, but the guard said I need someone to accompany me to enter." "So Aling was accompanied by someone?" "I'm not sure. I didn't see anyone else. I only saw my cousin go in alone." Ayana frowned deeply, wondering what exactly was going on and what Aling was trying to achieve. Beckett's heart was full of anxiety, fearing that Miriam might cause trouble at such an important charity auction. But now they had no way to find Miriam, so they could only worry without coming up with a better plan. Through the small door was a VIP lounge exclusively for distinguished guests. In the VIP lounge, Miriam was resting on a sofa. The door opened, and a man dressed in a well-tailored suit with a refined demeanor walked in. The man was tall and lean, with sharp features and rugged lines. Beckett had a prominent nose bridge and narrow nostrils, a stern expression, deep and piercing eyes, and a clear distinction between his irises and whites. Miriam glanced at him briefly before retracting her gaze. Even though he was incredibly handsome, Miriam wasn't particularly interested. The man sat down beside Miriam, took out a book, and quietly read next to her. Both remained silent, not disturbing each other. It seemed quite harmonious. By chance, Miriam caught sight of the invitation card placed by the man's hand and noticed the name on it. Delbert. So this was Delbert. At the young age of 22, he had inherited the top aristocratic family in Beijing and became the head of the CF family. Miriam had heard of him but met him for the first time. Beckett was very low-key, and the media hadn't even managed to capture his frontal photo. Becket's strongest impression of him was from a cooperation project with the CF family a year ago, though it was a minor project not requiring direct involvement from their CEOs, so they hadn't directly confronted each other. After a while, a dedicated waiter brought drinks to both of them. Miriam's was fruit wine, while Delbert's was milk. Milk? It didn't seem to fit the profile of young Master Xie. Following the drinks, the waiter also delivered a tablet computer to them, showing today's auction items. Miriam never appeared at auction venues herself. She always had someone bid on her behalf when she was interested in something. Miriam didn't bother checking the auction items. She didn't care about the true value of these items. Since it was a charity auction, whatever amount spent would ultimately be donated as charitable funds, so the final price didn't matter much. Chapter 89 Delbert 2. As Miriam was intently looking at the auction content on her tablet, Delbert lifted his head and looked at her with a gentle gaze. When Miriam raised her head, Delbert's eyes had already returned to his tablet, making sure she didn't catch him watching her. Delbert had known Miriam for 3 years now. 3 years ago, in that car accident, the other party was originally targeting Delbert. But they mistakenly hit the car of Miriam and her adoptive parents, resulting in Miriam being critically injured and hospitalized, and her adoptive parents passing away due to failed rescue efforts. Delbert started paying attention to Miriam from that time. Beckett had always been looking for an opportunity to help her, but he never found one. Miriam was very independent, dealing with everything by herself. Beckett had never seen her seek help from anyone or shed a single tear in front of others. Even when poor and living in a dilapidated, cramped rental unit, she never thought of asking her biological parents for money. The auction began, and Ayana was searching for Miriam's figure around the hall. But she didn't find Miriam anywhere in the hall. She even got Adeline to help her search, but neither of them could find her. Cousin might have already gone back, Adeline speculated. Only those who received invitations can come in here, and since Cousin didn't receive one, she probably couldn't enter. You're right. Ayana thought it over and found this possibility more likely. Yeah, I must have mistaken earlier. Cousin didn't come in through the side door, but left. Adeline felt this made more sense. Ayana finally relaxed. Adeline set her eyes on a necklace. Aunt, That necklace looks beautiful and would suit cousin well. The necklace Adeline chose was a sapphire one, not very large, so its starting price wasn't too expensive, and the final bid wouldn't be too high either. Yes, you and I share the same taste. Prudence would look good in this necklace, and I noticed she doesn't seem to own any jewelry. It's perfect for her. Ayana thought about how although her daughter had moved back to the Zaire residence, she didn't own any decent jewelry, which was indeed inappropriate. This blue sapphire necklace perfectly matched Miriam's aloof demeanor. So when the blue sapphire necklace came up for bidding, Ayana bid without hesitation. At this moment, Miriam in the VIP lounge was also bidding for this necklace. It wasn't because she particularly liked it was purely to meet today's KPI. She bid on almost every item. No one knew how much Miriam hoped someone would bid against her. Whichever person bids, just outbid them by one notch, Miriam directly told her auction agent. After hearing Miriam's instructions via the earpiece, the auction agent working on-site for Miriam promptly raised the bid. Then Miriam lay on the sofa, drinking fruit wine, curling up slightly like a ragdoll cat enjoying the afternoon sun. Delbert, sitting nearby, couldn't help but smile gently, his gaze filled with indulgence. At the auction site, Ayana thought she could easily win this necklace, which was only worth 10,000 or so. She bid up to 30,000, thinking no one would compete with her further. Who knew that a man on-site kept bidding against her? Even after she raised the price to 50,000, the other party still wouldn't let go. Chapter 90. Only 8 points of merit after all the bidding. In the end, Ayana gave up. She wasn't stupid, there was no need to waste money foolishly. The person she had intended to bid against was either a nouveau riche who didn't care about money or someone utterly clueless. Afterwards, Ayana bid on another safety buckle, spending 50,000 yuan to gift it to Miriam. Then she saw an extremely elegant diamond necklace which Adeline liked very much. So Ayana bid on and won it for 130,000 yuan. Although the prices varied, Ayana thought Miriam wouldn't know the auction prices. As long as the intention was there, it would be enough, and Miriam shouldn't mind. Moreover, Miriam had barely worn valuable jewelry. With her lack of experience, she couldn't tell the quality or price differences. As long as she wasn't told, she wouldn't know. The charity auction ended with Miriam securing numerous pieces of jewelry and antiques. She spent a total of 22 million yuan, far from reaching her set goal of 100 million yuan. However, many items tonight had relatively low prices, mostly in the tens of thousands. The system notified her that she had earned only 8 points of merit today, spending 20 million yuan to gain just 8 points of merit. This system was getting stingier and stingier. It would be better to run errands for Judah. Miriam silently complained to the system. Aren't you becoming more of a pitfall now? Host, you misunderstand. This system has always been fair, open, and transparent, never engaging in any deceit. All points of merit are awarded according to regulations. The faulty system even argued back. The more Miriam thought about it, the more she felt cheated. She increasingly believed it was better to go to school and find opportunities around Judah. With this thought, Judah's image in Miriam's heart became increasingly radiant and towering. She felt an intense longing to see him right away. This was the first time Miriam felt such deep longing for a man. After settling the payments, the auction house staff packed everything neatly and delivered them to Miriam. Each exquisite box contained valuable items along with corresponding appraisal certificates. Miriam couldn't casually buy things for herself, but charity auctions were different since the money spent there counted as donations. And charity auctions often featured jewelry, antiques, and calligraphy. So Miriam accumulated a collection of beautiful, yet impractical items. Miriam looked forward to when charity auctions might include clothing lines, or, like judicial auctions, entire buildings, or some especially delicious foods. Delbert didn't buy anything, sitting on the sofa reading books throughout the event, exuding elegance and refinement. Beckett seemed entirely out of place at a charity auction, more like he was in a lounge area. After the auction concluded, there was a gala, which Miriam usually skipped, leaving immediately after her purchases. Understanding Miriam's habits, the organizers had arranged transportation for her departure early. After Miriam left, Christiana invited Delbert to the front banquet hall. As soon as Delbert appeared, he captured everyone's attention, appearing graceful and calm, with an air of stability. Adeline couldn't take her eyes off Delbert. "Aunt, who is the person next to Christiana?" Adeline asked quietly. From Christiana's respectful attitude, it was clear the newcomer was someone extraordinary. Christiana held a prestigious position in Tonghai Alithioty, where few people could receive such courteous treatment. Chapter 91. Who is the mysterious merchant? Ayana was also unsure. Beckett probably isn't from Tonghai Alithioty. I've never seen any young master from Tonghai Alithioty with such outstanding appearance. This man's appearance was truly remarkable, exuding nobility in every move. Based on Ayana's years of experience in judging people, he was definitely not ordinary. And Ayana had met most of the distinguished families in Tonghai Alithioty, none of whom had a member like him. From the conversations around her, Ayana and Adeline learned that the young, handsome, steady, and elegant man beside Christiana was Delbert. Beckettering the name Delbert, surprise involuntarily showed on Ayana's face. Delbert, the head of the Sief family, why would he be here? The Sief family produced many talents. Delbert's grandfather was the president of the National Science Research Institute. His grandmother was the principal of a top national university, and several uncles were all outstanding scientific talents. Several generations had produced numerous national-level distinguished figures. The only unconventional person in the family was Delbert's father, who did not pursue academia but turned to business, yet managed to create a massive Sief group successfully. Nowadays, the CF family held an unparalleled position in both the scientific community and the business world, making them a force to be reckoned with. 2 years ago, Delbert took over the CF group from his father, making his status evident. Adeline didn't expect the legendary Delbert to be so outstanding in appearance. She had heard this name before, but had never seen him through any channels. It turns out Delbert looks like this, even more charming and dazzling than rumored. Delbert only made a brief appearance and soon left again. After he left, people began discussing the wealthy businessman who bid for the most items tonight. This never-seen-before wealthy businessman was not a first-timer at Christiana's charity auction. Those frequently invited by Christiana knew that her auctions often attracted such a mysterious person. Although never appearing in public, he would always bid for many items, spending at least tens of millions, sometimes up to hundreds of millions. People were always curious about the identity of the mysterious rich merchant, but Christiana kept it a tight-lipped secret and never disclosed any information about him. Do you think the person who bid over 20 million today could be Wilson? I think it's possible. Ordinary families wouldn't dare to spend so much money all the time. This isn't the first time this person has spent so much money, bidding several tens of millions each time at Christiana's charity auctions. If it's Wilson, it makes sense. Yes, over the past few years, he spent more than 1 billion yuan at Christiana's charity auctions alone. We don't have such big spending billionaires in Tonghai Lithiety. I think it's very likely that it's Wilson. Christiana really commands respect. Even Wilson gives her face. Previously, they were guessing who the person who often spent tens of millions at charity auctions was. After some thought, there was no one like this in Tonghai Lithiety. Seeing Wilson today, people felt they had their answer. Adeline was also curious and asked Ayana, "Aunt, does Wilson often buy many things at the charity auctions hosted by Christiana?" I'm not sure if that person is Wilson. I once heard Christiana mention him as an extraordinary person, but she never revealed his background. Beckett should be a very successful and kind-hearted businessman though. Ayana was only guessing. After all, the Invisible Tycoon had done a great job of keeping his identity a secret. Chapter 92. Assuming Miriam didn't know quality. Back home, Ayana and Adeline went to Miriam's room to find her. Seeing Miriam staying in her own room, Ayana heaved a sigh of relief. She asked Miriam about today's auction. "Prudence, did you go to the auction site today? You can't enter that kind of auction without an invitation." Since she hadn't seen Miriam later on, Ayana assumed Miriam had tried to get in but failed, so she had to come back. Ayana added, "If you really want to go, just tell Kiyomi, okay? Next time, Kiyomi will take you if you promise to behave well. Wherever Kiyomi goes in the future, I'll take you with me." Ayana sincerely wanted to build a good relationship with Miriam. This was her daughter, a part of her flesh and blood. How could she not love her? But her temper was too peculiar, making it easy to offend people. At such occasions, those who attended were all distinguished figures. Every word and action of Miriam represented their Zaire family. Ayana felt bitter inside. If her daughter had been raised by her since childhood, she might have been as obedient and well-behaved as Nancy, instead of becoming what she was now. Ayana didn't know that Miriam wasn't actually interested in attending such occasions. She had only gone there today purely to complete her KPI. Miriam remained silent, and Ayana took it as her agreement. Then, Ayana gave Miriam the necklace she had bid for. Miriam glanced at the necklace and recognized it. It had been listed in today's auction catalog, with a final bid price of 50,000. Miriam also noticed the diamond necklace around Adeline's neck. This new diamond necklace had also been from today's auction. Miriam remembered the winning bid for this diamond necklace was 130,000. "Cousin, Aunt specifically bid for this jadeite necklace for you. She thinks the ice-type jadeite suits you very well. Such jadeite is very expensive, comparable to diamonds. The jade lock charm is for wishing you peace and safety," Adeline explained on behalf of Ayana. It was a nougat ice type with moderate clarity and fine texture. Jadeite is generally classified into different types based on its quality, including nougat type, nougat ice type, high ice type, ice glass type, and glass type. The higher the grade, the rarer and more valuable it becomes. The jade lock charm, in terms of its clarity and texture, wasn't particularly outstanding among jadeites. In Miriam's inventory, it wouldn't even make the list. That was why Miriam hadn't bought the jade lock charm at the auction. She found it unworthy. Any piece she had liked, she had let her auction agent bid on for her. Adeline didn't know that Miriam had once made a living by betting on jade boulders and extracting jadeite. It was a quick way to earn money, and Miriam had a system add-in that helped her identify goods accurately, making her quite knowledgeable about jadeite. Becketer Bank's safety deposit box still contained a pile of high-quality jadeite bracelets and jade pendants. Even the 2 trunks she brought to the Zaire family were filled with several kilograms of high ice and ice glass raw jadeite materials, yet to be processed into finished products. "No need. I don't like wearing jewelry much," Miriam replied. She genuinely didn't care for jewelry. Ayana didn't press further, thinking Miriam might be in a bad mood because she hadn't managed to attend the auction today, thus speaking out of frustration. "Regardless of whether you like wearing it or not, keep it as a keepsake from Kiyomi. If you really dislike it, you can sell it for pocket money." The last sentence was spoken casually by Ayana, but Miriam took it to heart. Chapter 93. A drawer full of high-end jadeite. Miriam pulled open the drawer and stuffed the piece buckle into the tin box she used for ordinary goods. When she opened the box, Ayana and Adeline saw that it was filled with jadeite jewelry. Even though it was just a quick glance, they could tell that the clarity and color of these jadeites were much better than the piece buckle Ayana had bought. Ayana and Adeline's faces immediately stiffened. They had just thought Miriam hadn't seen good things before, but they didn't expect that Miriam had a drawer full of high-end jadeite. And those high-end jadeites were casually thrown into a box by Miriam. without fear of them being damaged when placed together. It seemed like a mocking response to what Ayanna and Adeline had said to Miriam earlier. Moreover, the gift Ayanna gave to Miriam, which she thought was a carefully prepared valuable present, turned out to be not even worth mentioning among Miriam's possessions. After the awkwardness, Adeline was filled with suspicion. Where did Miriam get so many jadeite ornaments? If the jadeite ornaments in this box were all genuine, they would be worth millions. Was it possible for Miriam to own such treasures? Before coming to the Zaire family, Miriam couldn't even afford decent clothes. Even now, all the presentable clothes she wore were bought by Christopher. Ayanna and Adeline exchanged a look, both filled with doubt, but hesitated to ask further. Miriam's attention had been on Ayanna and Adeline the whole time, completely unaware of their changed expressions and not speculating about their thoughts at all. She was flipping through a stack of documents, which were neither in Chinese nor English but appeared to be in Latin, incomprehensible to both Ayanna and Adeline. After leaving Miriam's room, Adeline cautiously asked Ayanna, "Aunt, did you see that box in Sister Ling's drawer? It seemed to be full of jadeite." Ayanna was also pondering over this. "I saw it too. Where did Alan get so much jadeite? Judging by the quality, each piece in that box would probably cost over 10,000 yuan. Yet, Miriam had casually stuffed them all into one box." After serious consideration, Ayanna came up with the most plausible explanation. Maybe Harold gave them to her. Harold used to collect a lot of jadeite. That's right. It could only be a gift from the old man to Miriam, given when they were unaware. The old man loved jadeite and collected many pieces. There were countless high-quality jadeite items hidden in the family safe. Even brothers Lee and Ray didn't know how many precious stones he had bought. Everyone could see the guilt the old man felt towards Miriam. After she returned, he took extra care of her in various ways, including firmly supporting her during the incident where Adeline stole the delivery package. It wasn't surprising for the old man to give his beloved jadeite to Miriam. Ayanna just didn't expect him to be so generous, giving Miriam an entire box of jadeite already. Becketing this, Adeline felt an uncomfortable lump in her chest. She had been in the Zaire family for so long, watched over by Rock as she grew up, who always seemed very loving towards her, but he had never given her any of his jadeite, not even a ring face. Chapter 94. Rock is truly biased. However, since Christopher had never received any gifts either, Adeline didn't feel anything about it. But now Miriam, who had just arrived at the Zaire family, received so many good things from the grandpa. It seemed that the grandpa's heart was truly biased to the extreme. Many of those jades were treasures that Adeline had never worn throughout her life. The ignorant Miriam treated them like toys and threw them into a box. Ayanna appeared restless. Upon learning that Rock gave his beloved jade collection to Miriam, she wasn't simply happy or unhappy. Rather, her feelings were rather complicated. After returning to her room, Ayanna told Lee about what happened. Lee, with a solemn face, said, "You go and bring those jades over. They are too valuable to let her ruin like this. You should keep them for her first." "What, is this really okay?" Ayanna softly contradicted her husband. Beckett, her husband, usually had a good temper and was gentle and considerate towards her. But only when it came to matters involving Miriam, her husband would become very irritable. Although Ayanna didn't spend much time with her daughter, she knew that parents shouldn't take their child's belongings. These belong to Harold, not her. Once Harold gives them to her, they are hers. How can we take things from our child? She's had a hard time living outside all these years. Harold loves her and gives her things. How can we? Don't forget why Harold wants to make up for it. Lee's gaze turned stern. Ayanna immediately fell silent, lowering her head. After a long pause, Ayanna whispered, "Even if you want to, you should wait until Harold is gone. While he's still alive, doing this wouldn't be right if he found out." No one knew how Rock would write his will. Now Lee was going against him, which wasn't a good thing. Lee took in her words. "All right, let's leave them with her for now." At this moment, in Third Master Ray's room, Ray was losing his temper. That little wretch, Miriam. Ray had just learned that Miriam received a pile of high-end jades from the grandpa. It was an accident that Adeline mentioned it. As a son, Ray was well aware of the old man's fondness for jades. It was only because he was ill now and less attentive. A few years ago, when the grandpa was in good health, he loved nothing more than collecting top-quality jades. Now he actually gave a large amount of jades to Miriam. Even as his son, he had never received even one piece of his father's collection. Given this state of the old man, it might indeed give quite a substantial inheritance to Miriam. There were only so many family assets, and Zaire family's business hadn't been doing well in recent years, leading to significant asset depreciation. Another division would mean even less for him. Beside Ray, his wife Trudy comforted him. "It's fine, stop being angry. Why do you care about a country girl? Look at her. What kind of threat could she possibly be? From head to toe, she looks poor and sullen, acting as if everyone owes her money. As long as Grandpa is still alive, once he passes, she'll be kicked out immediately. The jades are hers for now, but who knows whose they will be after the old man's gone." Trudy was graceful, having been a beauty in her youth, coming from a prominent family just like Ayanna, though not as famous as the twin beauties of the Meng family. Chapter 95. Josh agreed. Trudy and Ayanna's relationship was one of superficial harmony, with hidden competition for many years. Trudy valued face and maintained a facade of harmony with the Zaire family, never easily revealing her true thoughts. "Am I competing with her? I'm competing with that old man," Ray said angrily. The old geezer favored the eldest when he was around. After the eldest died, he put his hopes on the second son. "Beckett never sees me as his son. If the eldest is capable, I can accept the old man's preference for him, but what does the second son have? What right does he have?" Ray just couldn't accept it. Among the three brothers in the Zaire family, the eldest brother Emeric had always been the most capable, only unfortunately, he passed away the earliest. No matter how much we talk, it won't change anything. The old man is still clear-headed. He can give the family property to whoever he wants. Instead of complaining, we should take action. Either gain more favor in front of the old man, or find a way to get something happening with the second son's family. Trudy thought more clearly than her husband. If they wanted a share of the family fortune, being angry alone wouldn't work. They needed to take real actions. Talking 100 times isn't as useful as taking one action. So tell me, what should I do? Who knows if that little bitch has cast some spell on the old man. For over 10 years, the old man didn't even ask about her once while she was outside. Now she comes back, and suddenly she becomes his favorite. Isn't this strange? On this matter, Trudy also felt it was odd. This is indeed strange. What's really going on inside the old man's head? After so many years of ignoring her, now that he's on his deathbed, he suddenly wants to treat this little girl well. Who knows what the old man is thinking? Beckett's getting old, on his deathbed. His mind is getting muddled. Ray complained bitterly. Beckett could never match Emeric in the past, then later couldn't compete with Lee, and now not even Miriam. Where did he stand in the old man's heart? Did the old man even have him in mind? I don't think this is simple. Trudy had her own calculations. She believed there might be more to this situation worth investigating, perhaps uncovering something beneficial for them. That night, Zaire Laugia's condition suddenly worsened. The family doctor rushed him to the ICU at the hospital. It wasn't until morning that he stabilized. As soon as it was light, everyone from the Zaire family, including Miriam, hurried to the hospital. Ray anxiously interrogated the doctor about Zaire Laugia's condition. Doctor, how's my father? How long does he have left? Mr. Zaire, please rest assured, your father has been out of immediate danger, but his health remains critical. You should still be prepared mentally. After hearing the doctor's words, several family members rushed into the old man's ward. Now awake and out of danger, Zaire Laugia regained consciousness. At this moment, Neil brought news that made Zaire Laugia incredibly excited. The mysterious Josh agreed to treat Zaire Laugia. Really? Beckett really agreed. Zaire Laugia repeatedly confirmed, some color returning to his pale face. Not only was Zaire Laugia surprised, but the rest of the Zaire family was also astonished. The Zaire family had been trying to seek Josh for a long time. Josh had always refused their requests. Even when many senior medical figures were asked to help, they couldn't convince him. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Josh finally agreed. Chapter 96, Mastered Under Bond. Then, when will Josh come to see me? Rock asked hurriedly, his expression and tone revealing great excitement. Josh didn't specify a time, but he always acts like this. However, you can rest assured, Rock. Since he has promised, he will definitely fulfill it, Neil reassured him. Dover pursued the question. President, is Josh's silver needle technique really that powerful? You all said my father's illness was incurable. Can Josh just cure it with a few needles? Josh studied under the elder Bond, who is the only disciple of Bond in the world, Neil explained. Bond. Dover's face was full of surprise. Upon hearing this name, the Zaire family members' expressions changed. Beckett was a legendary figure, rumored to have lived to be 108 years old. Back when he resided in the capital, even national leaders would seek his medical advice when they were ill. Beckett was widely acknowledged as the top traditional Chinese medicine practitioner of his time, whose medical skills had reached a divine level. Besides his medical expertise, what people talked about most was his profound martial arts achievements. Later, in his 90s, he left the capital, and no one knew where he went. And the records he set have never been broken. It turned out that the recently renowned Josh was the disciple of Bond. No wonder. Judging by this, the old man might really have a chance at survival. Miriam stood in the farthest corner from Rock, also surprised when they mentioned Bond. She had never met Bond, but she had heard about him more than once. In the Marine research group she used to be in, there were some records regarding Bond. This elderly gentleman was so versatile that even the scientific community bore traces of his presence. Miriam had read some of the notes left by the elderly gentleman and was truly amazed. She almost couldn't believe that these notes were written decades ago, yet they remained relevant today. This was the first time Miriam admired someone so much. If this Josh was really the disciple of Bond, she really wanted to meet this person. Neil smiled and said, in short, Josh is an extraordinary person. Though he has a bit of an odd temper, he always keeps his word. You can rest assured. Rock's mental state immediately improved. Egon drove Judah to the hospital. While driving, Egon asked Judah the purpose of going to the hospital. To treat Rock, Judah answered calmly from the passenger seat. You agreed to treat Rock? Egon was full of astonishment. Yeah, Judah replied nonchalantly. But didn't you refuse before? Egon was puzzled. Miriam helped me fight once. I don't like owing others favors, Judah explained. Miriam? What does she have to do with Rock? Miriam is Christopher's sister and Rock's granddaughter. What? Egon looked bewildered. Miriam and Christopher are siblings? Egon knew these two people, but hadn't thought they were siblings. Their names did sound like they belonged to siblings, but that was the only resemblance. That doesn't make sense. How did you know they were siblings? You usually don't care about such things. Egon was suspicious. Egon considered himself the gossipy one, yet even he hadn't gossiped about this. Now, Judah had somehow known about it. Chapter 97 Miriam must really love you. Didn't I tell you that I owe Miriam? But those few thugs, you could handle them with one hand. Miriam's intervention was unnecessary. Does this count? Egon asked curiously. It's one thing whether I need help or not. It's another that she was willing to risk her life to protect me. A girl showing such courage in front of a gang of hooligans is quite admirable. Judah's lips curled slightly upward, his eyes smiling, exuding a sense of pride. Egon felt this side of Judah was somewhat unfamiliar. Egon said, I think you're exaggerating. Miriam just helped you in a fight. What's the big deal? Next time someone comes after you, I'll help you fight too. Egon didn't see why this was such a big deal. Is that so? Then next time you come. Sure, I'll do it. Egon agreed immediately. It's just helping him fight. How bad could it be? Once we get to the hospital, give the sedative incense to Neil and ask him to light it for old man Zaire tonight. Judah instructed Egon. The sedative incense was specially made by Judah. It could put patients into a deep sleep, calming their nerves while also having anesthetic effects, making them lose consciousness for a period, facilitating Judah's actions. Judah couldn't reveal his identity yet, so he often used this method when treating untrustworthy people. The car arrived at the hospital parking lot, and Judah and Egon were immediately surrounded by a group of people as soon as they got out. Brat, last time you got lucky because a girl protected you. This time, you won't be so fortunate. They were truly relentless. No matter where they went, these people would show up. Judah glanced at them disdainfully and leaned against a large pillar nearby. Beckett then raised an eyebrow at Egon. After all, on the way here, Egon had offered to help Judah fight. Egon looked at the menacing, scruffy-looking young men in front of him and suddenly felt intimidated. Standing before this crowd, he really did feel a bit scared. How about, you take care of it, Judah? Weren't you the one who insisted? Judah watched the scene unfold with amusement. I think my previous judgment was off. Miriam must really like you. Egon quickly changed his tune. But Judah had no intention of changing his mind, leaning against the pillar with his arms crossed over his chest, looking relaxed. Meanwhile, Miriam, who was in the hospital, received a system alert. Ding, ding, ding. Found 3 life good person Judah nearby, and currently in danger. Without a second thought, Miriam left the ward and followed the system's directions to find Judah. The Zaire family members in the room were discussing other matters and didn't notice her sudden departure, assuming she had gone to the bathroom. Following the system's guidance, Miriam rushed to the underground parking lot. Just as Egon was feeling tense, Miriam suddenly appeared by his side. For a moment, Egon felt as if Miriam was radiating a halo of saintly light. In that instant, he could understand how Judah felt. This girl was truly remarkable. Miriam glanced at Egon and then saw Judah watching from behind a concrete pillar. She told Egon, let me handle it. You go to his side and make sure no one gets close to him. Chapter 98, She Loves Me So Much. Miriam's gaze was sharp and her tone firm, making Egon feel very reassured. Then be careful. Egon, being a coward, didn't hesitate to take Miriam's offer at this moment. Since last time Miriam could win the fight, this time should not be too different. So, Egon immediately stepped back several steps, coming beside Judah. Upon reaching Judah, Egon gave an awkward smile and whispered to Judah, I'm doing this to give Miriam, who loves you, a chance to show off. Truthfully, he was just being a coward. Egon added, she truly loves you. Once she sees you in danger, she runs towards you like a gust of wind. Judah's lips curled upwards once again. With her back facing Judah, blocking them from the thugs, Miriam's lips also curved upwards. Becketray comes the karma points. Thinking about soon harvesting a large amount of karma points again, Miriam's eyes shone as if she were a starved husky eyeing jerky. Seeing it was that woman ruining their fun yet again, the young hooligans felt both anger and fear. Why is it you again? The leader, Cullen, asked dejectedly. Why can't it be me? Miriam retorted. What relation do you have with surnamed Len? Why do you stick to him all the time? Why do you care about my relationship with him? I warn you, as long as I am here, you will never harm him. Miriam warned those youths firmly. You must fancy this guy, right? Just because he has a handsome face, the youth guessed. Indeed, Judah's face was a real source of trouble. It wasn't surprising for women to be smitten by him. But like Miriam, few would go to such lengths to protect Judah. Miriam snapped back. When talking ill of others, first check yourself out in a mirror. Judah at least has an absolutely stunning face. What do you have? What do girls see in you? Your ugliness? Your skinniness? Or your lack of ambition and future? Without talent or looks, on what grounds are you criticizing Judah? Miriam knew how to retaliate. She just found arguments meaningless most of the time and preferred resolving issues through actions instead. Of course, there were exceptions, like now. The mission required her to both speak and act. Feeling angered by Miriam's words, the leading Cullen yearned to argue but recalled his previous beating by Miriam, which made him back down. Miriam stood poised, ready to punch. Beckett, her fists appeared harmless with her fair skin, seemingly lacking lethal power. However, anyone who experienced her punches knew they caused real pain. After her last beating, they took more than a week to recover. Despite their brief recovery, they came seeking trouble with Judah again, and they fell into her hands once more. Their luck was really bad. Forget it, we won't pick a fight with you. Cullen bluffed despite his cowardice, pointing at Judah behind Miriam. You better hide behind this woman like a scared turtle for the rest of your life. If we get a chance, we won't let you off easily. Saying that, he led them away. Miriam turned around and asked Judah with concern, Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Beckett, her caring eyes scanned Judah's body up and down, confirming no injury. I'm fine, Judah replied. Good, that's a relief. Miriam sighed with relief. Chapter 99, the first female friend in the buddy list. After confirming that Judah was not injured, the system's voice sounded in Miriam's mind. Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the task of protecting the 3-generation good person, avoiding injuries to the 3-generation good person. You have earned 20 merit points. Current balance, 80 merit points. This was the highest balance of merit points Miriam had ever had. Judah played the biggest part in this. Since there was no actual fight this time, the merit points Miriam gained were fewer than last time. but it was still very satisfying for her. Just a few words to scare away those thugs earned her 20 merit points. This was simply wonderful. Thinking of this, Miriam couldn't help but smile brightly. Sincere and pure, clear and beautiful. Judah stared at Miriam like this for a long time without moving his gaze. Miriam, thank you for helping us. Egon now understood why Judah agreed to treat Mr. Zaire. Egon's voice broke Miriam and Judah out of their thoughts. You're welcome. I'm glad you're safe. Miriam's smile faded, reverting to her usual cold demeanor. It was as if the girl who smiled radiantly and whose eyes shone with light just now was merely an illusion to Judah and Egon. Miriam looked at Judah and asked tentatively, if it's convenient, can we add each other as friends? If those people bother you again, call me, and I'll come rescue you immediately. Miriam thought back to what those thugs said earlier. They would likely come after Judah again. As long as they came, it would be an opportunity for Miriam to earn more merit points, and she did not want to miss such chances. She had been lucky twice recently. The incidents happened nearby, and the system could prompt her in time. But if it happened far from her, wouldn't she miss a lot of opportunities? So, leaving contact information for Judah was the best choice to ensure he could reach her anytime. Egon mused, here comes the old trick, asking for a contact number. Once added as friends, the rest is predictable. Egon knew better than to ruin such moments. Miriam was a decent girl who could go to great lengths for Judah, so he decided not to meddle. For the first time, Judah didn't refuse when a girl asked for his contact. Beckett took out his phone and let Miriam scan his QR code. Then they became friends. Immediately after adding him, Miriam sent Judah a message. This is Miriam. Remember to add a note. Call me if you're in danger. I'll come whenever you need me. To prevent Judah from forgetting which friend was her and missing out on more merit points, Miriam specially left this message. Judah found Miriam's message oddly adorable. They were already so familiar, yet she still introduced herself as if he couldn't remember her. What she didn't know was that she was the first and only female friend in his list. After adding Judah as a friend, Miriam left contentedly. Even her steps felt lighter. After Miriam left, Egon quietly asked Judah, she seems to be your first female friend, right? Egon knew Judah had few friends. One page could display all of them, probably no more than 10. It's none of your business. Judah quickly walked upstairs, ignoring Egon. Beckety, wait for me. Egon hurriedly followed. Chapter 100. Miriam becomes the special coach of the school basketball team. Judah came to the hospital to handle some matters, and while Egon was waiting for him in the corridor, he suddenly thought of something. Previously, he had wanted Miriam to be their special coach, but every time he proposed the invitation, Miriam rejected it. Would Miriam agree if he used Judah as leverage? Egon believed this plan could work. After all, Miriam was willing to risk her life for Judah. Therefore, early the next day, Egon found Miriam. Miriam, let's discuss something. You come to our basketball team as a special coach, and I'll help create opportunities for you and Judah. This time, he was confident that Miriam would agree because his offer was very tempting. Miriam paused. Do you know what kind of opportunity you need to create? Of course. Just like last time, the scenario of a beauty saving the hero, right? Egon said confidently. The usual methods girls use to pursue someone like Judah wouldn't work on him. What kind of stuff like sending snacks or love letters had been played out with Judah? But the plot of a beauty saving a hero was fresh enough, and it surely would work. Really? Miriam narrowed her eyes at Egon, seriously considering his proposal. As long as she could keep helping Judah, she could temporarily set aside other matters. Getting into a fight and lying down for half a month. Just thinking about such days felt great. Absolutely. Egon patted his chest. Moreover, did you know that Judah often comes to our training gym? That's where he stays most frequently besides the classroom. To make Miriam become their coach, Egon revealed all of Judah's habits. Anyway, Judah didn't seem to dislike Miriam either. Beckett helped both parties and could lure an excellent coach for their team. Perfect. I'll think about it and give you my answer. Miriam felt she could agree, but needed further consideration. She didn't want to be too tired. If the school basketball team members were too troublesome, she wouldn't want to take the job. Don't think about it anymore. If you have any concerns, tell me directly. I'll find a way to satisfy you. Do you provide meals? Including snacks and late-night treats? Miriam asked. Of course, Egon replied firmly. And there will be at least one team-building activity each month. Japanese, Korean, Chinese cuisine, you name it, whatever you pick is available. Even if the school didn't cover the expenses, Egon would pay for it himself for Miriam. Can I hit the players if they misbehave? Miriam asked. This question from Miriam really caught him off guard. Try not to hit too hard. Usually, scolding is fine. Corporal punishment tends to make the news. All right, deal. Miriam agreed. Great. It's settled. Egon couldn't hide his joy. He should have used Judah as leverage much earlier. During the lunch break, which was also the regular training time for the school basketball team, all players gathered in the gym. Since Cortez came to play a friendly match with them, the players had been extremely motivated and trained even harder. Because Cortez told them that if they could finish in the top 3 in the next National Middle School Boys Basketball Championship, they would gain the chance to join the national basketball team. This news greatly excited them. Now they were all striving towards this goal. Chapter 101. It's never too early to bully your brother. 1. Christopher was no exception. Beckett had long told his family that his future goal was to become a basketball star. The Zaire family did not object. On one hand, Lee and Ayana both respected their child's decision. On the other hand, nowadays, sports stars enjoy high social status and economic income, which is an excellent career path, leaving them no reason to oppose it. Brothers, I have some good news for you. I've managed to bring in a special coach for our basketball team, and she's very skilled. I believe her joining will greatly help us improve. Egon shared this good news with the team members. Upon hearing this news, the team members all showed signs of excitement. Captain Liu, is this true? Who is this master? With such an excellent coach joining us, does that mean our chances of winning in the National Middle School Basketball League have increased again? Captain Liu, stop playing coy. Introduce this amazing coach to us right now. Christopher couldn't wait either. What kind of divine coach could it be? If Egon said she was so amazing, she must be quite a remarkable person. At this moment, Miriam abruptly walked into the basketball court. The school basketball team players looked at her in confusion. Why did this girl come in? Seeing Miriam, Christopher felt an urge to drag her out of the basketball court. What was she doing here? This was a place for boys to train. Sometimes they sweat so much during training that they even take off their shirts. This isn't something she should be seeing. Miriam walked up to Egon, faced the basketball team members, and introduced herself lazily. I'm Miriam, your new coach. As soon as Miriam spoke, the entire basketball team wore baffled expressions. Was she talking nonsense? Their new coach? Beckett? Is she crazy? To everyone's surprise, Egon smiled and said, that's right. This student, Miriam, is our new coach. Everyone was stunned. What on earth is going on? Miriam, a girl of the same age as them, would be their coach? Christopher was the most shocked. What's going on? Appointing Miriam as their coach? Has Egon lost his mind? Miriam had anticipated how these boys would react and calmly said, one-on-one. If anyone doesn't think I'm qualified to be this coach, step forward and challenge me. It was normal for the team members to be boo-foo cheat, unsatisfied, and the best way to make them accept her was by demonstrating her strength. Once they were defeated, they would naturally have nothing more to say. Miriam also didn't want to teach them unhappily in the future. To teach them well, she first needed to gain their respect. The boys exchanged glances. They were all unsatisfied but didn't want to play one-on-one against a girl. What if someone got hurt or bruised? That would be too embarrassing. Moreover, defeating a peer girl wasn't an honorable thing to do. They hesitated, and Miriam picked someone herself. You come. She pointed at Christopher. Christopher, who was called out, was stunned. Miriam specifically chose him to compete? Did she think he would go easy on her? Even if he wanted to go easy on her, others weren't fools or blind. Whether she had real skills or not, they could see through it. Frowning, Christopher said to Miriam, don't think I'll hold back. Miriam responded indifferently, her expression calm, showing no sign of panic, and even exuding a hint of laziness, as if she didn't take Christopher seriously at all. Chapter 102. Abuse the younger brother early too. Egon was the only one in the basketball team who knew about their sibling relationship. The others just assumed that the two happened to share the same surname Zaire. After all, Christopher was a well-known young master from a wealthy family, while Miriam was famous in school for attending based on her outstanding academic performance. Her everyday eating, wearing, and using expenses could show that she was quite poor. These two people didn't seem likely to be siblings at all. As for who would win between Christopher and Miriam, it was most likely going to be Christopher. Miriam, as a girl, how good could she possibly be at playing basketball? Not to mention being a coach, she might not even fully understand the rules of basketball games. Egon served as the referee. The 1v1 match officially began. Miriam started by attacking, with Christopher defending. Christopher watched as Miriam dribbled the ball, noticing that her dribbling posture was quite standard, indicating she was indeed not completely ignorant about basketball. It seemed that her admiration for Cortez wasn't solely because of his looks. She had also learned some basketball skills. Just as Christopher was thinking this, Miriam suddenly made a swift move, bringing both herself and the ball behind him. Christopher looked shocked and hurriedly turned back to block Miriam. However, Miriam had already reached under the basket and smoothly shot the ball in. Christopher was stunned, and so were all the players watching the match. They had observed carefully, and Christopher at most seemed a little relaxed, but he certainly did not intentionally let up. Whether it was taking the ball through defenders or shooting, Miriam was precise, swift, and highly skilled. Apart from professional women's basketball matches seen on TV, everyone was witnessing for the first time in real life a girl executing such professional basketball moves. She was really impressive. Not just anyone could achieve this. Christopher stood still, gazing dumbfounded at Miriam, his sister. Beckett couldn't believe that the cool and graceful figure who moved so fluidly and shot accurately was indeed Miriam. Do we need a best of three? Miriam asked. After a long moment, Christopher regained his senses. Yes. What just happened was too sudden. Beckett refused to believe it and wanted another round. You can attack now. Miriam threw the ball to Christopher. Christopher took the ball and retreated to the midcourt line. Looking at Miriam standing before him, she looked lazy and casual, not seeming too difficult to deal with. Christopher told himself that he must have been distracted just now. Beckett shouldn't lose to Miriam. This time he would be serious and give it his all. Christopher concentrated fully, using all his skills, and approached while dribbling. When Christopher neared, Miriam did not move, allowing him to pass her easily toward the basket. The onlookers were curious. What was she thinking? Hadn't she played impressively when it was her turn to attack? How could she let Christopher pass her so easily now that she was supposed to defend? Christopher wasn't thinking much right now, focused entirely on scoring. Reaching a good position for shooting, he jumped and prepared to shoot. At that moment, Miriam rushed over, leaped into the air, and blocked Christopher. Beckett's jumping ability was astonishing, exceeding Christopher's height effortlessly. With her raised right hand, she surpassed Christopher's head easily. Smack! Before Christopher could release the ball, Miriam slapped it down. The basketball fell to the wooden floor with clear and crisp thuds. Christopher lost. Beckett stared at Miriam in bewilderment. Beckett couldn't believe that this person was truly Miriam. The Miriam whom he had thought was good for nothing just a short while ago. Christopher looked at Miriam for a long time, unable to snap out of his shock. Chapter 103. All players convinced. Next, Miriam didn't have time to notice Christopher's shock. She pointed out another player to compete with her. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. This time, the players no longer delayed and came forward quickly to challenge Miriam. Coincidentally, the second player did not perform much better than Christopher, appearing utterly helpless before Miriam. It seemed as if Miriam hadn't even taken it seriously when the player lost. The third time, it was Egon's turn to challenge. To be honest, Egon had been itching for this moment for quite some time. Facing Egon, Miriam showed even less mercy. After passing by Egon, who was defending, Miriam performed a slam dunk right in front of everyone, jumping high with one hand supporting the basketball until she reached the rim, then slamming the ball through. The players were so shocked that their jaws nearly hit the ground. What incredible leaping ability. No one on the school basketball team could achieve a dunk yet, and Miriam was shorter than all of them. Yet, she could reach the rim. How cool was that? Christopher was thoroughly stunned. This was his sister, Miriam. Egon wasn't seeing Miriam dunk for the first time, but even so, he couldn't help being amazed. It was really too cool. Explosive. After 3 consecutive losses, the players were thoroughly convinced. Coach Zaire. Everyone called out to Miriam together. They genuinely respected her from the bottom of their hearts. Even Christopher looked at Miriam with admiration and reverence. Egon said to everyone, I hope our team will improve under Coach Zaire. Yes. Everybody was full of confidence. With Coach Zaire training them, they would definitely get better. Egon asked Miriam, what should we do now? 1 basketball each, dribble around the track field twice, Miriam said. Lunch break was only enough for this much training. More intense training would have to wait until the weekend. Everyone now fully trusted Miriam and immediately followed her instructions. Each player grabbed a basketball and headed to the track field, including Egon. Once everyone left, Miriam was the only one left in the indoor basketball court. In a corner of the gym, Judah, who had originally been napping there, woke up at some point. His eyes were watching Miriam, who stood in the middle of the basketball court. Only now did Miriam notice Judah's presence. She had no idea how long he had been watching her. Their eyes met. Judah walked over, holding a basketball in his hand. Clearly, he wanted to 1v1 with Miriam too. If you win, I'll take you to a movie, Judah said. No thanks, Miriam refused. She wasn't interested in watching a movie. After saying that, Miriam turned to leave. She had already finished today's tasks. Or, if you win, I'll agree to any one request of yours. Judah changed his offer. Miriam immediately stopped and turned to look at Judah. This condition sounded acceptable. What if I lose? Miriam asked, just to make sure. You don't have to do anything if you lose, Judah replied. All right, let's go. Miriam agreed. She preferred a deal where she had nothing to lose. You start. Judah tossed the ball to Miriam. Miriam caught the ball without any courtesy towards Judah. Beckett's lazy demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by a serious expression. It was clear that facing Judah was different from facing the other school team members. Judah was stronger than any of them. Judah spread his arms wide, blocking Miriam's path. With his long legs and arms, Judah blocked Miriam's way tightly. Chapter 104. Miriam actually tackled Judah. Miriam moved nimbly, but Judah was like an impregnable wall, hard to get past. The two engaged in a battle of wits and agility. Dodging left and right, blocking and attacking, they kept testing each other. Finding an opening, Miriam quickly advanced with the ball. A sly smile played on the corner of Judah's lips. It was a trap he had set for Miriam. Beckett immediately turned back to defend. Their bodies collided as Miriam's right foot got entangled with Judah's left. Before she knew it, Miriam lost her balance and fell straight to the ground. Judah reached out to grab her, but he ended up falling too. They both tumbled to the ground. Miriam landed on top of Judah. Beckett's face hit his chest, causing sharp pain, especially in her nose. Judah's chest was solid, all tight muscles. Falling onto it was no better than falling onto hardwood. So painful. Is this guy made of iron? Miriam instinctively touched her injured nose. So soft. Are all girls this soft, or is it just Miriam? Judah felt a momentary confusion. Egon, who had come back to fetch mineral water for the team, saw the scene as soon as he entered and froze in place. Holy crap, this is intense. Knowing Miriam was interested in Judah and that she was quite bold, Egon never imagined she would be this daring, actually tackling Judah. Both Miriam and Judah saw Egon. Sorry. Egon hurriedly apologized. Beckett turned and ran away as fast as he could. This is intense. Beckett had interrupted something important between these two big shots. Such a sin. After Egon fled, Miriam looked at Judah. At such close proximity, in this awkward position, Judah smelled the faint scent from Miriam, not perfume, but a mild smell of laundry detergent, very natural. Unlike most girls, Miriam wasn't flustered. She calmly climbed off Judah. Sorry, I concede. Miriam admitted defeat. She fell first, and Judah only fell trying to help her. Refusing to admit defeat now would look bad. Miriam left the gym. Judah slowly pushed himself up, waiting until Miriam was completely out of sight before standing up. Beckett placed a hand over his heart. It was beating faster than usual. When Egon and the others finished training and returned to the gym, both Judah and Miriam were already gone. Where's Miriam? Christopher noticed Miriam was no longer in the gym, feeling inexplicably disappointed. She probably went home early. Egon rubbed his nose, thinking, maybe she's hiding somewhere with Judah. Haha. Of course, Egon couldn't tell Christopher that. By the way, Ira, I heard Miriam is your sister? Blood-related. With no one else around, Egon asked Christopher about what had been puzzling him. Yes, but I don't know why she didn't live with us before. I'm not clear about that. Christopher still felt uncomfortable thinking about it. At least you'll have someone amazing as your big sister. Egon was somewhat envious of Christopher. though having an older brother isn't bad either. Christopher changed clothes and went back to class. Sitting down at his desk, Christopher's mind was still full of thoughts about Miriam, especially her awesome slam dunk move. Chapter 105 Christopher's Apology. Christopher, unable to hold back any longer, took advantage of the class break to send a brief message to Miriam. When did you practice basketball? Miriam was resting in the classroom. Beckett, your desk partner, Judah, had skipped classes in the afternoon, so she had taken over both desks, getting ready for a comfortable nap before he returned. The vibration from her phone woke her up. She glanced at it and saw that it was a message from Christopher. Christopher often liked to send messages to her, nagging like an old maid without end. His main points always came down to 3. 1. Study well. 2. Cherish life and stay away from the delinquent youth, Judah. 3. Get along well with family members. If you have any thoughts, share them with him instead of sulking. Ever since Miriam topped her exams, Christopher's nagging had only focused on the last 2 points. Before, with friends, Miriam replied briefly. Christopher was very excited when he read this. Why didn't you tell me before that you played basketball so well? Miriam had reached professional player level, something Christopher envied greatly. You didn't ask. Looking at Miriam's reply, Christopher felt that he had indeed been quite foolish before. Beckett hadn't asked because he simply assumed Miriam couldn't do anything well. After pondering for a moment, Christopher typed 3 words into the message box. I'm sorry. Beckett then clicked send. After sending, Christopher felt these 3 words might not be enough, so he added another message. Sorry for always saying you didn't study well before. After sending, Christopher felt oddly uneasy. After waiting for quite some time without receiving a reply from Miriam, Christopher sent another message. How about I treat you to a seafood feast this weekend, as an apology? Miriam still didn't respond, making Christopher truly anxious. If you're angry, just say it out. I admit I was wrong. If you want to scold or hit me, go ahead. From now on, you'll be our coach. If you're really mad at me, feel free to punish me more, okay? Don't ignore me, please, beg. Feeling as if hundreds of claws were scratching his heart, Christopher couldn't focus on his class at all, wishing he could rush to Miriam's class to find out if she was still angry and whether she would forgive him. Miriam, after replying to 2 of Christopher's messages, felt sleepy again and drifted off to sleep. When she woke up, she saw a bunch of unread messages from Christopher. Reviewing the chat history, they were all apologies. Just fell asleep, Miriam replied. Christopher was slumped dejectedly on the desk, unable to concentrate on his studies or anything else. Finally, he received a reply from Miriam, only to learn that she had just fallen asleep. Christopher felt like his heart was breaking. Miriam followed up with another message. I will teach both you and the basketball team members. Since Miriam had promised Egon, she wouldn't slack off. Although she usually tried to avoid hard work whenever possible, she kept her promises and would carry out what she agreed to faithfully. Seeing Miriam's response, Christopher breathed a huge sigh of relief. In the evening, the family driver arrived on schedule to pick the 3 of them up from school. Christopher walked behind Miriam with a silly smile on his face. Adeline didn't know what had happened, but sensed that Christopher seemed different today. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt that Christopher and Miriam seemed much closer now, with Christopher's attention fully on Miriam. Chapter 106. Kowtowing to Sister. In the car on the way back, the 3 of them sat in their usual seats. After putting on her eye mask, Miriam reclined her seat and fell asleep. However, Christopher was not his usual self. He actually found a blanket from the storage box and carefully covered Miriam with it. Adeline watched all of Christopher's meticulous actions closely. Ira, I'm free this weekend. Would you accompany me to the bookstore? Adeline took the initiative to talk to Christopher. Sorry, Nancy sister. I have already made plans with Miriam this weekend. Christopher's face beamed with a sunny smile, his eyes full of anticipation and excitement. You have plans with your cousin where? Adeline asked softly. I had plans with Miriam. Christopher suddenly stopped. Beckett remembered the conflict between Miriam and Adeline. It wasn't that he intentionally didn't want to bring Adeline along, but it wouldn't be right to take Adeline, who had seriously argued with Miriam, along for reconciliation. Moreover, Egon had instructed that Miriam's role as the special coach for their basketball team must be kept secret. No one should know about it. This was part of the agreement Miriam had made with him, and all team members had to comply. What's wrong? Adeline pressed, finding Christopher's reaction very unusual. When did Ira and Miriam start having secrets she couldn't know? She and Ira grew up together and had always been open with each other. Now he actually had things he couldn't tell her. Nothing much, just planned to have dinner. Christopher replied with a chuckle. You've eaten at that seafood restaurant before. Miriam hasn't, so I'm taking her there. Oh, I see. Adeline smiled, but it was a strained one. A sense of unease began to spread within her. Beckett's gaze involuntarily shifted to Miriam, who was resting with her eyes closed. She didn't know what Miriam had done to make Christopher become closer to her, but she knew it was a dangerous signal. Seeing Adeline smiling, Christopher didn't think too much about it. In his memory, Nancy's sister had always been gentle and generous, so she definitely wouldn't be upset because he took Miriam out for dinner without inviting her. Nancy's sister had been to that seafood restaurant many times, while Miriam had never been. Of course, Nancy's sister wouldn't mind this compared to Miriam. Back at the Zaire residence, Christopher first rushed upstairs to speak with the old man in his room. Then he went to Miriam's room, delivering some goodies to her. Through recent interactions, Christopher had come to understand that Miriam loved eating, sleeping, and playing games most. While he couldn't join in on her sleeping or gaming, he could still contribute when it came to food. Miriam was in the middle of a game when Christopher burst into her room unexpectedly. Beckett carried a pile of snacks which he dumped onto Miriam's bed. What are you doing? Miriam looked at Christopher, puzzled. Bribing you. Christopher grinned foolishly. Christopher admitted his intentions openly. Miriam glanced at the items Christopher brought over, then saw his innocent grin, and chuckled. I'll take the stuff, but as for giving you special treatment, I need to think about it. Miriam's laughter left Christopher mesmerized. Miriam rarely smiled. She usually appeared cold and distant. But when she laughed, she seemed warmer, more approachable. You look really pretty when you smile. You should smile more often, Christopher told Miriam. Chapter 107, Reciprocity. Miriam was taken aback for a moment. Someone had once said the same thing to Miriam. She had said, our little Ling looks so beautiful when she smiles. You should smile more often. But her mother also worried that with Ling being so beautiful, there would be many boys chasing after her when she grows up, and her parents wouldn't bear to part with her. Those were the words of the kind woman who had spoken to her. Beckett's voice still lingered in her ears, but that kind woman was no longer in this world. Miriam has never been good at expressing her emotions since childhood, always acting aloof and quiet. However, those two kind-hearted people have always treated her with the utmost kindness, telling her they loved her, even though there was no blood relation between them. The smile on Miriam's face faded away. Christopher thought he might have upset Miriam with his words, and quickly explained, it's okay. Even if you don't especially take care of me during training, I will still bribe you. It's fine. It's not because of you, Miriam explained while pulling herself out of her memories. Ah. Christopher felt relieved. When Miriam came back to her senses, she casually took an emerald suitable for men from the drawer and handed it to Christopher. It's for you, as a return gift. The emerald Miriam picked up was small, carved with the character Fu, blessing. It was entirely green, with delicate jade quality and high transparency. Under the influence of his grandfather, Christopher had some knowledge about emeralds and knew that this one was of high seed quality, plus its color was excellent, making it quite expensive. No need. These are what Alaric gave you, keep them. Christopher had heard from his mother and elder sister Natalie that Alaric had given Miriam many emeralds, so he assumed this one was also from their grandfather. Regarding Alaric giving Miriam many valuable emeralds, Christopher thought it was right. Miriam had endured so much hardship outside since childhood, so it was only fair for Alaric to make up for it. Beckett had enjoyed the best conditions at home all along, already far happier than Miriam. Thus, Christopher did not feel the slightest bit jealous or envious. This is mine, not a gift from others, Miriam said. If I give you something, accept it. I don't like taking things for free. All the emeralds in the drawer, except for the safety button given by Ayana, were purchased by Miriam herself as raw stones, and then crafted into finished products by professional jade carvers, making them completely her own possessions. You don't need to give me such an expensive gift as a return. Christopher thought that he had just given Miriam a bunch of snacks, which, although imported, couldn't compare to the value of a high-end emerald. The value is relative to me, Miriam asked. Do you not want my gifts? No, absolutely not. Christopher hurriedly took the emerald from Miriam and happily said, thank you. I will treasure it. This was the first gift Miriam had ever given him. It seemed to mark a significant improvement in their relationship. Christopher left Miriam's room with a bright smile on his face, just as he had entered it. Adeline saw Christopher happily coming out of Miriam's room. Beckett, her face turned pale, and her eyes dimmed. What exactly had Miriam done to Christopher over these past few days, causing such a huge change in Christopher's attitude towards her? Chapter 108. Being a qualified supporter. Adeline knew that after Miriam became the top student in the grade, her aunt and Ira had significantly improved their attitudes toward Miriam, making Miriam's relationship with everyone much closer. However, she had never seen Christopher get so close to Miriam. What means did Miriam use? Adeline felt uneasy. Adeline met Christopher in the hallway and softly asked, what are you so happy about? Christopher smiled shyly. Miriam gave me something. The point was not what Miriam gave, but that the act of giving represented a significant improvement in their relationship. What did she give you? Adeline couldn't help asking. It's nothing, just a small item. Christopher believed that what was given was unimportant. The gesture mattered most. Adeline's gaze darkened. Christopher used to tell her everything. Christopher was in a great mood and turned into his grandfather's room, where he spent time talking to him every day. Miriam was having a video conference with her subordinates abroad. Suddenly, her phone rang, showing Egon's name. After agreeing to be the coach for the school basketball team, they exchanged contact information for easy communication, especially to create opportunities for Miriam. Miriam paused the meeting and answered Egon's call. Egon's voice on the phone was urgent. Miriam, we're in a bind. Judah is sick and needs someone to take care of him. You should come over quickly. If he's sick, he should go to the hospital. Miriam was initially excited when she answered the call, but hearing it was about illness made her lose interest immediately. She wasn't a doctor and couldn't diagnose or treat illness. There was nothing she could do to help. Judah has already taken medicine, and he doesn't need to go to the hospital, but he has no appetite at all. If someone were willing to make him a bowl of porridge right now, it would be great, Egon explained. Miriam glanced at her computer and thought for a second. Working hard for a few hours to earn 10 million yuan for 1 or 2 points of merit. We're going to cook porridge for Judah, which might earn her 3 to 5 points of merit, possibly even more. It seemed the latter option was better, so Miriam chose the latter. Give me the address, I'll come over now. Okay. Egon grinned as he sent Miriam Judah's address. Just as he hit send, he looked up to see Judah standing at the door. Who said someone was sick? Judah squinted his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. Oh well. Egon laughed guiltily. You said you didn't want to eat takeaway, so I asked Miriam to come cook for you. Isn't that good? Who said someone was sick? Didn't I promise Miriam I'd create opportunities for her? Egon thought, if you two were always stacking each other high in the gym, Creating opportunities for you two would be like doing a good deed, right? Moreover, this call also fulfilled his promise to Miriam, allowing her to stay on the basketball team as a coach without worries. 3 birds with 1 stone, why wouldn't he do it? Beckett really was an excellent supporter, even impressing himself. Egon was quite satisfied with his supporting skills. If only his older brother would tell him who his crush was. He could have set them up ages ago. Beckett should talk to his brother later, mentioning that such a talented matchmaker like him shouldn't be wasted. Chapter 109. She makes one's Becketard ache. Miriam rushed to Judah's house, a top-tier luxury residence located in the heart of the city, with a price tag of 10,000 yuan per square meter. After ringing the doorbell, Egon was the one who opened the door. He was about to leave. Egon handed the keys of Judah's house over to Miriam. Beckett, Trey, are the keys. Beckett entrusts himself to your care. Are you leaving? Miriam asked. Yes, I still have some business to attend to. Sorry for the trouble. Egon was considerate enough. Last time he interrupted their moment, so today he made up for it by giving them some space. Wasn't he being a good friend? With that, Egon slipped away, closing the door behind him, leaving the space to the two of them. Miriam entered the bedroom and saw Judah lying on the big bed, apparently asleep after taking medicine. Not wanting to disturb Judah, Miriam turned around and went into the kitchen to prepare food for him. As soon as Miriam left, Judah opened his eyes. Beckett thought he must be crazy to actually pretend to be sick as Egon had suggested. The kitchen in Judah's home hadn't been used in a long time, or perhaps never at all. The refrigerator only contained some drinks, not even the most basic ingredients like eggs, and the rice container was also empty. Miriam went downstairs to the supermarket and bought a pile of ingredients. Then she cooked some dried scallop and shrimp porridge for Judah. She also prepared 2 appetizers, pickled radish and smashed cucumber, along with a dish of fried peanuts. When it was done, she checked the time. It was just about right. So she carried the dishes to Judah's bedroom. Get up and eat something before sleeping again. Miriam's voice wasn't particularly gentle. Judah opened his eyes, as if he had just woken up. Judah didn't move. Miriam asked, can you eat by yourself? Do you need me to feed you? No need. Judah managed to do it himself. Miriam's cooking skills were indeed excellent. Even a simple dish like dried scallop and shrimp porridge tasted like something from a hotel chef. Judah knew her cooking skills were great since he last ate the seaweed wrap she made. Today's meal further confirmed her talent. Judah finished the large bowl of porridge and cleared the 3 small dishes too. Zaharting down the chopsticks, Judah looked at Miriam. Miriam was sitting by the bed, playing with her phone. From this angle, her profile looked striking yet soft. Judah asked, why did you learn how to cook? I didn't really learn, I just know how. This was a skill granted by the system. Whenever Miriam needed to cook, the system would provide step-by-step instructions, guiding her through every detail. It unlocked this skill for her a year ago after completing a certain task. This skill proved quite useful for Miriam, who previously lived frugally. Cooking her own meals saved money compared to ordering takeout. Judah had investigated Miriam and learned about her past. Initially, he suspected she might have been sent by those people, but later found out otherwise. The investigation showed that Miriam grew up in an orphanage where life was tough. She was adopted later on, but soon after, her adoptive parents had their biological child. Then, when she was 15, her adoptive parents immigrated abroad with their child, leaving her alone in the country. Later that year, her adoptive parents died in a car accident, leaving her to live alone ever since. From these experiences, Judah deduced that Miriam must have had a hard time and likely learned to cook out of necessity. Beckett's lighthearted response, however, only made him feel more concerned. Chapter 110. Beckett's heartstrings stirred once again. You've had it tough, Judah said to Miriam. I'm okay. It was just that in recent years, she couldn't spend money recklessly to survive, but other than that, Miriam really didn't feel any particular difficulties. Miriam never thought of herself as pitiful or unlucky. On the contrary, she considered herself fortunate. As a child, she was left at the orphanage by her parents and family, but she wasn't the only one there. So many children had lost their parents or been abandoned. She wasn't the only or the unluckiest one. Moreover, both the director and friends she met at the orphanage were kind to her. After being adopted, her adoptive parents and brother were all good to her. She was physically healthy, with no illnesses or pain. Fate had blessed her with a good mind, enabling her to earn money, support herself, and accomplish things beyond many people's reach. The car accident was unfortunate and painful, but such accidents happen every day in this world. Compared to many others, she was still lucky. Perhaps the only cruel aspect was her destiny. But even in this, Miriam didn't see herself as pitiful. There were plenty who were worse off. So Miriam had no reason to complain or blame fate. The word pitiful had nothing to do with her. You're very optimistic, Judah commented. Aren't you optimistic too? Miriam retorted. Although I don't quite understand why you pretend to be a delinquent, I know deep down you aren't bad. Your heart is gentle and kind. Judah had been a 3-life virtuous person, having done countless good deeds in his previous lives. It was unlikely he would become a big villain for no reason in this life. Looking into Miriam's clear eyes and her slightly flushed cheeks, Judah's heartstrings were stirred once again. Judah smiled. When did you start thinking this way? The first time I saw you, Miriam answered truthfully. The system had told her immediately that he was a 3-life virtuous person, so she was certain his heart wasn't completely evil. Beauty caught her eye, talent made her stay, and character made her loyal. This was a line Judah had seen online before. For some reason, looking at Miriam now, this phrase floated up in his mind. Miriam said, "It's fine. You don't need to explain why you let others misunderstand you as a delinquent. You must have your reasons." Miriam understood Judah's behavior. Then she asked Judah, "Do you feel better now?" Judah turned away somewhat awkwardly. Yeah. She cared about him so sincerely, yet he and Egon had deceived her. For the first time in his life, Judah felt remorse towards someone. Beckett had never experienced such a feeling before. Oh, right, this is for you. Miriam pulled out a cell phone charm from her coat. That day in the gymnasium, when she fell on him, she broke Judah's cell phone charm. Before leaving home, she happened to notice a small jade sheep in her drawer, perfect as a charm. Judah happened to be an Aries, so giving him a little animal sheep seemed appropriate. Miriam didn't like owing anyone anything. Since Judah had fallen because of her, she felt it necessary to compensate him with a new charm. Jade. Judah looked at the little jade animal in Miriam's hand and recognized it as carved from jade at first glance. Chapter 111. Token of Affection. Though small in size, the quality and color of this item clearly indicated that it was not cheap at all. You don't need to care about its material. You're an Aries, and this little sheep-shaped ornament suits you well, Miriam said. Your situation in the Zaire family isn't very good. Why would you give me such an expensive gift? Judah knew that Miriam's position in the Zaire family was rather awkward. Even though her life had improved significantly compared to before, she was still not a wealthy young lady. The allowance the Zaire family gave her probably wasn't much either. The money spent on buying this jade might have been all her savings. It's not expensive. Last time when you fell at the gym and broke your cell phone charm, I should compensate you for one. If you don't like this, I can exchange it for something else. Miriam's tone was casual, her expression calm, as if it were nothing significant. Miriam had a large collection of jade, and the one she gave to Christopher was even larger than this one. But it wasn't because Miriam was stingy with giving Judah a bigger piece. She had to compensate for a cell phone charm, which wouldn't work well if too large. She also grabbed this particular piece as she was leaving home. However, Judah didn't think so. If Miriam only wanted to make up for the broken cell phone charm, she could have easily bought one online for $10 or even $100. Instead, she gave him such an expensive piece of jade. So compensation for the broken cell phone charm was likely just an excuse. Alright, this one is fine. Judah took the charm from Miriam's hand. Looking at the entirely green little charm in his palm, Judah couldn't help but wonder, would this count as a token of affection from her? Without realizing it, Judah's lips curved into a noticeable smile, and his gaze towards Miriam became much gentler than usual. After making sure Judah had finished eating and chatting, and confirmed he was alright, Miriam left. Once outside Judah's door, she noticed the system hadn't yet prompted any virtue points earned. System, are you bugged? Why haven't I received any virtue points? Miriam asked. Clearly, she had rushed over today to cook for the 3 lifetimes benevolent person and take careful care of him. There should have been virtue points. My apologies, master. No qualified event was detected. Also, you spent 920 yuan on personal expenses earlier, resulting in a deduction of 10 virtue points. The system's reminder felt like a thunderbolt on a clear day. Not only did she not gain virtue points, but the system deducted 10. What was going on? I spent the money on Judah. Why would it deduct my virtue points? The system has categorized this expense as personal consumption. Personal consumption? My expenses were all for Judah. I didn't eat anything myself. Apologies, the system deems this non-essential behavior. The 3 lifetimes benevolent person was sick. Cooking porridge for him isn't essential? And what about all the errands I ran for him before? I'm not sure about that. This darn system tricked her again. 10 virtue points. 10 points. Miriam felt a real pain in her heart. Where did things go wrong? It had worked fine previously. Please stay positive, host. Stay positive, my foot. All her hard work for half a year, and now back to square one. Beckett, her heart was breaking. Suddenly, Miriam felt that Judah's evaluation of her wasn't off. She really did have a tough time. Chapter 112, Judah's Alternate Identity 1. Miriam looked at her virtue points balance now reduced to 60, feeling incredibly sad. Check this Scholar Reversal Mission. Scholar Reversal Mission. Reward. 100 virtue points. Progress. 90%. Why has it been stuck at 90%? After the previous exam, her mission progress had made significant improvements, and she also garnered a lot of admiration points along the way. However, afterward, the mission progress stalled at 90% with no visible changes. This is because the host did not adequately portray a scholar's reversal. Although the initial impression was that of a poor student, the true nature of being a poor student was never fully demonstrated. Therefore, after completing the reversal, more people thought they misjudged before rather than considering it as a successful reversal, which prevented the task from being completed. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If it had mentioned this earlier, she would have played the part of a poor student first. Now, having topped the exam, it's too late for anything else. Is the task going to remain stuck at 90% forever? The host can choose to help other students around them achieve a scholar's reversal. As long as it meets the conditions of the scholar's reversal, successfully promoting the positive energy that one can change their fate through hard work, and the host plays a leading role in this process, the task can still be completed. The system suggested. Miriam wasn't about to give up on 100 virtue points, especially when the task was already 90% complete. Alright, Miriam, used to being tricked by the system, chose to accept the system's suggestion. What else could she do? She couldn't just let 100 virtue points slip away through her fingers, right? Beckett helping the poor students around her succeed. The poor students. Miriam immediately thought of Judah. Without a doubt, the worst scholar in their class, class 5 of senior high school, was none other than Judah, failing all his subjects. And unlike Miriam, he had attended Huaihua High School for 3 years, making his image as a poor student deeply rooted. If Miriam helped him improve academically, it would definitely meet the requirements of the scholar reversal task. Fine, starting tomorrow, she would try to tutor Judah, transforming him from a poor student into an average performing good student. On the other side, after Miriam left, Judah received a mysterious call in his room. The caller ID displayed garbled numbers. When the call connected, it was the familiar voice of a professor. Judah, we need emergency help. Only you can assist us with this matter. Did something happen at the base? Yes, it's urgent. I've sent a car to pick you up downstairs. Can you come over? Please. Got it. Judah hung up, changed clothes, and went downstairs. Two black-suited bodyguards were waiting for Judah downstairs, bowing respectfully upon seeing him. A plain-looking small motorhome was parked in front of Judah. Judah got into the vehicle, noticing the advanced electronic equipment inside and thick bulletproof and explosion-proof walls, far exceeding the safety level of ordinary cars. The car drove out of Tonghai Alithiadi and headed towards the remote outskirts. It was nighttime, with moonlight illuminating the towering mountains. The car stopped in front of a building, surrounded by electrified fences and constantly monitored by two high platforms. Judah got off the car under the protection of the bodyguards. After being electronically scanned to ensure he carried no dangerous items, he entered the premises. Chapter 113 Judah's Mask 2. The heavy stone door opened, and Judah entered. This was a research base. The chief director, Zach, was a good friend of Judah. As soon as Judah went in, the gate closed behind him. After passing through a long corridor, Judah officially entered the base's R&D center. The danger alarm in the R&D center was sounding, with people inside working frantically and nervously. Zach came out to greet, with his graying hair, slightly round face, and medium build. There's been a malfunction, very urgent, Zach said to Judah. Judah looked toward the central area, separated by a huge pane of glass, where the malfunctioning giant instrument stood. At the heart of this complex and precise instrument, a wheel was now sparking. The adjacent monitoring equipment indicated that there was an energy overload. If it wasn't fixed quickly, the entire instrument could be ruined. The value of this sophisticated and large instrument was immeasurable. The research organization had invested over 1 billion yuan in research funds here. Judah hurried to the adjacent control center, where several monitors were placed. Judah's fingers rapidly tapped on the keyboard. Beckett needed to recalculate the operational parameters of the entire instrument to verify exactly which parameter had gone wrong. Everyone else in the base stepped back to watch Judah operate. After more than 10 minutes, the massive data on the computer screen began recalculating. Soon after, the rotation speed of the large central instrument started to slow down, gradually returning to normal, and the sparks disappeared. It operated steadily for 3 minutes before the alarm was cleared. Zach and everyone at the research center heaved a sigh of relief. Zach said gratefully to Judah, "Thanks to you. Without you, this equipment might have been destroyed." Only heaven knew how serious it would be if this equipment were destroyed. Not only would there be financial losses, but also the heart and soul of countless people would be destroyed. You should have a quantum mechanics expert stationed here, Judah reminded. Sounds easy, but it's not easy to find someone like that. There was one at the Marine Geology Institute originally. I wanted to poach him, but he resigned. They lack him too now. Tonghai Alithiadi has 2 large research institutions under the state. One is this one, and the other specializes in marine geology. Though Tonghai Alithiadi isn't top-tier economically, its unique geographical location, situated at a tectonic plate boundary, along with specific landforms, makes it suitable for many specialized scientific research projects. Zach looked at Judah with regret. I know your habit. It's impossible to keep you here. If there are problems, just contact me. I'll come, Judah said. Yes. As long as you're willing to help during emergencies, I'm content. Zach did not ask for anything else. Zach's Millie came over with a drink. Lannon, please have some water. The Millie looked at Judah with shy eyes. Judah glanced at the Millie, ignoring her, hands stuffed in his trouser pockets, making no move to accept the drink. I have other things to take care of. I'll leave now. Judah directly bid farewell to Zach and turned to go without staying any longer. Zach hurriedly arranged for someone to escort Judah out. Watching Judah leave, the Millie felt quite dejected. Zach turned back and said to her helplessly, "Don't even think about it. I've known Judah for years, and I've seen over a dozen girls fawning over him. Beckett pays no attention to any of them." The Millie replied, "Word Judah. I didn't expect much. Beckett's so handsome and talented. I just admire him." Chapter 114 Who will attend the parent-teacher conference? The midterm exams were over, and the results had all settled. All subject teachers had finished explaining the test papers. Next, the school was to hold a parent-teacher conference concerning the results of this exam. School teachers contacted parents one by one, notifying them of the arrangements for the parent-teacher conference on Saturday morning. Ayana received the notification for the parent-teacher conference with some difficulty. The conferences for first-year high school and third-year high school were held separately, so previously Ayana could attend as Adeline's parent and also as Christopher's parent without conflict. However, now that Miriam had returned, both she and Adeline were in their final year of high school, and their parent-teacher conferences were scheduled at the same time. Ayana could only attend one. Ayana hesitated for a moment before deciding to attend as Miriam's parent. As for Adeline, she planned to contact her sister and ask her to attend instead. Ayana went to Adeline's room and informed her of this decision. Upon hearing Ayana's words, Adeline's face turned deathly pale, letting her mother attend her parent-teacher conference. Her mother. Adeline knew all too well what kind of person her mother was. After the Ming family went bankrupt, her mother relied on her aunt for support and owed debts. She always wore heavy makeup and pretended to be someone she wasn't. Once the 2 beautiful sisters of the Meng family, now standing together, the difference was very obvious. Emmanuel's vulgarity and materialism were glaringly apparent. Deep down, Adeline did not want her mother to attend her parent-teacher conference at all. Adeline looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Ayana asked with concern. Nothing. Adeline shook her head. No matter how busy your mother is, she should go to your parent-teacher conference. I'll call her right now. Previously, Adeline always said her mother Emmanuelle was too busy to come, implying she might miss the conference. Ayana, loving Adeline deeply, agreed without hesitation to attend on her behalf, so Adeline wouldn't lose face in front of her classmates. True to her word, Ayana immediately left Adeline's room and called her sister Emmanuelle. Emmanuelle readily agreed. Nancy's parent-teacher conference? I'm free. Of course I'm free. She didn't have anything important to do anyway. She didn't even have a job. It's good that you're free. Come to my place tomorrow, then we can go to the school together on Saturday. Ayana thought it had been a while since they last got together. Okay. Emmanuelle responded eagerly. After hanging up, Emmanuelle felt very excited. Each time she visited the Zaire family, Emmanuelle would receive jewelry and handbags from Ayana, some of which Ayana had used, others unused. Emmanuelle only needed to ask, and Ayana would generously give them to her. Unable to wait until the next day, Emmanuelle took a taxi to the Zaire villa that very night. When Emmanuelle arrived at the Zaire residence, Miriam had just returned from Judah and was dining in the restaurant, enjoying crabs for late-night snacks. Alaric and Dover never ate such snacks, so at that moment, only Ayana and the 3 children were in the restaurant. Miriam ate slowly and attentively, not lifting her head when Emmanuelle entered. Seeing Emmanuelle, Adeline's gaze darkened. She knew her aunt had notified her mother to come to the Zaire house the day before the parent-teacher conference, but she hadn't expected her mother couldn't wait even a day and rushed over in the evening. Chapter 115, and Emmanuelle. Seeing Emmanuelle, Ayana hurriedly invited her to have some late-night snacks together. Emmanuelle quickly sat down next to Adeline. Is this Miriam? Emmanuelle's attention was first drawn to Miriam. She scrutinized Miriam, who was eating a hairy crab with a smile, and asked, This girl indeed looks pretty. Her face and figure are just the right kind of materials to attract men. Miriam looked up after hearing the voice and exchanged glances with Emmanuelle, who sat opposite her. Emmanuelle had a few similarities in appearance with Ayana, but her makeup was much more intense than Ayana's. She had curly hair in large waves, wore somewhat ostentatious jewelry, and was dressed in a dark red evening gown that people usually wear for formal occasions. Ailing, I'm your aunt. Emmanuelle introduced herself to Miriam with a beaming smile. Beccatello. Miriam's response was lukewarm, and her greeting ended there. Kiyomi, isn't the parent-teacher conference the day after tomorrow? Why did you come today? Christopher asked. I missed all of you. Since I have to come anyway, why not come a day earlier to see you? Emmanuelle explained, and then turned to ask Miriam. Ailing, are you getting used to living at the Zaire family? All right. Miriam's voice was cool and calm. Adeline tugged at Emmanuelle's clothes under the table, signaling her not to be so overly friendly. Becketer's behavior was embarrassing. Emmanuelle failed to get her daughter's message and continued questioning Miriam. Ailing, your aunt heard that you topped in the midterm exam. You're so impressive. You should help us guide Nancy more in the future. Christopher hurriedly answered on behalf of Miriam. Aunt, Sister Nancy is quite capable herself and doesn't need anyone's help. Ailing is usually very busy and has little spare time. Beckett was busy leading their basketball team. They were going to compete fiercely in the basketball league rankings. After answering, Christopher lowered his head and continued peeling the crab legs for Miriam. Beckett wasn't very interested in food. He could eat hairy crabs anytime. It seemed like Miriam hadn't eaten hairy crabs for a long time. Therefore, Christopher hurriedly peeled more for her while they were still hot, hoping she would eat more. On one hand, he felt pity for Miriam's past hardships, and on the other hand, he also intended to win her favor. Emmanuelle smiled awkwardly. Iro is right. Your aunt is worried about your big sister Nancy's grades. I'm afraid she might slack off in her senior year. It will be bad if her grades drop. As you know, your aunt can't do much. Sister Nancy will have to rely on herself to get into a good university and have a better future. Adeline hung her head and said nothing. The number of times Emmanuelle cared about her grades was far less than the number of times she cared about the distribution of the Zaire family inheritance. While answering, Emmanuelle sharply observed the interaction between Christopher and Miriam. She saw that Christopher was helping Miriam peel the crab leg meat. This action fully demonstrated that the relationship between Christopher and Miriam had become even more harmonious than expected. This was not a good sign. Originally, she thought that relying on the feelings developed from growing up together, Christopher would be closer to her daughter. Unexpectedly, after Miriam had been back at the Zaire family for just a few days, Christopher had become so intimate with her. If this trend continued, what place would there be for her daughter? Ayana comforted Emmanuelle. Don't be too nervous. Nancy's grades are good, and she did well this time. Indeed, Adeline didn't perform poorly. It was just that Miriam's performance was too outstanding, overshadowing her. Chapter 116. If you don't work harder, you'll be replaced by Miriam eventually. Emmanuelle smiled and said, Right, you're absolutely right. But Nancy still can't let up. She should learn more from Aling. You have a lot of room for improvement. Adeline nodded slightly without answering. Emmanuelle then asked Ayana with a smile. Sis, since this Aling is so outstanding, which university does she plan to apply for? Ayana replied, Probably Jing University. If not, Z University would be pretty good too, and it's closer. Since Miriam had ranked first in the entire city, Ayana had already been envisioning Miriam's future in her mind. She had beautiful visions for her daughter's future. Seeing Ayana's proud expression towards Miriam, Emmanuelle couldn't help but lower her head even more. Previously, her aunt always looked at her with pride, but now it was directed towards Miriam. After having late-night snacks, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Emmanuelle went into her daughter Adeline's room. The moment she closed the door, Emmanuel pulled Adeline and started questioning her. What happened? You and Dorian grew up together. After all these years, how did you get overshadowed by this Miriam who appeared out of nowhere? Just now while eating crab, Christopher kept peeling crab for Miriam. He didn't do that for you. Adeline looked upset. Don't ask me anymore. It's my business. Your business? Dorian is the eldest grandson of the Zaire family. It's highly likely that the Zaire family will eventually be handed over to him. If he favors you, you'll have a solid support and security in the future. But if he sides with Miriam, do you think Miriam will tolerate you in the future? This is something I'll handle myself. Can you leave me alone? Adeline was quite impatient with Emmanuel. Can you really handle it on your own? Remember, your mom relies on you for support in the future. If you don't make an effort, what about your mother's livelihood in the future? I won't starve you. I'll work hard to win his heart. Stop worrying. Sometimes Adeline really wished her aunt were her mother. If you could outdo Miriam, I wouldn't worry so much. She has better grades than you now, and she gets along better with Christopher than you do. Yet, you still act so carefree. Do you plan to wait until she kicks you out before you start panicking? Emmanuel believed her daughter's lack of effort was why she had been overshadowed by Miriam, who grew up in a slum. I know, stop nagging. Adeline was too lazy to explain further to Emmanuel. She had her plans. Emmanuel's rash actions would only ruin things. Yet she considered herself very capable, unaware that she was actually causing problems. If she were any good, the Meng family wouldn't have gone bankrupt under her management, and she wouldn't be living such a miserable life herself. Apart from putting on a false front and setting demands for Adeline didn't know what else her mother was good at. Forget it, let's leave it for today. I'm going back to sleep. Seeing that they wouldn't reach an agreement today, Emmanuel ended the conversation and left the room. After Emmanuel left, Adeline squatted down and buried her head in her arms. She disliked her mother, but knew that what she said just now made some sense. Once Miriam established herself firmly in the Zaire family, Adeline would likely no longer have a place there. Adeline felt scared. Beckett, her mother, couldn't be relied upon. Only when she was with her aunt and Dorian did she feel like she had a home, where she could feel warmth. She couldn't let Miriam take these things away. They were what she cherished most. Chapter 117, The Power of Love, 1. Vonda stared in disbelief. Vonda timidly asked Miriam, Sis Alithia, are you going to do the exercise book too? I'm not doing it. I'm preparing it for Judah. Vonda's mouth dropped open wider than when she saw Miriam working on an exercise book herself. You mean, this is for Judah to do? Yes. Sis Alithia, Judah and I have been classmates for 3 years. I've only ever seen him write his name on homework books and ABCD on test papers. She had never seen him write anything else. Noted. The task was challenging, but correspondingly, it also matched her mission content more closely. For someone who usually only wrote their name and answered multiple choice questions in exams, wouldn't getting a score over 2 digits count as an underdog's comeback? Vonda didn't know what Miriam was thinking at that moment, but she thought Miriam was very brave to try and improve Judah's grades. Soon after, Judah arrived. As soon as he sat down, he noticed Miriam staring intently at him. Anything? Yeah. Miriam took out the exercise book and placed it in front of Judah. Let's study together. Judah glanced at Miriam, then at the exercise book, and asked, feverish? No, Miriam said earnestly. I just want you to study hard. Want you to study hard? What for? To get into a good university and find a good job. That's not all. Studying hard isn't just about getting into a good university or finding a good job. It's about enriching your knowledge base, helping you better understand the world, and gaining a clearer sense of your own social value. Maybe you won't need some of the knowledge you learn now, but it will make you understand the world and yourself better, giving you broader horizons and making you more aware of what you should do. Earlier, when Christopher encouraged Miriam to study, she didn't say it this way. Clearly, for the sake of the mission, Miriam was going all out. After all, nothing was more important than her life. Miriam delivered her speech in one breath, shocking Vonda beside her. Usually, Miriam spoke in short bursts of 1 or 2 words, yet today she managed such a long speech. Judah chuckled. The rhetoric seemed quite convincing at first glance. If Miriam didn't spend half her time dozing off at her desk, he might have almost believed her. Seeing Judah smile, Miriam wasn't sure how to feel. She knew how difficult it was to ask someone to study. Had it not been for this bizarre mission, Miriam would never have made such a demand on anyone. After all, she didn't like being forced to study either, so she understood the principle of not imposing on others what she didn't want for herself. But there was no other choice. For survival, she had to go all out. Miriam took out the bento box she had prepared in advance, which she had made herself. How about we make a deal? Inside the carefully packed bento box were love-themed lunches Miriam had put her heart into. Whether it was color coordination or nutritional balance, she had put great thought into them. Chapter 118, The Power of Love, 2. Miriam knew that to do things with enthusiasm, one must give the other party a little motivation. What is motivation? For Miriam, it's longevity. As for Judah's motivation, Miriam did not yet know, but she planned to investigate bit by bit. Alcohol, wealth, charm, one by one, perhaps something would catch Judah's interest. Judah, looking at the lovingly made lunchbox by Miriam that was colorful, fragrant, and delicious, admitted he was slightly touched. Is that all? Judah raised an eyebrow. If you tell me what else you want, I'll do my best to fulfill it, Miriam said with genuine determination, her mind completely focused on obtaining those 100 virtue points. Anything goes. As long as it's reasonable and legal. Anything unreasonable or illegal was beyond her capacity. I'll think about it. Judah didn't immediately agree. At noon, in the gymnasium. Outside, Miriam was giving special training to the team members. In the adjacent restroom, Judah was surfing the web. Egon seized the opportunity to come in, serving as Miriam's advocate, hoping to get Judah to accept Miriam's tutoring. This was part of the cooperation agreement between him and Miriam. He had to do his best. Not only that, he also planned to report Judah's situation to Miriam from time to time and help drive away Judah's other admirers. Sir, I heard that Sister Zaire wants you to study properly? Egon smiled. Is there a problem? No, of course not. Egon quickly waved his hands to deny it. After a pause, Egon continued. Sir, Miriam has thought everything through for you. She tutors your homework under the pretext of considering your future prospects, but actually to spend more time with you. The lunchbox she made for you, just an excuse to make a loving lunch. It's filled with her deep affection for you. Otherwise, why would she tutor your homework? It doesn't benefit her at all, does it? Egon deeply analyzed the profound meaning behind Miriam's tutoring behavior for Judah. Judah paused his work, looked up at Egon, and seemed to be pondering over Egon's analysis. Seizing the moment, Egon urged on. Sir, Miriam is widely recognized as a beauty in our school. And look at how well she plays basketball, so agile and nimble. Such a girl is racking her brains for you. How hard is that? This is love, pure and simple. If a girl treated me like this, I'd feel my life is complete. You're dreaming. Judah sneered. Why did Egon feel belittled by Judah? Fine, he wasn't destined for such luck. Sir, you shouldn't always have a cold face towards girls. If someone's love isn't reciprocated, even the hottest passion will eventually cool down. Why don't you try giving Miriam a chance? Egon continued to persuade, sparing no effort to speak well of Miriam. Judah paused, silently lit a cigarette. Beckett held it without smoking. Judah didn't smoke, but sometimes he would hold a lit cigarette, watching the ash fall on its own. After a while, Judah said, Tell her I agree. Great. Having completed his mission, Egon ran out excitedly to find Miriam and deliver the good news. Through the glass window of the restroom, Judah watched this scene. Though he couldn't hear the sound, he clearly saw the joy on Miriam's face after receiving the good news from Egon. That kind of joy was pure and sincere, emanating from within, like a naive young girl. So cute, so beautiful. Chapter 119, The two sleep gods are no longer sleeping. Miriam began tutoring Judah. Considering Judah's weak foundation, Miriam started with the basics. After all, her goal wasn't for Judah to score a perfect score. She'd be relieved if he scored in double digits. Judah propped his chin up with one hand and looked at Miriam, who was seriously explaining the problems to him. His attention wasn't on the questions that Miriam was explaining, but on Miriam herself. At this distance, he could clearly see her face and even smell the faint, pleasant scent from her body. The last time she accidentally fell on him, he had smelled the same scent. Then, the classmates of Class 5, Grade 3 witnessed an incredible scene. Their two sleep gods weren't sleeping anymore. One taught while the other learned. The teacher taught earnestly, and the student listened attentively. Judah, who usually remained conscious for no more than 3 minutes in class, actually stayed focused throughout his self-study period listening to his academic genius deskmate. Curious and astonished gazes were often cast at him by his classmates. With the sleep gods awake and the long-term poor students studying, why couldn't the other students study hard? The learning atmosphere in Class 5, Grade 3 suddenly became exceptionally good. The homeroom teacher was so moved that he almost cried. Originally, he thought that with Miriam joining, there would be another weak link in the class. Unexpectedly, Miriam was not only an outstanding student herself, raising the average score of the class, but she also helped the other weak student in their class make progress together. The homeroom teacher was excited enough to invite Miriam to dinner. During class, the homeroom teacher looked at Miriam with grateful admiration in his eyes. It was as if Miriam was his angel. In order not to disturb Miriam and Judah's studies, the homeroom teacher offered to let Miriam tutor Judah in an empty classroom. This way, it wouldn't be affected by other teachers' classes. Miriam agreed happily, and Judah had no objections either. So, the two of them went to the empty classroom. This completely turned into private time. Sitting in a corner of the empty classroom, Miriam patiently explained the problems to Judah, not noticing that Judah's gaze was not on the exercise book. Miriam had never been so dedicated to teaching someone else before. Do you understand what I'm saying? Miriam stopped to ask. She was afraid that if she explained too coarsely, Judah might not understand. Yes, I get it. Then try solving this practice problem. I'll go prepare some snacks for you. Are you trying to fatten me up? Judah asked. If you pay attention to exercising, you won't get fat, and I'll take care of your caloric intake. Miriam knew quite a bit about food. She loved eating, and, in order to eat healthier, she researched the calories and nutrients of various ingredients. Pausing for a moment, Miriam added, Your brain is consuming energy while studying. It still needs nutritional replenishment. I don't want you to be exhausted. I don't want you to be exhausted. She truly cared for him. Okay. Judah watched Miriam leave with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Beckett turned back to look at the practice problem in front of him. Beckett picked up a pen and wrote down the solution process with crooked handwriting. When Miriam came back, she saw the solving process. Although the handwriting was messy, the steps were entirely correct. Miriam was delighted. She saw hope of completing the task, and the 100 virtue points waving at her. Chapter 120, Why doesn't Christopher call sister? On Saturday, the senior high school group held a parent-teacher conference. The school required both parents and students to attend together on that day, so Miriam, who had intended to sleep in during the weekend, was dragged out of bed. Miriam opened her drowsy eyes, looking half asleep. Christopher brought her hot soy milk, inserted a straw, and handed it to her mouth. Miriam opened her mouth in a daze, bit the straw, and started drinking with glug-glug. In this state, even if she were given a can of poison, she would probably drink it down without hesitation. After breakfast, the family driver took Ayana, Emmanuel, Miriam, and Adeline to school. Miriam remained lazy and leaned back in the car. Zaharding on an eye mask and leaning against a soft cushion, she continued to catch up on sleep. Ayana was already used to Miriam's behavior. She acted like this every day. As long as Miriam performed well academically, Ayana thought she needed rest no matter how lazy she appeared. Adeline kept her head down throughout the ride. Since starting school, this was the parent-teacher conference she least wanted to attend. Not only because her grades weren't good this time, but also because her mother was attending as her guardian. Seeing Miriam's lazy-bug look, Emmanuel couldn't understand how someone like her could perform better than her daughter on exams. Could it be cheating? Sister, why isn't Prudence awake? Did she study too hard last night? Emmanuel asked Ayana with a smile. She plays computer games at night, Ayana replied. Every time Ayana went into Miriam's room, her computer screen showed game interfaces. Playing games. Emmanuel was surprised. Staying up all night playing games and still doing well on tests. Was it really possible that the top score came from cheating? Though Emmanuel dared not say this aloud for fear of upsetting her sister, she knew that despite her sister never managing this daughter, she cared deeply about her. Noticing her sister's surprise, Ayana smiled. Prudence is smart and doesn't need much time to study. If she wants to play games, let her. As long as she keeps up with her studies, everything is fine. Christopher defended Miriam. Miriam is very good at games. She's not just playing around. Emmanuel chuckled. A child prodigy, indeed impressive. But Ira, why do you call Prudence by her name? Christopher froze instantly. Beckett never called Miriam's sister. At first, he wasn't used to it. When this girl suddenly demanded he call her sister, he found it hard to accept. So far, he has always called Miriam by her name. No one corrected him at home, and Miriam didn't mention it either, so he kept calling her by her name. Now Emmanuel mentioned it. Christopher felt somewhat awkward as he glanced at Miriam. With the eye mask on, no one could see Miriam's expression, and no one knew what she was thinking. Emmanuel deliberately said again, "Does Ira find it uncomfortable?" Adeline tugged at Emmanuel's clothes, trying to stop her. She knew her mother was being purposeful, but what did these words achieve? Making Miriam feel embarrassed openly like this was useless. But Emmanuel ignored her daughter. She believed she was helping her. If her daughter were capable, things wouldn't have come to this point. Emmanuel was spoiled since childhood and had grown used to arrogance, always thinking her thoughts and actions were right, and those who disagreed simply didn't understand. Chapter 121, Naming Fee. Ayana's face showed a bit of embarrassment. She had also noticed the issue with her son's way of addressing people. She wanted to give her son some time to accept it, so she did not force him to change. Actually, not only had Christopher never called Miriam's sister, but Miriam had also never called any of the Zaire family members dad, mom, brother, or grandpa. These words had never come out of Miriam's mouth. A family, yet without the appearance of a family. The usual harmony was just superficial, and this layer of window paper was torn by Emmanuel's one sentence. Seeing Ayana and Christopher both looking awkward, Emmanuel added, "Dorian, don't be shy. This is your sister, your blood-related sister. You calling her sister would make you look like a real family." Emmanuel's heavily made-up face smiled brightly. Emmanuel thought Christopher wouldn't call, deliberately wanting to embarrass Miriam. Christopher was hesitating at this moment. After spending time with Miriam recently, he had gradually accepted her. Beckett hadn't called Miriam's sister, mainly because there hadn't been a good opportunity. Prompted by Emmanuel now, Christopher steeled his heart and shouted, "Miriam Gieggia." After calling, Christopher looked at Miriam nervously. It wasn't clear whether Miriam was awake or asleep, and whether she had heard Christopher calling her sister. Miriam moved, without removing her eye mask, directly rummaging through her bag with one hand. After searching for a while, she fished out a piece of candy and handed it to Christopher. Naming fee. The other three in the car stared at Miriam's actions for a long time. Naming fee? A piece of candy as a naming fee? Christopher took the candy, feeling bewildered. Was this a sign that she accepted him? Having given the candy, Miriam continued sleeping. Emmanuel hadn't expected Christopher to call her sister directly, and not only didn't embarrass Miriam, but also gave Christopher a chance to change his address. Adeline felt even worse, partly due to Christopher changing how he addressed Miriam, and partly due to her mother's foolishness. She knew her mother always managed to mess things up. Ayana was overwhelmed with joy and nearly cried, seeing her children get along well. She held back the tears rolling in her eyes. It was really great. They could get along well, which was really great. Tomas attended the parent-teacher conference as Egon's parent. Among the middle-aged men and women, the young and handsome Tomas stood out prominently. Beckett was polite and gentlemanly, making people feel as if they were basking in a spring breeze. Egon and Adeline were in the same class, and Emmanuel, as Adeline's parent, was in the same class with Tomas. Seeing Tomas, Emmanuel couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Which family's parent? So outstanding, with top-notch brand clothes and watches on him, obviously wealthy and powerful. After asking around, Emmanuel learned that this was the eldest son of the Liu family. The Liu family was the top prestigious clan in Tonghai Aletheity, richer and more influential than the Zaire family. Emmanuel had heard of this eldest son of the Liu family before, and she didn't expect him to be so excellent in person. Indeed, he was an outstanding talent among humans. Previously, she also heard that he had won several international design awards at such a young age, with limitless prospects. No matter from his family background, scholarship, or character and appearance, he was top-notch. If Nancy could marry such a person in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about her life anymore. And she could become kin with the Liu family. Emmanuel thought, with her daughter in the same class as Egon, closer proximity might bring opportunity, especially since her daughter was good-looking, so it wasn't entirely impossible. At that moment, Tomas was lowering his head, sending messages to Miriam. Chapter 122, A Quartet's Rendezvous 1. Tomas, I'm at your school, attending the parent-teacher conference for Egon. Are you here today? Miriam, yes. Tomas, shall we have lunch together? I've got my brother's meal card. The only option for dining at school is the cafeteria, which only accepts meal cards, and Tomas had secured his younger brother's meal card well in advance. Miriam, sure, but I'll bring a friend. Tomas, no problem. Looking at Miriam's reply on his phone screen, Tomas couldn't help but smile. That smile was simply fungi. Unbeknownst to him, all the parents around were looking at him. Even the female head teacher of the experimental class blushed after stealing glances at Tomas. At noon, Egon, Tomas, Judah, and Miriam had lunch together. Judah was the friend Miriam mentioned she would bring, and Tomas didn't leave his brother, Egon, behind either. In fact, Egon had originally planned to have lunch with Judah. Thus, in a corner of the cafeteria, these four sat down together. Miriam and Judah sat on one side. Tomas and Egon sat on the other. Miriam faced Tomas, while Judah faced Egon. Each person had a cafeteria tray before them, filled with food, especially Miriam's tray, which Tomas had loaded until it could barely hold any more. Valerie, how have you been recently? Tomas's eyes were filled only with Miriam, glowing softly like silk. Yeah, pretty good, replied Miriam with a reserved demeanor and tone. She treated everyone indifferently so far, except for Judah, who was different. Judah was the only person she had ever met who embodied kindness across 3 lifetimes and seemed like a walking ATM. Tomas understood Miriam well. Beckett knew her aloofness was merely a protective shell. Tomas added, I brought some pineapple pastries from Junwei Zhai and placed them in Xiao Yu's drawer. I'll fetch them for you after lunch. Tomas knew Miriam's preferences. Though she loved eating, she was very picky, desiring only the best in each type of cuisine. Beckett remembered every kind of food she liked and every little habit. Thanks. Miriam wouldn't be formal with Tomas over such matters. After all, they had shared life and death experiences. Being courteous over something as trivial as food would make them seem too distant. Oh, by the way, Miriam recalled something. About that thing you asked me to look at last time, I've finished checking it out. Since I didn't know you'd be coming today, I didn't bring it over. If you have time, go get it from the Zaire family. Okay. Tomas responded with a smile. Their conversation left no room for Egon and Judah to interject. These two seemed very familiar with each other. Their relationship didn't appear to be just ordinary friends, especially the way Tomas looked at Miriam, so tenderly. Even Egon felt something was off. Beckett had never seen his brother look at a girl this way before. Alarms went off in Egon's mind, and he asked tentatively, Bro, you haven't told me how you and Connie know each other yet? Tomas smiled gently. I did tell you. Egon was taken aback. His brother had said? His brother rarely mentioned girls, and the only girl he talked about growing up was, oh, could Miriam be the goddess his brother always mentioned, the one who saved him? No, surely not. Egon felt flustered. Beckett lowered his head, wishing the ground would open up and swallow him whole. Chapter 123, For People's Arena, 2. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Miriam likes Judah, not that Judah likes Miriam. There shouldn't be any melodrama of jealousy, right? No, it definitely won't happen. Egon silently prayed in his heart. Egon cautiously glanced at Judah, who was sitting opposite him. Judah's face revealed nothing unusual. He was as focused on eating as usual. Good, this seems fine. Then Egon glanced at Miriam. Miriam appeared as indifferent as always, seemingly not caring who she was dining with. Good, this also seems fine. Finally, Egon looked at his elder brother and saw his brother looking at Miriam with a foolish smile. Can't you be a little more restrained, brother? Do you really have to look at her like that? Your smile is brighter than spring flowers. So far, everything has been calm. Throughout the meal, Egon felt as if he was chewing wax, finding it extremely uncomfortable. Finally, when the meal ended, Egon let out a sigh of relief. But then he heard his brother say to Miriam, Let's go sit by the lake. I brought some tea and tea sets. Tea sets? Egon's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his brother. Brother, when did you bring tea and tea sets with you? And why go to the lakeside for tea after finishing dinner at school? What kind of move is this? Why should we live like elders when we are only around 20? Okay, Miriam nodded. Achilles truly understood Miriam's preferences. The life Miriam longed for was one of fullness, basking in the sun, drinking tea while daydreaming and enjoying scenery, listening to music, watching dramas, and playing games. It was perfect. Arriving at the grassy area beside the koi lake in front of the teaching building, Achilles retrieved a box from the trunk of his car. Egon watched his brother set up a picnic blanket on the lawn, as if he were Doraemon pulling things out of his magic pocket. Then he saw him take out fruits and snacks that were already prepared in the box. Of course, there was also the tea and tea sets. More surprisingly, there was even a thermal pot filled with hot water. Miriam didn't seem surprised, as if Achilles had done this many times before. The two of them sat down on the picnic blanket and slowly began savoring the tea. Achilles talked about the tea they were drinking this time. Both of you should join in. It's good. Miriam invited Judah and Egon to join. Egon cautiously looked at Judah and saw that he sat down with an expression as usual. Egon couldn't help but feel relieved. Sitting on the grass, Judah slightly bent his long legs, holding a glass teacup, and took a sip. White peony silver needle. Judah identified the type of tea they were drinking. Miriam looked at Judah, somewhat surprised. Just from one sip, Judah could tell the type of tea. He seemed to know a lot about tea. Achilles curiously asked Judah, You understand tea too? High school students this age usually don't appreciate tea much. Such middle-aged or elderly activities, which Miriam liked, were uncommon among people their age. White tea is warming in nature, aiding digestion and lifting spirits, helping to eliminate dampness and reduce heat. It can be used medicinally, Judah added. Not only could he identify the type of tea, but he could also accurately describe its properties, suggesting he wasn't just guessing. Egon smiled and added, "Brother, you don't know how much he knows about these things." Anything medicinal can't escape Judah's keen eye. Egon plopped down as well, pouring himself a cup. Since there were so many benefits, he might as well drink a bit more. Chapter 124. How did Miriam end up with the Liu brothers? Ayanna, Emmanuel, Christopher, and Adeline did not have lunch at the cafeteria. Instead, they went to a restaurant near the school for their meal. Emmanuel said she didn't want to eat the food from the school cafeteria, finding it too unpalatable and too cheap. Ayanna, rarely having the chance to gather with her sister, naturally listened to her and had the driver take them to an upscale restaurant half an hour away for lunch. Miriam had told them in advance that she wouldn't join them, and Ayanna didn't insist. When they returned after finishing their meal, they saw Miriam with 3 boys by the koi lake on campus. Among them were 2 whom Ayanna recognized as the Liu brothers, Tomas and Egon. Seeing the Liu brothers with Miriam, Emmanuel's eyes filled with surprise. How did Aling end up with the Liu brothers? Becketing Emmanuel's words, Ayanna followed her gaze. Sure enough, she saw Miriam with the 3 boys. What's going on? Ayanna frowned. Beckett, her daughter, was only 18. Studying diligently should be her priority. She shouldn't get too close to boys. It didn't matter if they were the Liu brothers or other suspicious guys. Neither was acceptable. Emmanuel also frowned, but for different reasons. She had just seen Tomas this morning in class and thought he would make a good son-in-law for her. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was hanging out with Miriam, looking rather intimate. Adeline, seeing this scene, wasn't particularly surprised. Earlier, she had taken photos of a Liu family car dropping Miriam off at the Zaire residence, but those photos were later deleted and didn't spread around the school, nor did her aunt and uncle see them. Christopher remained calm. The Liu brothers were both reputable individuals, which made him feel at ease. As for Judah, he took a more indifferent stance. This child, Ayanna, couldn't help but speak, quickly walking towards Miriam. Miriam was enjoying tea and sunshine, savoring this rare moment of leisure. Suddenly, the sunlight was blocked, and Miriam looked up to see Ayanna. Ayanna furrowed her brows slightly, gently reminding Miriam, "Aling, don't sleep outdoors. It's getting cooler now, and the grass is damp. You might catch a cold." Saying this, she reached out to pull Miriam up. Miriam avoided the touch and got up herself. She couldn't have skin contact with others due to her eczema. Ayanna's frown deepened slightly, but she didn't show it outwardly. Then she greeted Tomas. "Mr. Liu, when did you return to Tonghai Alithiadi? I heard your father mention that you were abroad for further studies and wouldn't be back anytime soon." The gentle smile in Tomas's eyes faded, and his tone became formal and distant. "I came back, due to some matters." Seizing the opportunity, Emmanuel chimed in, flirting with Tomas. "You're even more handsome in person than in fashion magazines." Tomas replied with a polite smile. Unlike his attitude toward Miriam, Tomas treated Miriam's family with cold indifference, showing no special regard because they were her relatives. Turning to Miriam, Tomas said, "I'll have Ayu bring you the things later." Tomas knew it wouldn't be appropriate for him to continue enjoying tea and sunshine with Miriam today. "Okay." Miriam nodded. There was an unspoken understanding between these two. Beside them, Judah watched their interaction with a cold stare, his chiseled face carrying a barely perceptible gloom. Chapter 125. Falling in love is not as good as being a lazy bony fish. Though her gaze was cold, her movements remained graceful and composed. She sipped from her teacup calmly. Tomas finished speaking with Miriam and left first. Kyomians later, Ayanna took Miriam away. After they distanced themselves from Tomas, Egon, and Judah, Ayanna spoke to Miriam in a consultative tone. "Prudence, you are still young, and at this moment, studying should be your top priority. Why don't we consider dating only after you go to university? When you grow up a little more, you'll have better judgment in choosing partners. Isn't it better to think about your lifelong matters then?" Another reason why Ayanna didn't want her daughter to date early was because of the precedent set by Isa. Back when Isa had just started college, she fell in love and got married right after graduation. The man became a part of the Meng family through marriage, but soon after, just when Adeline was not yet a month old, they divorced. Miriam looked at Ayanna and said, "Let's delay it a bit more. University is still too early. Let's think about it after graduation." Miriam even thought later than Ayanna. Falling in love is exhausting. Though Miriam has never personally experienced it, she has watched dramas. The pre-marriage drama of love and hate intertwined, breaking up, reconciling, and breaking up again. It's tiring just thinking about it. And post-marriage, there would be conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, or raising a child together. Miriam found it troublesome. Isn't living alone good enough? Isn't eating, drinking, and sleeping lazily all day enough? Why bind yourself to another man for the rest of your life? Just watching TV dramas makes her feel exhausted. Besides, given her situation, how could she start dating? Wouldn't that be wasting someone else's time? Therefore, she'd rather continue being a lazy bony fish. Forget high school and college. She had no plans to consider dating even after graduation. Are you really thinking like this? Ayanna was surprised at Miriam's reaction. She expected her rebellious daughter to argue against her words. Yes. More sincere than real gold. And what's your relationship with the 2 brothers from the Liu family? Just now, Kiyomi noticed that your interaction with the eldest son of the Liu family seemed. Ayanna was still concerned. Friends, I guess. Miriam wasn't very sure. Being friends with Tomas was accurate. but with Egon, it was more like a cooperative partnership for mutual benefit rather than friendship. Curious, Isa asked. How did Prudence meet Tomas? I heard the eldest son of the Liu family is a top-notch designer in the fashion circle, having won many design awards. Many people can't even get to see him. Isa's face was full of curiosity. Forgot. Miriam didn't want to say much about her relationship with Tomas, because there wasn't much to tell. Miriam didn't think she needed to tell the Zaire family about her friendships. Unwilling to give up, Isa pressed on. Prudence, meeting the Liu family brothers isn't something embarrassing. There's no need to hide it. If you're just friends, both your mom and I would be happy for you. Everyone knows the Liu family is powerful. Becoming friends with the Liu family boys could be greatly beneficial for your future. Both the Liu and Zaire families were considered renowned families in Tonghai Alithiyati. However, recently, the Zaire family has clearly been declining, while the Liu family's enterprises have been thriving, especially with the eldest son of the Liu family being a sought-after famous designer in the fashion industry. It's none of your business. Miriam didn't want to deal with Isa, whose words made her uncomfortable. How? How could you? Isa looked hurt. Ayana frowned. Prudence, she is your aunt, an elder, and you cannot be so impolite. Chapter 126 All Inheritance to Miriam 1. My politeness is reserved for those who are equally polite. Miriam replied, her tone cold and her gaze icy. Miriam walked away after speaking, not wanting to say any more to Emmanuel. Ai Ling Yu. Ayana had a belly full of words yet to be spoken when Miriam turned away, leaving them with just the back of her head. This child, Ayana, could do nothing about Miriam. Eldest sister, why won't Ai Ling even listen to you? Emmanuel said. Ai Ling was not raised by my side since childhood. I didn't take good care of her, so it's understandable that she doesn't heed my words. Ayana sighed guiltily at her daughter. Big sister, this isn't good. Wherever Ai Ling lived before and whatever bad habits she may have developed are all in the past. Now she's here with you. She's Miss Zaire. She needs to act like a young lady. If she keeps this temper, turning her back on you after a few words, won't it bring disgrace to the Zaire family during public appearances? It's hard to change a temperament in a short time. Let's take it slowly. Ayana did not want to rush things for fear of causing the opposite effect. She's already 18 years old. It'll be too late to change her if we wait much longer. You must pay attention, big sister. Don't let Ai Ling become a bad kid. Sometimes, being academically successful but having a poor character can lead to big problems. Emmanuel said seriously, exaggerating the issue. Ayana frowned. Indeed, she feared her daughter might eventually slip out of control. Christopher couldn't help but rebut Emmanuel. Ai Ling is just not adept at communicating with people. She isn't bad. At least so far, Miriam hadn't done anything morally wrong. She merely had a difficult personality, which wasn't as serious as her aunt described. Emmanuel smiled. Your aunt is just worried. As your sister, everything she does will affect you in the future. Your aunt doesn't want anything happening to you or your mother. Christopher had no way to counter Emmanuel's arguments, though subconsciously he didn't fully agree with his aunt's view. Ayana interrupted. Enough, let's go home. Upon returning home, Ayana, Miriam, and Christopher were summoned by Irving to his room. It seemed something urgent was at hand from the look of the elderly butler. Emmanuel and Adeline, not members of the Zaire family, waited downstairs. Do you think Irving called everyone urgently to his room for what reason? Didn't they say his condition has been improving recently? Don't guess randomly. Adeline pursed her lips, clearly impatient. How can this be random guessing? Look at the situation. Doesn't it seem like he's settling his affairs? Emmanuel felt her speculation made sense. Stop talking. You're still in the Zaire residence. Adeline disliked Emmanuel's eager appearance. Being in the Zaire residence now, didn't she worry that others would overhear her? Looking so hopeful for the old man to die. If noticed, how could she remain in the Zaire residence? Not only Ayana, Miriam, and Christopher, but also Dover and Ray along with Trudy, who arrived earlier, were in the room. Irving had summoned all Zaires currently in Tonghai Alithiyati to his bedside, seemingly having important matters to communicate. I've called you all here today because of my will. I need to talk to you about it. Irving opened, and indeed, it was about his will. Chapter 127 All Inheritance goes to Miriam, too. Everyone immediately perked up their ears. Ray hurriedly said, Harold, you're in pretty good shape now. Don't think about the will yet. After you get through this, you may still live for another 10 or 20 years. It's too early to think about the will now. Ray was just saying it verbally to curry favor with the old man and make him feel that he cares more about his health than the will. I don't want to establish my will so early either, but something unexpected has happened that forces me to reveal it earlier, said the Allen. The old man's words left everyone puzzled. Lee quickly asked, Harold, what is the change? Has something happened? Josh, who agreed to treat my illness, made a request. I have to agree with his request for him to continue treating me, confessed the Allen frankly. Now Josh was the last hope for the Allen, and any demands Josh made would be met by the old man as much as possible. What does this demand of Josh have to do with your will? Lee pursued the question. Could it be that this Josh is making an exorbitant demand, asking for a huge amount of money? Ray was also nervous. Harold, how much money did this Josh ask for? Beckett doesn't want money, the Allen replied. Beckett only requires me to revise the content of the will. Revise the content of the will? Into what? Harold, what exactly did Josh request? Lee asked cautiously, feeling uneasy. Beckett wants me to leave all the inheritance to. As the Allen said this, he looked at Miriam with an inquisitive and confused expression. Everyone followed the old man's gaze toward Miriam. Miriam was leaning against the door, lost in thought. She assumed everything inside the room had nothing to do with her. Suddenly, everyone was staring at her. Miriam turned around and looked at everyone. She hadn't been paying attention and was still out of it. Shocked, Ray asked, Harold, what do you mean by looking at Miriam? Panic filled Ray's heart. Josh's intention is to let me leave all the inheritance to Miriam. And after consideration, I've decided to agree to his request. The Allen informed everyone of his decision. Everyone's faces changed in the entire room. They all wore looks of astonishment and disbelief. The Allen was going to give all his property to Miriam? What about them? What were they supposed to do? Ray hurriedly said, Harold, how? How can this be? Miriam is only 18 years old. How can she possibly manage all these industries of the Zaire family? Trudy, who normally didn't show her emotions, couldn't help it this time. Harold, although your health is important, this is the entire foundation of our Zaire family. This. Lee's face was gloomy. Harold, you should reconsider this matter. Even if you intend to give it to Miriam, she is still young and not adept at handling things. If you insist on giving it to her, you can first hand it over to me, and I'll pass it to her when she grows up. The Allen showed no signs of changing his mind. I have already decided. And Josh clearly wants to give it all to Miriam for him to continue treating me. The Allen's resolute attitude indicated that the matter was settled and there was no use arguing anymore. This plunged the few into despair. Their eyes were full of confusion and hostility when they looked at Miriam. Chapter 128 All Inheritance Goes to Miriam. 3. The faces of Lee and Ray turned extremely grim, especially Ray's. His piercing gaze seemed like it could flame Miriam alive. Ayana's expression was very complicated, as she looked at Miriam with hesitation. Christopher had the most tranquil reaction among all present. Beckett felt that Alaric's assets were under his own control, and he could give them to whomever he pleased. And since Miriam had endured much hardship in recent years, it was only fair for her to receive a larger share of the family inheritance. Moreover, Miriam was a girl, while he and her two cousins were boys. Boys would naturally have to make their own way in the world in the future, while it was more fitting for the family assets to be passed down to the girls of the family. Carmelo added, there is also an additional condition. Before this will take effect, no harm must come to Miriam. If something happens to her, all my assets will be donated to the state. This was also a requirement made by Josh. Lee and Ray's expressions became even worse. This left them no opportunity at all. Even if Miriam died, they wouldn't inherit the family's assets. They should ensure Miriam remained unharmed so that at least the family assets would stay within the Zaire clan, leaving them some hope. If Miriam were to die and the money went to the state, they would end up with nothing. The atmosphere in the room was heavily oppressive. Miriam furrowed her brow. She was now very puzzled. She was certain she didn't know a Dr. Dustin, and thus couldn't understand why this man insisted that Carmelo leave all the family's inheritance to her. What did he mean? After a long pause, Ayana spoke up. Harold, I'd be happy with you giving her a share of the inheritance, but you don't need to give everything to her. Perhaps reconsider this will. Ayana felt conflicted. While she was glad that Alaric wished to leave the inheritance to Miriam, she was uncomfortable about giving nothing to the others. She still had a son, and Christopher deserved a share as well. Additionally, if everything went to Miriam, Lee would surely feel upset, which she did not want for her husband. Miriam also spoke up. Don't give it to me. I don't want to inherit the Zaire family's property. No one expected this response from the biggest beneficiary who refused the inheritance on her own accord. Was she sincere, or just putting on a show? Ray sneered inwardly, thinking how typical it was for her to act coy after gaining such an advantage. Why would Josh arbitrarily insist that Alaric leave all the inheritance to her? It might well be a scheme orchestrated by this girl in secret, possibly making a deal with the Dustin family to conspire against the Zaire family. Carmelo's stance was unwavering. I've already had the will notarized. I'm just informing you, not seeking your consent. Including you, Miriam, whether you agree or not, the inheritance will be yours after I'm gone. What? Already notarized? The old man had given them absolutely no leeway. Ray lost his temper completely, angrily shouting, Guido, I understand your health comes first, but doing this will destroy all your life's work. She's just a young girl, unable to manage so much wealth, let alone run the company. And who knows if she's even part of our Zaire family. I think we should have her DNA tested. Chapter 129 All Inheritance to Miriam 4. Shut up, Irving yelled angrily. You know these are my assets. How I handle my own assets is none of your business. I want to give everything to Miriam now. You should be capable enough to start your own business or fight for the inheritance yourselves. Once Irving lost his temper, he started coughing heavily. The Homer immediately came forward to soothe him. Following the Homer's lead, he replied on behalf of the patriarch to Ray, Third young master, you can tell if Miss Miriam is a member of the Zaire family just by her appearance. She looks exactly like the late matriarch. There's absolutely no mistake. Is she Harold's biological granddaughter? Am I not Harold's biological son? What about my two sons? Are they not Harold's biological grandsons? Everything goes to Miriam. What does that make us? Ray also got so angry that he poured out everything on his mind. Irving knew his son's intentions long ago, but when Ray said it out loud, it still greatly angered the patriarch. The elder's coughing grew worse, and the doctor hurriedly came to check on him. Ray then targeted Miriam, questioning her. Tell me, what's your relationship with Josh? Are you two conspiring together to trick us out of our family inheritance? Did you agree to split the money with him once you got it? Christopher rushed in front of Miriam, blocking Ray. Fremont, Miriam is part of our Zaire family. Maverick has the freedom to leave his wealth to anyone he wants. Don't talk nonsense. Although Christopher was 2 years younger than Miriam, he was taller, standing firmly in front of Miriam as a shield. Who knows? People have similarities sometimes. Maybe she just happens to look like our mother. Ray was fuming and dared to say anything at this moment. Since the assets were all gone now, he didn't have much to lose anymore. At this point, Trudy spoke up. Why don't we let Uncle 2 take Miriam for a DNA test? If the result confirms that she is Uncle 2's child, then we would accept the distribution of the inheritance. Trudy's words changed Ayana's expression drastically. Ailing is our daughter, don't talk nonsense. Zaire Wushue also said sternly, third brother-in-law, don't talk nonsense. Miriam is my daughter. This issue has nothing to do with today's inheritance problem. The couple firmly asserted that Miriam was their daughter. Trudy responded, we just want to verify Miriam's identity as a Zaire family member. Once confirmed, we will have no objections to her inheriting the Zaire family's wealth. Ray hastily agreed with his wife's suggestion. Right, take Miriam for a DNA test. We need to see an authoritative report before we believe she truly belongs to our Zaire family. Ray and Trudy insisted on taking Miriam for a DNA test. Zaire Wushue and Ayana looked extremely upset. Fine, the patriarch interjected. If you want to test, go ahead. Take my hair and test it with Miriam's to see if she is my biological granddaughter. If so, then you must shut up. DNA tests aren't limited to father-daughter relationships. Grandfather-granddaughter relationships can also be tested. I won't get tested. Miriam refused. I don't need the inheritance. I don't need to know the result. Miriam didn't want to get involved in this dispute. She had barely enjoyed a few days of carefree life, and now she was being dragged into the inheritance disputes. It was too troublesome. Chapter 130. All inheritance to Miriam, 5. Miriam was thoroughly annoyed, even feeling somewhat vexed at the mysterious Josh. What feud or grudge could he have that made him drag her into this dispute? Originally, she had planned everything out in her mind. They could divide the family assets however they wanted, and once the old man was gone, she would simply leave. But now things turned out differently. The old man hadn't passed away yet, and she had already become a target for everyone, like a walking delicacy that everyone wanted a bite of. Troublesome. You talk big, but I think you're just eager for it. If you have nothing to hide, why not happily agree to a DNA test? Zaire Merping didn't believe Miriam wasn't interested in the inheritance. With such a vast fortune in the Zaire family, assets worth billions, how could she not want it? With this money, she wouldn't have to return to her previous life of financial struggle. Whatever you think, I'm sleepy, I'm going for a nap. Rather than bicker here, she'd rather go back and get some rest. Stop right there, Zaire Merping shouted sharply. But Miriam ignored him completely and walked away without turning back. She didn't have time for these arguments. Miriam was always like this. When things didn't go her way, she would just walk off without further discussion. Beckett's rude behavior greatly displeased Zaire Merping. How can she just leave halfway through a conversation? The Homer smiled and said to Zaire Merping, third young master, you're not setting a good example yourself. So what right do you have to criticize Miss Miriam? What right do you have to criticize me? You're just a servant in our household. Zaire Merping was already fuming, and the Homer's attitude pushed him over the edge. The Homer remained calm. You are right, third young master. I am indeed just a servant, and you can order me around. But Miss Miriam is part of the Zaire family. Please remember your role as her uncle when dealing with her. Zaire Merping gritted his teeth. Yes, I should remember my role as her uncle. Otherwise, once all the assets end up in her hands, I'll be at her mercy from then on. After venting his frustration, Zaire Merping stormed out of the old man's room angrily. Dover and Ayana also left, both with gloomy expressions. Downstairs, Emmanuel and Adeline rushed to ask Ayana about the situation when they saw her come out. Ayana wasn't in the mood to talk. Disappointed at getting no information from her, Emmanuel then saw Christopher come out and asked him, Ira, what's wrong with your mom? Is she upset? Has something happened to your grandfather's health again? No, Maverick just announced his will. Christopher replied without noticing Emmanuel's intentions. Will? Isn't Maverick's condition improving? Why did he suddenly think of writing a will? What does the will say, and why does your mom seem upset? I don't know either. Maverick said he's leaving the family assets to Sister Miriam. Logically, this should be a good thing. Among so many people in the Zaire family, only Christopher thought this was a good thing. What? Beckett? Beckett's giving everything to Miriam. Emmanuel couldn't believe her ears. Yes, Christopher replied. But third uncle and third aunt seemed unhappy about it. Emmanuel's face darkened immediately, disbelief written all over it. Was the Zaire family's fortune really going entirely to Miriam? How could this be allowed? Not only would Christopher not get anything, but even her own sister wouldn't get a share? Wouldn't they all have to live under Miriam's thumb in the future? Chapter 131. Emmanuel causes trouble. Isn't that strange? Your grandfather loves you so much. Why didn't he leave you a share? Emmanuel pressed on. I'm a boy, Christopher replied nonchalantly. I don't think it's an issue at all. Christopher had never intended to rely on his family for living. In the future, he was definitely going to support himself. Emmanuel gritted her teeth. Wasn't this nephew of hers a complete fool? All the money went to Miriam, and he was still smiling foolishly. Just as Emmanuel was about to explode, Adeline hurriedly interjected, Kiyomi, don't bother, little song. Beckett has things to attend to. Adeline feared her mother might say something inappropriate, so without waiting for her to ask further, she pulled her into her own room. Why did you drag me in here? Emmanuel was quite angry, as she hadn't finished what she wanted to say. What good would it do to tell little Song these things? Beckett didn't make the decision. Adeline retorted, you should stop meddling in this matter. I'm doing this for your own good. You've been in the Zaire family for so long, calling that old man grandfather for years. How long has Miriam even been in the Zaire family? Emmanuel said resentfully. Before Miriam returned, the old man had treated Adeline rather well, almost like his own granddaughter. Therefore, Emmanuel had always believed that the old man might leave Adeline a share of his wealth. Now look what happened. Not only did Adeline get nothing, neither did Ayanna or Christopher. Everything went to Miriam, who had only been back in the Zaire family for a month. I know you mean well, but I can handle this myself. Please don't make things worse. Adeline snapped impatiently. Can you just stay out of it? If you were really useful, would we be in this mess now? After being in the Zaire family for over 10 years, you're not even as close to the old man as Miriam after 1 month. Just leave me alone. Let me deal with it myself. Fine, I'll leave you alone. See what you can do. The more Emmanuel spoke, the angrier she became, until finally, she slammed the door and left the room. An enraged Emmanuel stormed out of the Zaire residence, deciding to find a place to play cards. Over the years, besides trying to mingle with the circles of wealthy women, playing cards was her main form of entertainment. After Emmanuel left, Adeline couldn't hold back her tears any longer. They welled up and spilled over. Was this situation something she had wanted to see? But what could she do if she didn't want it? Getting anxious with little song wouldn't help either. She just didn't want things to get worse. Not only did her mother fail to understand her, but now she blamed her instead. At 4 p.m, Christopher received a call from Emmanuel. As soon as he answered, he heard Emmanuel's desperate cries for help. Little song, save me, save me. Aunt, what happened? Christopher was startled, his heart racing. Emmanuel stuttered, unable to explain clearly. At that moment, a man snatched the phone and spoke to Christopher. Beckety, is this woman your aunt? Who are you? What are you going to do to my aunt? Don't ask who I am. This woman owes us money. If you want her to be safe, bring the money and come redeem her. She owes you money? How much does she owe? 300,000. 300,000? That much. Christopher was still just a teenage boy. Beckett didn't have much savings to begin with. Last time, buying things for Miriam used up most of his money, and now there were only a few thousand left in his account. Chapter 132 Christopher becomes a thorough fanboy 1. Christopher couldn't understand how his aunt had gotten into so much debt. Still puzzled, Christopher heard Emmanuel's anguished cries over the phone. What are you doing? Don't act rashly. I'll give you the money, just don't act rashly. Christopher shouted urgently. I want to see the money within an hour. If I don't, I will chop off this woman's hand. Kylie Dorian, come quickly, they really will cut off my hand. Emmanuel wailed for help. Christopher couldn't waste any more time. Saving her was now the priority. Stay calm. Kylie, I'm coming right away. Christopher rushed out immediately. However, his parents were both at work today, and only Maverick and Miriam were home. Maverick was bedridden with illness and didn't need to be troubled over this matter. After some thought, Christopher took out his watch. It was a limited edition Donfei watch that his father had given him recently, worth millions. Saving lives was like putting out a fire. No matter how precious the watch, it couldn't compare to a human life. Miriam came downstairs to get some food from the kitchen and noticed Christopher's anxious rush. She frowned slightly. Where are you going? Rarely did Miriam take the initiative to ask about Christopher's whereabouts. I have an emergency. I'll tell you later. With these words, he ran out of the door. Seeing Christopher leave in such a hurry, Miriam sensed something was wrong. Christopher hailed a taxi and rushed to the address given by the other party. Deep inside a narrow alley, there was a mahjong parlor. As soon as he entered, Christopher saw the intimidating crowd and felt his heart sink. Emmanuel was pinned down on a sofa by 2 men. Beckett's hair was disheveled, her face bruised, looking utterly miserable. Upon seeing Christopher, Emmanuel cried out, Dorian, save me. Kylie. Seeing Emmanuel in such a state, Christopher's heart raced with worry. Beckett grew up in a good environment and had never encountered anything like this before. A tall and burly man emerged from the back room. The man towered over even the 6'3" Christopher, his build robust and imposing. Beckett had short cropped hair and stubble on his face, exuding a menacing aura. Christopher steeled himself and confronted them. She owes you money. I'll pay it. Let her go. Where is the money? The man asked in a stern voice. The money isn't enough. Can I use this as collateral? Christopher pulled out the limited edition Donfei watch. This watch is limited edition and worth over $1 million. Upon seeing the watch, Emmanuel panicked. Dorian, why did you bring this watch? It costs several million. She owed only 30,000, yet Christopher brought a watch worth several million. Wasn't this a huge loss? Christopher couldn't care less about that now. All he wanted was to save her first. The man took the watch and sneered. You say it's worth several million, but I'm not in the luxury goods appraisal business. How do I know you're not trying to fool me with a knockoff? This is genuine. It has a serial number, and it's one of only 200 globally, Christopher explained hastily. No matter how many are made, there will always be counterfeits. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? So what do you want? Christopher was getting desperate. Beckett didn't have that much cash on him. The rule here is, you can choose to gamble with us. If you win, you take her, and the watch remains yours. If you lose, we keep the watch, but you don't take her, said the man. Chapter 133 Christopher becomes a superfan too. I don't gamble. Christopher refused. Gambling hurts people. Then you leave, this woman stays. Christopher panicked. You can't do that. Detaining someone without legal cause is against the law. Besides, your mahjong parlor isn't supposed to involve large-scale profit-making activities, which is also illegal. Christopher had specifically searched online on his way here to confirm that this kind of behavior by mahjong parlors was indeed illegal. The man gave a sinister laugh. Are you threatening me now? As he spoke, he grabbed Emmanuel's hair in one swift move. Emmanuel screamed in agony. Little song, save me. Little song, save me. Emmanuel desperately called for help from Christopher. Beckett's cries were heart-wrenching, making Christopher's heart throb uncontrollably. Don't hurt her. Christopher shouted hastily. I'll gamble with you. Beckett could only take this one chance. If he lost, he'd lose a watch. But if he won, he could save his aunt. Very well. The man seemed pleased and pointed to the automatic mahjong table nearby. Looks like you don't know how to play cards, so we'll each draw one mahjong tile, and whoever gets the higher number wins. After saying that, the man ordered his subordinates to pick out the character tiles, from 10,000 to 90,000, totaling 9 tiles. These 9 tiles were shuffled and placed on the mahjong table. Christopher knew nothing about mahjong, so he just did as the man said. You go first. Christopher was very nervous. Emmanuel was even more anxious than Christopher. Christopher closed his eyes and drew a tile at random. 50,000. Not too big, not too small, it was right in the middle. The man walked up to the table and slowly reached out his hand. Christopher was sweating profusely with anxiety. The man picked up a tile and flipped it over. 60,000. Exactly bigger than Christopher's tile. Emmanuel immediately turned deathly pale. The man sneered. You lost. Leave the watch and you can go. This woman will stay here. Christopher was dazed, watching Emmanuel with bruises all over her face, feeling extremely worried. Christopher was at a loss, standing there unsure what to do next. At that moment, the door opened, and Miriam came in. Seeing Miriam, Christopher looked shocked. You? How did you get here? Ignoring Christopher, Miriam walked past him and approached the burly man. Though Miriam was shorter than him by a head, she exuded no less intimidation. The mahjong parlor is operating illegally and using cheating methods to swindle money, fooling only brainless old women and naive kids who haven't left school yet. Miriam mocked. Who are you? The man asked. This kid has called me sister, Miriam replied. You're this kid's sister? The man laughed. Looks like you're here to settle scores for your brother? Do I look like someone you can deal with? Miriam asked disdainfully. The man laughed again. This is the first time I've met such a presumptuous girl. Who gave you the courage? Christopher nervously tugged at Miriam's sleeve, fearing that she might anger the man. Beckett was huge, with fists as big as sandbags, and one punch could knock someone unconscious. Christopher didn't want Miriam to be beaten. Emmanuel wondered why Miriam had come. Was she tired of living, coming here to die? Without answering, Miriam walked up to the mahjong table and slammed her fist on it. Bang! The table shook, and all the men in the room stepped forward. Was this girl crazy? It was bad enough that she had come to their mahjong parlor to provoke them, but she actually dared to smash things openly. Did she think they were all dead? Chapter 134. Christopher completely becomes an admirer. 3. The room full of fierce-looking men looked at Miriam as if they were staring at a corpse. Had this girl eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's liver? One couldn't risk their life like this even if they were tired of living. Even Emmanuel was shocked by Miriam's suicidal behavior. What was Miriam doing? Was her brain broken? Christopher was greatly frightened and tried to stop Miriam. Don't act rashly. These people are not ones to be messed with. Miriam ignored Christopher's obstruction and pulled out a miniature camera still connected by a data cable from the broken table. Using the old trick of installing a camera on the table, you're really not ashamed? Upon seeing the truth, both Emmanuel and Christopher's faces turned extremely ugly the moment they saw the camera. You cheated. No wonder I lost all afternoon. You frauds. Emmanuel was furious. The person pressing down on Emmanuel slapped her directly. Slap. Bitch, shut up. You have no right to speak. A fresh red handprint was left on Emmanuel's face. Emmanuel closed her mouth in fear, not daring to make another sound. The man had an extremely ugly expression, his face gloomy, and he spoke fiercely to Miriam. You broke my stuff? Do you think you can run away? Miriam was calm, her head slightly lowered, looking at her phone. After a while, she raised her head. Tom, right? Miriam accurately said the man's name. How do you know my name? The man was surprised. This particularly tall and especially fierce-looking man indeed named Tom. On Miriam's mobile phone screen, there were clearly Tom's records, including not only his name and photo, but also all sorts of information about him. Miriam was expressionless. Before Tom could ask further, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Tom was startled. Beckett then pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Emmanuel and Christopher couldn't hear the content of the call, but they saw Tom's face suddenly turn very ugly. Then he nodded repeatedly, looking completely different from the ferocious manner when facing them. After the call ended, Tom walked quickly towards Miriam. Christopher was extremely nervous and blocked Miriam. Although he himself was also very nervous and scared, as a boy, it was his responsibility to protect the girls in the family. You don't mess around. Christopher's voice trembled a little. Clearly terrified, he stood firm without dodging. Christopher thought Tom was going to take action, but unexpectedly Tom suddenly bowed deeply, respectfully saying, Miss Zaire, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize your greatness. One sentence from Tom confused Christopher. What was happening? What did this man mean? Miriam pulled Christopher aside, stepped forward, and raised her hand. Slap. A loud slap echoed on Tom's face. Everyone in the mahjong parlor was dumbfounded. Tom actually got slapped by a high school girl. Emmanuel was dumbstruck too. Had Miriam gone mad? If she wanted to find death, don't drag them into it. After being slapped, Tom didn't get angry, just hung his head, not retaliating or defending himself. Everyone was stunned by his reaction. Whether it was the people in the mahjong parlor or Emmanuel and Christopher, they were all stunned. Tom said to Miriam, Can Miss Zaire forgive me this time and give me a chance? If you commit illegal acts, you must be prepared to face the legal consequences. Miriam's expression was cold, and her tone remained calm as usual. Chapter 135. Christopher becomes a complete admirer. 4. Christopher was all too familiar with Miriam's tone. In the past, hearing her speak this way only made him feel that she was cold and difficult to get along with. But today, her voice sounded so domineering and powerful, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. Miss Zaire. Tom's face was grim, his voice filled with pleading. Everyone in the mahjong parlor had never seen Tom act this way before. Who is this girl? What did she say on the phone just now? It actually caused such a huge reaction from Boss Sure. Watch. Miriam extended her hand. Tom hurriedly instructed his men to bring over the watch that Christopher had brought, placing it cautiously in Miriam's palm. Miss Zaire, here's your watch. Seeing this, Emmanuel finally reacted, shouting at the man holding her. Let me go. Didn't you see your boss treating my niece respectfully? The man restraining Emmanuel indeed released her. Even their boss was showing respect to that girl. They really couldn't continue roughing up Emmanuel. Continue holding her, Miriam said, pointing at Christopher beside her. I'm here just to take back this one. The other person has nothing to do with me. What are you saying? Emmanuel couldn't believe what she was hearing. Miriam, what do you mean? You came all the way here, and yet you're saying you won't take me back. Is this even human talk? No matter what, she is still her aunt. You got what you deserved. Miriam commented. What do you mean got what you deserved? They were cheating. They cheated me for the entire afternoon. Otherwise, how could I have lost so much? Emmanuel didn't think she had done anything wrong. Playing mahjong, so what? What did she do wrong? Realizing Miriam's attitude toward Emmanuel, the people in the mahjong parlor immediately became less courteous. Emmanuel was forcibly pushed back onto the sofa, unable to move. Emmanuel was about to lose her mind. Miriam, make them let me go. I'm your aunt. Your elder. Miriam ignored Emmanuel, turning to speak to Christopher. Let's go home. Seeing Miriam about to leave, Emmanuel was nearly driven mad. She shouted after Miriam, eventually turning her shouts into curses, but Miriam paid no attention, not even glancing back. Christopher was still in a daze. Seeing Miriam walk to the door, he hurriedly followed. Outside, Christopher still hesitated, stopping Miriam and asking carefully, Aunt, are you really not taking her back? Miriam lifted her head slightly, looking straight at Christopher, who was taller than her. Beckett's gaze was sharp, making Christopher inexplicably nervous. She's stupid, and she got what she deserved. Should you be as stupid as her? Miriam's tone remained calm, maintaining her usual lazy demeanor. Christopher was stunned. Initially, he came in a hurry to save someone without thinking much about it. It wasn't until he arrived that he learned his aunt had participated in gambling and owed others 300,000 yuan. Miriam continued. Think about it. She owes money. Why didn't she call her own daughter or her sister, but called you instead? Christopher wasn't actually dumb. With Miriam's reminder, he quickly understood. His aunt chose him because he could come up with the money and could be easily fooled. His aunt always claimed she was working and that her mother believed her. Chapter 136. Christopher becomes a complete fanboy. 5. If today's events were to be known by Mom, Kylie's credibility with Mom would be ruined. Kylie chose him simply because he would willingly take money to save her and was easy to persuade, agreeing to help her cover up the matter. Seeing Christopher's expression and knowing he understood, Miriam decided not to elaborate further. Well, then what will happen to Kylie? Christopher asked another question despite himself. No matter what, she was still his aunt. Beckett couldn't just leave her in such a dangerous situation. What if something fatal happened? She won't die? The police will come shortly. She'll be in for a couple of days and can be released after paying a fine. Miriam replied nonchalantly. The police are coming soon? Christopher was now reassured. It was good for Kylie to receive some punishment. Hopefully, this experience would lead to better behavior from her onward. Miriam is truly remarkable. Despite appearing cold and unapproachable, she still came to his rescue. Ignoring Kylie was only because Kylie had indeed done something wrong and deserved the consequences. Christopher looked at Miriam and realized for the first time how cool her laid-back demeanor could be, revealing a goofy smile on his face unwittingly. Why are you staring at me and smiling? She asked, feeling a little creeped out. Big sister, you're amazing. Christopher sincerely praised, his honest smile filled with admiration for Miriam. Praising me won't help, said Miriam, who was actually annoyed. To save him, she had sacrificed at least an hour and a half of her precious nap time. Moreover, since he was her brother by blood relation, helping him wouldn't earn her any merit points. As a result, she spent an hour and a half busily working without rest and gained no merit points whatsoever. She was losing out big time. In return, she must eat more of his snacks. But that's not enough. She has to get several more expensive meals from him as well. Christopher, unaware of Miriam's thoughts, continued to grin foolishly. By the way, big sister, how did you get here? Did you take a taxi? Miriam pointed to the Range Rover parked by the roadside. Christopher recognized it as one of the vehicles in their family garage. Get in. Miriam urged Christopher, not wanting to waste any more time. She wanted to return home to slack off. Where's the driver? Christopher asked. I drove here. Miriam was already seated in the driver's seat. It was only then that Christopher noticed Miriam intended to drive herself. His expression immediately turned tense. Have you gotten your driver's license? I have, Miriam replied calmly. But how often do you drive? Christopher hesitantly asked. Miriam had only just turned 18 recently. Even if she obtained her license right when she turned 18, it couldn't have been more than a few months. Moreover, Miriam had been living in the slums where daily necessities were barely affordable. There was hardly any opportunity for driving. It might very well be the first time Miriam drove a vehicle outside of a driving school. Not much. With that, Miriam shifted gears and pressed the gas pedal, causing the speedometer to skyrocket rapidly. Christopher nervously held onto the handle above the passenger seat. Drive slower. Big sister, drive slower. We're not in a hurry. Ignoring Christopher's suggestion, Miriam concentrated on driving. Beckett's skills were impeccable. Her her movements quick and accurate. She sped along the road limited to 90 kilometers per hour at exactly 90 kilometers per hour, neither exceeding nor falling short. After a while, Christopher found that Miriam drove proficiently with excellent skills. Beckett finally relaxed and turned to look at Miriam, who was still driving. Beckett's side profile was equally beautiful. This was his sister, connected by blood. This inexplicably felt good, and a warm sensation welled up from within his chest. Chapter 137 Game Master. The moment Miriam returned to the Zaire residence, she changed into her loungewear and plopped down on her bed. She propped up a small table, turned on her computer, and started playing games. Previously, Christopher would have said something about Miriam lying in bed during the day. But now, Christopher not only doesn't say anything to her, but also voluntarily went to cut fruit for her, bringing it right before her so that she could reach out and eat it easily. After delivering the fruits, Christopher didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat beside Miriam to watch her play. "What are you doing?" Miriam glanced at Christopher, who still didn't leave. "Watching you play," said Christopher. "This game is pretty popular. Many of my friends are playing it too. What's your class, sister? Do you need help clearing dungeons? If you do, I can call some people to team up with you." "No need." Miriam usually played solo when doing dungeons. Occasionally, she teamed up with Harley. Miriam was trading goods online. Suddenly, a man in all black appeared, dressed entirely in black except for the golden pattern on his belt. And the ID above the man's head belonged to none other than the top-ranked player on the server, Acton. Acton often wore this set of dark gold battle armor, which dropped from big bosses. His weapon was a silver long sword named Crack, with a crystal embedded in its hilt and a silver tassel hanging from it. Holding his long sword, the man swung towards Miriam. Miriam quickly reacted, moving the mouse and keyboard swiftly. For Miriam, it had become routine for this man to attack her like this. Ever since they competed over a medicinal plant, Acton would come looking for fights with her from time to time. Whenever they encountered each other, they would inevitably engage in a battle. However, today, for some reason, the man's gameplay seemed clumsy, almost as if someone else was controlling him. It took Miriam less than 3 minutes to knock him down. On the other end of the screen, Egon watched his character get killed, feeling depressed. Is my skill really this poor? Egon rarely got the chance to play Judah's account, assuming the top-notch equipment would allow him to defeat anyone without requiring any technical skills. Indeed, he tried a few times in the arena and found no one could match him. Then Judah coldly remarked, "That's because you haven't met anyone formidable." Egon wasn't convinced. To test his skills further, he specially found the player, Ambria, who frequently fought with Judah in-game. But it only took 3 minutes for him to be defeated. Beckett clearly remembered watching Judah win against Salty Fish multiple times, checking the equipment list again to make sure Judah hadn't switched gears secretly. Egon leaned back in his chair, letting out a mournful groan. Judah calmly asked, "Give up yet?" "No." Egon straightened up. "I want to see you play once. With this equipment, if you can win against her, then I'll admit defeat." Judah took over the seat, fingers flying over the keyboard. This time, the battle was fierce. After 10 minutes, neither side had gained the upper hand. It was evident that the player, Ambria, had genuine skills, which explained why Judah sought her out when he couldn't find an opponent. After about 10 minutes, Salty Fish's operation lagged behind and was knocked down by Acton. Egon finally admitted, "Big player, I give up. Now I believe that it's not just about having good equipment. My technique isn't up to par either." Chapter 138, Even Too Lazy to Win. On the other side, Christopher asked Miriam very puzzledly, "Sis, why did you slow down halfway through?" Beckett watched her closely. For the first 10 minutes, Miriam had played seriously. But after that, she just hit the keys randomly and hardly moved her hands. "I'm tired," replied Miriam. 10 minutes was enough. Miriam knew very well that it would be hard for her to tell who would win between her and this Acton. If they really fought it out, it would take at least half an hour. Miriam was lazy and didn't want to spend that long. She also didn't care about winning or losing in the game. Losing wouldn't hurt her pride much, especially given that her opponent was number 1 on the server-wide leaderboard. It wasn't shameful to lose to him. So every time this person challenged her to a fight, after about 10 minutes, Miriam would give up, letting herself get defeated to end the battle. Christopher was stunned by Miriam's reason. She was truly lazy, even too lazy to win. Doris finally found out that Emmanuel had been taken into the police station. Emmanuel couldn't stop her from knowing even if she wanted to. Not long after Miriam and Christopher left, the police came, sealed off the mahjong parlor, and took her to the station for detention. For Emmanuel to be released, she needed family to bail her out, so she could only call Doris. Doris went to the police station, paid the fine, and got her bailed out. Knowing that Emmanuel had been detained due to gambling participation, Doris remained stern-faced throughout and showed no leniency towards Emmanuel. Back at the Zaire household, as soon as Emmanuel entered, she saw Miriam sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV with Christopher. Instantly, Emmanuel felt a surge of fury. She had gone through hell that afternoon, first beaten by those thugs, then taken into the police station for detention because of gambling charges. And these two were chilling here, enjoying their shows. While she suffered, they lived like nothing happened. Blinded by rage, Emmanuel yelled at Miriam, "You stood idly by while I was bullied by those people, and now you have the nerve to watch TV calmly?" Emmanuel didn't dare to scold Christopher, so all her blame fell on Miriam alone. Beckett's words made everyone in the living room stop what they were doing and look at Miriam. Doris asked confusedly, "What do you mean? How is Aling related to this?" Christopher quickly explained for Miriam. "Kiyomi, Kylie acted improperly by involving herself in gambling. This afternoon, she called me first to ask me to bail her out. Sister went there to save me. The Zaire family might not believe Miriam's words, but they believed Christopher without question. They had watched him grow up and knew his character well. Enraged, Doris slapped Emmanuel, adding another mark to her already colorful face. You can mess up your own life, but why drag my son into it? Doris was genuinely angry. She loved her sister, but there were limits, particularly when it concerned harm to her children. Clearly, Christopher held a higher place in her heart than her sister Emmanuel. Sis, Emmanuel was dumbfounded by the slap. In her anger, she lashed out at Miriam upon returning. At the same time, she hadn't anticipated that Christopher would speak up for Miriam without hesitation, revealing the entire incident. Chapter 139, Hurriedly Admitting Mistakes. Adeline had just come down from upstairs. Seeing her mother being slapped, Adeline quickly ran down and went to Ayana's side. Aunt, are you okay? Don't be angry. Adeline's first reaction was not to check on her mother's injuries, but to comfort the furious Ayana. Emmanuel hurriedly explained. Sis, I didn't mean to, Realizing she had touched Ayana's sore spot, Emmanuel instantly regretted it. She had truly acted impulsively just now. Adeline gave Emmanuel a stern look. She had long known that her mother did things without much thought, always assuming she was right, but never listening to advice. Now, she had spoken and acted wrongly, hadn't she? Kiyomi, even if those ferocious people threatened your life, making you nervous and scared, it can't be an excuse to endanger Dorian. Adeline was irritated with Emmanuel in her heart, but still had to speak up for her since she was her mother, a fact she couldn't change. Adeline's words reminded Emmanuel, who quickly explained, it wasn't me who wanted to call Dorian. Those people forced me to do it. They somehow knew about the Zaire family, knowing they were wealthy and that Dorian is innocent and kind-hearted. So, they set this trap deliberately. I actually wanted to call Sis, and even considered calling the police. Emmanuel's eyes were red and her voice trembled as she apologized to Ayana. Sis, I was truly terrified at that moment. They beat me and insulted me, leaving me with no dignity. When our parents were alive, when have I ever suffered such humiliation? I was completely shaken. Mentioning their deceased parents, Ayana was moved. They both grew up pampered by their parents, having never endured hardship. Although her sister was in the wrong here, it was also her first time encountering such a situation, most likely out of fear. When one is terrified, making unwise decisions is understandable. I will forgive you this time, but if you play mahjong again with people in the future, don't blame me for not recognizing you. Sis, I know I was wrong. I won't play mahjong again. Emmanuel hastily agreed. Whether or not she would continue playing mahjong in the future was another matter. What mattered was calming her sister down now. Ayana looked at Emmanuel's bruised face and decided not to dwell on it further. Go to the room, clean yourself up, take a bath, and change clothes. Understood. Emmanuel hurriedly went upstairs to her guest room. Ayana turned to look at Miriam, whose eyes were still fixed on the TV, not drawn away by the previous argument. After all, such dramatic arguments were common in TV shows, and Miriam found them unremarkable. Ayana thanked Miriam. Prudence, thank you so much today, you protected Dorian. Miriam responded indifferently, her gaze still glued to the television. On the screen, two male leads were wall-cornering each other. Miriam wanted to see some excitement, but found the actors moving too slowly, wishing she could push them together. At such a crucial moment, Miriam couldn't spare any attention for Emmanuel and Ayana. Afraid that her mother would be upset by Miriam's indifferent attitude, Christopher quickly added, Kiyomi, Sis was incredibly brave today. Everyone at the mahjong place was intimidated by her. If it weren't for her, I would have been in trouble. Her tone was filled with admiration for Miriam. Chapter 140, Surnamed Dustin Betrayed Me. This scene fell into Adeline's eyes, strikingly painful to witness. Ayana was relieved and then said to Christopher, Dorian, you should be as courageous as your sister in the future. You're a boy, you should step forward to protect the girls in our family, understand? Kiyomi, I know. I'll try to become brave. Christopher earnestly noted down and then turned to Adeline. Nancy's sister, in the future, I will protect you and Zyreling's sister well. Adeline's face was not good, her eyes flickering as she gave a slight nod. It was Monday again. In the morning, Miriam was too lazy to get up from bed, and Christopher came to drag her out of bed. Miriam always found it harder to wake up on Mondays than on other days. Sis, don't sleep anymore, or you'll be late if you sleep any longer. Miriam remained unmoved. Sis, if you don't get up now, the breakfast made by Aunt Lou will be gone. At the mention of breakfast, Miriam sat up straight, her eyes still closed. She stumbled out of bed, put on slippers, and walked downstairs as if she were sleepwalking. Christopher even thought she might trip. After much ado, Miriam finally got into the car and arrived at school just in time before the bell rang. Miriam was the last one to enter the classroom. Even Judah, who was notoriously late, arrived earlier than she did. Not only did Judah come earlier than usual today, but he also took the initiative to submit the homework assigned by the teacher over the weekend. This stunned the group leader who received the homework, finding it hard to believe. What a day! Beckett actually received Judah's completed homework. Seeing Judah, the drowsy Miriam immediately snapped awake, all signs of fatigue vanishing in an instant. Beckett or task. Beckett or 100 points of virtue. Thus, the students in Class 5 of Grade 3 saw a sleepy Miriam perk up upon seeing Judah and break into a bright smile. The students couldn't help but marvel at the power of love. Miriam paid no attention to everyone's gazes, persistently pursuing Judah. Judah started to work diligently for Miriam. Such positive dating must make even the school administration hesitant to oppose it. When Miriam reached her seat, Judah's upturned mouth had already fallen back into his usual indifferent and unruly expression. Did you have trouble with any of the homework from the weekend? Miriam asked about Judah's studies as soon as she sat down. Diligent and responsible. I did it and handed it in, he replied coldly. Miriam smiled brightly. That's great. She was one step closer to completing her mission. You've been in a good mood recently? Judah asked. Rock was giving her all the family property. She should be very happy, right? Miriam turned to look at him. Beckett wasn't looking at her, but asking casually. All right, Miriam said. If that Dustin person hadn't caused trouble, I would be even happier. Dustin person? Judah probed further. What's his name? Don't know. Just know he's surnamed Dustin and is quite mysterious, Miriam replied. How did this Dustin person betray you? Beckett betrayed me. Betrays you? Yes, Miriam nodded firmly. Beckett, how did he betray you? Judah continued to ask. Beckett did some strange things that led me to encounter some troublesome matters, Miriam replied. She didn't want to explain the specifics. Estate issues are hard to explain clearly to outsiders anyway. Miriam didn't notice the unusual look on Judah's face and continued. Forget it. Let's stop talking about that bastard surnamed Dustin. Let's continue studying. Chapter 141. Why do I always encounter such scenes? Miriam wouldn't constantly dwell on troublesome matters. Life is too short, and it's better to think about useful things. Why waste brain cells? This morning before leaving home, she was still dazed, so these snacks definitely weren't put there by her. No doubt Christopher gave them to her. Miriam thought that maybe yesterday wasn't a total loss after all. At least she had snacks to eat. Seeing the bento box, Judah's lips curled upward, his eyes filled with joy. But soon enough, his expression returned to normal. As usual, he had the same keep your distance look. At noon, the basketball team members were training in the gymnasium while Judah was handling matters in the lounge nearby. Just as Judah's slender fingers were tapping a few keys on the keyboard, he heard the heart-wrenching cries of the boys outside. Among them was Egon's. Chi sister, Ling goddess, Kylie Chi, go easy. Easy. Egon kept begging for mercy. Judah poked his head out to see Miriam, giving Egon a stretch. The team members were wailing, but still very eager. Through the glass window, Judah saw Miriam, who looked like a coach. She was stern yet strangely cute, especially when her foot was stepping on Egon's leg. Unconsciously, Judah stared for quite some time, not doing any work at all. After assigning today's training tasks, Miriam went into the lounge. Once inside, she pulled down the blinds in front of the glass window connecting the lounge to the gym. What are you doing? Judah asked. Sleeping, Miriam said as she lay down on the mat placed in the corner of the lounge and fell asleep immediately. Just sleeping, not sleeping with him. Closing the blinds was just to prevent the team from seeing their coach sleeping and affecting their training morale. Judah felt inexplicably annoyed by his fleeting thoughts just now. Beckett got up and walked to Miriam, only to find she had already closed her eyes. She looked very obedient and quiet while sleeping, appearing very gentle. Beckett, her body curled instinctively, whether because of coldness or habit. Cold, lazy, gentle, which one was the real her? Or perhaps each side was real in its own way. Judah turned around and took out a blanket from the cabinet next to him. It was prepared for himself and hadn't been used. Crouching down, Judah gently covered Miriam with the blanket. Chi sister. Egon burst into the lounge, stunned for a moment as he opened the door. Miriam was awakened by Egon, opened her eyes, and met Judah's gaze, who was covering her with the blanket. Even at such close proximity, that handsome face showed no flaws. Smooth skin, large bright eyes, long eyelashes, and those slightly sensual lips. Egon, wanting to cry but unable to, scrambled out of the lounge. After closing the lounge door, Egon leaned against it, patting his chest. Oh man, why did he always run into these two? From Egon's angle, what he saw was Miriam lying on the mat and Judah above her, looking like they were about to do something. Egon felt mixed emotions, knowing that it was good for his friend to have a partner, but at the same time, his brother would lose his love. Loyalty and righteousness can never coexist. Chapter 142, Independent Enrollment Quota 1. What happened? Where's my sister? Christopher looked puzzled when he saw Egon leaning against the door of the lounge without entering. Nothing. Your sister has assigned you a new task, to complete 10 sprints back and forth in the basketball court. Egon hurriedly lied. Okay, I'll do it right away. Christopher, being rather gullible, did not suspect anything and turned to run. After successfully sending Christopher away, Egon was still a little uneasy. Beckett worried that other members of the basketball team might come by and disturb the two inside. So he stood guard at the door of the lounge, ensuring no one approached. Before long, the door opened, and Judah and Miriam came out. Seeing them, Egon was somewhat surprised. So soon? What do you mean so soon? Miriam asked. Nothing. Egon hastily denied. After completing his 10 sprints, Christopher ran back to the lounge only to find it empty with the door wide open. Where's my sister? Christopher asked Egon. She went back to the classroom with Judah, Egon replied. Why did they go back? Christopher remarked. And why was Judah with her again? Does he have any ulterior motives? Egon thought to himself that whether Judah had ulterior motives was unknown, but he had already done quite a bit. What a fool. Christopher hadn't noticed anything at all. Perhaps he should be renamed Zaire Fool. Wait for it. Soon you'll have to call Judah brother-in-law. After the noon training session, everyone returned to their respective classrooms. After one class period, the homeroom teacher called Miriam into his office. West, the homeroom teacher, earnestly told Miriam, your grades are outstanding, and now there's an excellent opportunity to be accepted early into Jingqing University. The teacher believes you have a great chance to get this early admission, and I hope you can seize it. The teacher placed high hopes on Miriam. Miriam looked at the teacher expressionlessly, her eyes slightly dazed, clearly trying not to fall asleep. The teacher had long gotten used to Miriam's laid-back attitude and always viewed her through rose-tinted glasses. No matter how lazy she appeared, she was always perfect in his eyes. Continuing on his own, the teacher said, Jingqing University has an independent enrollment exam. Passing this exam means you'll be accepted early into the university, bypassing next June's college entrance exam. What you need to do now is secure the qualification to take this exam. I just found out that these independent enrollment quotas aren't allocated directly to schools, but to distinguished teachers. A recommendation from a distinguished teacher will grant you the eligibility to participate in this exam. Don't want to go, can I skip it? Miriam asked. Miriam, you must take this opportunity. It's a special exam introduced this year, the teacher said seriously, urging her to participate. Think about the intense competition in the college entrance exam. You'd be competing with hundreds of thousands of students for those few spots. And if you don't perform well, you'll have to wait another year. Giving yourself this extra chance means you could be admitted half a year earlier and relax sooner. I don't want to go, Miriam replied. Admission to any university wouldn't make her life any easier. Chapter 143 Autonomous Admissions Quota 2. Miriam, you must strive for it. I'm telling you, our school has 2 distinguished teachers. You need to work hard to gain the recognition of these 2 teachers and secure a recommendation. The homeroom teacher was determined to have Miriam apply, completely ignoring her attitude. The homeroom teacher continued, I've already called your mother about this, Miriam. Your mother is also very supportive of you participating in this exam. The homeroom teacher had taken preemptive action by contacting Ayana early, leaving Miriam no room to refuse. As Miriam left the office, her phone buzzed. A person who hadn't contacted her in a long time sent her a message. Are you taking the entrance exam for Jingqing University? No, but I saw your name on the provisional list submitted by Huaihua High School. What provisional list? Although the recommendation qualification is given to our distinguished teachers, the school still set a scope. The provisional list is that scope. Even the school couldn't let the distinguished teachers with recommendation qualifications do as they pleased. Don't select me, Miriam replied. Why? Beckett would definitely want to choose Miriam if her name was on the list. Troublesome. Miriam, as always, hated Muffine. But you'll still have to take the college entrance exam in 6 months anyway, right? I'll procrastinate for half a year if I can. Severe procrastination. If she could delay it, she would. Enjoy life while it lasts. Enjoy each day as it comes. After all, she didn't know when she might kick the bucket. In 6 months, she might not even be alive then. If she doesn't live to see 6 months later, wouldn't she avoid the exam? Fine. Contact me if you change your mind. There's still some time before we submit the list, so you have time to reconsider. That's it. Miriam wasn't one to drag things out. If she said no, she meant no. At the same time Miriam was called to the office, Adeline received the same news. Adeline had consistently ranked within the top 10 of her grade over the past 3 years, making her well qualified to participate in this examination. Adeline lowered her head. Jingqing University had always been her goal. She had to seize this opportunity. If she could get an acceptance letter from Jingqing University ahead of time, without waiting until next June's college entrance exam, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. The homeroom teacher had informed her about the qualifications for autonomous admissions. Their school had 2 distinguished teachers, both of whom had taught her classes, but the issue was that there were other students in their grade with better grades and better performance than her. That evening, Adeline returned home looking deeply troubled. Nancy, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Ayana asked concernedly. Adeline hesitated for a long time before stammering out the information about autonomous admissions to Ayana. I've heard about this. Miriam's homeroom teacher called me. Ayana responded with a smile. Adeline was momentarily stunned, remembering that Miriam had become the school's top seed after ranking first in the city during the last midterm exam, and thus was now a key focus for the teachers. Ayana encouraged. Nancy, Ling, both of you should work hard. You must strive for this opportunity. Ayana considered this matter important and turned to the housekeeper, saying, prepare more supplements for the 2 young ladies these few nights to help them recuperate properly. They will be studying quite intensively. Chapter 144 Autonomous Admissions Quota 3. Christopher hurriedly said, Sisters, please do your best. If there's anything you need me to do, just let me know. Christopher grinned with a happy expression. They were both his sisters, and he hoped they would both get into Jingqing University. Adeline felt complicated, silently nodding her head with a worried look. Ayana only thought she was anxious about the autonomous admissions matter. After all, this was a big deal in one's lifetime, so being nervous was normal. However, Miriam didn't seem nervous at all, still enjoying her meal as usual. Ayana smiled and said to Miriam, Prudence, Kiyomi knows you're smart, but you don't have to worry too much about the exam. However, I hope you will take this seriously and try your best to seize this opportunity. Okay, Miriam replied without further explanation. After all, if no one recommended her, she wouldn't go. There was no need for extra explanations, and she could save some saliva. After Adeline returned to her room, she still felt uneasy. She originally thought her aunt would surely think of some ways to help her. Instead, her aunt only encouraged them to strive for the quota without intending to have the Zaire family intervene. Adeline clearly knew the influence of the Zaire family in Tonghai Alithiadi. Even their school's top teachers would give face to the Zaire family. If the Zaire family intervened, her chances of getting this opportunity would significantly increase. But if the Zaire family did intervene, would Miriam? Recent events had given her a strong sense of crisis. Beckett, her mother, wasn't wrong on one point. If she remained passive, she might end up with nothing. Initially, the harmless Miriam turned out to be an illusion. She must confront this threat seriously. This time, If she obtained the autonomous admission qualification while Miriam didn't, she could gain the upper hand. After pondering for a long time, Adeline called Emmanuel. Emmanuel had just returned from the Zaire family this morning, taking away many things Ayana didn't need. She was now selling those excess items at a second-hand luxury store. Upon receiving Adeline's call and hearing about the autonomous admissions quota, Emmanuel immediately perked up. We must fight for it, whatever it takes. Emmanuel hurriedly said. I need money, Adeline said. Money. Becketing the word, Emmanuel's tone instantly changed. What about your own money? You know I don't have any cash, Adeline replied. Your aunt has given you so many valuable things. Over the years, Ayana had been very generous to Adeline, and the value of what she bought for Adeline far exceeded 10 million. I can't sell those things. Aunt wouldn't approve if she found out, Adeline explained. Well, I don't have money either. Haven't you just sold what you took from Aunt? Adeline understood her mother well. That's my living expenses for the next few months. Do you want me to get into Jingxing University? Adeline asked softly. Of course I do. Do you want Miriam to be embarrassed? Mentioning Miriam, Emmanuel clenched her teeth in hatred. That little brat was truly a nuisance. Since she came to the Zaire family, nothing good had happened. Fine, I'll give you the money. Hurry up and find a way to ensure we get the quota. Chapter 145 Independent Recruitment Quota 4. Adeline received a bank transfer of 190,000 yuan from Emmanuel. Holding her phone, Adeline started to search online for information about all the top teachers in Tonghai Lithiety. She eventually shortlisted 2 teachers who she thought would be relatively easier targets. One was Kermit from their school, and the other was Roni from No. 1 high school. Both teachers seldom gave regular classes, nor did they have fixed classes, hence there were no particular students they favored. Additionally, Kermit had taught her before, and Adeline had attended Roni's lectures as well as participated in an extracurricular activity organized by Roni. Thus, it made sense for these 2 teachers to recommend her, leaving no room for suspicion. Adeline sprang into action immediately. She used the money to buy Moutai liquor and cigarettes and packed large red envelopes with the remaining cash, asking her mother Emmanuel to deliver them. The reason for using cash was that Adeline was well aware that in this internet-savvy society, cash is the hardest to trace. Adeline asked Emmanuel to deliver the gifts because, first of all, such matters are better handled by parents, and secondly, she wanted to keep herself out of trouble. Adeline repeatedly instructed, make sure you pay attention to how you speak. Remember what I told you, and do not give the teachers any bad impressions. I know, don't worry. It's such a small matter, I won't mess it up, Emmanuel confidently replied. Emmanuel went to find Kermit at Huaiwa High School first, but was firmly rejected. Kermit even scolded her, urging her to think positively instead of resorting to underhanded methods. This way, she would not only fail to help her child, but also hinder her progress. Despite feeling furious inside after being scolded by Kermit, Emmanuel remembered her daughter's instructions and apologized promptly, acknowledging her mistake, then left with a defeated look. After hitting a wall, Emmanuel went to find Roni from No. 1 high school next. This time things went much smoother. Roni accepted the gifts Emmanuel brought and ambiguously said to wait for news. Knowing there was hope, Emmanuel hurriedly thanked Roni and left happily. As soon as she stepped outside, she called Adeline and shared the good news. Upon knowing that things progressed smoothly, Adeline showed a relieved smile. As for Miriam, Adeline wasn't overly worried. Although Miriam had excellent midterm exam results, her personality and interpersonal relationships would hardly win her favor from the teachers. With the weight off her shoulders, Adeline finally smiled again. There was just one day left until the deadline for the list. Adeline felt confident about her situation. During dinner, since Maverick was in high spirits, he came down to eat with everyone and casually asked about Miriam's and Adeline's independent recruitment status. You too. How are your preparations for the independent recruitment quota? Rock cared deeply about the independent recruitment process. Miriam was his granddaughter. While although Adeline wasn't part of the Zaire family, she grew up alongside his son's wife attending various events. In the eyes of others, she was considered a member of the Zaire family. Becketer's success would also bring glory to the Zaire family. Sorry, Rock, I probably won't get the chance. My grades aren't outstanding, and I'm not very close to any teachers, Adeline replied. Maverick then turned to ask Miriam. Aling, what about you? Chapter 146. Miriam gets angry 1. No chance. Miriam didn't even look up. Irving looked at Miriam's lack of ambition and said seriously, if any of you can get admitted to Capital Lithiety University through this independent enrollment, I will reward you with a villa in the suburbs. Although Irving had already written a will that all his property would go to Miriam after he passed away, while he was still alive, the money was still his, which he could allocate as he pleased, giving it to whoever he wanted. Irving's words perked up everyone at the table. The Zaire family owned 4 villas in Tonghai Lithiety. Besides the one they were living in, there were 3 others. The cheapest of those 3 villas was worth over 5 million. Harold, that's not fair, Ray protested first. My 2 sons are in high school and middle school respectively. Why don't you offer them some rewards too? That way, they can also do very well. It's unfair just to reward brother 2's daughter and niece. Irving replied coldly. Don't you know your 2 sons' academic performance? Do you think they can meet my requirements? If they could, I would reward each of them a villa. Moreover, these are my own money. I give them to whoever I want. Earn your own if you can. Ray couldn't say a word after being scolded by Irving. Beckett knew both of his sons didn't do well academically, but he couldn't bear the idea of the family's wealth going entirely to the second son's branch. Adeline was almost bursting with joy at this moment. She had planned for this opportunity long ago, and Irving's reward was an unexpected bonus. Irving turned to ask Miriam and Adeline again. Did you two hear me? Adeline answered earnestly. Rock, rest assured, I'll do my best. But this time, it's indeed quite challenging. I hope you won't be disappointed if I fail. Anyone who loves children would find Adeline obedient and sensible, including Irving. Irving was very satisfied with Adeline's serious attitude. Then work hard and strive for success. As long as you get admitted, your tuition and living expenses will be taken care of by Rock. Thank you, Rock. Adeline expressed her gratitude sincerely. Miriam remained silent, so Irving asked her specifically, what about you, Miriam? Miriam didn't even lift her eyelids. Whatever. She seemed completely uninterested. Indeed, since Irving had left everything to her in his will, a single villa was nothing compared to inheriting the entire Zaire family fortune when the old man passed on. Ray sneered at Miriam, unable to resist mocking her. Harold, you're leaving all your property to her. Do you think she cares about this villa? Ayana's face darkened, sternly rebutting. Third brother, don't talk nonsense. Prudence is just reserved, not unmotivated. You know she got first place in the city's midterm exam last time. Beckett's silence doesn't mean she doesn't put in effort behind the scenes. Ayana wouldn't tolerate anyone maligning her daughter. Ray was infuriated and lashed out. Who knows if she got that midterm result on her own merit or cheated. Let's wait until she gets into university. Chapter 147. Miriam gets angry, too. Ayana angrily shouted. Third brother, don't make accusations recklessly. If you can't produce evidence, then you are slandering. Legally speaking, I could sue you. Reckless accusation? Huh. I want the evidence that this brat is one of our Zaire family members. Did you present it? Zaire Merping sneered sarcastically, calling Miriam a little villain and a brat with every word. Bang! A loud noise. Miriam suddenly slapped the dining table. Following that, she picked up the plate in front of her and threw it at Zaire Merping. The plate hit the rice bowl in front of Zaire Merping, and both the plate and the bowl shattered from the impact, startling Zaire Merping, who quickly retreated. Beckett fell backward along with his chair. Miriam's action was so sudden that everyone in the Zaire family stared in shock. Are you trying to ruin my appetite? Can anyone eat properly now? Miriam sounded both arrogant and harsh. It took Zaire Merping a while to staggerly get up from the ground. His chest heaved violently as his index finger pointed at Miriam, trembling in rage. Miriam, you try to kill me? I'm going to call the police and have them examine my injuries. I will have the police lock you up. Zaire Merping pulled out his phone and began dialing. Seeing this, Ayana lunged forward and grabbed Zaire Merping's phone, preventing her from calling the police. Christopher also came to help. Third uncle, don't call the police. Miriam isn't doing it on purpose. Don't be angry at her. If Miriam was detained or even convicted for intentional injury, her future would be ruined. How could Zaire Merping listen? I will let the police arrest all of you if you stop me. She did it on her own accord, and there is surveillance footage inside the house. Beckett's plate was clearly aimed at my head just now. It's murder. I'm lying here because of her. Determined to have the police deal with it, Zaire Merping hoped Miriam would end up in jail. Ayana and Christopher were in a panic. With her lesser strength, Ayana couldn't prevent Zaire Merping from calling the police and turned to her husband and father-in-law for help. Dover watched coldly, but made no move to assist. Alan looked grim, also furious about Miriam throwing the plate during dinner. While Zaire Merping was wrong, throwing plates at the dinner table was improper conduct for the lady of the Zaire household. Adeline lowered her head silently. With no expression on her face, Miriam said, go ahead and call the police, and while you're at it, have them investigate your embezzlement of company funds. Also, I aimed for your bowl, not your head. Miriam always throws things accurately and wouldn't make such mistakes. Beckett's words immediately froze Zaire Merping in place. Beckett paused mid-dialing. Alan and Dover looked at Zaire Merping in shock. Trying to hide his tension and guilt, Zaire Merping said, you little villain, Miriam, don't falsely accuse me. After you knew you might not receive an inheritance, you used your position to embezzle funds from an ongoing project. Miriam spoke while pulling out her phone. I'll report you and have the police clear your name. Panic-stricken, Zaire Merping lunged toward Miriam. Just like Ayana stopping him from calling the police, Zaire Merping wanted to stop Miriam. Miriam held her phone in one hand and picked up a pair of chopsticks with the other. The moment Zaire Merping rushed over, she pressed the chopsticks against his throat. Don't come near me. Miriam's eyes were icy and sharp, like a blade. Chapter 148. Eating is more important. Ray never thought that one day he would be intimidated by a high school girl. At this moment, facing Miriam, Ray felt a panic he had never experienced before. Alan was filled with rage. Miriam, is it true what you just said about him embezzling public funds? Ray trembled and dared not reply. Whether it was true or not, Old Master's subordinates would soon find out. There was no room for his sophistry. Dover stood up abruptly. Mooping, you've gone too far. How could you embezzle company money? Not only is this illegal, but it also breaks Harold's heart. Ray was both angry and afraid, so he adopted a nothing-to-lose attitude. If Harold hadn't decided to leave all the inheritance to this little brat, would I have done such a thing? Beckett then questioned Alan. And you? I'm your son too. Have you ever treated me as your son? Rebellious child. Rebellious child. Alan was furious, coughing violently because of his poor health. Everyone quickly gathered around to comfort the old master. Christopher. Maverick, don't get angry, please calm down. Adeline. Rock, don't worry, your health is the most important. Dover. Harold, rest first. Leave Mooping's matter to me. After a long while, Old Master calmed down, but anger still filled his eyes when he looked at Ray. Ray, feeling guilty, did not dare to meet Old Master's gaze. Beckett was truly scared that his father might report him to the police. Harold, I was wrong. Please, forgive me this time, Ray begged. Alan did not want to listen to the wasteful son's babbling. What he wanted now was to figure out the embezzlement issue as soon as possible. His eyes landed on Miriam, the whistleblower, and others followed his gaze toward her. Miriam sat down and continued eating. Beckety, pass me another small plate. Everyone looked at Miriam in astonishment. At this point, she was still thinking about eating. Alan asked Miriam, Miriam, how did you know that your uncle embezzled public funds? Let's talk after eating. Miriam replied, emphasizing that eating was more important. She just wanted a quiet meal, finally making Ray shut up so she could eat in peace. Miriam maintained her expressionless face, and even Alan couldn't do anything about her. If she wants to eat, let her eat then. How could Ray eat at this point? Beckett had no idea how the old master would deal with him. Waiting for the verdict was harder than facing it. Others couldn't eat much either, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Only Miriam was truly eating, concentrating on her meal. Seeing Miriam like this, Dover couldn't help but recall someone. That person was smart from a young age, always skipping grades. At 13, he obtained a university degree and a bachelor's degree. Then he went to world-class universities with a full scholarship for graduate and doctoral studies. What should have taken 6 years, he completed in 3 and graduated ahead of schedule as an outstanding graduate. Beckett spent another 3 years abroad, coming back at 19. With his remarkable business acumen, he secured several key projects and expanded the company's territory. No matter the situation, he remained calm and composed. When others were in a hurry, he seemed nonchalant, just like Miriam now. Chapter 149 Offhand Mention. Under his brilliance, they all became mere foils, dull and dim. If not for that cruise disaster at sea during a storm, that man would probably have already been making waves in the business world by now. Miriam finally finished eating under everyone's gaze. The moment she put down her chopsticks, Rock immediately questioned her. How did you know that Fremont embezzled funds? Just an offhand mention, Miriam replied. What? Just an offhand mention? You sounded so confident just now. Dover frowned. Otherwise, Ray wouldn't have been fooled into begging for mercy instead of reporting it to the police. Beckett can't handle being scared easily, Miriam commented, then got up and walked towards the stairs. Indeed, she was going back to rest. She had disrupted the entire Zaire family but acted as if it had nothing to do with her, focusing only on eating and sleeping. Adeline, upon hearing Miriam say it was just an offhand comment that frightened Ray, felt the stone in her heart finally settle. Earlier, she truly worried that Miriam might possess some extraordinary ability to know what Ray had done at the company. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. The most depressed and heart-wrenched person was undoubtedly Ray. Knowing that Miriam had only been bluffing him was more disheartening than if she had presented concrete evidence. Rock directly assigned Dover to investigate the matter of Ray's embezzlement. Wuxia, you go and figure out your brother's misappropriation of funds. No matter how big the hole, he must cover it himself. If he can't, take him straight to the police station. Being his own son, Rock didn't push things too far, refraining from direct action. Understood, Harold. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter properly. Dover readily agreed. Ray felt utterly chilled. Given their usual antagonism, this time his older brother surely wouldn't spare him. While the Zaire family was bustling about over Ray's issue, Miriam remained completely unaffected. The next day, as Miriam went to school as usual, she was called to the office by a teacher right after arriving. The one looking for her was Esau, the school's distinguished teacher. A kind-faced middle-aged teacher, always well regarded by students. Except for his somewhat sparse hair, there was little else they could fault him for. Miriam, I've reviewed your midterm exam paper. I think you're a very promising student. For this year's independent enrollment recommendation, I plan to give the slot to you. Esau told Miriam earnestly. Miriam hesitated before refusing. Please reconsider carefully. I have already thought it through very seriously. My decision is based on comprehensive consideration. Esau was firm. Beckett has always been fair and impartial when it comes to dealing with students. Teacher, please reconsider. I have too many flaws and am not worthy of such trust. You are truly humble. I haven't met a student as modest as you in years. Esau praised her. No, teacher, it's not humility. It's self-awareness. Oh, stop belittling yourself. Not anyone can be top in the city exams. You have real talent. Esau said firmly. All right, stop declining. Go back to class first. I'll bring the forms later for you to fill out. Chapter 150, Miriam's Dark Secrets Exposed. Miriam left the office, unaware that another student from the experimental class was still inside. This student, upon returning to their own class, immediately shared the news with classmates. Did you guys hear? Kermit has already decided on the recommendation spot, and it went to Miriam, who topped the last midterm exam. Really? Wow, so envious. But there's no point being jealous. None of us have Miriam's talent. Adeline was doing practice problems when she heard her classmates' words and suddenly stopped writing. Miriam, she got Kermit's nomination? She had asked her mother to send gifts to Kermit, but was not only refused, but also lectured by him. Now Kermit chose Miriam for this spot. Adeline's hand gripping the pen tightened unconsciously. That evening, Christopher was in his study at home doing homework when his phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Egon. Christopher answered. Senior, what's up? Why are you calling me so late? Egon, sounding urgent, said over the phone. Christopher, quickly check our school's forum. What's wrong? Christopher opened the forum leisurely. The top hot post made Christopher's face change drastically. The post's title read, Delinquent Girl Miriam, Involved in Brawls and Prostitution. Christopher hurriedly clicked into the post. Inside, the content was even more explosive. The poster first mentioned Miriam's background, saying that she was an abandoned child of the Zaire family, raised in an orphanage since childhood, then described her growing environment. followed by listing various fights she had allegedly been involved in over the years. Lastly, there was a photo showing Miriam appearing at a police raid on prostitution. The poster claimed that Miriam was only recently brought back by the Zaire family, and they were trying to cover up her past, attempting to whitewash her reputation. Christopher felt both shocked and furious after reading this. Have you finished reading, Ira? Egon asked. Is what's written true? Bullshit. Usually polite, Christopher swore. All nonsense. Utter nonsense. But there's your sister's record from the orphanage. Egon didn't want to believe it either, but the poster provided too much photographic evidence, making it hard not to believe. Even he was wavering, let alone those who never met Miriam. Christopher was stunned. It was difficult to explain as Miriam indeed grew up in an orphanage and was abandoned by the Zaire family. Christopher continued, the latter part is not true. Even if being abandoned and growing up in an orphanage was true, the latter allegations couldn't be true. Egon told Christopher, regardless of the truth, if there's no proof that these are false accusations, then your sister will lose her autonomous recruitment slot. The school can't recommend a student with questionable conduct to attend Capital University's autonomous admission. They might even expel her. Becketing this, Christopher jumped up from his seat. I'm going to find my sister. While holding the phone, he rushed towards Miriam's room. Inside, Miriam was handling matters in the U.S. When the door abruptly opened, she quickly switched screens. It was Christopher barging in without knocking due to his urgency, unlike his usual polite manner. Chapter 151 Little Scoundrel, time to work. Sis, stop playing games for now. Look at our school forum quickly. Someone posted a defamatory post about you. Christopher looked as if he had a small tail on fire behind him. Miriam, with suspicion, checked the school forum as Christopher mentioned and saw that defamatory post. The post was half true and half false, paired with some photos, making it seem almost authentic. After reading the post, Miriam remained calm, unlike Christopher who was burning with anxiety. Sis, what should we do? Your reputation is damaged by this post. Christopher was worried. Find the person who did this and deal with the problem from its source. Although Miriam wasn't anxious, she certainly wasn't going to let the poster tarnish her name uncontested. And he came up with compensated dating. Beckett's quite creative indeed. But where can we find this poster? Christopher asked anxiously. Not many people know about my background. Miriam pointed out. This was crucial information. Yes, why would this poster know so much about you, sis? Christopher was surprised. With a serious and earnest expression, Christopher knew only a few people besides those whom his sister used to know would be aware that she grew up in an orphanage, and they were Zaire family members themselves. The Zaire family. Christopher was suddenly startled. Could it be Fremont? Miriam just reprimanded Ray, who might bear grudges and could take revenge on her this way. Moreover, Fremont didn't want Miriam to inherit the Zaire family estate and even hoped for her to be discredited and kicked out of the family. I'm going to ask Fremont clearly. Stay here. Miriam held Christopher back by grabbing his clothes. You won't get any useful information this way. Miriam was very calm and rational. But look at this. Christopher felt uncomfortable watching all the insults towards Miriam on the screen. They cursed at her, one more vulgar than another. Some demanded Miriam to leave the school. Some called her dirty. Others labeled her as a prostitute. Christopher felt like beating someone after seeing that. Go back to your room first. I will handle this. Miriam told Christopher to go back. But, there's no but. Well, just don't be sad. Don't hide and cry. If you feel really upset, use my shoulder to lean on for a while. Christopher said to Miriam. I won't cry. Miriam never cried. She had very painful times, but for unknown reasons, she couldn't shed a tear during those moments. All right, then I'll go back to my room first. Call me anytime you need help. My phone will always be on. Christopher reluctantly left Miriam's room. After Christopher left, Miriam activated the system. Little scoundrel, time to work. Host, I am not a scoundrel. Please call me correctly. The system protested. Okay, let's get to work. Miriam didn't care to argue over these details with the system. Please use the correct title, or the system cannot correctly accept the host instructions. Settings, system nickname, Little Scoundrel. Settings, host nickname, Queen Majesty. Miriam directly changed the system's name using commands. There was nothing she could do about the system's ridiculous rules, but she still had ways to solve this naming issue. System nickname change successful. Host nickname change successful. Queen Majesty, this is cheating. The system answered. Chapter 152. Investigate who is playing tricks. Unwillingly, it still had to call Miriam by the modified nickname, Your Majesty. Little Pit, good for nothing. Get to work and search for the poster's information. Miriam gave instructions. The system had a hidden rule, which was to protect the host. Whenever the host faced any threats, the system must help the host eliminate the threat. Therefore, after being bound by this system, Miriam could only die in one way, dying because her virtue points ran out and couldn't be exchanged for lifespan. In a sense, this was also a peaceful death. Anyone bound by this system was destined to be poor but resilient. Your Majesty, you are bullying me, the system said while beginning to execute Miriam's orders. Soon enough, it had results. According to the search, here is the relevant information, please review it, Your Majesty. Indeed, calling her Your Majesty sounded much more pleasant to hear. After hacking into the internet, the information investigated showed that the post originated from a cyber hacker with the online ID of Explorer. Search for this explorer's recent online activity records. Under Miriam's request, the system further searched for related information. This included Explorer's transaction information with others. Someone paid this hacker to investigate Miriam's dark history and posted it. After further investigating the mastermind behind it, Miriam found out who was pulling strings from behind. Since the post was published on the school network, no one else at home besides Christopher and Adeline had seen its content. Miriam enjoyed a peaceful breakfast, during which Christopher occasionally glanced at her, his eyes full of concern. On the way to school, Adeline asked Miriam about the content of the post. Sis, what's going on with the post on the school forum? Why does it say? Do you believe what's written there? Miriam countered. I, of course, trust sis, but the students at school don't think so. Now the replies have already exceeded 1,000 posts. Everyone is cursing at you. If you didn't do those things, explain quickly. Otherwise, if aunt and uncle find out, they will be very upset. I haven't told them because I was worried they would be sad, but if the matter isn't resolved, they will eventually know. Hypocritical, Miriam commented. Christopher immediately defended Adeline. Sis, how can you say such things about Sister Nancy? She cares about you, so she said that. How can this be hypocrisy? Adeline pulled on Christopher's arm. It's okay, I'm fine. Sis is just upset about the things online. She didn't mean to talk like that. Christopher frowned at Miriam. Sis, look at Sister Nancy. Even though you scolded her, she's still thinking about defending you. Can't you be nicer to her? No, Miriam firmly refused. With that, she put on her eye mask, leaned back in the car seat, and began to rest her eyes. Adeline lowered her head, her eyes shimmering, clearly feeling wronged, but she did not say anything blaming Miriam. Christopher felt heartbroken. Beckett knew that due to the delivery incident, his sister Miriam didn't have a good impression of Sister Nancy. But Sister Nancy was already trying her best to make amends. What would it take for Miriam to forgive and accept her? Beckett respected both of his sisters and really didn't want to see them like this. Chapter 153 Who is spreading rumors about my deskmate? 1. As Miriam entered the school gate, she immediately felt strange looks from everyone around her. Looks of disdain, curiosity, and revulsion. It was all there. The post on the school forum had a tremendous impact. Originally, Miriam was considered a study god in their eyes, but now, she was seen as an utterly despicable girl, unworthy of being in the same school with them. What kind of person is this, still showing up at school? Really, being poor isn't scary. What's terrifying is self-degradation. The Zaires are also quite disgusting to have such a daughter out here. But it's Miriam herself who is too lowly, actually going out to engage in compensated dating. I heard that for this kind of job, they have to entertain any greasy old men, wondering if they might carry some diseases. It's even more terrifying if she has diseases. Could we get infected? Everyone kept their distance from her. Christopher wanted to fight because he was angry. Just one photo. What gave them the right to say Miriam had engaged in compensated dating? So outrageous. Miriam walked into the classroom as if nothing had happened. The students inside cast peculiar glances at her. When she passed by, they deliberately moved away, as if Miriam were some kind of virus. Miriam went to her seat. Judah looked at her directly and asked, "Are you okay?" "What?" Miriam asked. "How are you feeling?" "All right. Nothing good has happened, so it's not great. Don't be upset." Judah rarely comforted others, so he wasn't good at finding the right words. "Not upset. That's good." Judah asked again, "Do you need help?" Judah's expression was serious when he asked the question, and it seemed he genuinely wanted to help Miriam. "No need." Miriam refused. "I can handle it." "Okay, I believe you." Judah chose to trust Miriam. At this moment, the class president approached and stopped about a meter away from Miriam, coldly saying to her, "Miriam, regarding the exposure on the school forum, if you didn't do it, please explain it quickly and don't cause a negative influence on other students. But if you did, please leave the school for our sake." "Wait, no rush, it's still early." Miriam responded. "What does she mean? What is it still early?" The crowd was puzzled. "What is she hiding?" A boy nearby asked. "Miriam, is the person in these photos you?" "It's me." Miriam admitted. The photos were real. "Then how can you still sit here with your head held high, brawling, causing trouble to the police station, and worst of all, doing. The boy couldn't even bring himself to say compensated dating. What's wrong with her? Judah suddenly stood up, a half smile playing on his lips as he glanced at the crowd. Everyone hurriedly took a step back. Judah's intimidating presence was always effective. In the entire school, no one dared to challenge him. "Lee Judah, this is Miriam's own problem. We didn't intend to do anything. Look, she confessed that the person in those photos is her, and she has done that before. She might carry some disease. As your desk mate, she is dangerous to you." Judah is terrifying, but he only fights. However, Miriam engaging in compensated dating was absolutely intolerable. Judah walked towards the boy who spoke. Judah is nearly 1.8 meters tall, while the boy in front of him was only 1.7 meters. Whether in height or presence, the boy was far inferior. Chapter 154 Who's saying bad things about my deskmate, too? "Why you, what are you doing?" The boy's voice betrayed his panic. "Who did you say was sick?" Judah stepped forward one by one, his handsome face expressionless and cold, hands in the pockets of his black school uniform trousers. The two-piece shirt and black jacket school uniform on him were both dashing and devilishly charming. Though he was dressed neatly with every button fastened, there was an air of rebelliousness about him that exuded from a delinquent teenager. The boy didn't dare to speak anymore, quickly closing his mouth, looking away, not daring to meet Judah's eyes. "She is my trace. If I hear anyone saying bad things about her again, I will throw them out." The entire class fell silent instantly. At this moment, the bell rang, and everyone quickly returned to their seats. After the class ended, the head teacher, Haley, came to find Miriam, informing her to go to the principal's office as the principal needed to see her. Due to Judah's intimidation, the classmates dared not say anything openly, but they all thought secretly that the principal finding Miriam must be related to that incident, and the school would definitely not tolerate a student like Miriam to stay at their school any longer. As Miriam stood up, Judah also stood up and went out from the back door of the classroom with her. Are you going to the administration building too? Miriam asked Judah. I know the way to the principal's office well. Let me lead the way for you. Thank you. Miriam indeed didn't know where the principal's office was. Miriam followed Judah to the principal's office door. After knocking and entering, Judah did not leave. Leaning against the wall by the door, Judah had exceptional hearing and could clearly hear the conversation inside through just one door. Sabina of Huaiwa High School was a middle-aged female teacher in her 50s, slightly overweight, round-faced, short-haired, and wearing glasses. She sat behind her desk, questioning Miriam, who had just entered. Miriam, are the photos posted on our school forum real? Sabina's tone was stern, her expression grave, and her sharp eyes staring directly at Miriam. The photos are real, but the description isn't, Miriam replied. If the photos are real, what problems can there be with the description? Sabina pointed to the photo on her computer screen and questioned Miriam. In this one, you appeared at the police station, blood on your body, with a few thugs glaring at you. If you're innocent and just passing by, how do you explain the blood on you and these hooligans' looks? Sabina continued. And in this one, you even appeared at a vice sweep site. Everyone in this photo is either a policeman or a captured young woman who has been caught in misconduct. Do you want to tell me you're a police officer? Sabina grew more agitated as she spoke. She had been teaching for so many years and had never encountered such a situation before. Neither, Miriam replied. Neither? Then what are you? You said you were poor before and had no conditions, so why not work on a construction site carrying bricks or washing dishes in a restaurant to earn money with your own hands? Why make such dirty money? How can you live with yourself? Bang! Judah kicked open the door from outside. You ask her questions, she answers, but then you don't believe her. Why bother asking if you've already made up your mind? Jumping to conclusions without fully investigating. Is this the attitude you should have towards students? Judah retorted. Chapter 155 Counterattack 1. Judah, where do you get the nerve to speak up for someone else? You know what kind of person you are, right? You've caused the most trouble in the past. The two of you are just as bad. The dean of studies looked at the boy and girl in front of him, feeling his temples throbbing. My faults don't need your reminder. Take a look at yourself in the mirror first before you talk. With that, Judah pulled Miriam's hand and started walking out. What are you doing? Did I let you go? The dean of studies saw this and flew into a rage, utterly exasperated. Neither Judah nor Miriam paid any attention and continued walking towards the door. The dean of studies bellowed. If you dare to leave this office today, you won't have to come back to school tomorrow. Ignoring him, Judah pulled Miriam away without turning back, leaving the administrative building. Behind Judah, Miriam wore an expression of shock, her eyes fixed on her hand that Judah was holding. There was no fabric between their hands. It was skin against skin, but there were no rashes. This was very unusual. Miriam would usually develop rashes from direct skin contact with most people. Even Christopher, who was related by blood, couldn't avoid causing her rashes. Miriam hadn't experienced such a situation in a long time. What's wrong? Judah noticed something off about the person following him and stopped, turning his head. Judah saw Miriam's gaze lingering on their clasped hands. Beckett himself was also surprised that he had grabbed her hand. However, Judah didn't immediately let go. The hand in his grasp was incredibly soft. Beckett, her fingers were slender and well-defined, and her palm was small, much smaller than his own. When Miriam came to her senses, she slowly withdrew her hand from Judah's. The sudden absence of the softness in his hand left Judah inexplicably disheartened. After Miriam left, Judah looked down at his own palm, which still retained a faint warmth from her. While Miriam was being called in by the dean of studies, Ayana received a message from an unknown number. Upon opening it, her face turned deathly pale. It was from Emmanuel. Emmanuel had been divorced for over a decade and hadn't seriously dated anyone, but she did keep younger men as lovers. Though the Meng family's company had gone bankrupt, they still had some assets left. With the help of selling off these assets and receiving support from her sister Ayana, Emmanuel lived more luxuriously than most people, even having enough money to support male companions years younger than herself. The video showed Emmanuel in passionate scenes with multiple men. It was clear that over these 10+ years, Emmanuel had never been lonely. There were also records of her frequent visits to mahjong parlors. It turned out that Emmanuel losing hundreds of thousands of yuan playing mahjong wasn't a one-time thing. It had happened before, just not on such a large scale. Ayana had always believed her sister had struggled financially over the years, and thus provided financial assistance wherever possible. She thought Emmanuel had been working hard all these years, never imagining that Emmanuel had been deceiving her all along. She had never worked properly, indulging in lavish living and frivolous pursuits. All this time, she had been lying to her, talking about being too busy with work to attend her daughter's parent-teacher meetings or staying up late for work. It turned out she was indeed staying up all night, either at mahjong tables or in bed with men. Ayana felt her chest heave with anger. This was outrageous, truly outrageous. Chapter 156 Retaliation 2. Emmanuel was sitting at home, browsing the Huaiwa High School campus forum on her computer. She felt extremely pleased by what she saw. This little bitch deserves to be cursed. I never expected that during those years when she wasn't with the Zaire family, she did so many despicable things. Natalie is really capable, spending a bit of money and getting a hacker to do it, clean and without leaving a trace. Due to the mahjong parlor incident, Emmanuel harbored deep resentment toward Miriam. Seeing Miriam being berated fiercely, she felt greatly satisfied. Just as she was rejoicing, a new post suddenly appeared on the forum. The title, Emmanuel, in large letters was strikingly prominent. Emmanuel stared blankly for a moment before recognizing the full title. A student's parent, Ms. Emmanuel, involved in gambling and prostitution. Emmanuelle hurriedly clicked into the post. The contents that then caught her eye caused all the color to drain from her face gradually. The content posted on the school forum was not much different from what Ayana had received on her phone, except that the ones on the school forum were pixelated. By the end, Emmanuelle was completely dumbfounded. She angrily slammed the table and yelled, "Which lousy person put this kind of personal privacy on the school's forum? Is this place for posting such things? It's infuriating. It's infuriating." Emmanuelle slapped the desk, keyboard, and screen, but none of it could change the fact that scandalous information about her appeared on Huaihua High School's forum. This was the school where her daughter studied. How could she possibly go back there? Moreover, if someone recognized her and her daughter's identity, her daughter would also be laughed at. Emmanuelle was anxiously panicked, not knowing what to do. When the phone rang, it was Ayana calling. Emmanuelle hesitated for a long time, afraid to answer, but soon she heard the sound of keys unlocking the door at the entrance. The apartment she now rented was paid for by Ayana, who possessed the key. Ayana stormed inside furiously. Sis. Smack. Ayana delivered a harsh slap to Emmanuelle's face. Having been hit, Emmanuelle could only continue apologizing and begging for mercy. "Sis, I didn't want to. After my early divorce, I no longer dared to trust love or men. But as a woman, I have needs. It was just a fling. As for mahjong, I used to play for small stakes without much losing or winning. If not for being set up last time, I wouldn't have lost so much money." Emmanuelle frantically tried to justify herself, attempting to gain Ayana's understanding and forgiveness. Ayana had forgiven her once before, but this time it wouldn't be so easy. "You're still making excuses." Ayana slapped Emmanuelle again. She had hardly ever laid a hand on her younger sister before. If not for being driven to anger, she absolutely wouldn't have slapped her sister. Beckett, her sister, had gone too far, thoroughly enraging her. "Sis, forgive me this one more time." Both cheeks were bright red from Ayana's slaps. Emmanuelle's eyes turned red from sorrow, tears welling up as she begged. "Sis, I'm wrong. I really am wrong. Please forgive me for our years of sisterhood. I really didn't mean to do that. If the Meng family still existed, if I hadn't met that scum, I would be just as happy as you now." Chapter 157, Counterattack 3. The Meng family's bankruptcy is not an excuse for your downfall. The failure of your marriage is not a reason for you to act recklessly. "You've disappointed me too much." Ayana couldn't hear Alicia's explanation. Ayana had already forgiven Alicia once, and there was no way she could soften easily this time. Seeing Ayana's resolute attitude, Alicia became both anxious and scared. Suddenly, her eyes caught the still-lit computer screen, and Alicia suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly rushed to the computer, carrying the laptop to Ayana. "Big sister, look at what ACH Ling has done before." Alicia showed Ayana the post about Miriam on the campus forum. Ayana was already quite angry with Alicia, but when she saw Miriam's post, she felt her blood pressure rise and her breathing become difficult. For a long while, she couldn't say a word. Each photo, every line of text, was stimulating Ayana's brain. No, ACH Ling wouldn't do such things, she wouldn't. Ayana kept repeating, self-hypnotizing, trying to make everything she was seeing false. Ayana shakily called Lee, but after 2 rings, she hung up again. "No, I can't talk to Wuk about this matter." Ayana rapidly brainstormed solutions in her mind. She was exceptionally sad inside. Something happened to her daughter, yet she didn't know who to consult. Seeing Ayana's sorrowful expression, Alicia felt relieved. Alicia's only consolation now was that Miriam was taking the fall for her. Yes, she had been reckless, but her recklessness was just limited to a messy private life and not focusing on her career. But what Miriam did involved illegal activities. Some people are like this. When they encounter misfortune, seeing someone nearby even more unfortunate would bring them a little bit of relief and joy. Alicia was precisely in such a situation now. She was miserable, but someone was even more miserable than her, so she felt less miserable herself. In the experimental classroom, Adeline's whole body was trembling. Most of the students still didn't know that the Alicia in the pictures was her mother. But since Alicia attended the last parent-teacher meeting, Adeline knew that it was only a matter of time before their relationship was exposed. Once exposed, she would undoubtedly become the object of ridicule among her classmates. Adeline's body trembled. At this moment, she overheard her classmates discussing. "Who is this Alicia, whose parent is? What happened today? The forum is so lively, one big scoop after another. Wow, this is too exciting." Even with the mosaic, you can feel the passion all over the screen. Right, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and stools are all prepared. It feels like tonight I can watch an intense online fight while doing homework. Adeline tightly pressed her lips, her body trembling slightly. Fear and anger burned like 2 flames in her chest, surging up and down. She had known her mother's private life was somewhat messy, but she didn't expect it to be this chaotic. How could she have such a mother, such an undisciplined mother? Adeline looked at the classmates around her, listening to their discussions, as if they already knew about her and Alicia's relationship and were mocking her and criticizing her. Everything she had built up in school over these 3 years would be utterly destroyed by this one post. Chapter 158, Retaliation 4. No, she didn't want to. She couldn't let anyone know. Adeline got up from her seat and ran to the restroom. She locked herself in one of the stalls, hugging her head as she wept in fear. She bit her lip, trying not to sob out loud, afraid someone might hear her. At this moment, Adeline still didn't know that things were far from over. Exposing Emmanuelle's private life was just the first step. Ayana made countless calls and pulled strings to get help from Miriam. She could not allow her daughter to be expelled from school. Although she was angry about the past misdeeds of her daughter, She knew well that it was partly due to growing up abroad under harsh conditions. She bore a great responsibility for that. Seeing Ayana's worried and distressed appearance, Emmanuel put on an act of comfort while inwardly rejoicing. Even if Miriam wasn't expelled, the recommendation spot was definitely gone with all this chaos. Ayana planned to have the related content posted online. Miriam had topped the city in the last midterm exams, being labeled a good student. The shocking dark history would create a huge contrast and attract significant attention from netizens. Then, buying a trending topic might change Rock's mind about altering his will. After asking around, Ayana found no effective way to clear her daughter's name. Ayana slumped onto the sofa, burying her face in her hands, hiding her current pain. Emmanuel pretended to console Ayana. Sister, try to be more understanding. It hasn't been easy for Prudence. You wouldn't know how miserable life can be without money. When you're poor, anything seems doable. After our family went bankrupt, I lived through those hard times, and I understand what Prudence has been through. Tears streamed down Ayana's face. I know she had it tough in the past, but I hope she'll turn out fine. She's very smart and does well in studies. I can't let her past experiences ruin her future. Emmanuel was taken aback. She rarely saw her sister cry. However, Emmanuel felt no sympathy for Ayana at all. Why didn't she think about it sooner? Sending away the child back then, now crying or regretting, is pointless. As Meng Guoyu spoke, another post appeared on the campus forum. The computer screen was right in front of Ayana, so she saw the new post instantly. The title of the post read, Meng Guoyu leaks damaging information about Miriam to pave the way for her own daughter. The post content was a screenshot of a chat record. The conversation was between Meng Guoyu and the poster known as Explorer. Meng Guoyu, you're asking for 200,000 just to post damaging information about Miriam? Explorer, it's not just leaking dirt, but also digging it up. You don't have ready materials, which takes time and effort. 200,000 is already cheap. If you want cheaper, find someone else. Meng Guoyu. Alright, 200,000 it is, but you must ensure your information can't be traced back to me. Understood. Explorer, don't worry. My hacking skills are top-notch. No one in China can crack them. Meng Guoyu. Good. Transfer to Explorer, 200,000 yen. Friend confirmed receipt. Received, 200,000 yen. Chapter 159 Counterattack 5. Emmanuel was dumbfounded. How could this be? The Explorer had said that there was no hacker in the country who could breach his defenses. How could someone know it was her who asked the Explorer to post the slanderous post about Miriam? And how could someone have stolen their chat records? Emmanuel panicked. She looked at Ayana with terror. Ayana's face was extremely grim. The serious expression and cold eyes indicated a calm before the storm. Today, Ayana had been repeatedly shocked. Now her heart felt stifled, preventing her from even lashing out. She was too upset, unable to even speak. After a long while, Ayana turned her head to look at Emmanuel. It was a look that Emmanuel had never seen before. Becketer's sister, for the first time in her life, was looking at her like that. Emmanuel's heart completely panicked and was filled with fear. With a thud, Emmanuel knelt on the ground. Hugging Ayana's legs, Emmanuel begged for mercy. Sister, please forgive me. I admit I was blinded by greed. I wanted Natalie to win that villa, so I came up with this stupid idea. For a villa, you would harm Prudence like this. She is my daughter, your niece. How could you do this? I treated Natalie as if she were my own daughter, but you still want to harm Prudence. Ayana asked in a hoarse voice. Sister, I admit I was greedy, but on the other hand, Prudence and I didn't have any feelings towards each other. I've only met her a few times, which is different from Natalie. Sister, if she had grown up with you, I wouldn't have done such a beastly thing. While admitting her fault, Emmanuel tried to justify herself, implying that Miriam turning out this way wasn't solely her responsibility as the informer, but also Ayana's responsibility as a mother. Emmanuel's words successfully made Ayana fall into self-reproach. Indeed, if Prudence hadn't been living outside all these years, none of this would have happened. She would be the respected miss of the Zaire family, free from all these troubles. She bore significant responsibility for this. But back then, she had no power to protect her. Becketer's father-in-law and husband insisted on sending her to an orphanage, pretending the Zaire family never had this child. She could do nothing except hang a golden lock and jade pendant on her as proof of her identity. Ayana leaned against the sofa, dazed, lost in thought for a long time. In one day, her sister and daughter had both faced problems. Her heart was in so much pain it felt numb. Emmanuel comforted herself internally. Although what you did against Miriam was discovered by her sister, those things really happened to Miriam, and her troubles are real. If you're having a hard time, then Miriam is having an even harder time. What you did wasn't illegal, but what Miriam did was. As long as Miriam can't get the qualification for independent enrollment at Jinxing University, her daughter has a chance to win, not only gaining the Zaire family's recognition, but also receiving the reward promised by Rock. After a long while, Ayana calmed down and spoke to Emmanuel in a commanding tone. Contact that hacker you found immediately, and tell him to post a clarification that all of those things are false. The photos are fake. The reports are fake. Everything is fake. Chapter 160, Counterattack 6. Ayana's thoughts were still clear, knowing that the first thing to do now was to protect her daughter's reputation. Once this matter was resolved, she would then consider how to settle the account. Sis, I might not be able to handle this, Emmanuel explained. Those photos and reports are genuine. If we insist they are fake now, it will definitely be exposed immediately. Do you still dare to say? Didn't all this come from your doing? Yes, it's my fault. But these incidents really happened. The photos are real, not edited, and the events are true. No matter how much you wish otherwise, sis, these are facts. That statement about the facts stabbed Ayana's heart like a sharp blade, bleeding profusely. Ayana closed her eyes in pain. She really wished it wasn't true. How could her prudence be such a girl? Emmanuelle had a bitter expression like Ayana's on her face, but inside she was smirking. Hurting now, right? Your daughter is just that kind of trash. No one knows how many men she's been with. A despicable creature who can never be a proper young lady of the Zaire family again. As for you, just rest assured and love my daughter. During the break, when students anxiously opened the forum, a new post had just been published. Seeing yet another explosive post, everyone was stunned. What's going on? It seems like two celestial beings are fighting. Now students understood why the negative posts about Emmanuelle appeared on their school forum. This turned out to be a counterattack. Miriam and Emmanuelle were battling each other, exposing each other's dark secrets, and the bystanders were almost overwhelmed by all the gossip. While panicking and trying to stay calm, Adeline realized that the person behind all this must be Miriam herself or someone helping her. What should she do now? Beckett, her mother, had already been exposed, and it was only a matter of time before Aunt and others found out. She couldn't let them know that this idea was hers. Adeline hesitated, wanting to call Emmanuelle but afraid of calling at the wrong moment. She didn't know where her aunt was or if she had seen the content on the forum. Uneasy, Adeline couldn't focus on what the teacher was saying during class. Finally, after the class ended, Adeline hurriedly turned on her phone, checking if aunt or mother had contacted her. No one had, which relieved Adeline. Closing her phone, Adeline listened intently to what her classmates were saying about the hot post. Look, someone posted Miriam's post on the internet, and in just a short time, it got over 1,000 comments and shares. Both posts were forwarded to the internet, but clearly, Miriam's post has more attention. Not surprising, top student of the city, and turns out to be it's shocking and bound to stun a lot of people. Shock creates buzz, and buzz means more commentary. But Miriam is also pitiful, being abandoned by her family even though she's the elder miss of the Zaire family. Well, it's often said that those who are pitiable must have something hateful about them. But that Emmanuelle is truly repulsive, manipulating things behind the scenes just for her own daughter. Right, no idea who her daughter is, but I think not only should Miriam's qualifications be revoked, Emmanuelle's daughters should be too. Chapter 161, Counterattack 7. On the international internet, an article about Miriam went viral, trending with the headline. Hashtag the top female student in the Alchemy has actually done hashtag. Popular comments. Holy shit, she was number 1 in the city exams, but has done so many illegal things before? This is shocking. This news should be read in reverse. After being rescued by the police, reformed, and studied hard to become the top student in the city. Isn't this positive energy? This girl has good looks. She had what it takes for this business. Can anyone tell me where she worked? I'd like to visit them. Can a girl like her still study in school? Shouldn't relevant departments quickly expel her? Poverty is not an excuse for crime or moral degradation. Emmanuelle was secretly checking the related comments on her phone. Seeing many people criticizing Miriam made her secretly delighted. Now that things were getting so big, Huayu High School would have no choice but to expel Miriam to calm the situation. Things were developing as she hoped. It really paid off for the diligent ones. Just as Emmanuelle was reveling in her satisfaction, Ayana suddenly received a call that filled her with joy. Holding her phone, Ayana's expression was excited. What did you say? The official Weibo of Tonghai Municipal's Public Security Bureau? What did it say? Okay, I'll check it out right now. Emmanuelle didn't know what the caller told Ayana, but seeing Ayana's ecstatic look filled her with both confusion and an ominous premonition. Sis, what happened? What did the call say? Emmanuelle asked cautiously. Ayana was too focused on verifying the information from the call to pay attention to Emmanuelle. Ayana hurriedly turned on her computer, searched for the official Weibo of Tonghai Municipal's Public Security Bureau, and saw the following post. Retweet. The girl in the following pictures assisted our police in capturing criminals and dismantling dens, making her an exemplary citizen. Moreover, she was awarded the Excellent Alithiatisan Award and one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Tonghai Alithiati by our mayor earlier this year. The authorities had come forward to clear Miriam's name regarding accusations of involvement in fighting and prostitution. This was an official announcement, unlikely to be false, especially since it mentioned awards given by the mayor and being named one of the top 10 outstanding youths, which are all officially recorded. Some netizens verified this and found it to be true. Miriam indeed won those awards. Pictures don't lie, and there are records. So someone appearing at a crime scene could be more than just a criminal or a victim. They could also be assisting the police. The plot took a 180-degree turn, and those who criticized Miriam were slapped in the face. Far from being shameless, she embodied genuine positive energy. A sudden twist changed the direction of the comments. Where are those who called this girl? Aren't they supposed to apologize now? Some keyboard warriors love to criticize from behind their computers. Do they do anything as commendable as this girl? Let's stop the criticism. It's cleared up. In the future, we hope media and marketing accounts will investigate thoroughly before posting defamatory articles. After reading the police announcement, Ayana felt relieved. From hell to heaven in a moment. Ayana was elated, but Emmanuelle's expression turned sour, extremely sour. Chapter 162 The Outcome 1. Emmanuelle's eyes were vacant, as if she had suffered a tremendous blow. She and her daughter spent 20,000 yuan to dig up dirt on Miriam, but now not only did they fail to tarnish Miriam's reputation, it backfired instead. Now the trend on foreign social media has shifted, and it won't be long before the trend on the school forum changes too. At that point, let alone achieving Emmanuelle's goal of disqualifying Miriam from independent recruitment and making her drop out, it might even result in the school rewarding her. She thought Miriam would be the scapegoat, but in the end, it was only herself who had genuine dirt on her. This shock almost drove Emmanuel to collapse. Ayanna couldn't care less about Emmanuel at this moment and hurriedly rushed to the school to find Miriam. At the school, students also saw the response. Miriam not only had no history of fighting or engaging in prostitution, but she was also one of the top 10 outstanding young people, full of positive light. As this news spread, students' gazes toward Miriam changed. The class president felt guilty, knowing he was wrong, but was too stubborn to apologize face to face. Those who had accused Miriam with certainty moments ago dared not meet her eyes now. They chose not to apologize, pretending nothing happened. They thought the matter could just pass like this. But Judah directly brought the class president to Miriam. Leaning against the desk, Judah's stern gaze made it clear the class president wouldn't leave without apologizing. The class president had no choice but to obediently apologize. I'm sorry. I spoke without checking. It was wrong of me. Please forgive me. To whom are you apologizing? Clarify that. Judah wasn't satisfied. Miriam. I'm apologizing to Miriam, the class president added. Miriam, I'm sorry. It was wrong of me. Please forgive me. A simple apology seems too hollow. Judah was still unsatisfied. Well, what else should I do? The class president didn't dare offend Judah, and besides, he indeed had been in the wrong this time. Buy some fruits from the supermarket as an apology gift, Judah said. Since Miriam loves eating, having them compensate her with food seemed fitting. But snacks aren't healthy, so fruits were the best option. Reluctantly agreeing, the class president treated it as a way to settle things financially. Judah's gaze swept across the other students in the classroom, not singling out anyone in particular. But those who had accused Miriam before all felt guilty and ran out of the classroom to join the class president at the campus supermarket. When they returned, their hands were full of fruits. Soon, Miriam's desk was filled with various kinds of fruit available in the school supermarket. Miriam looked at Judah and said, "Thank you." Judah's actions pleased her greatly. She also believed apologies were better accompanied by treats. But due to system rules, she couldn't say it herself. Judah had perfectly voiced it for her. Thus, Judah's image became even more impressive in Miriam's heart. In the experimental class, Adeline was surrounded by classmates' chatter. The sudden turn of events left many stupefied, and Miriam earned much praise. For students their age to help solve a police case and receive commendations from both the police and the mayor was indeed remarkable. From being a mere beauty to a straight A student, and now one of the top 10 youth, admiration was inevitable. Chapter 163, Outcome 2. Isn't Miriam amazing? She even helped the police solve a case. Who would have thought? It turns out she's not only beautiful and has excellent academic performance, but she also has a strong sense of justice. I suddenly admire her so much. Now that everything is cleared up, it seems one of the slots this time is definitely hers. It's because of her great academic performance and solid character. Speaking of which, if Miriam was wronged, doesn't that mean that Emmanuel wanted her daughter to get an independent enrollment slot by deliberately slandering Miriam? How wicked is that? Whose mom did that? Usually, even if Miriam lost this opportunity, it wouldn't go to their own child, right? That means Emmanuel's daughter must be one of the top students in school. If she's ranked at the top with the surname Meng, isn't she our classmate Adeline? Can't be. Adeline doesn't seem like that kind of person. Are you crazy? The mother's name is Meng, and most students follow their father's surname. Listening to the classmates' whispers in the classroom, Adeline's body trembled. From the exposure of her mother's actions, to the revelation of evidence proving intentional slander, now the police had cleared Miriam. Step by step, she and her mother's situation gradually fell into an abyss. Classmates already suspected her, and it was only a matter of time before they discovered her relationship with her mother. She couldn't imagine what consequences she would face once the entire Zaire family found out about this. That sense of fear made it hard for her to breathe. Ayanna didn't realize the children were still in class until she arrived at the gate of Huayu High School. Her presence here wouldn't help now. After thinking for a moment, since she had come, she might as well wait until the kids got out of school. While waiting, Ayanna began to reflect on today's events. As she calmed down, her thoughts became clear and logical. Her younger sister, wanting to win the reward of a villa promised by the old man, hired hackers to dig up dirt on her daughter. Fortunately, her daughter hadn't actually done those things. With the police and city government backing her, she escaped public condemnation and potential expulsion from school. But her sister's intentions clearly aimed to destroy her daughter's reputation and leave her with nothing. This level of malicious intent went beyond mere greed. It could only be described as sheer viciousness. She was her biological sister. Even if Prudence grew up away from her and wasn't close to them, she was still her daughter. How could she do this? What frightened Ayanna even more was whether Adeline was involved. What should she do if she was? Ayanna had always treated Adeline as her own flesh and blood. She watched Nancy grow up, and in terms of affection, she felt deeper love for Adeline than for Miriam. It can't be, Nancy wouldn't do something like that. Ayanna muttered to herself. Deep down, she refused to believe Adeline could be such a person. Kiyomi, finally getting through to Emmanuel, Adeline anxiously asked. Kiyomi, where are you now? I'm at home. Listen, your aunt is heading to your school. Emmanuel urgently informed Adeline of Ayanna's whereabouts, preparing her mentally. Kiyomi, does Aunt already know? Chapter 164, Consequence 3. I know. She saw all the posts from your school. Kiyomi, does she know it was me who asked you to do this? No, she's too hurt and didn't ask much. Kiyomi, listen, no matter what Aunt asks later, you must say that it was all done by yourself and has nothing to do with me. This. Emmanuel hesitated. You want me to take the blame? Kiyomi, things have come to this point. There's no way for you to escape responsibility. If you involve me as well and make Aunt lose trust in me, we will have nothing left in the future. Adeline made a lot of sense, and Emmanuel was somewhat convinced. Indeed, as long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. All right, after weighing the pros and cons, Emmanuel agreed with her daughter's request. But you have to promise to keep cultivating good relations with the Zaire family and stop that little bitch Miriam from getting away with everything. I will, Adeline promised. In the principal's office, the principal found the vice principal. Mika, this time, student Miriam has brought glory to our school. I think we can make this the theme for Monday morning speech. Remember to arrange it. I know. The vice principal lowered her head, looking embarrassed and upset. She had just scolded Miriam and talked about expelling her. Now the situation had completely reversed, hitting her face hard. What was worse, before the principal came to find her, she had just drafted an application for Miriam's expulsion and submitted it to the municipal education department for approval. With this sudden turn of events, she had to withdraw the application as soon as possible. Otherwise, the education department would know that she, as a vice principal, made the decision without fully understanding the facts, which would certainly be considered negligence on her part. After seeing the principal off, the vice principal hurriedly tried to withdraw the application and fix the mistake. However, the staff at the education department had already received the application and seen it. Soon, the vice principal received a phone call criticizing her severely for disciplining students without fully understanding the situation. She was required to write an 800-word self-criticism and apologize to the student she had maligned. It wasn't just about writing the criticism. She actually had to apologize to Miriam in person. They also said they would confirm with Miriam after the incident. Though feeling humiliated, the vice principal had no choice but to comply. The vice principal asked the student to go to class 5 of senior 3 to summon Miriam to her office. But after a while, Miriam did not come, and the student sent to relay the message returned to inform the vice principal that Miriam didn't want to come. Taking a deep breath, the vice principal couldn't contain her anger. She was a vice principal asking her to come to the office, and yet she wouldn't listen? Did she not know what respect for teachers and elders meant? Did she not know what politeness was? Although angry, the vice principal knew she couldn't create more trouble for Miriam right now. With no other choice, the vice principal had to go to class 5 of senior 3 herself. Arriving at the back of class 5 of senior 3, the vice principal asked a student sitting near the door to call Miriam out. She was already at the classroom door. Surely, she would come out, right? But Miriam lay on her desk, unmoving, with no intention of getting up. The vice principal was infuriated by Miriam, but still needed to maintain her dignity and composure in front of others. Having no choice, the vice principal walked into the classroom and approached Miriam. Chapter 165 Conclusion 4. Looking at Miriam, who was snoring loudly on the desk without a trace of proper student behavior, the vice principal still doubted if she was truly the top student and one of the 10 outstanding young people awarded by the mayor. Miriam, yeah, now is not the time to sleep. The vice principal had tried her best to make her voice sound kind and gentle. Miriam did not move. Back at your trace, Judah looked at the vice principal and said, if you want to apologize, do it properly and show some sincerity. The vice principal was startled, wondering how Judah knew she was going to apologize to Miriam. It was break time, and all the students in the classroom were watching. The vice principal refuted Judah's words. Who told you that I came here to apologize to classmate Miriam? Isn't that so? Wasn't one of the penalties for your misconduct to apologize and make amends? Judah actually knew about the instructions given to her. The vice principal was surprised but also furious. Because with all the grade 3 class 5 students watching, Judah had made her lose face completely. Classmate Judah, please be mindful of your words and don't speak nonsense. The vice principal maintained her calm demeanor, hiding any signs of embarrassment. As long as she wasn't feeling guilty, the students wouldn't easily believe Judah. Judah's lips curled into a faint smile. Then he leisurely laid down beside Miriam, ignoring the vice principal and continuing to sleep. The vice principal could only fume silently, too afraid to escalate the situation further. Forget it. As long as your grades are up, take a rest when you need to. That gave her a bit of dignity back. Then she turned and left. She couldn't possibly apologize to Miriam in front of so many students, so she would find another opportunity. Finally, it was dismissal time. Ayana picked up Miriam, Christopher, and Adeline. Ailing. Ayana saw Miriam, and her face lit up with a smile. Ayana stepped forward to embrace Miriam, who instinctively dodged at the sight. Ayana's action froze midair, leaving her slightly embarrassed. Adeline kept her head low as she walked towards the car, unsure of what her aunt had discovered. Seeing Adeline, Ayana was momentarily stunned. For the first time in over a decade, she didn't know how to talk to her. Ayana wanted to ask Adeline if today's events were related to her, but she didn't know how to broach the subject. She wanted to trust her, but the matter with Emmanuel had already slapped her in the face. Until today, she had believed in her sister so much. Christopher remained silent, his concerns mirroring those of his mother. Miriam's case had been cleared, so he no longer needed to worry about her, but another issue gnawed at his heart. Upon arriving at the Zaire residence, they found the Francis sitting in the living room just after entering. Since falling ill, the patriarch usually stayed in his room, rarely sitting in the living room. Come here, ordered Irving. Ayana, Adeline, and Christopher approached him nervously. Only Miriam appeared indifferent. The patriarch had the old steward bring out Emmanuel. Emmanuel, held by the old steward before the patriarch, pleaded hurriedly. Sir Zaire, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Chapter 166 The Consequence 5. Spare you? All these years, Shoshana has helped you many times, and I have turned a blind eye to it. But now, you dare to plot against my Zaire family. Although Rock was ill and physically frail, his presence remained formidable. As he spoke, he forcefully struck the ground twice with the cane in his hand. Those 2 strikes felt as if they were hitting Emmanuelle's heart, causing her to tremble from head to toe. Adeline watched motionlessly and silently. She dared not speak on behalf of her mother, nor could she plead for her. Emmanuelle had no answer and could only sob silently. Rock continued to question Emmanuelle. Tell me, was today's incident orchestrated by you alone, or did you collude with your daughter? Rock needed to clarify this point. It was all my doing. Nancy had nothing to do with it. Emmanuelle answered immediately. Is that so? Rock's eyes were sharp like an eagle, piercingly cold, making Emmanuelle feel an overwhelming pressure. Yes, it's true, Emmanuelle affirmed. It was just a temporary lapse in judgment on my part. Nancy didn't know anything about it. She's always been kind-hearted. If she knew, she wouldn't have agreed. So I kept it hidden from her, fearing that she would ruin everything. Emmanuelle took all the blame upon herself. Becketing this, Ayanna and Christopher both let out a sigh of relief. Rock then asked Ayanna, she is your sister. What do you think should be done with her? After such an event, it was impossible to continue their relationship as if nothing happened. Even if Ayanna agreed, Rock wouldn't have allowed it. During the afternoon in the car, Ayanna had pondered deeply and now had a decision in mind. Though difficult, Ayanna made up her mind. We should cut off all contact with her. From now on, she is not allowed to visit the Zaire family, and I will no longer assist her in any form. Ayanna's words left Emmanuelle utterly shattered. The punishment was too severe for her. Please, sister, don't. I am your sister, your only sister. Emmanuelle tried to appeal through their blood ties. But did you consider that Miriam is my daughter? Ayanna shouted back at Emmanuelle. Beckett's eyes welled with tears, veins visibly red, whether from anger or sorrow. She treated Emmanuelle as a sister, but what did Emmanuelle think of her? Ayanna's reprimand left Emmanuelle speechless. She had truly underestimated the place Miriam held in her sister's heart. She thought her sister had abandoned Miriam for so many years, and thus wouldn't care much for her. Never did she imagine that her sister would react so intensely for Miriam's sake. Without her sister's support, how would she survive? Emmanuelle looked at Adeline. From now on, she could only rely on Nancy. So this time, she absolutely could not expose Nancy. As long as Nancy stayed in the Zaire family, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Rock asked Ayanna, what about Nancy? What do you plan to do with her? Upon hearing Rock mention her, Adeline anxiously clutched her sleeve, her eyes brimming with water as she looked at Ayanna. Chapter 167 Announcement of the List. Guido, this time the incident has nothing to do with Nancy. She has been raised in our Zaire family since childhood. You know her character well. Beckett's relationship with her mother is not close, so it's unlikely she would be influenced by her mother. Ayanna spoke up for Adeline without hesitation. She couldn't bear to send Adeline away. Doing so would feel like tearing a piece of flesh from her heart. Rock also liked Adeline very much. Although he now valued blood relations more and favored Miriam over Adeline, he still had high hopes for Adeline, believing that she could be promising and might even be useful to the Zaire family if she stayed. All right, as long as Nancy herself agrees, then she can stay in the Zaire family. Rock finally spoke. I am willing, Adeline stated. I have grown up in the Zaire family, where my aunt is closer to me than my own mother. But you must promise me that you won't let your mother lead you astray. Since you grew up in the Zaire family, you should understand who your real family is and where your home truly lies, Rock reminded her. After all, they were mother and daughter. No one had the right to stop their communication. Beckett could only ask Adeline not to follow Emmanuelle's underhanded methods or try to harm Zaire family members. Adeline's voice choked up. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, Carmelo. I won't become like my mother. Though Emmanuelle knew that these words were just temporary consolations, hearing them still made her heart ache. The next day, the school announced the names of students who received spots for independent enrollment, and Miriam's name was prominently on the list. It was Kermit who nominated her. Even though Miriam hadn't picked up the application form or filled out any personal information, her name was still submitted. Miriam asked Kermit, Teacher, I didn't fill out the form. Why did my name? Kermit smiled and said, I've heard about everything that happened these past few days. Despite your young age, you are full of righteousness. I indeed didn't misjudge you. Knowing you've been busy dealing with someone framing you, I filled out your form for you. After all, it's just some basic information. These forms for independent enrollment mainly require filling out academic records, awards received, strengths, and other personal merits. Many students rack their brains after getting the forms, trying to figure out elegant ways to embellish ordinary experiences to grab teachers' attention and increase their chances of getting the spot. But in Miriam's case, she thought not filling out the form would mean she wouldn't get the nomination. Instead, the teacher filled it out for her. Teacher, isn't this inappropriate? She really didn't want to participate. What's inappropriate? You don't need to be embarrassed. It didn't take me much time to fill out the form for you. Besides, all your life experiences are available online. I just polished them up a bit. In Kermit's eyes, Miriam was unfortunate at birth, but remained resilient despite poverty. She strived for progress while studying hard and contributing positively to society. Kermit admired girls who excelled academically, held positive attitudes, worked hard, and had a strong sense of justice. Chapter 168. Delbert sponsors the basketball team. Beckett felt that choosing Miriam for the spot was the right decision. No one was better suited than her. Miriam. That wasn't what she meant. The forms had already been submitted and the list was announced. Miriam could only accept the reality that she had received this spot. Miriam thought to herself that she would have to give up the independent enrollment examination. Adeline's name was also on the published list, but she couldn't laugh. The matter concerning her mother was like a knife hanging over her head. If someone revealed her connection to her mother, she would face ridicule and disdain from classmates and teachers. Moreover, because her mother attended the last parent-teacher conference, many parents in the class had met her mother. It was only a matter of time before this issue came to light. What used to be a good life has now turned into a mess. And all of this stemmed from Miriam. If Miriam hadn't returned to the Zaire family, none of this would have happened. Why did she come back? She had disappeared for 18 years. Even Christopher didn't know of her existence. Why couldn't she remain hidden? Why did she have to disrupt others' lives? Wow, he's so handsome. Who is he? Really handsome. Who is that guy? Why is he with our PE teacher? Is he some celebrity? Outside the classroom in the hallway, a group of students leaned over the railing, discussing a young man wearing casual sports attire, tall and slim with long legs, smooth skin, dark bright eyes, a high-nose bridge, and an elegant, restrained demeanor. Adeline wasn't in the mood to look at who was passing by downstairs, but when a glimpse caught her eye, she paused. It's him? Delbert. She had met him once at the charity auction. The incomparably prestigious head of the CF family. Why did he come to Huaywa Private High School? On the tree-lined path in front of the teaching building, Delbert was talking to the head of the physical education department. The head of Huaywa High School's physical education department, nicknamed Old Eagle Bekatad, was both the department chief and the coach of the school basketball team. However, most of the recent training work had been handed over to Miriam. Cornelius, you really intend to sponsor our basketball team? Old Eagle Bekatad was still in shock. Today, his superior told him to receive an important guest. Beckett thought it was just a regular businessman, but it turned out to be Delbert, which left him astonished for a long time. Then Delbert told him that he wanted to invest in Huaywa Private High School and sponsor their basketball team. With the CF family's assets, buying a professional basketball team was a matter of moments. Yet he actually came to sponsor a common high school basketball team. Old Eagle Bekatad couldn't figure it out. Moreover, for such a minor matter, why did Cornelius personally come instead of sending an assistant? Teacher, feel free to put forward any requirements, Delbert said courteously. No requirements. Old Eagle Bekatad waved his hands hurriedly. The once formidable Old Eagle Bekatad in front of students now appeared cautious and obedient before Delbert. Can I visit your basketball team's practice session this noon? Delbert asked again. Yes, of course. Old Eagle Bekatad agreed repeatedly. Chapter 169. Nice to meet you. Bud felt a bit elated. It seemed that their school's basketball team was really about to gain some fame. First, Cortez came to their school for a friendly match, and now Cornelius had become their behind-the-scenes big boss. As the head coach, Bud felt honored. If their school could achieve a good ranking in the upcoming National High School Boys Basketball League, it would be even better. At noon, it was the fixed training time for the school basketball team. After lunch, Miriam, Judah, Christopher, and Egon came to the gym together. Lately, these four had always been moving as a group. Christopher joined later because he was worried about Miriam being too close to the two boys, so he joined under the pretext of helping her get food. With Christopher around, someone would help pay for her meals, which Miriam was quite happy about. Once they reached the gym, the others started training, while Judah went to the adjacent lounge to take care of his business. Today, Miriam began explaining tactics and techniques to the team members. Everyone listened with exceptional attention. Christopher nodded along, wishing he had brought paper and pen to take notes for review. While Miriam was speaking, two people arrived at the stands surrounding the gym. It was Bud and an exceptionally striking stranger. Everyone noticed them except Miriam, who remained focused on her explanation without glancing aside. Miriam had always been able to stay single-minded, not because she was extremely focused, but because she didn't want to waste unnecessary attention or energy. Brain cells were precious. You lose one, and there's one less. Use them wisely. When Miriam finished, she prepared to enter the lounge. She did this every day, spending at least 15 minutes in the lounge. Egon knew this. It was where the young couple stole some private moments. So each time Miriam entered the lounge, the curtains between the lounge and the basketball court would be drawn shut. Young people, indulging themselves like this every day without getting tired of it. Bud brought Delbert onto the basketball court, enthusiastically introducing the team members to him. Initially, Bud was hesitant, but Delbert proactively suggested from the stands that he wanted to meet everyone. This is our captain Egon, and this is... Bud introduced everyone one by one, ending with Miriam. This is Miriam, our specially appointed coach. Don't let her youth and gender fool you. Her basketball skills almost match those of professional athletes. I admire her very much. She's incredibly capable. Finally, Bud introduced Delbert to the team. Cornelius will sponsor our basketball team in the future. From now on, all your uniforms, sports equipment, travel expenses, and training costs will be reimbursable. Delbert? Egon looked surprised. Could this Delbert be the same one he had heard about before? Impossible. Why would that Delbert come to their school and sponsor an ordinary school basketball team? Absolutely impossible. Egon dismissed the thought, figuring it was just a coincidence of names, or maybe just a similar pronunciation. Delbert wore a warm smile and nodded to Miriam. Nice to meet you. Chapter 170. Wanting Josh to treat a friend's illness. This was the first time he introduced himself to her properly, standing before her with dignity. Miriam nodded politely in response. Then she turned and entered the lounge. Delbert watched Miriam enter the lounge all the way, his gaze soft. Judah, inside the lounge, saw Delbert through the glass window and noticed this man. Their gazes suddenly met. Neither of them looked away, staring straight at each other. This eye contact lasted for 10 seconds before Miriam closed the blinds between them. She was going to take a nap. Sleeping on the desk in the classroom was uncomfortable, while the mat in this lounge was obviously much more comfortable. Recently, Judah had added a blanket, a pillow, and a thin quilt to this mat, making it extremely comfortable for naps. Now the biggest motivation supporting Miriam's daily punctual arrival at the basketball court was no longer the deal with Egon, nor the occasional delicious tea points provided by the basketball team, but this comfortable berth. After Miriam fell asleep, Judah walked out. Seeing Judah, Delbert nodded at him as if they had known each other for a long time. Judah pointed in the direction of the basketball gym's safety exit and went out himself. Delbert soon followed Judah out through the safety exit into the hallway. It was now lunch break, and except for the members training in the basketball court, all other students were in their respective classrooms. The hallway had only these two people. Master Dustin, long time no see, Delbert greeted. What are you here for? Judah asked, his eyes sharp and somewhat hostile. To find an old acquaintance and settle some old debts, Delbert replied. And Master Dustin, why do you choose to stay in such a small place? The power and wealth of the Dustin family were no less than that of the Sia family. Yet Judah, the only direct descendant of the Dustin family's patriarch, chose to live in a secondary city under the identity of the Lin family, living a life in obscurity. I think it's pretty good here. A few days ago when I met Elder Dustin, he mentioned you and still hoped you would return to take over his position. I have my own thoughts. There was nothing Dustin Patriarch could do if Judah didn't want to do something. Dustin Patriarch intended to hand over the vast family business to Judah, but Judah refused and fled from the capital to Tonghai Alithiadi. So what are your terms for coming out of retirement to treat someone? Delbert asked again. If possible, he wanted Judah to help treat Miriam's rash. As one of the few who knew about Miriam's condition, having quietly observed her for 2 years, Delbert found no cure despite seeking many experts. Beckett had considered approaching Judah before, but given Judah's peculiar personality and difficulty in reaching him, he never got the chance. Since they met today, he decided to ask, hoping there might be an opportunity. It depends on who's asking me, said Judah. If it's me, what price would you require? As long as it wasn't illegal or unethical, Delbert would agree to anything for Miriam. This illness was one of the few things he could help with for Miriam. Do you want me to treat you? Judah asked. No. Delbert shook his head, pondering for a moment before saying, it's the girl in the gym just now. Chapter 171. Why do you care about Beckett so much? Since Judah and Miriam were acquainted, Delbert didn't hide the fact that Miriam was the person he wanted to be treated. Why do you care about her so much? Judah asked. As I said earlier, the person I feel indebted to is her. Delbert confessed openly. Beckett knew it was futile to lie or conceal from Judah. Moreover, honesty would be a better approach if he wanted Judah to agree to treat her. What illness does she have? Judah asked again. I'm not entirely sure what kind of illness it is yet. The doctors she has seen couldn't pinpoint the exact cause either. They only know that she can't physically touch others. She gets rashes upon contact, Delbert replied. She has such an illness? Judah instantly recalled the scene of their last hand-holding. Beckett remembered how her hand felt normal when he held it. At least there were no red rashes as Delbert had mentioned. Did Delbert get it wrong, or was there something else going on? What kind of rash? Is it life-threatening? Rashes can come in many forms. Some are severe allergic reactions that could be lethal. Usually not, but if they appear over a large area, she will be very uncomfortable. Whether it could be life-threatening, the doctors she has consulted aren't sure. So serious? Delbert urgently followed up with Judah. No matter what conditions you set, I will agree to them. I hope you can treat her. Beckett wished for Miriam to lead a normal life in the future. From Delbert's expression and attitude, it was clear that Miriam was important to him, though it wasn't clear just how. What do you owe her? That's something I cannot tell you. That matter was too sensitive for Delbert to share, even with Judah. Their relationship wasn't intimate enough for such disclosures. Except for this issue which I can't explain, anything else you require is fine, Delbert added. I don't want to treat her. Judah refused Delbert's request. Delbert showed disappointment, but understood that getting Judah to help required going along with his wishes rather than forcing him. So he temporarily gave up. As lunch break was about to end, Miriam and Judah walked back to the classroom from the gym together. They walked side by side on the school's shaded path. Suddenly, Judah reached out and grabbed Miriam's hand. Instinctively, Miriam pulled her hand away. It wasn't just Miriam. Anyone would react similarly if suddenly grabbed by someone. What are you doing? If not for knowing Judah for a while and considering him her ATM, Miriam would have already hit him. Judah scrutinized Miriam's hand. Although the time their palms were together wasn't extremely long, it wasn't short either. If there was an allergic reaction, this period should be sufficient. Following Judah's gaze, Miriam also realized the issue. Last time, touching him hadn't caused any rashes. It seemed her allergic constitution was ineffective against him. I heard that you get rashes when you come into contact with others? Judah asked directly. Yeah. Miriam thought Judah must have heard it from Vonda, the only person she told at school. The last time Vonda accidentally touched her hand, rashes appeared swiftly, scaring her into nearly calling 120. I touched you. Yeah. There was contact, but nothing happened. Miriam herself didn't know why. Chapter 172. Excitedly hugged Judah. Have you ever encountered anyone who touched you without causing a rash before? Judah pressed. Yes. Judah was not the first. Who? Let's go back to the classroom. Miriam did not continue answering Judah's question. Judah's question had touched on information Miriam was unwilling to share with others. After returning to the classroom, Judah didn't ask about her allergic rashes anymore. Though he appeared quite domineering, he also knew when to be gentle and respectful. Miriam looked at Judah and inquired about his recent study progress, then checked on her own task progress. Phase slacker reversal mission is currently at 97% completion. Only 3% left. What a difficult task it was. She had been struggling for so long, but still couldn't finish it. Stuck at the final 3%, truly frustrating. Effortlessly, Miriam had to suppress her drowsiness and continue supervising Judah's studies. This class was the math lesson taught by their head teacher, Haley. At the beginning of the class, Haley praised Judah while holding everyone's practice papers. Classmates, this time I want to specifically commend Judah. Beckett scored 53 points in this mock exam. Haley said excitedly. 53 points wouldn't be acceptable for other students. But it was different for Judah. In the past 2 years, Judah's scores were mostly single digits, occasionally reaching double digits, but rarely exceeding 20. No wonder Haley was so excited. 1,000-year-old iron tree has bloomed. Their class's slacker was no longer slacking. Classmates, this is the result of studying hard. As long as you study diligently and put in effort, nothing is unachievable. Haley spoke passionately. Judah's improvement serves as a good example for all of us. With over half a year left until the college entrance exams, those whose grades are not ideal should not be discouraged. As long as you work hard, there is plenty of room for improvement. Those who previously couldn't get into a top university can strive to make it happen, and those who couldn't get into a 211 university can now aim for it too. Ding, 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 little scoundrel reminder, the slacker reversal. Task is completed. Queen Majesty has gained 100 merit points. Miriam was just feeling sleepy when suddenly the system notification startled her awake. Beckett, her task was actually completed. 100 merit points credited. Miriam hurriedly checked her balance. It showed more than 130 points. Wasn't it just short by 3%? Not mistaken, but just now, Queen Majesty's head teacher perfectly conveyed the core message of this task through his speech, creating a very positive effect among the students, achieving the ultimate goal of this task. Miriam raised her head and looked at Haley, who was still giving an impassioned speech on the podium, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Haley, you are my power, my light. You are a beautiful legend. Haley's image instantly became magnificent and noble in Miriam's eyes, as if bathed in holy light. This was the most merit points Miriam had received in one go during the 2 years she had been bound by the system. Beckett's excitement was indescribable. Moved, Miriam turned and hugged Judah next to her. You're amazing. You're absolutely incredible. Chapter 173. You're happy because I've made academic progress, and I should be happy too. Apart from Haley, who was giving the lecture, Miriam most needed to thank Judah for receiving these 100 points of merit. Beckett truly was her lucky star. She had earned so many points of merit from him that they were enough to sustain her idleness for several months. The sudden hug surprised both the teacher and the students, as well as Judah himself. Even though Miriam sat at the back of the classroom, this embrace still drew everyone's attention. Oh my. Everyone knew Judah had been making progress academically, and that Miriam liked him, but class was still ongoing, and yet she hugged him. Ugh, too embarrassing to watch. Judah stiffened his body and remained motionless. It seemed as if every muscle and nerve in his body had frozen up from head to toe. All his senses were absorbed by the soft body hugging him. An 18-year-old girl, already fully grown, especially Miriam. Beckett's figure was graceful and alluring, exuding charm and suppleness. The feeling of her pressed against his chest was unfamiliar, yet inviting. Cough, cough. Haley cleared his throat to remind Miriam about propriety. Let's continue with the lesson. Today we will go over some challenging questions on the practice test that students commonly get wrong. If it had been any other student in the class, Haley would have definitely called them to the office for a stern talk. However, regarding Miriam and Judah's relationship, he had silently approved of it. The main reason was that their romance did not lead to a decline in academic performance, but rather promoted mutual improvement. As a teacher, he could silently support such a relationship. Miriam suddenly realized what she had done and quickly released her grip. Then she explained her impulsive action to Judah. Sorry, I just got carried away with excitement. Judah didn't speak, maintaining the posture from when Miriam hugged him. Don't be mad, it was my fault. Miriam apologized sincerely, knowing that she had overstepped. I'll treat you to a meal later. For Miriam, who was known for being frugal, volunteering to treat someone to a meal was quite rare. After a long moment, Judah moved slightly. No need. His voice was lower than usual, and his gaze was deeper and darker than before. But I really should. Miriam insisted, feeling that she needed to do something to apologize for her mistake. Judah said, You are happy because of my academic progress. I should be happy too. Miriam thought to herself, Actually, I'm happy because of the points of merit. Adeline went to the administration building to submit assignments, holding a thick stack of physics homework collected from the class. Their physics teacher, who was also a school administrator, had an office in the administration building. On the third-floor hallway, she coincidentally ran into Delbert. Lost in her thoughts, Adeline accidentally let the stack of assignments slip from her hands, scattering them all over the floor. Several workbooks slid towards Delbert. Polite Delbert bent down to help pick up the notebooks and return them to Adeline. Thank you. Adeline hurriedly expressed her gratitude. At such close range, Adeline's heart raced uncontrollably. You're welcome. Delbert offered a gentle smile as a matter of politeness. Adeline stood there entranced, forgetting what she intended to say or do. After helping pick up the books, Delbert turned around and left without paying much attention to the girl he had encountered. Adeline stood rooted to the spot, lost in her thoughts for a long time. Chapter 174. Let Miriam get the medicine. Men with good looks, like Judah and Egon, were not uncommon for Adeline. She had seen plenty of them at school alone. She was also no stranger to powerful young lords from prominent families, having attended various important events with her aunt. However, Delbert was different from any man she had ever met before. Beckett surpassed all of them in excellence, both in appearance and knowledge, without an air of arrogance that typically comes with high status. Elegant, gentle, and the very image of a humble gentleman. Seeing Delbert enter the PE department head's office, Adeline tiptoed over. Standing outside the door, she listened to the conversation between the bald-headed PE head and Delbert. She learned that Delbert had sponsored the school basketball team and would visit frequently in the future. Adeline's heart pounded. She also heard Delbert speaking. His voice was magnetic, as warm and soothing as spring breeze blowing into one's soul. After only 3 minutes, Adeline left. All the way back, Delbert's gentle smile and his eyes, which seemed to hold the starry sea, occupied her mind. Even when she sat back down in class, Adeline remained in a daze. The gloom that had enveloped her all day suddenly dissipated. She couldn't choose who her birth mother was or change the fact that everyone at school now knew about her mother's disgraceful actions. But she was herself. She lived, and she could control her own life. Rock had been taking the traditional Chinese medicine prescribed by Josh recently. Despite having taken the medicine for more than a week, Rock had never met Josh in person. All diagnostic processes were either handled by others or conducted while he slept after taking sedatives. But the few prescriptions from Josh were truly effective. Rock's condition improved significantly after taking them. His spirit and vitality were much better, and medical tests showed substantial improvement in his illness. Today was the last dose of the previous batch, so Rock had already called Neil yesterday to arrange for further medicine. However, Neil couldn't reach Josh, causing Rock considerable anxiety. Finally, in the evening, Rock received word from Josh that he needed to send his granddaughter Miriam to pick up the medicine at a designated location. Rock asked, "Does it have to be Miriam? Can someone else go?" The response was a firm no. It had to be Miriam. No one else would do. With no other choice, Rock agreed and instructed Lee beside him to tell Miriam. "Talk to Aling and ask her to get me the medicine." "Harold, don't you think this is strange?" Lee didn't act immediately. "What's strange about it?" "The relationship between Josh and Miriam. Why does everything seem to involve her?" Lee had wanted to say these things for a while and took this opportunity today. "Are you suspecting something?" Rock's gaze was sharp, piercing through Lee's thoughts. "Harold, she is after all." "Shut up." Rock sternly cut off Lee. "Everything in the Zaire family belongs to me now. I give it to whoever I want. If you're unhappy, you can leave. Start your own business, and I won't stop you." Lee had only mentioned it once, but was scolded severely by Rock. Chapter 175, Fetching Medicine. Lee was seething inside and turned to look for Miriam. Miriam was downstairs eating fruit with Christopher. "Eat, eat. All day long you just know how to eat." Lee came in front of Miriam, his tone cold and hard. "Your grandfather asked you to fetch the medicine for him." "Harold," Christopher frowned. Can you not be so? Don't be so harsh on big sister." Christopher couldn't understand why his father always treated his sister like this. Aren't fathers usually very fond of their daughters? Why is it different in their family? It's none of your business. Lee glanced at Christopher, unwilling to listen to him. "Where are Grandpa's medicines?" "I'll go fetch them." Christopher added, "It's not good for a girl to go out alone at night. Don't meddle in this. Go back to your study room and rest." Although still impatient, Lee's attitude towards Christopher was clearly better. Christopher lowered his head gloomily but refused to leave stubbornly. Lee had to explain. "Josh specifically requested Miriam to get the medicine. No one else can do it." "Why did Josh specifically ask for big sister?" Christopher hurriedly asked. "How should I know? Beckett even asked your grandfather to give all the inheritance to her. Ask her yourself about her relationship with Josh." Lee still suspected some kind of scheme between Miriam and Josh. She is clearly his daughter, yet he treated her like a thief, showing no affection at all. That won't happen. If big sister knew Josh, she would have directly asked him to save Grandpa. There's no need to make such a fuss. Christopher thought that Miriam wouldn't do something so troublesome, as she is lazy, and complex things are not her style. "Who knows? You've only known her for a few days." Lee blurted out, realizing his words were inappropriate after speaking, but as a father, he valued his dignity and wouldn't admit he was wrong easily. "Fine, I'll go." Miriam stood up and left decisively. Miriam didn't waste words. If she was told to fetch the medicine, she went without delay. Indeed, Miriam is lazy and doesn't love talking to people, but she still understands the urgency of the situation. On the other hand, Miriam also wanted to meet the legendary disciple of Amnon Elder. Little trouble reminder. "Your Majesty, please be careful. Anything abnormal might be a trap." The originally serious sentence became somewhat amusing due to Miriam's changed nickname. Miriam checked her virtue points balance. Over 100 remained, and feeling so affluent, she could afford to splurge. The place where the person asked Miriam to go was located in the Old District. Tonghai Alithiades' Old District was in the west of the city. Later urban sprawl shifted the development center eastward. New commercial areas and skyscrapers appeared in the eastern part, while the Old District in the west seemed relatively dilapidated. Following the instructions, Miriam arrived at the entrance of an alley in the Old District. Further in, cars weren't allowed, so she got off and walked along the alley. It was already evening, no one was around, and there were only a few dim streetlights sporadically lit on both sides of the road. Miriam continued walking until she reached an antique door. The door was wooden, with peeling red paint on its surface. If it were a regular high school girl, by now, they would probably want to turn and run. Before Miriam could knock, the door opened. The person standing inside wasn't unfamiliar to her. Egon. Egon smiled warmly. "Connie, you've arrived, please come in." Chapter 176. This is my boss's place. Miriam strode into the mansion. After passing through a Chinese courtyard with some historical charm, Miriam entered the house. The interior was classically and intricately decorated. All the furniture was solid wood. and there were many antiques displayed on surrounding shelves. The paintings on the walls did not appear to be fakes. The exquisite beauty inside formed a stark contrast to the dilapidated alley outside. Ms. Alithia, please sit wherever you like. Treat this place as your home. No need to be formal, Egon said, inviting Miriam to sit down and brewing tea for her with a purple clay teapot on the rosewood coffee table. What's your relationship with this place? Miriam asked Egon. Oh, this belongs to my boss, Egon replied. Your boss? Yes, my boss, Egon smiled in response. But my brother doesn't know about this. Don't tell him, Ms. Alithia. Oh, Miriam wasn't particularly interested. If Egon didn't want her to tell, she wouldn't bother exposing it either. She had no intention of questioning why Egon served bond. After glancing around, Miriam asked, where's the medicine? The medicine will take a bit more time. My boss is preparing it personally in the apothecary, Egon explained. The western wing of the mansion was an herbal medicine room. How long will it take? Miriam asked. About half an hour, Egon estimated. By the way, Ms. Alithia, I heard that you develop red rashes when you come into contact with people? When did it start? I don't know. Miriam was unsure of the exact time. Do you have any other allergic reactions besides human contact? Egon continued. Why are you asking these questions? Miriam scrutinized Egon, her gaze sharp. Well, I just want to be prepared. We'll spend a lot of time together in the future, right? I'm afraid I might accidentally cause you an allergic reaction. Imagine if I bought you something to eat and ended up getting you food that you're allergic to. Not only would it harm you, but also waste the food. Egon rubbed his nose, trying to mask his nervousness. No, Miriam was only allergic to human contact. Ms. Alithia, my boss is quite skilled in medicine. Why don't you let him examine you? But isn't he hard to get? Well, of course, I can use my connection. I've known my boss for quite some time. If I ask him, he should agree. Don't trouble him. Miriam didn't want to owe such a favor. But how can it be considered troubling? You're our basketball team's specially appointed coach. If you fall ill, the team will lose its backbone. Our deal is clear. I won't ask for anything beyond what we agreed on. Come on, it's just an examination, no trouble at all. For your health. Not necessary. Despite all his persuasion, Miriam remained firm. Egon could only give up. All right then, you wait here. I'll check if my boss has finished. Egon turned and left, leaving Miriam alone in the living room. A moment later, Egon returned, carrying several packets of Chinese medicine. This is the medicine for your grandfather. Take it twice a day, 1 dose each time. Boil 5 bowls of water over a low flame until it reduces to 1 bowl. Thanks. Miriam took the medicine from Egon and left immediately. After Miriam left, Judah emerged from the back room. Judah stared in the direction of the doorway, where Miriam had already disappeared. Chapter 177. Changing tactics to approach Miriam. Egon said to Judah, I've done as you asked and questioned her, but there's nothing I can do if she doesn't cooperate. Isn't this karma coming back around? In the past, it was always others begging Judah for help with medical treatment. Today, it's finally a case where Judah wants to treat someone, but the person isn't interested. Get to work. Egon was still lost in thought when Judah's commanding voice abruptly sounded in his ear. From that sentence, Egon detected a hint of dissatisfaction. After Miriam left the house, Zaire Wuya called his wife into the study and handed her an agreement. Ayana's eyes widened when she saw the content of the agreement. This? Ayana's face was filled with surprise. Her fingers clutched tightly at the agreement as she lowered her head deeply. Find an opportunity to get Miriam to sign this agreement, Zaire Wuya said. It was now very difficult for Zaire Wuya to change the old man's decision. Thus, most of the Zaire family's wealth would ultimately end up in Miriam's hands. Since directly inheriting from the old man was no longer possible, they might as well try another method, obtaining the family property from Miriam. Miriam was only an 18-year-old naive girl. Getting the property from her would be much easier than from the old man directly. There was also one advantage. Their third brother, Ray, wouldn't get any share of the inheritance. Ayana was conflicted, but looking at her husband, she eventually agreed. Wuyue, if I get Aling to sign this agreement, can you promise me one thing? What is it? Be kinder to Aling. Be a good father to her. Take care of her, will you? Ayana pleaded. All right, Zaire Wuye conceded. As long as she agrees to transfer the property the old man gave her to me, I'll be nicer to her in the future. With Zaire Wuye's promise, Ayana felt slightly better. Considering that her daughter was only 18, if the old man passed away soon, the Zaire family's enormous fortune would fall into her hands while she was still in school. This obviously wasn't suitable, nor could she manage it. It would be more appropriate to hand it over to Wuyue. Besides, they had a son who should also get a share of the inheritance. Ayana pondered for half the night, feeling that bringing up this matter directly to Miriam wasn't right and needed a proper opportunity. The old man's birthday was approaching. Regardless of whether this would be his last birthday, they, as juniors, must prepare gifts properly. The old man loved jadeite, so she planned to visit the southern market to find a good piece and have a master craft something auspicious for longevity to gift him. Miriam also had quite a few pieces of jadeite given by the old man. This would be a perfect chance to invite her along. While bonding with the children, she would also buy some jadeite for Miriam, laying the groundwork to bring up the agreement. Deciding on this plan, the next day, taking advantage of it being Saturday, Miriam suggested taking the 3 kids to the jadeite market. Tonghai Alithiadi, apart from its coastal location, is also famous for producing jadeite rough stones. Thus, a large jadeite market formed near the southern mining area. Merchants from all over the country and even abroad gathered here. Miriam was half asleep when Christopher carried her into the car, and when she sat down, she was still holding a pillow. Chapter 178. Visiting the Jade Market. As the car approached, Miriam drowsily opened her eyes. Isn't it the weekend today? Yes, it's Saturday, Christopher replied. Why did you drag me out of bed? It seemed that Miriam was so groggy earlier that she didn't even check what day it was before getting into the car. Today we're going to the Jade Market in the South to buy Maverick a birthday gift, Christopher explained. Why do you need me for that? To help us choose, of course. Christopher smiled naively. Actually, Kiyomi had said they were going to get something for her too, but it would be a surprise, so he couldn't tell her in advance. Miriam yawned lazily. You guys go ahead, I'll sleep in the car. She had worked all night, both attending meetings and catching up on deadlines. Miriam was utterly exhausted and wanted nothing more than to catch up on sleep. It seems the process of moving the headquarters back to the country needs to be sped up. Otherwise, this time difference issue will prematurely age her. Come on, sis, don't sleep. We're almost there, and there are so many beautiful pieces of raw jade. Christopher tried to rouse her. But Miriam had already fallen into a deep sleep. At this moment, not even a mountain of snacks could wake her interest. All she wanted was to sleep. Especially since jade was the last thing Miriam cared about. Adeline listened quietly from the side, without interjecting. After the incident with Emmanuel, she had become much quieter than before. Upon arriving, Ayana and Christopher still dragged Miriam out of the car. The four of them first entered the largest finished jade trading market nearby. Though the jade here was sold as finished pieces, there were many fakes aimed at tricking inexperienced buyers. Ayana looked around but couldn't find anything suitable. Rock was an old jade aficionado. Only the finest pieces would meet his standards. Of course, the price couldn't be too high. While finely textured, aged, and vibrant jade pieces were indeed excellent, they were far too expensive for Ayana to afford. With the prices of these already polished pieces already set, it was difficult for Ayana to secure her desired jade at a reasonable price. So Ayana then led the three kids into the largest dicing pit area in the market. There were numerous raw jade stones on display, ranging from a few kilograms to hundreds of kilograms. Some had been partially cut or sliced, while others remained completely untouched. Everyone took turns selecting, relying purely on their judgment and luck. Prudence, if you like any stone, let us know. Kiyomi knows a professional master who can help assess it, Ayana told Miriam. Without expert advice, Ayana wouldn't have dared to shop here for jade stones. Not interested, Miriam said indifferently, not even glancing at the stones. Ayana clarified. Kiyomi wants to custom make a piece of jewelry for you. The previous piece pendant was indeed quite shabby, and Ayana wanted to get something nicer this time. I already have some. That's different. Whether you already have them or not, I want to buy this for you, Ayana insisted. Still feeling sleepy, Miriam didn't argue further. At that moment, two middle-aged men standing in the corner were staring at Miriam. Beckety, isn't that Boss Zaire over there? The chubbier man asked. Looks just like Boss Zaire, the taller man replied. Boss Zaire is back. Chapter 179, we meet again. No idea. It's been so long since I heard from her. I almost thought something had happened to her. Bullshit. Who is Boss Zaire? How could something happen to her? Don't talk nonsense. Then who are those people with Boss Zaire? Friends, maybe? The two younger ones are friends. And the elderly woman too? Who knows? Why care so much? Anyway, now that Boss Zaire is here, we should at least ask her to check out that piece of jade. No one else dared to touch it. Just waiting for Boss Zaire's words. Then take your time. You know her temper. Don't irritate her. Let's be patient, keep a low profile, or she definitely won't do it. I know, I'll be careful. Those who knew Boss Zaire well understood she was very lazy. To get her to do anything, you had to take a soft approach, going along with her wishes. If she gets annoyed, not only will she refuse to help, but you might also end up getting a thrashing from her. Boss Zaire looks slender, but her punches hurt for real. Those who have been hit by her know this all too well. Ayana was walking with the three kids when they saw Delbert from afar. Aunt, it's Cornelius, Adeline exclaimed first, spotting Delbert in the crowd. Beckett was so striking that even in the bustling market, he stood out instantly. Ayana followed Adeline's gaze and indeed saw the handsome Delbert. What a coincidence. I didn't expect Cornelius to be visiting the Jade Market today, Ayana remarked. Christopher found it quite normal. The Jade Market is a major feature of Tonghai Alithiadi, almost a specialty. Many people come here specifically to find jade. It's normal for Cornelius to buy some to bring back to the capital. Tonghai Alithiadi has two specialties, seafood and jade. Ayana agreed with her son. All right, stop staring. It's impolite. The Zaires and Siez had no prior connection, so approaching him would seem too deliberate. Yet Adeline's gaze lingered on Delbert, not moving away. Perhaps noticing Adeline's intense gaze, Delbert finally turned his attention to the Zaire family. Delbert smiled warmly at them, making everything around him seem dull in comparison. Beckett truly was exceptional. Delbert walked over to greet them politely. Mrs. Zaire. Delbert's courteous behavior left the Zaire family pleasantly surprised. None of them expected him to approach and greet them voluntarily. Beccatello, Cornelius, Ayana greeted politely. Are you here to buy jade too? Yes, just looking around. Delbert answered Ayana, glancing twice toward Miriam. Miriam seemed unaware of the situation, dozing off throughout. Whether it was Delbert or Big Bad Wolf standing in front of her made little difference to her. She wasn't gaining any virtue points either way. At that moment, half of Miriam's body was hidden behind Adeline, and without careful observation, it was hard to tell if Delbert was looking at Miriam or Adeline. For a fleeting moment, Adeline misunderstood and blushed deeply. Just as Adeline felt secretly elated, Delbert bypassed her and approached Miriam. We meet again. Delbert smiled at Miriam. Chapter 180. Do you know my daughter? Since funding the school basketball team, Delbert has been frequently appearing at the school gymnasium. Beckett also brought many conveniences and resources to the basketball team. For example, new team uniforms were arranged in various styles for all 4 seasons, even including casual wear. These were high-quality garments made in collaboration with well-known sportswear brands. Then came the sports equipment. Anything that could be updated was replaced with top-of-the-line items without any budget constraints. Beckett's healthy snacks were also provided in abundance at the basketball hall. These low-calorie snacks and fruits were freely available for consumption, managed by a dedicated logistics manager. Furthermore, Delbert offered to prepare special lunches for the basketball team members, which would be delivered on time to the basketball hall every noon. This not only ensured nutritional balance, but also saved the team members from waiting in line at the cafeteria. Finally, Delbert increased the salaries of the basketball team members. Originally, the players did not have salaries, while Miriam, as a specially hired coach, had a decent one. Now, everyone received a salary, and Miriam's doubled. Delbert's series of actions successfully made Miriam remember him, a wealthy good person. Miriam responded briefly. Miriam had no intention of being disrespectful or ignoring Delbert. She simply wasn't adept at chatting, especially with someone she didn't know well like Delbert. Do you like Jade too? Delbert asked. It's okay. Miriam wasn't particularly fond of Jade. Back then, her involvement with Jade was purely because the system recommended it as the fastest way to earn money. Why waste the benefits offered by the system? Opportunities to exploit it were rare. The conversation between Miriam and Delbert left Ayanna astonished. She asked with a puzzled expression, Cornelius, do you know my daughter? Delbert smiled gently. Yes. As he spoke, he glanced back at Miriam, his eyes soft, giving the impression of an unusual relationship between them. Ayanna remained confused. It's surprising. I didn't expect my daughter to have such an honor. Delbert's smile faltered slightly. The word honor, used by Ayanna, made him uncomfortable and resistant. It seemed to imply that Miriam was inferior to him, which he disliked. Adeline trembled slightly, also curious about how Miriam knew Cornelius. Christopher, listening nearby, wanted to explain that Delbert knew his sister because of his sponsorship of the basketball team. Their relationship was quite normal, but he remembered his promise to Miriam not to reveal her position as the specially hired coach for the basketball team. So, Christopher remained silent. Thank you, Cornelius, Adeline suddenly said. What? Delbert looked at Adeline with a somewhat unfamiliar gaze. A few days ago in the hallway, you helped me pick up my dropped workbook, Adeline reminded him. Oh, really? Sorry, I didn't notice. Delbert replied politely. Beckett genuinely hadn't paid attention to who the girl in the hallway was. When he saw the scattered workbooks on the ground, he picked them up out of courtesy. His mind was occupied with how to support the basketball team further without Miriam noticing. Delbert's response dealt a heavy blow to Adeline. She had been cherishing this brief encounter for days. Chapter 181. Delbert asks Miriam for Beckett to buy stones. Delbert didn't remember Adeline, but greeted Miriam voluntarily. Seeing this, Ayanna couldn't ask any more questions. Thus, she shifted the conversation to jadeite. She talked with Delbert about buying jadeite. I don't know much about it, Delbert admitted honestly as he wasn't skilled at this. Then he turned to Miriam and asked, would you help me choose one? Miriam hesitated for a moment before nodding. Sure. Beckett had given her food and clothes. Impressed by his generosity, Miriam agreed to help him select a stone. Miriam casually pointed out one. That one. She chose it so casually that she didn't even get closer to have a better look. Ayanna became anxious. Iling, don't just point randomly at Cornelius. It was a stone that had not been opened at all. Such stones usually required an expert's eye. A layman like Miriam choosing blindly would have a low chance of getting good results. Ayanna didn't want Delbert to lose money due to her daughter's casual suggestion. Quickly, Ayanna called over an old master from the market whom she knew to give his professional opinion. This old master, around 60 years old, with gray hair, had spent his entire life in the jadeite trade, touching more jadeite stones than most people had ever seen. Brantley, please take a look at that piece. Ayanna hurriedly invited Brantley to inspect the stone Miriam picked for Delbert. After just one glance, Brantley shook his head. This stone has been here for a long time. It is huge, but you can tell from its crust that there isn't likely to be anything valuable inside. As he spoke, Brantley approached the stone with a flashlight, showing everyone how the light shone through the material. You see, under the light, we can't discern any type or color. It's very likely just marble. I wouldn't recommend an outsider buy this at all. Brantley added, the seller has set a starting bid of 200,000 yuan for this stone. At this price, it's really not worth taking the risk. If it were 5 or 10,000, you might take a gamble, but at 200,000, there's no need. Brantley's opinion was quite objective. If it weren't considered unpromising, this stone wouldn't have remained unsold for months. Turning to Delbert, Ayanna said, Cornelius, why don't you let Brantley pick another stone for you? Brantley is experienced. His selections tend to be fairly accurate. Even in this jadeite market, the most seasoned experts would only say they were relatively accurate. Nobody dared claim they could always predict accurately. But when several masters felt a stone wasn't promising, the likelihood of a successful bid was virtually zero. No need, I'll take that one. Delbert politely declined Ayanna's suggestion, insisting on bidding on the stone Miriam casually pointed out. Ayanna was anxious and tried again. But Cornelius, my daughter knows nothing about stones. This is her first visit to the market. It's fine. Delbert smiled, and then turned back to Miriam. How much do you think I should bid? In this market, bidding was done anonymously. Each person would write their price on a tag and place it in the corresponding box. Later, officials would tally up the bids. If multiple people bid on the same stone, the highest bidder won. Miriam stood on tiptoe and whispered a number into Delbert's ear. By custom, One shouldn't reveal their bid amount to prevent others from slightly outbidding them. Chapter 182. The Master of Material Selection 1. Ayana and the others were also aware of the rules, but they were still startled when Miriam leaned in to whisper to Delbert. This movement was too close, feeling a bit too intimate. Christopher anxiously wanted to pull Delbert away, not allowing him to be so close to his elder sister. Fortunately, reason prevailed. His hand stretched out for a few centimeters before dropping back down. After hearing Miriam's words, Delbert wrote down the price on his label, shielding it with one hand so no one could see. Once finished, he folded it neatly and dropped it into the corresponding bidding box. Brantley shook his head helplessly. There really was no need to hide it. This piece of stone had attracted no bidders at all. With its appearance showing no potential for growth and starting at a bid price of 200,000, who would want to bid? But Delbert didn't seem to care. Seeing this, Ayana could do nothing about it. After all, she had already made her stance clear beforehand. If Cornelius didn't buy good stones, he couldn't blame the Zaire family. Brantley, please help me pick two then, said Ayana, asking Brantley to assist her in selecting the stones. Under Brantley's guidance, Ayana chose several pieces and wrote down prices according to his instructions before submitting her bids. Half an hour later, the bidding period ended, and the tally began. Another half hour passed before the tally was complete, and the auction results were announced. Delbert secured that stone at the starting price of 200,000. Exactly the opening bid, not a single yuan more. Ayana won 2 stones as well, one for 100,000 and another for 80,000. For the other pieces she bid on, there were higher bids from others, so she did not win those. After receiving the stones, Ayana took them to the adjacent jade cutting machine to have them opened. The 2 stones Ayana had bid on were relatively small and easier to open, so the stone cutter started with those. Following the cracks with the oil saw, both stones yielded some color. They had average quality. The texture was somewhat old but lacked water clarity. One showed traces of color and cottony texture, offering hope for a pair of bracelets and a pendant. The other had a green hue but many cracks, making it unsuitable for bracelets or even a decent pendant, though it might yield a few fully green sections. Overall, the results were acceptable, considered a minor gain, and Ayana made a little profit. Indeed, Brantley's eye for stones was quite accurate. Next, the cutter began working on the stone purchased by Delbert. The cutter asked Delbert, "How do you want it cut?" Confused, Delbert turned to Miriam for advice. Miriam stepped forward, running her finger along the stone. "Just follow this vein. Cut it in half." Without further ado, the cutter, seeing this stone as scrap material anyway, decided to do as the owner wished. Ayana felt tense. Although she knew the stone wasn't good, she feared Delbert might blame Miriam if the results were poor. Christopher also grew nervous, fearing that if the stone turned out to be worthless, it might leave a bad impression on Delbert. Zaire Nancy watched from the side, noting the cutter's eyes and tone when dealing with different stones. Clearly, he handled the 2 stones purchased by Scarlett more carefully, while treating the larger one more casually. This master probably dealt with countless stones each day and undoubtedly had extensive experience in judging which ones could yield profits and which were waste. No one held much hope for the stone chosen by Miriam. If Miriam's lack of knowledge caused Cornelius to waste 200,000, even if Cornelius was generous enough not to hold it against her, her standing in his eyes would definitely be damaged. Chapter 183, Material Selection Expert 2. The stone was opened, and the master responsible for cutting it was dumbfounded. Everyone around also wore expressions of shock. The entire stone showed no remarkable qualities on its exterior. Even under light, one couldn't see any promising signs. But right at the center of the stone, there was a full green color, and from the cut surface, no cracks or inclusions were visible. The masters surrounding began to murmur, "Is this Emperor Green? Even if it's not up to Emperor Green level, with such a vibrant color, it must be worth over $1 million. This stone sure deceived everyone. Nothing could be seen from the outer layer, and even under light, there were no indicators. Yet, it revealed its true colors at the core, all green. If the quality penetrates through, this will be something incredible." More and more people gathered around. From everyone's reactions, Delbert knew that the stone Zyrling had picked for him had turned out well. Ayana looked at Zyrling in surprise, wondering if she had really made a find. This must have been luck. Adeline, though not very knowledgeable about jade, realized that with so much green inside, the stone was indeed valuable. Was Zyrling's luck this good? To casually pick a stone and get full green? Or did she truly have this ability? Adeline quickly dismissed this thought. Impossible. Zyrling couldn't possibly have this skill. Even seasoned masters who had spent most of their lives in the jade market couldn't see what was hidden within. How could Zyrling? So, it must have been a coincidence. Even if they saw the color after a single cut, it didn't mean there would be usable material. The color might only be on the surface without penetrating inside. In that case, it still wouldn't be worth much. Others watched eagerly, all curious about what the final cut would reveal, whether the color had penetrated, and how much of the green part would be usable. "Sir, how do you plan to proceed with the next cut?" the master asked Delbert excitedly. "I don't understand these things. Ask Miss Zaire. Follow her instructions." Delbert looked at Zyrling. "Cut here," Zyrling said, drawing a line on the exposed stone. The cutting master hurried to comply. After the second cut, they could roughly gauge the size of the potentially usable piece. It wasn't large. From the original sizable stone, only a palm-sized piece seemed to hold value. No wonder nothing showed under the light. Then Zyrling instructed them to strip away the worthless scraps from the edges. The master treated the piece cautiously, and more people gathered to watch, fixated on the stone. Zyrling's cut was precise, removing the useless parts while preserving the entirely green section. In the end, after stripping off the waste, they obtained an exquisite piece, a high ice glass grade, vibrant green jade with old texture and fine flesh, almost devoid of cracks and inclusions. A fully green bangle wasn't there, but a fully green pendant surely was. Such a pendant could be worth several million, possibly even tens of millions. 20,000 yielding a piece worth millions was impressive enough. Now it was heading towards tens of millions. People gazed at the material in Delbert's hands. They were already amazed when they first saw the quality, never expecting there to be usable material. Ayana and Adeline were dumbfounded. Adeline trembled slightly. How could Zyrling be so lucky? She actually helped Cornelius buy such premium material. Chapter 184 Material Selection Expert 3. Ayana had a complex feeling inside her. Such good material, and it was actually her daughter who spotted it and got someone to buy it. If she had bought this material, she would be the one making huge profits now. Millions of assets slipping away from her like this felt really suffocating. Not just Ayana, even passers-by sighed in regret. I saw this piece of material 2 weeks ago. Why didn't I buy it? Me too. I even asked about it before. I previously thought the owner must have been crazy to set a starting bid price of 20,000 for such a piece of material. Now, I think that owner is probably fainting in the restroom with tears. So envious. This must be the blessing accumulated over many generations. People couldn't help but focus their gazes on Miriam, the high school girl who spotted this piece of material. She looked quite ordinary apart from being somewhat good-looking, nothing special about her. In the jade market, looks don't matter. What matters most is having keen eyesight and excellent craftsmanship. Miss, can you tell us why you think this piece of material could produce goods? Can you share some experience? Who did you learn from, miss? When did you start dealing with jade? A few people cautiously asked Miriam. The skill to identify materials usually isn't passed down to outsiders. They just casually asked without really expecting Miriam to share her expertise. Finally, Christopher realized his sister had done something amazing again. Christopher held Miriam's arm and said, "Sis, you're awesome. You can even spot this. You are more skilled than the veteran masters here." "Good luck," Miriam replied calmly, her expression as composed as ever, showing no excitement or agitation at finding the good jade. Not even the stone-cutting master beside her seemed as calm. When Miriam said it was luck, the surrounding veteran masters and old buyers did not believe it. It was only because she didn't want to reveal her true skills. But Adeline believed it. If the person herself admitted it was luck, it was more likely that it really was luck. Delbert wore a faint smile and asked Miriam, "What do you think would be suitable to make from this material?" "Carve a jade Buddha," Miriam said. The shape and size were perfect for a jade Buddha pendant, and the jade Buddha was a common style for jade pendants. "I'll follow your suggestion." Delbert's tone made people inexplicably feel he doted on her. With his sunny, gentle smile, it was hard not to think he and Miriam were more than ordinary friends. But could it be possible? One grew up in an orphanage, living poor, unambitious, a girl from the slums. The other was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, holding the power of the Sief family, a top nobleman in the capital city. These two were like heaven and earth apart. Forget that Miriam did not grow up in the Zaire family. Even if she were a legitimate Zaire family miss, she would still fall short of matching Delbert by a long shot. Countless needles seemed to pierce Adeline's heart. She had long predicted that Delbert would not fancy her. After all, he was such an outstanding and noble person. But what does Miriam have? Adeline convinced herself that Delbert was simply polite and treated everyone with a warm smile. The reason he smiled more at Miriam was merely because she helped him select a fine piece of material. Yes, it must be so. Chapter 185, Guest of Beckenrick 1. Having decided what to do, the next step was to find a master craftsman for the carving. Ayana found the best jade carver in the area to help Delbert sculpt this piece of material. The carving process would take some time, so Ayana suggested everyone rest at a nearby small restaurant. At this moment, a clerk from an adjacent shop came out and approached Miriam, whispering something to her. Then Miriam followed the clerk inside. Seeing this, Ayana was about to follow, but she was stopped by another clerk at the door. "Please wait a moment, madam. Our boss needs to talk to Miss Zaire," the clerk explained. The accompanying Brantley recognized the clerk and asked urgently, "Beckenrick is looking for Miss Zaire?" "Yes," the clerk nodded. Becketering this, Brantley's confusion grew deeper. Why? Why is Beckenrick looking for Miss Zaire? Does Beckenrick know Miss Zaire? "I'm not quite sure either. I don't want to pry into my boss's affairs," the clerk replied. It seemed that nothing could be learned from the clerk. They would have to wait for Miss Zaire to return. Ayana asked Brantley quickly, "Brantley, do you know this person?" She was worried. If her daughter was suddenly taken away by someone, what if it was a bad person? Brantley nodded. "Yes, he's Beckenrick's clerk." "Which Beckenrick?" "The Beckenrick I mentioned before." "You mean, the one who owns many places?" "That's right. This Beckenrick owns half of the establishments around here," Brantley replied. There was no one in the entire market who didn't know Beckenrick. Coming from a poor rural family with virtually nothing, Beckenrick had barely received any education or learned how to read. Starting out as a young man, he made his way up from scratch to become a big boss. Not only in this jade market, but also in the entire Tonghai Alithioty, Beckenrick was a person of influence. "So why would Beckenrick want to see my daughter?" Ayana asked, puzzled. Beside her, Adeline, Christopher, and Delbert all looked bewildered. Brantley tried to reassure them. "Mrs. Zaire, please don't worry. Beckenrick is a legitimate businessman. Beckett probably has a good reason for meeting Miss Zaire, perhaps because she showed excellent judgment in assessing the material earlier. There shouldn't be any problem." Though not very close, they had all been in the jade market for years and knew they could trust each other. Anyone who did business here without integrity and honesty couldn't last long. Despite Brantley's confident response, Ayanna still felt uneasy. She anxiously stared at the shop door. Christopher was also worried about Miriam and wanted to go in, but he was blocked by the clerk. Why aren't you letting us in? Isn't your shop open for business? Christopher tried to reason with him. Brantley quickly pulled Christopher back. Young Master Zaire, please don't act rashly. We can't cause trouble here. Beckett pointed to the surroundings. Look around. Everything here belongs to Beckenrick. If he were to force his way in, the entire market might surround them. Delbert said. Miss Zaire should be fine. Ayanna held on to Christopher. Don't run around recklessly. We don't need anything happening to you while we're waiting for your sister. Christopher had no choice but to listen to his mother and went to sit in the nearby small restaurant with the others. Chapter 186. Guest of Honor at Beckenrick's 2. Miriam entered the shop and skillfully made her way to the second floor. In the tea house on the second floor, a fat and a thin middle-aged man had already brewed tea and prepared snacks. The thinner one was still waiting by the door and immediately opened it for Miriam when she arrived. Boss Zaire, it's been a long time. The thin man greeted Miriam with a cheerful smile. The fat man sitting at the tea table also stood up, smiling at Miriam and saying, Boss Zaire, you finally showed up. I almost reported you missing. The fat man's surname was Gao, and his name was Austin. Everyone in this place respectfully called him Beckenrick. The thin man's surname was Sue, and his name was Django, who was Austin's cousin and his right-hand man. The two were inseparable brothers who had worked their way from poverty to owning half the market together. Miriam didn't bother with formalities and sat down at the tea table as if it were second nature, savoring the tea and fruit. I said I wouldn't come to the field for some time. You said some time, but not 6 whole months. Tell me, did you go somewhere else to make money? Beckenrick asked, half teasing, half serious. Sort of, but not related to jade. Miriam explained to avoid making them think she had abandoned them. No matter how much money can be made elsewhere, nothing compares to our fun with jade. Remember how exciting it was? Opening stones every day, finding beautiful green pieces, and even trekking to those desolate mountains to dig through stones in the mines. Beckenrick enthusiastically recounted their past adventures with Miriam. Tiring. Can't run anymore. Miriam used to complain about being tired, yet she persisted. When asked why, the answer was always one word. Poor. Being short of money was Miriam's motivation to work hard. Because Miriam always complained about being poor, Austin and Django thought she was genuinely poor and might even have debt issues. It wasn't until one day that they discovered Miriam's wealth, real estate under her name, stocks, funds, and several-digit bank deposits. Since then, they had a new understanding of the word poor. Austin said, if you don't want to run around, that's fine. You can stay in your room, and I'll send my people out. Django agreed, absolutely. Not for now. Let me be lazy for a while longer. When I feel like doing it again, I'll find you too. With these two brothers, Miriam only needed to focus on finding stones, leaving the rest of the work to them. This arrangement saved her both time and trouble. Otherwise, she would have to deal with many more things, interacting with various people, which sounded tedious just thinking about it. Beckettering this, the brothers didn't push any further. They partnered with Miriam, not just for the money. The brotherhood they forged through years of working together was genuine. They called Miriam Boss Zaire because back when Miriam, a woman, first collaborated with them, some people spread rumors, even suspecting Miriam of being kept by the two brothers. To shut those people up, the brothers started calling Miriam Boss Zaire, both privately and publicly, making sure anyone curious about her relationship with them kept quiet. This title, Boss Zaire, stuck with her ever since. The brothers didn't find it embarrassing. Respect wasn't something won by titles alone. So, what brings you here today? Who are the people accompanying you? Beckenrick asked curiously. 3 of them have some blood relation to me, and the other one is quite nice to me, so I'm buying a stone for him, Miriam replied. Chapter 187. Guest of Honor at Beckenrick's 3. Blood related? Your family. Beckenrick showed a look of surprise. Turning his head to look at his cousin Django. Django had the same puzzled expression. Back when they were with Miriam, they knew she was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. How could blood-related family members appear now? It's nothing much. I'm just staying with them temporarily. Miriam replied. Do they treat you well? Are they after your wealth? Boss Zaire, you must be very careful. Some people will do anything for money nowadays, Austin warned. Yeah, Django agreed. You should still be careful. Their warnings were not without basis. For all these years, no one came looking for Miriam, and now that she has grown up, these so-called relatives appeared. It would be strange if there weren't any ulterior motives. They don't know I have money, Miriam said. Oh right, Boss Zaire, you are as frugal as before, Austin remarked. That's not it. Boss is generous, using her wealth to help others, building countless orphanages and hope schools, Django added. Austin sighed. I have never admired anyone else in my life except you, Boss Zaire. You are capable and kind-hearted, willing to help the poor, doing everything you can for the weak. I call you boss willingly. Even if you leave this line of work, my brother and I will still respect you as our boss. Whenever you need us, don't hesitate to ask. By the way, Boss Zaire, here's something for you. Django hurriedly took out several large boxes from the tea room cabinet. This is 1,000-year-old ginseng. Rest assured it's genuine. Take it back to steep tea, make soup, or chew it directly. Anyway, take good care of yourself. Look at you now, too thin, easily fatigued. That's not good. Austin nagged like an old mother. Also, in the other boxes are saffron and cordyceps, all 100% genuine. Miriam did not hesitate to accept the gifts from the two brothers. What's this? The last box contained a soft piece of material. And this is a shot to a shawl. Miriam gave Austin a stern look. I didn't buy it. Someone gave it to me. It has been passed down through their ancestors. not bought. I know this item cannot be traded. We should protect wildlife, protect Tibetan antelopes. Austin quickly explained. Knowing how long he had known Miriam, Austin understood her opposition to fur and harm to wild animals. Django added, right, I can attest that it wasn't bought. This thing is warm, perfect for wearing while sitting in front of a computer. As long as you don't wear it outside, it won't cause any negative effects. That made sense. Ayanna and the others were anxiously waiting. Finally, they saw Miriam return. Ayanna and Christopher rushed to Miriam immediately. Are you okay? Christopher asked urgently. Fine, Miriam replied, tossing the things she was holding to Christopher. Hold these for me. Christopher obediently took them. During basketball training, he was accustomed to following Miriam's orders. Whatever Miriam asked him to do, he believed it was part of her way to train him. Asking him to carry things must be to strengthen his arm strength and endurance. Yes, that must be it. Chapter 188, Delbert's Attitude. Prudence, what did Beckenrick want with you? Ayanna asked hurriedly. Nothing much. Indeed, nothing much happened. Aside from giving her some tonics, they just chatted idly for a few minutes. If there was nothing, why would Beckenrick call you over and not let us go in with you? Ayanna didn't believe Miriam's answer, suspecting that Miriam was definitely holding something back. Delbert frowned slightly, speaking before Miriam. Madame Zaire, the one who didn't allow us to enter earlier was Beckenrick, not Miss Zaire. Moreover, Miss Zaire is an adult. If she says it's nothing serious, then it must be nothing of great importance. Even though Delbert spoke in his usual gentle tone, no one dared to upset him. Not just Ayanna, but nobody in Tonghai Alithiadi would dare to provoke Delbert. I just feared she might get hurt. Ayanna explained. Miss Zaire has lived alone for so many years. She certainly isn't someone who can be easily deceived or misled. How did Delbert know that Miriam had been living alone all these years? Were they that close? Adeline realized she had underestimated Miriam. Was this how Miriam gained Delbert's sympathy? Telling him how tough her past life had been. Saying the Zaire family had abandoned her, making her life even harder? Ayanna was left speechless by Delbert's words. Indeed, her daughter had lived alone for all those years. Just at that moment, their finished jade product came out. From designing, carving, polishing, to buffing. After a series of operations, a crystal-clear, emerald-green top-grade jade pendant appeared before everyone. The leftover scraps could still be used to make several fully green ring faces. Just those scrap-made ring faces were worth a few million. Looking at the final product, onlookers revealed expressions of awe. Especially the pendant in Delbert's hand. It would make an exquisite jade Buddha. The shape was perfect, using every part with color perfectly. And its transparent, emerald-green texture was truly beautiful. Such high-quality material didn't come out often. Holding the finished pendant, Delbert, while Miriam wasn't paying attention, hung it around her neck directly. Becketray, it's for you. The translucent emerald jade Buddha hung on Miriam's fair neck. Against her pale skin, the jade looked even more luminous and lustrous, looking excellent on her. Everyone was surprised, especially the Zaire family members. They were astonished at his generosity, worth millions, yet he gave it away so easily. The Zaire family felt shocked and anxious. Delbert's initiative frightened them deeply. Just moments ago, Ayanna had only suspected the relationship between her daughter and Delbert, not daring to confirm it randomly. Now, with Delbert's action, it was hard not to suspect that he had feelings for Miriam. Adeline clenched her hands tightly, feeling an indescribable bitterness in her heart. Beckett's gaze was firmly locked on Delbert's hands as he gently tightened the string of the pendant for Miriam. His movements were very gentle, matching his eyes that could melt anyone with their tenderness. Christopher was alarmed, instantly viewing Delbert with hostility. What was this man doing? Was he pursuing elder sister Miriam? His sister was still in high school and shouldn't be dating. Beckett should wait until his sister graduated from university. Christopher placed the things Miriam asked him to hold down first on the ground and quickly squeezed between Miriam and Delbert, forcibly separating the two. Chapter 189. No need to remember. Miriam took off the jadeite from her neck and handed it back to Delbert. This belongs to you. Miriam accepted gifts from people under different circumstances. She wouldn't refuse gifts from Jose and Django, but she had no reason to accept Delbert's. Delbert did not take it. But I want to give it to you. Miriam refused. No need. I appreciate your kindness, but you can keep the gift yourself. Delbert still did not reach out to take it. Seeing this, Christopher hurriedly took it from Miriam's hand and stuffed it into Delbert's shirt pocket. Cornelius, my sister helped you make a profit on the jade. A simple thank you would be enough. There's no need for such an expensive gift. It could easily lead to misunderstandings. That wouldn't be good. My sister is just a high school student who should focus on studying and preparing for university exams. Christopher was straightforward, saying exactly what he thought. Beckett seemed worried that Delbert might pursue a romantic relationship with Miriam. Regardless of whether Delbert was the head of the Sief family or a powerful figure from the capital city, Christopher didn't care. His sister wasn't old enough to date, no matter how rich or influential Delbert was. Christopher hadn't noticed that his attitude towards Miriam dating had changed. Previously, when he thought Miriam was dating Egon, he said he would agree as long as it was with a decent boy. Now he felt no one was suitable for her, at least until after high school. Because he gradually accepted Miriam as his real sister, he became increasingly protective against boys trying to date his newly adult sister too early. Delbert smiled, feeling neither angry nor upset with Christopher, but instead happy for Miriam. At least there was someone in the Zaire family who truly cared about her. All right, then thank you for picking out this gift for me, Delbert said, holding the jade Buddha and thanking Miriam. No need to remember, Miriam replied indifferently, not wanting Delbert to think about this matter. After speaking, Miriam walked away, taking 2 steps and calling to Christopher. Take my things, let's go. Oh, wait for me. Christopher responded, quickly grabbing Miriam's belongings and trotting after her. Miriam sat in the back seat of the car and closed her eyes to rest, appearing bonelessly lazy, clinging to anything she could lie on without struggle. A little while later, Ayanna and Adeline returned. Ayanna's 2 stones were also crafted into finished products by the master craftsman. They were all quite good and worth tens of thousands each. But compared to the piece Miriam picked for Delbert, Ayanna's items seemed rather ordinary. Once in the car, Ayanna asked Miriam about her relationship with Delbert again, unwilling to let it go. Hey Eiling, how did you meet Cornelius? Miriam was already half asleep, already drowsy from lack of sleep, and after spending time at the market, she was dead tired upon getting in the car. She didn't hear Ayanna's question. Kiyomi, I can vouch for it. Sister and Cornelius don't have any special relationship, Christopher hastily answered for Miriam. How can you vouch for it? Ayanna asked. Well, it's because, Christopher thought, coming up with an appropriate excuse for Miriam. Sister met Cornelius at the gymnasium. Recently, Cornelius has been sponsoring our school's basketball team and even visited the gym a few times. Why would your sister go to the gymnasium? Ayanna continued to ask. Chapter 190, wanting to be the Ochin manager of the basketball team. That's because he couldn't say that his older sister was their coach. That's because my older sister came to visit me. We just chatted when we happened to meet. Cornelius must have remembered my sister because she helped him earn money. After all, the jade Buddha he gave her was worth much more than 20,000 from the scraps alone. No matter how you calculate it, Cornelius made a profit. Christopher told a small lie. Adeline was taken aback. She hadn't expected Miriam and Delbert to have met in such a way. Watching Little Song play basketball, she could join too. That's good. Ayanna believed Christopher's explanation and sighed in relief. Oh right. Don't tell your father about what happened today. Ayanna was worried. She feared the family might try to use Miriam for connections after learning about Delbert's attitude towards her. The Sief family was indeed very prominent, far beyond what the Zaire family could reach. But even so, using her daughter like this was something Ayanna couldn't do. Okay, Christopher agreed. Natalie, you too. Ayanna turned to Adeline. Yes, Adeline nodded obediently. Don't worry, Aunt, I won't talk carelessly. Recently Adeline had been so obedient that it almost made Ayanna feel sorrowful. Ayanna knew it was her sister's situation that affected Adeline, making her unusually silent and cautious lately. She must be very afraid of being sent away, right? After a silence, Adeline asked Christopher. Little Song, I heard your basketball team is looking for a logistics manager? Yes, that's true, Christopher replied. Since Delbert invested, the team's logistics have increased significantly. Beckett did mention finding a part-time logistics manager for the basketball team. The logistics manager's workload isn't usually heavy, just preparing snacks, mineral water, towels, and daily necessities according to the player's preferences. There are slightly more tasks during out-of-town games. Typically, school basketball teams hire students within the school as managers, and Huaiwa High School wouldn't be an exception. So, Adeline hesitated. Can you recommend me? Big Sister Nancy, you want to be our logistics manager? It's a bunch of trivial tasks. When we go for training or matches, you'll need to take care of our daily living arrangements. It can be troublesome. You're a senior now. Do you have the time? Christopher was concerned Adeline might not cope. Captain Egon is also a senior, yet he still trains and competes with you. Besides him, there seem to be several other seniors on the team. You're right. He hadn't seen senior Egon's studies suffer either. All right, I'll mention it to the captain on Monday, but it's not up to me, and I can't promise if you'll get the job. Saying this, Christopher glanced at Miriam, who was sleeping. In the basketball team, his older sister had much more influence than he did. If Big Sister Miriam were willing to speak up for Big Sister Nancy, things would likely work out. But he didn't know if Big Sister Miriam wanted to do this. Beckett also didn't know if she heard the conversation between Nancy and him. Maybe he'd ask her again later tonight. All right, I understand. Adeline showed a hint of gratitude in her smile. Chapter 191, The Cause of Amaric's Death. When Ayanna and the 3 children went to the jade market, Ray arrived at Rock's room with his wife Trudy. Why are you here? Rock was irritated as soon as he saw Ray. Guido, I'm your son. This is your daughter-in-law. We came to visit you. Ray spoke smoothly. You wouldn't have rushed here so eagerly if not for the fact that you're eyeing the will left to Miriam. Rock scoffed. After a few days, he had seen through the third son completely. Instead of getting angry today, Ray even revealed a strange smile. Guido, what you said is not right. We are father and son. My personality comes from you, doesn't it? Even if I wish for your death, it must be inherited from you. What nonsense are you talking? If you're not in your right mind, go home and sleep it off before coming back. Rock rebuked angrily. I've never been more ching-ching, clear-headed. Ray's expression suddenly turned arrogant. I only realized today that my beloved father is capable of harming his own flesh and blood. What are you talking about? Rock's face changed dramatically. What's wrong with what I said? Guido, didn't you intentionally design a plan to harm eldest brother during that sea trip? Shut up. Shut up. Rock was very agitated. Had he not taken Josh's medicine for some time, improving his health, he might have fainted from anger. Ray continued. I found evidence proving that you deliberately sabotaged the yacht on eldest brother's trip. Guido, this has hit me hard and made me realize that everything I've done pales in comparison to you. I'm still too inexperienced. You. Rock was so angry he couldn't speak. The Homer calmly brought the emergency medication and gave it to Rock. As Rock calmed down, the butler asked Ray calmly, what does third young master plan to do? I don't plan to do anything. Just want you to transfer 50% of the assets under your name to me. Otherwise, regardless of whether that Josh can save you or not, Once I expose the evidence, you won't only lose your life, but also your reputation. Ray was going all out. Since gentle methods clearly wouldn't work, he might as well be straightforward. Fortunately, Trudy accidentally discovered this secret while investigating Miriam's background, giving him leverage against the old man. The Homer said, "No matter how many mistakes Lord has made, he is still your father. Beckett's also eldest brother's father, isn't he? Didn't he kill eldest brother?" To tell the truth, when I found out, I was really shocked. What reason could justify you, father, to murder your most outstanding son? Why? Jealousy, fear. Jealousy because Merrick was too excellent. In just half a year of joining the family business, the board suggested making Merrick the president. People no longer thought of him as the head of the Zaire family. They only knew Merrick. Fear, because he was afraid Merrick would discover that he was responsible for his mother's death. It was because his affair was exposed, leading to his mother suffering from depression and ultimately committing suicide by swallowing a bottle of sleeping pills. Chapter 192, Is This My Karmic Retribution? Beckett was afraid, terrified that Merrick would find out that his mother's death was caused by him. It was because his affair outside had been discovered, which led to his mother suffering from depression and finally committing suicide by overdosing on sleeping pills. Merrick revered his mother. If he knew about this matter, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, Merrick managed to find Mrs. Zaire's former psychiatrist through some means and was about to meet her. Afraid of the truth being revealed, the old Mr. Zaire had someone tamper with the yacht Merrick took out to sea, so that Merrick could not return, meeting his end in the ocean. This past event had been buried for 18 years. Never did he think it would be dug up today by Ray and his wife Trudy. In the past, the old Mr. Zaire had never feared this. But after he developed health issues, he began to frequently dream about the past. Beckett dreamt of his deceased first wife and eldest son, Merrick, who questioned him why he treated them like that. The old Mr. Zaire's chest heaved violently, and the medical equipment connected to his body began to alarm. Ray said, "Harold, are you angry at me, or are you afraid? You should calm down. If you die here and now, all the money will go to Miriam, the little bitch, which would be a huge loss for me. I will definitely expose the evidence, even if you die." After a while, the old Mr. Zaire's breathing stabilized. "All right, I agree. I will transfer 50% of my assets to you, but not all at once. That would be too obvious. If Josh finds out, he might stop treating me because of my actions." "Fine," agreed Ray. "As long as you give me every penny of that 50%, how you do it without others noticing is your business." With the deal set, Ray left the old Mr. Zaire's room contentedly with his wife Trudy. After they left, the old Mr. Zaire asked the Homer who had served him for many years with a vacant look, "Is this my karmic retribution?" The Homer didn't answer directly, only saying, "Mrs. Zaire truly loved you back then." The love story between a penniless young man and a pampered rich man's only daughter started beautifully, but did not have a beautiful ending. A gentle yet traditional wife lost out to an alluring model who knew how to please men. Regret only came when it was too late. Children born from mistresses were one trouble after another. The old Mr. Zaire said, "I cannot let these bastards succeed. Investigate what exactly the third son has uncovered. I want those pieces of evidence to disappear forever." What he agreed upon just now was merely a temporary solution. Understood. The Homer responded, very experienced in helping the old Mr. Zaire solve problems. At the airport, a private jet landed. Rows of sharply dressed men stood respectfully at the exit, waiting. A tall, stern-looking man descended from the private jet. Standing close to 6 feet 3 inches, he had long legs. Wearing a white shirt under a dark suit jacket custom-made by YDL. With deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and a ruggedly handsome face, he exuded both austerity and authority. Beckett was well-preserved with no wrinkles on his face. Only the wisdom in his eyes betrayed his age, 30, maybe 40, or even older. Chapter 193, Why Not Sign? "Boss." A man came forward to report. "The accommodation and office have been arranged for you." The man didn't speak, but looked into the distance. 18 years. Beckett had been away from this city for exactly 18 years. Next week would be his 70th birthday, and he would show up on time to celebrate it for him. Ayanna entered Miriam's room with a file in hand. Miriam was playing games, looking rather content. Ayanna held the file, her expression conflicted, hesitating to move forward. Although she had agreed with her husband, when it came time to speak, Ayanna still wavered. After much internal struggle, Ayanna finally decided to talk to Miriam about it. "Ailing, Kiyomi has something to discuss with you." "Go ahead." Miriam's voice was lazy yet clear and cool. Seeing Miriam's cold and calm face, a bitter feeling rose in Ayanna's heart. "Ailing, here's a contract. I hope you will sign it. Rest assured, Kiyomi wouldn't harm you. Everything is for your own good." Ayanna placed the contract next to Miriam's keyboard. Miriam picked it up and flipped through it rapidly. She only took a minute to go through the dozens of pages. Seeing how quickly Miriam read it, Ayanna felt inexplicably relieved. Finished, Miriam put the contract aside and returned her gaze to the game screen. "Not signing." 2 words, concise and definite. Is there any question?" Ayanna asked cautiously. "No questions. Why not sign?" Ayanna pressed on, unwilling to give up. Miriam turned to look at Ayanna, her sharp eyes making Ayanna inexplicably nervous. "I don't want to inherit your family's assets is one thing, but having me hand over the properties inherited from the Zaire family for you to manage is another story," Miriam said. "Though you try to hide the asset transfer as much as possible and repeatedly emphasize that I'm just entrusting you to manage them while promising to give me annual returns, it actually means that once I sign this agreement, that part of the assets won't belong to me anymore, and whether the annual returns are given depends entirely on your conscience." Miriam saw through it clearly, not fooled by the complex descriptions in those dozen pages. Ayana froze, her expression and body stiff. After a moment, Ayana found her voice again. Iling, you're still young. Real estate aside, it's hard for you to manage the company if you inherit it. If the company fails, you might lose money. Miriam responded calmly. I can choose to sell these shares, convert them into cash, and hand the cash over to a financial management company to manage for me. Buy some relatively stable funds, or deposit the money in the bank for interest. Even the least profitable option would yield more than what's stated as the annual returns in this contract. These were originally the assets of the Zaire family, belonging to both you and your brother. When parents grow old, aren't they all yours and your brother's? Ayana frowned, speaking earnestly. Leaving wealth for future generations is your business, not mine. Iling. Ayana squatted down. Iling, listen to Kiyomi. Sign this agreement. Your father treated you badly for a reason. If you hand over that money for him to manage, he'll treat you better because of this. Chapter 194. This is my daughter. It's his business how he treats me. Miriam did not care about Zaire Wushua's attitude or thoughts toward her. Miriam's face was expressionless, as cold as if she were handling official business, devoid of any personal feelings. Ailing, can you not be so indifferent and heartless? Knowing that I am cold and heartless, you shouldn't waste your time on me. Miriam was impervious to persuasion. Nothing could sway her. Ayana tried in vain to persuade her and finally gave up, leaving Miriam's room with the contract in hand, disheveled. She then went to her husband Zaire Wushua's study. How did it go? Zaire Wushua asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on the document Ayana held. Ayana shook her head dejectedly. She refused. Refused. Zaire Wushua's expression darkened instantly. Ayana approached Zaire Wushua and spoke up for Miriam. Wushua, Ailing has only been back for a short while, and we haven't spent much time together. Can we give her more time? She hasn't been back long, but she already got the old man to change his will in her favor. If we give her more time, she might kick us all out. Zaire Wushua was speaking out of frustration. Ayana hurried to comfort him. Wushua, don't think like that. Ailing is a good child. She wouldn't do that. Zaire Wushua remained unmoved, and Ayana continued. Don't worry, I'll keep trying to communicate with Ailing. Just give me more time. Zaire Wushua could only let Ayana find a way. Beckett had not yet found a way to change the old man's decision either. On Sunday, several distinguished ladies visited the Zaire family. They were friends of Ayana from her social circle. These ladies would often meet to have meals, enjoy afternoon tea, and chat about matters that seemed like gossip, but were also serious business. The interactions among these ladies sometimes went beyond mere social gatherings and could influence business dealings between the companies represented by the men behind them. Miriam was forcibly brought downstairs by Ayana to join everyone. This was the first time Ayana formally introduced Miriam to everyone. This is my daughter. Unfortunately, we were separated when she was young, and it took great effort to find her again, Ayana explained. Why haven't we heard about this before? One lady asked, puzzled. Ayana sighed. It was a painful memory, one I couldn't bring myself to talk about. At that time, I almost thought she would never return to me. With Ayana's explanation, the ladies no longer pressed for more details. They comforted Ayana. It's good that you found her. At least fate has been kind, bringing you and your daughter together. A happy ending is what matters. Then, the ladies began to scrutinize Miriam. What a lovely appearance, inheriting the best genes from both you and Mr. Zaire. Yes, this face is the prettiest I've seen in years. Everyone chimed in with their praises for Miriam. But Miriam, not fond of conversation, sat on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. The scene made Ayana somewhat uncomfortable. She tried to remind Miriam to be respectful to her elders. However, whether Miriam didn't receive Ayana's hints or simply didn't intend to give her face, she kept her head down, playing games. Initially, the ladies chatted around Miriam, but soon found her uninteresting and stopped paying attention to her. In contrast, Adeline, sitting on Ayana's other side, appeared gentle, gracious, and dignified, far more like a proper young lady than Miriam, who claimed to be the Zaire family heiress. Chapter 195. Rumor has it that the Gavriel has come to Tonghai Alithiadi. Adeline chatted with the various madams effortlessly, as she had known them for many years. She was well-versed in their preferences and family matters. Natalie has truly become more beautiful over time. She was a little beauty since childhood, and now she's become even more remarkable. Indeed, if only I had a son, I would have set my sights on Natalie early on. Adeline smiled, responding gracefully to the madam's praises and blending in with them. As they continued talking, the topic shifted to the mysterious president of Haishin Group, who was recently popular. Have you all heard? The president of Haishin Group has come to our Tonghai Alithiadi. Really? Is it the same person who made it to the Forbes list recently? Yes, it's him. They say he is quite young and extremely charismatic in person. I wonder if we'll have the chance to meet him. Everyone had heard a lot about this person. Beckett single-handedly established Haishin Group, with business spanning across various industries. But he remained very low-key, never appearing in public media or giving interviews. Mentioning him excited and anticipated the madams. Curious, Adeline asked. Has this president of Haishin Group never appeared in public? Not that I know of. This person is quite mysterious, one madam answered. But he's indeed impressive. Beckett founded Haishin Group, making decisions swiftly and decisively. Moreover, his vision is unique and sharp, allowing him to accurately grasp economic trends. It's not just that, another madam added. My husband told me he's not only a genius in business, but also highly talented in other areas. Beckett's fluent in multiple languages, skilled in various instruments, and friends with many foreign politicians and dignitaries. So why hasn't he ever shown himself? Is it because he's not handsome? Adeline asked. No, although there are no photos of him. Those who've met him say that he's incredibly good-looking and charming, with striking features and an excellent physique. Beckett exudes a strong masculine charm. In the eyes of these madams, this mysterious president seemed perfect in every way. No one knew whether it was true or exaggerated by rumors. Recently, this news was all over Tonghai Alithiote, reaching even people like Miriam, who usually paid little attention to such matters. Miriam's company abroad had some business dealings with Haishin Group. However, she hadn't met this mysterious president and didn't know what he was like. Boss, did you hear that the president of Haishin Group has come to your city? On her phone, Miriam received a message from her subordinate in M country. This guy loved gossiping. Seems so da. Boss, you must find a chance to meet him da. Is it necessary? Yes, absolutely. Building a good relationship with him could make you earn much more money. Even though you're already wealthy, nobody refuses becoming even richer, right? Wrong. I'm broked. Boss, don't joke like that. Who else is rich if you're not? Sure, the president of Haishin Group might be wealthier than you, but he's older. With your earning ability, by the time you're as old as him, your fortune should surpass his da. Seems comforting da. Bekev, boss, don't get too moved. Consoling you is part of my job da. Chapter 196. You need to find a way to cultivate a good relationship with the Gavriel. Boss, please take what I told you seriously. The CEO of this Haishin Group is truly a god of wealth. There has never been a project he favored that didn't succeed. For the sake of all our wallets, you need to temporarily overcome your laziness and make an effort. Got it. Miriam typed 3 words on the screen. We'll see. To get Miriam to be agreeable, unless there's merit value involved. Boss Zaire, come on, I believe in you. Miriam ignored him and turned off her phone before standing up and silently walking upstairs without a word. In front of her, Ayana and Adeline were still chatting with the madams. When they saw Miriam stand up and leave without even greeting them, their expressions stiffened. Ayana was especially embarrassed. She had known all along that now wasn't the time to officially introduce Miriam to everyone in their circle. However, due to the matters her husband entrusted her with, she hurriedly wanted to cultivate a good relationship with Miriam, which led her to want to introduce her to everyone prematurely. That night, Carmelo called Dover and Ayana over. Have you heard about the recent Haishin Group incident? Asked Carmelo. Although Carmelo was recuperating in his room, not a single ripple from the outside world escaped his notice. I have. It said that they just arrived in Tonghai Alithiote recently and will be staying for some time. The specific reasons are unclear, replied Dover hastily, recounting what he knew. If you two have any way to meet this mysterious president, find a way to establish a good relationship with him. This is very important for the Zaire family, said Carmelo. Harold, rest assured, Jordan and I know how to handle this, Dover promised his father. You're more reliable than your third brother. To Carmelo, it could only be the better of the worse. Neither son was particularly outstanding, but compared to the two, Dover was somewhat better. Especially after Ray threatened him with past events, he had completely given up on that son. Dover agreed outwardly but thought inwardly. So what if I'm more obedient than my third brother? You still aren't willing to give me the inheritance, right? Harold, focus on getting well, I'll handle the company's affairs, Dover pledged to Carmelo. Carmelo nodded. Yes, handle it well. That's all. You two can go back and prepare. After Dover and Ayana left, Carmelo's expression darkened. The situation at Zaire Corporation hadn't been good lately. Though Dover agreed readily, Carmelo knew very well what he was capable of. He wasn't much help. Of course, the decline at Zaire Corporation couldn't be entirely blamed on Dover because major decisions were still made by Carmelo himself, who signed off on everything brought to him. Beckett was vetting everything, yet projects over the past year had been quite unsatisfactory. Although there weren't massive losses yet, operations were far worse than before. Currently, the company was barely maintaining balance between income and expenditure, no profit, no loss. However, the market share Zaire Corporation originally held had significantly shrunk, and if this continued, trouble would inevitably arise. To reverse the declining trend at Zaire Corporation, he needed external assistance. If this Haishin Group could lend him a hand, that would be perfect. This would be far more effective than finding 10 business partners elsewhere. Chapter 197. Want to be the part-time manager for the basketball team? No way. Miriam had a fairly comfortable weekend at home. On Monday, during the basketball team's noon training session, Christopher mentioned Adeline's desire to become the logistics manager of the basketball team to Egon. Egon smiled and said, "Shouldn't you ask your sister about this? If she agrees, I have no objections." Just then, Miriam walked in. Christopher was about to speak when Miriam preemptively refused. No room for discussion. She stole from me. Big sister Miriam, Christopher pleaded. Can't you give Sister Nancy a chance to redeem herself? No, Miriam refused. I'm super petty and hold grudges. But, Sister Nancy, that incident was unintentional, and she has been punished. Can you forgive her? No. Miriam was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Big sister, Christopher begged with a pleading look on his face. Repentance isn't just words, it's proven by actions. Big sister, Christopher frowned, worried. Beckett still wanted to plead for Adeline. Egon patted him on the shoulder. Forget this trivial matter. Logistics are not important. Focusing on improving basketball skills is what matters. Christopher glanced at Miriam, decided to follow Egon's advice, and stopped mentioning the matter. After confirming no hope, Christopher messaged Adeline. Adeline had been waiting for Christopher's reply all noon, and finally received one, bad news. Sorry, Big Sister Nancy, the basketball team didn't accept my proposal. Adeline felt a strange mix of emotions as she read the message. After some time, Adeline replied, It's fine, I knew I might not meet the school team's requirements. Reading Adeline's reply, Christopher felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Beckett could almost imagine how upset big sister Nancy was, forcing a smile to comfort herself. Today, Miriam didn't demonstrate any moves, but only assigned tasks, and went straight into the lounge without saying anything, lying down immediately. Judah, who was working on his computer, noticed Miriam's subtle differences today. Beckett's expression seemed off, and her complexion was paler than usual. What's wrong? Judah asked Miriam, his tone hard, almost like a doctor asking a patient. Nothing. Miriam lay curled up on the small bed in the lounge, hugging a pillow and covered with a thin silk quilt. These were benefits brought by Delbert. Delbert redecorated the entire lounge, replacing many items inside. As a result, Miriam now had her own dedicated nap bed. Delbert believed that since Miriam was the coach of the team, her well-being affected the team's overall morale, so providing a comfortable nap environment was necessary. For this reason alone, Miriam thought he deserved more good stones from her. Miriam said it was nothing, but Judah didn't believe it. Beckett got up from his seat and walked to Miriam's bed. Reaching out, he intended to feel her wrist. A gesture to check her pulse. Miriam's eyes snapped open. Instinctively dodging Judah's touch, she explained, really, nothing's wrong. Chapter 198, Boiling Medicine for Miriam. Your complexion and reactions don't look like everything's fine. You're not your usual self today, Judah said with a serious expression. Yes, I'm different, but it doesn't mean something is wrong. Women have a few uncomfortable days every month. Women every month. It took Judah a moment to realize what Miriam was referring to. A hint of unease flashed across his handsome face, though the color change was mostly limited to his neck and ears. Judah looked away, feeling somewhat uneasy, but he still asked, uncomfortable? Why don't you try? Miriam retorted. After a moment's silence, Judah returned to the computer desk and picked up pen and paper. Just as he was about to write, he paused and switched to using the computer and printer instead, producing a prescription. Beckett handed the prescription to Miriam. Twice a day, 1 dose each time. Miriam didn't reach out to take it, but mumbled, I appreciate the effort, but those prescriptions from the internet aren't reliable, and boiling Chinese medicine is too troublesome. When half asleep or half awake, Miriam's voice was softer than usual, and her expression gentler, more childlike. Then rest for a while, Judah suggested without pressing further. Beckett got up and went back to his seat. That night, Egon came to the old house in the Old Town area with a stack of documents to find Judah. Upon entering, he saw Judah boiling medicine in the courtyard. You actually boil medicine yourself? I haven't seen you do that in years. Egon marveled. Who's the honored guest that gets you to do this? It's for Miriam. Miriam? Have you figured out how to treat her allergies? Not that illness. Then what is it? What else does she have? How can this girl have so many problems? We need you to get her healthy soon. Our basketball team relies on her. There was an important match at the end of the year, and Miriam couldn't afford to be sick. She'll be fine. After finishing boiling the medicine, Judah brought it into the room and began packaging it in specialized sealed containers. Once packed in bags, the medicine could be stored in the refrigerator for a while and just needed to be heated when needed. Egon watched as Judah handled these items. By the way, the president of Heischen Group wants to see you. Heischen Group. Judah continued his work without pausing. Yes, this person has been in Tonghai Lithiety for a few days, but no one has met him. Beckett's always been very mysterious, never appearing in public, and foreign media hasn't managed to capture any photos of him. No one knows why he came here. Even more puzzling, this person now wanted to meet Judah, specifically the other identity of the renowned Dr. Josh. Egon speculated. Is he here for medical treatment? Beckett might have heard that Josh is recently in Tonghai Lithiety and came over. This situation had happened before, with people traveling long distances from abroad to seek Judah's medical help. But the president of Heischen Group was somewhat special. Beckett merely put out the message that he wanted to meet Josh. Immediately, countless influential figures tried every means possible to contact Judah, hoping to help the mysterious president achieve his wish and build connections. After a brief contemplation, Judah refused the meeting. Not yet. Chapter 199, Difficulty in Drinking Medicine. Truly not seeing him. Egon was somewhat hesitant. After all, this patient was different from the rest. If he really has something to discuss with me, he will come back on his own. Judah was not worried at all. In matters of healing, Judah always maintained the upper hand. Alright then. Since Judah did not show up, there was nothing those people could do to him if they couldn't find him. The next noon, as soon as Miriam arrived at the gym's lounge, Judah handed her a bag. It was quite heavy. Miriam opened it and found packages of something that looked like drinks. However, its color was dark, not resembling coffee or milk tea. These are traditional Chinese medicines to adjust your body, which can alleviate your discomfort, explained Judah. Bitter? Asked Miriam. There will be a slight bitterness, but it's better than what you have been experiencing. After 2 full courses, you'll ensure never to feel pain again, and issues like lower back pain and bloating will also improve, explained Judah. Miriam frowned. She disliked bitter tastes. Life was already tough enough. Why shouldn't she enjoy some sweetness? Or even sourness? Sour and sweet were her favorite flavors. A stitch in time saves 9, said Judah. Miriam hesitated, doing the math in her mind. If she had 40 to 50 more years to live, taking the medicine would definitely be worthwhile. But if she only had 2 months left, it wouldn't be cost-effective. Beckett's menstrual symptoms weren't that severe, far from life-threatening, and she would only suffer during the first 2 days each month. With only 2 months' worth of life, it meant only 4 days of significant discomfort. Yet, judging by the look of it, this medicine required consuming for over half a month. The most tragic thing would be to finish the medicine and die right after. endured all the bitterness without ever tasting any sweetness. After thinking about the Chinese medicine for a long while, Miriam still frowned and asked, "Is there sugar? Something sour and sweet?" Usually, Miriam was very calm and cold, but when it came to drinking Chinese medicine, she acted like a child. "Wait here." Judah called Egon in, instructing him to buy sugar from the school supermarket. "You're kidding me? You stopped my training just to let me go to the supermarket for some sugar." Egon felt extremely annoyed inside. "Hurry up," Judah urged. All right. Who made Judah appear as his classmate, but in reality, was his boss? "Sour and sweet ones," Miriam shouted at Egon's retreating figure. Egon ran to the supermarket and ran back, buying a packet of all types of candies available, dumping them in front of Miriam. Miriam slowly picked out her favorites among the candies, tore open the packaging, and lined them up in front of her. With the candies lined up before her, Miriam finally opened the Chinese medicine packaging and started to drink. She closed her eyes and pinched her nose, looking like she was marching off to sacrifice. To those who knew, she was drinking Chinese medicine. To those who didn't, it might look like she was facing execution. In fact, this medicine wasn't so bitter because Judah had added several sweet herbs to the prescription. Miriam finished the medicine in one breath and immediately stuffed the candies into her mouth. Only when the taste of the candies spread through her mouth did her frown start to ease. Judah stood beside her, the corner of his mouth curling upward where she couldn't see. By the time Miriam looked up at him, his expression was already back to normal. Chapter 200 The Mysterious Man in the Study 1. After training ended, "Mila, there's a very special party at the Hakim residence tonight. Would you like to join us?" Egon extended an invitation to Miriam. "I need to go back and sleep. This party is quite unique. Although it's held at the Hakim residence, it's actually a welcoming banquet for the president of Haishin Group. Many people can't even get invitations." Egon didn't mention that the Zaire family hadn't received an invitation either. "I need to go back and sleep. There will be all sorts of delicious food at the party. I heard Christiana invited several Michelin 3-star chefs. The gourmet dishes are top-notch, some usually require booking months in advance. I don't seem to be very sleepy today." Right. It's fine to stay up a little later tonight. My brother will drive us over later, and you can take a nap in the car." After finishing his sentence, Egon suddenly thought of something and hit his head in self-reproach. How could he forget that Milo was also his brother's idol? How could he have his brother pick them up? Wouldn't that mean 4 people in one car again? Recalling the awkward scene when they had dinner together last time, Egon felt goosebumps. In the evening, Tomas specially arrived early at the school gate to wait for his younger brother to finish school. But only Egon showed up when it was time. After Egon got in the car, Tomas looked at him. Feeling guilty, Egon said, "Brother, just me. No need to wait anymore." "Is she not coming?" Tomas asked. Beckett thought she would come for the food, which was why he specifically asked his brother to invite her. "She is," Egon replied. "But she left with my classmate Judah just now." Egon had also expected the awkward scene of 4 people in one car. To his surprise, Judah had taken Miriam away earlier. Beckett didn't even know that Judah had driven himself to school today. Looking up at Tomas, Egon saw disappointment on his brother's face as expected. Egon felt helpless. It seemed his brother was going to experience heartbreak. But what could he do? Miriam and Judah were already so close. He couldn't help his brother anymore. Beckett hoped his brother could get over this heartbreak soon. The party was held at the Hakim residence. All the guests invited were the top elites and noble families from Tonghai Alithiadi. Egon hadn't lied to Miriam. There indeed were plenty of delicious foods, many of which were hard to come by under normal circumstances. While Miriam cared about the food, others were more concerned about whether the president of Haishin Group would show up. Everyone chatted and drank while waiting for the mysterious president who might appear. Since no one had seen the president in person, they weren't sure if he was already among the guests. In the study at the end of the second-floor hallway, warm lighting illuminated the entire room. Unlike the lively atmosphere downstairs, it was very quiet here. A man sat at the desk in the study, wearing a custom-tailored suit, impeccably neat. On the monitor in front of him, live footage from the banquet hall downstairs played. The man's expression remained calm and composed, his eyes deep. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the screen, causing a subtle change in the man's expression. The man gazed at the figure, furrowing his brow slightly, as if recalling something. Then he pressed a button next to him. "Bring someone upstairs from downstairs." At this moment, Miriam was enjoying the food. Miriam ate gracefully, taking her time. Food was meant to be enjoyed. Rushing through it would waste its flavor. Chapter 201 The Mysterious Man in the Study 2. Egon was fussing around beside Miriam, helping her get some food. Judah sat not far away, keeping to himself without interacting with others. Tomas, on the other hand, had been pulled aside by a group of businessmen for conversation. At this moment, a man who looked like a bodyguard walked into the banquet hall and whispered something to Mr. and Christiana. Then he approached Miriam. "Miss, my master would like to invite you upstairs." Miriam paused her actions, looking up at the bodyguard with probing eyes. "Who is your master?" "Miss, there's no need to be afraid. My master only wishes to invite you upstairs." "How can I not be afraid when you won't even tell me who your master is?" Miriam retorted. Egon also interjected hurriedly. "Yeah, why can't your master come down and talk if he has something to say?" Just then, Christiana came over with a smile and said to Miriam, "Miss, please don't worry. There's an esteemed guest upstairs who dislikes crowds, but has something to discuss with you. That's why we're asking you to go up." For Christiana herself to speak up meant the person upstairs must have significant influence. Egon was already puzzled. "All right, I'll go," Miriam agreed after some thought. "You must be careful. Call us immediately if anything happens," Egon warned her. Miriam responded, knowing deep down that she wouldn't be harmed. With her current ample virtue points, nothing could truly harm her. Miriam followed the bodyguard out of the banquet hall. Egon ran over to Judah and asked him, "Why didn't you stop her? What if something happens? This is the Hakim family estate. Plus, given Miriam's abilities, do you really think anything will happen?" Judah remained calm. "But what if it's some man with designs on Miriam?" Egon asked. "There are dangers you might not see. Are you not worried about someone hiding upstairs?" A mere pretty boy couldn't make Christiana speak, Judah analyzed. The Hakim family held unparalleled status in Tonghai Alithidi now. Someone so revered by Christiana must be someone of considerable importance. After hearing Judah's reasoning, Egon found it somewhat plausible. Forget it. If Judah isn't worried, why should he be? Miriam was led to a spacious and well-lit study at the end of the second-floor corridor. As soon as they entered, the bodyguard closed the door behind her. Miriam looked towards the desk. A man in a suit sat there. Beckett had a face so perfect it seemed flawless. His features were sharply defined, his eyes deep and mysterious, exuding maturity and dignity. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be around 30 years old, yet the sense of power and sophistication he projected felt beyond that age. Miriam found it hard to gauge his true age. The man was looking at her with a slightly odd expression. It was as if he was looking at her, yet not at her. It was as if, through her, he saw another person. They stared at each other for quite a while. Finally, the man spoke. "You bear a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine." The man's voice was rich and low, tinged with a hint of weariness but still resonant. "Uncle, that pickup line sounds pretty cliché," Miriam remarked. "I'm being honest," the man replied. "So what did you want me here for?" Miriam asked. Chapter 202 The Mysterious Man in the Study. 3. Just sit there for a while. You don't have to do anything. The man made a strange request. It seemed he just wanted to look at Miriam. More accurately, he wanted to use Miriam's face to remember an old acquaintance. Miriam started to believe that she really looked like someone the man used to know. Perhaps the man's expression affected Miriam, or perhaps for another reason. Today Miriam did not turn around and leave as usual, instead choosing to meet the somewhat strange but not unreasonable request of the man. Miriam sat down on the sofa. Beckett, her gaze fell on the coffee table in front of her grandmother. On the table were some snacks, and on the far left was a type of hawthorn candy. The candies were shaped like hawthorns, looking like translucent fruits, quite tempting. "You can eat whatever you like," the man said to Miriam. Miriam didn't hesitate and took one into her mouth. It was a bit sour, a bit sweet, with a refreshing scent. Very delicious. After eating one, Miriam reached for another. "Do you like it?" the man asked. "It's good," Miriam replied. "Few people can get used to it. Isn't it pretty good? I've given this to many people, and they all found it too sour." "I'm quite tolerant of sourness," Miriam said. "So am I, but my old acquaintance didn't like it," the man said. "Huh." Miriam peeled another one and put it in her mouth. "Aren't you curious about who my old acquaintance is?" The man turned to inquire about Miriam's reaction. Most people would be curious when faced with such a mysterious situation. "If you want to tell me, you will. If not, asking won't help," Miriam replied lazily. The man felt inexplicably better. "You're quite adorable. If my old acquaintance had your open-mindedness, maybe she wouldn't have gone that way." It seems the man's old acquaintance had passed away. Even the most open-minded person might struggle when truly hurt. Miriam responded. "You're young, yet speak so maturely," the man commented. "Do I?" "Yes," the man said. "My old acquaintance has been gone for many years, and due to certain reasons, I don't even have a photo of her. In recent years, I've occasionally dreamt about her, but her appearance has become gradually blurry. Until today, seeing you reminded me of many memories." "So you're really not trying to flirt with me," Miriam remarked. "My age could make me your father," the man replied. "You don't look it. A handsome uncle like you saying he's 31 could win over plenty of young girls. Rich, handsome, and charming. In the dramas and novels she watched, he was a perfect male lead." The man chuckled. Then the study fell silent. Miriam wasn't a talkative person, and apparently neither was the man. They sat quietly in the study, Miriam eating the snacks on the table, while the man watched her. After a long time, the man got up from his seat and walked to Miriam. Beckett took out a fountain pen from his suit pocket. "This pen is for you, as a thank you gift for staying here with me today. If you ever need help, you can come to the Hakim family with this pen." Miriam looked at the pen in the man's hand. It was made of gold, inscribed with small characters. "The moon rises over the sea, shared by those afar." Chapter 203 That man is the Gavriel. "No need to be so formal. You've already treated me to a delicious meal. We're even now." Miriam did not reach out to take the man's fountain pen, but stood up, preparing to leave. "Then take some of these candies with you. You can't find this kind elsewhere." The man handed a bag of candy from the table to Miriam. Miriam didn't refuse the candies and took them, saying, "Thanks." Then she turned and left. "Be more optimistic in the future." As she walked out the door, Miriam left those words for the man. The man lowered his head to look at the fountain pen in his hand that hadn't been given away. Today, it seemed he had been consoled by a young girl. Miriam returned downstairs, where Egon hurried over to ask, "How did it go?" "Not much," Miriam replied with a faint expression, seemingly indifferent to what just happened. "I mean, who called you up there? And what were you doing upstairs for half an hour?" Egon was full of curiosity. Judah remarked, "Isn't it obvious who summoned her?" Judah seemed to have guessed who was upstairs all along. "What do you mean obvious?" Egon was still out of the loop. How did Judah know everything? What did he miss? Egon waited for Judah to answer, but Judah seemed reluctant. "Why don't you just tell me? Are you trying to drive me crazy?" Egon was quite frustrated. Miriam helped clarify. It was the president of Haishin Group. At this event, apart from the mysterious president of Haishin Group, who else could earn such respect from Christiana? "What? The president of Haishin Group. Egon was astonished. Why did he call you up there? Do you know him? We don't know each other, Miriam answered. Then why did he summon you? Egon was puzzled. Beckett said I resemble a friend of his from the past. What? That line is too cliché. It's like some old pickup line from years ago. Connie, don't tell me you actually believed it. I'm telling you, rich old men are experts at tricking young girls. Beckett doesn't look old, and he's quite handsome, Miriam commented. Oh no, Egon moaned. Look at her, she's been charmed by that old man. You're so handsome, and she never even compliments you, yet she praises another man. It's different, Miriam explained. Both the man and Judo were handsome, but they gave off very different vibes. Try one of these. Miriam pulled out a translucent red hawthorn candy from her hand. What is this? Candy. Miriam also handed one to Judah. Where did you get these? Egon asked. The person upstairs gave them to me. Just one piece of candy. Why do you like it so much? Egon was puzzled. They taste unique. Few candies suit my taste like this, Miriam explained. Aren't all candies pretty much the same? How different can they be? Egon said as he put the candy in his mouth. Miriam offered another one to Judah. Too sour. Egon grimaced, scrunching his face together. Beckett quickly grabbed a tissue and pulled the candy out of his mouth. Beckett really couldn't handle how sour it was. How can something so sour even be called candy? Egon questioned. Isn't it still sweet? And it has a fragrant scent. Miriam found it delicious. Egon immediately turned to Judah for judgment. Do you think it tastes good? Chapter 2:0 For the Zaire family did not receive an invitation. Judah had just put the candy in his mouth. All right then, Judah replied. His expression looked fairly normal. Is it really my problem? Is my sense of sourness too sensitive? Egon touched his chin, doubting himself. Suddenly, Miriam felt someone was watching her. Turning her head, she saw someone she knew. I'll go over there for a bit, Miriam informed Egon and Judah before getting up and walking into the crowd. No sooner had Miriam left than Egon saw Judah take the candy out of his mouth. His well-shaped eyebrows were knitted so tightly that they could have killed a fly. Clearly, it was really sour. Egon burst into laughter after being stunned for a moment. Ha! Judah you. Ha ha! Judah raised his head and gave him a glare. Egon immediately stopped laughing, covering his mouth to suppress any more laughter. At this moment, inside the Zaire family villa, the Zaires were not in a good mood. They had already heard about the welcome banquet held by the president of Haising Group, which was organized by Christiana. It would be impossible not to know since so many noble families from Tonghai Alithiadi attended. The issue was, as one of the old prestigious families in Tonghai Alithiadi, the Zaire family had not received an invitation. Originally, Lee and the others had been thinking of finding an opportunity to connect with this mysterious president, but now they didn't even have the qualifications to attend the welcome banquet. In the living room, Lee sat with a troubled expression. Ayana felt heartache looking at him. What? Don't worry. Maybe Christiana just overlooked it. Ayana's comforting words were hard to believe even for herself. The driver who picked up Christopher and Adeline returned, entering the house with only Christopher and Adeline. Miriam was nowhere to be seen. Lee, who was already in a bad mood, immediately lost his temper. Where did she run off to? She doesn't come home after class, but runs around everywhere? Acting like this at 18, what does it look like? Adeline explained for Miriam. Uncle, don't be angry. Cousin might have something important to do. What can't be told to the family first? And what time is it now? Still running around without manners. Lee scolded Miriam. Harold, sister didn't wander around. Sister went to the party hosted by the Hakim family with Senior Egon. Christopher hurriedly explained. You say she went to the party? Lee was directly stunned. Ayana and Adeline also looked at Christopher in surprise. Yes, Christopher frowned. Harold, I was just about to tell you. Can you not rush to criticize sister like that? Christopher also felt uncomfortable. His father immediately criticized his sister without even asking him. I'm your dad, and it's not your turn to lecture me. Lee wouldn't admit his mistake to his son. Ayana asked Christopher quickly. Ira, how did your sister end up going to the party with people from the Liu family? Because sister helped Senior Liu and the others, so as thanks, they invited her to the party to enjoy some delicious food, Christopher explained. Eating delicious food? She went to that party just for food. Lee inexplicably got angry. Senior Liu said Christiana invited many 3-star Michelin chefs to make delicacies for the party, so sister went, Christopher explained. Chapter 205 What kind of attitude is this? Eating, sleeping, watching dramas, and playing games were Miriam's favorite activities. Didn't even finish high school, and already staying out all night with boys. What does that look like? Dover's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Then he said to Christopher, call her now, and tell her to keep an eye on the president of Haishin Group at the banquet. Who is this president of Haishin Group? Christopher asked. Beckett's a very important person. Tell her to pay attention to him. See his preferences and mannerisms. She needs to remember everything she can. I'll ask her when she gets back. Dover commanded. Christopher was somewhat unhappy, but still made the call as instructed by Dover. Sis, Harold said you should pay attention to the president of Haishin Group at the party. Yes, Harold said to notice any personal information. Just take a quick look, and when you come back, Harold might ask you. From the tone of Christopher's voice, it wasn't hard to guess that Miriam on the other end of the phone didn't want to do as Dover asked. Give me the phone. Dover forcefully took the phone from Christopher and directly ordered. Miriam, you must not do anything at the party that doesn't befit the daughter of the Zaire family. You can only observe the president of Haishin Group from a distance. Don't get close to him, or you might offend him and ruin the whole Zaire family, understood? Beep, beep. Miriam hung up the phone. Dover fumed while holding the phone. She actually hung up on me? What kind of attitude is this? Ayana hurriedly apologized for Miriam. Don't get mad. Prudence didn't mean anything by it. She usually doesn't care about these things. She doesn't care about matters, but wants to inherit the family assets. Dover couldn't hold back his anger. Christopher couldn't stand it anymore. I'm going back to my room to do homework. What attitude is this? Dover realized his son was also turning against him. Look, since Miriam came back, that girl has spoiled Ira. Uncle, Aunt, don't be upset. Ira is just worried about his cousin. Beckett has always been good to the family and can't bear to see them hurt, Adeline explained for Christopher. She might as well have not tried explaining, because Dover got even angrier. So, since Miriam came back, she's family to him, and we parents are less close than a sister. Wuxia, calm down. Ira didn't mean to upset you, and Prudence isn't close to you yet. Ayana rushed to soothe him. Adeline also quickly added, Uncle, think positively. It's a good thing if Cousin Ling gets along well with the Liu family boys. If she could be half as filial and sensible as you, I wouldn't be this angry. Dover scoffed. Egon and Judah were waiting for Miriam when Delbert approached them. Though Delbert wasn't from Tonghai Alithiadi, his status was prestigious, so Christiana naturally invited him. Cornelius, may I help you? Egon greeted politely. I'd like to speak with Lannon. Delbert looked at Judah. Judah didn't respond, so Delbert sat opposite him. The main guest of honor today doesn't wish for Josh to treat Rock. If Lannon happens to meet Josh, please let him know. Delbert said. Chapter 206, Two People at Odds. With many people around at the party, Delbert couldn't speak plainly. Why should I listen? Judah was one who preferred leniency over harshness. So Cornelius also wants to use this opportunity to improve relations with Hayes Group. I'm not entirely doing this for Hayes Group. Delbert's gaze darkened. After a moment of silence, he continued. Lannon, do you know about Miriam and the Zaire family? Part of the reason was because of Miriam. Through his observations over the past few days, Delbert realized that Judah and Miriam got along quite well as tablemates. That's why he decided to bring up this matter with Judah. I know some. At first, Judah had suspected Miriam was sent by the Dustin family and had investigated her background. What you know may not be the whole story. Much of her past has been deliberately erased and altered. Do you know a lot? Judah looked at Delbert, his gaze darkening slightly, his expression cold. Delbert shook his head. I don't know much either, but I know the Zaire family really hasn't been good to her. She had a very tough childhood. Beckett, her only kind foster parents, have already passed away. From what I understand, even her foster parents weren't kind to her. No, her foster parents were very kind people. While Delbert hesitated to say anything else, he was absolutely certain about how Miriam's foster parents treated her. When Miriam was thrown from the crashed car, her foster mother held her, protecting her in those critical moments. After the accident, when Miriam woke up in the hospital, she didn't speak or eat for over half a month, surviving only on intravenous fluids. But the investigation Delbert later conducted showed records suggesting that her foster parents treated her poorly. However, Delbert chose to trust what he saw with his own eyes. So, do you know why Miriam was sent away? Judah asked. I'm unclear about it, Delbert admitted. But I can assure you that the Zaire family hasn't been good to her, even now. But I've heard it was Elder Zaire who insisted on bringing her back to the Zaire family. If Elder Zaire had passed away directly, can you imagine her situation? Is that why Josh agreed to treat Elder Zaire? This has nothing to do with Cornelius. If there's nothing else, perhaps Cornelius should return to the capital. Tonghai Alithiadi is too small for someone of your status. For some reason, Judah's attitude toward Delbert was inexplicably unfriendly. Although Judah was known for his bad temper and peculiar personality, he usually didn't harbor animosity without cause. Today, Judah's reaction seemed abnormal to Egon. Sorry, I didn't mean to interfere in your private affairs. I just wanted to share my insights about the Zaire family, Delbert explained. Judah could choose whom to treat or not treat, and Delbert couldn't make that decision for him. Miriam doesn't need your interference either. From what I know, she doesn't even know you owe her anything. She didn't even recognize you before, Judah said. Yes, she indeed doesn't know. I find it hard to tell her. But I do owe her something, and I just want to make amends in my own way. Maybe she doesn't need your compensation at all. That's my business, and I have my principles, Delbert insisted firmly. Chapter 207, Taking Full Responsibility for Him. The conversation between Judah and Delbert was inexplicably filled with hostility, making Egon, who stood nearby, feel tense, fearing that the two would end up arguing if they continued talking. Egon hurriedly tried to smooth things over, smiling at Delbert as he said, Cornelius, I see a few people over there seem to be waiting for you. Why don't you go finish your conversation with them first? Beckett was genuinely afraid that these two might get into an argument. If this happened anywhere else, it wouldn't be too bad, but this was at the Hakim family's place. If things escalated, everyone would lose face. Delbert did not continue arguing with Judah. Beckett stood up and walked towards the crowd. Egon heaved a huge sigh of relief. At 11 o'clock in the evening, after the party ended, Judah drove Miriam home. Egon helped Miriam into the car and leaned in through the passenger side window to reassure her. Don't worry, Connie. Judah is a very good driver. After explaining, Egon paused, feeling like his words sounded off, so he added, I mean, he's good at driving cars, not anything else. Don't overthink it. Trying to explain only made the situation more awkward. Ahem. What I mean is that Judah has had his driver's license for over 2 years now, and he's a seasoned driver. Egon explained again. Why does it feel like the more I explain, the worse it gets? Judah simply rolled up the passenger side window. Then he drove off. Have you had your driver's license for more than 2 years? Miriam asked. Didn't anyone tell you I'm a repeater student? Judah replied while driving. A repeater for 2 years? Yep. Judah repeated because his master had instructed him on his deathbed that he must not leave Tonghai Alithiadi before turning 22. His master, Master Amnon, besides being a top-notch physician, was also an expert in esoteric arts and fortune-telling. There must have been a reason behind his words. So, Judah deliberately didn't apply to any universities, providing himself with a reason to stay in Tonghai Aletheity. So you're 20 this year? Yes, Judah answered. What? Do you think I'm old? Miriam looked at Judah without answering for a while. Taking advantage of a red light, Judah turned to look at Miriam. Not answering meant she really thought he was old. Why aren't you saying anything? I was just thinking about what made you believe that being 20 makes you seem old. You are older than me, aren't you? Being older than you is quite normal, isn't it? She was only 18, not 80. Yeah, Judah responded, and then focused back on driving. Miriam thought for a moment, and suddenly wondered if Judah was worried about people looking down on him for repeating 2 years. Right? Most of his classmates were 18, some even 17. At 20, he definitely felt out of place. Realizing this, Miriam comforted Judah. Actually, you shouldn't mind the age issue. Repeating isn't a problem either. More school experiences in life are not bad at all. Okay, Judah said, his face stern, eyes fixed on the road ahead, fully concentrated on driving. Miriam continued to comfort him. Your grades have improved now, and you are a smart person. As long as you keep it up, you will definitely get into a good university in the June exam next year. Okay, Judah still wore no expression. It seemed he wasn't very confident in himself either. Don't worry, I'll help you with your homework. If you have any questions, just ask me. Although the mission to help a struggling student had already been completed and she had received a reward of 100 points of virtue, Miriam wasn't the type to abandon someone after using them. She would take full responsibility for Judah's studies. Chapter 208. Would a proper girl do such things? Judah responded expressionlessly. At 11:15 p.m., Miriam returned to the Zaire family residence. After Miriam got out of the car, Judah did not leave immediately. Beckett waited until he saw Miriam disappear into the Zaire family villa before driving away. On the way back, Judah opened the car window, allowing the outside wind to blow in. Beckett kept replaying what Miriam had said to him in the car earlier. That girl seemed indifferent to other things, but was completely absorbed in him whenever she faced him. The night and air were pleasant tonight. When Miriam entered the house, there were many people sitting in the living room. Lee, Ayanna, Christopher, and Adeline were all there. Lee glared at Miriam angrily. What did you mean by that? Who gave you permission to hang up on me? Miriam didn't want to deal with Lee. It's very late. I'm going back to my room. Lee stood up abruptly. You know it's very late too? Very late, and you still go out. As a girl, you went out with a boy until midnight. Would a proper girl do such things? Harold, Christopher burst out. What are you saying, Harold? Sister was attending Christiana's party, not some disreputable place. If Miriam had gone to a bar or nightclub, he would have no problem scolding her. But Guido clearly knew it was a legitimate occasion. Why would he speak about her sister like that? Christopher felt sad. Why did Guido harbor such malice toward his sister? Even if she hadn't lived with them from a young age, she was still family. Shouldn't they be thinking about the well-being of their family? Miriam glanced at Christopher, who blocked her way, stopped, and said to Lee, I don't know what proper girls do, but you'd better not interfere with what I do. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Don't believe me? You can try and see for yourself, whether it's the Zaire family's assets or its reputation and status. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Lee asked angrily. Do you want me to happily accept Maverick's inheritance? Or do you prefer for the world to know that the Zaire family abandoned a child, or perhaps the misappropriation of funds in the company a few weeks ago? Miriam spoke calmly, her eyes cold. Lee froze where he stood. Beckett wanted both the family property and his face. He didn't want any of those things Miriam mentioned to happen. While he was lost in thought, Miriam turned and walked upstairs. Christopher chased after Miriam to the second floor. Only after Miriam disappeared did Lee come to his senses. Beckett grumbled and cursed at Miriam. Beside him, Ayanna and Adeline comforted and consoled him. Christopher followed Miriam into her room. Sister, don't be sad. Harold has been under a lot of stress lately, so he's more irritable. Christopher comforted Miriam, knowing that what his father had just said was excessive. I'm fine, Miriam replied with a calm expression. Sister, don't be sad. Let me buy you something delicious, Christopher comforted her. I'm not sad, but some delicious food is welcome. Really not sad. Do I look like I'm putting on a brave face? Miriam pointed to her own face, asking Christopher to take a good look. It really didn't seem like she was putting on a brave face. Okay then, Christopher felt relieved. As long as she wasn't putting on a brave face. Chapter 209. Aunt Mel. The preparations for Rock's 70th birthday were drawing near. The Zaire family started to busy themselves with the arrangements. Though Rock's health was frail, they couldn't skip this birthday banquet. Otherwise, other prestigious families in Tonghai Aletheity would mock them. Especially after the Hakim family held a welcoming banquet for the president of Haishin Group without inviting the Zaire family. The Zaires couldn't let outsiders think they were down and out. Half a month ago, the Zaire family had already sent out invitations. Rock's daughter Mel, who had married into the capital, arrived in Tonghai Aletheity on Tuesday morning. When Rock fell ill initially, Mel had returned for a while, but had to go back due to issues at her husband's home once his condition stabilized. Now she hurriedly returned for his 70th birthday. Mel's age lies between Lee and Ray. Mel married well. Her husband belonged to an esteemed and affluent family in the capital, far wealthier than the Zaire family. When Mel came back to the Zaire residence, Rock personally went downstairs to welcome her. Among the 3 children born to his mistress, this daughter was the one he loved most. Rock held his daughter's hand and talked to her in the living room. Beckett also called the rest of the family down. Harold, you look much better. Josh is indeed a renowned doctor. It only took a few prescriptions to reverse your condition. Yes, fortunately, Josh agreed to treat me. Rock sighed with relief. You truly have good fortune, Harold. Many high-ranking officials in the capital want Josh to treat them, but he never agreed. Mel was quite surprised when she heard that Josh was treating Rock. Even her husband expressed amazement over it. A person like Josh wouldn't even acknowledge those with more influential backgrounds than the Zaire family. Rock sighed. I'm sick, so where does any good fortune come from? Truly fortunate people don't need to seek Josh's treatment. At this moment, Miriam came downstairs. Mel saw her, paused for a moment, and stared at Miriam for quite some time without looking away. Rock introduced her. This is Miriam, whom I mentioned to you on the phone. Miriam, come greet everyone. This is your aunt. Rock called Miriam over to introduce her. Miriam came forward, said, hello, and then sat down. Mel smiled and praised her. What a beautiful girl. I've heard she excels academically, ranking first citywide and earning a spot in the independent enrollment for Capital University. Yes, both she and Natalie received the opportunity. They will be taking the exam this Saturday. We're not sure if they'll succeed, Rock said proudly. This needs thorough preparation. If she can enter Capital University, there's a good chance she could join the National Academy of Sciences, which is a great honor for the family, Mel added. If her niece joined the National Academy of Sciences, even she as an aunt would be proud. I told them to prepare well, do their best, and leave the rest to fate. It's great if they pass, but not passing isn't a disgrace either, Rock said, though deep down he hoped for the best. Lee didn't share such optimism. Thinking about the National Academy is too far ahead. Only top talents stand a chance to be accepted. Passing Capital University entrance first would be enough. Chapter 210, Must Work Hard to Get into Jingda. Mel said, I've heard that Leora doesn't usually listen to lectures, but she understands everything taught in school. If that's true, there might really be a chance. Dover retorted, maybe she was just lucky last time. She's not as steady and thorough as Nancy. Rock could sense that Dover's attitude towards Miriam had deteriorated even more compared to when she first came home. This was probably related to his announcement of leaving his inheritance to Miriam. Miriam stood aside, maintaining an aloof demeanor as if it had nothing to do with her. Facing Dover's doubts, Miriam didn't even want to explain. Mel turned to Adeline. Nancy, you should study hard and seize this opportunity. Adeline lowered her head. Yes, I will work hard. Although the chances are slim, I will try my best to seize this opportunity. Adeline was also well aware that this was one of her few chances. After what happened with her mother, her situation in the Zaire family had worsened significantly. Only getting into Jingda could change her current status and secure her future. During this period, she had been focusing on reviewing all her textbook knowledge, referring to past independent recruitment questions from Jingda for extensive extracurricular learning. She believed diligence could make up for deficiencies. As long as she worked hard enough, she could compensate for any lack of talent. Mel changed the subject. Right, I heard that the president of Heising Group is currently in Tonghai Alithiadi. Have you met him? Not to mention the powerful families in Tonghai Alithiadi, even the relatives of Mel in the capital were highly interested in Heising Group. Speaking of this topic made Rock and Dover's faces turn sour. Dover said to Mel, Wan Yuan, your husband's family and the Hakim family know each other. What's going on with them? They hosted a welcoming party for the president of Heising Group in Tonghai Alithiadi, but didn't invite our Zaire family. I don't recall our family having any disputes with them. The Hakim family acted unfairly, yet the Zaire family couldn't do anything about it. Currently, the Hakim family was powerful. Not just the Zaire family, no family in Tonghai Alithiadi dared offend them. With nowhere to vent his anger, Dover felt suffocated with frustration. Mel advised, don't be upset. This world is very realistic. When you're down, no one cares even if you beg at their doorstep. But once you become strong, others will come seeking you out without you saying a word. So instead of being angry with the Hakim family, why not focus on improving Zaire family enterprises and the prospects of the children? Once they achieve success, you'll have more backing. Dover was convinced by Mel. His expression toward Miriam improved slightly when he looked at her again. Indeed, this girl had many shortcomings, but her academic excellence was a significant advantage. If she really got into Jingda and was accepted by the National Academy of Sciences, it would bring him honor. Dover turned to Miriam and said, you should follow Nancy's example and prepare seriously. His tone and attitude were noticeably softer than before. Miriam ignored him, not even uttering a yes. Seeing her attitude made Dover furious, but remembering Mel's words, he temporarily suppressed his dissatisfaction with Miriam. Chapter 211, Supervising Your Sleep. Mel said to Elder Zaire, Harold, you still need to try your best to contact the president of Heising Group. Nowadays, Heising Group is a hot commodity. It's beneficial for our family to befriend them, especially since the president of Heising Group is an extraordinary person, absolutely worth befriending. What you're saying I know. Not only do I know it, everyone knows it, which makes him really hard to meet. Elder Zaire had not been idle. But such a person, how could they be approached by ordinary means? Mel said, let me try this. My father-in-law has some dealings with the Hakim family. Tomorrow, I'll visit Christiana and inquire about the situation and take the opportunity to ask why we weren't invited to the last party. That would be best, said Elder Zaire, very pleased. Dover was also very happy after hearing this. As the independent enrollment exam for Jingxing University drew near, all the candidates who received admission tickets began their final sprint for preparation. Adeline spent almost every moment outside of eating and sleeping on studying these past 2 days. Even during her commute, she focused entirely on reading and memorizing. On the night before the exam, Christopher came into Miriam's room. What are you doing? Miriam looked at Christopher suspiciously. Supervising you as you sleep, said Christopher. Supervising me to sleep? The exam is tomorrow. You have to go to bed early tonight. No more staying up all night playing games. Christopher thought Miriam really did stay up all night gaming. It's just an exam, Miriam said calmly, without showing any nervousness that one should have before an important test. No way, replied Christopher. I don't know if you can get in or not, but I can't let external factors influence your performance. Christopher stood there, insisting he wouldn't leave until Miriam turned off her computer. With no choice, Miriam turned off the computer and got into bed. In her pajamas and under the blanket, Miriam looked at Christopher. Are you leaving yet? I'm going to wait until you fall asleep, said Christopher. Do you think I can sleep with you standing there watching me? You have to try to fall asleep. This method of yours is pretty dumb, commented Miriam. I know it's not good, admitted Christopher. But what else can I do when you won't listen? If you fall asleep during the exam tomorrow, what will we do? Christopher had a foresight that if he didn't make sure Miriam got enough rest tonight, there was a 90% chance she'd mess up the exam tomorrow. As a boy, watching over me while I sleep isn't proper. If I were a girl, I'd crawl into bed with you right now. If he were a sister, wouldn't he already be crawling into the older sister's bed, pushing her to sleep earlier? Unfortunately, he's a brother, so he could only use slightly more civilized means. Miriam said nothing, pulled the blanket off herself, got out of bed, put on slippers, and walked toward Christopher. What are you doing? Christopher's expression was panicking, sensing impending doom. Miriam didn't answer. Instead, she stretched her fingers in front of Christopher. The cracking sound made Christopher inexplicably uneasy. She couldn't possibly be thinking. Sister, what are you planning to do? I'm forcibly making you leave. Ladies do not need men around while sleeping, Miriam replied. Does that still make you a lady, sis? Christopher questioned while retreating. Chapter 2:12 Christopher's concern. Lady, I'm out. Christopher took off running, flying out of Miriam's room. Little punk, think you can get away with that? Miriam thought Christopher had given up. Soon after, her phone rang. Christopher shared a piece of music with her. Opening it, she found it was a lullaby. After a while, Christopher forwarded an article to Miriam. It was about health benefits of early to bed and early to rise, discussing the pros of going to bed early and the cons of staying up late. Some time later, Christopher sent Miriam a picture. A bowl of beef noodles, the background of the photo being Miriam's door, left outside your door. Miriam opened the door, and sure enough, there sat a steaming bowl of freshly cooked beef noodles right outside her door. Looking at the noodles, Miriam resolutely took it inside. Late-night snacks could make one fat, but Miriam would rather be fat than miss out on the food placed before her. Halfway through her meal, she received another message from Christopher. If you get into Jing University, I'll bring you food every day. Before Miriam could reply, Christopher sent another message. If you don't get in but still want it, I'll bring you food every day too. Concerned that his first message might make Miriam sad, as if he'd only treat her well if she got into Jing University, he added the second. Miriam replied, why do you hope so much that I get in? After editing several times, Christopher finally sent, I want Guido to be nicer to you. I want us to be a happy family. Christopher noticed that Lee also cared deeply about this. If Miriam got into Jing University, Lee would likely be much nicer to her. Miriam responded, I won't live my life for other people's opinions. Staring at Miriam's reply, Christopher was lost in thought for a long time. In a daze, he seemed to understand something. I get it, but you should still go to bed early. Becketolf is important. No later than midnight. After all that talk, the original problem was still unresolved. Next month, maybe I can change my schedule then. Miriam replied. If everything went smoothly, next month her company would move back to China, and she wouldn't need to work day and night. Good luck with tomorrow's test, Christopher replied, not wanting to pressure Miriam into sleeping early tonight. He just hoped she'd take the test seriously and not fall asleep during it. Congratulations, Queen, you've gained admiration from Christopher. Admiration plus 10. As the chat ended, the system notification rang. Your admiration points can't exchange for anything. What's the point of adding these every day? Useless. This system had all sorts of strange values, like hate points, admiration points, potential points. Over 3 years, quite a few had accumulated, but they were useless. Only virtue points could exchange for lifespan. Queen, have a long-term vision. Just because they're useless now doesn't mean they'll always be. Once you upgrade the shop, you can unlock more exchange options. You've said this 11 times, but even you don't know how to unlock new options by upgrading the shop, Miriam complained. Don't be mad, Queen. This little pitfall didn't mean to. Ever since changing the nickname, this broken system sounded oddly cute when it spoke. Chapter 2:13 Another use for worship points. But this time it's really different. Since Beckett Her Majesty the Queen has accumulated more than 250 worship points, she has unlocked the function to exchange worship points in the mall. Currently available items for exchange are Magic Becketling Patch, 5,000 worship points, function. Using this patch can cure any disease once. Pilot Skill, 2,500 worship points, function. After exchanging this skill, Beckett Her Majesty the Queen will gain the ability to pilot helicopters, excluding large passenger planes and small passenger planes. Increase cup size by 1 level, 2,500 worship points. After exchange, Beckett Her Majesty the Queen's cup size will be upgraded from C to D, enhancing her charm. The familiar taste and formula. This little scoundrel is still as cunning as ever. These items have no appeal at all, Miriam complained. Especially with the exchange requiring 2,500 points. She only has 250 points so far. Apart from the items in the exchange pool, worship points can also be exchanged for virtue points at a ratio of 10 to 1. Would Beckett Her Majesty like to make an exchange? 10 to 1? Can 250 worship points be exchanged for 25 virtue points? Yes, Your Majesty. Positive worship points are a form of positive social energy and can have a positive impact on society. Therefore, they can also serve as a manifestation of accumulated virtue for Beckett Majesty. If you put it that way, can enmity points also be considered positive social energy? Among the values accumulated by Miriam that aren't virtue points, there are enmity points, whose purpose she didn't yet know. Enmity points come from non-benevolent people's hatred. The system stipulates that being liked by bad people is not good, but being hated or despised by them can, to some extent, be deemed as positive energy. Thus, qualified enmity can be counted as valuable enmity points, which belong to positive social energy. Once a certain threshold is reached, they will open a corresponding exchange pool, just like worship points, and can also be converted into virtue points to extend Beckett Her Majesty's lifespan. Miriam understood now. So these odd points that don't count as virtue points are another way of measuring positive social energy. With this reasoning, Miriam realized that besides making donations, doing good deeds, and completing system-assigned tasks, there were other methods to accumulate virtue points. Getting good people to like her, getting bad people to hate her, and making ordinary people worship her. Miriam checked her other values. Worship points, 250. Enmity points, 230. Friendliness points, 180. How can I get more worship points and enmity points? Miriam asked. Although the current balance of virtue points was sufficient, Miriam wasn't about to miss out on any opportunities to earn more. After all, as someone who feared death and loved comfort, she wouldn't mind living longer. The little scoundrel cannot provide a detailed answer to Beckett Her Majesty's query. Beckett Her Majesty must explore and discover based on her understanding and experience. True to its nature, if this scoundrel could smoothly answer Miriam's questions, it wouldn't be the familiar little scoundrel. Miriam stroked her chin thoughtfully. She remembered that during the underachiever turnaround mission, she had earned quite a few worship points. Sincere, passionate, and pure admiration from her classmates at school. Beckett Rise then glanced at her phone screen, which still showed a message sent by Christopher. Chapter 214 Independent Enrollment Examination 1. Suddenly, Miriam had an idea. This method might be worth a try. Perhaps it really could earn her quite a bit of admiration. The next morning, Christopher came to wake Miriam up even more punctually than her alarm clock, for fear that she would sleep in and miss today's important exam. Big sister, it's time to get up. Hurry up, or the sun will be shining on your bottom. Christopher shouted by Miriam's bed. If not for the fact that the one under the blanket was his sister and not a brother, he would have just pulled off the blanket. It's okay if the sun shines on my bottom. Let it warm up. Miriam mumbled half asleep. She was truly a hopeless lazy worm when it came to being lazy. Christopher took out his phone, turned on the pre-prepared Swana music, and played it by Miriam's ear. Miriam suddenly opened her eyes and glared at Christopher, full of grievance. Christopher, however, smiled and said, "Hurry up and change clothes and go downstairs. Kiyomi asked Kylie to prepare you and big sister Natalie a super delicious and nutritious breakfast." Only then did Miriam reluctantly get up, changed her clothes, and went downstairs. After finishing breakfast, Miriam and Adeline were sent to the examination room. Ayana and Christopher accompanied them as supporters. Ayana wore a cheapao with a high slit on purpose, as she heard it symbolized a great start. On the way, Adeline used the last bit of time to memorize words. Miriam asked, "What is the scope of the test?" Ayana opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Christopher took out the test syllabus he had downloaded from the internet earlier. Look at the syllabus. Beckett had long guessed that Miriam wouldn't prepare much, but he hadn't expected her to be so unreliable. In truth, Miriam didn't plan to be this unprepared either. She originally didn't intend to take the exam unless it was necessary to unlock other exchange pools from the system yesterday. Otherwise, she wouldn't have considered taking this exam at all. She decided only last night, and then held a meeting with company executives before going to bed. As a result, she only now had time to understand the specific scope of the test. Ayana sighed. Maybe Kingston was right. She couldn't really place much hope in Miriam. While she had high natural talent, her attitude towards studying was really too bad. Miriam spent 2 minutes flipping through the syllabus and precautions. Then, Christopher muttered beside her, "Beckett Trey are your admission card, pencils, erasers, rulers, and water bottle. You've got everything. Especially your admission card, don't lose it." Christopher packed all these things into a transparent plastic bag for Miriam. Adeline, who was still memorizing words, was deeply hurt seeing this scene. Both were taking the independent enrollment exam, yet Christopher clearly cared much more about Miriam than her. Beckett woke her up and prepared all the items needed for the exam for her. It felt like he would have escorted her into the exam hall himself if he could. What Adeline didn't know was that Christopher wasn't indifferent to her. Beckett focused more on Miriam because she tended to be absent-minded. Adeline was well organized and surely prepared everything. All he needed to do was remind her not to forget the admission card. However, Miriam was the type who could forget everything, including the exam itself. Christopher believed that without closely watching her, there was a 90% chance something would go wrong. The exam was held in the old campus of number 1 high school. Because there were limited places for independent enrollment, Tonghai Alithiades universities offered only 20 spots combined. Chapter 215 Independent Enrollment Examination 2. All the candidates were in one examination room, and the invigilators were sent by the admissions office of Jingqing University. There were monitors and security guards on site, making it extremely stringent. The test papers were sealed, and the seal strip was to be removed at a unified time nationwide. The duration of the exam was 2 hours, with all subjects covered on one paper. All questions were multiple choice, totaling 200 questions. The total score was 1,000 points, with 5 points added for each correct answer and 2 points deducted for each wrong answer. Ayana and Christopher could only wait outside the examination room. "Kiyomi, sit down for a while. Don't be nervous. The sisters will surely perform well." "How can I not be nervous? There are only two chances to get into Jingqing University. If this opportunity is lost, we can only rely on the college entrance examination. Didn't you hear your aunt say that getting into Jingqing University means having a chance to enter the National Academy of Sciences? Look at the Hakim family. They rose to prominence because someone from their family entered the National Academy of Sciences. The rest followed gradually after that. Becketing Mel's words and taking the Hakim family as an example, Ayana felt even more acutely how important this exam was. Kiyomi, it doesn't have to be Jingqing University. The sisters can do equally well in other universities, Christopher comforted. Getting into Jingqing University would naturally be the best. Save what you're saying for when they don't pass. The mother and son waited outside for an hour, and time seemed to crawl by. It felt like forever, yet when they checked the watch, only half the time had passed. Just as Ayana was lamenting how slowly time passed, Miriam came out. You? How did you come out? Ayana looked at Miriam in surprise. Finished writing, Miriam replied. Wrote finished. Ayana's face showed disbelief. After the previous experience, Ayana couldn't tell if Miriam's finished meant she really completed everything or not. Do you know all the answers? Ayana asked. Probably. Miriam answered casually. Neither her expression nor demeanor changed from usual. It was hard to gauge how she performed. Sister, are you sure you didn't skip any questions? There were 200 questions in total. Are you sure you answered them all? Christopher was worried Miriam might have skipped some. No skips. When Miriam took things seriously, she was very meticulous. Once she entered work mode, she would be very careful. Back in the National Academy of Sciences, even a difference of 0.0001 in precise tasks would cause big issues, but Miriam could always complete them accurately. It's good that you didn't skip any questions. Christopher didn't dare to hope for anything else. How were the questions? Were they difficult? Ayana pressed on. Not too bad. Miriam couldn't quite say if the questions were difficult or not. The exam content covered a wide range, mostly beyond high school textbook knowledge. Complex Chinese characters, computer knowledge, chemical knowledge. These topics weren't something those who just studied textbook knowledge could easily handle. The independent enrollment goal of Jingqing University was clear, not limited to textbook knowledge. Seeing Miriam lacked confidence and remembering she hadn't reviewed properly, not even knowing the exam scope until an hour before the official start, Ayana felt a chill run through her heart. Another hour later, Adeline came out. Adeline looked pretty good when she emerged, smiling and looking radiant. Chapter 216 Independent Enrollment Examination 3. How did it go? Ayana asked anxiously. I reviewed a lot of the questions, Adeline said with a joyful expression. Unlike others who looked worried, Adeline was full of confidence this time. She had conducted comprehensive review and studied the previous exam contents of Jingqing University. Sure enough, her efforts paid off. Many of the questions she encountered were part of what she had reviewed. That's good. That's very good. Ayana was delighted. You've been working hard these past few days, reviewing day and night, and you've lost weight. Let's go to a 3-star Michelin restaurant. I've reserved a table. Thank you, Aunt. In the evening, Rock waited for Miriam and the others in the living room. Recently, his health condition had been really good, allowing him to come downstairs often now. As soon as Miriam and the others returned, Rock inquired about their exam situation. How did your exams go today? I heard they were very difficult. Rock had already had someone look into the exam situation. Jingqing University's independent enrollment examination was not expected to be simple. They needed to select the most outstanding students. Adeline smiled shyly with a hint of confidence. It should have gone well. I checked the answers online. If after checking the answers one still felt good, then it truly went well. Rock was very pleased. Mel praised. Looks like our family is going to have a top student from Jingqing University. Truly cause for celebration. Adeline hurriedly said, it's not certain yet. Maybe everyone else did better than me, in which case I won't get the chance. This exam did not admit students based on fixed scores, but rather by percentage, and it was rumored that only 10% would be admitted. The ones who got recommended slots to take the exam were already the best in their schools, yet only the top 10% would be accepted. The difficulty was self-evident. That's true, Miriam responded indifferently. Lee was dissatisfied with Miriam's attitude, not preparing properly before the exam and not caring much after. Do you really think luck will always be on your side? Christopher spoke up for Miriam again. Harold, last time during the midterm exam, sister was also like this. Although she didn't say anything, she definitely put in effort behind the scenes. Even if she didn't do well, she definitely tried her best. Please don't blame her. Seeing the atmosphere turning awkward again, Ayana quickly mediated. It's fine. It's enough that Aling has tried her best. If Nancy gets in, that would be great. The chances were already slim. We can't expect both of them to succeed. 50% success rate is already quite good. Besides, if this doesn't work out, there's still the college entrance exam next year. No need to worry. Then, Mel shifted her focus entirely to the more promising Adeline. Nancy, don't slack off. If you get into Jingqing University this time, during the period until next year's college entrance exam, you still need to study hard. Your true goal isn't Jingqing University, but the Academy of Sciences, understand? I understand. Aunt, rest assured, I will try my best and not guffaw your and uncle's efforts in nurturing me. Adeline nodded vigorously. Beckett's obedient and compliant demeanor formed a stark contrast with Miriam's unruly and lackadaisical attitude. Everyone naturally prefers obedient children, and Mel was no exception. If she had to choose one to cultivate, she would prefer someone as sensible as Adeline. Chapter 217. She had long been an academician of the Academy of Sciences. Miriam returned upstairs, and her phone rang. The caller ID showed Kurt. This was a professor Miriam met while she was at the Academy of Sciences, a well-known old professor from Jingqing University. Miriam answered the call. Kurt. Ah, Miriam, you finally decided to come to our university? There was barely contained excitement in Kurt's elderly voice. You joined the Academy of Sciences with just a high school dropout's education back then. We all said we would give you the equivalent degree of Jinxing University, but you insisted you didn't want it. Now, you actually took part in the entrance exam of Jinxing University on your own. Did you want to enter our university through the normal procedure all along? The excited Kurt continued to mutter. Actually, it's not necessary. Your strength speaks for itself. There are plenty of ways to admit you specially. Just being an academician of the Academy of Sciences is enough. There's no need to go through the normal procedures, which are quite troublesome. Miriam explained. That's not what I meant. I did not want the diploma of Jinxing University. What do you mean you don't? Didn't you take our independent enrollment test? I saw your name on the list. Kurt said. I verified the photo on the admission ticket. It was indeed you, not someone else with the same name. It's me, but not as you think. Miriam indeed took the exam and completed it, but the situation was slightly more complicated. Miriam had joined the National Academy of Sciences when she was 12 years old. At 14, she officially became an academician, and at 15, she was assigned to lead research on geophysics at Tonghai Alithiades Marine Research Center. At 16, she formally submitted her resignation, but the Academy of Sciences did not approve it. Instead, they gave her an extended leave. So theoretically, Miriam was still an academician of the National Academy of Sciences. I don't care about that, but since you took the exam yourself and did the questions, you must attend if you receive the acceptance letter. You can't accept the letter and then not come. You should be responsible for your actions. As a renowned academician, you should be even more responsible for your behavior. Kurt had made up his mind to get Miriam to join Jinxing University. A perfectly good Jinxing University sounded like a den of wolves when he put it that way. All right, let's talk about it next year. Miriam adopted a day-by-day attitude. After all, even if admitted, the acceptance letter wouldn't arrive until next summer, and if she really went, it would be in the autumn. Miriam, who believed in living one day at a time, never considered such distant matters. Wait, that's not right. She had recently changed. Beckett balance could now allow her to see the sun next month. She had evolved from living one day at a time to living 1 month at a time. Why don't I have the admissions office send you the acceptance letter early? Or you could come and report ahead of schedule. If you join our major earlier, even if you don't have time to come, you can earn all the credits by participating in research projects. No need to make it so complicated. Let's talk about it next year. Miriam quickly declined. She had finally managed to have some free and comfortable time and didn't want to be locked into a research institution this early. Well, okay. Kurt did not dare to ask for more, afraid that Miriam might refuse to come to Jinxing University if pushed too hard. Beckett knew that if other universities' professors found out that Miriam planned to attend college, they would also try to get her. So he needed to act quickly and settle this before anyone else knew. Chapter 218. The independent enrollment results are out. The independent enrollment exam for Jing University consisted of multiple choice questions, which were graded by optical mark recognition, making the process highly efficient. The test was held on Saturday morning, and the results were out by Monday morning. Knowing that the results would come out early, Adeline spent the whole morning refreshing the official website. When she saw the results, her heart skipped a beat. Adeline hurriedly logged into her account to check her exam score. The backend showed a score of 528 points, passed. Adeline heaved a huge sigh of relief. The test questions were very difficult, and there was also a penalty scoring system. A score of over 500 could be considered high and within the range for admission. Adeline joyfully ran to the corner of the stairs to call Ayana and share this good news with her. Upon receiving the good news, Ayana was extremely delighted. Her voice trembled with excitement. She had always treated Adeline as her own daughter, and the joy of her daughter getting accepted into a good university couldn't be fully described in words. Good, wonderful, really wonderful. Immediately afterward, Adeline rushed to find Christopher at the freshman grade to share this great news in person. Great. Sister Nancy, you're amazing. Christopher hugged Adeline excitedly. Realizing his actions, Christopher let go and started bouncing down the hallway. Christopher, jumping around, seemed like a child. At this moment, Adeline felt an immense warmth in her heart. All the beautiful memories of living with her brother over the past decade melted into a warm stream. It's such a blissful thing to have someone to share one's happiness with during happy times. After bouncing for a while, Christopher suddenly remembered, there's still Sister Miriam. I wonder if she passed. I'll remind her that the results are out now, so she should check the back end right away. Like a bucket of cold water, Adeline's heart cooled down abruptly due to Christopher's reaction. Just when they were happiest, he thought of Miriam. Almost forgotten, their relationship was not as pure as it used to be, and there was still Miriam standing between them. Christopher ran to the door of Class 5, Grade 3, shouting for Miriam. Miriam was sleeping on her desk. A classmate was about to wake her up on behalf of Christopher, but met Judah's icy gaze, causing them to swallow their words. Stopping others from waking Miriam, Judah walked to the back door of the classroom and asked Christopher, "What do you need?" "I'm looking for my sister, not you." There was still hostility in Christopher's eyes towards Judah. Beckett didn't like Judah, feeling that this troublemaker boy harbored some ulterior motive toward his sister. Moreover, why was he sticking his nose where it didn't belong? It made it seem like he was close to his sister or something. "Your sister is sleeping. I'll pass your message to her when she wakes up," Judah said. "Well," Christopher glanced at the sleeping Miriam, hesitating to disturb her rest. "All right then, tell her when she wakes up that the independent enrollment results for Jing University are out, and have her log in to check her score." "Got it," Judah asked. "Is that all?" "Yeah. Isn't that important enough?" "I know. I'll tell her when she wakes up." Seeing that class was about to start, Christopher had no choice but to leave. Miriam woke up during lunchtime. Christopher came to look for you and told you to remember to check the independent enrollment results. Oh, Miriam responded without immediately checking. Chapter 219, Are you still uncomfortable? After waking up Amber, Miriam walked towards the gymnasium. Delbert had fulfilled his promise of providing a special nutritious lunch for the team. Just as she stood up, Judah's voice came from behind. Did you forget something? What? Miriam turned back, looking at Judah in confusion. My lunchbox. You didn't prepare one for me, did you? This was one of the conditions she set herself to ensure he studied well. Big chefs are making food at the gymnasium. The existence of gourmet food doesn't affect our agreement. Judah's face remained stern, his sexy lips forming a straight line. Don't make decisions on my behalf without asking. Judah took the lunchbox and walked quickly towards the gymnasium. This person is so strange, preferring her leftover lunch over a chef's cooking. When they arrived at the gymnasium, an adjacent restroom had been converted into a small dining area for them. The table was already filled with steaming hot dishes. As Miriam and Judah entered, Egon eagerly served them rice. No need, I have mine. Judah raised the lunchbox in his hand to indicate. Then, right in front of everyone, Judah opened the lunchbox. Egon asked, Where's Ira? Why isn't he here? A team member explained. Today his sister. Oh no, his cousin's independent enrollment exam results came out. She got in, so he went out to celebrate with her. Egon quickly asked Miriam. Elder Connie, you also took the exam. Did you get in? I don't know, Miriam replied. You don't know? The results are out. Didn't you check? Laziness. Isn't that too lazy? The results are out, and you can resist checking. The results are there. They won't run away. Whether I check early or late, the scores won't change. That's true, but people usually want to know the result as soon as possible. Egon felt Miriam's way of thinking was quite different from normal people. After finishing their meals, the players went to practice, while Miriam returned to the nearby restroom where she and Judah often stayed to sleep. Are you still uncomfortable? Judah asked. What? Your stomach. It's gone. What's gone? Well, I don't know if your medicine worked because the discomfort has passed. We'll have to wait until next month to see the effect. Next month the 5th? Why do you remember it so well? Even someone as thick-skinned as Miriam felt a bit shy. Good memory, Judah explained, not intentionally remembering her schedule. Miriam muttered to herself that a good memory should be used for other things. Lying on the mat, Miriam lifted her sleeve, revealing a patch of red rashes. Who did you bump into? Judah asked. It's nothing. Just brushed against someone while teaching. Teaching basketball inevitably involves physical contact, though Miriam usually managed to only touch clothing. However, accidents happen over time. Judah frowned. The red rash on her fair and delicate wrist stood out glaringly. Beckett had considered treating the rashes for her, but postponed it since it didn't seem to affect much. Chapter 220. So you want me to kiss you? But as she lightly touched the red rash on his skin, his brows knitted together, and he felt an unfamiliar, strange sensation. Judah walked up to Miriam and reached out, placing his hand on her wrist. What are you doing? Miriam instinctively pulled back her hand. Don't move. I won't get a rash from touching you, Judah reminded her. No, Miriam still refused. Even if there would be no rash, she didn't want a boy holding her hand. It felt weird. Don't move around. Judah held onto Miriam's hand firmly. You're such a pervert. Miriam swung her other hand at Judah. Beckett, her fist aimed for Judah's face. Judah, focused on checking her pulse, kept his eyes on her hand. As her fist neared him, he tilted his head slightly. Miriam's fist passed by his ear, narrowly missing. Miriam redirected her punch horizontally. Judah ducked, and her fist only grazed his hair. His fine short hair brushed past Miriam's wrist. Then he caught her wrist with a quick reflex, pulling it above her head. Stay still. I'm just checking your pulse. I won't hurt you. Miriam was shocked by Judah's agility. How did you? She couldn't even land a hit on him. She had top-tier combat skills from the system. The corner of Judah's mouth lifted. Or do you think my bad boy reputation came from nowhere? If Judah wasn't skilled, he wouldn't have earned the title of Big Demon. Then earlier, Miriam glared at Judah, their faces too close for comfort, his high nose almost touching hers. Earlier what? Judah asked. Earlier when you were surrounded by those thugs. I never said I couldn't handle them. Both times before, Miriam had jumped in to help voluntarily. Back then, Judah hadn't needed to fight at all. Miriam thought about it and realized he made sense. It seemed like she had rushed in to gain virtue points. So why are you holding my hand now? Planning to murder your trace? That's not how I do it. I'm checking your pulse. Do you know medicine? Who else do you think brewed the medicine you drank before? I thought you just downloaded some random prescription online. Would you drink something I randomly made? It wouldn't kill me. Don't be so careless with your life. Judah focused on diagnosing Miriam's pulse. At this moment, Judah looked incredibly serious. Miriam stared at him, feeling dazed. Beckett was usually carefree and rebellious, but when he gripped her wrist to check her pulse, he seemed like a completely different person. After a while, Judah told Miriam to open her mouth. Open your mouth. Why? Miriam instinctively covered her mouth. To kiss you isn't the reason I asked you to open your mouth. Usually, doctors ask patients to do that, Judah said. His trace could be quite cute sometimes, acting somewhat silly. I didn't say anything about kissing. So do you want me to kiss you? As he spoke, Judah leaned closer to Miriam. Miriam swung another punch towards Judah's eye. Judah effortlessly caught her fist 10 centimeters in front of his eye. I don't want to become a national treasure. If that punch landed, his eye would certainly resemble a panda's. Chapter 221 Accidentally Kissing for Real. Stinking hooligan. Who would want to be kissed by you? What bizarre and filthy things do you have in your head? Miriam muttered. Weren't you supposed to know I was a stinking hooligan on the first day? Back then, all the classmates advised you not to sit next to this stinking hooligan. But it's because you're a gold-plated ATM. Miriam mumbled to herself quietly. Done daydreaming? Open your mouth and let me check your tongue, Judah said. At this moment, he looked serious and meticulous, exuding a strange charm. I didn't ask you to examine me. You agreed every time you needed me. Why are you so uncooperative when I need your cooperation? Judah asked. Miriam might need Judah's help again in the future, so she couldn't offend him now. Moreover, it's just letting him give her an examination. Even if it means being his guinea pig, it could be worthwhile for earning some virtue points. Therefore, Miriam cooperated and let Judah check her tongue. Delicate and exquisite, Judah commented after he finished. What did you say? Miriam immediately retracted her previous thoughts of how seriously he had taken this. Beckett was still fundamentally a rascal. While Miriam was sulking, Judah had already stood up and walked toward his computer. Miriam kicked out, aiming straight for Judah's buttocks. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Judah turned around just in time and caught Miriam's raised foot. Miriam tried to pull her foot back. Judah noticed her intention and released her foot as she pulled with all her might. Losing her balance, Miriam fell backward. Judah quickly tried to catch her. He only intended to tease her, but never wanted her to actually fall. However, Judah's reaction was a little late, and they both ended up falling back onto the mat together. Judah's body pressed heavily on Miriam. This person appeared slender, but in fact, his muscles were dense and solid. He wasn't light at all. It felt like a block of iron was pressing on her, making Miriam feel a bit breathless. They were so close that Miriam could see her reflection in Judah's eyes. Originally ready to get up right away, Judah was captivated by the delicate face beneath him. Beckett, her fair and smooth skin, bright eyes, and the stunned look on her face as she gazed at him. This was only the second time Judah had such intimate contact with a girl. The last time was also with her, but that contact was brief, lasting only a moment before his mind could even process what happened. This was also the first time Judah looked at a girl's face from such a close distance. Miriam reached out, trying to push off the heavy weight on top of her. The first push only moved Judah 2 centimeters away because she didn't have enough strength, causing him to fall back on her again. Just as Miriam tried to prop herself up, she collided with Judah, who fell back. Their lips touched. For just a second, it felt like they were electrocuted. Miriam's eyes widened, and she kicked Judah hard with her foot. This time, Judah didn't dodge, either forgetting or unable to avoid it. Judah landed on the ground, his buttocks hitting the hard floor. Beckett stared blankly at Miriam, who was glaring at him angrily. Judah's earlobes had turned completely red, like ripe cherries. But his expression showed no signs of any abnormalities. Little did anyone know, this bad boy, whom everyone talked about, rumored to be a miraculous doctor, had never kissed a girl before. Chapter 2:22 Beckett favors diligent people. Miriam was extremely depressed. Beckett, her first kiss. That bastard. The more Miriam looked at Judah, the angrier she became. Little Pitt reminded Miriam at this critical moment. Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down. This is a 3-life good person, your golden rice bowl. Hurting a 3-life good person without them committing any wrongdoings will result in punishment. Your Majesty must be very, very calm. Just now was an accident. The 3-life good person did not do it on purpose. You must be rational and calm. Under Little Pitt's constant reminders, Miriam cooled down a bit. Indeed, what just happened wasn't intentional on Judah's part. But looking at Judah before her, Miriam remained depressed. A first kiss. Just like that, it was gone. But she couldn't hit him, nor could she win if she tried. Feeling increasingly choked up, Miriam didn't even take a nap at noon. She left the gymnasium without turning back, heading straight for the classroom. Judah was still sitting on the floor, his slender fingers gently touching his lips. It felt as if the warmth that didn't belong to him still lingered there. In the evening, Ayana came to school early to pick someone up. From the moment Ayana received Adeline's call, she had been eager to see her. Finally, when it was time to dismiss from school, seeing Adeline come out first, Ayana ran forward excitedly to embrace Adeline. The two hugged each other tightly. Good child, you did great. I'm so proud of you. If not for Kylie always bringing me along and teaching me meticulously, there wouldn't be the me of today. More importantly, you're willing to put in the effort and strive upward. Ayana's eyes were slightly red, but with joy. After a while, Miriam and Christopher also came out. Miriam's expression was terrible. Miriam usually didn't show much emotion on her face, but today was different. Beckett's sadness and disappointment were obvious. Ailing, Ayana tentatively called out to Miriam. Miriam didn't make a sound, as if she hadn't heard Ayana calling her, directly getting into the car. Miriam's demeanor formed a stark contrast with Adeline's excitement, especially Miriam's troubled face. She looked listless, as if she had lost half her life. Needless to say, Miriam probably didn't pass the exam. Christopher comforted her. Sister, don't be upset, it's okay. If you didn't pass this time, there's always next time. College entrance exams are the main stage, and even if you don't get into Capital University, there are still many other good universities. Ayana also consoled her. Right, there's always next time. Prepare better next time and learn from Nancy's experience. There's still a big chance you can pass. Ayana believed in Miriam's talent. She just overestimated herself too much and lacked enough effort afterward. Adeline also offered comfort. Cousin, don't be sad. There's always the college entrance exam next year. With your intelligence, as long as you study hard before then, you'll have a chance. Miriam didn't respond, still looking gloomy. On the way back, Ayana and Christopher suppressed their original joy and excitement to avoid affecting Miriam, making her even more unhappy. Adeline lowered her head, browsing information on her phone. Beckett's mood was very good, exceptionally good. The cloud of over a month finally lifted completely. Perhaps she didn't have Miriam's talent, but she worked harder than Miriam, putting in more effort. Beckethaven is fair and favors diligent people. Chapter 223. You should be modest and learn. As they had just returned to the Zaire family, Irving and Mel were eager to learn about the exam results of Miriam and Adeline. Nancy passed, but Prudence did not, Ayanna replied. While speaking, she cast a cautious glance at Miriam, worried that she might burst into tears out of distress. Upon hearing this reply, Irving's face revealed disappointment as he looked at Miriam with profound meaning. Today, Miriam appeared in much lower spirits compared to usual. She looked gloomy and dejected, evidently having been dealt quite a blow. Irving actually hoped more that the one who passed was Miriam, since she was the legitimate member of the Zaire family. Becketer's success would have been beneficial for the entire family, especially now, with both his sons being unproductive and his grandsons also not having bright futures. He always hoped for someone to carry on the family legacy. This wish deepened especially after he fell ill. Alas, it's fine. At least one of them passed, which is still worth celebrating. One can't be too demanding. Dover scoffed, though he didn't say anything. The others could probably guess his thoughts. Some things he had already said before the two children went to take the exam. Mel walked up to Adeline, holding her hand warmly and saying, "Good child. When you go to the capital for university, visit your aunt often. Don't be reserved. Treat me like your own aunt." "Thank you, aunt." Adeline promptly expressed her gratitude. "I mentioned before that I would reward whoever among you gets admitted to Capital University with a villa. Since Nancy has passed and Prudence hasn't, I will honor my promise and reward Nancy with a villa," said Irving. "There's no need, Rock. I can't accept any rewards from you." Adeline refused. "I study for myself, and because of Scarlett's upbringing, it's something I should do without expecting any extra rewards." Ayanna quickly intervened. "Silly child, take what Rock offers." Christopher added, "Yes, Nancy, you've earned it." But Adeline still hesitated. "You shouldn't refuse." Irving insisted, "Since I promised, it's only right to keep my word. If you don't accept, it would make me break my promise." "In that case, thank you, Rock," Adeline softly thanked him. Turning to Miriam, Adeline said, "Cousin, I'm really sorry for beating you this time. Please don't be upset or sad. Keep trying for the college entrance exam. I'll be waiting for you at Capital University." At the dining table, Miriam remained silent, focusing on eating. Beckett hearing Adeline speak to her, she looked up, her expression as if looking at a fool. Adeline smiled gently. "Cousin, you won't be angry at me for passing while you didn't, will you?" "Be angry? Why?" Then Dover spoke. "Nancy is right. Talent needs to be coupled with hard work. Your lazy attitude, doing nothing but eating, watching dramas, and playing games all day, shows how unmotivated you are. No wonder you didn't perform well this time." Though Dover's words were harsh, they were true. Irving said, "Miriam, what your father says makes sense. You should put in more effort and learn from Nancy. Zahered in some hard work." Chapter 224. Miriam's results. Slapping faces. 1. Everyone chatted back and forth, seemingly agreeing that Miriam's current situation was due to her lack of effort. But none of them knew that Miriam indeed had high talent, yet it didn't mean she hadn't tried. There were times when she pushed herself to the limit, sleeping only 3 hours a day for half a month straight. Learning, working, making money, none of these could be neglected. It's just that her efforts weren't visible to the Zaire family. They never saw it. Suddenly, Rock's phone rang. It was a call from the principal of Huaywa High School. Rock pressed the answer button. As soon as he answered, the principal on the other end congratulated him. "Old sir, congratulations. Your family has produced a remarkable person." "Oh, where?" Rock laughed modestly. "It's all thanks to your school. You've done a great job in education. Our school only played a supporting role. The main credit goes to the child's own efforts," said the principal. "This child is indeed diligent and especially hardworking. So she was fortunate enough to be admitted to Jing University early. Turns out she's been putting in efforts behind the scenes. I thought she always acted like that. Apparently napping in class is just superficial behavior." The principal chuckled. Sabina's words confused Rock. When did Natalie nap in class? "Who's Natalie?" The principal was also puzzled. "Did you think I was talking about Erilyn? Aren't I? Didn't you call to congratulate me on Natalie getting into Capital University?" Rock asked. "Erilyn did get accepted into Capital University, but Erilyn has the surname Meng. So what exactly are you calling to congratulate us on?" "It's about Miriam. Miriam was admitted to Capital University with top scores." "What?" Rock stood up in excitement. Others looked at him, puzzled. "What happened, Harold?" Dover asked anxiously. "Harold, please don't get too excited. The doctor said your condition isn't stable." Zaire Wanyuan quickly pulled Rock to sit down, trying to calm him. "Don't interrupt." Rock silenced the others, intending to ask the principal more questions. They became even more confused. "What made Maverick react this way?" Rock continued. "You're saying about Miriam. Are you sure it's Miriam?" "Absolutely certain. I verified immediately. Becketer's scores rank first. This is an honor for our school, Tonghai Alithiadi, and of course for your family." Rock was stunned for a moment, digesting this good news. Sure, Erilyn being accepted into Jing University was great, but how could it compare to his beloved granddaughter achieving the same feat? "Zaherzeld," the principal asked. "What? Didn't Miriam tell you?" Beckett thought such big news would have already been shared by Miriam with the family. Rock looked at Miriam, noticing she was still eating quietly, looking somewhat unhappy. "I'll talk to you later." Beckett hung up and wanted to speak to Miriam. After hanging up, Ayanna hurriedly asked, "Guido, you mentioned Aling just now. What about Aling?" Chapter 225. Miriam's score. Slapping faces. 2. "She got accepted into Jingdai University," Irving replied. Irving's words caused everyone in the room to display looks of surprise, all except Miriam herself. Everyone looked at Miriam, who wore an unhappy expression, with disbelief. Becca's expression certainly didn't match that of someone who had been accepted. Adeline couldn't believe it either. Miriam was accepted? And with this look on her face, could the principal have made a mistake? Adeline harbored doubts and hoped these doubts were true. Miriam, Irving addressed her, asking, "How many points did you score on your independent enrollment exam?" Miriam lifted her head to find everyone staring at her. "I don't know," Miriam answered. "Don't know? How can you not know?" Dover was speechless. "I haven't checked," Miriam replied before continuing to eat her rice. The food didn't taste as good today. She actually hadn't checked. For something so significant, she wasn't concerned at all. "So why do you seem unhappy today?" Irving asked again. "There's something bothering me, which is why I'm unhappy." "Is there a problem with that?" "Unhappiness must be due to something troubling her, not because something delightful happened, right?" Of course, Miriam wouldn't reveal that she accidentally kissed Judah. It might not be a problem, but the fact that she chose to be unhappy today of all days was bound to cause misunderstanding. "Now log into your account and check how many points you scored. Sabina said you were number 1, and I want to see if it's true," Irving said. Irving's words once again left everyone in shock. Number 1. Miriam not only got accepted but also topped the list? Was this real? There were so many brilliant students across the country. How could Miriam have come out on top? Under the table, Adeline clenched her fists on her knees. It couldn't be. Miriam couldn't be first. Christopher pleaded with Miriam to log in and check her scores. "Just take a look, sis." Miriam leisurely took out her phone, opened the webpage, typed in her account details, and logged in. Others wanted to see too, but couldn't view her phone screen from across the table. Christopher's eyes widened when he saw the score displayed. "Song, how is it? How many points?" Ayanna asked anxiously. Christopher raised his head, looking somewhat dazed. Beckett opened his mouth and mechanically spoke 3 words. 1,000 points. 1,000 points. Ayanna thought she must have heard wrong. This 1,000-point exam was notoriously difficult. Adeline scored over 500 just to meet the admission line. That line was set at the top 20%, meaning only 1/5 of the already highly selective elite managed to score over 500. Scoring 1,000. What kind of brain must that require? Mel couldn't believe it either. It can't be. The highest score in history has only been around 900. No one has ever reached 1,000. Ayanna stood up and walked behind Miriam to see the score on her phone. Indeed, it was 1,000 points. Perfect. Really 1,000 points. Aling really scored full marks. Ayanna sounded exceptionally excited. Everyone else lost their composure, and even Dover crowded around to see Miriam's score. Seeing that astonishing number, he was speechless for a long time. Chapter 226. Miriam's results slap in the face. 3. After a while, everyone's emotions settled down. Rock remembered the promise he had made earlier. "I said before, whichever of you two gets into Jingda University, I will reward them with a villa. But now you both have been admitted, and it's hard to tell who won." Zaire 1 Yuan smiled and said, "Harold, it's still easy to determine the winner. Since you both got in, we'll just look at the rankings." Adeline was excellent, but she was still slightly behind Miriam. Adeline's body trembled slightly. Their comparison felt like sharp needles piercing directly into the softest part of her heart. The dull pain spread through her body like ripples, eroding every part of her. Falling from paradise to hell must feel like this. Rock finally decided. Then let's say Miriam wins. Hatred value plus 20. A system notification instantly woke Miriam up. Hatred value? Isn't it supposed to be admiration value? Miriam took the exam seriously to get admiration value. She believed Christopher would likely admire her for scoring high, and classmates like Vonda, her cute little classmate, were very likely to contribute some admiration value. It seemed events didn't quite go as she had expected. Indeed, this damn system was unpredictable. She wasn't sure who contributed those 20 points of hatred value. In Zaire family villa, on the second floor, Lee's study. Lee was currently in a terrible state. The company's net profit had dropped by over 20% compared to the previous quarter, and shareholders were expressing their dissatisfaction. Combined with the incident involving Zaire Mu's leveling last time, their position within the group was becoming precarious. Normally graceful Ayanna rushed into the study in a hurry. "What's going on? You're so flustered." Lee was already agitated, and seeing his wife in such a state only made him more irritable. "Good news. The CEO of Haishin Group says he wants to attend Harold's 70th birthday banquet," Ayanna exclaimed with joy. That's why she hurried here to share the news with Lee. "Who wants to come wish my father happy birthday?" Lee doubted his ears, thinking he might have misheard something. "The CEO of Haishin Group," Ayanna repeated. "Are you serious?" Lee still couldn't believe it. "Yes, Christiana confirmed it," Ayanna affirmed. "Did Christiana give a reason?" Lee asked. "She did. She heard that Josh treated our old man and wanted to come and pay respects. So that's it." That reason made sense. Many people sought connections with Josh for medical help. Getting treatment from Josh was indeed an honor they could proudly boast about. Lee's face lit up. "We need to prepare well and not neglect our esteemed guest. We should make this birthday banquet grand to dispel rumors that Zaire Corporation is declining, especially the CEO of Haishin Group. Building a good relationship with him will certainly help us." Ayanna nodded. "I understand." Lee then added, "Make sure Miriam knows. Either she stays hidden or behaves properly. With so many important guests, she mustn't embarrass our family." Chapter 227. The Gavriel is coming to the birthday banquet. Aling got admitted to Jingda University, and she was the top scorer in the independent enrollment examination. How could she embarrass our Zaire family? Ayanna defended Miriam. "Having good grades is fine, but her personality is so terrible. She barely responds to anyone as if the whole world owed her money. No matter how smart she isn't liked. Becketing what Lee said about Miriam, Ayana felt upset inside but didn't know what to say in defense for Miriam. Well then, I will talk to her, Ayana conceded. After hearing what Lee had said, Ayana went to find Miriam. Aling, the day after tomorrow will be Maverick's 70th birthday. Many people will come to our house that day. Kiyomi hopes you can stay in your room that day and not go downstairs. I know you don't like socializing. Ayana watched Miriam cautiously. Oh, Miriam replied, expressionless, showing neither pleasure nor anger. Aling, Kiyomi knows this is unfair to you, Ayana apologized softly. If you are upset or sad, please tell me. Don't keep it bottled up inside. Miriam's eyes were distant. You don't need to overestimate your place in my heart. I'm not that concerned about you. Miriam's words cut off everything Ayana wanted to say. Ayana felt both sad and at a loss, wanting to say something, yet realizing Miriam was not wrong. They hadn't seen each other for 18 years. Even during their recent time together, they hardly had any beautiful memories. They were more like roommates living under one roof. Feeling deflated, Ayana sighed. Kiyomi understands. Ayana left Miriam's room with heavy steps. It was Saturday, the day of the old man's 70th birthday. The Zaire family villa was bustling with activity. Prominent figures from Tonghai Alithiadi had all arrived. As agreed, Miriam did not go to the banquet hall. Instead, she lay alone in the small garden behind the villa, basking in the sun. The weather was perfect, and the sunlight was gentle. A shadow blocked Miriam's sunshine. Opening her eyes, she saw Delbert's handsome and refined face. Beckett smiled, his smile as warm as the sunlight. Do you like sunbathing? Delbert asked, his voice soft and clear. Occasionally, Miriam replied, when the temperature is like this. I brought you a drink. Delbert placed a glass of juice next to Miriam. Thank you, Miriam thanked him. Delbert sat down on the balcony chair next to Miriam and started enjoying the sun with her. I haven't congratulated you on getting into Jingda University with top marks, Delbert said. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Looking at Miriam, who appeared serene and natural, Delbert couldn't help but smile. Beckett had been paying attention to her for 3 years. She was special, not very sociable, and her character could be described as reclusive. Beckett's experience of being abandoned as a child made it difficult for her to open up to people easily. Under the care of her adoptive parents, she gradually began to open up. Just as she was about to welcome a new life filled with warmth, an accident took away her warmth. Yet, she was also full of kindness. She had an unremarkable past, but never mentioned it to anyone and never showed her hardships on her face. Living freely and carefree. Delbert didn't know when it started, but paying attention to Miriam had become part of his life. Nor did he know when watching her from afar turned into wanting to get closer. Chapter 228 The True Identity of the Haixing President 1. Do you enjoy your life in the Zaire family? Delbert asked. If not, he could have her leave at any time. There's no such thing as happy or unhappy. Life in the Zaire family couldn't be described as either happy or unhappy. Why can't there be happy or unhappy? Are they not treating you well? Delbert asked. It seems like you're quite curious about me and the Zaires. Miriam wasn't angry. She was simply asking a question. Reclining on the lounge chair, eyes closed, she looked and sounded as lazy and slow as a little kitten. Yeah, caring about the mood of the coach I invested in is very important, said Delbert, still hesitating to admit his feelings towards Miriam. Then you don't need to worry, Miriam replied. Life is so short. Living every day to its fullest is important. There's no need to be angry with those who don't care about you. People who love you will naturally do so, and for those who don't, your anger won't make them pay more attention to you. You are right, Delbert smiled, then quietly lay down next to Miriam to bask in the sun together. The afternoon sunshine was warm and cozy. Their interaction was plain, but just the way Miriam preferred. Different from the serenity of the back garden, the guests in the reception hall of the Zaire family villa were all eagerly awaiting the appearance of the president of Haixing Group. For some people, it was secondary to come celebrate Alan's birthday, while the main goal was to meet the president of Haixing Group. The guests in the reception hall whispered among themselves about the yet-to-appear Haixing president. Do you think the president of Haixing Group is really as capable as rumors say? Beckett must be. Just look at how enormous Haixing has become today. Its leader must be incredibly strong. But is he really as handsome as the rumors suggest? That I'm not sure about. Rumors describe him as mature, steady, charismatic, good-looking, and having a great body, but it's hard to say what's true and what's flattery. But is he really single? Yes, definitely single, a golden bachelor. I wonder if my daughter has a chance. Isn't your daughter only 20 years old? 20 is perfect. Old enough to get married. But isn't the president of Haixing Group around 40? Beckett could be your daughter's father. But haven't you heard that he looks quite young for his age? We'll see. Everyone continued waiting anxiously. All eyes remained focused on the entrance, especially for the Shu family, since Zaire Muhong was moving with them. Seeing the Shus would mean seeing the mysterious president soon. After a long wait, the Shus finally arrived, with Bernice and her son entering the reception hall of the Zaire family. Beside them walked an extraordinarily handsome man with an imposing presence. This must be the president of Haixing Group. So young? Didn't we hear he's over 40? Why does he look like he's only in his early 30s? His aura is so powerful. Even Bernice, who has seen many big scenes, looks like a small secretary beside him. No, why do I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before? I also feel like I've seen him before. We should have. Upon hearing the Shus had arrived, Zaire Wuxue and Ayana hurried out to greet their guests. Chapter 229 The True Identity of President Hairani 2. The two excitedly approached the door, but froze the moment they saw who was entering. The man before them was eerily familiar, so much so that even after more than a decade had passed, they would never forget this face. Zaire. Améric? How could it be him? Lee and Ayana widened their eyes. Their expressions were as if they had run into a ghost. Saying it was like running into a ghost was not far from the truth. Améric had been dead for a long time. He should have perished in the sea 18 years ago. Why was he standing before them now? This is impossible. It can't be. He cannot be alive. Lee muttered to himself, trying hard to convince himself that the person in front of him just looked similar to Améric, not the Améric who died 18 years ago. Who's impossible to be alive? Christiana asked Lee and Ayana with a smile, her eyes filled with warm amusement. Christiana, who is this person next to you? Lee eagerly asked Christiana. Améric, Christiana answered calmly. Améric. These three words caused everyone in the room to wear an expression of shock. A few people who had seen Améric before finally understood why this man seemed familiar to them. It turned out they had met him before. Back then, Améric was younger, while the man in front of them was more mature, dignified, authoritative, and awe-inspiring. It's impossible. Where did you find this man who looks somewhat like my elder brother? Don't let him fool you, Christiana. My elder brother has been dead for a long time. Beckett cannot be my elder brother. Lee refused to believe that the man was Améric. Christiana replied with a smile. You seem to have forgotten. I've been old classmates with your elder brother for many years. I should know him better than you. How could I possibly make a mistake? Back then, Améric skipped several grades and became classmates with Mr. and Christiana, who were several years older than him. This was not a secret in Tonghai Alithiadi. It was common knowledge in the city's high society that Améric was good friends with the Hakims. However, after Améric died 18 years ago, everyone gradually forgot about this young genius who died early. But now, this man who had been dead for 18 years reappeared, and he appeared as the president of Haishin Group. Lee shook his head in terror. No, if he were alive, why didn't he show up for 18 years? You'll have to ask yourselves. A smile lingered at the corner of Christiana's lips, but her eyes were cold. At this moment, Zaire Elder, as the birthday celebrant, came downstairs under the support of the old steward. During this period, under Josh's treatment, his health had improved considerably. Today, he was able to appear in front of the guests with a rosy complexion. Before the banquet, he had decided to show those who doubted Zaire Corporation his current state, giving them a peace of mind. Halfway down, Zaire Elder looked into the banqueting hall. Something seemed amiss in the atmosphere of the banqueting hall. Just as he wondered what was going on, his gaze suddenly locked onto Améric standing in the center of the banqueting hall. Instantly, the blood drained from Zaire Elder's face, and his expression changed from joy to shock. Chung, Moral. Seeing Améric, who had been dead for 18 years, Zaire Elder's reaction was not to run down in pleasant surprise to confirm it, but rather to retreat in fear. Chapter 230. Améric is here for revenge. 1. The reaction of Irving was very confusing. It was understandable that he would be shocked by the reappearance of someone who had supposedly been dead for 18 years, but Irving's reaction seemed a bit excessive. Améric's expression upon seeing Irving wasn't like that of someone reuniting with a long-lost family member. His eyes were cold, even cruel. When Mel, who followed Irving downstairs, saw Améric, she was also stunned for a while, but she regained her composure before Irving did. She quickly descended the stairs and came to stand in front of Améric. Eldest brother, you're still alive? You really are still alive? Why didn't you contact us all these years? We've missed you so much. Améric looked down at Mel with a cold gaze and said indifferently, Is that so? His cold tone and his face as impassive as an iceberg made it seem less like a reunion between siblings and more like enemies meeting. Mel explained, Of course. We are a family. When you got into trouble, Guido couldn't eat or sleep for days. Beckett carried on with your funeral arrangements despite his illness. In recent years, Guido's health has worsened, and he always mentioned you. Améric raised his eyes to look at Irving, who was still standing dumbfounded halfway down the stairs. His gaze was equally chilly. Finally regaining his senses, Irving slowly walked down the stairs and stood in front of Améric. Morong, is it really you? Are you really still alive? Irving's voice trembled. Am I disappointing you by being alive? Améric asked. How could I be disappointed? Your survival is the greatest comfort to me, Irving hastily said. Morong, did you misunderstand something? As he spoke, Irving stepped forward, intending to grasp Améric's hand. Améric calmly took 2 steps back, maintaining distance from Irving. A male secretary standing beside Améric stepped forward to block Irving and the other Zaire family members. Please keep your distance from our CEO. Beckett doesn't like strangers getting too close. CEO? Irving was taken aback for a moment. Then he remembered the most anticipated event of the day, the CEO of Haishin Group. You and Haishin Group, what is your relationship? Irving's voice trembled again. Ricky answered. Beckett is the CEO of Haishin Group, whom you wanted to meet. This was indeed the case. The long-lost eldest son of the Zaire family, Améric, was actually the CEO of Haishin Group. This should have been a cause for great celebration for the Zaire family, but the atmosphere felt strange, and things did not seem simple. The room fell silent. Everyone held their breath. They weren't afraid of the Zaire family, but they dared not offend Haishin Group, preferring to remain neutral until they were sure. After a while, the shareholders of Zaire Corporation came to their senses. They surrounded Améric, trying to ingratiate themselves with him. Morong, it really is you. It's so wonderful that you're alive. Yes, if you're here, we can finally rest easy. Who would have thought that during your absence from Tonghai Alithiadi for 18 years, you developed so well elsewhere? Truly, congratulations. Under Irving's leadership, Zaire Corporation hadn't performed brilliantly. Things had been barely manageable in previous years, but recently, the company started declining. With the patriarch falling ill, both Lee and Ray proved to be incompetent, unable to lead Zaire Corporation to profitability and causing only chaos. Chapter 231 Americ is Becketray to take revenge, too. The shareholders had long been concerned about the future of the Zaire family, fearing that after the Francis's death, the position of president would fall into the hands of Lee and Ray. If that happened, it was believed that the group would be doomed. Seeing Americ, the shareholders felt as if they were witnessing a new hope. Not to mention, he was currently the president of Heising Group. Even if he had nothing else to his name, just his return made people within Zaire Corporation feel that he was more capable than Lee and Ray when it came to taking over the company. I happen to have some contracts for you to sign, Americ said somewhat irrelevantly. Several shareholders froze on the spot. They stared blankly at Americ. Americ's mail secretary promptly handed out several contracts, one to each shareholder present. Each person got a copy, clearly prepared well in advance. The shareholders hurriedly read through the contracts in their hands. After reading, they were left speechless. Americ was planning to acquire the shares they held in Zaire Corporation? Moron, what do you mean? Are you trying to turn Zaire Corporation into your family's sole proprietary business by buying out our shares? Americ's tone was very calm, with no expression on his face. Zaire Corporation was left to my mother by my grandfather, and I am my mother's only son. I'm merely here to reclaim my mother's legacy. The previous president of Zaire Corporation was Americ's grandfather. The grandfather had no sons, only one daughter, and so he took in a son-in-law, who is now the current Zaire Patriarch. The Zaire Patriarch, who had been called this by everyone for many years, originally did not carry the surname Zaire. Beckett changed his surname to show loyalty after joining the Zaire family. Americ's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What did he mean by this? What about his younger brothers and sisters? They weren't born to the matriarch? Lee was also stunned. What nonsense are you spouting? Who in Tonghai Alithiadi doesn't know we are all our mother's children? I don't think you're my older brother at all. You're an imposter come to ruin our family. Americ coldly watched Lee, who was practically hopping mad with rage. Ricky pulled out an old hospital file and said, when old Madame Zaire gave birth to Americ, she lost a lot of blood and had her uterus removed, leaving her unable to bear any more children. The later children cannot possibly be born to the old lady. As for why everyone thought you were the old lady's biological children, ask the wonderful father and husband before us about his fine work. This statement caused an uproar in the room. Who could have imagined that the Zaire family had such a big secret hidden? If the latter children weren't born to the old lady, then who were their biological mothers? What exactly happened in the Zaire family back then? Everyone's eyes, along with those of the old lady, fell upon the Zaire Patriarch. For all these years since the old lady's passing, the Zaire Patriarch never remarried, leading everyone to believe their relationship had been deeply affectionate, and he cherished the memory of her. The Zaire Patriarch trembled from head to toe, his figure wobbling, almost collapsing if not for the support of the elderly butler beside him. Guido, tell this person that we are you and mother's biological children, right? Lee desperately wanted to hear the answer. The Zaire Patriarch paid no attention to Lee. His entire focus remained on Americ. The consecutive blows were too much for his already weakened body to bear. Lee, receiving no response from the Zaire Patriarch, turned to Mel and said, Sister, say something. This man is spouting nonsense. He's impersonating our deceased elder brother. Chapter 232 The Truth of That Year. Zaire Wanjuan's face was ashen, and she remained silent beside them. Elder sister, why aren't you saying anything? Do you know something? Dover noticed Zaire Wanjuan's abnormality. Zaire Wanwan didn't deny it. She just didn't have time to explain much to Dover now. Zaire Wanwan looked up at Americ and said, Elder brother, even though we were not born of the same mother, you are still our elder brother. Let the previous generation sort out their own emotional entanglements. It has nothing to do with us. Among Zaire Wanwan, Dover, and Ray, Zaire Wanwan was the eldest, knowing more than her two younger brothers. After giving birth to a child, Madame Zaire's health had always been poor, spending her days at home convalescing. During this period, Alan had a child with his mistress outside. The first one was Zaire Wanwan. Alan knew he could never divorce his wife and let the mistress take over, but he couldn't abandon his own child either. So he came up with a very devious plan, deceiving his wife. Beckett knew his wife had always wanted a daughter, but because her uterus had been removed, she could no longer bear children. So, he proposed that they adopt a child from an orphanage together. His wife agreed, and under his meticulous arrangement, they adopted the child he had with his mistress. Beckett even deceived her, telling her that if they didn't want to make the child feel inferior in the future, they should tell everyone it was her biological child. Since she rarely left home, no one would know whether she had been pregnant during that time or not. Just like that, the children of three mistresses were all brought home openly. It wasn't until the third child came home that Madame Zaire finally caught on. Ultimately, she learned that her beloved husband had cheated on her long ago. Beckett even brought the children he had with other women into the house, right before her eyes, and made her lie by claiming they were her biological children, helping him fabricate their identities. Madame Zaire, who had already been in poor health, could do nothing about it even after discovering the truth. And her only child was still too young back then. She found a company that sends letters to the future and mailed a letter addressed to her son in the future. She didn't know whether that company would still exist years later or if the letter would reach her son's hands, but she had no choice. She had no one else to trust or entrust. She also set up a fund at the bank for her son to inherit when he graduated at the age of 22. At that time, Madame Zaire did not know her talented son would finish his studies early. After doing all she could, Madame Zaire swallowed an entire bottle of sleeping pills and committed suicide in tears. She was a gentle woman, a foolish woman who ended her life in a naive way after being deceived by her husband for many years, and a pitiful woman who had once deeply loved her husband but was utterly betrayed. Beckett's only bit of luck was that both the letter she sent to the future and the money reached Amaric's hands. But at that time, Amaric was still too young and hadn't yet realized how ruthless his father could be. Even tigers don't eat their own cubs. But his father did. Thus, there was the man-made maritime disaster 18 years ago. Alan, who already feared Amaric, took drastic action to ensure his son would leave the sea without returning. Chapter 233. Irving fainted from anger. Ricky smiled. Madam, didn't you hear what was said just now? The real Zaires are Blanche's grandfather and mother. You and he don't share the same mother anymore. How can you still be considered a Zaire family member? Lee was completely stunned. Irving's body trembled all over, and Zaire 11 couldn't find a suitable argument to counter Ricky's words. The presence of Amaric exerted immense pressure on everyone. Just by standing there, it was enough for him to intimidate everyone. Then, Ricky addressed the shareholders of the Zaire Corporation. Now, the price listed in your contracts is already higher than the market price. You can choose not to sell your shares, but then it won't be long before the shares you hold in Zaire Corporation become worthless scraps of paper. Ricky's words served as a reminder to the group of shareholders. They were now facing the president of Haitian Corporation. They knew very well how powerful Haitian Corporation was. Before Haitian Corporation, they were merely ants. It was clear that Amaric was purchasing these shares out of respect for his grandfather's legacy. If he wished, destroying the Zaire Corporation would be effortless for him. Not to mention, the current state of Zaire Corporation was already a mess, filled with problems even without outside forces pushing against it. It was unlikely to last long on its own merits. Amaric wasn't here to negotiate. He had given them only one way out. Realizing this, the shareholders no longer hesitated and hurriedly signed the agreement. Moron, we've signed, selling all our equity to you. I've signed too. Moron, this originally belonged to your mother. It's only right for it to be with you now. We will definitely cooperate. They hastily signed the contract, fearing that if they slowed down, Amaric might change his mind. Seeing the shareholders sign over their shares in Zaire Corporation, Irving's blood pressure soared, and he fainted dead away. When Irving regained consciousness, the guests at home had all left. Only a few family members remained by his bedside. Where is he? The first words out of Irving's mouth upon waking were asked in fear about him. Beckett has left, Zaire 11 replied with an extremely grim expression. She was also incredibly anxious. After today's events, the entire Tonghai Alithiote would likely know she and her two younger brothers were children born from a mistress. If this news reached the capital city, how could she possibly maintain her status there? What's the situation with our corporation now? Irving asked again anxiously. Sitting beside him, Lee hung his head. When questioned by Irving, he stammered. Beckett acquired other shareholders' equity. Now he holds more than 51% of the shares. Beckett calls the shots in the company now. Beckett hearing this news, the barely awakened Irving almost fainted again. With great difficulty, he propped himself up. Go to the company immediately and try to stop him. You mustn't let him do whatever he wants. Guido, what can we use to stop him? Beckett is the president of Haitian Corporation. Even if he wanted to destroy the entire Zaire Corporation, it would be easy for him. We should be thankful that the shares you hold still have some value now. This time, Amaric gave the Zaire family no room for retreat. His moves were lethal, leaving no room for anyone to breathe. Chapter 234. Miriam is their last straw. This was Amaric, a prodigy who had displayed astonishing talent from a young age. Zaire Lao Yi lay listlessly on the bed, his gaze vacant. In the room, Christopher had no idea what had happened. Beckett had been out when Amaric arrived, fetching the birthday gift prepared for his grandfather with Adeline. When he returned home, all the guests were gone. Then he stayed in the room watching over his grandfather until he woke up. So far, he still didn't know what happened and why his grandfather suddenly fainted when he seemed to be recovering. What happened? Who are you talking about? Why has our house become like this? Christopher asked. Christopher's voice startled Zaire Lao Yi, who abruptly looked towards Christopher's side. There was no one beside Christopher. Now only Mel, Lee, Ayana, and Christopher were in the room. Adeline, being an outsider, was asked by Mel to stay in her own room and was not present. And Miriam, she hadn't been seen since the incident started. Where is she? Where is she? Zaire Lao Yi suddenly asked urgently. Alaric, who are you talking about? Christopher asked. Miriam. Where's Miriam? Zaire Lao Yi frantically searched for Miriam. Sister. Christopher paused. I haven't seen sister. What happened to her? Did something happen? Christopher didn't know where Miriam went either. When he returned, his grandfather had fainted, so he naturally focused on him and didn't notice Miriam's whereabouts. Now that Zaire Lao Yi was pressing so anxiously, it made him worry that something might have happened to Miriam. She should be in her own room. I told her to stay there and not come out, Lee answered. Go bring her here. Zaire Lao Yi seemed to have found a new hope. Okay, I'll go find sister right away. Alaric, please don't get worked up. Your health is more important. The doctor said you shouldn't get agitated. Christopher didn't know what happened, but seeing his grandfather so anxious, he couldn't afford to wait any longer. Guido, why are you calling her here? You promised me that thing wouldn't be revealed. Lee said agitatedly. You fool. What do you care about face at a time like this? Have you considered what's left of our family's dignity after today's scandal? That won't help. Even if we reveal Miriam's background, it won't make any difference. Who could accept such an awkward origin? Lee retorted. Shut up. Zaire Lao Yi couldn't tolerate anymore. How can you say it won't work without trying? As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I must try. Zaire Group is my lifelong achievement. Miriam was brought to Zaire Lao Ye's room by Christopher. She had been sunbathing in the back garden during the party. After the guests left, she returned to her room and never paid attention to what had happened. Now everyone in the room stared at Miriam with strange looks. Christopher couldn't hold back. Alaric, what exactly happened? What did you call sister here for? Ailing, I have a task for you. Zaire Lao Ye said. I want you to meet the president of Haishin Group. Zaire Post. Miriam spoke succinctly. You don't need to know. Just go see him and tell him your name. Zaire Lao Ye said. Chapter 235 I am Becketray to pick up my boss 1. Why should I listen to you? Miriam countered. As long as I am still alive, the Zaire family's assets remain mine. With just one word, I can change my will. The Francis of the Zaire family used his will to threaten Miriam. Miriam remained calm. Do whatever you want. In a couple of days, the company would officially move back to the country, and then she planned to sleep in the office rest area at the company. Being as clever as she was, she knew that the system did not allow her to spend money on herself frivolously. However, as part of the company's property and not her personal assets, she had increased the renovation budget for the company. The CEO's office even came equipped with a luxurious lounge. What did you say? The Francis couldn't believe Miriam's attitude. I never intended to take your assets, Miriam replied. Ridiculous. If you didn't want the Zaire family's assets, why did you move into the Zaire family residence in the first place? If you're so principled, don't come here. Stay in your slum. Dover mocked coldly. I like eating and staying for free, Miriam answered. The system limited how much she could spend on herself, making her prefer to eat and stay for free at others' expense. It was as simple as that. What nonsense. Dover wouldn't believe Miriam's words. Do whatever you want. Miriam was too lazy to explain. I'm telling you, regardless of what you think, today you must follow what Maverick said. Dover was adamant. Zaire 11 hurriedly interjected, trying to mediate. Wuxia, don't be like this. Talk to her nicely. Talk nicely? Look at her attitude. Does it seem like she wants to have a proper conversation with us? She always wears a stern face as if we all owe her. Does she even realize that without me, she wouldn't even exist in this world? Zaire 11 frowned. Don't act out of anger. This concerns the survival of the Zaire family. If handled improperly, the Zaire Corporation will cease to exist, and you'll lose everything. Dover gritted his teeth. Then you talk to her. See if she will listen. Ayana silently shed tears, remaining silent. Zaire 11 tried reasoning with Miriam. Iling, just listen to your grandfather on this matter. It's good for you and everyone else. I have no interest in meddling in your affairs. Miriam refused again. What are you saying? Don't be ungrateful. Dover was enraged. Beckett had been under a lot of stress and needed an outlet for venting his frustration. Miriam happened to stand in front of him, and he raised his hand, about to slap her face. Miriam grabbed Dover's wrist and threw him off forcefully. Dover fell onto the floor. At this moment, the door opened. A young stranger wearing a checkered shirt and sneakers walked in. Oh, I guess I'm not at the right time. The man looked around the room and seemed embarrassed. Everyone in the room furrowed their brows. The atmosphere wasn't pleasant. The appearance of an outsider made the entire Zaire family frown. Who are you? This is our private residence. Who allowed you to enter? Zaire 11 asked. Sorry, don't misunderstand. I'm not a bad person. I'm the director of the Network Technology Department at Donfei Company. My name is Andre, a very professional programmer who knows Java, Python, Node.js, as well as basic C and C++. Donfei Company? Chapter 236. I'm Becketray to pick up my boss, too. Isn't that one of the top 10 luxury brands in the world? Their main business scope includes jewelry, accessories, and apparel. The two expensive watches Dover bought from Jingxing previously were limited edition products from Donfei, which are notoriously hard to purchase. At that time, she also gave Miriam one. There have indeed been recent rumors about Donfei Company expanding into online projects, so they should have a department related to the internet. However, the man before them looked nothing like someone who worked for a major company, much less be its director. What are you doing here? Zaire 11 asked. I've come to pick up my boss, Andre replied. Boss? There's no boss of yours here. You've come to the wrong place, Zaire 11 responded. I haven't come to the wrong place. My boss is right here. Andre turned to look at Miriam. Boss, can we go now? I still have a bug to debug. If I don't go back soon, I'll miss my deadline. I don't want to work overtime tonight. Beckett was supposed to use the afternoon for debugging his code, but was called by Miriam to come pick her up. Andre was the top programmer Miriam often communicated with online. Beckett had an amusing personality, talked a lot, but had a strict no overtime policy. Beckett believed in working diligently during office hours and enjoying life after work. In this regard, he and Miriam got along well. The term boss left everyone in the room bewildered. Who was he calling boss? Miriam? If he was Donfei's employee and Miriam was his boss, then wouldn't Miriam be? It was impossible. How could Miriam possibly be Donfei's boss? Before being brought back by the Zaire family, she was a girl struggling to afford food and housing in a slum. How could she possibly be associated with Donfei Company? This lie was getting more absurd by the minute. What play are you two performing? Dover interrogated, looking like poor losers, printing some business cards, and claiming to be the technical director of Donfei, while a person who couldn't even afford living expenses claims to be Donfei's boss. Are you hallucinating? Dover didn't believe a word the two were saying. Though others didn't openly voice their disbelief as bluntly as Dover, they also found it hard to trust Miriam and the young man in checkered shirt. It seemed too far-fetched. Zaire 11 wasn't as aggressive as Dover. She spoke gently to Miriam. Prudence, what your grandfather has said isn't meant to pressure you. This matter would benefit both you and our Zaire family. Miriam ignored Zaire Wanwan and turned to Andre. We can leave now. Miriam turned and walked away. Andre, eager to return to the company, wasted no time lingering. Without looking back, they left the room, and once Andre closed the door, they vanished from the Zaire family's sight. Those in the room didn't know how to react. Dover shouted in anger. Look at them. They have no manners whatsoever. Why are you just standing there? Stop them. The Francis ordered Dover to chase after them. Harold, she wouldn't really leave the Zaire family. Everything she enjoys here, food, clothing, shelter, is something she never experienced before. Dover didn't believe Miriam would truly leave the Zaire family or give up on the vast wealth the Francis possessed. Conversely, Christopher thought otherwise. Beckett believed Miriam might really be leaving. Chapter 237, Not Coming Back. Christopher hurriedly ran to Miriam's room. Inside the room, all of Miriam's belongings had vanished. On the neat and tidy bed, some items were placed. There was the Donfei watch that Lee had brought back. There was the jade pinganko. Note, is a type of jade accessory, but it's better to use safety buckle for English readers that Ayana had given her previously. And there were also piles of clothes that Christopher had bought for Miriam. She only took the things she had brought herself. Christopher ran downstairs and did not see Miriam's figure either. Beckett only saw a car driving away from their house in the distance. Christopher ran back to his grandfather's room, out of breath. Sister has left, taking all her stuff with her. What? Lee stood up with a swift motion. Sister really left? She wasn't joking. Christopher's eyes turned red. Ayana widened her eyes, standing stunned for a moment before chasing after outside. Indeed, as Christopher said, Miriam had already left. You scoundrels, quickly bring her back. Carmelo became anxious. Beckett now relied on Miriam to help him turn things around. If even Miriam slipped out of his control, he would lose his last trump card. Andre took Miriam to the new company headquarters. The entire building, located in the busiest area of Tonghai Alithidi Center, belonged to Donfei Company. The top floor consisted of the president's office, the presidential secretary's office, and the assistant's office. Besides having a reception room, the president's office also had a resting room, which was a spacious bedroom complete with a bathroom. It featured a modern minimalist design style, exuding luxury in its understated way. Boss, you're not seriously planning to live in the company, right? Andre asked. We know you're hardworking, but we didn't expect you to be this committed. If you directly move into the main company, how are we supposed to feel about leaving on time? You go home when your shift ends, and I'll stay in the company. I don't require you to work overtime, Miriam replied. She wasn't living in the company because she loved work so much. Well, boss, just remember what you said. Don't go back on your word and start demanding we must work overtime or even sleep in the company with that capitalist attitude. When have I ever made you work overtime? Well, never. You've always been a great boss. Andre complimented Miriam. I'll head downstairs now. We've just moved, and there's a lot to sort out. Otherwise, in a week, the whole team will come over and can't even use the internet. It'd be problematic. Currently, only the Vanguard team had moved over, while the majority was still in the US. Miriam lay down on her large bed and rolled around comfortably. Content. At that moment, her phone rang. It was Christopher. Miriam hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. Where did you go, sister? The young man's voice on the other end sounded hoarse, as if he had been crying. At the company, Miriam replied. Donfei. Yes. But isn't Donfei Company abroad? Right. But it's moving to China in a couple of days. Sister, then you're not coming back. In the clear male voice mixed were grievances, sadness, and deep reluctance. Miriam paused for a moment and then firmly said, not going back. Christopher remained silent on the other end of the phone. For a long time, no words came. Beckett seemed to know that he could not persuade Miriam to return. Because at that home, many people treated her poorly. To her, it felt more like a hotel than a home. Chapter 238 The Zaire family becomes a laughingstock. Then, take care of yourself. Eat on time, sleep on time. Don't stay up late all the time, and take good care of yourself. Christopher's voice was very low. It seemed like he was trying hard to suppress his sobs. Miriam paused for a moment, then added, we will still see each other frequently at school. Christopher replied. But he knew in his heart that this was just Miriam comforting him. Miriam had already passed the independent enrollment examination of Jing University. With her character, she would definitely skip school if she could. The incident at Rock's 70th birthday soon spread. Before long, the entire upper class of Tonghai Alithidi knew about the scandal of the Zaire family. The eldest son of the Zaire family, who had been dead for 18 years, returned as the president of Haishin Group, exposing the ugly matters of Rock back then. For a time, the Zaire family became a laughingstock and was put on the blacklist by the entire upper class of Tonghai Alithidi. Even families who used to have good relations with the Zaire family now hurriedly cut off ties with them to show their loyalty to Haishin Group and Americ. This made the status of the Zaire family in Tonghai Alithidi plummet, and their doors suddenly became deserted. Forget wishing Rock a happy birthday. After he fell ill again, not even a single person called to comfort him. The Zaires were both angry and anxious. Rock tried to contact Americ, but was told every time that Americ had instructed no one from the Zaire family to see him. Rock tried every possible way to contact people from the Hakim family and only received Christiana's sentence. A man must reap what he has sown. So Rock gave Dover and Ayana an order, telling them to find Miriam and start with her. However, Miriam did not get along well with them. According to Miriam's previous attitude, she was unlikely to listen to them. After much thought, Rock decided to rely on Christopher. During the time Miriam was in the Zaire family, Christopher got along quite well with her, and Christopher obeyed him. Letting Christopher be the intermediary should achieve twice the result with half the effort. Go call Dorian over. I have something to ask him. Rock called for Christopher. Maverick, what's wrong? Don't get up, lie down, and rest well. Christopher came to Rock's bedside. Seeing that the old man was going to get up, quickly came forward to support him. Dorian, Grandpa is old. It's fine if he dies. But the Zaire family is Grandpa's life's work. It cannot end like this, Rock said while pulling Christopher's hand, tears in his eyes. Christopher felt very distressed looking at this. Maverick, don't worry, Dad will solve it. Your first priority now is to take care of your own health. Rock shook his head. Your father is no match for your uncle. Now, the only one who can save our Zaire family is your sister. Maverick, sister is just a high school student. What can she do? No, your sister must be able to play a role. As long as you promise Grandpa and help convince your sister to assist Grandpa according to Grandpa's instructions, everything will go smoothly. Maverick, Christopher frowned and asked, what do you want sister to do? Christopher had a bad premonition. Beckett felt that whatever Maverick wanted Miriam to do was not a good thing. And Christopher couldn't think of what Miriam could do now to change the mind of the president of Haishin Group. Chapter 239, Adeline's Little Thoughts. I assure you, I won't harm her. I just want her to help persuade your uncle not to take action against our own family. But why can sister persuade uncle? She has never even met him. I have my reasons, rest assured. I will not harm her. Carmelo said firmly. Christopher thought about it, and felt it was unlikely that this would harm Miriam. Coupled with the old man's earnest plea, he chose to agree. I understand. I will try to persuade my sister. Christopher was feeling down. Adeline saw Christopher and hurried over to comfort him. Ira, what's wrong? Nothing. Christopher couldn't explain the situation clearly. He himself was still confused, so how could he explain it clearly to Adeline? Ira, is something happening in the Zaire family? If there's anything bothering you, tell me, and we'll figure it out together. Although I'm surnamed Meng, I consider the Zaire family my home at heart. No matter what trouble the Zaire family encounters, I will not stand by idly. Sister Nancy, I know you care about everyone, but there's nothing we can do about this matter. Right now, I only know that my uncle didn't die. He's back, and he's the president of Haishin Group. Beckett wants to take revenge on the Zaire family. Your uncle is the president of Haishin Group. Adeline looked at Christopher in surprise. Yes. Christopher nodded. Why does he want to take revenge on the Zaire family? I'm not entirely sure either. I've heard vaguely that my father and third uncle weren't Darby's biological children. They were from outside affairs that Maverick had. Christopher explained. His mind was still buzzing. But that shouldn't warrant revenge on you all, right? After all, these are grievances from the previous generation. Your grandfather is still his biological father, and your uncle is his half-brother. Beckett should still have some feelings for the family, right? I really don't know. There might be other reasons, Christopher replied. Uncle wouldn't have been missing for 18 years if there weren't a reason. Adeline frowned and gave Christopher a warm hug. Ira, don't be sad. I'll always be by your side. Whatever happens to the Zaire family, no matter what difficulties we face in the future, I will always be here for you. We are family forever. Adeline's comfort was like a warm current flowing into Christopher's heart, which was now lost and confused. Thank you, Sister Nancy. Silly boy, I'm your sister. What are you thanking me for? Adeline patted Christopher's back. As she hugged Christopher, her brows knitted slightly in a place he couldn't see. The situation was quite complicated. Miriam's departure was something she hoped for, yet the predicament of the Zaire family was not. Americ is the president of Haishin Group, and Adeline knew how immense Haishin Group was. It dwarfed 10 Zaire families combined. If there was a way to resolve the conflict between Americ and the Zaire family, would the Zaire family shine even brighter in the future? Adeline knew very well that she had no direct connection with Americ, but since Americ and Lee were half-brothers, as long as their relationship could be mended, she could call Americ uncle alongside Ira. And that one word, uncle, would be worth its weight in gold. Chapter 240, Judah meets Americ. 1. Speculations spread among the public after the news was out. People were filled with curiosity about the old affairs of the Zaire family. In an ancient courtyard in the old city district, Egon and Judah were in the living room of the old house. My young master Beckett, it turns out that the president of Haishin Group is Americ. I never would have thought that in my dreams. What did he want when he said he wanted to see you? Egon said with great curiosity. Egon stroked his chin and paced back and forth several times before muttering to himself. If what Americ said in the Zaire family is true, then Mel, Zaire Wuya, and Ray are not genuine members of the Zaire family. Then how does Connie fit into this? In comparison, Judah seemed much calmer and composed. My young master Beckett, say something. You and Connie have already gotten so close. Shouldn't you care about her matters? Egon had already tacitly acknowledged the romantic relationship between Judah and Miriam. Suddenly, Egon noticed Judah staring at an old newspaper in a daze. Looking towards the old newspaper, Egon saw the headline on the front page read, Poor boy marries into a wealthy family, getting married today to the miss of the Zaire family. Who is this person? The miss of the Zaire family? She looks quite like Connie. There's an 8/10 resemblance. The power of genetics is really strong, Egon commented while stroking his chin. Then, as if realizing something, he leaned in closer to the newspaper. Is this the photo of old lady Zaire's wedding day? Wait a minute. Didn't we just hear that only Americ is old lady Zaire's child? But wasn't Connie's father Zaire Wuya? I'm confused. Just ask the person involved, Judah said. The person involved? Who do you mean? Connie, Egon asked. Americ. Egon paused for a moment. Right, the president of Haishin Group did say he wanted to meet you. Judah contacted Haishin Group under the identity of Mr. Beckett and informed Americ that he agreed to meet him. Americ and Judah arranged to meet at Hakim family's villa on the outskirts of the city. This was where Americ temporarily resided after returning to Tonghai Alithiadi. Judah and Egon arrived at the Hakim family villa together. Judah made it clear beforehand that he would only see Americ, no one else. Therefore, Americ had instructed others to vacate the house in advance, ensuring no one else was in the villa that day. Judah and Egon entered the living room of the house. Seated in a classical redwood master chair in the living room, Americ was waiting for them. Upon seeing him, Egon's face showed surprise. This man was younger than everyone had expected, and very handsome, a mature kind of handsome. Moreover, he looked particularly authoritative and imposing, making Egon inexplicably nervous. Please be seated, Americ said to Judah and Egon. Americ did not show any surprise that the Mr. Beckett he had invited turned out to be two young people. There was no expression on Americ's face. His brows carried a natural sternness. Egon's inner thoughts, from his expression and cold demeanor, this person is quite similar to Connie. Perhaps their suspicion isn't wrong, and Connie really does have some connection with this person. Judah and Egon sat down. Judah was not one to waste words, and after sitting down, he went straight to the point. Why did you want to see me? To change Ripley's treatment plan, Americ replied. Ripley? Egon froze for a moment, almost not reacting to who Americ was referring to. Chapter 241, Judah meets Americ, 2. This referred to Rock, originally named Ripley before he changed his surname to Zaire. How did it change? Judah asked. Can't die easily, nor live comfortably. Americ said. Though a cruel statement, Americ spoke it with remarkable calmness, not the slightest trace of severity in his expression. Judah neither immediately agreed nor refused. Rock and I reached an agreement. I cure him, and he fulfills one promise. What promise did he fulfill for you? Americ asked. After he dies, his inheritance will go to a friend of mine, Judah replied. There will be no inheritance left behind by him, Americ stated flatly. Judah did not doubt this man's words. Given Americ's means and the background of Haishin Group, making Zaire Group vanish from the world was not an insurmountable task. Rock's later years would likely end in loneliness and desolation. Even if Judah completely cured Rock's illness, the remaining days of his life wouldn't be easy. Americ continued. If you're willing, I can give your friend an amount of money no less than what Ripley left as compensation. I can agree to Mr. Zaire's offer. I don't need any additional compensation. What I want is for Mr. Zaire to answer me a few questions. Ask away. Have you ever been married? No. Have you ever had any unresolved love affairs? No. Have you ever been intimate with a woman but didn't take responsibility? Never. Then how many women have you had? Are you prying into my privacy? Just trying to clarify something, which I can't disclose right now. But answering these questions is my condition. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, you can choose not to answer, or if you need time to recall how many women you've had, I can wait for you. No need, Americ replied. I have never been with a woman. Egon was too astonished to exclaim. You've never been with a woman? At 22, I encountered a maritime disaster, was unconscious for 2 years, built Haishin Group in 16 years, and remain unmarried, Americ answered succinctly. Americ was exactly 40 years old this year. Beckett was a self-disciplined person. Despite his excellent upbringing and outstanding appearance attracting many admirers, Americ wasn't someone who engaged frivolously with women. Not having relations with a woman at 22 wasn't strange for him. Subsequent events only made him lose interest in dating. Without meeting the one he loved, he naturally didn't engage in such matters, and thus remained single. Alright, since you've answered my questions, I will honor your condition. I will only treat half of Ripley's illness. Leaving a terminally ill patient in a half-dead state required little effort for Judah. Treating just half, and leaving half untreated posed no challenge. The conversation ended, and Judah and Egon left the Hakim family villa. In the car, Egon asked Judah, was what Americ said true? Has he really never been with a woman? It seems to be true. Judah felt intuitively that Americ wasn't lying. So Jiao couldn't possibly be. Egon felt inexplicably disheartened, thinking there might be a possibility that Jiao could be Americ's daughter. After all, Jiao bore such a resemblance to the late Madame Zaire, and the late Madame Zaire only had one son, Americ. Chapter 242, Boss Miriam. Egon asked Judah with a puzzled look. If Miriam is not Americ's daughter, then why does Miriam resemble Americ's mother? Is it purely coincidental? For the moment, Judah couldn't answer this question. At 10 in the morning, Miriam's female secretary went to find Miriam in her office. Not finding her in the work area, she was certain Miriam was once again holed up inside her bedroom. The female secretary knocked on the door of Miriam's resting room and opened it after receiving Miriam's permission. Inside, Miriam was wearing a koala-printed, furry one-piece pajama suit. In her hands was a large bowl of fruit yogurt, and in her right hand was a spoon. Beckett's eyes were glued to the TV screen in front of her, staring intently at the handsome men in period dramas. To the female secretary, this side of Miriam wasn't unusual anymore. When Miriam wasn't working, she was like this, a typical homebody. She inevitably watched dramas with handsome men, and more than just one. Despite showing little interest in handsome men in real life, Miriam would get absorbed while watching TV dramas. Boss, I'm here to remind you that the meeting will start in 15 minutes. Please get prepared, said the female secretary. Miriam gave her a glance, full of reluctance and unwillingness. Yo-yo, can't you not be so conscientious? Miriam asked. The female secretary's name was Mackenzie. She had known Miriam for many years and was quite a few years older, but felt convinced by Miriam's abilities in the workplace. Previously, she had been handling company affairs in the US for Miriam and only transferred back after the headquarters moved to Tonghai Lithiety. This was her first day working in Tonghai Lithiety. I can't, replied Mackenzie, glancing at her wristwatch. You have 14 minutes left now. Then Mackenzie stepped out and waited for Miriam in the work area. 10 minutes later, Miriam emerged from the resting room. Wearing high heels that accentuated her long legs, she donned a crisp professional outfit, a white blouse paired with a loose light gray checkered blazer, and a tight skirt that hugged her curvaceous bottom, stopping 10 centimeters above her knees. Beckett's soft brown hair was styled into a neat bun at the back of her head. With a touch of light makeup, her naturally defined features became even more prominent, and her rosy lips looked inviting. The Miriam before them was unrecognizable from the disheveled woman who had been engrossed in watching TV with her yogurt just moments ago. Mackenzie was used to seeing these dramatic changes in Miriam. Miriam had different modes, one when working and another when resting. She could be so lazy that moving a finger felt too strenuous. But once at work, she turned into a hard-working and strict boss who won everyone's respect. When Mackenzie had once asked how Miriam switched between modes so smoothly, Miriam's response was simple: rice eater, rice soul. Boss, did your size get bigger? Mackenzie asked, gazing at Miriam. That face, those breasts, that waist, those legs, Mackenzie, as a woman, couldn't help but admire. Of course, being straight didn't mean she harbored any other intentions. Miriam glanced down at her own chest. Maybe. The clothes feel a bit tight. Beckettering this, Mackenzie also glanced down at her own flat chest and sighed. Life sure isn't fair. Some are bursting while others starve. Mackenzie didn't envy Miriam's working ability, but she did somewhat envy her voluptuous figure. Miriam looked at Mackenzie's chest. I heard there's a new massage device for this. Let me send you one. Chapter 243, Memories Resurface. Miriam has always been generous to her employees and is very willing to spend money on them. No, I might as well find a boyfriend then. Mackenzie refused outright. Don't just talk and not act. I think Carson isn't bad. Miriam started matchmaking. No, he's not my type, Mackenzie said. I like tall, strong, and intellectual men. Carson doesn't look bad. If he tidied up a bit, he should be quite nice. Andre usually wore plaid shirts with jeans and sneakers, carrying his cherished laptop in a backpack, looking every inch the part of a programmer, which significantly reduced his natural good looks. Mackenzie quickly changed the subject and handed Miriam the meeting materials. Beckett is last month's company performance report. Miriam took the report and browsed through it while entering the conference room. She was right on time for the meeting. Once Miriam was in work mode, she was never late unless there were special circumstances. She was a role model as an employer, competent, with a sharp investment sense and precise market judgment, winning the admiration and loyalty of her staff. After the meeting, Miriam returned to her office just as Mackenzie came over to inform her. Boss, there's a young boy named Christopher downstairs who claims to be your brother and wants to see you. Miriam paused for a moment. Let him come up. Yes, boss. Mackenzie prepared to go downstairs to notify the boy, but stopped after a few steps. Boss, when you were away in the US, your brother visited several times without saying anything. Miriam was taken aback. The brother Mackenzie referred to wasn't Christopher, but the child of her adoptive parents, whom she had grown up with since childhood. The last time Miriam saw him was at her adoptive parents' funeral. They hadn't met since. 3 years later, the little brat had become a handsome young man. I know, Miriam said. Without waiting for more from Miriam, Mackenzie left. After Mackenzie left, Miriam opened the drawer on the right side of her desk. Inside was a photo frame containing a group picture. Though she had just moved into this new office, this photo had always been in the drawer on the right side of her desk. In the photo, her kind adoptive father and mother smiled warmly. The little boy beside her was her younger brother by 3 years. At the time the photo was taken, she was 7, and he was 4. The mischievous little boy insisted on being held by her before agreeing to have the picture taken. His small soft hand clung tightly to hers. Beckett called her sister sweetly. Back then, she wasn't used to having family or a little brother. But this little fool wasn't shy with anyone else, just with her. Not only did he stick to her during the day, but he also wanted to sleep with her at night. Memories flashed back as Miriam gently stroked the photo frame. She had forged her past and her relationship with her adoptive parents, hoping that those she offended in business wouldn't harm her only remaining family. A knock interrupted Miriam's thoughts. Boss, I've brought someone in. Come in. Mackenzie opened the door, and Christopher stood at the entrance, staring at Miriam sitting behind the CEO's desk, too dazed to react. You are really. Before coming, Christopher only thought Miriam was an ordinary employee here. Even when the CEO's secretary led him to the top floor, he didn't think Miriam would be the CEO of Donfei. Chapter 244, Are You Really the Boss of Donfei? The Miriam before him was efficient and vigorous, exuding a vibrant aura of strength, almost unrecognizable from the Miriam he had met at the Zaire residence. Please, have a seat. Miriam invited Christopher to sit in the guest area beside her. 1 cup of warm milk and 1 cup of hot coffee. The warm milk was for Christopher, while the hot coffee was for Miriam. Seated on the sofa, Christopher stared blankly at Miriam, his expression dazed. After a long pause, Christopher finally found his voice. You really are the boss of Donfei? Miriam responded affirmatively, her tone matter of fact. But this was no ordinary piece of news for Christopher or anyone else. Donfei, it was a world-class luxury brand. Its magnitude dwarfed all the Zaire family's industries combined. So, when did this happen? Christopher felt as if he were dreaming, completely stunned. It's been some years. Miriam's voice was calm. Then she asked Christopher, did they send you here to find me? Yes, Christopher responded, still somewhat dazed. Is it still about what Alaric mentioned before I left the Zaire residence? Those words had been said by the patriarch of the Zaire family, but Miriam had ignored them. Miriam showed neither anger nor joy, her expression serene. On the contrary, Christopher lowered his head guiltily, unable to meet Miriam's eyes. Big sister, Alaric is very ill. The Zaire family is his life's work. Can you help him within your capacity? Christopher beseeched softly. I can't. Miriam refused outright. You should have heard about what happened at the birthday party. The enmity between Zaire Remurong and him was something he brought upon himself. Miriam's words left Christopher speechless. Beckett hung his head, torn between two voices inside him, one representing reason, the other his affection for his grandfather and family. Seeing Christopher's dilemma, Miriam added, go back and tell them that if they're so idle, they might as well volunteer to help those in need. If not, watching TV wouldn't be bad either. Don't waste time on trivial matters. Christopher understood that he shouldn't force Miriam. Beckett voiced his confusion. Actually, I don't understand why Alaric was so certain you could persuade the president of Haishin Group. Just ignore them. Big sister, they are my family. I can't turn a blind eye, Christopher replied quietly with his head bowed. Just like you're my big sister, I can't leave you alone, even though you may not need me now. Don't overthink it, Miriam advised. Life is short, and there are few things we can do. Cherish the present, live in the moment. Big sister, there's one more thing. Christopher seemed to be holding something back. What is it? You look a lot like Darby. I've seen photos of her, so I knew at first glance that you were part of our family. Pausing for a moment, Christopher continued. Now they say that Guido and Fremont aren't Darby's biological children, so I don't understand how you and Darby, and Guido, are related. Christopher harbored many doubts inside. Beckett hadn't dared to ask his ill grandfather or his father, who was preoccupied with company affairs, so he had kept these questions hidden. But he couldn't hide them from Miriam, because she had the right to know about her own background. For a moment, Miriam was taken aback, revealing a rare look of surprise in front of Christopher. Chapter 245, Emeric and Miriam's Reunion 1. But soon Miriam's expression returned to normal. I don't care, and you don't have to take it too seriously either, Miriam said to Christopher. After saying this, Miriam got up, preparing to end her conversation with Christopher and return to her desk to work. Sister, Christopher stood up and stopped Miriam, then asked the last question he had come to ask today. Back then, why did you choose to return to the Zaire family with me? Previously, Christopher didn't know Miriam's true situation and assumed she came back because of a lack of money or for a better living environment. Now he knew that she wasn't actually in need of money. I enjoy being fed and housed without worrying about anything, not wanting to deal with the trivialities of life myself, Miriam replied. This was true, but to Christopher, it sounded like Miriam was just lazy. After returning home, Christopher conveyed Miriam's message to Carmelo but did not mention that Miriam was the president of Donfei Group. Beckett knew that if he did, given the current plight of the Zaire family, Alaric would certainly try to take advantage of Miriam. Since the Zaire family hadn't provided Miriam with the warmth she deserved, they shouldn't ask for anything more from her. So Christopher chose to keep it secret. After hearing Christopher's words and realizing that Miriam still refused to help, Carmelo clenched his teeth. Forget it. She can't be forced. If she doesn't want to, that's her choice. But I have ways to make her meet Emeric. Carmelo planned to resort to force if gentleness didn't work. Alaric, Christopher anxiously said. What are you planning to do? Please don't hurt Sister Miriam. Foolish child, how could Alaric hurt her? You're overthinking it. She's one of my grandchildren, just like you. Rest assured, I won't harm her. Well, alright then. Christopher still trusted his revered grandfather. Emeric received a parcel sent by Carmelo. Inside were some old possessions belonging to his mother. Carmelo knew that even this stern man still cared deeply about his deceased mother. Along with the items, there was a letter left by Carmelo. If you want more relics, come to the address written in the letter at 7 tomorrow night. Emeric kept the appointment. Beckett arrived at the designated place at the designated time. It was a restaurant on top of a mountain. As a child, he had once visited this restaurant with his parents. His mother's health had always been poor, so she rarely went out, making each visit unforgettable. Beckett remembered this restaurant very clearly. At this moment, only one table in the restaurant was occupied, the same table where he and his mother had sat together all those years ago. From afar, he saw a girl sitting by the table. As Emeric approached, upon seeing the person's face, he felt a slight daze but quickly recognized who was before him. It's you. They had met before, at Ricky's party, where the girl also had a penchant for sour foods. Miriam was also surprised to see Emeric. Why is it you? Miriam had received a call from Christopher, inviting her to a 3-Michelin star dinner on the mountaintop. Upon arrival, it indeed turned out to be a 3-Michelin star restaurant with an excellent ambience. The appetizers were truly outstanding. It seems you were invited here as well. So were you. Miriam smiled slightly. Some things became clear with a little thought, especially considering that both Miriam and Emeric had sharp minds. Someone had intentionally arranged for them to meet. And Miriam had a rough idea of the reason already. Chapter 246, Emeric and Miriam's second meeting, 2. The two sat down face to face. The warm and soft hotel lights shone on the two very good-looking people, and if one looked closely, there were a few similarities between them. Both were silent, not speaking a word. After the meal was finished, Emeric, gazing at this girl who stirred up many memories of his mother, asked the first question of the day. What's your name? His voice was like fine wine that had been aged. The last time they met, Emeric didn't ask this question, but he did this time, because it was necessary to know. Miriam. Emeric frowned, his expression changing for the first time. Even when facing Rock, his expression never changed. But today, in front of this young girl, his composure showed a slight crack. The surname Zaire is common, but on this girl, it was different. It revealed another kind of information. After a while, Emerick continued to ask, "What is your relationship with Ripley?" "My biological grandfather." "Who is your father?" "Lee." A trace of confusion flickered in Emerick's deep eyes. Miriam knew what the man in front of her was confused about. After Christopher told her that she resembled the late Madame Zaire, she was equally puzzled. Their eyes met, and silence lingered between them for some time. Emerick, who possessed extraordinary calmness and rationality, said to Miriam, "I will find out." "Okay, let me know when you do." Miriam had no particular thoughts about her biological parents, but still wanted to know her origins. Then neither spoke again. They parted ways calmly and returned home peacefully. Rock thought their meeting would trigger tremendous doubts, leading Emerick and Miriam to seek him for answers. However, both reactions were completely different from what he expected. No shock, no anxiety. Two composed individuals calmly concluded their meeting, as if the whole matter had little impact on them. Rock grew uneasy. How can this be? Don't they want to know anything about Miriam's background? If his health condition allowed, Rock would have sought Miriam and then Emerick himself. "Harold, rest for a while." Lee frowned, looking worried. "Your anxiety won't help." "To me, Emerick simply doesn't care. He doesn't bother who Miriam really is." "It's not the case," Rock said firmly. Beckett wouldn't react indifferently. Rock seemed to be persuading his son and daughter-in-law, as well as convincing himself. Because if this last move failed, they would truly have nothing left to balance against Emerick. Ayanna sat on the sofa, her head lowered, eyes red and swollen. She had cried all night, wetting her pillow, but dared not tell the person beside her. Knowing that the old master intended to unveil the past events caused Ayanna pain and embarrassment. Ayanna did not want to expose the matter. She wished this secret could remain buried forever, yet she also knew that given Rock's current situation, he wouldn't heed her advice. "Kylie, don't be sad. Everything will be all right." Adeline comforted Ayanna. Chapter 247 Care from Judah and Egon. A ling she. "Don't worry, Aunt. Cousin will come back. This is her home." Ayanna had a complicated mood. Alaric wants a ling to find Emerick. "I'm very afraid." "Aunt, why does Rock want cousin to find Emerick?" Adeline asked softly. Nothing. Ayanna avoided Adeline's inquisitive eyes. Even if it was Adeline asking, Ayanna was unwilling to reveal anything about the related events of those years. Ayanna changed the subject. "Well, Nancy, go check on Dorian. Beckett hasn't been in a good mood recently either. Give him more attention." "Don't worry, Aunt, I will." "Yes, with you around, I feel much relieved." Ayanna felt somewhat comforted looking at the obedient and considerate Adeline. After dismissing Adeline, Ayanna sent a message to Miriam. "Aling, promise Kiyomi not to investigate your relationship with grandmother Zaire. Kiyomi begs you." Miriam just finished a meeting and returned to her office when she received the message. Since she passed the independent enrollment exam, there was no need for her to go to school every day. Although the school still required students who passed the exam to attend daily, they didn't dare to insist on such a rule for students like Miriam, who didn't follow it strictly. Miriam did not reply after seeing Ayanna's message. Then she saw several unread messages from Egon. "Alethea's sister, why didn't you come to school today? Are you sick? Anything happened?" "Alethea's sister, don't ignore my messages. I get scared easily." "Alethea's sister, I called you. If you don't reply, I'll call again." "Alethea's sister, if you don't reply soon, I'll report you as missing and call the police." Miriam had just been in a meeting and hadn't checked her phone for half an hour, yet Egon seemed ready to call the police. Miriam replied, "Just had something come up, didn't look at the phone. We'll go to school in a few days." Egon quickly asked, "How many days are a few days?" "Miriam, when I finish some urgent tasks." She had just moved here and had a lot to do. She would still return to school in a few days since earning Judah's merit points was easier than other methods. Egon asked again, "Alethea's sister, have you been affected by recent Zaire family issues?" Egon assumed that the urgent tasks Miriam mentioned referred to the mess in the Zaire family. "No, it doesn't matter." Although Miriam cared about it, it hadn't affected her work yet. Egon confirmed again, "Alethea's sister, if there's anything bothering you, talk to us. Don't keep it bottled up inside. Both Judah and I can be your listeners." "Really, everything's fine." Miriam gave a definite answer. Egon showed the messages on his phone to Judah. "See, she said she's fine. Can you stop frowning now? You've been gloomy all day, scaring everyone." "I didn't ask where she went," Judah denied. "You didn't ask, but you've been gloomy because she didn't come. Anyone could tell it's about her." Egon didn't believe it. "No, don't speculate wildly." Judah maintained a poker face, pretending to focus on work. "Okay, then you won't care if Alethea's sister never comes to school again." Egon pretended to sigh dramatically. Chapter 248 DNA Test Report. "She's not coming back?" Judah raised his head. "Aren't you indifferent to her?" Egon grinned. Judah ignored Egon's mockery. "Are you saying she really won't come back to school anymore?" "Fake news. She said she'll be back once she finishes her urgent matters. However, I don't think she will finish quickly. The mess of the Zaire family should be quite a hassle. Yesterday, my father told me that Emerick seems determined to ruin the Zaire family, but also doesn't plan to let those few people in the Zaire family die too easily," Egon analyzed. This could also be corroborated by what Emerick demanded from Judah. After finishing speaking, Egon stared at Judah's expressionless face and then suggested, "Sir Dustin, should we help Connie? You see, Connie has been with us for so long, and we have a good relationship." Judah remained silent. Egon continued, "Sir Dustin, don't you have an information network through your windflowers? Any information network can be easily cracked, right? If Windflowers were to investigate, wouldn't they find out everything? Windflowers was an online hacker alliance, and Judah was the leader of this alliance. To uncover the true relationship between Miriam and Americ, as well as the others in the Zaire family, letting Windflowers do the investigation would surely yield results. Of course, it all depended on Judah's approval. Do you care about her a lot? Instead of agreeing or refusing directly, Judah asked Egon a question. Egon paused, quickly understanding the implication. He explained immediately. Connie is our team's coach. What happens to the coach is everyone's concern. Egon's explanation made sense. Judah accepted his suggestion, logged into his exclusive system, and assigned the task to the members of Windflowers to investigate Miriam's background, intending to learn what had truly transpired in the Zaire family 18 years ago. After arranging the task for Windflowers, Judah instructed Egon, call the people from the Zaire family and tell them Lyran Cheng has broken his promise. From now on, I won't supply any more medicine. This was something he had agreed to with Americ. Beckett initially planned to postpone it for a few days, but decided to expedite it now, to make Ripley suffer enough. Egon chuckled and responded, all right, will do. Ripley has already taken 4 courses of your medicine, barely holding on to life. Without your future medicine and with someone aggravating him, it won't take long before he becomes worse. Beckett won't die, but he won't get better either. Beckett will have plenty to endure. A DNA test report was delivered to Americ. Inside the sealed envelope was the result he had wanted. This DNA test had Miriam's consent. Even though Miriam didn't have feelings for her biological parents, the human instinct still drove her to want to know her origins. Americ's slender fingers opened the seal of the envelope, taking out the test report. The paternity test confirmed that Americ was Miriam's biological father. Looking at the report, Americ was lost in thought for a long time. Despite having seen countless storms and having long viewed life and death with equanimity, his heart couldn't remain calm at this moment. Daughter. It was a very unfamiliar concept. At least, Americ had never imagined having a daughter. And when he met her, she was already an 18-year-old young woman. Chapter 249, The Zaire Family, in Disarray. Beckett had missed her infancy, toddlerhood, the time when she learned to speak her first words and took her tentative steps, until she could converse fluently, run around, go to school, and grow up. Before getting the DNA report with Miriam, Americ already had someone investigate Miriam's background. According to the records, Miriam had been abandoned at an orphanage as a baby and was later left alone by her adoptive parents. Americ couldn't say he felt much for his newly discovered daughter. But what Ripley had done was undoubtedly despicable, abandoning her when she was most vulnerable and only remembering her when he needed help. She was a living person, not their possession. These past few days felt like an eternity to the old patriarch of the Zaire family. Beckett watched helplessly as the control of Zaire Corporation passed from him to Americ. Not only could he not go to the company to confront Americ, but he couldn't even leave his room due to poor health. Moreover, Josh wouldn't provide the next course of medication. Beckett watched the empire he spent his life building crumble bit by bit, his heart cut like a knife. Walk, go to the Hakim family and find Americ again. Tell him that if he refuses to see me, I'll make Miriam's origins public. Becket'll regret it then, instructed the Zaire patriarch. Lee was unwilling. Harold, if you make this public, both Miriam and Americ will be embarrassed, and it won't be good for me either. What's your situation now? What are people saying about you outside? You have no power or reputation, said the patriarch. Also, I just want you to use this to threaten Americ. I don't really mean to reveal it. As the current president of Haishin Group, he cares about his reputation. The old man was determined. Beckett had no other options left, so he clung to this last hope. I understand. I'll go find Americ right away, said Lee, albeit unwillingly, as he left the elder's room. Ayanna stood by the door, cautiously asking Lee, "What? How did it go? How do you think it went?" To find Americ, begging him to show mercy. Lee, full of anger, lashed out at Ayanna since he dared not confront the elder directly. Feeling aggrieved, Ayanna's tears fell like raindrops. Seeing her cry, Lee felt a pang in his heart, though he wouldn't admit being wrong. Stop crying. What good does it do? The old man is still alive. The Zaire family isn't ruined yet. I'm going to find Americ to see if I can salvage some of this. Though reluctant, Lee had to admit that the patriarch was right. So he followed orders and decided to visit Americ once more. Ayanna pleaded with Lee. What? If possible, please don't make this public. Please. Beckett's eyes were red from crying these past few days. Do you think I want to publicize it? It would embarrass me too. As long as Americ cooperates, I won't reveal anything about Miriam's origins, said Lee. You should also try to persuade Miriam to cooperate with us. Why must she cause such chaos in our home? I will try to persuade her, Ayanna promised. Chapter 250, The Mystery of Beckett's Origin. Driving to the entrance of the Hakim family's residence, Zaire Wuya saw a familiar figure from afar. It was Miriam. She had just arrived at the front gate of the Hakim residence and was ringing the doorbell. Seeing this, Zaire Wuya quickly walked up to her. Desperate to claim kinship? You're so eager to recognize Americ as your father? How low? Zaire Wuya mocked Miriam. Miriam glanced at Zaire Wuya. A good dog doesn't block the way. The DNA test results were out, and she had come to pick up the report. Who are you cursing? Do you know who you're cursing? Zaire Wuya had been irritable lately. Being called a dog by Miriam made his anger burst forth. People speak human language, dogs don't. Furious, Zaire Wuya raised his hand to strike Miriam. Miriam caught Zaire Wuya's arm with a swift move and followed up with a kick, sending him sprawling on the ground. If he insulted her, she would retort. If he attacked her, she would fight back. Lying on the ground, Zaire Wuye looked even more miserable. More than the physical pain, the psychological humiliation was worse. You dare hit me, Miriam? Don't call yourself old man in front of me. You don't deserve it. Miriam's gaze was cold, filled with disdain and contempt. Forget about the likelihood that Zaire Wuye wasn't her biological father. Even if he were, given his attitude toward her, Miriam wouldn't hesitate to hit him again. That one sentence ignited the fury deep within Zaire Wuye. You curse me? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're the daughter of the president of Haishin Group and have a noble origin? You wish. You're not even as good as a dog. You're an artificial embryo created by me. In a roar of anger, he revealed Miriam's true origins. Christiana, who was about to open the door, also heard Zaire Wuye's words and stood frozen in shock. Artificial embryo. This explained how a Merrick, who had no known extramarital affairs, could have a daughter. Zaire Wuye didn't fear Miriam knowing the truth. Instead, it was Miriam who probably didn't want others to know about her background. You thought that being the daughter of the president of Haishin Group would make you a phoenix risen from the ashes? You wish. You were never a child anticipated by your parents. You were artificially created, and not even your biological father knows about your existence. Frozen in place, Miriam thought she had become impervious to such revelations. But Zaire Wuye's words still pierced her heart. She remembered what the fortune teller had said. Her fate was to be deprived of family and love. From the very beginning, as an embryo, she was not the product of her parents' love or even natural reproduction. Instead, she was the result of deliberate design. As a child, she often wondered why her parents had abandoned her. Maybe because she was a girl, or maybe because she wasn't obedient enough, or perhaps they faced some difficulties at the time. But she never imagined that her birth was just someone else's intentional design. She was never wanted. Zaire Wuye continued to curse, but Miriam couldn't hear any of it anymore. She turned slowly and left. The DNA test report she came to retrieve was no longer important. The days Miriam had barely walked a few steps when an SUV stopped beside her. Someone jumped out from the driver's seat, grabbed Miriam, and dragged her into the car. Miriam looked up to see Judah. Beckett pulled her into the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, then returned to the driver's seat and drove away with her. How did you get here? Miriam asked. Chapter 251 Judah's Consolation 1. I'm afraid something might happen to you, Judah replied. The investigation by Feng Xinzi had concluded, and after receiving the results, Judah immediately came to find Miriam. Beckett searched in several places and finally came to the Hakim family residence. Because Americ was temporarily staying at the Hakim residence, he thought Miriam might be here. Where are you taking me? Miriam asked. For a drive, without a specific destination. I'm fine, Miriam answered. You wouldn't say if there were anything bothering you, Judah said firmly. Miriam liked to pretend that nothing mattered to her, putting up an impervious facade. Judah's words made Miriam pause, and she turned her head away, looking out the window of the passenger seat. The scenery outside gradually shifted from bustling city streets to open countryside fields. Judah brought Miriam to the outskirts. Stopping beside a field in the outskirts, Judah opened the car door and pulled Miriam out of the passenger seat. Let's look at the scenery, Judah said to Miriam. You are a living being. No matter who or what caused your existence, you exist, Judah said. Artificial insemination technology has been widely used for years, and countless families have their own children because of this technology. Countless children have come into this world thanks to it. They are the products of their parents' expectations, but I am not, Miriam said flatly, gazing at the sky. It seemed like nothing in this world had much to do with her. Whether they expect it or not is unimportant. You're wonderful and excellent, Judah said. No matter how you came into this world, after you arrived, many people love you. You're a person, not an object. Zaire Wuye can never decide what kind of person you will be. In front of Miriam, the kind face of her adoptive mother appeared. My darling Aling is the prettiest. Whoever says that Aling isn't my biological child, that you didn't come from my womb. Still, I raised you with my own hands, so you are mine. Those loose-tongued people just envy me for having such a beautiful daughter. Darling Aling, if you're sad, cry. Girls should pamper themselves around their parents. Kiyomi wants to see you pamper yourself. Ah, come on, don't run. Mama's going to cry. Comfort mommy quick. Aling, we are family. Not only those with blood ties can be called family. We trust each other, support each other, live together with love. We are family. Both you and I are my children, no difference in my eyes. Your parents must be very worried. They lost such a precious Aling, they must miss you somewhere. So mom and dad decided not to change Aling's name, hoping that one day when you grow up, you can meet them. But remember, mom will always be Aling's mom, no matter if you have another mom in this world. Memories flashed before Miriam's eyes, and her eyes unconsciously moistened. She rarely cried. Since her earliest memories, the time she cried could be counted on one hand. She told herself she had no right to cry, no right to shed tears. Watching Miriam, Judah felt a pang in his heart. There was an impulse to embrace this girl who always put on a brave front and seemed indifferent to everything, to protect her. Chapter 252 Judah's Comfort 2. Miriam turned to look at Judah. Thank you for comforting me. I'm fine now. Judah didn't reply. Instead, he suddenly walked closer to Miriam and wrapped her in a firm embrace with his strong arms. Miriam froze, her body stiffening. Caught off guard by the sudden hug, Miriam felt a moment of discomfort. But she did not push him away because Judah's embrace was gentlemanly and lacked any lustful intentions. This hug was warm, reminding Miriam of her adoptive mother's hugs. After quite a while, Judah released Miriam. Then he sat there silently alongside Miriam. The wind was rather strong, and the breeze in the countryside was somewhat cool. Judah took off his coat and draped it over Miriam's shoulders. Judah then started talking about himself. I too was an unanticipated product. Miriam turned her head to look at Judah. Judah smiled slightly at Miriam's puzzled gaze and patted her head. I'm not lying to you. I can't even count how many people wished me dead. If it weren't for my master, I would have been long gone. Thank you. Miriam could feel Judah's concern. Come on, let me take you to some good food, said Judah. A lover of cuisine, nothing could soothe Miriam's heart better than a good meal right now. The two got back into the car, and Judah took Miriam to his place. Where's the good food? Asked Miriam. Soon. As Judah spoke, the doorbell rang. It was Egon, who came in breathlessly with bags full of groceries from the market. Why so much, Judah? You made me lug all this back from the market, but won't cook, grumbled Egon. Then he saw Judah rolling up his shirt sleeves and picking up a kitchen knife. No way you're going to cook? Egon stared in surprise. Beckett retreated a few steps towards Miriam. Sis Zaire, am I dreaming? Judah is actually cooking. Does he know how to cook? Miriam asked. Beckett does. But he never does. Egon replied. His cooking is top-notch and delicious, but I've only had it once. After old Master Toby passed away, Judah stopped cooking. Judah lived with his master from a very young age, and old Master Toby taught him to cook from an early age, honing his skills to perfection. But the old master told Judah that his meals should be prepared only for those he cherished. Therefore, after old Master Toby passed away, Judah stopped cooking. Egon rubbed his hands excitedly. Finally, he had a chance to taste Lannon's cooking again. While chopping vegetables with his back to Egon and Miriam, Judah said, Egon, you can go home if you have no business here. What? Egon couldn't believe his ears. Judah, are you kicking me out? Judah glanced over with a threatening look, causing Egon to instantly concede. I'll go then. Egon lowered his head, reluctantly leaving Judah's house. An hour later, exquisite dishes filled the dining table at Judah's home. Even before eating, the colors and aromas indicated the superb culinary skills behind them. With bated breath, Miriam tried a piece of beef with her chopsticks, putting it into her mouth. Tender and smooth, its flavor rich and savory, the meat melted in her mouth, blending perfectly with the sauce. So incredibly delicious. You cook this well? Miriam looked at Judah, unable to believe it. Judah smiled, watching Miriam's reaction, his lips curving upwards with satisfaction. Chapter 253, Before and After Miriam's Birth. Master was right. Delicious meals are for people who care about you. Watching her satisfaction and surprise fills my heart completely. Miriam asked again. If you can make such delicious food yourself, how could you eat what I made before? Miriam suddenly felt that cooking for Judah earlier seemed like teaching a fish how to swim. Beckett's cooking skills were given by the system, but they still couldn't match Judah's. This shows just how good his culinary skills were. This was, so far, the most delicious meal she had ever had. Judah smiled. Silly, the dishes you made were your effort, and that makes them different. How are they different? Aren't they all just meals? Forget it. No need to bother. Let's finish this meal first. With such delicacies in front of her, Miriam didn't want to waste too much attention on irrelevant matters. Focusing on enjoying the meal at hand, cherishing this moment, was what mattered most. After finishing the meal, Miriam lay lazily on Judah's sofa with her stomach full, looking content like a little lazy cat. At this moment, she shed her usual coldness and seemed much more approachable. Judah was now tucking the sleeves of his shirt, his fingers long and fair, moving gracefully and elegantly. Miriam couldn't associate him with delinquent youth anymore. Because of Judah, Miriam's mood improved. Judah sent the results from Flock's investigation to Amaric. 18 years ago, Lee was diagnosed with infertility after marriage due to poor sperm quality, which prevented his wife from conceiving. Lee, concerned about saving face, naturally couldn't let others know about his condition. After a period of suffering, he decided to steal his elder brother's sperm to impregnate his wife. Ayanna initially refused, but she eventually caved under repeated persuasion from her husband. At that time, Lee did not know that he and Amaric shared the same father, but different mothers. Beckett thought having a child similar to his brother wouldn't raise suspicions. Additionally, his elder brother was exceptionally intelligent and thus an ideal donor. Lee succeeded, and Ayanna successfully became pregnant. However, unexpectedly, Lee's infertility was cured while his wife was pregnant. Suddenly, Lee changed his mind, wanting a child of his own and even considering aborting the pregnancy. But Ayanna was already 8 months pregnant. Abortion wasn't an option as the baby was fully formed. With no other choice, Lee allowed her to give birth. This child was Miriam. Upon holding the newborn, Carmelo knew immediately that the child wasn't Lee's. The child resembled his late wife too much, and since Lee wasn't the son of his late wife, how could he produce a child that looked so much like her? Carmelo confronted Lee and confirmed through questioning that the child was conceived using artificial insemination with Amaric's sperm. At that time, Carmelo had just orchestrated Amaric's death. For their own reasons, Carmelo and Lee decided to send the child away. During her postpartum confinement, Ayanna begged her husband to keep the child, regardless of whether it was conceived artificially or naturally, emphasizing the 9 months of carrying the child had made her attached. But Lee firmly disagreed. Chapter 254, She is my daughter. In the end, Ayanna was unable to keep this child and could only let her husband send the child to the orphanage. More than a year later, Dover successfully made his wife pregnant again, this time with his own child. As for Miriam, she was completely forgotten by the Zaire family. It was as if this child had never existed. Dover didn't have to look at her and be reminded of the black history that his wife once carried another man's child for him. Rock didn't have to see her and be reminded of the wife he caused to die. If it weren't for Amaric still being alive, and his existence plunging the Zaire family into an abyss, Dover would probably never have revealed this embarrassing past. Christiana sat on the sofa, looking at the solemn-faced Aymeric, unsure how to comfort him. Aymeric was a close friend of her and her husband. After all these years, she was very happy that he could return alive and even bring back a daughter unexpectedly. She originally thought it was a good thing, but she never expected the daughter to have come about like this. After hesitating for a while, Christiana asked, Moron, how were you, back then? Stolen sperm. This was something Christiana was embarrassed to ask directly. At the time, I participated in a biological research project and provided samples, Aymeric replied. It wasn't a significant matter, but he never thought Dover would take advantage of it. Moron, what do you plan to do with this child? Christiana asked softly. Suddenly having a daughter who was conceived through stolen sperm must feel very complicated. She is my child. Regardless of how she came into being, she is my daughter. Even though I'm not fully prepared yet, Aymeric answered, his brows knitted with seriousness. His mind flashed back to the clear and cold face of the girl. Beckett, her features resembled those of his mother, and her personality unexpectedly resembled his, even though he had never been involved in her upbringing. Aymeric clenched his right fist tightly. Beckett truly wasn't ready to be a father, especially not a father to an 18-year-old girl. But he wouldn't allow Dover to treat his offspring like this. At this moment, Christiana received a text message on her phone. It showed as coming from Ayana, but the content suggested that it wasn't written by Ayana herself. If Aymeric doesn't agree to back down, we will make Miriam's identity public. Christiana felt angry when she read the message. What kind of person is this? If it's made public, that child will face so much ridicule and scorn. Even if she isn't their biological child, what has she done wrong? If Miriam's background became known, the child would be ridiculed and looked at with odd glances. The Zaires were gambling on Aymeric's feelings towards Miriam. They were betting that Aymeric might sympathize with this daughter because she was his daughter and compromise for her sake. Tell them that as long as they keep Miriam's background a secret for now, I won't take action against them for the time being, said Aymeric. Christiana looked at Aymeric's stern face. Although no emotions were displayed on it, as a close friend, she knew how deep Aymeric's hatred for Ripley ran. And now, he was willing to put aside his 18-year-long revenge plan to protect the reputation of this suddenly emerged daughter. Chapter 255's Zahernishment for Dover. Upon receiving Aymeric's reply and learning that he agreed to concede, with the condition being merely that they not disclose Miriam's true parentage, the Francis of the Zaire family was overjoyed. When he took that step, it was more out of hope than certainty. Beckett hadn't expected it to work so well. Aymeric's concern for Miriam surpassed their expectations. Dover was also relatively satisfied with this outcome. Beckett didn't want the matter to be made public either, so if Aymeric would agree, it would be best. Although they still couldn't fully relax, because Aymeric remained a sharp sword hanging over their heads. Most of the shares in the Zaire group were now in Aymeric's hands, leaving them to catch their breath only under his pressure. It would be good if they could seize this opportunity to reclaim power over the Zaire family. As Dover was pondering how to regain control from Aymeric, the Francis called him over. You go to Haisheng Tower in the city center now. Moron wants to see you, said the Francis. Beckett, he wants to see me? Dover hesitated. Guido, can I not go? What do you think? The Francis retorted. We finally managed to get him to back off. If you don't follow what he says, do you want to die sooner? The Francis knew very well that using Miriam as leverage against Aymeric was a risky move. In other matters, they had to comply with Aymeric's wishes. Not giving Dover a chance to reconsider, the Francis sent him personally with the butler to Haisheng Tower. Dover was forced to come to Haisheng Tower. Beckett entered the executive reception room. Aymeric, dressed in a dark gray light checkered suit, sat on the brown leather sofa in the reception room with an expressionless face and piercing eyes. Big brother. Dover cautiously addressed Aymeric. Aymeric's cold stare made it impossible for anyone to approach. Suddenly, two bodyguards beside Aymeric stepped forward, forcing Dover closer to him. They pressed Dover down by the shoulders, making him kneel on the floor. With his right hand, Aymeric grabbed Dover's hair, forcing him to look up at him. In pain, Dover's face contorted. Aymeric's icy gaze terrified Dover even more. Big brother, considering our years of brotherhood, spare me. I only used your sperm to create a child. Apart from that, I haven't done anything harmful to you. One of Aymeric's bodyguards knelt down and grabbed Dover's hand. Holding Dover's little finger, the guard's grip induced a profound fear within Dover. What are you going to do? Let me go, please, please. Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking followed as Dover's little finger snapped. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Dover. His face drained of all color, drenched in cold sweat. The intense pain radiated through his entire body. Aymeric released him, and Dover slumped to the ground, hugging his injured hand, curled into a ball, unable to cry out. With no change in expression, Aymeric informed Dover. From now on, you are not allowed to appear before Miriam. Each time you do, one finger will be broken. Chapter 256 Living with Guido 1. This year, Miriam returned to school. When her homeroom teacher saw her, she beamed and kept telling the students to learn from Miriam, to become excellent students. A student muttered, how do we learn? Do we learn how Miriam sleeps in class or how she chases after boys? Indeed, Miriam had never shown anyone her diligent side. As soon as Miriam sat down, Judah handed her a lunchbox. Miriam looked at it in pleasant surprise, cautiously opening it a crack for a peek. Your reward, said Judah. Reward me for what? Had she done anything worthy of a reward? Think about it. So mysterious, saying it was a reward but not telling her what specifically deserved a reward. After the first class ended, Christiana came looking for Miriam. Christiana stood by the back door of the classroom, looking at Miriam with a gentle and kind smile. Miriam walked up to Christiana. Looking for me? Good child, your father wants to see you. Beckett asked me to ask you if you're willing to go live with him. Guido. There's no need for him to bear this responsibility, said Miriam. Miriam was very rational about this. Emeric was also a victim in this matter. You are so much like him, always staying rational and hiding your true feelings no matter what happens, making it hard for people to understand you. Christiana commented with a smile. Miriam looked at Christiana without speaking, unsure of how to respond. Christiana continued. Beckett is your father, and half of your DNA is the same as his. This fact cannot be changed. Although he hasn't adapted to the role of father yet, he will definitely learn to be a good one. Are you willing to give him a chance? Miriam opened her mouth, but couldn't bring herself to refuse. Perhaps it was Christiana's tone, or the resemblance between her and Miriam's adoptive mother's kindness, or those two somewhat harmonious encounters with Emeric. Seizing the opportunity, Christiana said, I'll take that as a yes. I'll tell him and come pick you up tonight to take you to the small villa on Tanyuan Road. Though the house is nominally owned by the Hakim family, it was actually a wedding gift he gave to me and my husband, which he designed himself. After hearing about his supposed death, we didn't touch that villa. Now it's perfect for him to stay in his own design with you there. It must be very cozy. Christiana quickly added, I won't disturb your class anymore. We'll come pick you up tonight. Not giving Miriam time to think or refuse. In the evening, a striking limited edition Rolls-Royce stopped at the school gate. Teachers and students entering and exiting couldn't help but stare at the luxurious car. Waiwa High School had its fair share of rich second generations, and parents who drove luxury cars to drop off and pick up their children weren't uncommon. But a car worth tens of millions was indeed rare. Whose parent could afford such an extravagant ride? Did their school have such ultra-rich students? A little while later, Miriam emerged from the school. The driver's side door of the super luxury car opened, and a tall, imposing man stepped out. Students stopped in their tracks, all eyes turning towards this mysterious man. The man was incredibly handsome, exuding the unique charm of a mature man. Chapter 257 Living with Guido 2. It was Emeric. Beckett had come to pick up Miriam himself. When Ricky came to inform her earlier, she only mentioned that someone would pick her up for the villa visit tonight, but didn't specify it would be Emeric. And in such a luxurious car. Wasn't this too ostentatious? Emeric had already opened the passenger door. After hesitating for a moment, Miriam got into the car. From the moment she entered the vehicle until they reached their destination, not a word was exchanged between them. Please escort Miss to her room, Emeric instructed his assistant. Miss, please follow me. This is your room, miss, the male assistant introduced. Your father lives next door. Then he opened the door to the room prepared for Miriam. The room assigned to Miriam was enormous, about 4 or 5 times the size of her room at the Zaire family villa. Upon entering, one saw a study first, which was decorated in a modern minimalist style with black and white as the main colors. Simple, yet not simplistic. Every decoration reflected the designer's meticulousness. The bookshelves in the study were filled with new, unopened books, presumably recently purchased. Next to the desk was a gaming area equipped with an esports station. The assistant explained, this is your gaming area, Mississippi. It comes with an oversized LCD screen, gaming keyboard and mouse, and 2 sets of top-tier gaming PCs for when you bring friends over. Beside it is the gaming pod, also equipped with its own computer, so you can lie down to play games if you get tired of sitting. In total, Miriam was provided with 3 computers and 3 sets of gaming equipment. Beyond the study lay the bedroom, which maintained the same black and white theme. Yet, the bed linens and pillows were pink. Why did they choose pink for just the bedding? The assistant continued explaining. These were all per the boss's instructions. Although everything was rushed, we still managed to transport items from all over the country. Within just one day, Emeric had arranged for various items to be transported from all over China. Why pink? Miriam asked the assistant, pointing to the bedding. The assistant smiled. The boss asked Christiana what color girls prefer, and she said pink is cuter for girls. Who told them girls must use pink? After unpacking Miriam's luggage, the assistant led her to the adjacent room. Miss, this is your walk-in closet. Currently, it's not fully stocked. The clothes, shoes, and jewelry the boss ordered for you will take some time to arrive, the assistant explained. The 40-square-meter walk-in closet was filled with cabinets, and a few gowns suitable for Miriam hung sparsely on the racks, price tags still attached. The assistant smiled again. Miss, what kind of cuisine do you like for dinner? We have chefs specializing in Sichuan, French, and Cantonese cuisines. If you prefer something else, let me know, and I'll find a new chef for you tomorrow. Does he usually keep so many chefs at home? Miriam asked. Yes, the boss is very particular about food and never compromises, the assistant replied. So her love for food was inherited from him. It was a rather peculiar realization. Chapter 258. A daughter should be lavished with affluence. Miriam followed the male assistant to the restaurant downstairs. This villa was considerably smaller than the Zaire family's residence. The dining area featured a 6-person table, giving off a much cozier atmosphere. Zaire Blanche had already taken his seat, waiting for Miriam. Only after Miriam sat down did the chef bring out today's dishes. Tonight's menu consisted of Sichuan cuisine. The aroma filled the room, and Miriam's mouth instantly began watering. Dompa pork knuckle, cold pot fish, stone mill tofu, braised duck, yusiang shredded pork, maoshuang, a spicy hot pot dish. Of course, there was also an array of fresh and refreshing vegetables and soups. For just 2 people, over 10 dishes were served, nearly overwhelming the small dining table. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I had them prepare a little more, Zaire Blanche explained. I'm not picky. Miriam wasn't choosy about types of food, but only cared about the taste. Then let's eat, said Zaire Blanche, who wasn't much of a talker. Guido and daughter shared a meal in unspoken accord, both focused on eating without exchanging words. After dinner, Miriam followed Zaire Blanche into the adjacent tea room to enjoy tea and cleanse their palates. The male assistant stood beside Miriam, kindly asking her if the day's meal suited her palate and what she might prefer tomorrow. I would like some swan kai with sliced pork. Is that possible? Miriam asked. Yes. The assistant smiled, glancing furtively at his boss. It would be hard not to believe he wasn't the boss's daughter. Smiling, the assistant told Miriam, our boss often eats this dish. Miriam couldn't help but look at Zaire Blanche. Beckett was intently savoring his tea, his movements graceful and composed. His handsome face remained expressionless. What is it? Noticing Miriam watching him, Zaire Blanche set down his teacup and turned his gaze toward her. Nothing. Miriam withdrew her eyes. Zaire Blanche then addressed Miriam. If you need anything, tell Amen. Beckett's my assistant and will be responsible for your daily life during this time. Since all my assistants are male, you'll have to make do with them temporarily. I'll find a suitable millie for you as soon as possible. The male assistant beside Miriam, who had introduced himself earlier, was Amen. Miss, if you have any needs, please tell me. Amen offered. No need, thanks. I can take care of myself. Miriam only used her own assistant for work-related matters. In her personal life, she preferred to manage on her own. Zaire Blanche placed a black card in front of Miriam. This card has no spending limit. Use it whenever you need something or want to buy anything. No, thank you. Miriam pushed the black card back to Zaire Blanche. Looking at the returned card, Zaire Blanche's gaze deepened. I'm still figuring out how to be a good father, but I know that all your expenses as a student should be covered by me. As your father, I may not be able to guarantee other things, but I can ensure your financial needs are met. Pausing for a moment, Zaire Blanche added, if you find it troublesome to spend money yourself, you can tell Amen what you need, and he can handle it for you. Thanks. Miriam thanked him, feeling a bit embarrassed. The first thing you need to learn is not to thank me for this, because as your father, these arrangements are within my duty, Zaire Blanche said. Although still adjusting to his new identity as a father, Zaire Blanche understood that daughters should be brought up comfortably. Chapter 259, Beckett or Beckett only has room for me. After finishing her tea, Miriam returned to her room. Lying on the large bed, Miriam stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Beckett's phone buzzed. It was a message from her secretary, Mackenzie. Mackenzie, you didn't stay at the office today? Miriam, yeah, I got kept. Mackenzie, there are still men with such bravery in this world. Miriam, my biological father. Mackenzie, your dad? Shocked at JPG. Mackenzie, the boss, I'm happy for you that you have a dad, but don't you tell me your dad is already gone. Miriam, maybe he resurrected. Mackenzie, that's not funny. Miriam, the story is a bit strange, like a TV drama, and the plot twist is pretty novel. I've never seen such a scenario in any TV show I watched before. She had indeed never encountered a scenario where a younger brother used his older brother's sperm to impregnate his own wife, creating an artificial embryo. Mackenzie, so, you won't be staying at the company recently. I won't prepare dinner for you then. Miriam, okay. Miriam turned over and received another message from Egon. Egon, Connie, I heard you were kidnapped by a handsome guy tonight. Miriam, who said that? Egon, forward. Why you forum? Super rich man takes the school beauty away from the school gate. Egon directly forwarded the post from the school forum to Miriam. It turned out that the event of Miriam being picked up by a super luxury car after school sparked a heated discussion among students who were curious about the relationship between Miriam and the other party. Miriam glanced at some of the comments. The feedback was generally friendly, probably because of Miriam's reputation as a top student, plus she had already been accepted into Jing University, making her a quasi-college student. Even if Miriam was dating someone, her classmates would only be curious and there wouldn't be any comments about her getting rich by attaching herself to a wealthy person. After reading the post, Miriam replied to Egon. Yeah, really, the handsome guy is very handsome. He dazzled me, and I couldn't help but be overwhelmed. Egon looked at Miriam's reply, feeling embarrassed. Beckett cautiously turned his head to look at Judah beside him. That young Master Dustin, calm down, must stay calm. Egon was afraid Judah would lose his temper. Judah sneered. The one picking her up from school is Americ. Americ? Connie's real dad. Egon was taken aback. So there wasn't any outside affair. Pausing for a moment, Egon asked Judah, how do you know it's definitely Americ? Although they recently recognized each other as father and daughter, it's not certain that Americ came to pick her up from school. Less than 3 people in Tonghai Alithiadi can drive that car. But it could be the other 2, right? Like my brother. Egon dared to give his elder brother as an example. Their family garage also has a Rolls Royce, and his elder brother might go to pick Miriam up from school too. But the only person who could make her say such a thing is her father, Judah said firmly. If it were another man, Miriam would never say something like, my heart was fluttered. Beckett, her heart only has room for him. Besides, she isn't the type of person who would casually tell other men that her heart flutters for them. Then it's good. Egon said, as long as Miriam isn't involved with someone else outside. Chapter 260, Guido Daughter Affection 1. Miriam lay on the bed after replying to Egon's message. Little troublemaker, I think I'm going to become decadent. Zaire Mouron provided for her food and accommodation. And there was the black card he gave her with no spending limit. She could buy whatever she wanted. Suddenly, life lacked a goal. Your Majesty, please cheer up. Don't be deceived by this luxurious lifestyle in Fuhua. These things will only make you fall into depression and lose your fighting spirit. But I just want to be a lazy fish without any ambition. That's not right, Your Majesty. Society needs positive energy. Young people should greet each day energetically and contribute to society, humanity, and the world. Bullshit. The world is so big. Why does it have to be saved by me, a lazy fish? If everyone minds their own business, wouldn't the world be a beautiful place? Not everyone is cut out to be a superhero, Miriam argued. Don't you realize, Your Majesty? Although you always complain, when you see those children being helped, you are truly happy deep down. No, I'm not. Miriam refused to admit it. There's a reason you were chosen as the host. Growing up in an orphanage made you understand how those in need feel better than anyone else. Although you're aloof, your adoptive parents taught you kindness, and you possess strong personal abilities, making you the most suitable. Enough. Stop talking about this. I'm going to enjoy my lazy fish time. Miriam cut off communication with the troublesome system. She got up and changed into pajamas. Then she sat in the gaming area of the study and started playing games. After playing for a while, Miriam took off her headphones and got up to pour some water. Next to the gaming area was a snack area stocked with all sorts of drinks and snacks that met Miriam's needs. Earlier today, Amin had even surveyed Miriam about her preferences, promising to adjust the replenishment according to them. But Amin had forgotten to prepare hot water for Miriam. Miriam usually didn't like drinking beverages and preferred plain water. She went downstairs to get the kettle. On her way back, she heard a loud bang coming from Zaire Murom's room next door. Zaharting down the thermos, Miriam pushed open the door to Zaire Murom's room. Zaire Murom's room was laid out similarly to hers. The first room inside the door was also a study. Zaire Murom was lying beside his desk. Miriam quickly ran over and lifted him up from the ground. In the process, she noticed something about Zaire Murom's right ankle. It was metallic. It was a prosthetic limb. Usually hidden under his suit pants, it wasn't noticeable. Zaire Murom sat on the chair. Noticing Miriam's confusion, he calmly explained, I was injured during the shipwreck and didn't receive timely medical treatment. It got infected, so they amputated it. While saying this, Zaire Murom remained nonchalant, his expression unchanged. Yet, he had once been a spirited person, suddenly facing such a disaster, losing a leg due to injury inflicted by his biological father. Perhaps because this man was her biological father, Miriam felt a sudden tug at her heartstrings. However, Miriam wasn't someone who knew how to express concern through words. Her hand gently placed itself on top of Zaire Murom's prosthetic limb. This prosthetic was expertly crafted, almost indistinguishable from real in both shape and touch. Zaire Murom's daily life wasn't affected by it at all. Zaire Murom was taken aback. He hadn't expected Miriam to react this way. Chapter 261, Guido-daughter affection, 2. Both the father and daughter were not good at caring for others or responding to others' care. So they remained silent, without a word for a long time. After a while, Miriam let go of her hands and walked behind Emeric. I'll give you a shoulder rub, said Miriam. She had been blessed by this person. While she didn't know about other things, she could clearly see his kindness toward her today. She might not have other virtues, but she always returned others' kindness with her own. She wasn't sure what else she could do to help this man. It seemed like he lacked nothing, especially money. But Miriam felt the need to do something to express her gratitude. Miriam used to give shoulder massages to her adoptive parents, who always smiled happily during those times. So Miriam decided to give Emeric a shoulder massage to express her thanks. Before Emeric could reject, Miriam's hands were already on his shoulders. Although Emeric maintained good physical fitness, sitting in front of an office for years inevitably led to backaches and stiff shoulders and necks. Miriam's hands applied just the right amount of force on each acupoint. Each press helped relax Emeric's tense shoulders. After finishing the shoulders, Miriam moved her hands to Emeric's head, starting to massage his temples. At that moment, Emeric was both relaxed and nervous. His body was relaxed, but his mind was anxious. The term daughter was very unfamiliar to him. An 18-year-old daughter appearing out of nowhere was quite impactful. This was also the closest he had ever been to his daughter. Though Emeric's face showed no expression, still maintaining a stern look, there was a subtle change in his heart due to Miriam's actions. 10 minutes later, Emeric spoke in a deep voice. That's enough. You should rest now. It wasn't because Miriam's massage was uncomfortable, but rather because Emeric didn't want her to be too tired. It's still early, said Miriam. Raise your arms, rotate them, and stretch your shoulders. Inexplicably, Emeric followed Miriam's instructions, stretching his body as she guided. Do you seem to know a lot about massage? Emeric asked. I used to give massages to my parents, replied Miriam. I mean my adoptive father and mother. That's fine. They raised you, so they are more important than me. You can call them that, said Emeric. Emeric was calm and rational. As Ricky said, their personalities were indeed very similar. The next morning, Miriam got up just in time. When she went downstairs, Emeric was already sitting at the dining table waiting for her to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Emeric drove Miriam to school himself. On the way, the two remained silent. But the atmosphere seemed much better than when they came home last night. Noon. Gymnasium. Normal training time for the basketball team. Miriam had been absent for several days. The teammates asked Christopher, who lowered his head, looking miserable, leading everyone to mistakenly believe that Miriam was seriously ill. Fortunately, Egon told everyone that Miriam was only dealing with some temporary matters and would be back in a few days. When Miriam arrived at the gymnasium, the players had just started training. Seeing Miriam, they warmly welcomed her. Christopher first showed a surprised expression upon seeing Miriam, and then, while everyone surrounded Miriam, he quietly walked to a nearby bench to sit down and drink water. Chapter 262. The enemy in the game is him. After assigning tasks to the team members, Miriam walked towards Christopher. Christopher hung his head, not daring to meet Miriam's eyes. Beckett tray. Miriam handed a bulging paper bag to Christopher. Christopher slowly raised his head, his gaze meeting Miriam's. Beckett did not reach out immediately but asked Miriam, "What does this make us? Siblings?" Beckett didn't know. Since the incident, his emotions had been as tangled as a messy ball of yarn. By blood, they were half-siblings with the same mother but different fathers. But their relationship was different from typical half-siblings. "I don't know either," Miriam replied. "Someone once told me that what defines family isn't blood, but affection, memories, and moments spent together. Blood ties come second." Christopher gazed at Miriam and asked, "Can you still treat me like your brother?" "You accepted my payment for calling you sister," Miriam answered. The payment Miriam gave Christopher was just a candy. It took Christopher a few seconds to understand what Miriam meant. His eyes welled up instantly. A grown boy actually tearing up. It was really. Miriam pulled out some tissues and handed them to Christopher. "Dry your tears and go to training. Don't think being my brother lets you skip it." "Okay." Christopher took the tissue, turned around, and ran toward his teammates. Miriam and Christopher would never be ordinary siblings, but the time they spent together would remain etched in their memories. After talking with Christopher, Miriam entered the lounge she shared with Judah. Judah was still sitting in front of his computer, typing rapidly on the keyboard. Miriam's small bed was still her exclusive nap spot. "If you need anything, just let me know," Judah suddenly said to Miriam without context. Miriam knew what he was referring to. "It's fine. I can handle it." Miriam walked up to Judah and glanced at his computer screen. The screen displayed the interface of Drunken Rivers and Lakes, a popular game with a wide player base. It wasn't surprising that Judah played it. But Judah's in-game ID surprised Miriam. Acton. Though it seemed random, it was actually typed in the order of the keyboard letters, likely done out of convenience while naming his character. This name, Miriam would recognize anywhere. Beckett was the top player in their server, and the person who had pursued her relentlessly in the game for half a year. In the game, this guy frequently sought her out for fights. Beckett often disrupted her when she was trading goods or running errands. All because they had once competed for a herb in the game. Little did she expect that her biggest enemy in the game was right next to her all along. "You jerk. You chased after me so many times in the game, taking advantage of my aversion to conflict." Standing behind Judah, Miriam clenched her fists subtly. Unaware of the change in Miriam's expression behind him, Judah continued playing, his gaming record clean. No couples or relationships, no female companions, nothing to hide. "Do you play this game? If you do, I can help you level up and get equipment," Judah offered. This was the first time Judah voluntarily offered to assist someone. If Egon knew, he'd probably scold Judah for favoritism. Chapter 263, Petty Miriam's Revenge on Judah. 1. "Have been playing." Miriam replied, "There's a dungeon I can't get through. Want you to bring me tonight?" "Sure." Judah agreed without hesitation. "At 7 tonight, in Peach Blossom Hollow." Peach Blossom Hollow was a map inside the Drunken Rivers game. It had become a dating haven for couples within the game due to its beautiful design. That evening, after returning home, Miriam logged into the game. Miriam found Acton in the enemies list, then chose to track Acton. Immediately, Miriam was transported to Peach Blossom Hollow. Judah, as agreed that noon, was waiting there for Miriam. Miriam located the person. His game avatar was a charming man in red attire. His hair, black like ink, flowed behind him, exquisitely handsome and striking, graceful yet alluring. This usually combative figure spent time amidst the peach blossoms of Peach Blossom Hollow today, even carpeting the ground with petals as if setting up a date. Miriam typed on the public chat, "Want to fight?" They had known each other in-game for some time, but this was the first time Miriam initiated conversation. "No time." The man in red promptly declined Miriam and then sat down under a peach tree. His left leg bent, right leg straightened, leaning back against the trunk of the brown tree, which contrasted beautifully with his red outfit. An air of leisurely ease surrounded him. This game was incredibly well designed, with stunning visuals. Whether it was the man in red or the peach tree behind him, everything looked like a work of art. Does he not want to fight just because he said so? Previously, whenever he sought her out, he never asked if she wanted to fight. Miriam wielded her large black golden blade and swung it towards the man. The red-clothed man instantly stood up to face her. As they fought, the red-clad man realized that Adira was different from usual today. Over 2 years, they had fought at least 100 times, but only today did Adira seem truly serious. Their combat was intense, attracting many players who stopped by to watch. Initially, only a few noticed them fighting. After these players mentioned the battle on the World Channel, more gamers specifically rushed to Peach Blossom Hollow to spectate. Acton was ranked first, while Adira was ranked 10th. In theory, their skill levels were quite uneven, making it unlikely for Adira to beat Acton. But the two were locked in an evenly matched duel. World, Butcher, why isn't this salty fish salty today? It's actually challenging the top player. World, too full. Could the undefeated myth of number 1 be broken? This gets me a bit excited somehow. World, Acton's little fan. You wish the invincible record of our great letter could be broken? Not happening. World, most awesome. I'll cheer for the salty fish girl. That stinky letter guy stole hearts, so someone needs to help win them back. World, Night Raid Widow's Village. Awesome, give it up. Even if the salty fish girl wins, hearts won't belong to you. World, too full. How do you confirm the salty fish is a girl? Maybe it's a transvestite. The World Channel buzzed with discussions about the battle, and crowds gathered around Peach Blossom Hollow, blocking all exits. Judah felt good today and didn't want to continue entangled combat with salty fish. Chapter 264, Frugal Miriam's Revenge, 2. So he proactively messaged Miriam privately. Private message, Acton. Today I have plans with friends. Can we reschedule for another day? Private message, Ambria. No. Communication failed, and Judah was forced into the confrontation. Normally, if he didn't want to fight, he could simply log off. However, today he had a meeting with Miriam. If he logged off, she wouldn't be able to find him. Davidson also came over and saw Ambria pounding Acton. What was going on? Miriam usually avoided conflicts and would never initiate fights in the game. For several years, it had always been Acton who provoked Miriam, with Miriam avoiding confrontations every time. Why was Miriam fighting so fiercely today? Tomas's first reaction was that Acton must have done something terrible. Private message, Davidson. Little fish, what happened? Need any help? Private message, Ambria. No need, personal grudge. After replying to Davidson, Miriam received another private message from Acton. Private message, Acton. I have plans with friends and don't have time to play with you. What do you want to stop? Miriam replied promptly. Give me 300,000 gold coins, and I'll let you off. Gold coins were the universal currency in this game. Zuijiangu was a relatively ethical game that did not provide direct ways to purchase gold coins. However, players often sold them on some trading platforms. Typically, 1 real-world yuan could buy 10 game gold coins. 300,000 gold coins would amount to around 30,000 real-world yuan. This was indeed an exorbitant demand. Ordinary players might not have 300,000 gold coins, but Acton, being the top player, likely had a significant amount of gold. Private message, Acton. Okay. Acton agreed without hesitation. A trade request popped up on Miriam's screen. Player, Acton requests a trade with you. Accept? Miriam clicked agree. In the trade window, Acton directly placed 300,000 gold coins and confirmed the transaction. With the sound of gold coins falling, Miriam's inventory increased by 300,000 gold coins. She felt pleased. As promised, Miriam ceased the battle as soon as the payment was made. Chat, Davidson. What happened to Little Fish? Did he bully you? Chat, Ambria. Nothing, just settled our feud. Chat, Davidson. Good. By the way, the new dungeon hasn't been cleared yet. Want to give it a try? Chat, Ambria. It's a couples-only dungeon. I can't clear it alone. Why does the official have to be so cruel? The new dungeon required couples to enter. How is anyone supposed to enjoy the game like this? Chat, Davidson. Do you want to go? Chat, Ambria. Sure, but there's nothing I can do since I can't get in. Which time did Miriam not explore the new dungeon first? Whenever she had time, she would definitely try out new dungeons. But this time, the officials gave Miriam a big challenge. Chat, Davidson. How about we form a couple in-game? Chat, Ambria. Omega to Omega. Shock.jpg. Chat, Davidson. I mean just forming a relationship in the game, nothing else. Chat, Ambria. Epsilon Sadface, Omicron asterisk. You scared me. Chapter 265 became couples in the game. Elliot, don't worry. Poppy. Alright, let's team up then. It will be nice to have some synergy with you while grinding dungeons. Acton, can't you two chat somewhere else? Elliot, this is a public place. There's no rule that only you can stay here. Poppy, no way my dear deskmate. Acton, Poppy, deskmate, I'll take your 300,000 gold coins as compensation for all these years of chasing me. Judah's fingers, which were on the keyboard, paused. His eyes focused on the screen where a female character in black clothes wielding a large saber was shown, and gradually overlapped with his memory of Miriam. Indeed, it fits her style. Tomas was in his office at that moment, surrounded by piles of work documents and design drawings. The only thing displayed on his computer was the game. Just now when Miriam called Acton deskmate, it meant this person was Judah. Miriam had avenged herself and was about to explore a new dungeon. Poppy, let's go. We should tackle the new dungeon. To play the new dungeon, they had to first form a party and go to the matchmaker to get paired as lovers. Just as Miriam was about to send a party invitation to Elliot, a party request from Acton popped up on the screen. After hesitating for a while, Miriam pressed the accept button. Party, Acton. I also want to clear the new dungeon, but nobody is around to join me. Judah sent a message to Miriam in the party channel. Party, Poppy, but I've already made plans with Brother Phone. Party, Acton, a dinner. Party, Poppy, what? Party, Acton, dinner made by me. Party, Poppy. Sitting in front of the computer, Miriam swallowed. She still missed the last meal cooked by Judah. Miriam admitted she was tempted. After some thought, she figured who she paired with in the game wasn't really important. And Brother Phone only sought her out for convenience while clearing dungeons. So, private message, Poppy, Brother Phone, sorry, this person is my real-life deskmate. Beckett offered me something irresistible to help him clear the dungeon. Private message, Elliot, no problem, you don't need to feel bad, it's just a game. Tomas lowered his eyes and slowly typed out a line. Private message, Poppy, thanks. With Elliot's consent, Miriam followed Judah to the matchmaker. System announcement. Congratulations to player, Acton and player, Poppy on getting married. Wishing them eternal happiness. Once the announcement went out, the world chat exploded. World night raid on Widow's village. What happened? Am I seeing things? Rank 1 Alpha Boy actually got married? And to Salty Fish Girl? World stuff too full. Holy crap. So, the fight earlier was foreplay? Is this a world we commoners can never understand? World, Alpha Fanatic. I refuse to believe this. This must be fake. I do not accept it. World, Moonlit Breeze. I'm heartbroken. World, Supreme Lord. I'm heartbroken too, my Salty Fish Girl. Chapter 266. Change to a couple name. World, life is like a journey. Amazing, this lazy girl is incredible. So many girls have tried to win over the top-ranked letter brother, but failed. She directly lured him away. I'm impressed. World, are you afraid of loving me? Ah, lazy girl got married. To celebrate your honeymoon, how about selling some of those premium elixirs? I need them for the arena. World announcement. Player, Acton, has used a name change card to rename to Corbin. Another world announcement popped up immediately after. It was the top-ranked player who used a name change card and altered his nickname. This nickname had been used by him since the game started. More than one person had said that his nickname was too casual and sloppy, but he never changed it. Until today, and he even changed it to such a name. Corbin. Wasn't this clearly showing off their love? World, night raid on Widow's Village. Brother number 1 is showing off his love and loyalty. World screen domination prince. I just want to know when these two got together. World president of Letterboy's fan club. I'm emotionally shaken. I want to get drunk. Anyone going to Xinghua Village with me for a drinking spree? World, tyrant's forceful advance. Good, this bastard finally got married. Now single ladies can turn to us. World, Poilchm. Should I also change my imitation account's name? Any girls with food-related nicknames want to be soulmates? Looking for a wife online, so I can have a similar couple name like brother number 1. Miriam asked Judah, why did you change your nickname? Judah? Suddenly, I didn't think my old nickname looked good. Seeing your name gave me inspiration, so I changed it. This fits our couple status better, right? Miriam, you could have changed it to something like a very lazy sloth. Why Corbin? It might cause misunderstandings. Judah, in this gaming world, we are a couple, there's no room for misunderstandings anymore. Judah, don't worry about those details. Let's do the dungeon run. You wanted to clear new grounds, right? If we delay, someone else might be the first to clear the dungeon. Miriam, alright then. This was Miriam's first time collaborating with Judah in a dungeon. For more challenging dungeons, she usually partnered with Dance with Fenji. On their first collaboration, Miriam thought there would be a lot of hiccups. But Judah's skills were impeccable, whether it was positioning or timing attacks, all were perfect. Watching him in his red attire maneuvering skillfully, delivering swift and lethal sword strikes. The big boss in the couple dungeon was a red-clad female ghost. Once half her health was gone, she would go berserk, her body enlarging, black hair flailing wildly, making her extremely aggressive. Previous challengers all failed at this stage. With their superior operation and excellent equipment, Miriam and Judah successfully slew the ghost. After the ghost's HP dropped to 0, her anger dissipated, transforming into a pretty woman. The woman began telling her tragic story from life, a sorrowful tale of being separated from her husband. After finishing the story, she disappeared. World announcement. Congratulations to players Corbin and Diana for completing the Promise of Love dungeon for the first time. World announcement. Congratulations to player Corbin on obtaining the Divine Pet Golden Phoenix. World announcement. Congratulations to player Diana on obtaining the Divine Pet Golden Phone Wong. Chapter 267. You and Connie became a couple? 3 world announcements popped up in a row, detailing the completion of the couple's dungeon and the dropped rewards. The official had long mentioned that players who first clear new dungeons would receive special rewards. However, they didn't specify what these rewards were, leaving it as a suspense for the players. Now the suspense was revealed. It turned out to be 2 divine pets, Golden Phoenix and Golden Fong. World night raid on Widow's Village. I can't live with this. I'm insanely jealous. Divine pets. The only 2 divine pets in the game, Aowa. World, overlord by force. Me neither. Did they leave any room for others? All tonight's world announcements were dominated by them. They went from getting married to claiming rewards seamlessly. It's outrageous. World, this damn gentleness. Jealousy disfigures me. Jealousy makes me split at the seams. World, Acton's admirer. My heart is shattered into pieces that can't even be put back together. The world channel was flooded rapidly. Having completed the new dungeon, Miriam logged off the game directly. On the other side, Judah also exited the game after Miriam went offline. Egon walked in with a stack of documents and handed them over to Judah, while simultaneously noticing Judah's expression. This devil, he was actually smiling. What's so cheerful? Egon asked. Am I? Did he look that happy? Do you want to check the mirror? You have no idea how diabolically handsome you look when you smile. There indeed is something good, Judah said. I found a wife in the game just now. Oh, so you got yourself a... Egon was suddenly startled. What? You got a wife in the game? Is there a problem? Yes, a huge one. Egon said. Sir Dustin, you can't do this. You obviously have Connie. How can you flirt with other girls in the game? While game relationships may not be serious, as someone already in a relationship, you should maintain integrity and avoid doing anything that could hurt girls' feelings. Especially Connie, our basketball team coach. Listen, you can't make her sad. Egon delivered his lecture in one breath. When did I become a couple with Miriam? Judah was more curious about where Egon got the notion that he and Miriam were a couple. Beckety, don't tell me you're going to dodge responsibility. I saw everything between you and Connie in the gym. Whenever we're alone, you two just. Egon's hands moved around nervously, unable to bring himself to describe the details. Realizing Egon had misunderstood, Judah didn't refute. I proposed to Leslie. You shouldn't form a couple with anyone in-game if you have a partner in real life. Egon lectured sternly. Leslie is Miriam, Judah explained. Egon was surprised. You mean the very salty Leslie is Connie? Yes. Damn, Egon exclaimed. Didn't you used to chase Leslie all the time? Yes. So, the person you kept chasing is Connie? Does she know who you are? She found out today. And she's not angry. She fought me, and then demanded 30 million gold coins. 30 million gold coins. It sure isn't cheap. But judging by Judah's expression, he didn't seem to care at all. Well, why would he? The entire game company belongs to him. Why would he care about gold coins? Chapter 268. Donfei Company might be their hope. Americ's concession allowed the Zaire family to catch their breath temporarily, but Irving was not satisfied with the current situation. The Zaire family, though not bankrupt, had been isolated by all prominent families in Tonghai Alithidi due to Americ's attitude. Irving needed to find an ally. Harold, there isn't any influential force like Haishin Group in Tonghai Alithidi, Lee said dispiritedly. I heard that Donfei Company recently moved its headquarters to our city? Irving asked. There is such a thing. This matter was neither too big nor too small. Donfei was a world-renowned luxury brand, owning multiple industries including clothing, luggage, watches, and cosmetics. Although Donfei wasn't as large as Haishin Group, it belonged to a different field, each having its own advantages and disadvantages, making it hard to simply say which was stronger. Donfei has just started developing in Tonghai Alithidi, so they will definitely need to connect with local industries here. This presents a good opportunity, Irving assessed. Harold, I understand your point and thought of it long ago. But do you know? The owner of Donfei is also notoriously elusive, rarely showing up personally or attending any social events. It's not easy to meet him, and his subordinates are all unapproachable, very difficult to deal with. If it were easy, would it be our turn? Others would have seized the opportunity long ago. The more difficult it is, the more we need to work at it. You should find out this person's preferences and try to meet him. Find an opportunity and try to establish a connection. Irving had been in business for over half his life and understood the principle of flexibility. All right, I'll think of a way. Lee could only follow Patriarch's advice now. If it weren't for Patriarch's idea, Emeric would have ruined their family. In critical times, it was still necessary to rely on Patriarch to save the Zaire family. After much effort, Lee finally got some useful information that the boss of Donfei loved fine food and had high standards for meals. Therefore, Donfei employed top chefs in its cafeteria, which was loved by employees. Additionally, he learned that Donfei would host a party celebrating its new location in the company cafeteria on Friday evening. Lee deduced that the owner of Donfei would attend this celebration in person. Ayana knew her husband had been worrying about the future of the Zaire family recently. Seeing him lose weight, she felt very heartbroken. Wak, don't exhaust yourself. Take care of your health. How can I worry about that now? Do you know what position the Zaire family is in Tonghai Alithidi? Ayana clearly knew the status of the Zaire family in Tonghai Alithidi. Beckett, her close lady friends, no longer invited her to tea parties, completely excluding her. Old acquaintances no longer contacted her either. These days, Natalie had been keeping her company and consoling her. But if we just rush to see the boss of Donfei, he might not pay attention to us. Ayana expressed her concern. We must try even if the chance is slim. If we don't try, we won't have any chance at all, Lee said. And while the Zaire family is suffering now, we still have a solid foundation. If it weren't for Americ's constant suppression, we wouldn't be in this situation. If Donfei's owner has insight and recognizes the potential of our family, cooperation between us is very likely. Chapter 269. Seeing Miriam enter Donfei. At 1 in the afternoon, Zaire Wuka took Ayana to the cafe downstairs from Donfei Company and chose a window seat for easy observation of people entering and exiting the company. After waiting for over an hour, they saw nothing and both felt somewhat weary. At 2:30 in the afternoon, a familiar figure appeared within their line of sight. It was Miriam. Dressed casually in sportswear, Miriam entered the gate of Donfei Company. Prudence? Why is she here? Ayana asked in surprise. Zaire Wuka was also puzzled. Let's go see. Zaire Wuka quickly stood up and ran to the entrance of Donfei Company. The security guard at the door stopped him. Sorry, sir, you are not an employee of the company. If there is a special circumstance requiring entry, please have your contact come down to accompany you inside. If you are attending today's gathering here, please show your electronic invitation card. Security at Donfei Company was very tight, with facial recognition systems installed at the entrance, allowing only employees to enter by scanning their faces. For visitors or others who needed to enter the company, they had to be accompanied by an employee. That didn't make sense. How did Miriam get in? Who was that young girl who just went in? How could she enter? Zaire Wuka asked the security guard. Sorry, sir, I don't know who you're referring to. Not that. Just now, a few minutes ago, a high school girl walked in. Was she accompanied by someone? Sorry, sir. Everyone who enters this company is either an employee or a visitor accompanied by an employee. If attending today's gathering, they must present an electronic invitation card. The security guard was polite but firm, unwilling to discuss any internal matters with outsiders. Failing to get answers, Zaire Wuka and Ayana left. Just a few steps away, they saw Christopher walking toward the entrance of Donfei Company. Why is Ira here? Zaire Wuka wondered. Christopher didn't notice his parents. Beckett had come to meet Miriam. Since Miriam left the family, he had kept in touch with her. Though their relationship had become complicated, they were still siblings. Just as Christopher was about to enter, a hand grabbed his shoulder. Christopher turned around, his face changing drastically. Harold, Kiyomi, why are you here? Christopher asked, surprised and uneasy. Ira, we should be asking you why you're here, Ayana asked quickly. I came to attend a small party here. Christopher lowered his head, too guilty to meet his parents' eyes. Beckett had kept his communication with his sister secret, fearing family opposition and misinterpretations. Beckett just wanted a simple relationship with her. Did Donfei invite you? Zaire Wuka, who hadn't noticed his son's evasiveness, focused on how Christopher got access to the company. They had heard that Donfei only invited some close companies to their relocation party. Yes. Christopher admitted reluctantly. Who gave you the invitation? Hey, friend. Christopher answered cautiously. And you can enter directly? Zaire Wuka asked again. Yes. Miriam had granted him permission, registering his information in the company's security system, so he could pass through the facial recognition system and enter the premises. Chapter 270, relying on Christopher to sneak into the party. Then take us in, Dover said hastily. Why? Harold, this is an internal company party. Why would you go? Just to check things out. Since you know someone who can get in, it's normal to bring Kiyomi and Harold along too, right? Didn't several other families receive invitations today? That's because they have business dealings with Ellen. Ellen doesn't have any business connections with our family. So we'll just enter as your family members, not discussing any business matters, Dover explained. Ayana also tried to dissuade Dover. Wuxia, haven't you forgotten what happened when we saw Ling enter? Americ warned you not to appear in front of her again. Dover had one of his fingers forcibly broken by Americ, which was only recently set in a cast after a trip to the hospital. If they entered Ellen's company and accidentally ran into Miriam, and Americ found out, the consequences would be severe. Beckettering this, Dover was visibly taken aback. The scene of that day's torture by Americ flashed back. Beckett indeed dared not face Miriam again. But thinking about it, Dover felt unwilling. Beckett didn't want to live forever in Americ's shadow. To take revenge, he couldn't fear Americ. Being overly cautious wasn't going to solve anything. Dover firmly stated, why should I be afraid of Americ? Does he really think he can do whatever he wants? Then Dover continued asking Christopher, little song, what are you worried about? All we're asking is for you to bring us in. It's perfectly normal to bring family members when you receive an invitation. Why hesitate so long? Christopher couldn't explain. Beckett remembered that Miriam's secretary, Mackenzie, had mentioned that even though it was a company party, Miriam herself wouldn't attend. She usually just sent food up to Miriam's office. With this thought, Christopher agreed to Dover's request. All right then. Christopher led Dover and Ayana into Ellen's company. On the 7th floor of the building, the party had already started. Bright lights, various kinds of buffet food. Most of those present were employees of Ellen Company, with only a few guests invited specially. People played games or enjoyed the food. Dover and Ayana seemed out of place at this party. Christopher felt awkward too. This was originally a celebratory party for the company's relocation, but his parents looked so serious, as if they were there to conduct business. As more people arrived, Dover and Ayana wandered aimlessly, looking around. They didn't know what Ellen's boss looked like, and could only guess based on how employees behaved. Oh yeah, where's Miriam? Dover suddenly asked. If Miriam had entered, why hadn't they seen her? Maybe sister didn't come to the party, Christopher said. Who knows what she's up to? Dover muttered. She's become so powerful now. With Americ backing her, she can do whatever she wants. That fool Americ, despite knowing his daughter was conceived from his stolen sperm, still fiercely protected her. But it was precisely because he took Miriam seriously that they couldn't threaten him otherwise. Harold, don't say such things about sister. She hasn't done anything wrong, and she didn't choose this either, Christopher defended Miriam. Chapter 271, she's actually the CEO of Donfei. 1. Why do you still call her sister? Let me tell you, she and her father are our Zaire family's enemies. Zaire Wuha earnestly warned Christopher. Stay away from her even if you meet her at school in the future. Harold, the grievances between you and uncle are your own matters. Why drag sister and me into this? Just listen to me. Are you disobeying your father? Zaire Wuha was a bit angry. I knew it wasn't a good thing to bring Miriam home. How long has she been here? Yet she's already had a bad influence on you. Beside him, Ayana listened with eyes reddening. Christopher felt unbearable. He could only walk to one side, pick up a glass of wine, and down it directly. Christopher was not yet 18 years old and usually didn't drink alcohol. Today, feeling upset, he swallowed a mouthful. At the top floor of the company, Miriam was in her lounge hugging snacks while watching TV dramas. The door opened. Tomas appeared at the doorway. The girl inside the room was truly surprising. She wore a fluffy hooded pajama with the hood on her head, letting her hair drape down, holding a big bag of chips, curled up in bed, looking very lazy, but inexplicably adorable. Miriam looked up and met Tomas's gaze. Yo-yo, how could you just bring a man into my room? What about my dignity? In response to what you said earlier, bringing people straight to you when they arrive, and I don't think you have much dignity left, Mackenzie replied. Seems true. Miriam agreed with the statement. There's another half hour. Miriam really didn't want to move. Mackenzie glanced at her watch, saying, taking your changing and makeup time, you've got no more than 5 minutes. Don't remind me of such depressing facts. Miriam did not want to move. And considering there is such a handsome guy waiting for you, shouldn't you give up the handsome men in your TV drama and look at real-life handsome men? Mackenzie continued reminding. One handsome man isn't thrilling enough, Miriam answered. Okay, now you have 3 minutes left. Mackenzie continued. After saying that, she turned to Tomas and said, Sir, please wait on the sofa outside. She will come out on time, don't worry. Tomas smiled, withdrew from the room, and waited on the sofa outside. Sure enough, Miriam came out precisely when the time was up. Miriam wore a sexy long dress as she emerged from the room. The length of the dress barely covered her thighs, exposing her long, white, slender legs. It also revealed her slim waist and voluptuous. Miriam had great skin, so she only applied light makeup, tying her hair into a bun. She had both youthful beauty typical of her age and a mature allure. What are you spacing out for? Miriam asked. I invited you to party, to eat and drink freely. Daydreaming won't get you any food. Tomas came back to his senses. You look very beautiful dressed like this. But why are you dressing so formally today? I'm the boss of this company and need to act the part. Otherwise, how can I gain respect? There was a hint of helplessness in Miriam's tone. She defined her attire as part of her job. You never liked bustling occasions before. Why are you attending your company's party today? Tomas asked. Chapter 272, she is actually the president of Ellen. 2. About this. I want to make some changes. Miriam couldn't directly say that she was here for admiration points. She also wanted to keep a low profile, but according to the system's rules, employees were an important source of admiration points for her. So today, she had no choice but to operate and meet her employees. Dressing in a mature and intellectual style was also to gain their admiration. A diner's spirit is indomitable. For food, one can only go all out. Well then, let's go. I'll accompany you downstairs. Tomas accompanied Miriam down to the 7th floor. The two appeared at the party on the 7th floor, immediately drawing attention as an attractive couple. Tomas was a renowned designer, celebrated within the industry. Beckett had collaborated with many projects with Ellen, so most people in the company recognized him. Lee and Ayanna, who were mingling in the crowd, noticed the commotion among people. They followed their gazes towards the entrance. Tomas and Miriam appeared simultaneously. Tomas wore a suit, tall and refined, with an elegant demeanor like a gentleman. Miriam, surprisingly, was dressed very provocatively, showcasing her outstanding figure and exquisite features, which made her quite eye-catching. Truly, what a good scheme, not only relying on Merrick, but now finding the young master of the Liu family as a boyfriend. No wonder she got into Ellen. Christopher, who was drunk, mumbled on the sofa beside them, too incoherent to notice that Lee was saying anything bad about Miriam again. Is that the famous designer Liu? So handsome. In person, his facial features are even more chiseled and dashing than in magazine photos. Yes, better looking than many young celebrities. Becketard, that designer Liu comes from a prestigious background, the eldest son of the Liu family, a major conglomerate in Tonghai Lithium. Really? That's perfect. Jealous. Well, he must be perfect to match our president. What a perfect match they make. Envy killed me. Ignoring Ayanna's advice, Lee walked up to Miriam. Beckety cousin Liu, long time no see. Lee greeted Tomas. His intention wasn't Miriam, as they didn't have much to say to each other, but it was different with Tomas. Beckett knew Tomas was a well-known designer with great relations with Ellen. Tomas responded coldly. I'm not familiar with you. Tomas's attitude infuriated Lee. Cousin Liu, are you upset with us Zaire family because of Mr. Emerick? Not. Tomas denied. It has nothing to do with the Haishin group. I just don't know you well, especially given what you've done to Aling. I see no need to be acquainted. Tomas's words gnawed at Lee. Ayanna hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Aling, don't be like this. Even if we can't be father and daughter, don't turn into enemies, I beg you. Tears welled up in Ayanna's eyes. One was her husband, the other her daughter. She really didn't wish for their relationship to become irreconcilable. Tomas helped Miriam reply. Aunt, some things can't be forced, and you can't just ask Aling. Relationships are mutual. Ayanna was speechless. Because Tomas was present, Lee dared not lash out. Beckett suppressed his dissatisfaction with Miriam and smiled apologetically. Cousin Liu, I'll just ask one question. After you answer, I won't bother you anymore. I want to know who the president of Ellen is at today's party. Chapter 273. She is actually the CEO of Donfei. 3. Dover looked at Tomas with great anticipation. Tomas turned to look at Miriam. The people around also directed their gazes toward Dover. That kind of gaze was a bit strange. Security, please escort this person out, Miriam said coolly. Why are you giving orders here, Miriam? I didn't want to deal with you, but now you've overstepped your bounds. Dover sneered coldly. Sir, please mind your words, Tomas frowned. Dover earnestly said to Tomas, Nephew Liu, you don't know that Miriam has prejudices against me. I know her upbringing caused some issues with her personality, which I can understand. But now we're talking about serious matters, and her interference isn't good. Please stop your baseless accusations, Tomas said in a stern voice. What problems with Miriam's upbringing? What exactly went wrong? Indeed, the orphanage Miriam initially lived in was poor and broken when she was young. But many who grew up there have since become successful in various fields. Aren't her actions telling enough? We were both invited guests. Now she wants to kick me out just because you're protecting her. Watch your words. The genteel Tomas wouldn't insult anyone. His expression was as severe as it ever got. Dear Nephew Liu, did I say anything insulting? Dover played the role of an elder. I'm doing this for your own good. She's your guest, and her behavior reflects on you. At the party, more and more people stopped to watch Dover. Their eyes were filled with strangeness, all puzzled looks. But at that moment, Dover paid no attention to the gazes of those around him, assuming they were just ordinary spectators. Beckett continued addressing Miriam. Though our relationship has changed, some things will never change. I am still your elder, and anyone with manners knows how to speak to their elders. At this moment, Mackenzie walked over with Miriam's phone in hand. Boss, you left your phone in the office. Mackenzie handed over the phone. The word boss shocked Dover and Ayanna. Andre came over with Mackenzie and reported. Boss, I've delivered the things you asked for to your office. Remember to check them later. Andre had brought the items to Miriam's office and then conveniently came down with Mackenzie. Everyone in the company knew Andre liked Mackenzie, always finding chances to talk to her, though he wouldn't admit it himself. Dover recognized the man in front of him in a plaid shirt. This man, wasn't he the nerd who picked up Miriam from their house last time? At that time, he handed them a business card showing he was the director of network technology at Donfei Company. But he looked like a nerd, and later on, said Miriam was his boss. The Zaire family didn't believe it. Now, at the headquarters of Donfei Company, during one of their events, the situation was entirely different. Chapter 274. The Zaire family was full of regret. 1. This man called Miriam boss, and there was no unusual reaction from the people around. which meant they basically accepted this form of address. Why does she call you boss? Dover questioned Miriam. Beckett wondered if this word boss could mean something else. Miriam was too lazy to answer her. Dover persistently continued asking, make yourself clear. What's your relationship with Donfei Corporation? Andre couldn't bear it anymore. Are you having a brain malfunction? I already told you last time when I went to your house that she is our boss. You didn't believe me back then. Why do you ask again now? What do you want to ask anyway? They had explained who Miriam was long ago and had not intended to conceal it at all. Dover's face turned deathly pale. Dover stared blankly at Miriam. She was the president of Donfei? How could this be? This was absolutely impossible. The person she had spent so much time trying to ally with was actually Miriam? Miriam was actually the boss of Donfei Corporation? But she looked so poor and ordinary before. In the information they investigated about Miriam, there wasn't any detail saying that Miriam was the CEO of an international big company. Ayana's expression was stunned. Prudence, how can you be the boss of Donfei? Then, what about before? It's impossible. Miriam used to live in such straitened circumstances. How could she possibly be the president of an international company like Donfei? This was something they had never imagined. Miriam snapped her fingers and asked, I don't seem to have invited these two people. How did they get in? The guard next to her immediately used a walkie-talkie to inquire from the guards at the entrance and got the answer. Boss, they came with Christopher, replied the guard. Please ask them to leave. Miriam was too lazy to waste any more time on these two people. The guard immediately stepped forward. Sir, madam, please leave. Even the guards of Donfei Tower followed Miriam's orders without question, which showed that she was indeed the boss of the company. Dover and Ayana were still stunned by the shocking news and were numbly escorted out of the building by the guards. Dover and Ayana returned home with white faces. Seeing their terrible expressions, Alan knew things didn't go well. If it didn't work out, it didn't. There's no need to look so dismal. We'll just have to think of another way. I didn't expect you to accomplish it so soon. Harold, it's not just that it didn't work out, Dover explained. What happened? Asked Alan. Well, last time Miriam said she was the boss of Donfei Corporation, it turns out to be true. The president of Donfei really is her. Dover had a hard expression while speaking, full of pain and regret. What did you say? The color drained from Alan's face as well. Miriam is Donfei Company's president? Yes. Dover reluctantly answered affirmatively. How did you know that? Alan pursued. We went to the housewarming party held by Donfei Corporation. At the party, the employees of Donfei called Miriam boss. Besides, Little Song seemed to have known Miriam was the president of Donfei for a long time. Since it was like this, it definitely couldn't be wrong. Alan's face darkened, and he didn't speak for a long time. Chapter 275 The Zaire family regrets endlessly. 2. Zaire Wufei gritted his teeth and said, If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have pushed her to Merrick's side. Zaire Wufei genuinely regretted it. If they had known this would happen, they could have treated Miriam better, kept it a secret from her, and let her believe he was her biological father. Then things would have been different. It wouldn't matter that she wasn't his biological child since it's not like he really wore the horns. Beckett could have just treated her as an adopted daughter, couldn't he? Weren't you the one who treated her the worst at the time? The Francis of the Zaire family said coldly. I couldn't help it. Every time I saw her, my heart felt stifled. I'm a man. My wife gave birth to a child that isn't mine. Of course, I was angry. Wasn't this all because of your own actions? Who's to blame? Jordan never cheated on you, yet you are still vexed about it. Harold, things have come to this. Miriam is already the boss of Ellen. Not only did our previous plans fall through, but, the Francis leaned against a cushion, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. His late wife had given him such an outstanding child as Miriam. And his other children and grandchildren, except for his slightly clever daughter, none of them were any good. Do I need to tell you? The Francis snapped angrily. A mix of emotions churned in the Francis's heart. Harold, what should we do now? Zaire Wufei was completely lost. Not only had he failed to find allies, but he had also discovered that his opponents had become even more formidable. What kind of situation was this? Judah was working at his computer when a photo suddenly arrived. Judah opened the image, and his expression darkened. In the photo, Miriam stood shoulder to shoulder with Achilles, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, very eye-catching. Especially Miriam, dressed in a way she never did at school, vibrant, dazzling, and striking. The tight dress accentuated her slender, yet curvy figure. She looked almost otherworldly. In the captured moment, Achilles was looking down at her with a tenderness that was hard to describe. The person who sent the photo to Judah also included a message. Young Master Dustin, here is the photo of Ellen's president, as you requested. She looks pretty young and has amazing looks. From what I heard, she seems to be dating Master Liu. Ellen had recently gained prominence in Tonghai Alithioty, so Judah had someone look into the president of Ellen for business reasons. One of his men attended the party that day, but the photo sent back turned out to be of Miriam. Egon pushed open the door to Judah's study and walked in with a grin. Little Master Dustin, have you received news from Ellen? If not, I can ask my older brother. Beckett went to Ellen's party today and seems to be quite acquainted with them due to past cooperation. After finishing his sentence, Egon noticed that Judah didn't respond and was staring at the computer screen. Curious, Egon leaned over and was shocked by what he saw. How come Connie is there too? And dressed so? Usually, Miriam either wore school uniforms or sportswear, hiding her great figure beneath. The Miriam in the photo was so radiant that Egon almost didn't recognize her. That's not right. Isn't the guy next to her my brother? Because Miriam looked so stunning in the photo, it took Egon a while to notice that the person standing next to her was actually his own elder brother. Chapter 276 The Jealous Man is very scary. 1. Egon said somewhat puzzled. Isn't my brother attending Donfei's housewarming party today? How is he with Connie? Could it be that he brought Connie along? I heard the president of Donfei is a foodie, so their company party should have invited the famous Miriam. My brother must have taken Connie there for a free meal. The person in the photo is the president of Donfei, Judah said. What? Although my brother is a renowned designer who has won many awards and collaborated with Donfei, he isn't the president of Donfei. Beckett runs his own studio and is closer to Senior Easton. I didn't mean your brother. If not my brother, could it be Connie? But Connie. Egon's smile froze, and his eyes widened abruptly. It can't really be Connie, right? Yes. You're kidding. Connie is the president of Donfei? Isn't she a little too young? Is there anything about her that hasn't shocked you? Egon thought for a moment. It seemed like there was quite a lot. Look, having you as a weirdo around me is enough. Now another one. After mumbling to himself for a while, Egon noticed Judah's darkening face. Looking back at the photo on the screen, he finally realized the true focus. His brother. And Miriam. Together. Oh crap. Seems like things are getting serious. His brother and Donfei have a good relationship, and the president of Donfei is Connie. So his brother and Connie are close. Connie's company held a housewarming party, inviting his brother but not Dustin Xiaoya. Could this be legendary, wearing green hat? And this green hat was planted by his own brother for his boss. Is it still possible for him to escape now? An hour later, Judah appeared at Donfei Tower. Miriam had just returned from the party. She wore a smile, feeling extremely content. Because she had just received more than 100 adoration points from her employees. If she had known strolling among the employees would gain their admiration, she would have done it long ago. Seeing Miriam smiling so happily, Tomas felt relieved. I hope you can be this happy every day, Tomas said, his gaze soft. So do I. The two laughed and chatted as they returned to the office. Upon opening the door, they found Judah sitting on the guest sofa in Miriam's office. Miriam was stunned. How did he get in? Beckett Company's security system shouldn't allow outsiders to enter casually, especially not the top-floor president's office. Only VIP elevators accessible to the president can reach this floor, all equipped with smart facial recognition and iris scanning systems. No one without authorization can even take regular elevators, let alone VIP ones. Besides herself, only a few people had such privileges. Judah's face darkened when he saw the two people with bright smiles. His gaze fell on Tomas, filled with coldness. Tomas also sensed the hostility in Judah's eyes. Tomas, you should go back first. I need to handle some matters. Miriam turned and said to Tomas behind her. Okay, take care and don't overwork yourself. Tomas glanced at Judah again before slowly turning and leaving. Chapter 277. A jealous man is scary, too. Beckett did not inquire about what had happened between Miriam and Judah. After Tomas left, Miriam closed the door of the president's office and walked up to Judah, asking, How did you get in here? Who brought you in? Judah suddenly reached out, grabbing Miriam's hand and pulling her towards him. Miriam's reflexes were quick, and she immediately tried to resist. But Judah was faster. He caught both her hands with a speed that left her no time to react. Then, in one swift motion, he pinned Miriam on the sofa, leaning over her. One hand held her wrists above her head. The other hand supported his body beside her, keeping himself suspended above her. Beckett looked down at her from above, pinning her to the sofa. She had just returned from the party, wearing the red form-fitting dress he had seen in the photo taken during the day. It clung to her curvaceous figure. The dress was too short, exposing her long, slender legs. Beckett, her features, already refined and well-defined, seemed even more alluring without makeup. Judah stared intently at Miriam, his gaze filled with danger and dominance. What are you doing? Miriam asked. Beckett's reaction was calm and composed. You're quite calm. Judah smiled. Would panicking help? If I can't fight you, it won't magically give me an advantage, Miriam replied. Do you only stay this calm around me? Or do you do it around other men as well? Do you mean in this kind of situation? There's no comparison. Beckett was the first man she couldn't beat. She hadn't encountered such a predicament before. What about Tomas? Tomas. Beckett isn't a barbarian. Judah had been fine earlier, but today he suddenly became so rough. Am I being barbaric? Do you think your actions aren't barbaric? I wouldn't be overreacting if I yelled harassment. Judah abruptly lowered his body, getting closer to Miriam. Their bodies were now only 10 centimeters apart, close enough to touch at any moment. His lips neared Miriam's ear. You flirted with me and then rushed off to flirt with another man. What do you take me for? When had she ever flirted with him? No, right? She hadn't flirted. As Miriam was thinking, she suddenly felt warmth by her ear. It took her a moment to realize what was happening, having never experienced anything like this before. Beckett, you bastard, get the hell away from me. Now Miriam was furious, and her earlier composure was gone. Though she usually appeared mature and composed, she was still just an 18-year-old girl who hadn't faced anything like this before. The indescribable shame made her mad. Does your skin turn red when Tomas touches you? Judah asked into her ear, his breath brushing against her ear and neck. Judah's eyes were fixed on the pale, tender earlobe before him, and he could smell the faint fragrance coming from Miriam. Beckett felt a wave of heat rising within him. What's wrong with you today? What did Tomas do to make you so angry? Beckett provoked me. Once you flirted with me, you can't go and like someone else, whether it's Tomas or anyone else. Are you crazy? What nonsense is this? First him, then Tomas. When had she ever gotten involved with either of them like that? Chapter 278. A jealous man is terrifying. 3. Judah lifted his head and met Miriam's gaze, seeing the anger in her eyes. Judah had come here with fury, originally intending to properly punish Miriam for her fickle behavior. But when he saw her stern face and furious eyes, he inexplicably wanted to give up. Judah loosened his grip on Miriam and abruptly stood up. With his back to Miriam, he felt an inexplicable anger. Miriam was still enraged. She got up from the sofa and kicked at Judah's behind. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Judah accurately predicted Miriam's move and firmly caught her raised right foot. Then Judah turned around and suddenly pressed Miriam against the wall. Miriam was trapped between his body and the wall, unable to move. Miriam, who had never lost a fight before, truly hit a hard surface this time. She really couldn't beat this guy. Just as Miriam thought Judah was going to do something again, he suddenly let go, giving her freedom once more. Never get that close to Tomas again. Judah turned away again, commanding her in a cold tone. Miriam looked at Judah's back, secretly waving her fist, but not actually striking him. This time, no matter how angry she was with him, she wouldn't kick herself into trouble. Don't order me around. I don't accept such commands. I have my own freedom of association, said Miriam. Freedom to make friends or freedom to date? Who's dating? Is watching TV not enjoyable enough or are delicacies not tempting enough? Why talk about dating? Why did you invite Tomas instead of Egon? Judah actually wanted to ask why she didn't invite him. Tomas is my company's partner. For the office opening party, I invited people related to the company. Egon has nothing to do with the company, so why should I invite him? This explanation made sense, and Judah accepted it. Judah turned around. When Miriam saw his face, her gaze involuntarily fell on his lips. Looking at his lips, Miriam could almost feel the warm, moist sensation on her ear. She still wanted to punch him. Damn him. When will the system upgrade her combat skills so she can thoroughly beat up Judah to avenge herself? Miriam daydreamed about pressing Judah to the ground and beating him violently. Gritting her teeth, Miriam decided to ask how Judah got into her office. How exactly did you get into my office? I modified your security system a bit. Judah had Windflower tamper with the system, adding his personal information to Miriam's company building security system. Damn, Beckett had the nerve to modify her company's security system. Shameless. My queen, please calm down. Beckett's a 3-lifetime good man. A 3-lifetime good man. And you can't beat him anyway. What kind of 3-lifetime good man is this? Looking at his evil expression, where's the goodness? This broken system must be mistaken. My queen, I just checked. The company's security system indeed only added Judah's access without doing anything harmful. You modified it? Miriam's company security system was managed by Andre, whose expertise was top-notch even in the US. This was the first time someone broke in without triggering the security alarm. Chapter 279, Be My Girlfriend. Judah added. I didn't do anything else. I just simply added a name. Miriam rolled her eyes inwardly. How could he say it was just that? She would have Andre upgrade the system as soon as possible. If Andre can't make it, then let the little rascal take over. Judah noticed Miriam's small expression, obviously very angry but also very restrained. She was inexplicably cute. This made her much cuter than usual when she was calm and emotionless, adding more playfulness and Yanhua cheap liveliness. It looked more like what an 18-year-old girl should be like. Miriam was secretly upset, but Judah just smiled at her. What are you laughing at? Miriam grumbled with no good mood, still finding it hard to believe he had the audacity to laugh. The smile on Judah's face did not diminish. Beckett found her increasingly playful and cute when she gave him a look. Be my girlfriend, Judah said suddenly, looking at Miriam seriously. What did you say? Miriam thought she must have heard wrong. To officially be my girlfriend, Judah repeated. She had teased him for so long, their relationship always ambiguous without a proper title. Why should I be your girlfriend? Miriam looked at Judah, thinking this guy might have eaten something wrong today, performing a series of puzzling actions. You pursued me and flirted with me, not for being my girlfriend, but to be a slag who leaves after flirting? Judah was getting somewhat angry because of Miriam's attitude. How did I become a slag? Miriam felt as if she were sitting at home when a pot came from the sky, completely unexpected. Didn't you choose to sit next to me? Yes. Weren't you the one who offered to pour tea and water for me, catering to me in every way? Yes. Wasn't it you who prepared love lunches for me every day? Yes, I made lunchboxes every day, but didn't you add love too hastily? Didn't you come to take care of me when I was sick? Well, that's true. Weren't you the one who accompanied me in the lounge every day? This needs explanation. I teach players in the gym. Where else could I rest during breaks? We kissed last time in the gym, which is something only couples do. That was an accident, but it was my first kiss with a girl. That's your problem. Who told you not to kiss girls before you're 20? What does it have to do with me? Miriam blushed. That was her first kiss as well. Depressed. Of course, Miriam couldn't admit at this moment that she actually cared about losing her first kiss. So, are you going to take responsibility for me? Judah took 2 steps closer, looking down at Miriam from above. What responsibility should I take when I didn't do anything? Slag girl. Do you ever stop? You treated me that way earlier. Who's more of a slag? What? Judah asked knowingly. You still ask. Anyway, if anyone overstepped, you overstepped more. But I treated you that way because I consider you my girlfriend and plan to take responsibility. It's different from your nature. Then I wasn't doing it on purpose before. 1 or 2 times might be a misunderstanding, but you've teased me several times. If you're not after me, then what's your motive? She really did have other motives. Chapter 280, I'm not suitable for dating. She's after my virtue points. Miriam recalled the things Judah mentioned that she had done to him in the past. She didn't realize it at first, but upon reflection, she really did seem to have deliberately approached him, tried to win his favor, and even flirted with him. Miriam pondered for 2 seconds. She then put on a serious expression. Judah, I don't date, Miriam firmly told Judah. Why? I'm not suitable for dating. What do you mean by not suitable? Judah saw the playful look disappear from Miriam's face, replaced by a serious expression that seemed distant from this world. Judah didn't like this side of Miriam. Not cute. Not attractive. Miriam said, I'm not lying to you. I really have no intention of dating, not now, and probably not in the future. If my previous actions led you to any misunderstanding, I apologize. I can offer other forms of compensation if you wish. I don't need your compensation, Judah said in a deep voice. Nor will I force you to be my girlfriend. Beckett was not someone who would compel a girl to be his girlfriend. Miriam was taken aback, not expecting Judah to change his stance so easily. Christopher woke up, opening his eyes in an unfamiliar room. Where am I? Awake. The clear and cold voice was very familiar to Christopher. Sis. Christopher hurriedly got off the sofa and walked toward Miriam. It was already night, yet Miriam was still working. Don't drink like an adult when you're underage, Miriam remarked. Christopher had gotten drunk at the party, and after the party ended, Mackenzie had asked Andre to carry him to Miriam's office. Only after Miriam reminded him did Christopher remember what he did before losing consciousness. He drank heavily because he was upset and then passed out. Glancing at his watch, it was already 10 o'clock. Sis, is the party over? What about Kiyomi and Harold? Where are they? Did they see you? Did they hurt you? Christopher bombarded Miriam with questions. It's fine, she reassured him, though she couldn't say the same for Lee and Ayana. Sis, why has everything become so complicated? Christopher lowered his head, his once sunny face filled with melancholy and confusion. They were supposed to be a family, supposed to care for each other, supposed to get along well. But somehow, things became so complicated, full of schemes and mutual hostility. Maybe people are just complex creatures, Miriam said. But I hope everyone can be happy. I really don't understand. Maverick and Harold were once people I respected deeply, but now they feel alien and incomprehensible. In Christopher's heart, his grandpa and dad had once been towering figures. But recent events revealed something different. The grandfather who he thought was deeply devoted to Darby had betrayed her long ago. The father who he believed doted on his younger generation had actually schemed against his elder brother and orchestrated an affair between his mother and his elder brother. If you can't understand, don't try to. The world is inherently complex. It takes a lot of mental energy to figure everything out. Sometimes it's better to remain blissfully ignorant. Isn't that how life is? Sis, you see things so clearly I can't. These words were also told to me by someone else. Chapter 281 Another younger brother. Someone else. Our mother, Miriam said. I mean my adoptive mother. You've never called our mother Kiyomi, Christopher said. I couldn't. Miriam continued. You should go back. I'll have the secretary drive you home. Just as Miriam was about to find Mackenzie, she arrived on her own. Boss, Ridge is here. Mackenzie glanced at Christopher, her expression slightly teasing. Miriam's expression changed, her brows knitted together, and there were complex emotions in her eyes that Christopher couldn't read. Who is Ridge? Christopher looked at Miriam's face, very puzzled. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A boy walked into the office from outside. The boy was tall with a handsome face, almond-shaped eyes. Beckett was dressed neatly and stylishly, looking fashionable and cool. His hands were in his pockets, his eyes holding a smile, giving off an air of mischievousness. This person seemed familiar, as if seen somewhere before. The boy walked straight to Miriam and embraced her in his open arms. Only then did Christopher react, hastily trying to pull the boy away. Let go of my sister. Don't touch her like that. Sister. The boy turned his head, squinting his eyes, his gaze turning dangerous when it fell on Christopher. Who are you? Men and women should not be too intimate. Why are you hugging my sister? Christopher asked again. The boy lowered his head, looking at Miriam in front of him. The mischievous look from a second ago immediately turned into one of rage, grievance. Sis, you refused to see me because you had another younger brother. Looking so pitiful, like a real underdog. Just a moment ago, he was glaring at Christopher like a demon. His expressions could change so swiftly. This boy was none other than the son of Miriam's adoptive parents, her younger brother, Rudy. They hadn't seen each other for 3 years. In 3 years, he had grown much taller. Previously, Miriam was half a head taller than him, but now he was half a head taller than her. Though they hadn't met, Miriam had always kept track of his information. Seeing the boy's gentle demeanor, Christopher suddenly remembered. Are you Rudy? Hollywood Chinese male star. A triple threat in film, television, and music. On screen, Rudy always appeared as a gentle big brother. My brother, Rudy, Miriam introduced. Christopher was momentarily stunned, then realized this Rudy was indeed the child of Miriam's adoptive parents. Beckett, your younger brother, who grew up with her. Christopher stared at the two of them blankly. Miriam turned and asked Rudy, how did you find your way here? If I don't come, would you forget me because you have another younger brother? A handsome face full of grievance, like a wounded child. There's no such thing, Miriam replied. Why have you been avoiding me? Is it because Ridge has been naughty and Sis doesn't like Ridge anymore? Pouting, Yunnan, resentful. That's not what I meant, Miriam explained. She just didn't want to hurt him. Beckett was the one family member she couldn't afford to lose in this world. Rudy rested his head on Miriam's shoulder. Sis, I know what you're worried about, but I don't care. I just want to be with you. If you chase me away again, I'll jump out of this window. Rudy knew why Miriam had been avoiding him. Because of that so-called fate. When their parents died, she blamed herself. Then she avoided him and only sent him monthly allowances that he didn't even need. Don't be silly. Though physically he was no longer a child, he acted like one. Chapter 282, The Stubborn Younger Brother Rudy. I'm just being naughty. Rudy persisted. You know me. You can always say what you want, but I'll do as I wish. Aren't you afraid I might die? If you won't let me stay by your side, then I'll just die in front of you right now. Rudy started to act stubborn. Beckett had always loved being stubborn since childhood. When he first learned to walk and wanted to sleep with Miriam, he would act this way. Even when drinking milk, he insisted Miriam feed him. Of course, his little bottom had been spanked by his mother multiple times. But he never learned his lesson. Despite the risk of a spanking, he would still cling to his baby bottle and crawl into his sister's bed. Miriam really had no idea what to do with Rudy. "Aren't you supposed to be shooting?" Miriam said. "I've accepted a role in a domestic drama series. At my request, the filming location is chosen in Tonghai Alithiadi, so I have to live here for a long time. Do you want me to stay alone at a hotel? Hotels don't have the feeling of home. It has been so long since I last lived in a place that feels like home." Rudy looked grievous, looking like an abandoned stray dog whose owner has left it behind, with drooping ears and tail, pitifully. "All right, come with me." Miriam could not refuse. It was always like this since they were kids. This guy was an expert at whining, and Miriam didn't know how to deal with him. Beckett Rudy smiled broadly. Just a second ago, his face had shown grievances, but now it was shining brightly. Then, Rudy turned to look at Christopher. "You must be Christopher. It's getting late. You should go back to the Zaire family now. I will take care of my sister. You don't need to worry." Before returning to the country, Rudy did some research and knew that Miriam had briefly returned to the Zaire family, where she had a blood-related younger brother named Christopher who was 1 year older than himself. When Rudy turned around and locked eyes with Christopher, his expression wasn't obedient anymore, but showed a triumphant smirk, as if he was boasting that the sister belonged to him. This expression couldn't be seen by Miriam from her position. Christopher felt frustrated, but there was nothing he could do about it. Miriam told Ron, "Please escort Christopher back to the Zaire family." "Okay," Ron smiled. Unwillingly, Christopher left the Ellen building. With the troublesome person gone, Rudy immediately began touring Miriam's office. Seeing a lounge, Rudy laughed, which indeed reflected his lazy sister's style. "Sis, are you living here now?" Rudy asked. If it's only one room, 2 people wouldn't be enough. Although he also wanted to sleep with his sister as before, his age now didn't allow such behavior. Now if he crawled into his sister's bed, if their parents were still alive, it wouldn't be a simple case of a sore bottom anymore. "No," Miriam said. "I am living in my biological father's house." "Lee." Rudy frowned. That didn't seem like a good guy. "No, his elder brother, Emeric." "So complicated?" "Kinda. Does he treat you well?" "Well enough, I guess." Beckett isn't used to having an extra daughter either, but he tries to do what he thinks a father should do. It's somewhat like, Miriam paused for a moment. It's somewhat like Dad at that time. The first time picking Miriam up, not knowing what a little girl needed. Just preparing a lot of things. "Okay, I'll go back with you later and see him. I'll help assess him. If he's not a good person, you shouldn't stay with him. You can still stay with me." Chapter 283. Beckett is the man sister can rely on. Miriam paused for a moment. In her brother, she saw the shadow of her adoptive parents. Though he was mischievous, there were many times when he was truly just like her mom and dad. As Miriam's eyes changed, Rudy immediately came forward, hugging her tightly. "Don't think nonsense. Kiyomi and Harold are watching over us from heaven. They want us to be fine." Rudy, who had just acted like a child, suddenly revealed a mature side at that moment. For 3 years, Rudy waited for 3 years before coming to find Miriam. Beckett wanted to wait until he grew up, no longer being the little brat who only knew how to cry. Beckett was the man her sister could rely on. Beckett was the pillar of the family, able to take care of himself as well as his sister. They could support each other in this world without their parents. Miriam brought Rudy back to Americ's house, where she was temporarily staying. Before going back, Miriam sent a text message to Americ to explain the situation. Then, on the way home, she told Rudy about the relationship between herself and Americ. After entering the house, Assistant Amen informed Miriam, "Miss, young master's room is ready." However, due to the urgency of time, some items couldn't be prepared, which might have caused inconvenience to young master. "Please forgive us." Miriam had only notified Americ when she left the company. It was indeed a very rushed half an hour. But for such a busy person as Emeric to notify the assistant to prepare a room for Rudy upon receiving Miriam's message showed that he treated Miriam quite well. Entering the living room, Emeric was already there as usual. Beckett was busy but always made it home on time. If he hadn't finished work, he would bring it home. Although he didn't speak much with Miriam after coming home, he insisted on doing what he believed a father should do, return home on time to accompany his child. Rudy looked at Emeric boldly without any hesitation. Emeric met his gaze steadily, radiating the sharpness of someone seasoned in business. Rudy smiled and stepped forward. "Uncle Zaire, hello. My name is Rudy." To take the initiative to call Emeric Uncle Zaire indicated that Rudy's first impression of him was pretty good. "Ailing has already told me about you. During your stay in Tonghai Alithiadi, feel free to stay here. If you need anything, just let the assistant know," Emeric said. Emeric was usually very busy and not often at home, but he left 2 assistants for Miriam. Male assistant Amen used to be his own assistant, while the Millie was newly hired. Worried they wouldn't be efficient enough, he left both to assist Miriam. "Okay," Rudy replied with a smile. "Additionally, thank you and your parents for taking care of Ailing all these years." Emeric expressed his gratitude. "There's no need for thanks, nor should there be any," Rudy said. "She is my sister, my parents' daughter. Caring for their daughter does not require others' thanks." "I'm sorry, I misspoke." Emeric understood what Rudy meant. "It's okay. As a person of your status, you probably don't say thank you to others often. That you're willing to do this for my sister shows that you genuinely care about her. I'm glad that my sister's biological father loves her deeply. I believe our parents in heaven would also be happy that her biological father loves her. This is something our parents always emphasized." Chapter 284. The overbearing younger brother. Emerick looked at the boy in front of her and realized that although he was young, he was very mature and sensible. Although she hadn't met Miriam's adoptive parents, she could tell what kind of people they were from these two children. They must be very wonderful people to have raised such good kids. In the evening, Miriam was playing games in her room. Rudy came to knock on the door. Sister, put your clothes on properly. I'm coming in. Rudy shouted from outside the door. I'm dressed. After getting a response from Miriam, Rudy opened the door and came in. Like Miriam, Rudy was wearing a furry pajama with an animal head motif. Miriam's was a big gray wolf. Rudy's was a koala. The pajamas weren't bought together but seemed perfectly matched. They looked both clumsy and adorable. Rudy's fans had definitely never seen this side of him. Are you working again? Rudy had already guessed that Miriam must be busy with work, just dealing with some things. No way. Rudy frowned. Don't be silly. Anyway, no working late into the night. If you need money, I'll give you some. Rudy pulled out 2 bank cards from his pajama pocket. One has all the money you sent me over the past 3 years. I haven't spent a cent. The other is from my acting and singing earnings. Both are for you so you don't have to work at night. Miriam frowned. I only let you do acting and singing because you like it. At your age, you shouldn't be worrying about making money. How old were you when you started earning? Less than 15, right? Who are you to lecture me? It's different. How is it different? If anything, since you're a girl and I'm a boy, I should be taking responsibility sooner. As he spoke, Rudy pouted, showing off his baby-like temperament. All right, you're earning your own money now. Our Rudy is the best, okay? These comforting words were entirely learned from their mother. Miriam herself wasn't skilled at comforting others. Rudy brightened up again. Then don't work so hard. In the future, I'll earn money to support you. I'm your sister. At least until you turn 18, it's my responsibility to take care of you. Miriam insisted. But you don't have to work so hard at night. It makes me wonder if we're about to go bankrupt, Rudy grumbled. Okay, can I play some more games then? No, you can play games, but not now. Rudy turned into a housewife, managing Miriam's schedule. All right, I'm going to sleep, you get out. I'll watch you sleep. Rudy, you said you're already a big boy. Is it proper for you to watch me sleep? I've seen you sleep before, Rudy muttered. Go back to your room. Have I ever broken a promise to you? Well, you promised to live well, and you haven't kept that promise. Rudy huffed. Upon hearing this, Miriam glared at him, and Rudy immediately backed down. All right, don't be upset. I'll leave right away, and you sleep well. Unlike the warmth between Miriam and Rudy, the Zaire family was now facing difficult times. After returning home, Christopher was immediately summoned by Carmelo to inquire about his sister Miriam. Ira, did you know your sister was the CEO of Donfe long ago? I found out when the employees from her company came to pick her up, Christopher replied. Chapter 285 The Zaire Family's Calculation. Why didn't you tell us then? There was an evident tone of blame in Zaire Wubu's voice. They said so when sister's subordinate came to pick her up. They just didn't believe it at that time. How can you still talk back to me? I didn't believe it at that time because it was hard to believe. But once you went to her company and saw her entering and leaving Donfe, the situation would have been different. Christopher cast his eyes downward and softly said, Does it really matter if sister is the president of Donfe? Of course it matters. Zaire Wubu retorted sharply. Donfe is an international big brand. Have you forgotten? Your watch is from Donfe, and your mother has 2 bags from Donfe too. Donfe is much larger in scale than our family's businesses. Reflecting on it now, when Old Master mentioned leaving the inheritance to Miriam at that time, she acted like she wasn't interested. At that moment, Zaire Wubu thought she was just putting on airs. Now it looks like she really didn't care. Alan said to Christopher. Dorian, Maverick knows that you couldn't bear to see the family torn apart, right? Maverick, we are one family. Even if sister's background is complicated and fraught with difficulties, she is still my sister, and we are all family. Why can't we get along well? So the task of easing the relationship between us and your sister will be given to you? Alan said. Maverick, isn't it for the harmony of the family? Are you after sister's money and power? Dorian, don't think too badly of Maverick. I also intended to leave all the assets to your sister at first. But Christopher felt this was not the same thing. Dorian, Maverick doesn't want your sister's assets. With her intelligence, even if we wanted them, we wouldn't succeed. I just want to mend the relationship with her. As you said, we are a family, aren't we? Deep down, Alan knew they could not covet Donfe's wealth. Beckett only wanted to restore this layer of relationship. As long as the relationship with Miriam and Emerick was repaired, their Zaire family would gain more assistance and lose enemies. Why would they worry about not achieving great things? Zaire Wubu also added. Dorian, listen to what your grandpa says. You know the current situation of the family. Your grandpa is already so sick, but still has to worry about the company every day. We don't just want to mend relations with your sister. There's also your uncle. Resolving his resentment against us will truly let our family live well, don't you agree? Zaire Wubu reasoned and appealed emotionally. Christopher was convinced. Alan didn't give Christopher a chance to refuse. All right, it's settled. You and your mom should go and visit your sister more often. We're family. Bones may be broken, but still connected. The next morning, Rudy got up very early. Sis, let me take you to school. You can't drive. Rudy was only 15 and hadn't taken a driving test yet. That doesn't stop me from accompanying you to school. Are you saying that you've started looking down on me and don't want me to go with you? When we were young, I always went with you to school, even though you didn't go to school much. Miriam had always been good at study since childhood. Most of her education came from her elders at home rather than going to school often. Rudy's parents themselves were professors, and their friends were mostly engaged in academic research. Chapter 286, Lingling Treasure. Miriam learned far more profound things from them than what was taught in school. Rudy has always felt that Miriam is more like our parents than he is. You are a celebrity now with quite a number of fans. Your visit to my school would cause a sensation, Miriam explained. But last time, Brother Anatole also went to your school. Why did you agree then? Beckett went there for an event and didn't say he wanted to see me. They didn't even know he knew me. So I can also come to your school for an event. Beckett came for a sports promotion event, advocating healthy living. What would an entertainment star like you do at the school? Wah, sister doesn't want me anymore. Well, it's been 3 years since we've met. It's normal for sibling feelings to change. What strange ideas are you thinking up again? Sister already has other brothers. I'm no longer the only one in her heart. Okay, you can drive me to school, and even accompany me if you wish. Rudy wiped his tears and grinned in a second. Beckett, I knew sister is the best. So after breakfast, Rudy put on a black mask and a black baseball cap and went to school with Miriam in the car driven by Emerick. Upon arrival at the school, Emerick left, and Rudy followed Miriam into the school, all the way into the classroom. Once Miriam sat down, Rudy took the seat next to her. At this moment, Judah hadn't arrived yet, so his seat was empty. Everyone glanced over when a stranger entered the classroom. However, as his face was covered, no one knew who he was, just noticing a very tall boy acting intimately with Miriam. Vonda, who had a decent relationship with Miriam, asked while collecting her homework, Sister Chi, who is this person? Before Miriam could answer, Rudy spoke up first. Beckatello, I'm Rudy, the man whom Lingling Treasure loves most. Beckett wasn't wrong. Indeed, he was the person Miriam cared about the most in this world. As for the nickname, Lingling Treasure, it was a term he used for Miriam during their gaming sessions many years ago. Vonda's mouth opened wide. Since his surname is Fong, there must be no blood relation between him and Miriam. Calling her Lingling Treasure indicates an intimate relationship. The man she loves most. That leaves only the role of husband apart from father, son, or brother. But wait, wasn't Miriam together with Judah? This fact was almost universally acknowledged by the whole school. Now this Rudy appears. What does this mean? Did Miriam break up with Judah? It would be fine if they did break up, but if not, wouldn't that mean? While Vonda was deep in thought, Judah appeared. The moment he stepped into the classroom, he saw someone sitting in his seat. Feeling a cold gaze upon him, Rudy turned around and saw a strikingly handsome man. Rudy, being in the entertainment industry, had seen many handsome men before, but this one was truly perfect. Even without beauty filters, makeup, and up close, such a stunning face was rare even in the entertainment circle. However, this handsome man was currently staring at him with a hostile expression. Lingling Treasure, who is this boy? Rudy asked in a tender tone, his lips almost touching Miriam's ear. My desk partner. You're sitting in his seat. The term Lingling Treasure was something Rudy often used before, and Miriam had grown accustomed to it, so she didn't find anything unusual at that moment. Chapter 287. Is this the reason you don't agree to be my girlfriend? Rudy immediately stood up and said with a smile to Judah, I'm sorry. Beckett seemed approachable and polite. However, in the next moment, he squeezed onto Miriam's chair. Lingling darling, move your bottom a bit. Share half of your chair with me. As Rudy squeezed next to Miriam, they were almost stuck together, behaving so intimately that it was embarrassing for others to watch. Did he think he was still a little kid? The chair was only that tiny bit big, yet he wanted half. But Miriam did give way. After all, who could resist AE? Just as Rudy sat down, a force from behind pulled him up by his clothes. Finding the man behind looking unhappy, dragging him away from his sister, Rudy wasn't angry at all but grinned impishly. Classmate, this isn't nice. I'm sitting on Lingling Darling's spot, not yours. You might not be sitting on my seat, but you've crossed the line. Then, I'll sit on Lingling Darling's lap. Rudy also seemed amenable. If not allowed to squeeze on the same chair with Miriam, he would sit on her thigh. Saying this, Rudy tried to sit down. However, there was a force pulling him so he couldn't sit down. Classmate, do you have any more issues? Rudy turned his head and asked with a smile. The class has started. Please leave if you're not one of our classmates. As Judah said these words, the school bell really rang. Okay, then I'll come find you later, Rudy chuckled and whispered into Miriam's ear. Wearing a mask, people couldn't see his entire face, but just his eyes showed how doting he was on Miriam. And he had just held Miriam's hand. Miriam didn't have any allergic reactions to him. What was the relationship between them? Were they couples? Had Miriam abandoned Judah? Fallen for someone else? Triangle love? Cheating? Vonda had already thought out 20 episodes of a Korean drama. Miriam hadn't noticed these. Rudy left, and the teacher came into the classroom. Miriam took out her tablet. Since she had received the admission notice, teachers didn't care what she did in class. They wouldn't say anything even if she openly used her phone or computer, as long as she didn't make noise and disturb other students. Originally, Miriam came to school mainly to tutor Judah. But after the incident of cracking her company's security system, Miriam felt she didn't need to do this anymore. No matter whether the person who cracked the security system was him or someone else he hired, she felt he no longer needed tutoring. If it weren't for Zaire Blanche and Rudy thinking she should attend classes, she wouldn't have come today. Since she came, she could only stay until school was over. Now she decided to use her time for her own business. Miriam planned to talk with Zaire Blanche and Rudy tonight about no longer coming to school. The idea of making friends at school, she didn't think it was feasible. Is this the reason you disagree to be my girlfriend? Judah questioned Miriam. What? Upon hearing Judah mention girlfriend, Miriam felt uncomfortable all over. Can this guy stop mentioning it? Lingling darling, didn't know you were into this. What do you mean into this? Miriam asked. Chapter 288, very jealous. What do you think? Judah gritted his teeth. What are you talking about? Miriam made up her mind right then and there. No matter what, she wasn't coming to school tomorrow. Miriam hadn't controlled her volume well enough, which caused all the students in the classroom to look over at her and Judah. Cough, cough. Miriam, please pay attention. West, the math teacher, reminded her with a couple of coughs. Judah suddenly stood up, pulling Miriam out of the classroom from the back door. It was such a commotion that all the students were stunned. It felt like something big was happening. The gossip spirit was burning fiercely. The rest of you continue listening to the class. Miriam has already been admitted to Jing University, while you still have the college entrance examination to prepare for. West reminded them. Miriam was pulled out of the classroom by Judah. What are you doing? Miriam tried hard to pull him back. If it were anyone else, Miriam would have already pushed him down. However, this Judah before her was an oddball, and Miriam couldn't beat him. Judah suddenly stopped walking. Just when Miriam thought he had stopped, she suddenly felt weightless as her feet left the ground. She was being carried in Judah's arms. This was at school. Though everyone was in class, many teachers and other staff members were walking around. Let me go. No. Judah kept carrying Miriam toward the orchard on the far east side of the school. There were usually few people there, especially during class time. Damn, where are you taking me? Not calm anymore. Duh. Lingling darling, is that not courting? How did I offend you? Are you lacking in brain cells, Miriam? You flirtatious woman. Tempting others after tempting me. Who did I tempt? I told you. I didn't tempt anyone, and I don't date. Was calling me darling just now not dating? Are you talking about Rudy? Rudy? Huh, pretty intimate name. Well, his full name is Rudy. Family name Foam. Given name E. You know quite a lot about him, don't you? Do you even know how many people are in his family? Yes, I know very well. His parents passed away, and he has an elder sister. Tisk. His sister is also facing some trouble now, being carried away by an idiot to some secluded part of the school. I wonder if it's too late to call the police. Judah's steps suddenly stopped. Beckett stared at Miriam, who stared back. Miriam gave a forced smile. Do you think his sister should report it? Your brother? No blood relation, but we grew up together. Lingling darling. When he watched TV dramas as a kid, the male lead called the female lead darling. So he copied it and gave me this nickname. Miriam asked, is that fine? Can you let me go now? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Judah's face. Beckett looked away to hide his discomfort, then slowly put Miriam down. And then he added lightly but firmly. Even if it's your brother, you should maintain proper boundaries. He and I are siblings. Not what you're thinking. Miriam didn't want to waste any more words with this jerk. When Miriam tried to leave, Judah blocked her again. Don't block me. I get mad just seeing you. Miriam finally lost her temper. She rarely got angry at others. When she did, she would just punch them immediately. But Judah was an exception. Beckett was judged by the system as a 3-time good person, and his skills were better than hers. She couldn't beat him or scold him. Chapter 289 Two Younger Brothers Jealous 1. Seeing the usually cold and quiet face showing a little temper, Judah couldn't help but laugh. Judah followed her. Since you're out, don't go back. Miriam ignored Judah and walked quickly towards the school gate. Not attending class and ignoring him, Judah pulled Miriam back. Why don't we go to the gymnasium? There are computers there. You can handle whatever work you need to do. Aren't you supposed to train the basketball team this noon? That way, you won't have to take a detour. The second reason Miriam came to school was because of the basketball team. With the national competition approaching, the players couldn't afford to miss training. Although Miriam was lazy, she took responsibility seriously. Once she took on a task, she wouldn't quit halfway through. So she would definitely see the high school basketball team through the national competition. Miriam and Judah went to the gymnasium. At this time, everyone was in class, so no one else was in the gymnasium. It was still that familiar lounge. The computer equipment inside had always been used by Judah, but today it was for Miriam. Judah already knew Miriam was the president of Donfei Corporation, so there was no need for Miriam to avoid him anymore. By noon, Rudy came to the gymnasium looking for Miriam. Baby Lingling, why did you ask me to come to the gymnasium during lunchtime? Rudy asked. The basketball team has special meals. The basketball team? I'm working part-time as the coach of the basketball team, Miriam explained. Anatole must be very happy about that, Rudy said with a smile. Rudy and Miriam chatted happily, completely ignoring Judah beside them. Rudy even blocked Judah's view intentionally or unintentionally, preventing him from seeing Miriam. Baby Lingling, will they serve the dishes I love? Rudy asked again on purpose. They should. Cornelius is very generous, serving meat and seafood every meal. Rudy, being a carnivore, had always hated vegetables since childhood. Beckett often sneakily gave his vegetables to Miriam when their parents weren't looking, making her eat them for him. Rudy smiled and said, Baby Lingling is so good. She remembers everything I like. This was clearly a show-off, boasting about Miriam's care for him. Judah laughed. As a younger brother, it's not quite appropriate to call your sister baby. Judah was telling Rudy that he already knew their true relationship, so there was no need for Rudy to act smugly, as it wouldn't irritate him anymore. Well, Rudy's smile didn't diminish as he continued talking to Miriam. Sis, didn't Anatole come to see you last time? Yeah. Saying this, Rudy glanced at Judah and raised an eyebrow. My sis and Anatole have a great relationship. Even I'm jealous. Judah sensed Rudy's provocation. But Judah didn't bother with Rudy. Knowing he was Miriam's brother meant Rudy couldn't affect him. Before long, Christopher also arrived. Seeing the boy who was clinging to Miriam, though wearing a mask, Christopher recognized him immediately. He was Rudy, whom he had seen in Miriam's office last night. Rudy saw Christopher too, grinning widely and holding Miriam's arm with one hand. Sis, we haven't played basketball together for a long time. After lunch, will you play a couple of rounds with me? Sure. Sis, you got something stuck here, let me wipe it off for you. Rudy then took out a tissue to wipe Miriam's mouth. Miriam obediently stopped and let Rudy clean her mouth. Actually, there was nothing stuck on Miriam's mouth. Rudy was just doing it on purpose. Christopher felt Rudy's intentional behavior, but he still felt a heavy ache in his chest. Chapter 290. Two younger brothers competing for affection, 2. Christopher didn't want to admit he was jealous of Rudy, yet his eyes involuntarily looked towards Rudy and Miriam. Their intimate interaction made him envious. Beckett also wanted to be close with elder sister Miriam, but it seemed like he didn't have the right to feel jealous. Thinking about what Alaric and Guido had asked him to do made Christopher's heart ache. Beckett did not want to turn familial relationships into a matter of interest. Yet from deep within his heart, he wished that his sister could get along well with the family. Beckett knew Alaric and Guido were not good people, but they were still his grandfather and father, his family. He had no choice. Beckett felt conflicted, unsure of what he should do. What's wrong? Miriam asked Christopher. Beckett kept his head lowered throughout, looking troubled. Nothing. Christopher forced a smile. Are you sick? If you're sick, you need to take medicine and injections. When I was little and fell sick, I wouldn't take medicine or injections unless my elder sister persuaded me. Rudy, though grown up, had numerous fans on the internet calling for a baby from him. Yet in front of Miriam, he was just like a 3.5-year-old kid. Looking at him was like seeing a boy who just won a toy. Miriam glanced at Rudy. Now you can't act so spoiled. You must learn to take care of yourself. If one day she's not around, he has to learn to take care of himself. Rudy had once been the pillar that allowed Miriam to live despite everything. If she were gone, Rudy would be all alone in this world. So she had to live well, even if she wasn't by his side. As long as she was alive, he wouldn't be lonely. This was her promise to her mother, and her own resolve. Got it, elder sister. Rudy smiled playfully, acting sweetly obedient. Elder sister Zaire, come over here, I need to talk about something. Egon called Miriam over to discuss next week's competition. Miriam stood up and left the dining table. The moment Miriam left, Rudy's expression turned serious and sharp. Beckett sternly warned everyone present, not just Judah, but also the other team members. My sister is only 18 today. She's still young and not ready for romance. She will not start dating until she's 25, so stay away from her. The playful little boy in front of Miriam transformed instantly into a domineering and cold figure when she left. No wonder he was an actor. The speed of his transformation stunned all the team members. And you? Rudy fixed his gaze on Christopher, warning him, don't trouble my elder sister with the Zaire family's affairs. Rudy saw through Christopher's hesitation and knew it had to do with the Zaire family. Beckett continued, my sister is our treasure. If you don't value her, you're blind fools. Our family treasures her too much to give her to you. Huh. Your family schemes make them unworthy to face my sister again. My parents keeping her surname was thinking they had accidentally lost her. Now it seems unnecessary. In hindsight, she should have changed her surname to Foam. Christopher kept his head down, unable to say a word in response. Seeing the tension rise, the teammates quickly tried to mediate. Let's calm down. We're all one big family. Let's not hurt each other's feelings. Yeah, you're both younger brothers to elder sister Zaire. You should get along well. Chapter 291. The eldest brother, who is super skilled at coquetry. Rudy didn't listen to these people. I will only acknowledge someone whom my elder sister acknowledges. I can get along with him without making things difficult for him, but on the condition that he doesn't bring his family's problems to my sister. Then Rudy said coldly to Christopher, I can tolerate you being in front of my elder sister, but if you dare to make things difficult for her and assist those snakes and rats in your family, don't blame me for being impolite. Rudy's face showed a cold and evil expression that did not seem to belong to a 15-year-old boy. Christopher stood up and left without finishing eating. When Miriam returned and saw Christopher was gone, she asked, where's Ira? Beckett has finished eating, Rudy replied in an obedient manner. Elder sister, I want to eat a popsicle. Do you have any here? No, Miriam said. And you're not allowed to buy from the small store. Big sis, Rudy dragged out the last syllable. No. But elder sister, usually my agent prevents me from eating them. Why can't you let me eat? Pouting, looking pitiful and sad. Not allowed. Besides, you're 15 now, stop acting cute. Elder sister, you've changed. You don't care about me anymore. Previously, you would secretly give me treats. Beckett said, sounding so miserable, aggrieved, and upset. Then Rudy clung onto Miriam's arm, resting his handsome face on her upper arm, leaning against it sideways, wearing a flattering expression. Elder sister, just let me eat one. I haven't had one for so long. I promise to only eat one. The coquettish mode was activated. The surrounding boys were dumbfounded by this transformation. It seemed like their imagination when Rudy was fiercely intimidating while Miriam was away. How could Rudy switch roles so effortlessly? Then bring one for me too, Miriam said. Huh, what about your previous insistence? She almost thought she was a strict elder sister, then ended up joining in. Okay, Rudy happily ran to the small store to buy popsicles. Miriam turned back to the team members. You guys are not allowed to eat. Take care of your health and keep exercising. Demand of yourselves as professional athletes would. The team members couldn't say anything. They must follow what their coach said. After a while, Rudy came back with a group of classmates following behind, most of whom were girls. Turned out this dimwit took off his mask and hat during lunch and forgot to put them back on before going to the small store. Then, Beckett attracted a crowd of fans. The students who were originally supposed to rest at noon also stopped napping, gathering inside the basketball hall. The scene was almost identical to when Cortez came last time. Ah, it really is Rudy. Beckett Haven, why is Rudy here? Why is he in our school? Rudy, I am your sister fan. Occasional screams burst out from the crowd. They agreed not to cause a stir, but now it was thoroughly stirred up. In Rudy's hand were 2 popsicles. He looked at Miriam with a mouth downturned like a child who made a mistake, appearing quite aggrieved. Elder sister, I'm sorry, I forgot earlier, I got muddled again, Rudy apologized softly. The people nearby, having witnessed Rudy's confrontation with Judah and Christopher before, genuinely felt that he wasn't just confused but acted intentionally. Beckett surely harbored some intention to deliberately let others discover that he was the big star Rudy. Never mind. Miriam couldn't hit him, could she? Beckett was such a grown-up already. Chapter 292. Big sister will definitely not fall in love in high school. Beckett. Rudy showed a cute smile, handing the popsicle he was holding to Miriam. Big sister, eat. I bought your favorite watermelon flavor for you. Rudy helped Miriam peel off the wrapper of the popsicle and then fed it into her mouth, obediently watching her eat. The actions between the two were extremely intimate. At this moment, the audience wasn't just the basketball team members, but also many classmates who had followed their idol over. Making such intimate moves in front of other classmates could easily lead to misunderstandings among onlookers who didn't know the truth. Whoa, Rudy and Miriam are so close. What's their relationship? Miriam can't be Rudy's girlfriend, right? No way, my husband is dating someone. Isn't Miriam's boyfriend Judah? People whispered their doubts. Egon reminded quietly beside. Big sis Alithia, don't be so intimate in public. People will misunderstand your relationship. Rudy retorted first. Who would misunderstand? Such a normal action. Anyone who misunderstands must have an impure heart. As he said that, he intensified his actions by clinging to Miriam's arm, looking like a little puppy boyfriend. Beckett did it on purpose. Since big sister definitely won't fall in love in high school anyway. Even if she wanted to date, she would have to find an outstanding boy. So he deliberately let them discover and make some moves that might be misunderstood, leading them to think big sister has a boyfriend. Don't fantasize anymore. Miriam originally hadn't planned to fall in love at all. She just didn't want to be in the spotlight. A celebrity brother could easily make her receive a lot of attention, which would be troublesome. She was a person who really feared troubles. I leave it to you guys. I'm going to take a nap. Miriam chose to act like an ostrich. As long as she couldn't see, she could pretend troubles didn't exist. Miriam went back to the lounge, covered herself with a quilt, and slept soundly. She didn't care about the speculations flying outside. Christopher sat in the corner for an hour, but ultimately didn't reveal the task Grandpa and Dad gave him. Beckett was not very willing at the bottom of his heart, and after being told off by Rudy, he felt even less confident. What Rudy said was correct. His family treated his sister poorly, driven by ulterior motives. But he was different from Rudy. He couldn't blame them. After a while, Christopher got up and left the noisy basketball court alone, feeling somewhat dispirited. In a key class of the senior year, Adeline was sitting at her desk studying college-level advanced mathematics, previewing college knowledge ahead of time. Despite already being admitted to university, Adeline remained diligent, earning admiration from her classmates. Teachers also regarded her as positive energy in the class, boosting students' learning enthusiasm. A classmate who had gone to watch in the basketball court rushed back to the classroom excitedly. I saw Rudy in person. He's so handsome. Really super handsome. Really? It's really Rudy? Yes, it's really Rudy. Super handsome, and when he smiles, it's adorable beyond words. Ah, but did you see the interaction between him and Miriam? It looked like they're a couple. Yeah, it feels different too. But isn't it said that Judah is Miriam's boyfriend? Becketing Miriam's name, Adeline abruptly stopped writing. She didn't care about Rudy's affairs, but Miriam. Adeline listened for a while, only hearing that Miriam and superstar Rudy had a close relationship. Chapter 293. No one can bully my sister. Adeline remembered that Miriam had been with Judah all along. Judah was a real delinquent. Good-looking, but his behavior was nothing but disastrous. Dating someone like him would do Miriam no good at all. But Rudy was different. A big celebrity, handsome, capable, and influential. Strangely enough, Adeline felt relieved when she knew Miriam's poor taste led her to be with a scoundrel. However, upon learning that the person by her side changed to someone influential and capable, Adeline felt uncomfortable and secretly hoped it wasn't true. Rudy's popularity in the country was quite high. After this incident was uploaded online by classmates from school, it quickly drew everyone's attention. Fans of Rudy pushed the news to trending. Most rational fans were curious about the identity of the beautiful girl beside Rudy. Some not-so-rational fans started to attack right away. Our idol is only 15. Not dating. Who's this girl? Don't you dare to corrupt our idol. Yeah, what's going on with the girl in the photo? How old is she to even think of dating? She should focus on studying rather than just knowing how to date. Soon rational fans came out to explain. Please be reasonable. Rudy has M-country citizenship. In M-country, it's legal to get married at 16. Dating at 15 is very normal. It turned out to be true after a check. In M-country, it's legal to marry at 18. And for those aged 16 to 18, marriage is also legal as long as both sets of parents agree. Having no more grounds to criticize, some fans could only declare they would unfollow him. Rudy didn't care whether they unfollowed or not. As long as no random guy set their eyes on his sister, fans didn't matter. Seeing that there were no attacks against Miriam on the internet, Adeline felt oddly disappointed. Unconsciously, Adeline clenched her fists. Half an hour later, people suddenly appeared online to attack Miriam. The girl who's with Rudy had a boyfriend before, playing the field, even targeting someone 3 years younger. Rudy is unaware, being deceived by this girl. Mass marketing accounts began digging up Miriam's relationship with Judah. They accused her of cheating and luring Rudy while having a boyfriend. They spoke convincingly, making people believe them effortlessly. Within an hour, the incident made it to the top trending topics. Miriam's name appeared in mainstream media for the first time, albeit in a negative light. Miriam herself paid no attention to these news items, so when everything was storming online, she slept soundly, completely unaffected. But Rudy was well informed. His management team informed him of the situation as soon as possible. Rudy's originally gentle smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold and sinister look. Originally, he wanted people inside and outside the school to stay away from his sister, not trying to lure her. Beckett had foreseen such situations and prepared in advance. So, whenever irrational fans started criticizing, there would be immediate responses addressing his age issue. But the subsequent love triangle and cheating rumors were clearly stirred up intentionally by someone. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many marketing accounts and influencers reposting it so quickly. I give you half an hour to find out who's behind this. I won't allow anyone to say such things about my sister. Rudy was furious. Chapter 294. This is my older sister. Those who maliciously spread rumors will not end well. Rudy's agent, on the other end of the phone, couldn't help but shudder at Rudy's icy tone, which seemed like it could kill. This young master was obedient in front of the camera, but the agent knew very well how dark this guy truly was. Moreover, although Rudy was not old, the power behind him was significant. Over these years, most who opposed him had been silenced to the point of complete disappearance. Once, a male star with similar positioning bought online trolls to blacken Rudy's name. After Rudy found out, that person vanished from the entertainment circle, and no news about him has surfaced since. Understood, rest assured. Within half an hour, I will make sure these marketing accounts reveal who instigated them. Half an hour later, Rudy received the relevant information. Unable to withstand the pressure, those marketing accounts immediately deleted their posts, apologized, and handed over all the information about the person who contacted them to Rudy. With the opposing party's account, it only took checking the login IP address and digging into the registration information to find out the real identity. Seeing the opponent's identity information, Rudy let out a cold laugh, his eyes full of ridicule, disdain, and contempt. Adeline. Sure enough, anyone associated with the Zaire family isn't any good. Adeline is Miriam's blood cousin. Such a wonderful cousin would do underhanded things behind her back to damage her own cousin. What use is this blood relationship? Rudy looked at Adeline's picture on his phone, his eyes gleaming coldly. At that moment, Adeline did not know that Rudy had already traced her down. She only noticed that all the negative comments online had suddenly been deleted. Those influential figures who had taken her money to post also changed their tune, deleted their posts, and apologized. And the army of trolls she paid for had their accounts suddenly blocked, and the contact person she hired for the trolls stopped replying to her messages. Following that, Rudy also issued a public statement to clarify his relationship with Miriam and released several photos of himself and Miriam at different ages. This is my older sister. Rudy intentionally misled people to keep strange men away from his sister. But now the situation was different. Clearly, it was more important that his sister wasn't being insulted. So Rudy decisively exposed evidence and stated that he would pursue legal action against those who spread rumors. Rudy's hammer hit hard. This was his actual sister, someone he grew up with. Yet, she was slandered as a love interest. And they even accused her of having an affair. How ridiculous. The idol's fans couldn't tolerate this unjust blackening. They demanded fairness for their idol online. They didn't want to cause a fuss. They just wanted those who criticized Rudy's sister to explain themselves, as mere apologies wouldn't be enough. Online discussions were rampant, while Adeline secretly canceled the accounts she used to communicate. Actually, when the incident escalated, she was worried. She hadn't intended to harm Miriam, just didn't want Miriam's partner to switch from Judah to Rudy. However, she underestimated Rudy's fame and the power of his fans, leading to a heated topic that topped the trending list. This made her feel caught between a rock and a hard place. Now that the posts were deleted, she felt relieved. But regarding the true relationship between Miriam and Rudy, is Rudy really Miriam's brother? But wasn't it mentioned that the family that adopted Miriam was quite ordinary? Chapter 295, Cheating in the Independent Enrollment Examination. One by one, the events concerning Miriam were being overturned, delivering to Adeline not only shock and pressure, but also a sense of defeat. A defeat that came from her pride being stripped away and her edges being smoothed out. Adeline put her phone back into the drawer. Suddenly, their class teacher appeared in the classroom. Adeline, the principal wants to see you. Okay, I'm coming right now, replied Adeline. Without overthinking it, she slipped her phone back into her pocket and headed to the administrative building. Upon opening the door to the principal's office, Adeline was taken aback by the crowd standing inside. Most of these people were strangers to Adeline, all dressed formally with serious expressions, as if they had come from some government department. When Adeline entered the room, everyone turned to look at her. Sabina introduced her. This is student Adeline. Several pairs of eyes turned towards Adeline, their gazes less than friendly. Where's Miriam? One of the men asked. Miriam? Adeline was filled with questions. What could be so important to require both her and Miriam? Sabina smiled and explained, student Miriam usually has many engagements, so it might take a while to get her here. Hurry up, this matter is very urgent and important. Yes, she'll be here soon. Sabina replied nervously. Sabina's attitude stirred Adeline's curiosity about the identity of these people and their purpose for meeting her and Miriam. Who were they? And what was the reason for this summons? About 5 minutes later, Miriam arrived, with Rudy following close behind like a shadow. There was a smile tugging at the corner of Rudy's mouth. He looked somewhat obedient, yet strangely mischievous, exuding a contradictory aura. Joining them in the principal's office was also the school's distinguished teacher, Esau. Once everyone was present, the principal began questioning. betters the situation. Both of you passed the independent enrollment exam of Jingxing University successfully. However, these comrades from the Education Supervision Department have received reports alleging that one of our Huaiyue High School candidates cheated during the independent enrollment exam, either through manipulation of the recommendation slot or cheating during the test. They are here to investigate and verify this incident to ensure the fairness and integrity of the examination. Sabina continued. 2 teachers from the admissions office of Jingxing University will also be accompanying this investigation. If cheating is confirmed, they will cancel the cheater's admission eligibility according to regulations. As the principal spoke, a chill ran down Adeline's spine and spread throughout her body. At this moment, the principal had no idea that there would be any problems with the 2 students' independent enrollment exams. Adeline had always been well-behaved and considerate. She had maintained a good reputation at the school for 3 years. Although Miriam acted peculiarly, was arrogant, and hard to get along with, she had the capability. Besides, Miriam was widely recognized for her recent charitable deeds online, making her a popular choice for the nomination. Moreover, the person who recommended Miriam was the highly upright Esau, making it even less likely for anything amiss to happen. As for cheating during the test, the principal thought it unlikely too. The independent enrollment exams of Jingxing University were always strictly monitored, with proctors, surveillance equipment, and signal blocking devices in place. How could anyone cheat easily? The investigators cast scrutinizing glances at the 2 suspects, Miriam and Adeline. Chapter 296 Suspicion of Miriam's scores being fake. Adeline looked very obedient. In contrast, Miriam seemed more like the type who would do some improper things. Moreover, based on their understanding, Miriam's scores in the independent enrollment were extraordinarily high. She even got a perfect score on the extremely difficult 1,000 points exam, which was not reasonable. Therefore, they had reason to suspect that the cheating behavior reported referred to Miriam knowing the exam content beforehand. So the investigators asked Miriam first. Now we have a few questions for you, and we hope you will answer us truthfully. You just ask whatever you want to investigate. We guarantee to cooperate. Rudy smiled innocently. Student Miriam, how did you manage to get a perfect score in the independent enrollment exam of Jing University? Did you know all the test questions? The investigator had a stern face, expressionless, his eyes staring at Miriam. Any sign of guilt from Miriam would not escape his eyes. I can say I know it, but you may not believe it. If you have doubts, you can ask the teachers from the admission office to give me a question here and now, and let me solve it. It's easy to tell if I have this ability. Miriam didn't want to explain so much. Saying it 100 times might as well be shown once through action. She hated trouble and didn't like to defend herself without evidence. Seeing that the investigation team suspected Miriam, who got a perfect score first, Adeline couldn't help but feel relieved. Indeed, Miriam getting a perfect score aroused suspicion. When the results came out, Adeline also doubted whether Miriam's score was fake, but without evidence, she was afraid to be considered jealous if she mentioned it casually, so she kept quiet. The investigator looked at Miriam's confident face and said, "If you're willing, this would be better." Miriam didn't bother to talk anymore. Just write the question. The 2 teachers from Jing University's admission office exchanged glances and then directly wrote the question on the white sketchpad in the principal's office. After finishing writing the question, Miriam took the pen and started answering immediately. Very fast. Adeline lowered her head silently. She saw the question and also thought about solving it mentally. However, before she even had an idea, Miriam had already finished writing down the solution process. The teachers from the admission office of Jing University looked surprised. To test Miriam's real level, they did not choose easy questions. Besides, these questions were made up on the spot. Unless Miriam could predict the future, there was no way she could cheat by knowing the answers in advance. To rule out accidental factors, the teachers gave 3 questions, and Miriam answered all of them correctly. On the 3rd question, Miriam even pointed out a data error given by the teacher. Such data could not lead to an answer. The teachers checked and found it was indeed the case. Because the numbers were improvised, making a mistake was unavoidable. Impressively, Miriam spotted the wrong question immediately. It showed that her correct answers were not accidental, but due to her true abilities. The 2 teachers from Jing University's admission office praised Miriam nonstop. Miriam's performance was evident, and the inspectors had no choice but to believe that Miriam indeed possessed such capabilities. The suspicion of Miriam cheating in the exam could be temporarily ruled out. Seeing this, Adeline couldn't help feeling disappointed. If there was something wrong with Miriam's score, today's investigation would end. But Miriam was indeed so capable that she wasn't troubled by any of the teacher's questions. Chapter 297. Adeline's bribery of the teacher is exposed. 1. The investigator then asked Miriam, regarding your recommendation spot, did you proactively contact Kermit for this spot? No, he approached me first, Miriam replied. So the investigator questioned Kermit. Then let's hear from Kermit of Huaiyue Middle School first. Kermit was calm and unafraid. My reasons for recommending student Miriam are clearly stated in my submitted recommendation form. I admire her talent and am moved by her noble character in helping others despite her young age, thinking she should be a role model for other students. There were no financial dealings between us. Beckett had nothing to hide and wasn't afraid of any investigation, inviting them to investigate at will. If it's convenient for Esau, could you prepare a bank statement for us? The complete one. No problem. Kermit wasn't afraid at all. However, Kermit paused. Is there something else, Kermit? Before I decided to give the spot to Miriam, someone visited me, attempting to use bribery to have me give the spot to her daughter. I recorded the entire process, which might assist your investigation. Kermit's words shocked everyone, especially Adeline. Kermit, how could you? The investigation team wore puzzled expressions. Kermit explained, I've been a teacher for 40 years. Over these years, many people tried flattering me for their children's benefit, such as for entrance exams or special treatment at school. To avoid trouble and ensure clarity, my wife records every visitor who comes to our house as proof. Kermit's words drained all color from Adeline's face. No, it couldn't be her mother's visit to Kermit on that video. Back then, she had shortlisted 2 teachers. One was Kermit, the other was Roni. Beckett, her mother, first approached Kermit, but was rejected. Then she turned to Roni at number 1 high school, who accepted the bribe and agreed. Adeline never imagined Kermit would record every visitor out of integrity. Standing there, she felt like 1,000 ants were gnawing at her. She dared not move or speak rashly. She could do nothing but silently pray that Kermit's recording wasn't about her. Rudy noticed Adeline's expression, deepening his smile. Becketing about this crucial evidence, the investigators promptly requested the video content from Kermit. Kermit made a call to his wife, asking her to find the corresponding video by date and send it to the principal's computer. The investigators viewed the video directly on the principal's computer. The time was displayed on the top left corner of the video, and the conversation within was clear. It was audible that the middle-aged woman in the video wanted Kermit to give the self-recruitment spot to her daughter. Adeline's heart raced up to her throat. It was her mother in the video. If this connection was discovered, she wouldn't be able to explain herself even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Adeline was extremely scared. She turned to look at Miriam. While others gathered around the principal's computer watching the video, Miriam was staring blankly out the window. Chapter 298, Adeline's bribery exposed, 2. Apart from her, Miriam should be the only one who knew that the woman in the video was her mother. As long as Miriam didn't watch the video and didn't speak out, Adeline didn't know what to do at this moment. All she could do was pray. Isn't this Lady Emmanuel, the mother of student Adeline? Rudy suddenly spoke up, exposing the identity of the middle-aged woman in the video. Only then did the principal recall why he found the woman in the video familiar. It was because not long ago, an unseemly photo of this woman had been exposed on their school's forum. Back then, due to its negative influence on campus culture, the management deleted the post the next day. Sabina hadn't scrutinized it closely either, finding such content unpleasant to look at. Beckett really didn't expect this woman to be the mother of Adeline, who was always obedient, well-behaved, and studious. What a surprise. Rudy's one sentence put Adeline in a very awkward position. Everyone in the office looked at Adeline. If that's true, I believe student Adeline needs to undergo further investigation. According to records, the teacher who recommended Adeline was Roni from number 1 high school, right? Yes, Roni. Adeline's body was trembling. She never thought that her act of bribery would be exposed because she approached Kermit first. Roni, who had taken the money, would never betray herself. The investigator asked Adeline, what do you have to say about your mother bribing Kermit? I don't know, Adeline said through tearful eyes. I hardly spent time with my mom. I grew up with my aunt, and Miriam can vouch for that. My aunt is Miriam's mother. Adeline's gaze fell on Miriam, her brows knitted and eyes urgent. Before Miriam could speak, Rudy stepped in to explain. Sorry, my sister has never lived with the Zaire family since childhood. My sister grew up with me. We are the real family. She isn't familiar with the Zaires, and even less so with the Mongs, so she doesn't know what kind of relationship Adeline has with her mother. Rudy's explanation was reasonable and detailed. Thus, everyone's attention returned to Adeline. Adeline clenched her fists tightly. Hatred toward Rudy flashed in her eyes. Rudy wore an innocent look, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth, perfectly embodying the image of a good neighbor boy. Number 1 high school quickly confirmed the result, and Roni admitted to accepting bribes. With the evidence laid bare, everyone's attitude towards Adeline changed. Receiving the outcome, the principal was extremely distressed. What on earth was Adeline up to? Now their Huaiwa High School's reputation was ruined by her. A teacher from Peking University's admissions office told Adeline, based on what we've learned, we will cancel your independent enrollment exam results and not record them. Adeline abruptly raised her head, eyes wide open, her face full of fear and disbelief. No, this was my mother's own decision. It has nothing to do with me. And my grades were earned through my hard work, no cheating involved. If you don't believe me, you can test my abilities like you did with Miriam just now. I passed the exam based on my true capabilities. Adeline defended herself. Chapter 299, Adeline's bribery exposed 3. But you obtained your spot through cheating, said the admissions officer. I passed your exam, which proves I have the capability. So, I should have the qualifications to participate in the independent enrollment exam. This means I earned my spot with genuine merit, didn't I? The reason Peking University gives the right to assign spots to senior teachers is that we hope to evaluate students not only on their knowledge, but also on their overall quality. If it were just about knowledge, we could simply expand the exam and let more people take part in it, choosing the top few students based on their scores, the admissions officer explained. Adeline tearfully countered. But that was my mother's Sundu Xingdong. Wa Wanqin Bu Driching. Wa Shi Wu Gudut. Adeline's sobs grew uncontrollable as large tears rolled down her cheeks, leaving streaks on her pale face. Upon hearing this, the admissions officer felt a bit conflicted. If Adeline truly had a poor relationship with her mother and was genuinely unaware of the decision, it would indeed be unfair to her. Sabina interjected. Yes, if what Adeline says is true, and her mother did this without her knowledge, then dealing with her this way isn't quite fair. Privately, the principal still hoped Adeline was not involved. A case of bribery by an outstanding student would tarnish the school's reputation and likely lead to criticism from the Ministry of Education for him as well. The investigators and the admissions officers were also hesitating. Indeed, attributing parents' mistakes directly to their children was not reasonable. As they debated how to handle Adeline, an investigator's phone rang. The caller ID showed the original whistleblower. Opening his phone, he received a series of screenshots, a chat record between Adeline and Emmanuel. The money for the bribe came from Adeline. Even the idea of bribing was suggested by her. She was the mastermind, not at all ignorant as she claimed. The person who received the message passed the phone around, and the principal saw it too. His face turned dark. Adeline, I defended you and believed you. But you have really disappointed me. Sabina was so angry that, if not for his professionalism, he might have cursed. Adeline was startled, and then she glanced at the contents on the investigator's phone, realizing her last defense crumbled. What an actress she was. Just moments ago, she looked so innocent. After leaving the principal's office, Miriam stopped on an empty path. Sis, what's wrong? Was it you who caused the trouble earlier? How could someone suddenly report cheating in the independent enrollment exam out of nowhere? Sis. Yes. All right. It was me, Rudy admitted reluctantly. She first came after you, spending money to hire people to defame you online. How could I sit idly by? If others attack, I can't just be a coward and let them bully my sister. Rudy muttered, looking both aggrieved and cautious. How did you know her spot was obtained through bribery? Chapter 300. Adeline's bribery of the teacher is exposed for. Well, you should ask Emmanuel. Adeline offended me, so I wanted to dig up some dirt on her for a counterattack and sent someone to find Emmanuel. That woman, not only is she ugly, but also extremely timid. It didn't take much effort before she confessed everything. Then I knew that she and her daughter had bribed Roni at number 1 high school to get the admission quota. Emmanuel has had a tough time recently. After the last incident, she was forbidden from associating with the Zaire family, even including her daughter, Adeline. Without financial support from Ayana, she struggled to even put food on the table. Several times she tried to contact her daughter for money, but Adeline ignored her. Gradually, Emmanuel developed resentment towards Adeline. She had taken all the blame on herself just to protect Adeline. In return, Adeline treated her as if she were a plague, turned her back on her, and acted as though she wanted nothing to do with her. So when someone came asking for information about Adeline, Emmanuel wasn't as determined as before. After a bit of coercion and temptation, she revealed that Adeline had bribed the teacher to obtain the quota. The chat records sent to the investigation team were also extracted from Emmanuel's phone by Rudy. After explaining, Rudy pouted and snuggled up beside Miriam. Sis, don't be mad if you don't like me doing these things. I won't do them next time. I don't dislike it, Miriam said. But let me know next time. I can handle this kind of situation. You don't need to worry about it. No way. I'm the backbone of our family. I'm the boy of the family. I should be the one protecting my sister. This is something I should do. I can't leave it to my sister. You're still young. In Miriam's eyes, Rudy was still a child. I'm not young anymore. I'm taller than you. Saying this, Rudy proudly showed off his fists and muscles on his arms. Look, sis, how solid I've trained over the past 2 years. My photo shoot was sold out right after it was released. Miriam couldn't bear to watch and walked away. Rudy chased after her. Sis, don't go. You haven't finished checking out my physique yet. Sis, wait for me. Adeline experienced a drastic downfall from heaven to hell. Initially, being pre-admitted to Jing University made her an object of admiration and envy among her peers. Now, having her eligibility revoked, she lost the precious spot and became the laughingstock of everyone. She did not return to the classroom. She was too afraid. She could already imagine the merciless ridicule, contempt, and humiliation awaiting her once the news of her disqualification spread. Terrified, she returned to the Zaire residence. She sought solace from Ayana. Before Adeline could finish, Ayana interrupted her. Nancy, Kylie is busy now. Let's talk later. The Zaire family was currently facing multiple crises, leaving Ayana no time for other matters. Since Adeline had already secured her spot at Jing University, her early return home was normal, so no one thought much of it. Adeline didn't leave immediately. She stood at the door for a long while. Her eyes lingered on Ayana, who was more like a mother to her than her own biological mother. Chapter 301 Josh is Judah. When a person is vulnerable and in pain, they instinctively want to hide by the side of the person they trust most and love most. Not long after, Ayana made a phone call to someone, and Adeline heard her mention the name Zaireling. Aling, it's getting cold. You need to take care of yourself. Have you eaten today? Don't let yourself be hungry. I know. Aling, when are you coming back to visit the Zaire family? Aling. Adeline suddenly stiffened. Becketer and didn't have time to pay attention to her, but instead called Zaireling to show concern for her well-being. Adeline didn't know how she left. She felt as if her legs were filled with lead, making them incredibly heavy. After returning to the room, Adeline slumped on the ground without strength, leaning against the door, burying her head in her arms, and tears streamed uncontrollably. After several days of interaction, Rudy had formed a pretty good impression of Emeric. On weekends, Zaireling was sleeping in, while these two got up early and sat on the lawn in front of the villa, drinking tea, basking in the sun, and chatting idly. Emeric was very curious about Zaireling's growth, so Rudy told him about Zaireling's childhood stories. Sister came to our house, already not smiling much or talking to people. Although she always seemed cold, we knew that she was actually scared, afraid to give out affection because she had never been loved, so she disguised herself as cold and heartless. Sorry, Emeric said. You don't need to apologize, it's not your fault. If anyone's to blame, it's that guy called Lee. Rudy could still tell right from wrong. By the way, do you really plan to let them off? No, I don't intend to let them off, Emeric replied. You don't have to worry about this matter. I will handle it later. Okay, I believe you. This man was very capable. Rudy had realized this long ago. Since Lee was his enemy, he had no reason to let them go. Rudy also noticed that this man's character was like his sister's, calm enough, not showing emotions, appearing overly rational on the surface. By the way, Rudy said, there's something my sister would definitely not tell you proactively, but I think it's necessary to inform you. My sister has an allergy condition, developing rashes upon direct skin contact with most people. I'm the exception. I'm unsure if you are an exception too. It concerns Zyrling's safety, so he must remind the people around her first to avoid any accidents. Though Zyrling's allergies were mostly non-lethal in most cases and rashes would subside after some time. The doctor had also mentioned that if the allergic area became too large, it might still cause breathing difficulties. Amaric's gaze turned somber for a moment as he turned to look at Zyrling next to him, asking, have you seen a doctor? Yes, there's currently no cure. What about Josh, the disciple of the old man Amnon? For Zyrling's illness, Rudy hadn't spared any effort and naturally knew about this Josh. Yes. Couldn't find him. Beckett was a Ling's classmate. Amaric had already investigated Judah's identity clearly. That Judah? Rudy's expression showed incredible surprise. Yes. It turned out to be Judah. So, the one far away yet close by was Judah? I'll find him. If he's genuinely skilled, I'll bring my sister, even by force. With Zyrling involved, Rudy wouldn't hold back and planned to find Judah to talk immediately. Chapter 302. So it was you who played me. At noon, Miriam had just woken up and was wearing a fluffy pajama that didn't quite match her mature and elegant aura. She went downstairs. In the living room downstairs, 3 people were seated. Amaric, Rudy, and Judah. Miriam looked at Judah in front of her, with a suspicious look on her face. Ridge, why is he here? The last time they met, Ridge and Judah seemed to be at odds. How come these two now sat together harmoniously? To trick you, Rudy said. I confirmed it. Judah is a pseudonym. Beckett's actually Josh, the disciple of old Master Amnon, who has pretty decent medical skills. Miriam. Miriam walked forward and circled around Judah. Then she suddenly laughed. This laugh came abruptly and felt eerie. So you're the Josh who played me. Cough cough. Judah lightly coughed twice. Big sister, did he play you? What happened? Rudy immediately asked, his big fists already itching to punch. Anyone who dared to play his elder sister must be punched hard. His abs were built precisely for helping his sister punch people. It was him who made Ripley leave the inheritance to me, making me everyone's target. Cough cough. Judah awkwardly coughed twice and explained, I did it for your own good, not wanting you to be poor. At that time, Judah didn't know that despite Miriam's apparent poverty, she actually possessed substantial assets and didn't need that little bit of money from the Zaire family. Miriam shot a harsh glance at Judah. Big sister, shall I help you punish him? To let off some steam? Rudy asked, his fists already eager to swing. Forget it, you can't beat him. No way. As long as my elder sister says the word, I'll teach him a lesson. Rudy hadn't yet experienced the treachery of society. Really can't beat him, Miriam said. If I could, I would have done it myself. Judah said, if you want to hit me, I won't retaliate. Why wouldn't you retaliate? Miriam took a cautious step back, putting some distance between herself and Judah. To let you vent, Judah said, looking intently at Miriam. No need. She firmly refused. Rudy quickly stepped in front of Miriam, blocking Judah's line of sight with his tall frame. Hiding behind Rudy, Miriam asked Judah, so, your past image as an underachiever was fake? The delinquent act too? Yes, Judah admitted. Becketel. Amaric gently reminded. Prudence, ladies shouldn't curse. Judah said, Dustin is my mother's surname. There are some complications with that side of the family, so I'm temporarily using the name Judah. What's the full name? Miriam asked. Gerald. Which one is your real name? The ID card says Gerald. At this, Rudy muttered. Other playboys get different phones to juggle women. You directly got 2 names. I don't have the habit of having affairs. Having 2 names doesn't mean I'm a playboy, Judah explained. Humph. Rudy huffed softly. His impression of Judah wouldn't improve. Amaric interrupted their conversation, turning serious. Let's talk about the important things. Can you treat Prudence's illness? Judah replied. Already started treating it. What? Already started? Rudy asked doubtfully. You move that fast? I've been researching while treating your sister for other ailments, Judah confessed. From the first time he diagnosed Miriam, Judah had been studying her condition. Chapter 303. 3 Men United. Rudy immediately became wary. What is your agenda? Offering to treat my sister so willingly. Do you have some ulterior motive? This man had been looking at his sister with lustful eyes, and now he's offering help out of the blue. Something was off. My intentions were already conveyed to her. Judah answered Rudy's question while looking at Miriam instead of Rudy. Judah's intention, to make Miriam his girlfriend. Miriam felt extremely uncomfortable under Judah's direct and burning gaze, unable to pinpoint the exact feeling. My condition isn't important. It doesn't need treatment. Miriam shifted the topic, fearing Rudy would press her on Judah's intentions. No way. Rudy immediately rejected. Sis, the doctor who treated you before said that if the allergy spreads too widely, it can be dangerous. Zaire Blanche added. Prudence, if possible, you should get this cured. Eventually, you will marry, and if you keep having allergic reactions upon contact, it will greatly inconvenience your future life. Rudy agreed. Sis, I hope you can touch anyone without an allergic reaction, not just me. Not just you, Judah clarified. I won't either. What? Just a moment ago, he wished for Miriam to be able to touch more people, but now his expression changed instantly. Why would you touch my sister? Are you trying to misbehave? Rudy wasn't focused on why Judah was the second person. He was upset about the skin contact between Judah and Miriam. If Rudy knew his sister had held hands with Judah and even kissed him, he'd probably lose sleep tonight. To avoid further questioning from Rudy, Miriam explained, "Classmate, a slight touch is normal. None of these are important. I can't afford Josh's medical fees, so let's drop it." Josh's medical fees were exorbitantly high, sometimes with conditions that could shock people. Zaire Blanche said, "The money issue is mine. You don't need to worry." Judah turned to look at Zaire Blanche. "Then I want half of Heising Group. Will you agree?" "Yes." Zaire Blanche didn't even flinch. "If needed, I'll call a lawyer now, and we can sign the agreement. Once my daughter recovers, I'll give you half of Heising Group." Zaire Blanche remained calm, showing no emotion on his weathered face. "Even if you only met her halfway through your life? Even if her existence wasn't what you wished for?" Zaire Blanche's tone remained calm and indifferent. "She is family, and it's my duty to raise and care for her." Judah smiled. "I don't want your money. I merely wanted to see how much you care about her. I'll cure her, with no need for any repayment." "I don't want to be cured." Miriam refused. She didn't want to owe anyone, especially not Judah. Previously, she could accept his medicine in good conscience, but after he asked her to be his girlfriend, Miriam couldn't accept his kindness as easily anymore. "Don't be stubborn." Zaire Blanche spoke the sternest words to Miriam since they met. "Sis, you need treatment. How did you coax me into taking medicine before? Why do you become difficult when it's your turn?" Rudy united with Zaire Blanche. "The medicine is already prepared. If you don't take it, it will be wasted." Judah then took out a porcelain bottle. "The medicine was prepared 2 days ago. I had to wait for some ingredients." Chapter 304. Why are you so biased? "I'm afraid of bitterness." Miriam defended herself. "I know you're afraid of bitterness, so I made it all into pills for you." Judah was well prepared. The last medicine wasn't very bitter, yet Miriam had struggled immensely to take it. This time, she definitely wouldn't accept the ingredients. So Judah spent some time and effort turning the medicine into pills, making it easier for Miriam to swallow. Now there was no reason left to refuse. Can I refuse?" Miriam looked at the porcelain bottle in Judah's hand, truly not wanting to take it. Rudy quickly took the bottle. "Sis, let me try it first. If there are no side effects, then I'll give it to you." "You'd better not," Judah warned Rudy. "For a normal person, there might be adverse reactions." Rudy said, "How do I know you haven't put something weird in my sister's medicine?" "What kind of weird things do you think there could be?" Judah asked calmly. "How would I know? Who knows if you have any ill intentions toward my sister?" "So you came to find me?" Judah wasn't angry. He just smiled faintly. "Well, there's no choice." Rudy's voice softened. Then he turned and whispered to Miriam, "Sis, just try it. Though he doesn't look suitable as a boyfriend, he should still be a competent doctor. Are you sure it won't be bitter?" Miriam confirmed again. Miriam wasn't worried about Judah poisoning her. She was afraid of bitterness. Judah stepped forward. "I promise." Beckett assured Miriam. Miriam had no other choice. She took the medicine bottle. "All right, I'll take it." Judah instructed, 1 pill per day, after meals with warm water. Avoid tea and coffee. Miriam asked, "Can I drink tea or coffee?" Judah replied, "No." "Why?" "Because they contain caffeine." Rudy added, "Sis, just listen to him. Too much tea and coffee aren't good for you anyway. Early to bed, early to rise keeps you healthy." "Why are you siding with him?" Miriam asked. "I didn't help him." Rudy explained. "I did it for your own good. Right, Uncle Zaire?" Rudy sought recognition from Zaire Muhong. Zaire Muhong nodded. "Ailing, you should listen this time. Your health is most important." 3 against 1. Miriam had no choice but to concede. "All right, I got it. I'll follow the doctor's orders." "Have you gotten in touch?" Has Josh responded? Carmelo anxiously asked his son Lee. Josh's last batch of medicine had run out. When he wanted to get the next course of treatment, he found that he couldn't contact Josh. His illness wasn't cured yet. Without Josh's medicine, his condition would quickly deteriorate to its former state. Carmelo didn't want to die, so he desperately wanted to obtain the medicine again. Lee had a troubled expression. "Guido, Neil said he's tried every method he could think of, but he can't get in touch with Josh. Beckett's out of options. Worthless. All worthless." Carmelo was furious. Zaire Wanwan added from the side, "Guido, don't worry. I know someone who seems to know Josh's temporary residence in Tonghai Alithiati. Once I get the address, I'll bring gifts and visit him personally." Good, go ahead." It was clear that his daughter was more capable than his 2 sons. Chapter 305. Judah is not a good person. Knowing her father was very anxious, Mel acted quickly. Within just half an hour, she had contacted the right people and prepared the gifts. She called Lee to join her for their destination. The destination was located in an alley of the old town. "Did we get it wrong? This place is quite dilapidated. Josh really lives here." Lee felt doubtful, fearing that Mel had been tricked. "Just follow closely and don't talk nonsense." They arrived at the gate of an ancient-style house. Mel stepped forward, pulling the copper ring to knock on the door. For a long while, no one answered. At this moment, Miriam and Judah appeared in sight of Mel and Lee. They were also there to find Josh. Seeing Miriam, Lee instinctively shivered. Americ's warning rang again in his mind. But soon he calmed down. Beckett had attended the party at Ellen Company last time, and Americ hadn't done anything to him. So Americ must have only been intimidating him and wouldn't really do something once seeing Miriam. Then he recalled his father's instructions, and Lee rarely showed kindness to Miriam. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. You're here to see Josh too, right?" Lee greeted Miriam. Inwardly, Mel commended Lee's performance today. Following closely, Mel greeted Miriam as well. "Prudence, how have you been recently?" Miriam and Judah gave the same reaction. They ignored these two. They knew why they came here. Their cold responses did not deter Lee and Mel. Mel continued questioning Miriam. Prudence, you are here to find Josh too, right? Is there something you need help with? Are you sick or your father is sick? Before Miriam could speak, Judah blocked her from the others. None of your business. Judah cast a warning glance at them. Judah's attitude annoyed Lee. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak here? Miriam might be someone he couldn't provoke, but this troublemaker, Lee still dared to face. Lee has suffered enough lately and shouldn't have to put up with another thug's nonsense. Judah smirked. Who do I think I am? Lee sneered. Don't think I don't know who you are. You're Judah, a bad student who repeated grade 2 years in Hawaii High School. At 20, you're still in high school, always getting into fights and ending up in jail, with terrible behavior and a record. Mel tugged Lee and smiled at Miriam. Prudence, although your uncle spoke harshly, his intentions are good. Beckett fears you'll be harmed by being associated with this person. Lee hurriedly agreed. Yes, second uncle cares about you. Everything he said just now is true. This boy isn't any good. Can you move? I'm very busy. Miriam wasn't interested in listening to Lee and Mel's nonsense. She came here with Judah to retrieve something. It seemed like Judah intentionally didn't bring his acupuncture kit and asked her to come along. Beckett even said the natural fragrance of trees in this yard would benefit her health, etc. In short, he made her come personally. What a hassle. Chapter 306, Judah is Josh? Judah took out the key and started unlocking the door. This small courtyard was built in a classical style. Even the lock looked ancient, with a long bronze key. What was he doing? Unlocking a door? Opening Josh's door? Dover and Mel watched Judah in puzzlement. 5 seconds later, the lock clicked open, and Judah pushed the door open and entered. After Miriam entered, Judah turned to close the door. Dover and Mel were obviously shocked that Judah had the key to this house, and they stood there dumbfounded for a moment after seeing him open it. Coming back to their senses as Judah was about to close the door, they held the door frame. How did you get this house's key? Judah didn't respond, but closed the door directly. Dover quickly rushed inside. Breaking into someone's residence is illegal, said Judah calmly, not showing any hurry, looking at the two people in front of him with an indifferent expression. This should be Josh's house. How did you get the key to his house? Do you know Josh? Mel stated firmly. She had obtained this information through special channels. It couldn't be wrong. Dover and Mel wanted answers. Judah lazily responded, get lost. Then he kicked each of them once, kicking them out of the doorway. Beckett then slammed the door shut and locked it, out of sight, out of mind. Dover and Mel fell heavily to the ground. Judah's kicks were quite powerful, and both landed hard on their buttocks, causing pain that kept them on the ground for some time. Damn it, that brat is too damn vicious. I'm calling the police. I'm going to the hospital to file a report. Dover angrily wanted immediate revenge. Calm down. Don't forget the situation we're in, Mel said with a contorted face, struggling to rise from the ground. Second sister, our family isn't down yet, and this guy dares to bully me like this. Where does he get off having the guts to do such violence against us in broad daylight? This has nothing to do with whether our family falls or not, Mel said grimly. Whooshia, what if that Judah is the same Josh who treated Harold? That's impossible. Dover immediately denied it. Josh can't possibly be so young and have a record like Judah's. Dover wouldn't believe it, especially after that violent kick. How could such a person be the famous Josh, whom even the nobles in Jing Alithidi want to meet? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Don't forget what happened with Miriam. Didn't you also look down on Miriam at first? What about now? Have you had enough slaps in the face? Mel pointed out. The incident involving Miriam left Dover deeply regretful, wishing he hadn't been so short-sighted. Dover was suddenly silent. Mel analyzed. You told me before that Josh specifically asked Miriam to pick up Harold's medicine. It's very likely that he knew her and colluded to defraud Harold. Judah fits that description. Mel's reasoning made sense, and Dover wavered slightly. If Judah really is Josh, then Guido's illness. They had just said so many nasty things right in front of him. No, it couldn't be true. It absolutely wasn't possible. Dover reassured himself. The possibility was minuscule, and they wouldn't be so unlucky to make such a blunder. Chapter 307, it's not much related to me. Mel said, don't be in a hurry. I'm only making guesses and assumptions now. The greater possibility is that Judah and Miriam both know Josh, so they not only have the keys to Josh's house, but can also come and go freely. I'm more inclined to agree with this explanation, Lee said. What should we do now? Let's wait a bit longer, Mel said. Since we've come all this way, it wouldn't be right to return empty-handed. Most importantly, Guido needs medicine for his illness. We can't afford any delays. Even if we have to beg today, we must ask Josh for the remaining medication. Lee muttered, listen to eldest sister. Otherwise, I wouldn't tolerate this under normal circumstances. Thus, Mel and Lee stood at the old courtyard gate waiting. It was late autumn, and the weather was somewhat chilly. The wind in the alleyways of the old city district was piercing, causing Lee and Mel to shiver uncontrollably. Lee even started sneezing, feeling like he was about to catch a cold. More than an hour passed, yet they still hadn't seen any sign of Josh. The door of the old courtyard behind them opened again, and Judah and Miriam emerged. Judah locked the door, and Mel hurriedly approached, asking, Miriam, do you know Josh? Was she asking Miriam if she knew Josh? After standing in the cold wind in the alleyway for over an hour, this was the conclusion they drew? I do. Miriam lazily replied with 2 words. Can you help Kylie and Alaric? Alaric's medicine has run out, but his treatment isn't finished. If the medication stops, his condition will deteriorate, Mel pleaded earnestly. Miriam remained aloof. It's not much related to me. Lee rebuked angrily. How could it not be related to you? Beckett's your grandfather. Although there may be some conflicts between him and your father, that's their business. The relationship between you and your grandfather can't be severed. During the time he brought you home, he treated you well. If he dies and you don't help, are you made of iron? Beckett almost killed Améric, Miriam said calmly, forming a stark contrast with Lee's flushed face. Miriam hadn't spent much time with Améric, but she could feel his care for her. Beckett was trying his best to be a good father. Although Améric survived the attempt on his life, he still lost one of his legs. Such a perfect person, losing a leg and the pride he once had. Mel gently advised, "You are you, and Améric is Améric. The grievances of the previous generation are complex and might not be as you understand them now. I only know one thing. If Améric had been by my side when I was born, he wouldn't have abandoned me," Miriam said. Mel was speechless. At the time Miriam was abandoned, it wasn't just Lee's decision but also Alaric's. Back then, Alaric had just harmed Améric and learned that Miriam resembled his deceased wife very much. Beckett didn't want to see her at all. Only in his old age, when his health worsened and death loomed, did he remember he had this granddaughter and feel guilty toward his wife and eldest son. Miriam and Judah were about to leave, but Lee hastily blocked their path. "No matter what happens today, you have to help us see Josh. Otherwise, if your grandfather dies, you'll be the main culprit." Chapter 308, I am the one you're looking for. "Fine," Miriam said. "Then consider this my way of avenging Améric." Miriam remained calm. Did he think she would feel guilty towards Carmelo? Beckett was overthinking it. "Miriam, you." Dover wanted to say something more to Miriam. Judah stepped forward, blocking Dover and preventing them from continuing to harass Miriam. Judah looked at the two coldly and said, "Don't make it difficult for her. I am the one you're looking for. It's impossible for me to continue treating Ripley, but rest assured, he won't die anytime soon. Someone wants him alive, alive to watch as he loses everything, alive to experience endless despair and pain, just like the woman he killed back then." Mel and Dover were pale as paper. Judah really Josh? The Judah they insulted for so long is actually Josh. Oh my god, what have they been doing? No, you're bluffing. You're not Josh. There's no way you can be Josh. Dover repeatedly denied. Whether because he genuinely found it hard to accept that Judah was Josh, or deep down, he refused to believe it. Believe it or not, your choice. Judah said indifferently, then quickly left holding Miriam's hand. Dover and Mel stood in shock, motionless for a long time. It wasn't until Miriam and Judah walked out of the alley that they came back to their senses. "Second sister, was what Judah said just now true?" Dover couldn't judge by himself anymore. "I don't know either, but they must be connected to Josh and on good terms. With their current attitude, it's almost impossible for Guido to get the medicine. If their relationship wasn't good, they wouldn't have Josh's house key. Then, what about Guido?" Dover was utterly panicked. "Without Guido, how can I compete with Améric? Have some ambition, will you? You're not a kid anymore. Ira is nearly an adult. It's time for you to learn to take responsibility. Relying on Guido all your life is why he looks down on you and refuses to entrust you with family affairs." Mel scolded Dover. Dover listened to the reprimand with a pale face. At that moment, he felt immense pain and regret. All sorts of things rushed to his mind. And all of this stemmed from Miriam. If only he had treated Miriam better back then, if he had accepted her, everything would be different. Donjue Company, Josh, everything would be different. The tiniest mistake leads to the greatest error. Dover felt as if 1,000 claws were scratching at his heart. His inner anguish and regret had nowhere to vent. Was Mel any less distressed and regretful? Though she didn't offend Miriam, she also participated in scolding Judah. Donjue and Josh were both people she wanted to win over. A few days ago, when her husband in Beijing called her, he reminded her that if she met Josh in Tonghai Alithiadi, she should seize the opportunity to establish connections. Because making friends with a renowned doctor like Josh is the best option. Even if it's not possible, insulting such a person is unacceptable. After the affair with the third wife became public, her family-in-law was already dissatisfied with her. If they knew she offended Josh, her situation in Beijing would. Chapter 309. Améric fabricates Miriam's background. The Zaire family is utterly ruined. Zaire Wufei and Mel received bad news, and it was no different for Rock. Just now, he witnessed Améric publicly revealing Miriam's identity. Not only did he acknowledge to the public that Miriam was his daughter, but he also fabricated her birth story. In the information he released, even Miriam's mother was made up. Beckett claimed that she was born to his girlfriend before something happened to him, and soon after giving birth, his girlfriend died, leaving the child to be sent to an orphanage. Then, Miriam grew up in the orphanage until a kind person adopted her. 18 years later, the Zaire family discovered her existence and brought Miriam home. Miriam's background was crafted without any loopholes. The details of this non-existent girlfriend were meticulously fabricated as well. Upon hearing this news, Rock started coughing violently. Sir, are you alright?" The Homer came forward, patting Rock's back to help him breathe. It's all over, Rock muttered. "I underestimated him." "Sir, what exactly happened?" Beckett agreed to our demands just to buy time. Beckett delayed everything to create a fictional identity for Miriam. Now we can't use her background to threaten him anymore. Beckett has protected Miriam and can now take revenge on us with peace of mind. Don't worry, sir. Even if young master seeks revenge, he might not succeed. No, he can do it. Beckett already had the upper hand. He only delayed his plan for Miriam's sake. Beckett isn't someone blinded by hatred. He is too calm. We simply can't deal with such a composed opponent. Fear, panic, and regret swirled together, nearly overwhelming Rock. Sir, please take care of yourself. It's over. The Zaire family is really finished. Rock's eyes were lifeless, his voice trembling. It seems you have some self-awareness. The door opened, and Americ appeared in Rock's room. How did you get in? Rock looked at Americ in alarm. I came with the court officials, Americ replied calmly. Beckett then sat down on a chair beside Rock's bed. His gaze was serene, showing not a trace of hatred. At that moment, more people entered the room, starting to put seals on valuable items in the house. What are you doing? Rock struggled to get out of bed to stop them. Due to his weakened state and sudden movements, he fell off the bed and hit the ground hard. Still, he couldn't forget to try stopping those people from acting rashly. The Zaire family is bankrupt. This house and everything inside now belong to the court, pending auction to repay debts. Americ spoke slowly, stating this fact dispassionately to Rock. You haven't been idle these days, have you? While arranging a background for Miriam and erasing evidence of Wuck and Jordan giving birth to her, you were also destroying the Zaire family, right? Rock confronted Americ. Yes. Beckett gave an unequivocal answer. The moment Rock learned that Americ had fabricated an identity for Miriam, he knew the Zaire family was doomed, but he never expected it to happen so quickly, without a breath of respite. Americ's vengeance was swift, ruthless, and precise. Chapter 3:10 Despair of the Zaire Family 1. Mr. Zaire immediately slumped to the ground. Beckett slowly raised his head, looking up at Americ helplessly. Moron, I know I was wrong. Harold knows he was wrong. Please forgive me, won't you? I swear, I never intended to harm your mother. Back then, I couldn't control myself and had another woman outside. It's my fault, and I've regretted it all these years. Do you show your regret by fostering your child with your mistress under my mother's name? Americ asked. At that time, after your mother gave birth to you, she couldn't have any more children, and I always wanted many children. I didn't want my own child to be abandoned, so, and then you let my child be abandoned? Moron, it's different. Miriam has your blood in her veins, but she wasn't born from a proper relationship between you and her mother. After Mr. Zaire explained, seeing Americ's ice-cold face, he realized he had said something wrong again and hurriedly corrected himself. Moron, I wasn't the only man who cheated. When I was young, I made the same mistake as many other young men do. At this moment, Mr. Zaire still did not realize how serious his mistake was back then. If his wife hadn't been so frail and unable to cope, choosing to commit suicide, things wouldn't have gone that far. Americ said, I will not take your life. I'm just taking back what belonged to my mother. Since you failed to be faithful to her, you shouldn't possess what belongs to her. You can't treat me like this. Mr. Zaire's eyes were bloodshot. Today's Zaire Corporation incorporates my efforts, and it has grown twice as big as when I inherited it from your grandfather. It is the result of my hard work. If Zaire Corporation had been under my management over these years, it could have been much larger, far more than double its size now. Americ replied calmly. Whether Mr. Zaire admitted it or not, this was the truth. Moron, I am still your biological father. At the moment you tried to kill me, you were no longer my father. That incident can be explained. Mr. Zaire tried to defend himself. The accident with your yacht was just an accident, not sabotage arranged by me. I don't know who told you it was my doing. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. I never intended to kill you. This matter also thanks to Ray. Beckett found evidence to threaten you. Americ calmly severed Mr. Zaire's last hope. Not long ago, Ray had used this to threaten him too, which is why the original plan to punish Ray was postponed. This was Americ, meticulous and leaving no room for error. Facing his enemy, he could wait patiently for 18 years, or even another half-month for his daughter. Either he doesn't move, or when he does, it's lethal. Seeing Americ's cold resolution, Mr. Zaire felt completely drained of strength. His eyes filled only with despair and pain. Mel and Zaire Wu returned home dejectedly and saw court staff putting seals on their belongings as soon as they entered the door. The two rushed upstairs, straight to Mr. Zaire's room. Upon entering, they saw Americ, who shouldn't have been there, in their father's room. Chapter 3:11 Despair of the Zaire Family 2. Just one glance, and both wore looks of panic. Elder brother. Mel opened her mouth cautiously. Elder brother, why did you come here? Mel was the first to be brought back home, and was closest in age to Americ, so they spent the most time together. Unaware of the truth, Americ had once loved this younger sister very much. To retrieve what belongs to my mother, said Americ. Elder brother, the Zaire Corporation is your mother's. You have every right to take it back, said Mel. Elder brother, Guido was at fault for what happened years ago, and he has now paid the price. The three of us siblings may not share the same mother as you, but our blood ties cannot be severed. We never chose to be born, just as Miriam couldn't choose her birth. How can we say we had any choice? Mel appealed to his emotions and reason. Sis. Dover frowned. How can you? Shut up. Mel gave Dover a warning look, successfully silencing him. Mel continued speaking to Americ. Elder brother, you used to care about me deeply. You secretly bought toys for me whenever Guido didn't. Elder brother, I believe I've never wronged you. Can't you think back on all those years of affection? Mel looked at Americ with tearful eyes, pleading. But Americ remained unmoved, cold as if he were an emotionless robot. You don't care about the Zaire family's business. You want your status and reputation. Americ directly exposed Mel's motives. Mel was already married and wouldn't get a share of the Zaire family's assets, and her husband's family was wealthier than the Zaire family, so she didn't really care about these assets. But things were different for Americ and his backing Heising group. If Americ could put aside past grievances and acknowledge her as his sister, her status within her husband's family and in the capital would rise dramatically. Elder brother, I'm not. Mel looked flustered. There's no need to explain to me. I have no interest in listening. Americ stood up and turned to the elderly patriarch still lying limp on the ground with a vacant gaze. I'll be watching your final days. With that, Americ left. Mel rushed over to the old man, helping the Homer lift him from the floor onto the bed. Guido, pull yourself together. If you fall apart, we will truly fall apart. Mel tried to encourage him. No sooner had she spoken when people from the court arrived. Holding court documents, they bluntly informed the Zaires inside. We're sorry, but starting now, this house and everything inside it will be temporarily under court custody. Please vacate the premises. Not only did they lose control of the Zaire Corporation, but even this villa slipped from their grasp. Dover was on the verge of breaking down. They lost everything. They truly lost everything. Miriam soon received news and learned of what Emeric had revealed. Beckett had forged her origin, turning her from a manufactured embryo into the product of his love with his first love. This was his way of protecting her. When Emeric returned home, he found Miriam sitting on the sofa in the living room, seemingly waiting for him. Miriam looked up upon seeing him, opened her mouth, and struggled to say, thanks. Chapter 312. The awkward and adorable Guido and daughter. Emeric shifted his gaze from Miriam and replied indifferently, Rudy, standing at the stairwell with his chin in his hand, was speechless. Are these two really? Would it kill them to say a few more words? Beckett used to think that his sister's quiet and seemingly aloof yet warm-hearted demeanor was due to her lack of security from bad experiences when she was young. Now it seemed that Emeric also had to take some responsibility. After all, the DNA in his tadpoles was problematic. Rudy shook his head helplessly. With his elder sister not taking action, he had no choice but to step in. Rudy walked down the stairs with a smile. Uncle Zaire, my sister said she's very grateful for what you've done for her. To show her appreciation, she plans to cook dinner tonight and wants to know what you'd like to eat. Emeric paused mid-step and glanced back at Miriam. In just a second, Miriam looked away. She wasn't used to it. Sigh. She still didn't know how to face Emeric as her father. Rudy saw right through his sister's nervousness. But what could he do? Born with a high cold face, she had to maintain her composure even when nervous, or others might think she was cold and unfeeling. But not to fool this adorable younger brother. No need, let the chef handle it. Emeric turned around to answer Rudy. That won't do. This is my sister's way of showing gratitude. It's only natural for a daughter to cook for her father. Back then, my sister often cooked for us, even though my parents didn't want her to do it much, only allowing it during festivals. Fine, nothing too complicated, Emeric replied. Well then, I'll let my sister decide what to cook. You carry on with your work, and I'll call you when dinner's ready, Rudy beamed. By dinner time, without waiting for Rudy to call, Emeric came out of his study and went downstairs to the dining room. Miriam was just coming out of the kitchen, carrying dishes. She wore an apron, holding a dish in each hand. Beckett's hair was tied up high in a bun, neat and tidy. Emeric stepped forward to help Miriam with the dishes. Don't move, sit down, Miriam insisted. The commanding tone made Emeric momentarily dazed. After so many years, Miriam was the first person to speak to him in such a manner. A command from his daughter. This feeling wasn't unpleasant, and it even made him feel like smiling a little. Emeric sat down. Soon, the dining table was filled with dishes prepared by Miriam. All were Emeric's favorites. After spending time together, Miriam had become quite familiar with Emeric's taste. Although she usually ate quietly, she had observed Emeric's every move at the table and remembered his preferences. Rudy also rushed out of the kitchen, wearing an apron as well. Back in the days when Miriam used to help their mother in the kitchen, he would always tag along. Then it was mischief. Now it was genuine assistance. Beckett helped Miriam wash and cut vegetables, doing everything meticulously. Let's start eating. All the dishes are ready, Miriam announced. Emeric picked up his chopsticks and tried the nearest dish. Rudy started praising. Uncle Zaire, my sister puts a lot of effort into cooking. Though she may not be as skilled as the chefs you hire, her heart is in it. Chapter 313. The younger brother was truly exhausted with worry. Emeric acknowledged, then concentrated fully on tasting each dish Miriam had prepared. It seemed like he really enjoyed the dishes made by Miriam. Since both of them had similar tastes, the dishes Miriam made to her own liking also suited Emeric perfectly, even more so than those made by the high-paid chef he employed. Moreover, this was a heartfelt effort from his daughter, which added an entirely different feeling. Rudy, seeing Emeric eat with earnest focus, felt much more relieved. Sigh. He, as a younger brother, was truly exhausted with worry for his older sister. Initially, he didn't intend to help his sister mend ties with her biological father since she already had a father figure. But how could he not, when Uncle Zaire was indeed a good person and helped cover up his sister's identity? Thus, he had to bite the bullet. Miriam also sneaked a few glances at Emeric, noticing that he did indeed enjoy the food she made. For some reason, a hint of joy welled up in her heart. She inwardly chided herself. What the heck are you happy about? Beckett just ate your food. Why are you getting so excited? Your Majesty, you need to bravely face your true feelings. Shut up, you troublemaker. I'm eating, don't bother me. Your Majesty, the troublemaker appeared because it detected a change in your mood, trying to remind you and help you understand your true feelings better. Get lost. After finishing the meal, Rudy suggested having tea together again. Why did you suddenly take a liking to these elderly activities? Miriam asked. Previously, we would sit down together to read books or newspapers after meals. Rudy defended himself. To create more opportunities for the quiet father and daughter to bond, he had tried every possible way. Miriam was momentarily lost in thought. That was when their parents were still around. Rudy's parents were professors who, after meals, would sit with the two children to read quietly. Back then, the restless Rudy always felt impatient, but now, recalling those moments, they felt irreplaceably beautiful. If only he could go back to those times, sitting quietly with the family, content just to be with them. Miriam remained silent. If they were still here, Rudy wouldn't have. All right, let's have tea. Americ instructed the servants to prepare tea. The three of them sat in the tea house together. By the way, Uncle Zaire, today when Big Sister and Judah went to the old district, they ran into Dover. Beckett didn't turn away upon seeing Big Sister and even asked her to introduce him to Josh. Rudy told Americ. Miriam looked at Rudy suspiciously. How do you know that? She hadn't mentioned it upon returning home. It wasn't intentional. She just didn't feel like bringing it up. Judah told me. Rudy grinned playfully. Rudy and Judah had become friends online. Of course, Rudy still disliked Judah, especially his intentions toward his sister. But since Judah was currently treating his sister, Rudy wanted to stay informed about her condition and keep a closer watch on this wild wolf, so he befriended him. Judah and Rudy had a strange cheap understanding on this matter, knowing that Miriam wouldn't mention it to Americ, thus decided they should be the ones to bring it up. Americ's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze turning cold. Chapter 314. Judah, are you trying to zahurt me in horns? I know, Americ said. Rudy grinned. Beckett knew that Americ would definitely not let Lee, who violated the agreement, have an easy time. Then, Americ told Miriam, next time something like this happens, you should tell me. It's not a big deal. Miriam never had the habit of seeking help or complaining to others. Rudy hurriedly said, older sister, this guy is so bad. Although he hasn't done anything excessive to you yet, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. It's better to prevent problems before they occur. Just listen to Uncle Zaire. He is so capable and can definitely protect you. Miriam realized there was a significant issue living with Rudy and Americ. These two always formed an alliance, making her feel at a disadvantage each time. I know. Beckett though. Rudy showed a satisfied and adorable smile. Judah logged into the drunken Jianghu game, and just as the interface opened, a notification popped up to end a couple relationship. Dear, addicted __salted _fish. Your partner, _salmon _ salter, is requesting to terminate the couple relationship. Please confirm with Elder You. Seeing Miriam online, Judah sent her a message. Why are you terminating the couple relationship? Miriam didn't reply. Beckett her status showed that she was fishing by the East Sea. Judah immediately rode his divine pet, Golden Phoenix, to the East Sea. Sure enough, he saw the player with the couple title, _ salter, by the East Sea. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Miriam wasn't alone. Next to her was Harley. One black and one white silhouette sat side by side on the shore of the East Sea, each holding a fishing rod. Typical Miriam. Even when gaming, she stayed true to her lazy self. The sight of these two sitting together exuded an inexplicable harmony and leisure. Not replying to messages and initiating a termination of the couple relationship, only to be playing with another man. Miriam, you truly outdid yourself. Current chat, addicted _salted fish. Does this count as cheating? Current chat, _salmon _ salter. If you agree to terminate the couple relationship, there won't be any grassland. A play on words for wearing horns on your head. Current chat, addicted _salted fish. No way. Current chat, Harley, little fish doesn't want to be with you anymore. Let go of her. Even if you don't agree, after 3 days, the system will automatically terminate your relationship. System, player, addicted _salted fish, challenge player, Harley, to a duel. Current chat, _salmon _ salter. What are you going to do? Dueling isn't ordinary fighting. The loser could lose their equipment. Judah was ranked first, and no one had been able to defeat him yet. Harley had recently risen to 3rd place, but still had a gap compared to Judah. Current chat, addicted _salted fish. I won't give you the chance to wear my horns. Current chat, _salmon _ salter. I was joking. Who's putting horns on you? I'm terminating the couple relationship because you tricked and lied to me. Josh's incident isn't over yet. Current chat, addicted _salted fish. You can hit me if you're mad, but divorce is unacceptable. Current chat, _salmon _ salter. Couple. It's not marriage. It's called terminating a couple relationship, not a divorce. Current chat, addicted _salted fish. That's not the point. Chapter 315 Love Triangle, Showdown. Current, an unquestionably salty fish. Weren't we supposed to do the dungeon runs? Now that it's done, there should be no problem with us breaking up. Current, Riggs. My dictionary doesn't contain divorce. Current, an unquestionably salty fish. For the last time, it's not marriage. System, player, Riggs, has sent a duel request to player, Dan Hakeem Rudy. Beckett's sending another request again. System, player, Dan Hakeem Rudy, has accepted player, Riggs, S duel. Let's all head over to the arena and spectate. Dan Hakeem Rudy has accepted the challenge. Current, an unquestionably salty fish. Why did you accept? Current, Dan Hakeem Rudy. I'll join you fishing in a bit. Without directly answering Miriam's question, Dan Hakeem Rudy was teleported along with Judah to the arena right after. The system message went public instantly, causing players who saw it to explode into a frenzy. World, I'm also a salty fish. What the heck is happening? Top 1 challenging top 3. World, renamed to Cure. I'm still in the dungeon. I have to go watch this battle. World, acting superfan. As far as I know, Dan Hakeem Rudy and the salted fish girl have a good relationship. Could my idol be feeling jealous by initiating this duel? World, Knight raiding Widow Village. Love triangle? Dramatic showdown? So exciting. I love it. World, bored to no end. Where's salted fish girl? Come out and answer us. Who do you like? At her computer, Miriam picked up her phone and called Judah. It took a while for him to pick up. As soon as he did, Miriam got straight to the point. Can you not fight, brother phone? Calling him brother phone sounds so intimate. Judah's voice came from the phone, his tone not very friendly. This isn't the point. What kind of focus does he have? Call me by my first and last name. Miriam's blood pressure skyrocketed instantly. Come on, Dan Hakeem Rudy is a game ID. Don't you think it sounds silly to use it in daily life? That doesn't justify calling random men brother. Miriam took a deep breath. Judah, Dan Hakeem Rudy is a game friend I've known for a long time. Is that so? Dan Hakeem Rudy's real name is Tomas. Are you sure you don't know this person? What? Tomas. Miriam froze. She had never delved into her gaming buddy's real identities before. Becketing Miriam's surprised voice, Judah knew she genuinely didn't know that Dan Hakeem Rudy was Tomas earlier. This slightly softened Judah's tone. How do you know Dan Hakeem Rudy is Tomas? Miriam asked. It's none of your business. His gaming company owned all players' information. With the current real name system for online games, Dan Hakeem Rudy must have filled out his real name when registering, which Judah obviously knew about. Forget it. Can you guys just stop fighting? Miriam asked. Why are there constant typing sounds from your end? Since they started talking, there hadn't been any pause in the keyboard noises from Judah's side. I'm in the middle of a duel. Judah said. What? In a duel? Miriam hurriedly entered the arena and indeed found Riggs and Dan Hakeem Rudy's battle already underway. Damn, this guy was dueling Dan Hakeem Rudy while talking to her, juggling two things at once without losing his cool. Beckett's crazy. Chapter 316 Reasonable wife is gone. Stop fighting. Let's make peace, Miriam said. After the duel began, it could only end if one side was defeated or both sides agreed to make peace. If they made peace, no equipment would be lost. Refuse. Why? A man who tempts my woman doesn't deserve my mercy. Who tempted your woman? Tomas and I don't have that kind of relationship. After Miriam finished speaking, she paused for a moment. That's not right. Who is his woman? Through the phone came Judah's low laughter. Bullshit. Shut up. She felt irritable. Not only did the laughter not stop, but it grew even more intense. What an asshole. Miriam muttered. Can't you stop messing around? No. Judah refused without hesitation. If you dare to jitsu our romantic relationship, I will beat Tomas so he can't stay in the game anymore. Miriam. Arbitrary and unreasonable. Judah. If I am reasonable, the wife will be gone. Miriam. Who is your wife? Judah. It was you who flirted with me first. Miriam. Why are we back to this question again? Can't we get over it? Judah, why should we? Getting over it would just turn it into past tense. Not getting over it means it's still happening now. As they were talking, the result of the duel appeared. In the center of the screen, a prominent line of text appeared. System, congratulations to player, Saltfish Eater, for winning the duel. System, congratulations to player, Saltfish Eater, for obtaining the dropped equipment Superior, Frost Silk Robe, from the defeated player, Lamar. After seeing the announcement of the end of the duel, Miriam hung up the phone. World, breaking into Widow Village. Indeed, the top-ranked leader is more ruthless. World, Acton's admirer. Wailing, today is another day of admiring my alphabetic idol. World, Sister Ling's little brother. So what's going on now? Is Lamar suffering a double loss in love and career? The world chat was buzzing with discussion. Miriam looked at the white-clad figure of Lamar in front of her, unsure how to comfort him. Instead, Lamar spoke first. Current. Lamar, I'm fine. Wins and losses are common in battles. Current. A fish so salty it can't get any saltier. Are you Tomas? After Miriam asked, he didn't immediately reply. After a long silence, she finally saw his response. Current. Lamar, yes. Current. A fish so salty it can't get any saltier. Why didn't you tell me? Current. Lamar, I found it awkward to say outright. At that time, I just wanted to play games with you as an ordinary friend. Judah also walked over. Wearing red clothes in the game, he had an indescribably demonic charm. A party request popped up on Miriam's screen. Player, Saltfish Eater, request to party with you. After hesitating for a moment, Miriam confirmed it. Then, under the party follow mechanism, she was teleported by Judah to Peach Blossom Cottage. Private message. A fish so salty it can't get any saltier. What are you doing? Private message. Saltfish Eater. You can temporarily not agree to date me, but you cannot be ambiguous with other men. Private message. A fish so salty it can't get any saltier. I haven't been ambiguous with anyone. Don't imagine too much. Private message. Saltfish Eater. I hope so. Private message. Saltfish Eater. I'll take you somewhere. Judah led Miriam to the waterfall in Peach Blossom Cottage. Miriam had been here before. As one of the scenes in the game, she didn't think there was anything special about this place. Then Judah went through the waterfall, his red figure disappearing. Chapter 317. The prepared surprise went to waste. Miriam followed with suspicion and was astonished to find a hidden world behind the waterfall. It seemed like a hidden map in the game. Inside, it resembled an underground labyrinth, with gems embedded in the walls providing illumination. Taking a few more steps inside, Miriam spotted a herb that was extremely rare in the game. After another couple of steps, she encountered yet another one. This cave felt like a treasure trove. In the game, Miriam was a pill refiner who disliked fighting but loved gathering various herbs, refining all kinds of rare pills, and selling them at high prices to players who needed them for huge profits. Private message. Jimena, is the game designer a fan of Journey to the West? Why create a water curtain cave? The Peach Blossom Workshop and Water Curtain Cave don't seem to be part of the same lore. Private message. Riggs. Beckett had specially asked the modeling team to add this hidden map, intending to surprise Miriam. Then, she didn't seem very surprised and instead criticized it. Private message, Riggs. Don't you like it? Private message, Jimena. It's okay. Feels a bit strange. Having played the game for so long. This was Miriam's first time encountering such a hidden map filled with valuable herbs. She began to suspect that the game designers had suddenly lost their minds. Private message, Jimena. Why did you bring me here? Private message, Riggs. To apologize. Their first meeting in the game was over a herb, which led to a fight, after which Miriam was pursued and beaten by Judah for quite some time. Private message, Jimena. At least it shows sincerity, but this cave feels weird. Why would they make such a giveaway hidden map? Private message, Riggs. Ignore it. Let's gather herbs. Then Miriam received a trade request from Judah. Opening the trade window, she saw Judah had filled the trade package with rare herbs. Clicking confirm meant he was giving all these to her. Thinking about this bastard's numerous despicable deeds, Miriam decisively added 100,000 gold coins into the trade window before confirming. Private message, Riggs. You're giving me money? Private message, Jimena. Yeah, we're not that close. I can't take all this valuable stuff from you for free. Private message, Riggs. Didn't you already take compensation from me earlier? Private message, Jimena. Separate matters. We're even now for that incident. I can't accept more this time. Private message, Riggs. You women really know how to upset me. Judah, watching the screen showing a woman in black wielding a large knife. Imagine Miriam's cool and calm face, his expression inexplicably darkening. Private message, Jimena. Giving you money still upsets you? Is there such a way to anger someone? Private message, Riggs. I'm pursuing you, understand? Private message, Jimena. No? Judah's hands froze on the keyboard. The conversation had definitely hit a dead end. Egon came in excitedly. Young Master Dustin, I need to ask for leave next week. Our basketball team is going to have a match. I'll be busy the whole week. Is Miriam going too? Of course, she's our coach. I'll go as well. Oh, then I'll call the hotel to book an extra room. Chapter 318. They really have nothing left. Adeline stood awkwardly at the door, as Mel bluntly told her in front of her. The Zaire family has gone bankrupt and can no longer afford to support idle people. Now I'm paying for my father and other family members to settle here. The house is very small with no extra rooms, so you should find your own mother. Mel's attitude toward Adeline was very poor. If Adeline's admission qualification to Jing University had not been revoked, Mel's attitude towards her would not have been this bad. Currently, Adeline had no value, and naturally, Mel did not want to waste time and energy on her. Adeline bit her lip, her body trembling. Ayana came to the door and pleaded for Adeline. Wan Yuan, can you not drive Nancy away? She grew up by my side since childhood. Without me, what will happen to her? Mel said coldly. Ayana, you must understand that the Zaire family is no longer what it used to be. You are now penniless. If it weren't for me, you would all be homeless. You can't even take care of yourself, yet you still want to take care of this niece? If you could use this effort on Zaireling, things wouldn't be like this now. Ayana couldn't find any words to refute, her eyes red. Seeing her state, Mel did not soften either. That's it. Adeline should go back to her home. As her aunt, you should do what an aunt should do. But, how can Ebony take good care of a child? Sending Nancy back is like pushing her into hell. She was the one who instructed Emmanuel to bribe the teacher. Since she has such ideas, why does she need you to take care of her? After finishing, Mel pulled Ayana back inside, closing the door, leaving Adeline outside. Mel rented a 140 square meter apartment with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. For ordinary families, such a place is already large, but for the Zaire family, who were accustomed to villas, this place felt cramped everywhere. There were no servants to command. The only person who came along was the Homer who had always accompanied Rock. Rock had completely fallen ill, coughing violently one after another, as if he were coughing out his lungs. In the living room, everyone in the Zaire family looked extremely grim. Their faces were deathly pale, eyes filled with pain. Seeing Mel enter, Dover hurriedly asked her, "Second sister, we can only rely on you now. Could you ask your husband to help us?" "Forget it, that's impossible. My husband's family can't compete with the Haitian group," Mel firmly refused. "It's already pretty good that I can help you find a place to settle down. You should be grateful. Now, you better think about how to make eldest brother calm down and forgive us, or not just you, but even my situation will become very difficult. But, how can eldest brother ever forgive us? Beckett's determined to make our lives worse than death." Dover felt powerless. Mel said, "You'd better seek forgiveness from eldest brother and Zaireling as soon as possible, or when the news reaches Jingcheng, I'll be implicated too. That won't work. You are our last pillar. If you fall..." Dover didn't dare to imagine the consequences. They really would end up homeless, having nothing left. Chapter 319 this time, 2 fingers. At least they still had a place to live, and with Mel's support, they wouldn't starve to death. "So you figure it out," Mel said. As she spoke, there was a knock at the door. They had just moved here. Who would be knocking on their door? It must be Adeline. I'll chase her away. Dover was quite pragmatic. Before, he had doted on this obedient niece, but now he could barely take care of himself, let alone Adeline. Opening the door, however, revealed not Adeline, but several men in black suits. "Who are you?" Dover asked about their identity when these people immediately seized him without any explanation. "What are you going to do?" Dover yelled nervously. Becketed by 2 burly men on each side, gripping his shoulders and arms, Dover could not escape even if he wanted to. The Zaire family members hurried out upon hearing the commotion. Seeing her husband restrained, Ayana rushed forward. "Who are you? What do you want?" Zaire Murong's assistant Emin replied. "Mr. Dover should not have forgotten our boss's warning, never to appear before our young miss again, or lose a finger for each time. With these words, everyone knew who had sent these people. Dover's face lost all color, his eyes wide. I know I was wrong. It won't happen again. Amen said. Based on what we've learned, after the boss warned you, you appeared twice more in front of our young miss. So today we're here to take 2 of your fingers. As he spoke, Amen already had hold of Dover's right hand. This hand had its pinky broken by Zaire Murone, which had been set and put in a cast, only recently removed. Realizing what these people intended, Dover screamed in terror. No, no. Ayana rushed up and stood in front of Dover, pleading, please, give Wuxia a break this time. Ms. Ming, what gives you the right to ask us? If you don't move when I count to 3, don't blame us for being rude, Amen said. Becca gave a hint because Ayana was ultimately Miriam's biological mother. Ayana hesitated, then quickly added, I am Miriam's mother. I carried her for 10 months. Please, can you show some mercy considering I gave birth to your boss's child? Ms. Ming, don't talk nonsense. Our young Miss's mother is Yun Shan, the boss's first love and classmate. There's no relation between our young miss and you. Don't make false claims. Ayana felt a lump in her chest as she stared at the people in front of her. How could the daughter she labored to bring into the world belong to someone else? While Ayana was dazed, suddenly a sharp snap resounded, followed by Dover's blood-curdling scream. Amen broke the bones of Dover's index and middle fingers. Every nerve in his fingers screamed in agony. Mr. Dover, my boss always keeps his word. Please remember that. Amen loosened his grip on Dover's hand, leaving a final warning before leading the others away. Mel and Ayana helped Dover back inside. In pain and sweating profusely, Dover trembled as he talked about calling the police. Chapter 320. Christopher's inner world collapses. Zaire Wanwan reprimanded him. If you sue him, he'll at most compensate you with a sum of money, but afterward, he'll have 100 legal ways to make sure you can't even afford your meals. For now, just obediently stay away from Miriam. Second sister, even if I don't appear before Miriam, he won't let us off. Beckett won't. Dover said painfully. What else can you do then? It's useless just knowing how to complain when you can't think of any solutions. Zaire Wanwan scolded Dover. Christopher stood beside them, his once innocent and sunny face now clouded with gloom. So many things had happened to the Zaire family. What he found hardest to accept was not the bankruptcy of the Zaire family, but the complete shattering of what was originally a wonderful home. And his family members, one by one, tore off their human masks, revealing the ugliness beneath. The beauty that once resided in the young boy's heart was now shattered into pieces. It was the collapse of faith, the collapse of his worldview. Christopher remained silent while everyone's eyes were on him. Dorian, how did it go with the task I assigned to you last time? Have you communicated well with your sister? Zaire Wanwan asked. Yes, Dorian, the situation at home is very bleak now. You must learn to share the burden with Kiyomi and Harold, Dover said weakly, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Christopher stood still, his hands clenched into fists, the light in his eyes no longer as bright. Dorian, did you hear what Kylie said? Zaire Wanwan came to Christopher's side, patting his shoulder, leaning close to observe his expression. Dorian, you've seen the current state of your grandfather and father. This is not just about money and reputation. You need to work harder, or else the Zaire family will really be finished. Why? Christopher spoke, his gaze fixed on some point ahead. Why what? Zaire Wanwan softened her expression, patiently communicating with Christopher. If what Americ said is true, then the Zaire family was originally his. Isn't it only right for him to take it back? Returning it would be atonement, wouldn't it? Christopher said. Zaire Wanwan frowned. Dorian, have you thought about what your life will become without the backing of the Zaire family? Why did you receive such good education since childhood, get whatever you wanted, attend a prestigious high school, meet people from the upper class, and pursue your basketball dreams carefree? All this was built on the foundation of you being the grandson of the chairman of Zaire Corporation. If the Zaire family were still glorious, you could continue to be naive. But what's the situation now? How can you still be so naive? If I fail, and Americ and Sister Miriam refuse to forgive you, are you planning to harm those 2 people? Christopher said. What are you talking about? Zaire Wanwan asked in shock. I heard everything you said to Alaric. You said you'd try your best to repair the relationship with Americ and Miriam. Do everything possible. But if you fail, you'd have to make them disappear from this world. Christopher continued. Because if they die without setting up wills in advance, their inheritance would all belong to the Zaire family. Zaire Wanwan hadn't expected that she and her father's conversation had been overheard by Christopher. She indeed had this plan, but only as a last resort. For now, she still intended to mend relations with Americ and Miriam. Chapter 321. The Yunggong Saonan turns into a decadent Zaonan. The words Christopher spoke left Li and Ayana with expressions of shock. So, the second elder sister and father had such plans. Li was only shocked for a brief moment before quickly recognizing the advantages of this method. Heising Group and Donfei Group. The enormous assets under Americ and Miriam's names. Compared to mending relations with Americ and Miriam, Li even felt that getting rid of these 2 would be easier to achieve. Zaire Wanwan sternly warned Christopher. Dorian, it's fine to talk about this here, but don't mention a single word outside. You just need to remember the task and entrusted to you, and don't get involved in other matters. Christopher, with tears streaming down his face and empty eyes, said, I'd rather live a little harder, a little poorer, than see my home become like this, or you all become like this. It's as if you are now monsters. Slap. Zaire Wanwan slapped Christopher across the face. If you have the capability, then help the Zaire family salvage the situation. Otherwise, follow what we told you to do. Don't spout nonsense about family affection. You, who have never experienced hardship, have no right to say such things. Among the three siblings, only Zaire Wanwan had met their birth mother, the woman without name or status. Although she had received money from their father, she lived a miserable and painful life, something Zaire Wanwan could never forget. That woman once told her that at the time, she chose to be with their father for the money because her family owed debts, and debt collectors constantly harassed and threatened them every day, living in constant fear. With money, at least she wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. For a stable life, she was willing to sell her body and abandon her principles. Christopher stood still after being slapped, not moving. His cheek hurt, but his heart hurt more. Ayana rushed forward and hugged Christopher. Second elder sister, don't hit Dorian. He didn't do anything wrong. Don't drag Dorian into what you're planning. He's still a child. Lee and Zaire Wanwan were united on this matter. Jordan, don't interfere. Second elder sister hits Dorian for his own good. What time is it now? Dorian needs to wake up to reality soon. Ayana looked at her husband, opening her mouth to argue but couldn't bring herself to speak. She slowly lowered her head, silently accepting the actions of her husband and elder sister. They were about to depart for the provincial capital to participate in the competition, but Egon couldn't get in touch with Christopher. This kid, where has he gone at such an important time? Egon stomped in frustration. Something happened at the Zaire family. He probably isn't in the mood for the competition, a classmate beside him remarked. Egon slapped his thigh. How could I forget that? Continue training. I'm going to the Zaire residence. Egon found the Zaire family's current residence and paid a visit, meeting Christopher there. At the moment the door opened, Egon was stunned. Beckett doubted whether he had come to the wrong room. Where was the clean and optimistic boy? In front of him was a disheveled and dejected youth huddled in the corner of the room, with messy hair and hollow eyes. There were many empty beer cans scattered around him, and as he approached, a smell of alcohol wafted over. Christopher, have you lost your mind? You're only 16, drinking like others. Have you forgotten you're a basketball player? How could you drink yourself into this state? Egon tried to help Christopher up, but Christopher slumped on the ground like a limp rag, unable to stand. Just leave me alone. Christopher's voice was low and dejected, his breath reeking even more of alcohol. Chapter 322. Egon comforts Christopher. Damn it. How am I supposed to take care of you like this? Egon pulled Christopher up from the floor forcefully. Don't bother with me. Christopher pushed Egon away. You want me not to take care of you? Fine. But if you were bouncing around confidently saying this, maybe I could agree. You don't understand. What don't I understand? I basically know what's going on with your family. But those are their mistakes, not yours. Miriam also knows this point, which is why she has never blamed you. Mentioning Miriam, Christopher's expression turned even more bitter. Egon, leave me alone. Let me handle my own affairs. Handle? Egon pointed at the empty alcohol bottles on the ground. Is this how you handle problems? It's my personal business. Christopher didn't want to argue with Egon. Beckett couldn't reconcile the conflict between his family and his original values. No one could solve this for him, not even Egon. Damn it. Seeing you like this makes me furious. Suddenly, Egon swung his fist and hit Christopher in the chest. One punch made Christopher's face twist in pain. I think you've drunk too much. I'll wake you up first, and then talk some sense into you. Beckett swung another punch. Egon grabbed Christopher's shirt. Listen, boy, every day people encounter misfortunes, and people die every day. Egon dragged Christopher onto the bed and slammed him down heavily. Egon's fist landed again, this time striking Christopher's face. Zaharnch after punch, the pain was sharp and clear. The pain on his face seemed to provide an outlet for the bitterness in his heart. Christopher suddenly started crying, tears streaming from his eyes, rolling down his cheeks, and falling onto the sheets. Egon stopped, watching the tear-streaked Christopher, frowning deeply. That once sunny boy could no longer remain carefree. But this was a necessary path. A path to growing up. Egon didn't stop Christopher from crying, sitting quietly by the bed, accompanying him. Only when Christopher had cried enough did Egon hand him a tissue to wipe his tears. Then he pulled him up from the bed, giving him an encouraging hug as friends would. Stop crying, you still have us. The basketball team members are all part of your family. Egon added, though we may quarrel a bit, we've all sweated together, trained hard, and share the same goal as good friends. You're not alone, and your choice is right. I support you, and so will the brothers on the basketball team. Egon, Christopher said, thank you. Beckett felt much better. Beckett still had many friends. Beckett still had dreams. Beckett wasn't the unluckiest person in the world. His past had been too happy, too carefree, and those problems had always existed. Beckett just stepped out of the illusory ivory tower. Feeling better now? Then change clothes. Let me take you out for a good meal, Egon said. No, let's go train instead. The competition is coming up soon, and I can't delay everyone's progress anymore. Now you want to train with a belly full of alcohol? Planning to faint on the basketball court? As captain, I won't allow that. After saying this, Egon quickly walked out of the room. After hesitating for a moment, Christopher followed. Chapter 323. An unimportant person has slipped in. Egon brought Christopher back to the team after they had their fill. The other members of the basketball team were currently training in the gym, as they were to depart in the afternoon. They couldn't afford to waste these last few hours. Seeing Christopher, the teammates didn't ask any questions. They simply embraced him warmly, and then involved him in the training. Christopher felt the considerate side of his normally boisterous teammates. They trained together for a while. Christopher was drenched in sweat, soaking through his t-shirt. Yet, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. On the basketball court, he found himself again. During the break, Christopher sat on the sidelines drinking water. Egon came over and patted Christopher on the shoulder. You have so many friends who support you. So, Follow your heart and don't do anything that makes you uncomfortable. There's still a lot of beauty in this world. As for your family's ideas, if you can't change them, well, you just can't. Christopher looked up and saw Egon's gentle gaze. At that moment, his heart warmed. Thank you. Don't mention it. I'm glad you're okay. The road ahead is long, perhaps tough, but rest assured, I'll walk with you. If you encounter anything upsetting or troubling, remember to talk to me, okay? Okay. In the afternoon, the basketball team boarded the school bus bound for the provincial capital, Alithia. Miriam had been sitting on the bus since early morning. When Christopher got on the bus, his gaze fell on Miriam, his eyes filled with an inexplicable sadness. Their eyes met, but Christopher, who should have called her sister, remained silent. Beckett hesitated for a moment, then quickly moved to the back. Miriam said nothing. Aware of the recent events and guessing Christopher's predicament, she understood she couldn't help much here. Even if Christopher distanced himself from her because of this, she wouldn't blame him, even thought it might be for the best. A little while later, Judah also boarded the bus. Beckett sat down beside Miriam without hesitation. Why are you here? Miriam asked Judah. To accompany. Judah replied with a smile that was half bad boy, half mischief. Miriam eyed him suspiciously and then said to Egon, who entered right after. An unimportant person has slipped in here. Egon chuckled awkwardly. Connie, this one is self-funded. Inside, Egon wondered, who could stop Judah if he wanted to come? Beckett certainly couldn't. To avoid getting caught in Miriam and Judah's potential conflict, Egon immediately moved to the back of the bus to sit with Christopher. Stay safe, far away from the battlefield. Sitting down, he noticed Christopher's head hanging low, obviously looking dispirited. What's wrong? Why do you look so down again? Nothing, Christopher didn't explain. I'm fine. After pondering for a moment, Egon figured out the reason. If you still want to be siblings with her, just act like before. Don't overthink things. Some things aren't complicated. Christopher shook his head. Until I figure things out, it's better not to interact too much with her. It's good for both her and me. All right, said Egon. This ride will take 4 hours. You probably didn't sleep well last night. Get some rest on the bus. You can lean on my shoulder. Chapter 324. Slept all the way resting on Judah. Egon patted his own shoulder, motioning for Christopher to lean over. Christopher hesitated for a moment, staring at Egon's shoulder. After a long pause, he uncannily rested his head there. Before he knew it, he actually fell asleep. Meanwhile, at the very front of the bus, Miriam tried to shoo Judah away from her side. However, the number of seats in the bus was just enough. When all other team members boarded, every seat was occupied. Judah had every reason not to change his seat. With no other options, Miriam chose to sleep and ignore Judah. She brought a travel neck pillow for sleeping on the bus, and once nestled in, she slept soundly. After the bus hit the highway, the ride became very smooth. Miriam slept deeply. Judah, sitting beside her, secretly moved closer to Miriam. Taking advantage of a turn in the road, he managed to have Miriam's head rest on his shoulder. Then, he carefully removed her neck pillow. In the end, Miriam's half-asleep head ended up resting on Judah's shoulder. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, when Christopher woke up, the bus had already arrived in Alithia. Beckett had slept all the way. Sorry, Christopher felt embarrassed. It's fine, said Egon. You slept well, and my shoulder can serve as your pillow for as long as you need. The bus parked in the hotel's parking lot, and everyone began getting off. Egon and Christopher walked from the back to the front of the bus and saw one person still sleeping. It wasn't surprising that Miriam could fall asleep anywhere. What was surprising was that she was leaning on Judah's shoulder. Miriam was woken up by the voices around her. Opening her eyes, she found Judah's face uncomfortably close and jumped back in shock. Damn, Miriam sprung up. How did I end up leaning on you? Miriam frantically looked around for her neck pillow. She eventually found the poor thing under her feet. Did she lose the neck pillow halfway through her sleep? And then her uncontrollable head just found the nearest surface to lean on. Judah's shoulder? I didn't know either. You insisted on leaning on me, and I couldn't push you away, said Judah. Thinking about the scene based on Judah's words, Miriam blushed with embarrassment. Judah quietly observed the changes in Miriam's expression, with a faint smile hidden at the corner of his lips. Miriam rummaged through her backpack and took out $200 bills, placing them in Judah's hand. What are you doing? Seeing the red notes in his palm, Judah's smile vanished. This seems like the going rate, right? Miriam asked, unsure since she hadn't previously engaged any service industry men. Do you think I'm treating you like a paid companion? I didn't mean it like that. I just couldn't think of another reference point, Miriam explained seriously. Service industry. She couldn't believe she even thought of that. Judah's expression darkened. Miriam asked, can you get up? We should get off the bus. Since Miriam sat by the window, she couldn't leave unless Judah stood up first. Not only did Judah not let her go, but he also tightened his hold, trapping her between him and the seat. Given the tight space on the bus, Miriam was completely confined between Judah and the seat. Or should I add more? Miriam tried negotiating with Judah. Chapter 325. Stop it, or I'll shout harassment. I don't want money. Judah gritted his teeth, feeling an impulse to shut Miriam's mouth to stop her from saying those things he didn't want to hear. You do want money. Talking about money hurts feelings. But talking about feelings hurts the wallet. Judah snorted. You women change your heart so quickly. She flirted with him so aggressively back then, yet now she denied everything and only wanted to talk about money instead of feelings. Stop it, or I'll shout harassment. Go ahead. Judah was completely unafraid. By this time, everyone had left the bus and was checking into the hotel lobby. The bus driver also got off and closed the door, even standing by the entrance smoking as a lookout. I'm telling you, a fortune teller once told me that I am destined to cause my husband harm, Miriam said to Judah. Indeed, a fortune teller did tell Miriam that she would have severed ties and no love in her life, but not specifically that she would harm her husband. Coincidentally, I've also studied palm reading, Judah said, grabbing Miriam's right hand with his left. Let me see your palm. Not wanting Judah to look, Miriam clenched her hand into a fist. This caused her hand to grip onto Judah's. Judah laughed. If you want to hold my hand, just say so. Miriam quickly let go and shook off Judah's hand. Who wants to hold your hand? In her mind, Miriam grumbled. What kind of 3 lives virtuous man is this? Beckett looks more like a 3 lives lechered. Your Majesty, a lecher isn't defined this way. So far, Judah has only acted toward you and hasn't made any improper moves on other girls. Thus, he can't be labeled as a lecher rashly. Moreover, based on my evaluation of Judah's strength, if he really intended to act on you, he could do far worse things. You re such a troublemaker. If you can't do something practical and effective at this moment, don't just add insult to injury. Good at nothing but adding insult to injury. While Miriam was silently complaining about the troublemaker, Judah suddenly flicked her forehead. Not focused. Being distracted while so close to him, this woman really went too far. Judah said, my master once said I am blessed, a natural lucky star. If you really are destined to harm your husband, then I being your boyfriend is perfect. Aren't you always being chased? Doesn't sound like a lucky star to me. That's just because the time hasn't come yet. My master predicted that my good luck is still ahead. I don't believe it. It sounded like nonsense to her. Just as Judah was about to say something, the bus door opened. It was Egon. Brother Lynn, Connie. Judah quickly stood up and sat back in his seat. Connie, I didn't mean to disturb your sleep. If you're still tired, you can rest in the hotel room. Everyone else is checked in, just waiting for you too. Egon thought Miriam was still sleeping, and Judah stayed to avoid waking her. If he knew what Judah was doing after everyone had left the bus, he wouldn't have come. Okay, I'm coming right away. Miriam immediately stood up and gave Judah a glare. Lannon, it's time to get off. Judah slowly rose from his seat. Miriam hurriedly got down from the seat and quickly left the bus. Chapter 326. Beckett has been quite vulnerable lately. The team members stayed in standard rooms, 2 people per room. Miriam, as the only female, had her own room with a king-size bed. Judah, who paid for himself, stayed in the penthouse suite on the top floor. After checking in, Christopher still looked preoccupied. What's wrong? Egon asked him with concern when he saw Christopher sitting by the bed lost in thought. I've been thinking about something for a long time and feel I should tell her, but I don't know how to bring it up. Becketer? You mean Miriam? Yeah. What's the matter? Christopher hesitated, finding it hard to speak up. It's fine. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. As for Miriam, if you decide to tell her, I can help you contact her. I've decided to tell her. Regarding their aunt's plans to harm her, Christopher felt it was necessary to let Miriam know. In case they really did something, it would be better for Miriam to be prepared rather than caught off guard. I'll take you to her so you can talk to her yourself, Egon said. Thank you, Christopher said gratefully. During his painful and confused time, having an upperclassman like Egon around was indeed a fortunate thing. Egon smiled and patted Christopher on the head. Don't mention it. Don't overthink it. We're all friends. Saying thanks feels distant. Then Egon went to inform Miriam that Christopher wanted to see her alone. Just come over directly. Miriam was straightforward, nothing like what Christopher had worried about. Having completed his task, Egon didn't leave immediately. Instead, he spoke a few words for Christopher. Christopher hasn't experienced much. He is naive and simple, but absolutely not bad. The events in the Zaire family have impacted him greatly, but he never meant to harm you. Don't be too cold with him when you meet. Beckett has been quite vulnerable lately. Got it. With Miriam's consent, Egon then called Christopher into the room. Christopher entered Miriam's room while Egon waited outside the door. Inside the room, Christopher looked at Miriam, opened his mouth but struggled to speak. Remembering Egon's encouragement, Christopher finally managed to say what he needed to say. Our aunt and dad have ill intentions towards you because if you and Zaire Blanche were dead, they would become the legal heirs. They think too much. I've already set up my will long ago, Miriam said calmly. As for Zaire Blanche, he certainly won't give the Zaire family such an opportunity. Although she hadn't asked Zaire Blanche, Miriam just knew that he likely had a will set up. Maybe because they are similar in character, she has this feeling. Moreover, every move made by Li and Zaire Wan Yuan is under Zaire Blanche's watchful eye. It wouldn't happen easily, and after waiting for 18 years, Zaire Blanche certainly didn't wait for nothing. Christopher realized that what he had been worrying about was not an issue for Miriam at all. Suddenly, Christopher felt the clouds over his head disappear. Actually, he really didn't need to overthink things, right? Miriam looked at Christopher, recalling Egon's words, and told him, Christopher, you don't need to worry about the grudges of the older generation. If they want to harm me, as long as you don't participate, I won't blame you. Just be yourself. Also, they won't harm us so easily. But if they do, we will fight back. I hope you understand. Chapter 327. Accidentally saw what shouldn't have been seen. I understand. Christopher pursed his lips and whispered in agreement. Song, Miriam said. You've taken my red envelope. Christopher was stunned for 2 seconds before he comprehended the underlying meaning of her words. Then he laughed softly. It was the first time in many days that a smile had appeared on his face. There was joy, relief, and a touch of self-deprecation in his laughter. Sis, Christopher called out to Miriam. I can't promise anything about the future, nor do I want to think too much about it. But at least now, I can still call you sis and compete in the contest with you. Christopher decided not to overthink things anymore. Miriam agreed. Egon waited outside the door for 15 minutes until it finally opened. Then he hurried inside. Seeing the expression on Christopher's face, Egon also smiled. Everything's all right. Christopher nodded vigorously. Then get a good rest tonight. We need to be in high spirits for tomorrow's competition. Okay, wait for me here for a second. I just remembered something I need to talk to your sis about. Egon suddenly recalled the task Judah had assigned him after they had finished checking in. Judah had instructed him to come find Miriam at 9 tonight. It wasn't quite time yet, but since he was already at Miriam's door, he figured it wouldn't matter whether he delivered the message a little early or late. Egon entered Miriam's room again and handed her Judah's room card. Young Master Dustin said there will be another acupuncture session today. His room card is for you, so you can go straight to him. Miriam's acupuncture sessions were only on her head and arms. The previous session had been conducted under Rudy's supervision. Looking at the room card, Miriam knew she couldn't skip this. Otherwise, Judah would surely tell Rudy. If she dared neglect her treatment, Rudy would come over even in the middle of the night. Miriam went upstairs to the presidential suite to find Judah. She rang the doorbell, but received no response, so she used the room card to enter. The presidential suite was spacious, with a living room right inside the door. She didn't see Judah. Going further in, she arrived at the office area, but Judah wasn't there either. Further ahead, sounds came from behind a closed door. Miriam opened the door and walked in. Inside, Judah was in the shower. Becketing the noise outside, he looked cautiously towards the entrance. The door opened, and Miriam stood there. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. It took Miriam a few seconds to react, staring at the scene for a solid 10 seconds before slowly retreating from the bathroom and closing the door. Her movements were steady, seemingly unperturbed. But once the door was closed, her face turned bright red. Damn, what had she just seen? Calm down. Calm down. You must remain calm. It's just a naked man, nothing too big. She had bathed Rudy when he was little. She had to stay calm. When Judah came out, she needed to act as if nothing happened and definitely not let him see her flustered. After 2 deep breaths, Miriam managed to stabilize her heart rate. 2 minutes later, Judah emerged from the bathroom. Beckett wore only a towel around his body, his hair wet and dripping water droplets. Normally looking quite slim, it was surprising how toned his muscles were, clearly defined abs. No wonder when Miriam accidentally fell on him last time, it hurt so much. Chapter 328. Have you seen enough to take responsibility? Can you put your clothes on before coming out? Miriam averted her eyes. Judah, sitting on the sofa in the reception area, smiled crookedly. Didn't you want to see me? You entered my bathroom while I was showering. Wasn't it just to see me? To see you? Like hell. I didn't even know that was the bathroom door. This presidential suite is so complicated, all the doors look the same. Nice excuse. Judah didn't believe her explanation for a second. Beckett had clearly told Egon to have Miriam come over at 9 tonight. Yet she arrived at 8. Had she come at 9, she wouldn't have run into him showering. Judah sat down beside Miriam. Being too close, Miriam moved a bit to the side. If you want to see, I can let you see enough now. Judah grinned with an evil charm. Who wants to see you? As she spoke, Miriam's gaze fell on Judah's bare upper body again. Then she made an extremely ill-timed gesture of swallowing hard. Judah laughed out loud. Miriam was mortified. Stop laughing. Miriam had never felt this embarrassed in her life. Miriam, will you still deny that you like me? Judah said with a smile, his enchanting eyes gazing deeply at Miriam. The air seemed filled with either the moisture from Judah or the growing flirtatious tension between them. I said, I don't date, Miriam emphasized. This time Judah heard her clearly. Miriam always said she didn't date. Yes, she said didn't date, not that she didn't like him. And what she mentioned on the bus earlier about how her fate brought misfortune to men. Judah checked Miriam's palm lines and indeed saw that her destiny wasn't great, and there were even signs that suggested a short lifespan. Clearly, she wasn't making it up. She truly believed she brought misfortune to those around her. Combined with the deaths of her adoptive parents and her complex relationship with her biological parents, it led her to believe she did bring misfortune. So, she liked him but hesitated due to her perceived fate, fearing that she would harm him. Understanding Miriam's thoughts made Judah feel better. Beckett didn't mind spending some time to make her understand that his own fate was strong enough to withstand hers. Is that so? Judah leaned closer to Miriam. Don't be a pervert. Miriam shifted to the side, maintaining a calm expression, though her wandering eyes betrayed her nervousness. Over the years, Miriam had seen many intense situations, but she'd never faced something like this, especially dealing with a man like Judah who was both cunning and irresistibly dangerous. I've exposed myself fully to you, yet you call me a pervert? Judah continued to move closer, smiling. Miriam remained composed, drawing on her professional demeanor. Isn't this case of the guilty party crying foul? You invited me to your room, yet you're the one who was in the shower. If anyone's the fraud, you're more skilled than any professional con artist on the street. Since you've seen me, shouldn't you take responsibility for me? Take responsibility? I just took a glance at you. Are you really that precious? A single glance demands responsibility. I've never been seen naked by a woman before. You're the first, naturally making me precious. But I've seen more than one man undressed in my life. If I needed to take responsibility for everyone, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Miriam shot back. Chapter 329. Try something else for the first time? Judah frowned, his gaze turning sharp. Have you seen other men besides me? I have. Miriam answered indignantly. Actually, she had only seen Rudy when he was little. Back then, Rudy still wore diapers, and as an older sister, she had bathed him, prepared his formula, and fed him. Who? The smile vanished from Judah's face as anger started to creep onto his stern features. Beckett looks better than you. Under her older sister filter, her younger brother had to be the best looking. Beckett, her firm response was quite infuriating. Judah glared at Miriam for 2 seconds before the cold expression on his face disappeared, replaced by a smile. Beckett had seen through this woman's trick. Aren't you talking about your younger brother? Damn, guessed right. Seeing Miriam not responding, Judah knew he was correct. This woman was truly all bark and no bite. Behind that cold exterior, she actually lacked the guts to back it up. Looks like you're still responsible for me. Judah smirked. What if you were the first man I've seen? So what? Everything has a first time. I'm young. I'll have plenty of opportunities to see others. Miriam retorted calmly. She couldn't show any weakness now. If she did, she would lose. How about? Beckett drew out the last syllable. Trying something else for the first time? No. Miriam refused. What kind of reincarnated lecherous monk is he? I meant trying other acupuncture methods for the first time. You were blushing, thinking of some other first time. Judah suddenly stood up, acting as if nothing happened, looking completely proper. Just as if the man who had been speaking those shameless words in front of Miriam hadn't been him just moments ago. My face turned red because the air conditioner in your room is too warm. Miriam explained with an indifferent look, as composed as if Mount Tai crumbled before her face. No matter how panicked she was inside, she had to keep her expression calm. All right, let's pretend it was the heat from the air conditioner. Judah decided not to expose Miriam. Young girls can be shy, pushing too hard might make her lash out. I'm going to change clothes. With that, Judah went into the bedroom. A while later, he emerged dressed in casual wear. A light gray cotton t-shirt and black cotton pants made him look very casual and fresh. His hair was half dry, slightly messy. In his hand, he held an old-fashioned acupuncture kit, with a serious and mature expression. Such a Judah looked almost unreal, evoking a strange feeling. Judah approached Miriam, placed the acupuncture kit on the coffee table in front of her, and opened it. Inside were dozens of silver needles of varying lengths. Don't underestimate these tiny needles. Used properly, they could bring the dead back to life. Many celebrities and dignitaries sought Judah's help to treat diseases that common hospitals couldn't. Still need to stick them in your head and hands today? Miriam asked. She was afraid of pain and really didn't want to go through this process. I wouldn't mind if you wanted to take off your top and let me stick them in your back. After all, your brother isn't here today. Judah smiled teasingly. No, Miriam was not implying that at all. If we can use fewer needles, let's use fewer. No need to be so thorough. Are you doubting my professionalism? Judah said. I either treat you or don't. I don't cut corners. Chapter 330 Accidentally Ruining Young Master Dustin's Affairs 1. I won't die, Miriam said casually, not showing any concern at all for herself. If you don't take care of yourself, then I will take care of you. Judah said. No need. Miriam hastily refused. If I see you staying up late and tormenting yourself again, I'll lock you up so you can't go anywhere. Judah said. You're a pervert. There's even more perverse things. Do you want to try? No. Miriam shot a glare at Judah. Having lived nearly 20 years, Judah was the first person who left Miriam speechless and helpless. Judah smiled. Beckett was just teasing Miriam. Somehow, he had grown to like seeing different expressions on her cold face. And so far, it seemed that only he could break her composure. Judah deliberately leaned closer to Miriam, giving off the illusion that he was about to act lecherously towards her. Miriam lifted her hand and slapped towards Judah's face. Judah accurately caught Miriam's wrist before her hand could touch his face. Don't hit me. Both my face and your hand will swell. Judah smiled crookedly. You? Miriam looked into Judah's mischievous eyes, which were deep and dark, yet filled with amusement. A ripple stirred in her heart. She wasn't sure if it was due to anger or something else. What am I? A bastard? A pervert? Judah laughed. She had already called him these names. You provoked me first. Now you have to be responsible. If you arouse my emotions, yet don't allow me to do anything, there's no such good thing in this world. I'm a man. When moved, there will naturally be impulses. Beckett whispered the last few words near Miriam's ear. His warm breath on her ear and neck made Miriam feel as if an electric current ran through her lower back. Miriam, who should have been angry, was instead dazed by Judah. His face was indeed handsome, with flawless features. Those lips looked rather edible. Brother Lin, are you two done yet? Egon entered Judah's room with Christopher and froze when he saw the two on the sofa. At this moment, Judah and Miriam were very close on the sofa, their faces mere 10 centimeters apart. One hand of Judah rested on the backrest of the sofa while the other held Miriam's hand, creating a rather intimate scene, making it look as if they were engaging in something intense on the sofa. So stimulating. In the next second, Egon covered Christopher's eyes. What are you doing? Christopher tried to grab Egon's hand. Be good. Little kids shouldn't see what they shouldn't see. Egon said. What exactly is it? You're not much older than me, even though I'm still a kid. That's different. I'm an adult. You aren't. Egon clung tightly to Christopher's hand. If Christopher saw his sister and young Master Dustin engaging in adult activities on the sofa, wouldn't he freak out? To ensure the safety of young Christopher, he might as well cover his eyes so he doesn't see. Why was it for the safety of young Christopher? Because Egon knew that Christopher had negligible combat power in front of Judah. If he confronted Judah and questioned why he was bullying his sister, the result would only be himself being overpowered. However, Egon overestimated his strength. After struggling for a bit, Christopher successfully broke free from Egon's grip. Chapter 331 Accidentally Ruining Young Master Dustin's Good Time 2. Then Christopher saw Judah and Miriam on the sofa, maintaining a rather ambiguous posture. Beckett widened his eyes, then frowned angrily, but soon the anger vanished as he lowered his head. In just a few short seconds, Christopher's expression went from shock to anger and then to helplessness. This demonstrated the reaction of a brother who didn't have a particularly good relationship with his elder sister upon seeing her involved in romance. Not wanting his 18-year-old sister to date, fearing she would be deceived by men, but what could he do? Beckett was not Rudy, incapable of coquettishly talking to his sister or interfering in her affairs without standing. Upon noticing someone entering, Judah let go of Miriam. Beckett straightened up, hands in the pockets of his casual trousers, his usual cold demeanor returning. Why did you come up? His tone carried a trace of dissatisfaction. Egon hurriedly explained, I came to find Connie. The competition schedule has been released, and we now know our opponents for tomorrow. I wanted to discuss tomorrow's strategy with Connie. Beckett had no idea that these two started engaging in other activities between man and woman while supposedly seeing a doctor. If he knew young Master Dustin was busy, he wouldn't have come to disturb him. Now he had unwittingly interrupted young Master Dustin's good time. Egon felt extremely regretful, silently praying that young Master Dustin wouldn't hold a grudge. Miriam seized the opportunity to extricate herself. Let's go, there's a meeting. Miriam quickly got up from the sofa. She walked out of the door rapidly, without looking back. Then we should leave too. Egon, feeling guilty, didn't dare to meet Judah's eyes and hastily pulled Christopher's hand to leave. Once they were out of Judah's sight, Egon sighed in relief. Confused, Christopher asked Egon, why are you so afraid of Judah? Is he really a delinquent like in the rumors? What if Judah is truly such a jerk? What about elder sister Miriam? Beckett's not a bad kid, but he is indeed terrifying. You don't know how horrifying this guy can get when he's angry. Terrifying? Wasn't this adjective a bit exaggerated? Do you know how we met? No. It was during the summer after my high school entrance exam. I went to play in the countryside and encountered a wild boar in the mountains. Can you believe it? A wild boar, something I thought only existed in TV shows and zoos. And it was huge, weighing several hundred pounds. Egon still couldn't figure out why there would be such a large wild boar in the countryside. Shouldn't these things have been caught years ago? Egon, a city-born boy, had never seen anything like that before. Forget a wild boar. He hadn't even seen a live domestic pig. And then what happened? And then Judah appeared, and then I got to eat wild boar meat. Christopher could almost picture the scene as Egon described it, unknowingly breaking into laughter. Beckett could imagine how bewildered Egon must have been at the time. Egon hadn't expected his embarrassing experience to make Christopher, who had been under a cloud for days, smile. If I had known, I should have told you my awkward stories earlier. You've had a lot of awkward moments. A fair share. If you want to hear more, I can tell you tonight. Yes, I'd like to hear more. All right, let me continue telling you about Brother Lynn's glorious achievements. 3 months ago, there were a few street thugs. The two laughed and chatted as they walked downstairs. Chapter 332 Despair of Adeline 1. While Miriam and Christopher went to a Lithiady H for the competition, the expelled Adeline came to the old district in a daze. Being cancelled the admission qualification by Jing University and expelled from the Zaire family, she had nowhere to go but to find her mother, Emmanuelle. Adeline came to Emmanuelle's residence, in an old and shabby neighborhood. The house was filled with a moldy smell, grayish-black walls covered with small advertisements and dust. Even before seeing Emmanuelle, Adeline's heart was already half broken. She was raised by Ayanna in luxury, having never experienced hardship. Everything she ate, wore, and used was the best provided by the Zaire family. Frowning and enduring the discomfort, Adeline climbed up the stairs and knocked on the door of Emmanuelle's rented house. After a while, the door opened. A woman wearing pajamas stood there, her hair messy and large black circles under her eyes. She reeked of alcohol. What are you knocking for so early in the morning, trying to knock my soul out? Emmanuelle was very impatient, annoyed that her sleep was disturbed. It's already mid-morning, and you're still sleeping? Adeline really didn't want to admit this person was her mother. Mind your own business. I don't want to care about you, but look at you. You handed over our chat records to others, making me end up like this. Other mothers help their children build their future, but you not only didn't help me, you also harmed me, pulling me down. Emmanuelle retorted. Do you still remember I'm your mother? I thought you recognized Ayanna as your mother long ago. When I couldn't even afford food and was forced to move here, where were you? Did you ever think of me? You are unkind, so don't blame me for being unjust. After losing contact with the Zaire family, Emmanuelle's life became extremely difficult. At first, she could sell some old bags and jewelry for a living, but later, after these items were all sold, she was evicted from her previous rental house. Several times, she wanted to ask her sister for help, but her sister ignored her each time. Now even her daughter refused to acknowledge her. Emmanuelle was filled with anger. These two only cared about their own lives, leaving her struggling to survive. Then Rudy's people found her, and under threats and inducements, Emmanuelle chose to betray Adeline, handing over all the evidence to Rudy. Isn't it hard for a university graduate like you to find a job? Emmanuelle asked sarcastically. You never cared about me since childhood. After the divorce, you only cared about yourself, traveling and dating, never thinking of finding a job to support yourself. If you hadn't messed things up, would the Zaire family treat you like this? They didn't forbid you from contacting me. So how could I help you? The Zaire family didn't say they wouldn't let you contact me. You just feared they'd know we were close, fearing they'd think we were the same kind of people, and worried about losing your status in the Zaire family. I did not. Adeline firmly denied such thoughts. She denied it urgently, but Emmanuelle insisted. No matter how much effort you put into staying with the Zaire family, you ended up getting expelled anyway. You're actually happy that I was expelled? If you hadn't done those things and given away the evidence, I could have been admitted to Jing University, and Mel would have nurtured me, spending efforts to get me into the National Academy of Sciences. Once I got in, would you have to worry about my financial support in the future? Chapter 333 Despair of Adeline, 2. I think even if you get into the National Academy of Sciences, you will only be grateful to Ayanna and Mel, never thinking of me. Besides, those people who rushed in and beat me almost to death. Wasn't it right for me to protect myself? Emmanuel retorted boldly. After all, it was their fault. They had ignored her life and death. Adeline took a deep breath, shifting her gaze from Emmanuel to the room. The single room was incredibly small, probably about 30 square meters, facing north with a tiny window that let in poor light. The room was in disarray as Emmanuel never tidied up on her own, leaving worn and unworn clothes piled together. Adeline really wanted to turn and leave, but she had nowhere else to go. Emmanuel saw through her daughter's disdain and said outright, I wish I could live in a better house too. If you can do something about it, make me move out of here. Rest assured, I won't stay in such a place forever. I will definitely move out. These words were not only directed at Emmanuel, but also a promise to herself. She would not stay here forever. She needed to return to where she once lived. You talk big. You've been disqualified by Jing University due to cheating. Although they didn't ban you from taking the college entrance exam, your reputation is already damaged. With this blemish, even if your scores are good enough, Jing University's admissions office won't accept you. Even if you go to another top university, they will review your past. You're doomed. On this matter, Emmanuel was clear-headed. Adeline felt like laughing. All this mess was because of her. Yet, she had the nerve to remind Adeline of her current predicament. Life really wasn't fair. Miriam had a biological father, Emeric, the president of Haishan Group, powerful beyond measure. Even though he hadn't raised Miriam, he still fabricated a background for her, treating her like a treasure. What about her mother? Adeline told Emmanuel, I'll find a way, don't worry about it. Learning from past experiences, Adeline wouldn't involve Emmanuel in her affairs anymore. Do as you wish. I don't want to care anyway. Emmanuel flopped onto her bed, pulling the blanket over her head. Still drowsy from alcohol, she soon fell asleep. Adeline felt a chill in her heart. She trembled as she crouched down, picking up the clothes thrown on the floor and cleaning the room bit by bit. However reluctant she was, this was her only shelter now. By the time she finished cleaning, Adeline was covered in dust and dirt. Looking at her disheveled reflection in the cramped, dim bathroom, tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Tears silently ran down her cheeks, biting her lip to suppress any sound. Beckett, her mother, slept soundly on the bed. Her crying would only invite mockery, not sympathy. And this was her mother, Aunt. In moments of rage, misery, Adeline first thought of her aunt. Then came Christopher, who grew up with her. But Aunt was no longer hers. They had abandoned her. Because of Miriam, Adeline curled up under the sink, hugging herself tightly. Beckett's mind replayed memories of happier times. Chapter 334, Going all out for the Academy of Sciences quota. At that time, Miriam had not yet returned to the Zaire family. Back then, there was sweetness and joy between them, filled with laughter. Even Carmela was gentle and kind to her back then. Everything changed from the day Miriam entered the Zaire family. Miriam took away her family, snatched her dream of getting into Jingda University, and stole her life. After drying her tears in despair, Adeline went downstairs to buy food. She didn't have much money left, only enough for a few days' worth of meals. She couldn't rely on Emmanuel to support her either. After eating, Adeline signed up for the recruitment by the National Academy of Sciences Ocean Research Institute in Tonghai, Lithuania. This recruitment was conducted by professors of the academy to cultivate their own students. Most of these recruitments were aimed at undergraduate graduates, but some institutes under the National Academy of Sciences operated differently. To better and more accurately cultivate talents fitting their research fields, they selected suitable candidates from high school students. These top-tier academicians of the National Academy weren't just recruiting students, they were seeking disciples to carry on their legacy. Of course, the requirements were extremely stringent. Only a select few could meet their admission criteria. The principle of the professors was better none than unfit. Even if they couldn't find any suitable candidates, they wouldn't accept anyone lightly. Moreover, even after being admitted, there was still a significant chance of being expelled midway. For Adeline, obtaining this opportunity would be incredibly difficult, harder than getting into Jingda University initially. But this was the best path she could think of now. If she could follow this route, it would be a shortcut to entering the National Academy of Sciences, and she wouldn't have lost to Miriam yet. Adeline knew very well that even if she could ignore the unfriendly gazes of her classmates and continue attending school, she would never get into Jingda University again. Even if she passed the college entrance exam, the admissions office of Jingda wouldn't accept her. Unless it was Jingda University, she would always be one step behind Miriam at any other university. Adeline also knew clearly that she possessed genuine talent and ability. Although she obtained the spot for Jingda's independent enrollment through improper means, the test scores were real and solid. She achieved those results through her hard work. Choosing to bribe for the spot was merely a precautionary measure. Clearly, she had the capability. She worked harder and was more willing to endure hardships than Miriam. She could go all out to secure a future for herself. Miriam, who was accompanying her team members to participate in a competition in a Lithuania, received a call from her old friend at the Academy of Sciences during a break. It's been a while since I last called you. How have things been recently? The voice on the phone belonged to an elderly man who sounded kind. Uncle Hilton, I'm doing well. Is there something you need? Uncle Hilton was not only Miriam's former colleague, but also a colleague of her adoptive parents, being somewhat older than them. Miriam had known him since she was little, so she always addressed him as uncle. I don't have anything urgent, just wondering if your leave has ended. When do you plan to come back? Uncle Hilton, I actually want to resign, Miriam said. Initially, they disagreed when Miriam wanted to resign. After several rounds of negotiations, they decided to give her a long leave, retaining her job position. So, she had no intention of ending her leave and returning to work. Chapter 335, The Exchange Condition, Be My Girlfriend. AI. A long sigh came from the phone. Child, your parents' death is not your fault. You really don't need to punish yourself like this. Car accidents are accidents. You don't have to blame yourself for their deaths in an accident while coming back to see you. And you shouldn't take responsibility just because of a fortune teller's words. Miriam tightened her grip on the phone. After a moment of silence, she said, Uncle Hilton, let's talk about going back later. I'm sick, Professor Hilton suddenly said. What sickness? Miriam hurriedly asked, though her tone remained indifferent. Obvious tension appeared on her cold face. It can't be cured. Professor Hilton was blunt, but I also don't care. I'm old. It doesn't matter whether I die early or late. You're only 58, that's not old. Miriam said. Professor Hilton chuckled at this on the other side of the call. You remember my age, you do care about us. Miriam never said out loud who she cared about. She met people with a cold demeanor, but Miriam's adoptive parents and their group of scientific research friends all knew that this child had a warm heart inside. Just good memory. Miriam explained. Yes, good memory. Professor Hilton agreed. Come back to see me one last time. Over the years I've failed to find suitable successors. I'm not sure if Warren and others can find any this year. If you come back, you can also give them some advice. Miriam was silent for a long time. I will return to Tonghai Alithiadi next week. I'll come to see you then. Good. I'll wait for you. Professor Hilton was very pleased. After hanging up, Miriam fell into a long silence. She remembered how Uncle Hilton used to come to their home often when she was little, chatting with her parents. Every time he came, he would bring gifts for her and Ridge. That night, Judah came out of the bathroom in his pajamas after taking a shower. Drip, the door opened. Miriam came in from outside. The room card Judah gave her that day had never been returned, and it was still in Miriam's possession. Do you want to watch me shower until you get addicted? Judah teased. How much do you charge for treating patients? Miriam asked. Whatever it cost. He could set the price casually. Judah smiled. You want me to treat someone? Yes. What's your relationship with them? An uncle. Very important. Good. Indeed, it must be very important. Otherwise Miriam wouldn't make such a request. Judah leisurely walked to the sofa and sat down in a relaxed manner. Beckett picked up a wine glass from the table, took a sip of the red wine inside, and slowly said, I'm not short of money. Beckettering this refusal, Miriam turned to leave. Wait, I just said I'm not short of money. I didn't say I won't treat him. Miriam turned around. Then what do you want? I need a girlfriend. Well, the topic was brought back to this. Are you not believing me? No. I've seen your palm. You didn't lie to me, but I trust my own destiny more. Leaning against the sofa, Judah looked utterly laid back. Miriam liked him, but she didn't dare cross that line, so he pushed her a bit. Miriam was made to laugh by Judah. To be honest, Miriam had never been in love. For someone like her who might die anytime, dating Judah, who has such high looks, while she still breathes, isn't a bad deal. Chapter 336. She seems to have another identity hidden from him. At least she could experience the feeling of dating a handsome guy in her carefree life. Judah, what do you like about me? Why was he so persistent in wanting her to be his girlfriend? I don't know, Judah said. If I like you, do I need a reason? Then he gave Miriam an intense look. When Miriam's eyes met Judah's, she was momentarily bewildered. All right, if you're not afraid of dying, I'll agree. But we have to set some ground rules, Miriam said. Tell me, what kind of agreement do you want with me? First, no forced physical contact, Miriam said. No problem. Although Judah had cornered Miriam a few times, he had never truly used his physical advantages to actually violate her. Beckett did not like to force women, especially someone he liked. Second, we shouldn't pry too much into each other's private affairs. Both should respect each other's personal space and social freedom. I fully agree with this point. Third, if you get tired of me or fall for someone else, please tell me directly. Don't put me through unnecessary humiliation. Judah smiled and agreed. Okay. Judah accepted all three conditions without hesitation. I've agreed to your conditions, so from now on, you are my girlfriend. Judah got up and walked towards Miriam. Miriam took a step back. Don't forget what you just promised me. I wasn't planning to do anything, Judah said. When would you like me to meet your uncle? After the game. All right, no problem. The basketball game went smoothly. Huaihua High School's performance led them all the way to securing a spot in the national competition. The team returned to Tonghai Alithiadi in high spirits. Upon returning to Tonghai Alithiadi, Miriam immediately took Judah to the Marine Geological Research Institute. Judah drove while Miriam gave directions from the passenger seat. As they arrived at the institute's entrance, Judah squinted as he looked at the sign. In Tonghai Alithiadi, there were only two national-level research institutions. One he was familiar with, and the other was this place. Although he had never been here before, he had heard its reputation. Judah parked outside the research institute and entered through the main gate with Miriam. As they passed through the security checkpoint, a beep sounded, and the glass door opened automatically. Judah gave Miriam, who walked ahead of him, a meaningful look. If Miriam's uncle worked here, bringing him here should require registration and application, and waiting for her uncle to come out and meet her before entering. But in fact, Miriam walked right in with him. It seemed that his desk partner still had things he didn't know. Miriam confidently led Judah to Hyman's office. The door opened, and Hyman was busy at his desk. Becketing the sound of the door opening, he looked up and instantly showed a delighted expression. Girl, you finally came to see me. Hyman greeted her warmly. Beckett approached Miriam and examined her carefully, looking at her as affectionately as a father would his daughter. Why are you still so thin? Hyman asked. Haven't you been eating properly? Or have you been staying up late again? Chapter 337. No, Miriam replied. My constitution doesn't allow me to gain weight. All right. Hyman looked up at Judah, who had entered with Miriam. The young man was very tall, with a striking appearance. His facial features were well defined, and there was a hint of sharpness between his brows. His demeanor exuded both nobility and a bit of rascality. My boyfriend, Miriam answered. Really? Hyman was delighted, warmly shaking Judah's hand. Little Ling is usually aloof, but she's extremely kind-hearted. Judging by Hyman's reaction, it was clear how much he had worried about Miriam's reserved nature hindering her from finding a boyfriend. Judah smiled, polite and courteous. I understand, Uncle. Please rest assured. Uncle? Calling him Uncle already? This guy sure knows how to change terms smoothly. Also, this girl enjoys staying up late. You need to watch over her so that she doesn't keep harming her body like this. Sure, I will. And one more thing. She has allergies. If she doesn't let you touch her, it might be because her skin is uncomfortable due to an allergic reaction. Don't take it personally. Judah held Miriam's hand and raised it for Hyman to see. You? Little Ling isn't allergic to you. Hyman was pleasantly surprised. Then you two are truly a perfect match. Hyman couldn't be happier. Judah said, yes, a perfect match. Miriam felt helpless, but knew better than to protest in front of Hyman. To make him happy, she allowed Judah to hold her hand, showcasing their unique compatibility. Afraid that Hyman would continue talking about her, Miriam interrupted. Uncle Hilton, he's a doctor with remarkable medical skills. Beckett's treating my allergies, and I brought him here today, so he can help check your condition. Beckett hearing this, Hyman scrutinized Judah again, clearly impressed and pleased. Very good, very good. Hyman kept saying, obviously satisfied with Judah. Miriam urged Judah with her eyes to get to work. Smiling, Judah reached out, took Hyman's wrist, and began feeling his pulse. Hyman stayed still as Judah examined him. Next, Judah asked Hyman to stick out his tongue to examine his tongue coating, which he did obediently. Then, Judah checked Hyman's eyes and ears. After the examination was complete. Well, Miriam asked. Incurable, but not fatal, Judah replied. Incurable, not fatal. Alzheimer's disease, Judah explained. Alzheimer's disease, also known as senile dementia. Patients gradually lose their memory and start forgetting people and events. Miriam looked at Hyman. That must be why he insisted on seeing her tomorrow. Because he wouldn't remember her someday soon. Hyman smiled. Little Ling, your boyfriend is indeed very skilled. However, don't push him too hard with my condition. It can't be cured. Who says? Judah retorted. You can treat it. If we begin acupuncture treatment before it gets too serious, it can delay the progression, Judah said. As he spoke, Judah took out an acupuncture kit from the bag Miriam carried. Go sit over there, Judah told Hyman. Judah's acupuncture kit was quite special. It was made of a unique fabric embroidered with an ancient stitching technique that had long been lost. The pattern on it was extremely rare. Seeing the acupuncture kit, Hyman suddenly thought of someone. Is Amnon Elder related to you in any way? Hyman hurriedly asked. Chapter 338. Inviting Miriam to be a judge. My master, Judah replied. Beckett is your master. Hyman could hardly conceal his excitement, staring at Judah as if he were some kind of monster. Uncle Hilton also knows my master? Judah asked. Miriam listened from the side, rolling her eyes inwardly. What a stupid question. Who doesn't know Elder Toby? Keep pretending. How could I not have heard of Elder Toby's name? Back in the capital, who didn't he treat? His skills and status are unmatched even today. Hyman said with emotion. I've long heard that Elder Toby has a disciple, but this disciple is very mysterious and rarely shows up. Judah said. Thank you for your trust, Uncle Hilton. If there's no problem, I will take over your treatment from now on. Valerie cares very much about your health and hopes nothing goes wrong. Hyman was in high spirits. What good children you are. I feel relieved that Valerie is with you. Hyman had a close relationship with Miriam's adoptive parents. After their death, he felt it was his responsibility to take care of the two children in place of his deceased friends. Listening to Judah and Hyman chatting cordially, Miriam felt like she was the outsider. After the acupuncture session ended, Hyman brought up the topic of looking for a successor again. Valerie, our Marine Geology Research Institute is going to recruit students publicly in a few days. Besides me, several other academicians will also look for disciples. If you're free, come and be a judge, Hyman said to Miriam. The first 2 rounds were written exams, while the 3rd and 4th rounds were interviews. Not many could pass the first 2 rounds, and by the 3rd and 4th rounds, only a few would remain. Even so, the final few might not meet the standards of the academicians. For several years, the Marine Geology Research Institute had not recruited any students. Miriam looked at Hyman, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. All right, I'll come when the time comes. Hyman was in a great mood. Adeline was diligently preparing every day, burying herself in books. This time, she had to work harder than during the previous independent enrollment. When Emmanuelle learned of her daughter's plans, she realized this might be their last chance. Emmanuelle couldn't bear the thought of spending her whole life here, living hand to mouth. Lacking the ability to change her own fate, she pinned all her hopes on her daughter. Looking at her daughter's weary appearance, Emmanuelle felt a twinge of pain. She sold her last pieces of jewelry and bought some reference books and tonics for her daughter. Mel's son, Brant, arrived in Tonghai Alithiote early that morning. Beckett also came to participate in the admission examination of Tonghai Alithiote's Marine Geology Research Institute. The Beckett family had money but lacked status, so they placed great emphasis on cultivating their younger generations. Mel's son had always been outstanding in his studies, which made him highly valued by the Beckett family. The Beckett family hoped Brant would be admitted, becoming an academician and bringing honor to the family. It would also elevate their status in the capital. They chose to apply to the Marine Geology Research Institute under the National Academy of Sciences in Tonghai Alithiadi instead of taking part in the more competitive local exams in the capital. After discussion, the elder members of the Beckett family felt it was more suitable for Brant to apply out of province. Chapter 339 Brant. It just so happened that there were 2 national-level academies in Tonghai Alithiadi, where his maternal grandparents lived, which he could apply to, so he chose to come here. Brant had regular features, clear eyebrows and bright eyes, an average build, wore glasses, and carried an air of arrogance from the capital city. Kiyomi, what's going on? Brant was puzzled to find that his maternal grandparents had moved from a large villa to an ordinary apartment building. A little incident happened. Don't worry. After you meet your grandfather, I'll take you to stay at a hotel, Mel explained. Kiyomi, did you tell Harold about this? Brant frowned. Brant, promise me not to tell your father or anyone else in the family about this first. You're afraid they'll look down on you if they know? Brant asked. You can't fool me. But you can't wrap fire in paper. Once I get admitted, I'll have to stay in Tonghai Alithiadi for quite some time. They will surely find out eventually. But don't overthink it. After all, the Zaire family is not really a major aristocratic family. In Alaric's eyes, our current situation is almost the same as before. Harsh as Brant's words were, they were true. Dover and others in the living room looked displeased and felt even more frustrated, but still had to put on a smile for their esteemed nephew. Brant, if you need anything, just let your uncles know, Dover said with a forced smile. No need. What I want, I doubt you can provide. I'll just stay at a hotel. Brant didn't seem interested in engaging further. Beckett turned arrogantly, without even visiting his seriously ill grandfather, and left directly. Dover, Ayana, and others gave strained smiles. Christopher stood silently to one side. In the past, he would have rushed forward to stop Brant, insisting he visit his grandfather before leaving. But not now. Mel had no intention of apologizing for her son's behavior. Now that the Zaire family relied on her for support, she couldn't blame Brant for not valuing them. If anyone should be blamed, it was them for not being diligent enough. Mel asked Dover seriously. I already told you about Cameron taking the exam for the Marine Geology Research Institute. The reason I've stayed in Tonghai Alithiadi for so long is because of this matter. You promised me that you could arrange a meeting with the Academy's academician. So what now? The first and second rounds of written exams couldn't be tampered with, but the third and fourth rounds, which were interviews, largely depended on the academician's personal judgment. Especially the fourth round. It was basically up to the academician alone whether to accept the student or not, and no one could interfere. There were many ways to handle things if they knew someone inside. The Zaire family had been wealthy and influential in Tonghai Alithiadi for many years, building solid relationships. Even a powerful outsider like the Beckett family from the capital found it less convenient than the local Zaire family when it came to handling certain matters in Tonghai Alithiadi. This was partly why the Beckett family had encouraged Brant to choose this research institute in Tonghai Alithiadi. However, unfortunately, the Zaire family had suffered several heavy blows recently and had lost much of its former glory. Dover slapped his thigh in frustration. It's all Americ's fault. Now no one in Tonghai Alithiadi dares to associate with us. Forget it. I won't rely on you anymore. I'll find a way myself. Mel had given up on her maternal relatives. Beckettering Mel's words, Dover felt a pang of panic. Chapter 340 Delbert uses a pretext to send Miriam gifts. 1. Now the Zaire family had been completely ruined. The company was gone, their assets depleted, and the old man's health was hanging by a thread. If even Zaire Wanwan were to abandon them, they would be truly doomed. Sis, don't say that. I still know a few friends. Let me try asking them for help and see if I can establish any connections, Zaire Wuk said, ready to discard all his pride and dignity. All right, give it a try. Zaire Wanwan thought it wouldn't hurt for Zaire Wuk to make an attempt. Zaire Wuk spent the entire afternoon on the phone and managed to reach out to a business acquaintance just before nightfall. The friend immediately stated that he could not conduct business with Zaire Wuk. Doing so would also jeopardize his own company. Zaire Wuk clarified that he wasn't seeking business deals, but merely wanted the acquaintance to help him connect with others. Beckettering this, the acquaintance hesitated for a while. All right, in light of your past kindness, I will help you this one time. But only for something like this, no business or borrowing money. Zaire Wuk expressed his immense gratitude. After leaving the Zaire residence, Brant didn't immediately go to find a hotel. While in Beijing, he had heard that Delbert had gone to Tonghai Alithiadi and had stayed there for quite some time. Before arriving, he had already found out where Delbert was staying in Tonghai, so he directly hailed a cab from the Zaire residence to look for Delbert. As Brant arrived at the door, Delbert was just about to step out. Stefan. Brant waved at Delbert. Brant was several years younger than Delbert, and as a child, he was often told by adults that Delbert was someone he should look up to. Although the Beckett family was wealthy, their status couldn't compare to the CF family. At CF family gatherings, the Beckett family members were relatively insignificant. It wasn't until one time when Brant, who feared dogs, was scared by the large dog at the CF residence, that Delbert came to his aid. This incident allowed Brant to officially meet the big brother whose name he had heard countless times from adults. Seeing Brant, Delbert invited him into the car. Brant happily got into the car, sitting beside Delbert in the back seat. Stefan, where are you going? To meet an important friend. Delbert's voice remained as gentle as ever. What brings you here? I'm here for an exam. To apply to the Marine Geology Research Institute, Brant explained. That's not an easy exam. You'll need to work hard, Delbert said. I will, replied Brant. Where are you heading? I can have the driver take you there, Delbert offered. I have nowhere else to go. I came here looking for you. I'm sorry, but I have a prior engagement today and won't be able to entertain you. That's fine. I can come along. If your friend doesn't like meeting strangers, I can wait in the car. I don't really know anyone around here anyway, Brant suggested. Don't you need to study? Sometimes it helps to relax and get some fresh air to improve learning efficiency, Brant defended himself. All right then. Delbert didn't press further. Delbert was heading to Miriam's place. Beckett wanted to visit her. Using the pretext of the basketball team winning a spot to represent the province in a competition, he prepared gifts to send to Miriam. Beckett wanted to be good to Miriam, but not openly, so he found various excuses at suitable moments. Chapter 341. Delbert sends Miriam gifts under the pretense. 2. Miriam received a call from Delbert early in the morning, knowing he was coming to find her. Therefore, as soon as Delbert's car arrived at the gate, Miriam came out to greet him. Seeing Miriam standing at the door, Delbert immediately got out of the car and quickly walked toward her. It's cold and windy. Why are you standing outside? I'm not that weak, and I came out just a minute before you arrived. As the basketball team coach, it was normal for Delbert, the investor, to be concerned about her health. Brant also got out of the car and came with Delbert to stand in front of Miriam. Brant's eyes were unfriendly. Older Stefan, is this the friend you mentioned? What's her name? Miriam, Delbert replied. Miriam. Brant chuckled. So, she's my cousin. At first, Zaire Wanwan had told Brant a little about the Zaire family, but when the Zaire family faced a crisis later on, she no longer mentioned it. So Brant knew of someone named Miriam, who, by age, was his cousin born 2 months after him. However, Delbert said, indeed, Miriam shares some blood ties with you, but due to deep conflicts between her and the Zaire family, she isn't considered a relative in name. So, she can't be called your cousin. From Delbert's words, Brant could sense his protection of Miriam. This was indeed unexpected. Delbert held a prominent position in the capital, where countless young ladies from prestigious families tried to catch his attention, yet he remained unmoved. How did he end up taking an interest in his distant cousin in such a remote small city? Brant scrutinized Miriam again, her fresh and smooth face like a freshly peeled lychee, her well-proportioned figure, her slim waist that seemed impossible to encircle with one hand, and her long legs. Indeed, she was a beauty. No wonder. Although the young ladies from noble families in the capital were all beautiful, none of them could match Miriam. Brant's gaze was too obvious and blatant, causing Delbert to frown. If they weren't related by blood, Delbert would have thought Brant was being indecent. Delbert said to Brant, wait for me in the car. Delbert deliberately asked Brant to leave. Older Stefan, even if we don't have a formal relationship, we still share blood ties. I won't do anything inappropriate to her, Brant argued. Do you think I'd harm my cousin by blood? Delbert glanced at Miriam to gauge her reaction. Miriam indifferently said, let's go inside and talk. Although she was cold by nature, Miriam knew it wasn't proper to let guests stand outside in the cold wind. Brant followed Delbert into the villa. The villa wasn't very large, but it was beautifully designed, with a charming courtyard that exuded elegance. The three of them sat down in a glass conservatory within the yard. It was perfect for sunbathing in winter, with a pleasant view and warmth. Delbert took out the gift he had prepared for Miriam. Thank you for helping the team achieve good results, Delbert said. Miriam took the box and opened it, then paused in surprise. It was a diamond-studded necklace, extremely expensive. Brant, watching from the side, sneered. Older Stefan, how generous you are. If I'm not mistaken, this set must cost at least tens of millions, right? Miriam returned the necklace to Delbert, saying, I appreciate the gesture, but it's too valuable. I can't accept it. You're worth it to me, Delbert replied, pausing before adding. You're an excellent coach, and I don't want other teams to poach you. Chapter 342. Do you know the National Academy of Sciences exam? Miriam understood that Delbert wanted to retain her, the coach who could bring honor to his investment in the basketball team. Brant interpreted it as Delbert pursuing Miriam. Brant's gaze towards Miriam had an icy glint. Keep it and give it to someone else, Miriam insisted. If you really want to reward me, just treat me to a few meals. Miriam was pragmatic. Compared to gold and jewels, she preferred having enough food and a good night's sleep. Delbert smiled, his expression indescribably gentle. All right, I'll listen to you. Becketard, you got into Capital University? Brant suddenly asked Miriam. Despite her request not to call her cousin, Brant deliberately used the term. Is there any problem? Miriam asked. No problems, just thought I should tell you that I came to Tonghai Lithiadi this time to take the exam for the Marine Geology Research Institute under the National Academy of Sciences. Oh, you might not know, there is a faster way to enter the National Academy of Sciences than getting into top universities, which is directly applying to be a student of an Academy member. After high school, one can study under an Academy member, gaining knowledge more quickly and efficiently, and becoming a formal member of the National Academy sooner than through the usual path. Brant raised his eyebrows, clearly boasting. Oh, Miriam reacted coolly, without any change in her expression. Calling her apathetic felt like insulting icebergs. In fact, during the independent enrollment test of Capital University last time, I also got a recommendation but didn't go for it. I thought the traditional route was too slow and troublesome. Oh, Miriam remained calm inside. By the way, why don't you try this exam? It's not very difficult. The math section covers only advanced mathematics and linear algebra, while the physics part won't include relativity or such complex topics. Quantum physics will have only 1 or 2 questions, with most being ordinary physics subjects. Miriam looked at Brant. Are you sure your surname is Beckett? What do you mean? Brant asked. Could your full name possibly be Brant Versailles? What does that mean? If you don't understand, ask Stefan next to you, who's surfing 5G. Delbert said to Brant. If you really have the ability, focus on preparing for the exam and try your best to pass it. Even if the questions are easy for you, don't take them lightly. Brant replied. Stefan, don't misunderstand me. I just feel confident about myself. Then he turned to Miriam. Cousin Miriam, don't you believe in yourself? So you don't plan to try? Anyway, no one says you can't take other exams even after getting accepted into Capital University. Having more choices isn't better? I'm looking forward to attending the Marine Geology Research Institute interview with you. Oh, Miriam still wore the same emotionless expression. Brant turned to Delbert. Stefan, do you think I can get in? And do you think Cousin Miriam should take this exam? You've always had good grades, Delbert replied. But can you make it more clear? Are you saying I can get in or not? I want to hear your opinion. I'm not fully aware of your specific learning situation, so I can't comment recklessly. I've heard that you have outstanding academic performance. But Miriam has her own thoughts. Don't pressure her. Chapter 343. Mel tried every possible means to seek an audience with Hyman. But this is the most direct and effective way to enter the National Academy of Sciences. Cousin Miriam has no reason not to give it a try, right? In their country, scientific researchers and medical researchers held the highest status. Being able to enter the National Academy of Sciences meant having background and influence. Only with money and power could one become a respected major family. The CF family was like that. The Beckett family now only had money but was still missing this step. There was even less to say about the Zaire family. As long as Miriam had the ability, she wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Unless she was fully aware of her own capabilities. Getting into Jing University through independent enrollment wasn't a problem for her, but taking the National Academy of Sciences examination was beyond her reach. To avoid falling from her pedestal, she simply didn't take the exam. Delbert frowned. All right, let's not talk about this topic anymore. Although what Brant said was true, Delbert hoped that Miriam would do what she liked. If she didn't want to do something, it wasn't necessary to push her to be the best at everything. Seeing that Delbert had changed the subject, Brant ceased his persuasion. Then I won't try to persuade my cousin to take the exam. Though Brant didn't see any particular expression on Miriam's face, he believed she must feel terrible inside. She thought she was the top in her batch after getting first place in Jing University's independent enrollment exam. It was good for him to make her recognize reality and understand that there are always greater things outside her scope. Miriam was already feeling drowsy. Cornelius, it's about time. Let me see you out. Miriam neither had the time nor the energy to deal with these two people in front of her. All right, take care and rest well. Delbert smiled gently. Brant followed Delbert out of Miriam's house. As soon as they were out, Brant asked tentatively, Stefan, do you like my cousin? Brant looked at Delbert, hoping for an answer. Don't speculate randomly, Delbert replied calmly. If you have exams, focus on your preparation. Don't waste time on unnecessary matters, and don't get involved in Zaire family affairs. With that, Delbert walked ahead. When Brant tried to catch up, Delbert instructed his driver to send Brant back home. With no choice, Brant left. Zaire Wujue finally managed to ask for help from General Manager Zhou, with whom he had previously done business. But even Zhou couldn't arrange a meeting between the academician and Zaire Wujue. However, the good news was that General Manager Zhou knew that the academician had scheduled a dinner at 7 p.m. this weekend with friends at a big restaurant in the city center. Zaire Wujue decided to try his luck. Upon receiving this information, Zaire Wujue didn't hesitate and booked the best private room in the target hotel. Mel, for her son Brant, was willing to spend whatever it took, while Zaire Wujue, wanting to prove useful and keep his sister from abandoning them, worked twice as hard. On a cold day, both Zaire Wujue and Mel waited at the hotel entrance. After waiting for quite some time, just as it approached the scheduled time, they finally saw Hyman arrive to meet his friends. Zaire Wujue ran forward excitedly and extended his hands to greet Hyman. Hyman, it's really an honor to meet you. Hyman stopped and glanced at Zaire Wujue and Mel, who had suddenly appeared. Then he recalled what little Zhou had told him over the phone and asked, Are you the Mr. Zaire that little Zhou mentioned? Chapter 344 Miriam, why are you here too? Hyman did not recognize Zaire Wubian. Beckett never paid attention to other news in his daily life and only focused on academic research issues. Beckett was even unaware of the relationship between Zaire Wubian and Miriam. Of course, Miriam had never proactively mentioned anything about her biological parents to Hyman. In Hyman's mind, the two deceased friends of his were Miriam's biological parents. Yes, Hyman, we genuinely wanted to meet you. I've booked a private room already. Let's go there for a talk. Zaire Wubian said with a respectful smile. You're seeking me for the examination matters, right? If your families have real abilities, there would be no need to worry about interviews. Without this capability, talking more is meaningless. None of us will treat our successor's selection as a joke. Hyman, you're absolutely right. Successor matters should be handled cautiously. Mel interjected quickly. We don't intend for you to show favoritism. We just want more ways for you to understand them since the interview time is limited and barely covers many aspects. Hyman responded, Rest assured on this point. We prepared 2 rounds of interviews to better understand each candidate who passed the written exams. Hyman didn't want to delve into details with the siblings from the Zaire family and showed no interest in changing his stance. Zaire Wubian felt awkward but wasn't willing to easily give up such a rare opportunity. People like Hyman weren't usually accessible. It was unknown if they could get another chance if they failed to seize this one today. Hyman, then let's put aside the student recruitment. We can simply sit down for a meal and make friends, Zaire Wubian said earnestly. Hyman politely declined. I'm really sorry, but I've got plans with my friend today. I can't spare time to talk with you. Hyman had an appointment with Miriam for dinner. If anyone else had invited him, he definitely wouldn't have come out. After saying that, Hyman quickly walked towards the elevator. Zaire Wubian tried to follow, but Mel held him back. Don't act rashly. Don't anger Hyman. But second sister, we finally got a chance to meet him, just like this. Zaire Wubian felt reluctant. Calm down. Even if we can't impress Hyman, we can use this opportunity to probe into his preferences, including his academic inclinations. This information is valuable. Mel stayed calm, knowing that being overly aggressive would only backfire. All right, I'll listen to you. Zaire, Wubian, and Mel returned to their private room. On the way, Mel went to the restroom and bumped into someone familiar at the entrance of the washroom. Miriam. She unexpectedly appeared in this restaurant. Miriam seemed very calm when she saw Mel, treating her as if she were a stranger. However, Mel couldn't pretend she hadn't seen her. Miriam? Why are you here too? Mel pressed Miriam. It's none of your business. Miriam didn't want to explain much to Mel. Miriam, you don't have to be so hostile toward me. Do you really think I'm afraid of your father? I just don't want our family to fall apart. Chapter 345. Hyman, do you know Becketer? 1. The statement Mel made about fearing the disintegration of the Zaire family was merely a pretext. What she truly feared was that after her background became public and the Beckett family along with other prominent families in Beijing learned she was born out of wedlock, it would affect her status. Of course, if Americ acknowledged her as his sister, having the Haishin group as an additional backing would be even better. Unfortunately, this was not going to happen. She could only take a step back and hide this news for now. Once her son got admitted into the National Academy of Sciences, with him as her backing, the impact of her background being revealed would be much less. I did not give you any cold looks. Don't have paranoid delusions. If you fear Americ, that's your business. There is no need to specially tell me. I have no interest in knowing. Miriam replied coldly, and then prepared to walk around Mel to leave the restroom. Once again, Mel blocked Miriam's path and continued speaking to her. The Haishin group may indeed have substantial capital, but my Beckett family is not someone to be trifled with. We are far from as easy to provoke as the Zaire family. I hope you pay attention to your actions and don't go too far. After observing for some time, Mel understood that it was impossible for Americ to forgive them. Therefore, the only option left was to confront Americ directly, and the Beckett family had the resources to confront the Haishin group. Combined with their connections in Beijing, they definitely had a chance of winning. Why are you telling me this? I have no interest. Miriam did not want to listen to Mel's words. I am warning you. Cameron has an important exam coming up soon. During this period, you and your father had better not do anything to interfere with him. Otherwise, the Beckett family will not let you off easily. Although Mel still wore a faint smile, her eyes were filled with fierce determination. Now, Mel could tolerate almost everything except anyone messing up her son's exam. Are you done talking? I'm leaving if you are. Miriam still looked lethargic, unwilling to hear meaningless talk. In Mel's eyes, Miriam's attitude was one of contempt and disdain. Is this how you answer me? After relying on Americ, you've become so arrogant, forgetting that the Zaire family provided you with food, clothes, and education not long ago, said Mel. You also wanted him as your support. Are you envious of me now? Miriam did not intend to argue with Mel, but felt compelled to respond to her continuous nagging. I don't need Americ as my backing. The Haishin group is only wealthy, but it falls far short compared to powerful and influential families like ours in Beijing. Let alone, my Beckett family isn't afraid of the Haishin group. If you're not afraid, why are you nervous now? Isn't it because you fear us? How insecure and afraid must you be to keep nagging like this? Miriam countered. Miriam, I really want to have a sincere conversation with you, but you lack manners. So, a proper and polite talk means acting like you just did? You've really given me an insight. Miriam finished speaking and pushed Mel aside with one hand. She originally didn't want to resort to physical action, but Mel was too bothersome and couldn't be shaken off otherwise. Mel was pushed and hit the sink, feeling immense pain in her arm and furious inside. Bearing the pain, Mel chased out of the restroom. Then she saw Miriam talking to Hyman in the hallway. Hyman had come looking for Miriam because he was worried when she hadn't returned after a long time. Chapter 346. Hyman, do you know Miriam? 2. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Is your stomach hurting? Hyman asked Miriam with concern. I'm fine, Miriam replied. Just ran into a bit of trouble. That's good to hear. Hyman said. Ridge just called to say he's already in the lobby downstairs and will be here soon. I haven't seen that boy in quite a while. Hyman was full of anticipation. Seeing this from not far away, Mel felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Hyman and Miriam seemed very familiar with each other. Could it be that Miriam knew Hyman? Mel suddenly felt anxious. Bearing the pain in her arm, she slowly walked up to Hyman and Miriam. Not looking like the ferocious figure ready to confront Miriam just now, Mel smiled gently and asked softly, Hyman, do you know Miriam? Hyman looked at Mel in puzzlement, then glanced down at Miriam. Miriam answered, it's a bit complicated. I'll tell you later. Hold on, Hyman, I'm Miriam's aunt. Previously, there were some misunderstandings between us. Mel didn't dare let Miriam leave. What if Miriam told Hyman something bad about them? Hyman's gaze darkened. You say you're her aunt? Yes, absolutely true. Mel wanted to leave a good impression on Hyman first, then gradually restore her image. Hyman said to Mel, you may not know, but Miriam's foster parents knew me. Mel was taken aback on the spot. Hyman no longer cared about Mel and pulled Miriam away. The family who had abandoned Miriam long ago was of no interest to him. As they walked, Hyman also told Miriam, that person looks very opportunistic. Don't associate with them. When he saw Mel and Lee at the entrance, Hyman hadn't had a good impression of them. Mel never expected this situation to unfold. Hyman's attitude made her heart sink halfway. Watching Hyman and Miriam walk away together, her heart felt like it was locked in an ice cellar. When things went wrong with the Zaire family, Mel wasn't afraid because the Zaire family was merely her maiden home. Beckett's ambitions had long surpassed the confines of the Zaire family. Returning to the private room in a daze, Mel's condition caught Lee's attention. Sister, what's wrong? You look off. Miriam. Miriam? She's here? Where is she? Lee was very nervous. Beckett absolutely dared not meet Miriam again after the previous encounters left him deeply traumatized. As long as Emeric was alive, he wouldn't dare see Miriam again. Beckett didn't want to have his fingers broken again. She's with Hyman. I'm asking where she is, not who she's with. She's with... Tense as he was, Lee only realized whom Mel mentioned after a brief pause. You mean she's with Hyman? How could that be? Does she know Hyman? Seems pretty familiar from the looks of it. How could this be? Lee was thoroughly stunned. Miriam knows someone from the National Academy of Sciences? Those people are incredibly hard to meet. It took great effort for him to finally meet Hyman today. I saw it with my own eyes. It seems that the friend Hyman mentioned earlier was Miriam. This. Lee's face turned ashen. How did Miriam get such incredible connections? Chapter 347. A crucial interview related to fate. Are you still ashamed to say it? If it weren't for your poor attitude toward Miriam back then, would things have turned out this way now? You might be ruining Cameron's future. Mel vented all her dissatisfaction on Lee. I've already deeply regretted it. Who could have thought that when we went to pick up Miriam, she was living in the slums, yet she turned out to be so capable? Lee was also very distressed. But there were no pills for regrets in this world. Lee cautiously asked Mel, then what should we do next? How would I know what to do? If I had connections at the Academy of Sciences, I wouldn't have asked you for help. The Beckett family had money, but they had no connections in this field, which was their shortcoming. Then, Cameron's exam. After offending Miriam like that, she will definitely seize this opportunity to say bad things about Cameron. Now we can only hope that Hyman is upright enough not to dismiss Cameron's abilities based on Miriam's one-sided words. Time passed quickly. A week flashed by. The first and second rounds of written exams for the special admissions of the National Academy of Sciences had both concluded successfully. After the results were announced, fewer than 100 people nationwide had passed the exams. Of those interested in interviewing at Tonghai Alithiades Marine Geological Research Institute, only 5 remained. Among these 5 were Adeline and Brant. It must be said that Adeline was indeed a very determined person. Despite not being exceptionally talented, she managed to pass the 2 extremely difficult exams through hard work. Brant's reputation as a prodigy was not undeserved. Beckett truly had the capital to be proud. Only after the list was announced did Mel learn that Adeline had also qualified. However, Mel wasn't worried about Adeline. She knew Adeline's limits well and didn't think she could compete with her son. Beckett's only concern was still whether Miriam had spoken badly about her son to Hyman, if Hyman believed it, and if it would affect her son's interview. Kiyomi, why do you look so worried? Do you doubt me? Brant appeared very confident. No, not at all. Mel dared not tell Brant about the matter, fearing it would impact his mood and performance. It's fine, don't worry. I'm already very familiar with the process. Many professors evaluated me at home and think I have no problem. Brant dismissed her concerns. He was confident in himself. This confidence stemmed from his consistently outstanding academic achievements over the years. For the first interview, the 5 candidates arrived early at the door of the Marine Geological Research Institute. On such an important occasion, no one wanted to be late. It was better to arrive an hour early and wait at the entrance than risk any mishap. Adeline came by bus alone. Emmanuel wanted to send her, but Adeline refused, thinking it would do no good and might even create trouble for her if Emmanuel accompanied her. Brant, on the other hand, was accompanied by everyone from the Zaire family. When Adeline saw the Zaire family, her expression darkened, especially upon seeing Ayana, a look of bitterness flashing in her eyes. Ayana also noticed Adeline. She stared at Adeline longingly for a while before finally deciding to approach her to offer congratulations. Chapter 348. The interviewer is Miriam. 1. Natalie, your aunt is very happy that you passed the exam, Ayana said from the bottom of her heart. Adeline hung her head and remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, Ayana felt a myriad of emotions. She realized she had grown distant from Nancy. She failed to take good care of Prudence, and Nancy was like a daughter she raised, but also failed to look after well. She truly was a very failed mother. I'm sorry, Aunt didn't take good care of you, Ayana apologized. Nancy, how have you been recently? Has your mom taken good care of you? With all the events happening in the Zaire family, I couldn't get away, but I really missed you. Seeing you pass and stand up again, I am truly comforted. Only then did Adeline lift her head. Aunt, I don't blame you. I know you were also caught in circumstances beyond your control. Natalie, Ayana was quite surprised. Her eyes reflected shock, joy, and guilt as she looked at Adeline. Tears welled up in her eyes. Aunt, once I get accepted, let's have dinner together. Yes, yes. Ayana quickly agreed. If Natalie really gets accepted, the Zaires won't stop their communication anymore. As Ayana and Adeline were talking, an unexpected figure appeared at the Ocean Geology Research Institute. Miriam wore simple light-colored cotton sports attire, with her waist-length hair tied into a ponytail. Beckett, her face, fresh and beautiful without makeup, was strikingly clear. She had been running while wearing headphones, arriving at the entrance of the Ocean Geology Research Institute. Miriam runs here every morning from where she lives. When Miriam is working, she has a very strict routine. Early rising, morning jog, reaching work on time to start her day. People who first met her in her working state couldn't believe the lazy person during her rest time was Miriam. She seemed like 2 different people. Miriam's arrival drew the attention of the Zaire family members, especially Mel and Dover. The events of that day were still vivid in their minds. So what was she doing here today? Dover, upon seeing Miriam, immediately turned and got into his car, slamming the door shut. Beckett could not care less about anything else as long as he did not encounter Miriam, saving his fingers from another broken fate. Mel paid no mind to these thoughts and quickly stepped forward to block Miriam's path. Miriam, why are you here? As far as I know, none of the 5 who passed the written exam and registered for the Ocean Geology Research Institute is you. Mel confronted Miriam. Miriam slowly removed her headphones. What do you want? What do I want? It's you who should be explaining. Today is my son Cameron's interview day. Are you trying to cause trouble? Mel was anxious, staring at Miriam with hostile eyes. Ayana hurried over. Wanyuan, what's going on? Did Prudence do something wrong? Mel told Ayana. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her out of your sight. Today is Cameron's important interview. We can't let her ruin it. Ayana hastily asked. Prudence ruins Cameron's exam? Wanyuan, are you overthinking? That's unlikely. Even if Prudence wanted to, this is a national science institution. How could she disrupt it? Even if Miriam is the president of an international luxury brand, this place belongs to the state, not somewhere ordinary merchants can interfere. Chapter 349. The interviewer is Miriam, too. Stop asking so many questions. Just keep an eye on her every step of the way. Mel didn't know what Miriam was planning to do here today, but her instinct told her it wasn't going to be anything good. Brant came over and looked at his mother's nervous appearance. Kiyomi, are you too worried? What can my cousin do that would affect me? Brant's understanding of Miriam still rested on the fact that she was the child the Zaire family brought back from the slums. As for what happened after that, since Mel never mentioned it, he had no clue. Cameron, don't worry about this. Prepare well for your interview. Don't let these things impact your mood. Mel hurriedly said to her son. Mel even didn't want Brant to have any face-to-face contact with Miriam. Brant was indifferent. Kiyomi, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. My cousin does indeed have excellent grades, but she didn't pass this year's admission test, right? Why are you worried? She can't be my competitor. Then, Brant turned to look at Adeline. Rather, Sister Nancy, we'll soon be competitors. Good luck. Brant and Adeline were not related by blood, but because Adeline grew up in the Zaire family, he met her several times when he visited as a guest. Adeline quickly responded, I won't get a higher score than Cousin Cameron. You're still so modest. Anyone who can clear 2 written tests proves to be very capable, far better than those who dare not take the exam at all. As he spoke, Brant's gaze landed on Miriam, seemingly challenging her. Have you guys finished talking yet? Can I go now? Miriam always adhered to being civilized. If she could avoid getting into physical altercations, it was always better. You can't leave. Mel wouldn't allow Miriam to leave. Who knows what damage you intend to cause? Miriam showed a hint of laziness in her expression. You guys are really annoying. Stop having excessive fantasies. I have no interest in you. But the Zaire family didn't believe Miriam's words. Especially Mel. She wouldn't let Miriam go no matter what. Ayana could only gently pull on Miriam's arm. Prudence, Mom knows you won't do such things. Why don't you wait outside for a while until your cousin Cameron and cousin Nancy finish their exams? If you trust me not to do it, why do you still hold on to me? Miriam asked. Ayana was speechless, unconsciously lowering her head, afraid to meet Miriam's sharp eyes. Kiyomi, Kylie, just let her go. She can't even enter the research institute. What can she do? She can only come to watch the commotion. Brant was exasperated by his 2 elders. Mel also knew that although Miriam was acquainted with Hyman, she couldn't freely enter or exit the institute. However, this interview was extremely important for her son, and thus for their Beckett family. Any potential threat to his interview, she needed to be extra cautious about. While they argued, 7 o'clock arrived. A person came out from the research institute to verify information and started letting people in. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being focused on the staff member at the gate, Miriam broke free from Ayana, then bypassed the crowd and went to the side entrance of the institute. After Brant, Adeline, and 4 other candidates who passed both written exams entered the research institute, they first verified their information, then were arranged into a laboratory room. Chapter 350. The interviewer is Miriam, too. After the 5 people entered the room, they only saw a woman in a white coat with her back to them, busy doing something. This person was likely their first-round interviewer? No one knew which academician of this research institute it would be. Whichever it was, being selected by any of them would be a good thing for the 5. The person with her back to them did not speak, and the 5 standing there did not dare move around randomly. Brant, although usually frivolous and arrogant, behaved properly here. Adeline was even more graceful and obedient. She had exerted tremendous effort and risked her life to get here. She wouldn't allow any mistake of hers to ruin this interview. After about 10 minutes, the person turned around. At the sight of this person's face, the 5 of them showed expressions of surprise at the same time. Especially Adeline and Brant had particularly exaggerated reactions. For the other 3, this person was way too young. An extremely beautiful and charming face, fair and tender skin, naturally red lips, and eyebrows like dark green. But for Adeline and Brant, seeing this person was as shocking as encountering a ghost. How can you be here? Brant couldn't hold back and blurted out his question. This was far from normal. Appearing at the entrance was explainable earlier, but now wearing a white coat inside the institute. What was going on? The other 3 looked puzzled at Brant. Brant continued to ask insistently. How did you manage to sneak in? Why are you wearing the institute's clothes in the lab? Just then, the door on the left side of the lab opened, and several people in white coats, like Miriam, walked out. These people were relatively older, all in their 40s or 50s. Their photos had been seen on various academic forums or magazines. They were all renowned academicians. Little Zaire, how's it going? The academicians walked up to Miriam and asked her. It seemed they were all quite familiar with her. Almost done, Miriam replied. She had prepared some questions for those taking the test. Of course, the interview questions were not like the written ones that focused only on theoretical knowledge. They needed to put themselves in real-world scenarios and judge and handle situations using their comprehensive knowledge. This was a huge challenge for candidates who had always buried themselves in textbooks. Who is she? Brant pointed at Miriam and asked the academicians. One of the academicians smiled and answered, "Don't be surprised. Although she's very young, she is an academician of our institute. This time, she is responsible for preparing the exam questions for your first round of interviews." The 5 candidates were struck dumb. So young, an academician. She was about the same age as them, right? To be able to pass this test and have the opportunity to become students of these academicians made them standouts among their peers. Yet the girl before them had already reached a level that many could not achieve in their entire lives. Everyone stared in disbelief. Brant and Adeline were especially stunned, unable to utter a word. Brant had just mocked Miriam not long ago, but reality had slapped him hard, teaching him what there are always more capable people truly meant. Adeline felt as if her blood was flowing backward. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Miriam is an academician of the Research Institute. Chapter 351. The interviewer is Miriam 4. She had spared no effort to gain her honors, and she was almost at the pinnacle of life. But now, it seemed like everything was just beneath Miriam's feet. No, this couldn't be possible. Adeline couldn't accept such a cruel reality, her mind going blank. Noticing the surprise among the candidates, another academician smiled and said, "There's no need to be so surprised. She has been immersed in academia since childhood, combined with her innate intelligence, giving her a much higher starting point than her peers. Even we old folks feel inferior." Miriam had grown up studying under her adoptive parents, who were also academicians. However, they led relatively low-profile lives. Plus, their work was classified, making their identities confidential, and related information had been altered. Few knew their true identities. Most people assumed her adoptive parents were ordinary university professors. All right, don't just stand there dumbfounded. The questions are ready. Start today's exam section, and we'll observe you throughout. Of course, we may ask questions anytime, so be mentally prepared, Hyman said. 3 hours later, Brant came out of the Research Institute, his face ashen. Usually, Brant would leave the examination room with a confident smile on his face. Never had he looked this terrible, as if he'd lost his soul. Seeing him like this, the Zaire family was full of worry. "Cameron, what happened? Don't scare your mother." Mel's heart leaped into her throat. "Miriam." After a long while, Brant only managed to utter 2 words. "Miriam? What about her? Did she do something? Did she ruin your exam?" Mel was extremely anxious. Brant shook his head. "Cameron, shaking your head means no, right? So what exactly happened?" Mel was almost crying in desperation. I don't know." Brant's eyes were vacant, seemingly still in shock. Beckett really didn't know whether Miriam would let him pass or not. Equally devastated was Adeline. Seeing Adeline like this, Ayanna subconsciously agreed with Mel's guess. Could it really be Prudence? Did she sabotage the exam, preventing you and Cameron from passing? Adeline hung her head, unable to say a word. The situation was even worse than that. As the Zaire family surrounded Brant and Adeline with questions, Miriam came out of the Research Institute gate. Miriam had taken off her white lab coat and changed back into her sportswear. She was listening to music with earphones and planning to jog away. Seeing this, Mel rushed to block Miriam. "Miriam, what did you do? How can you be so malicious?" Suddenly coming to his senses, Brant ran forward and held back Mel. "Kiyomi, stop." "Cameron." Mel stared at Brant in surprise. After being pulled back by Brant, Miriam simply walked away, jogging home. "Cameron, what on earth is wrong with you?" Mel asked in confusion. "Miriam is an academician at the Research Institute." Brant hesitated before finally saying it. "What did you say? Are you running a fever? How could Miriam possibly be an academician? She's only how old?" It would be impressive enough for someone her age to enter the institute as a student, let alone an official academician. Unless she started learning from inside the womb. Mel found it hard to believe. Miriam was several months younger than her son, yet already an academician. How could she believe this? Chapter 352. The interviewer is Miriam 5. Beckett, her son, possessed an extraordinary talent for learning compared to his peers, always topping exams, and having already mastered undergraduate and even graduate-level knowledge while still in high school. The Beckett family had hired professional tutors to teach Brant for more than 2 years specifically to prepare him for this examination. What about Miriam? To become the CEO of an international luxury brand at such a young age might have been due to good luck or meeting influential people who handed her the position. But becoming an academician could not be attributed merely to good fortune. "Cameron, did you hear or see wrongly? How could Miriam be an academician of the Research Institute?" "This is impossible, absolutely impossible," Mel repeatedly denied. "It's true. She is not only an academician of the Institute, but also one of the interviewers this time." Brant was still somewhat dazed. What exactly was Miriam's relationship with the Ocean Geological Research Institute? After returning to their residence, the Zaire family sat down to discuss this question. Even if Miriam knew Hyman from the Institute, becoming an academician wasn't something that could be decided by just one person. It required significant contributions and various rigorous evaluations. There was no way anyone could fake their way into this prestigious title. If Miriam really is an academician of the Institute, then wouldn't Cameron and Nancy have no chance now? Lee looked worried. "Do I need to say it?" Mel said angrily. Lee really knew how to rub salt in the wound. She was pacing back and forth in the living room like an ant on a hot pan, her hands rubbing together anxiously, unsure where to put them. Mel deeply regretted it this time. When Miriam left the Zaire family, she felt a little sorry, but not to the point of extreme regret like Lee and the others. She had the backing of the Beckett family and could think much farther ahead than they could. But who would have thought that Miriam had a status that even the Beckett family wanted to court? Sitting beside her, Brant's face remained grim. Beckett considered himself a genius, but had been outshone by Miriam. Even though he passed this exam, he was only a student at the institute, not even at the intern level, let alone a full researcher or an academician. There was simply no comparison with Miriam. A strong sense of defeat overwhelmed Brant. Mel was at a loss, but she couldn't do nothing. Jordan, I beg you. Mel held Ayana's hands and pleaded. You are our only hope now. Regardless of what else happens, you remain Miriam's biological mother. She can ignore everyone else, but she cannot ignore you. But, Prudence and Ayana was very conflicted. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but she knew the relationship between her and Miriam wasn't so close. I know, but now you are our only hope. And don't you want such a successful daughter? She is an academician of the National Academy of Sciences. What glory is that? Mel's words made Ayana feel dazed. Which parent doesn't wish for their children to excel? If her daughter could achieve the top position in the National Academy of Sciences, it would be every mother's dream. Chapter 353. It's good enough for you to harm each other. So what should I do then? Ayana asked. Don't worry, I will help you, Mel thought. No matter how capable Miriam was, she was just an 18-year-old girl who had grown up without a mother's love. She must be yearning for maternal affection. If Ayana could act loving enough towards Miriam and even willing to sacrifice for her, then Miriam would certainly be touched. So as long as Ayana continuously demonstrated her motherly love towards Miriam, there was still a good chance that Miriam would soften her heart. Standing in front of Judah was a tall, middle-aged man. The man bowed respectfully to Judah. Young master, the old master hopes you will return with us this time. This wasn't the first time the Dustin family had requested Judah to go to Beijing, but this time was clearly different from previous ones. What if I don't go? Judah asked. Young master, the old master really misses you. Beckett also regrets separating your parents back then. The Francis of the Dustin family had opposed his only daughter falling in love with a poor boy from the mountains, causing the couple to elope and indirectly leading to the subsequent tragedy. The old man had regretted his actions for a long time, but had never brought it up due to pride. In recent years, he no longer cared about saving face and simply wanted his only grandson to come back to him. Tell him I don't hate him, and my mother never blamed him. I won't go to Beijing because I have my own plans. Young master, please consider returning to Beijing. The old master really misses you. Despite the middle-aged man's repeated pleadings, Judah remained unmoved. I have my principles. Judah said, I don't want to be involved in the Dustin family affairs. The middle-aged man had no choice, but did not leave immediately. What are you still doing here? Young master, I know I can't persuade you, but I came with the old master's order. If I can't bring you back, I won't return. Suit yourself. Judah replied and turned into his study. Opening the game interface, Miriam, who usually logs on at this time every day, was nowhere to be found today. Egon burst into Judah's office in a hurry, shouting, Little Master Dustin, big news, huge news. What is it? Connie. Connie is an academician at the Ocean Geology Research Institute. Egon exclaimed dramatically. Oh, you? Why aren't you surprised at all? Should I be? Of course. How can you not be surprised by something like this? Egon was so stunned by the news that he spent 10 minutes trying to find words to describe his shock. Seeing Little Master Dustin so calm, Egon wondered if he was human after all. Come to think of it, Little Master Dustin was never normal to begin with. What has Connie ever done normally? Judah's lips curled slightly. Egon thought about it. Indeed, Miriam wasn't normal at all, whether it was fighting, playing basketball, or being the CEO of Donfei Corporation. It was just that Judah had similar skills, so Egon found it easier to accept these things. But this time, it went way beyond normalcy, which is why Egon was so astonished. Egon concluded, all right, both of you are abnormal. Just stay together forever, until death do you part. Don't harm anyone else, just harm each other. That's good enough. Chapter 354. The pitiful system remains pitiful. Miriam was unaware of what the Zaire family was contemplating. After jogging back home, she flopped onto her bed, turning into a couch potato in a second. It had been 2 weeks since she and Judah officially got together. Nothing particularly noteworthy happened during these 2 weeks. Judah did not take advantage of their relationship to ask her to do anything. They didn't go on dates or watch movies, nor did he hold her hand or hug her. This reassured Miriam considerably, but also left her inexplicably, slightly, disappointed. Ah, what nonsense. Why would she be disappointed? What was there to be disappointed about? Miriam turned over on the bed, recalling how she impulsively agreed to Judah's request. She couldn't help but wonder why she'd agreed at that moment. But after some thought, she figured that even if asked again, she would still agree. She was doing this for Uncle Hilton. After all, she was just dating, not losing out on anything. Why should she be so timid? Miriam patted her cheeks, telling herself firmly, absolutely not to be scared. Miriam, you can't be afraid. You're not even scared of death, so why fear Judah? It's your first time dating someone with such high looks. That's a win. My queen, if you lack experience in love, the pitiful system, can provide abundant guidance in romance. The pitiful system suddenly chimed in. You act like you have experience. You don't even know how to complete tasks properly. Miriam truly despised this pitiful system. Right after binding, Miriam had asked this pitiful one how she could gain an independent, complete life without constantly worrying about virtue points. The answer from the pitiful system was a completely irresponsible 3 words, I don't know. Could there be a stupider, more ridiculous system? Thinking of other people's systems, which help their hosts gain endless wealth or conquer handsome men to become CEOs, while hers was nothing but a continuous series of pits. Comparison truly hurt. Defending itself, the pitiful system said, it's due to my setting. Initially, I didn't know what came next. But as Queen accomplishes more tasks and contributes more virtues, I can gradually unlock methods to complete tasks perfectly. Miriam squinted, extracting useful information from the pitiful system's reply. So you already know how to complete tasks perfectly? Not yet. Queen needs to complete 100 tasks. Currently, 97 tasks have been completed, leaving only 3 more. You never told me it takes 100 tasks to unlock the final task, did I not? I assumed completing tasks actively is something every host should do, including Queen. Can you get any more frustrating? Calm down, Queen. If you wish to unlock the final task sooner, please finish these 3 tasks quickly. What else could Miriam say? Just get to work. Though the system was frustrating, she still relied on it for survival. Check the task list. Having accumulated quite a few virtue points from recent intense labor, Miriam hadn't taken on new tasks for a while and wasn't sure what tasks were waiting for her. Chapter 355. There's nothing of Lin Gu you can't see. Query task. The current tasks Beckett or Majesty can undertake are as follows. 1. Participate in volunteer activities personally and accumulate a total of 50 hours, rewarding virtue points 10. 2. Spread the theme energy of love and justice, rewarding virtue points 20. 3. Becket'll 3 generations of good people fulfill their wishes, rewarding virtue points 30. 4. Benefit humanity and make great contributions to humans, rewarding virtue points 200. No matter how you look at it, the third task is the easiest, and it rewards the most. So after all, scavenging virtue points from the 3 generations of good people is the most effective. And by 3 generations of good people, Miriam has only encountered Judah up till now. Really no idea what good deeds Judah did in his previous lives, which resulted in so much virtue on him that she could harvest. Miriam took a deep breath, then vigorously got out of bed. Fine, for her long-term idleness, she had to strive. Rudy was quite surprised when he saw Miriam bustling down the stairs. Sis, aren't you resting today? It's rare to see his sister walking briskly on a rest day. To fight for my permanent meal ticket, Miriam said as she quickly went out. Sis, Rudy couldn't call Miriam back in time. She was already far away. Well, I was just about to say I could be the permanent meal ticket. President Chi, are you here to see Brother Lin? Egon opened the door for Miriam. When he saw her, his eyes lit up with admiration and respect. An academician, a shining young academician, the youngest known academician they've ever seen. Miriam's cold face appeared imposing, domineering, and authoritative to Egon right now. Is he here? Miriam asked. Why yes, he's in the study. Then help me announce my arrival. To prevent her from barging in and seeing something inappropriate. No need. Do you still need an announcement to see Lin Gu? There's nothing of Lin Gu that you can't see. Egon grinned mischievously. Miriam pondered for a moment, finding Egon's words reasonable, so she went ahead. Entering the study and pushing open the door, she saw Judah in front of the computer. Behind the screen was that stern face, carrying a faint smile not easily detectable. There was a natural warmth twinkling in the corner of his eyes. When Miriam circled around the desk and saw his face, the look on his face reverted to one that was rebellious yet stern again. Anything. Judah slowly lifted his eyes, his tone indifferent. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Miriam asked, expression solemn and gaze serious. Your question makes me wonder if I don't have much time left. I suddenly realized that I'm your girlfriend now and should do something for you. Miriam gave herself a reasonable excuse. Oh, is that so? I thought you weren't too keen on being my girlfriend. Judah remained calm on the surface, but his lips couldn't help curving upwards, eyebrows slightly raised, and his sharp eyes shimmered secretly. Is there such a thing? Miriam glanced upward. Then what wish do you want me, as your girlfriend, to fulfill for you? Judah said. I have no unfulfilled wishes. Really? Think about it properly. Like, maybe you want to make a big fortune or something. Did you change careers recently to become a genie? Isn't that a common wish? Asking your boyfriend about his wishes, girlfriends usually do things to make boyfriends happy, like. Chapter 356 Boyfriends cooking for their girlfriends is a natural thing. Judah raised his hand, his fingers touching Miriam's chin. This cold and unemotional face inexplicably exerted an allure on him, tempting him to come closer, like savoring an ice cream, one bite at a time. Miriam immediately took 2 steps back. No funny business. We have an agreement. That ice-cold face showed a change. A fleeting trace of panic and shyness flashed across her face. The smile at the corner of Judah's mouth deepened. With you like this, do you really think you can help me fulfill my wish? Miriam asked. Your wish couldn't possibly be to lose your virginity or something like that, so there's no need for you to touch me to achieve it. Judah, on one hand accusing him of being a pervert, while on the other openly mentioning his virginity. How could this woman be so hypocritical? Judah stood up from his seat in a flash and approached Miriam step by step. Don't do anything reckless. Miriam said. I think the wish you mentioned just now sounds pretty good. How about helping me achieve it? Judah stood with his hands in his suit pants pockets, smiling and looking leisurely at Miriam. Your Majesty, I think the suggestion from 3 Lives Good Person isn't bad. If your Majesty doesn't know how to put it into practice, this scoundrel can provide detailed guidance. Shut up. You must not make a sound when I'm focusing on my thoughts. This rotten system, good for nothing, first in sabotaging its owner. Understood. May your Majesty continue to. Can you be serious? Miriam asked Judah. No, Judah replied. Men who are serious with their girlfriends either can't perform or have taken vows of celibacy. Fortunately, neither applies to me. Judah's words made Miriam's face inexplicably turn red. Beckett was confessing to her again. His shameless manner was somewhat annoying, but also had an indescribable feeling. Forget it. I'm leaving. Treat this as if I never came. Miriam returned to her cold demeanor and turned to leave. Judah stepped forward and grabbed Miriam's hand. I'll cook. Those 3 words rooted Miriam's feet in place as if glued down with superglue. Ugh. Judah's cooking was indeed delicious, truly enjoyable. But she couldn't be so principled. She just decided to leave. Boyfriends cooking for their girlfriends is only natural, isn't it? Yes, indeed. Miriam maintained her indifferent expression. Becketing that Judah was going to cook again, Egon was delighted. My luck is so good today. I can enjoy another meal prepared by Master Dustin. Egon eagerly rubbed his hands together. Egon. Judah called from the kitchen. What do you need, Brother Len? Egon was more than willing to assist. I left a file in the old town's quadrangle courtyard. Go fetch it for me. File? Important. If it weren't important, would I send you for it? Oh, do I have to go now? Can I eat first? I'll need it soon. Judah said. Well, all right. Egon grumbled inwardly. What choice did he have since he worked for Master Dustin? Beckett obediently went to fetch the document. Leaving unwillingly, Egon headed out. By the time he returned, Judah and Miriam had finished eating. Looking at the empty plates on the table, Egon felt disheartened. Not even a scrap left for me. Chapter 357 to the capital. You came too slowly, Judah said. Egon took a deep breath. Was it his fault? Since the food was already finished, Egon couldn't do anything and could only silently turn his saliva into tears in his heart. Egon handed over the file folder. I brought the things you wanted back. Zahart them in the study. I'll look at them later. No, didn't you just say this document was urgently needed? That's why he hurried to get it. Is there a problem? Judah looked at Egon. Egon paused, hurriedly denying. No objection. Then he took the files to Judah's study, muttering under his breath repeatedly. Men are all alike. Men are all alike. After calming down a bit, Egon returned to the dining room. Seeing Miriam lazily curled up on the sofa, he tried hard to associate this lazy Miriam with the title of academician. It was quite difficult. He really couldn't imagine this appearance representing the country's top scientific strength as an academician of the National Academy of Sciences. But Miriam wasn't always like this. She wasn't like this when she was in front of the employees of Ellen Company. Egon couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The one person, she has 2 completely different faces. She is decisive, beautiful, and cool at work, but just like a lazy fish at home. After leaving Judah's house, Miriam decided to change her plan, abandoning task 3 for the more challenging but higher rewarded task 4. Benefiting humanity. Obviously, this isn't an easy task to complete. However, the reward of 200 virtue points was also very tempting. That's what she would do. 2 days later, after reporting the work to Judah, Egon casually asked Judah, by the way, young Master Dustin, isn't it a problem that you and Connie are apart for so long? Who told you we were separating? Not separating? Connie is going to the capital, and you're not. Won't you be separated? She's going to the capital? You didn't know? Egon suddenly realized he might have said something wrong. Connie's trip to the capital earlier than planned had apparently not been told to young Master Dustin. What is she going there for? Judah showed no expression, his face slightly gloomy. It seems she accepted the assignment from the Academy of Sciences and will go to the capital to complete some research project. When did this happen? Just in the past few days. She just told me that she would go to the capital first, arranged all our training sessions these few days, and meet us when we come to the capital for the competition. As Egon spoke, he cautiously observed Judah's expression. Judah remained expressionless, and Egon couldn't guess what he was thinking, feeling inexplicably tense for a while. 3 days later, Rudy accompanied Miriam on the flight to the capital. Miriam didn't want Rudy to come along, but he insisted on coming no matter what. Miriam couldn't persuade him otherwise, so she had to take him with her. In the first-class cabin, the siblings sat side by side. Rudy peeled pistachios for Miriam while asking her, Sis, why did you suddenly think about working for the National Academy of Sciences and taking on such a difficult project? I want to benefit mankind, Miriam replied, her expression serious. Sis, don't mess around. Your dream was to be a couch potato. Such a grand ideal doesn't suit you. Benefit mankind first, then be a couch potato. Okay. Rudy grinned, provisionally believing this statement of his elder sister. Chapter 358. Receiving an invitation from the Dustin family. Miriam and Rudy got off the plane and walked out of the exit. A group of men dressed uniformly in black suit ensembles approached them. The man at the front conducted himself with gentlemanly grace. Beckett smiled and asked, May I ask if you are Miss Miriam? Yes, I am. Who are you? Miriam squinted her eyes to look at him. Miriam had no business in the capital city and hadn't arranged for anyone to pick her up. Even when Americ offered to send her to the capital on a private plane, she refused. I am the assistant to the elderly Josh of the Dustin family. The man replied. Which Dustin family? The man chuckled. When it comes to the Dustin family in the capital, there's only one Dustin family. What other Dustin family could there be in the capital? Naturally, it was the renowned Dustin family. Why would the Dustin family send her an invitation? I don't seem to know your old master, she said. The man maintained his smile. If you are indeed Miss Miriam, then there is no mistake. My master specifically instructed me to invite you to attend his birthday banquet. As he spoke, he presented the gold-embossed invitation with both hands. Rudy frowned in surprise. Sis, are you sure you don't know anyone from the Dustin family in the capital? Rudy, naturally, knew about the illustrious Dustin family. The Dustin family not only wielded immense financial power, but also had deep and immeasurable connections. Countless people vied for the opportunity to attend the birthday banquet of the Dustin family's elder. And yet, this influential Dustin family had taken the initiative to invite his sister to attend the elder's birthday banquet. No, our sis says she doesn't know you. Are you really sure you haven't mistaken her for someone else? Rudy confirmed repeatedly. There has been no mistake. It is Miss Miriam from Tonghai Alithiadi, with the correct appearance, name, and place of birth, the man explained. Our elderly master insists that Miss Miriam must attend regardless. The Dustin family elder, a legendary figure who reportedly could make the entire capital tremble with just a stamp of his foot. Why would he go to such lengths to invite Miriam to his 70th birthday banquet? It truly puzzled everyone. Even if Miriam was a member of the National Academy of Sciences with an extraordinary status, that was only exceptional compared to ordinary people. It did not apply to the Dustin family. The Dustin family not only had a powerful presence in business, but also had ties to the National Academy of Sciences. One of the founders of the National Academy was from the Dustin family in the capital. At the Dustin family elder's birthday banquet, many members from the National Academy were expected to attend. Such a top-tier noble family certainly wouldn't be starstruck by academicians like the Beckett family. Today was a joyous day for the Dustin family, as their elder celebrated his 70th birthday. Almost every important person in the capital came to wish Elder Dustin a happy birthday. Golden Banquet Hall gathered the capital's elite. All the collateral members of the Dustin family were present. Elder Dustin mentioned that he had good news to announce today. Now, everyone was speculating whether he would declare his successor. Elder Dustin was over 70 now, and it was time to hand over the reins of the family. But who would he choose to take his place? Elder Dustin only had one daughter and had reportedly become a grandfather, though no one had ever seen this grandson. Thus, any of Elder Dustin's numerous nephews, nieces, and grandnephews could be potential heirs to the Dustin family. Elder Dustin was particularly happy today. In a corner of the banquet hall, several collateral members of the Dustin family gathered together, full of anticipation. Among them were two of Elder Dustin's nephews and a great-nephew. Chapter 359, Patriarch Dustin's Birthday Banquet 1. They were all potential successors to Patriarch Dustin. At this moment, the three of them sat in a corner, whispering, "Hasn't Gerald come?" The man who spoke was Bloss, Patriarch Dustin's eldest nephew, 43 years old with an average build. Gerald, it had been a long time since they last heard that name. What's the point if he came? This person is notorious for being a thug, never does anything serious. Beckett spends his days brawling, and, after 2 years of retaking college entrance exams in Tonghai Alithiadi, still hasn't been accepted into any decent university. Originally, the Patriarch intended to introduce him to the Dustin family once he got into a respectable university, but unfortunately, he didn't live up to expectations. The one answering was Dustin Lidwa, Patriarch Dustin's second nephew. The two nephews were of similar age, both the most likely candidates to be the successor. As Dustin Lidwa finished speaking, the smile on his face widened even more. Though he said it was because Gerald hadn't lived up to expectations, secretly, he rejoiced more than anyone at this situation. Bloss sighed. With our Dustin family producing such a useless individual, how could Patriarch ever have the face to let him become the successor? Unless he wants to ruin the Dustin family. Only if that kid messes up can we possibly get the position of successor. Dustin Lidwa said, "Elder brother, no matter which one of us Patriarch chooses as the successor, we must stand united and advance together. Rest assured, as long as it's someone from our family, but for now, we can't be sure." Patriarch's nephew also stands a chance. That nephew isn't surnamed Dustin. Surely Patriarch wouldn't be so foolish. Who knows what's on the old man's mind? No one can guess his thoughts. No matter what, we still have a better chance than those few outsiders. From beginning to end, their greatest threat has always been Gerald. A troublemaking delinquent like Gerald was exactly what they hoped for. Miriam hadn't arrived yet. Rudy had dragged her off to do some styling. Rudy had his own personal stylist and makeup artist, whom he made give Miriam a complete makeover from head to toe. "You don't need to bother with me." Since it wasn't work-related, Miriam didn't think it necessary to dress up. "That's not an option. My sister must look stunning," Rudy insisted firmly. "You're the one who forbids me from dating. Who am I dressing up for?" "For me," Rudy said. "I don't care if they aren't allowed to take advantage of my sister while she's young, but I permit them to be stunned by her beauty and secretly fall in love with her." Typical double standards. This was the first time Rudy's stylist and makeup artist had met Miriam, though they had heard Rudy mention her many times before. When they saw Miriam, they began to understand why Rudy was such a big brother complex case. Having such a beautiful sister would naturally make one protective, unwilling to let outsiders eye her covetously. After the makeover, Miriam's already exquisite features stood out, emphasizing her slender figure. She wore a red strapless evening gown that revealed her shoulders and collarbone. Beckett, her long hair, slightly curled, cascaded down her chest. Elegant and noble, beautiful and dignified, her well-proportioned figure was almost otherworldly. Rudy came behind Miriam and personally put a diamond necklace around her neck. "Where did you get this necklace?" Miriam asked. She had transferred quite a lot of money to Rudy, but he had never touched that account. "This necklace probably cost tens of millions." "From my acting salary," Rudy replied. "So, you spent all your earnings on buying jewelry for me." Chapter 360, Patriarch Dustin's Birthday Banquet 2. "All this for you is only right. Our family believes in spoiling the girls more than the boys." Rudy grinned. "But this isn't everything. I have many other assets. I can take care of you." "All from acting? Is it that lucrative now?" Miriam asked. "It's just that your brother here makes a lot from acting." Rudy smiled confidently, his expression sunny yet a bit rascally. "Apart from acting, I also have investments. Although I'm not as studious as you, I did inherit some excellent genes from our parents. I am the elder sister, so I should be taking care of you. That was when I was younger. Now that I've grown up, it's my turn to take care of you. You are only 16. Other boys at 16 aren't adults, but in our family, they are." Rudy pointed to himself. "Look at me, sister. I'm tall and handsome, and the number of women who want to marry me and have kids with me has almost reached Mars. How can I still be considered underage? When did you become so shameless? How can I be? If you don't believe me, ask them. Am I not super handsome? Netizens certified my looks last year when I made it onto the list of the world's most handsome men. Alright, you're handsome. You're a cute boy. The siblings bickered for a while before heading out. By the time they arrived at the Dustin residence, most guests had already gathered. The banquet at the Dustin household was attended by the cream of society. Brant, who had returned to the capital only 2 days ago after failing an interview, was in low spirits. Beckett stayed home for 2 days until today, the day of Patriarch Dustin's birthday, when he finally went out. His mother was still in Tonghai Alithiati, trying to mend her relationship with Miriam. Alone and sullen, Brant stood in a corner, barely interested in the proceedings. No one would notice him today anyway. It was already a privilege for the Beckett family to attend a Dustin family banquet. In the eyes of today's attendees, the Beckett family was like a junior. His father was busy socializing with important figures. As Brant watched the crowd, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Miriam. What was she doing here? Why was she in the capital? Clenching his teeth, Brant stared unblinkingly at Miriam for a moment. Beckett rose, holding his glass, and walked over to Miriam. Cousin, we meet again, Brant said with a smirk, his tone sarcastic. Cousin, you really do have impressive connections, managing to get an invitation from the Dustin family. Did Stefan bring you in? Do you wish me to say yes or no? Miriam countered. Brant gritted his teeth. I admit you're capable, but compared to Stefan, you're nowhere near him. You don't deserve him. What does it have to do with you? Miriam asked. You, Brant growled, don't think you've gotten away with ruining my exam chances, preventing me from entering the institute. This won't go unpunished. Miriam remained expressionless. Whether or not you got into the institute wasn't my doing. I was only responsible for setting the questions. Whether any academicians wanted you as a disciple was their decision, not mine. What are you saying? You didn't sabotage me? Rudy laughed. Typical, baseless accusations. Just because you act despicably, you assume others do too. My sister doesn't have the time to target you specifically. You're not even worth her attention. Chapter 361. The successor of Josh. 1. Why are you so pleased with yourself? It's not your turn to lecture me, Brant said arrogantly, his tone full of disdain. Rudy still smiled brightly. Right. If I recall the timeline correctly, the interview results should have been announced yesterday. This morning was for the second round of interviews, which you would have missed if you qualified. What did you say? Brant's face turned pale instantly. At this moment, I advise you not to check your score. The more Rudy told him not to look, the more Brant wanted to see it. Immediately, without delay, ignoring further argument with Rudy, Brant pulled out his phone and started checking his score. After the interview that day, he had assumed he stood no chance and consequently hadn't paid attention to the interview results at all, feeling both shocked and disheartened. When the interface opened up, for large characters in front of Brant made him dumbfounded. Passed assessment. Beckett passed. He passed the first round of interviews. The result was released yesterday. Furthermore, there was a notification beneath the announcement. Please register at the entrance of the Marine Geological Research Institute at 9 a.m. tomorrow to participate in the second interview. Yesterday's notice referred to today as tomorrow. At the same time, Brant received an identical notification message on his phone. But just like before, he hadn't checked it. Brant was completely dumbstruck, standing still, as if petrified. Rudy chuckled, then led Miriam away. Rudy had known about Brant passing the interview since yesterday. Thus, from the moment he saw Brant today, he could tell that this fool missed a very important follow-up exam due to his petty mind. Served him right. Those who bullied his sister should pay the price. Carrot. Roughly 15 minutes later, the banquet hall fell silent as Josh had something significant to announce. Everyone held their breath, eagerly and excitedly awaiting the elderly man's statement. Josh, celebrating his 70th birthday today, was tall and slender. Though his hair was white, he looked spirited, ruddy-faced, and vigorous. The elder began. Everyone, I have an important matter to announce today. It concerns my successor. Josh spoke clearly and confidently, looking entirely energetic. Sure enough, he was going to announce the successor. No one knew who it would be. Everyone's curiosity reached its peak. People murmured quietly, whispering and guessing among themselves. Has the elder finally decided on a successor? Is it third Uncle Dustin? I think fourth Uncle Dustin has a higher chance. Maybe it's one of Mr. Hakim's nephews. Whomever it is, we must congratulate the elder. After all these years of uncertainty, it's finally settled. The candidates were now the most anxious ones present. Their hearts pounded in their throats. Each hoped to be chosen by the elder. Josh didn't immediately reveal the answer. Instead, he slowly walked into the crowd. This action surprised everyone. What was the elder planning to do? Wasn't he going to announce the successor? Step by step, Josh approached Miriam and stopped in front of her. Who was this girl? A new face, seen for the first time today. Why did the elder stop in front of her? What was happening here? The crowd was filled with confusion. Miriam was also stunned. Chapter 362. The successor chosen by Patriarch Dustin 2. Why was Patriarch Dustin standing right before her now? Miriam's slender eyebrows knitted together, her sharp eyes revealing bewilderment as she looked at the kindly elderly man who was smiling benignly. Patriarch Dustin spoke with a smile. The successor I have chosen is this young Miss Miriam. Everyone was stunned by Patriarch Dustin's words, including Miriam herself. What was going on? Beckett? The successor of the Dustin family? Who was this person? On what grounds should the Dustin family be inherited by her? She had never heard of such a figure. Are you all right, Patriarch? People were shocked and dumbfounded. The collateral members of the Dustin family wore even more incredulous expressions. Who was this girl that the patriarch actually intended to entrust the vast Dustin family to for management? Driven by intense curiosity, people started to speculate. Who is this girl? Don't know. First time seeing her today. Could it be that she's the illegitimate daughter of the patriarch? It can't be. His original spouse passed away so long ago, but he never remarried. Beckett wouldn't have an illegitimate daughter this late in life. What about a granddaughter? That's even less likely. Patriarch Dustin's only daughter gave birth to a son who's notorious as a delinquent. Then what could be the reason? Wouldn't it be one of the patriarch's mistresses? Stop talking nonsense. What kind of person do you think Patriarch Dustin is? While others might do such things, it's impossible for Patriarch Dustin. Bloss couldn't hold back any longer. Beckett approached Patriarch Dustin. Uncle, what's happening here? Who is this girl? Why would you choose to hand over the entire Dustin family to her? This didn't make sense. It made no sense at all. Beckett thought everything was set in stone. How did a wild card appear out of nowhere? This is my decision, and I don't need to explain it to anyone. Patriarch Dustin remained calm and composed, his demeanor steady and unwavering. His word was final. Whoever he chose as his successor was his decision. No one could interfere. Uncle, surely you must give us some reason? We are not related by blood or marriage. How can you leave your wealth to an outsider? Bloss pressed urgently, seeking answers. Ace chimed in. Yes, uncle, we've never seen this woman before, nor have we heard you mention her. It doesn't matter whether she's an outsider or not. Patriarch Dustin responded. Even if I decide to donate the family assets, that is my prerogative. You're right, Bloss said stubbornly. But we fear you might get deceived. Yes, uncle, this girl has an unknown background. There are so many scams these days. Ace quickly agreed. Other younger family members joined in, persuading Patriarch Dustin to reconsider, one after another. Rudy frowned. Wait a moment. What do you mean by accusing my sister of fraud? Watch your words carefully, or I'll sue you for defamation. Rudy could not tolerate anyone defaming his sister. You two are in cahoots, huh? Talking about defamation, we should be the ones reporting you for fraud. Bloss glared furiously at Miriam, his gaze seemingly ready to devour the beautiful young woman standing before him. I see you're just jealous. Blaming others for lack of ability, wanting to call the police? Let me help you, Rudy retorted. Chapter 363, The Successor of Josh 3. Rudy took out his phone, just about to call the police, when Miriam stopped him. Sis, at Josh's birthday banquet, let's not cause trouble. For the sake of harmony, it would be unseemly for the police to be called during Josh's birthday celebration. Then Miriam said to Josh, though I do not know why you made such a decision, it is an honor to be looked upon so favorably by you. I am flattered. However, this matter is significant and complex. It cannot be resolved with just a few words. Perhaps we can set it aside for now. Once your birthday celebration is over, we can discuss it further. Miriam responded calmly, gracefully, and respectfully. She showed neither elation at being chosen by Josh nor anxiety and anger at being questioned. Facing the elites of Beijing, she gave her response calmly and composedly. Even in front of Josh, the most powerful man in Beijing, she did not show any signs of nervousness. The smile on Josh's face grew wider, revealing admiration in his eyes as he said, Very well, as you wish. Today is my birthday. Let's not talk about other things for now. Miriam smiled gently at Josh, then pulled Rudy aside. Sis, after today's banquet, I will deal with those who cursed at you. Rudy said, his eyes cold. Don't cause trouble, Miriam replied. Sis, I told you, when I grow up, I won't let anyone bully you anymore. Despite his childish appearance, Rudy was serious about his intentions. Over the years, he had been doing more than just acting and being a celebrity. When Miriam was young, she was often bullied by other children in the courtyard who called her a foundling. Back then, Rudy, though still small, fought those boys who insulted Miriam, but ended up beaten black and blue. From that moment on, Rudy swore to become stronger. However, oddly enough, those boys who beat him later had their faces swollen worse than his and limped as they walked. Later, these people would avoid him as if they saw a ghost whenever they encountered him. Miriam said, I'll handle my own matters. Rudy pouted unhappily. You treat me like a kid again. You'll always be a child to your sister, Miriam said. I'm not, Rudy retorted, displeased. Beckett wanted to be the one protecting his sister, not the one being protected. Rudy grumbled. Sis, what do you think is going on today? You clearly don't know Alaric Dustin, yet he specially invited you and wants you to be his successor. Could it be because he knows you are from the Academy of Sciences? Not necessarily. The Dustin family holds high positions both in the government and scientific institutions. Being an academician or not means little to them. So why? Rudy scratched his chin, puzzled. Don't overthink it. We'll find out after talking to Josh once this is over. Miriam didn't want to waste mental energy on a question that couldn't be answered immediately. Right now, she just wanted to eat, drink, and sleep. She could sacrifice her brain cells later when the problem truly needed solving. Brant watched Miriam from afar, still in shock from his interview experience, and was struck speechless again by another wave of astonishment. Brant's father, Dixon, asked, Cameron, isn't this Miriam the same as the one from your maternal grandfather's family? Chapter 364. Brant was greatly struck. Dixon vaguely remembered his wife mentioning the name Miriam once or twice. But since he didn't think much of the Zaire family, he hadn't paid much attention to the fact that they had a new granddaughter and hadn't asked further. Yes, it's her. It took Brant a long time to give this answer. The answer from Brant brought immense shock to Dixon, followed by myriad thoughts after the shock. Their Beckett family was still barely scratching the surface of the Dustin family, and now his wife's niece was about to become the successor of Dustin Elder? How could Dixon remain calm? It took Dixon quite some time to digest this news before he continued asking Brant. Then during your time in Tonhai Alithiadi, you must have seen her. How did she get acquainted with Dustin Elder? I don't know. Brant stared at Miriam intensely, his voice wavering and weak. Beckett really didn't know. Who exactly was Miriam? Dixon said, go talk to your cousin. Just as Dixon was about to go over, he was stopped by Brant. Harold, no, don't go. What is it? Dixon looked at his son in confusion. I've crossed paths with her. You? Dixon was choked with anger. You've only been in Tonhai Alithiadi for a few days. How did you manage to cross paths with her? Harold, her situation is complicated. Wait until Kiyomi comes back. Let her explain to you. Brant avoided eye contact with his father, feeling guilty. Even if there are grudges, you should still go apologize to her now. Your cousins, can there be unresolved issues that last overnight? If it were any other day, Dixon wouldn't care how his son got along with the Zaires. But things were different now. This Miriam might very well become the successor of the Dustin family. The successor of the Dustin family. What does that mean? Could someone like Brant afford to offend her? Not just Brant. Even the entire Beckett family together wouldn't dare to offend anyone from the Dustin family. If Miriam truly became the Dustin family's successor, then Brant would have to beg for her forgiveness on his knees. Brant was pulled by his father Dixon to stand in front of Miriam. So you are Miriam? I'm Dixon, Cameron's father. Dixon smiled warmly as he spoke to Miriam. Brant kept his head down, avoiding eye contact with Miriam. Rudy watched Brant's demeanor and couldn't help but laugh out loud when he recalled how high and mighty Brant had been half an hour ago. Although Rudy didn't say a word, Brant knew he was laughing at him, so he hung his head lower. Unaware of the true reason, Dixon kept trying to establish a rapport with Miriam. I apologize. I came today to celebrate Elder Dustin's birthday and would rather not discuss anything else. As for my relationship with the Zaire family, I hope you find out the details before we talk. Miriam politely declined the conversation. Dixon frowned. Miriam's attitude crushed his hopes. Though Miriam spoke diplomatically, it was clear she was doing it out of respect for the host. Dixon felt his enthusiasm quelled as soon as Miriam poured cold water over it. After calming down for a moment, Dixon decided to keep his thoughts to himself to avoid making a bad impression. Beckett would wait to ask his wife and son about the situation before making any plans. Chapter 365. The game between Tadeo and Judah. Judah stormed into Tadeo's study, pushing the door open forcefully. The guards at the entrance didn't have time to see who had entered before Judah shoved them aside. Beckett strode into the study with long, purposeful steps, looking so formidable that the guards almost mistook him for an intruder. Once they recognized him, they slowly retreated and closed the door. Tadeo seemed to have anticipated this visit. He watched Judah with a sly smile, his eyes twinkling. What are you doing? Judah interrogated Tadeo. To which matter are you referring? Tadeo deliberately asked, his smile revealing mischief. The air thing. Judah's gaze was piercing, his voice low and filled with anger. What can I do? My only grandson refuses to carry on my legacy, so I might as well give it to someone else. If he insists he doesn't want it, then why should others get it? Tadeo sighed dramatically, pretending to be helpless. She's your granddaughter, Judah corrected. You can give it to whoever you want, but why involve her? Judah didn't care who Tadeo chose to manage the family business. He had always insisted he was a Lin family member and would not inherit the Dustin family's assets. Becketer? Who are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Judah gritted his teeth. I think this is the first time I've seen you this upset. Tadeo smiled brightly today. She seems pretty smart. I think Dustin family will be in better hands with her than with those ambitious nephews of mine. What do you think? You're putting her in danger. Judah's brows furrowed darkly, his lips pressed into a straight line, and a shadow of gloom covered his stern face. The wolves of the Dustin family were much fiercer than those of the Zaire family. Tadeo's actions would undoubtedly turn Miriam into prey. That won't happen. I believe she's capable enough. And if she has a strong protector by her side, it would be even better. It looks like that DeAndre is interested in her. Beckett will probably protect her. Tadeo spoke casually with a smile. Judah stared intently at Tadeo for a while before saying, What exactly do you want? Beckett knew very well that choosing Miriam as the successor wasn't Tadeo's ultimate goal. Tadeo responded, I don't have any ulterior motives. I just want you to take over my family business. As for her, it's because you, who refused to come to the capital no matter what, actually came here for her. So I thought involving her might help achieve what I couldn't. Look, you've come to me now. Seems like I made the right bet. Over the years, Tadeo had tried every possible way to get Judah to come to the capital, but nothing worked. The old man, already in his twilight years, had to visit him in Tonhai Alithiadi just to see his grandson. But now, Judah had come all the way here chasing after a girl. When he heard the news, Tadeo felt both frustrated and pleased. So he started playing his perfect plan. Are you really that confident I'll give in? Judah countered. No problem if you don't. Giving it to my granddaughter-in-law works just as well. Tadeo replied with a laugh. This deal was beneficial for Tadeo, no matter how it played out. Judah pressed his lips together, his eyes deep and somber. After a pause, he said, I'll agree to take over Dustin family, but you must resolve her issue immediately. Chapter 366, A Nest of Fools. Ordered by his grandson, Patriarch Dustin not only did not get angry, but laughed particularly happily. No problem at all. Judah's face remained gloomy, his brows slightly furrowed. Patriarch Dustin said, Since you're here already, why don't you join me for dinner? Patriarch Dustin's tone softened, carrying a hint of plea. No matter how renowned he was outside, he was ultimately just an isolated old man. I need to deal with her affairs first, Judah replied in a low voice. It was a matter of life and death concerning Miriam, who knew what those wolves at the Dustin family might do to her. Constrained by the fact that he had caused the situation, Patriarch Dustin could only watch Judah leave. After Judah left, Patriarch Dustin sat in his armchair, revealing a long-absent smile. Beckett had used every method to have this grandson come to Beijing, but he stubbornly refused. This time, however, he actively ran to Beijing chasing after a girl. Patriarch Dustin took out a photo of his daughter from the drawer. In the photo, his daughter leaned against him, smiling sweetly and happily. The biggest mistake I made in my life was opposing your marriage. If I had known what would happen later, I would never have opposed it. That way, I would have a reason to keep you in Beijing, by my side, so you wouldn't have left me forever. Now Percy has grown up, very much like you, especially in character, very stubborn. Beckett is quite capable and seems to have fallen for a girl recently, willing to come to Beijing for her. Patriarch Dustin muttered to himself for a long time in the study. Outside, he was the formidable Patriarch Dustin. Behind closed doors, he was just a pitiful old man who had lost his daughter. After returning home, Dixon interrogated his wife and son and found out the whole story. You two really make me furious. Such a good opportunity was ruined by you. Dixon was furious. Brant hung his head, silent, looking miserable. Mel couldn't defend herself either. Look at what position Miriam holds now. No matter how she won Patriarch Dustin's favor, her current status is very prestigious. Once she truly becomes the successor of the Dustin family, do you think we will still have a place in Beijing given our history with her? Honey, don't be angry. Cameron and I didn't mean for things to turn out this way. Even without our involvement, due to a Merrick, Miriam wouldn't necessarily be close to us. A nest of fools. Dixon scolded. Being cursed along with her family, Mel could only grit her teeth and swallow the humiliation. Honey, for Cameron's sake, please don't be upset. The boy is already suffering enough. Mel was smart enough to know that her son was her greatest trump card. Except for this exam failure, Brant had never disappointed the Beckett family. Indeed, Dixon reined in his temper and turned to Brant. Forget it. You didn't expect things to go this way. As for the exam, if you miss this year, there's always next year. There are plenty of opportunities. Brant gave a self-deprecating smile, his face full of despondency. Once Miriam takes over the Dustin family, given the Dustin family's status as a top research institution, could I still get in? Dixon's brows also knitted tightly together. All right, let's take it one step at a time. She seemed graceful that day and doesn't appear to be the type to hold grudges. Chapter 367, Hotel Fire. Mel said, don't be so pessimistic. Whether Miriam can live long enough to become the successor of the Dustin family is uncertain. Given the situation in the Dustin family, an ordinary person might not survive long enough to become the successor and would have to report to Yama first. Dixon nodded after some thought. You have a point. Let's wait and see for now. After leaving the Dustin family's birthday banquet, Miriam and Rudy returned to the hotel. The rooms were booked by Rudy, 2 presidential suites. If it were up to Miriam, she would have stayed at the dormitory provided by the Academy of Sciences for free instead of spending money. As soon as Miriam got back to the room, she changed into her pajamas, sprawled on the bed, and started binge-watching TV while holding an ice cream, living like a couch potato. Rudy was making a phone call. Yes, good. Did you find out? What exactly was the interaction between the old man of the Dustin family and my sister? Are you sure there's nothing? This really is her first time in the capital? I want a definitive answer within 24 hours. After hanging up the phone, his expression turned serious, unlike his cheerful demeanor in front of Miriam. Beckett had to figure out what was going on. Anything that might endanger his sister's safety must be eliminated. This incident with the Dustin family seemed very serious. The Dustin family situation was common knowledge. Those people were all relying on the old man to make them successors. Now, with his sister suddenly appearing, those people were probably furious and capable of anything. Rudy turned into Miriam's room and saw her binge-watching shows and browsing news. His previous seriousness disappeared, replaced by a relaxed smile. Sis, are you watching these unnutritious dramas again? Why should watching TV be nutritious? If I wanted nutrition, I wouldn't be watching TV, Miriam replied. Rudy smiled affectionately. Sis, you're going to the charity auction tomorrow morning, right? Yeah, it's been a while since I went. Kiyomi used to say you're actually very kind-hearted. Kiyomi was right. No, I'm not kind. Miriam refused to associate herself with kindness. She just wanted to survive, driven by circumstances, which couldn't be called kindness. But Rudy grinned. Okay, if you say you're not, then you're not. Would you like me to accompany you to the charity auction tomorrow morning? Didn't you say you came to the capital for work? Well, there is work indeed, but accompanying my sister is more important than work. As they were chatting, the fire alarm in the hotel suddenly went off. The urgent ringing immediately made the atmosphere tense. The previously quiet hotel building suddenly became chaotic. What's happening? Rudy immediately became alert. Beckett quickly pulled Miriam up and ran out of the room to the hallway, where thick smoke was already spreading. It seemed there was indeed a fire, and it wasn't far from their floor. Rudy pulled Miriam toward the stairwell, only to find that it was filled with the thickest smoke and faint red light visible. The stairs led directly to the area with the worst fire damage. They couldn't use the stairs, and the elevator was even less of an option. Their presidential suite was on the top floor of the entire hotel, and jumping out was out of the question. Miriam remained calm and pulled Rudy back to the room, closing the door. Rudy, I'll contact a helicopter to come pick us up. It's too late. Even if you contact them now, it will take at least an hour for it to arrive, and by then the smoke will likely prevent the helicopter from getting close. Miriam calmly analyzed. Chapter 368 Calm Response. What do we do then? Rudy couldn't remain calm. He was panicked as he had never been before. Beckett wanted to protect his sister, but in this situation, he simply couldn't. Smoke was already spreading throughout this floor, and it wouldn't be long before it swallowed both of them. Rudy felt somewhat guilty. I thought after all these years, I had grown up and could protect my family. Humans are naturally very weak. In the face of disaster, no one is strong. Not just you, but everyone is the same. Just like the car accident that year. I won't let you die, Miriam said. Sis. Rudy looked at Miriam, puzzled. Miriam opened her suitcase. That large silver metallic box, which Miriam carried with her everywhere. Miriam took out 2 gas masks, and then 2 bottles, each containing a canister of reagent. Beckett tray. Miriam handed one to Rudy. What's this? A gas mask, but now I need to modify it into an oxygen device. The 2 bottles of reagents mixed together can slowly release oxygen. After filling the bottles and connecting them with tubing, they can temporarily serve as oxygen tanks. Miriam explained. In fires, most people don't die from being burned, but from inhaling too much smoke and suffocating, especially when trying to escape. Now, the fire hasn't fully spread, so the main danger is heavy smoke and lack of oxygen. As long as we avoid areas with open flames and ensure our breathing, the chances of escaping are relatively high. Miriam quickly dismantled the breathing valve on the gas mask and connected it to a sealed tube, then used equipment on hand to create a temporary oxygen tank. For someone like Miriam, who did experiments and research regularly, this wasn't difficult at all. Surprisingly, in Miriam's suitcase, besides gas masks, there were various reagents, all stored in metal or glass sealed containers. There were also items resembling electronic chips. His sister usually carried these things around. Other girls packed clothes, bags, cosmetics. Hers were completely different. But in this moment, these things could save their lives. Miriam also took out a pair of glasses from her suitcase and handed them to Rudy. Thermal imaging. It will help us determine where the fire is more severe. Seeing only one pair of glasses, Rudy said, You wear it. I'll follow you. Miriam hesitated for a moment, but didn't refuse. She briefly explained her plan to Rudy. They would first use safety ropes to lower themselves down to the next floor, avoiding the completely engulfed stairwells on this and the next floor. Then, starting from the next floor, they would rely on the masks and glasses to find an escape route. After finishing, Miriam closed her suitcase and submerged it in the bathtub filled with water in the bathroom. To escape, they couldn't carry the suitcase, but the reagents inside must not leak. Some contained toxic substances that would evaporate if exposed to air. Rudy nodded, obediently following Miriam's arrangements. Miriam found safety ropes in the room's fire storage cabinet, something properly equipped hotels would have, skillfully tying knots, securing and fastening the rope around her waist. Then Miriam led the way, climbing onto the window, using rock climbing techniques to carefully descend. Chapter 369. Beketro saves the beauty. Reaching the next level's glass, they used a safety hammer to smash it and leaped inside. Rudy closely followed behind. When climbing to the window, Rudy glanced downstairs. At 30 stories high, even someone without acrophobia like him felt a moment of panic. But he quickly regained his composure, focusing on his hands gripping the rope. Compared to Miriam, his movements seemed somewhat clumsy, but were still far superior to those of an average person. By the time he reached the next floor's window, Miriam was already there waiting. She extended her hand, grabbing Rudy's and pulling him into the room. At that moment of holding Miriam's hand, Rudy felt an unparalleled sense of relief. Being with his sister, everything was fine. Upon arriving smoothly at the 29th floor, Miriam and Rudy rushed towards the emergency exit without delay. They hadn't walked far when thick smoke filled the hallway, blurring their vision so that nothing was visible more than 2 meters away. It was nearly impossible to breathe under normal circumstances. Miriam found 2 fire points through her thermal imaging glasses, one between the 29th and 30th floors, both stairwells. This was odd. While one stairwell catching fire might be accidental, could it really be coincidental for both to catch fire simultaneously? The hotel had surveillance cameras in its corridors and rooms, except not in the stairwells. It just so happened that fires broke out in these 2 areas without any surveillance. It was as if someone deliberately wanted to prevent anyone on the 30th floor from surviving. However, Miriam didn't have time to delve into this question at the moment. They needed to head down to the next level as soon as possible. Their actions had to be swift. If delayed, the fire's spread could outpace their descent. Arriving at the emergency exit, they were about to open the door when they found it locked. Miriam kicked the door forcefully. Despite several consecutive kicks, the door remained immobile. The door's quality was damnably good. While Miriam was contemplating what to do next, suddenly, there was significant movement from the other side of the door, which shook a few times. Miriam stepped back 2 paces. Then came a loud boom, and the door was kicked open. Still surrounded by thick smoke, it wasn't until the figure approached that Miriam recognized who it was. Judah. What was he doing here? Before Miriam could fully wonder, she was lifted onto Judah's shoulder like a sack of rice. Judah carried Miriam and ran down the stairs. Rudy hurriedly followed behind. Due to the mask covering his face, Miriam couldn't speak until they had descended 4 or 5 floors. Then she removed the mask and asked Judah, "Why are you here?" Judah's face was grim. "To save you." Miriam was taken aback. Of course. If not for saving her, why would he be there right after the fire started? From Miriam's perspective, Judah's face, with its perfectly chiseled features, appeared to be enveloped by coldness. Beckett was angry. Why? Because of her? Miriam felt an indescribable sensation. She had never imagined that he would risk everything to come save her. Apart from her adoptive parents, this was the first time someone had treated her this way. That warmth swelling in her chest. You can put me down now. We're safe here," Miriam said. Beckett had carried her down hundreds of steps already. Besides, this position was rather awkward. Judah didn't let go. Nor did he stop walking. I can walk on my own. I have better stamina than Ridge, Miriam added. Chapter 370. After her grandfather, his grandson, they take turns to scheme against her. My stamina is better than yours, Judah said, still unwilling to let Miriam get down and walk herself. And so, Miriam was carried all the way from the 29th floor to the first floor by Judah. Rudy, who was with them, panted breathlessly, almost out of breath. Beckett considered himself quite fit, but today he had been pushed to his limits by Judah. Running down dozens of flights of stairs on his own left him as tired as a dog. Judah, carrying his older sister, remained calm and collected without breaking a sweat. Beckett must not be human. When they ran down the building, the fire department had already arrived, with various fire vehicles filling the area. In addition to them, other people were also coming out of the building one after another. Miriam was carried to the ambulance by Judah. I'm not hurt. Don't waste medical resources, Miriam said. I didn't say they needed to check you. Judah then proceeded to check Miriam's physical condition himself to ensure she wasn't injured. Rudy watched nearby, wanting to stop Judah from taking advantage of the situation, but held back when he thought about how Judah had risked his life to save them. How did you think to come rescue me? While Judah was checking her pulse, Miriam asked. After Maverick announced that matter, I guess they might harm you. Your grandpa. Miriam vaguely remembered another name for Judah, Gerald. Judah had told Miriam that his legal name was Gerald, but he hadn't mentioned any connection to the Dustin family in the capital. Do we have any enmity? Miriam asked. After finishing with his grandfather, it's her turn to suffer at the hands of Dustin family. The Dustin family is really making things hard for her. Judah couldn't argue with that. Finishing her pulse, he casually took Miriam's hand and guided it towards his face. What are you doing? Miriam asked. To let you vent, Judah said seriously. Miriam quickly pulled her hand back. I didn't say anything bad about you. Judah looked at Miriam, his icy expression softening slightly. Not angry. Miriam turned her gaze away. Well, you can't completely blame you. Although feeling wronged for being implicated, Miriam felt it wouldn't be right to vent her anger at Judah. Judah was surprised, not expecting Miriam to be unangry. Could this mean that his place in her heart was special? Very trustworthy? Unconsciously, the corner of Judah's mouth curled upward. Sensing the situation worsening, Rudy hurriedly interrupted, asking, since you're elder Dustin's grandson, why doesn't he choose you as his successor but my sister instead? Is today's incident related to the Dustin family? As he spoke, Rudy's eyes turned cold. Someone wanted to kill him and his sister. I'll handle this matter, Judah replied. Whether or not you can handle it is your business, but my sister and I have the right to know what happened. Rudy's tone was firm. You stay at my place first. I will ensure your safety. Once there, I'll explain everything, Judah said. All right, let's find a quiet place and talk, slowly. Judah owned a Sihiyuan in the capital, larger than the one in Tonghai Alithiadi, crucially located in the third ring area of Beijing. In such a land-scarce region, a Sihiyuan of this size must cost tens of millions, living up to the Dustin family's reputation of wealth. After a brief tour of the Sihiyuan, he led Miriam and Rudy to a tea room inside, continuing their unfinished conversation from downstairs in the hotel. Chapter 371 How to Solve It. From the outside, this quadrangle courtyard appeared entirely ancient and elegant, but its interior decorations blended traditional Chinese elements with a touch of modernity. Someone will arrange to bring your luggage over, Judah said. This place is not far from the Academy of Sciences, so it will be very convenient for you to commute to work. Rudy was slow to realize that Judah meant for them to move in permanently. You must have misunderstood. We're only staying here temporarily because of the hotel fire. We don't intend to live here long term. The hotel isn't safe, Judah provided his reasoning. So, does that mean your rundown quadrangle courtyard is safer? Beckett, we have installed the world's most advanced security system. This place will be safer than any hotel you might stay at, or any other house you might purchase or rent. The seemingly ancient and tasteful quadrangle courtyard actually harbored secrets. It was equipped with various electronic alarm systems, and all locks operated by fingerprint and iris recognition. Rudy frowned. Emotionally, he wanted to refuse, but rationally, he knew that living at Judah's place temporarily was the easiest and safest choice for him and his sister's safety. All right, Rudy said, I agree. My sister and I will stay here temporarily. We'll discuss the rent later, and once you decide, we can sign a rental agreement. Rudy intended to maintain clear boundaries with Judah. Although this guy had just risked his life to save his sister, one thing at a time, his 18-year-old sister wasn't ready for romance. No way this man could become his brother-in-law. Let's settle down first. Your sister has been busy. Judah shifted the topic. Regarding the Dustin family matters, it's actually not that complicated. If I don't return, the position of successor might fall into the hands of my paternal uncles, cousins, and other relatives. They don't want me around. So, what does that have to do with my sister? Rudy's expression turned cold. Judah glanced at Miriam without directly answering. This is an old man's way to pressure me. I apologize, but I'll take full responsibility for this matter. Suddenly, Rudy lunged forward, grabbing Judah's shirt collar fiercely. They tried to burn my sister and me alive. Is this just a method your grandfather used to force you? You Dustin family truly lives up to being a top-tier wealthy clan, wielding power. Judah didn't dodge, letting Rudy vent on behalf of Miriam. Miriam pulled at Rudy's clothes. It's not Judah's fault. Sis, because of him have you forgotten how our parents taught us to behave? Miriam asked firmly. With her unwavering gaze, Rudy looked at her for a while before finally releasing his grip. For my sister's sake, I'll hold off on this for now. What do you plan to do about this? If I take on the role of the successor, their attacks won't be directed at your sister, Judah replied. That sounds reasonable enough. Rudy found the answer acceptable. Miriam looked at Judah and objected. That's not solving the problem. It just shifts the target from me to you. Big sister, this was originally his responsibility. You got involved by accident. In other words, it was right for Judah to draw the hatred away, and there was no need to feel sorry for him. Rudy was selfish. He prioritized his sister's safety above all else. Beckett couldn't care much about others. After their parents passed away, his sister became his only family. Beckett absolutely couldn't let anything happen to her. Chapter 372, both of their faces turned red. Miriam explained, I didn't say I wouldn't let him draw the hatred away. But apart from drawing the hatred, today's matter can't just be let go like this. Moreover, I don't think those who acted would really let me off now that the successor has been changed to Judah. I will most likely still be their target. Miriam was angry because they not only went after her, but also Rudy. Family was Miriam's bottom line, untouchable. Miriam's expression was very serious, her eyes sharp and carrying a ruthless edge. Rudy looked at Miriam's face, finding it somewhat familiar. Beckett remembered when he was bullied by older boys as a child. Miriam had the same look on her face back then. Later, those boys were beaten up by his elder sister in an alleyway. Back then, his elder sister wasn't quite adept at fighting and ended up with a bruised nose and swollen face herself. Since young, his elder sister was never the type to be pushed around. It was just that she was generally lazy and wouldn't bother unless someone crossed the line to hurt her. Judah looked at Miriam, rarely seeing her without her usual laziness, now serious. All right, what do you plan to do? Judah asked intently, his eyes focused on her serious demeanor. Let them get the punishment they deserve, Miriam answered. A true gentleman does not leave a wrong unrevenged. Besides, punishing evildoers could earn virtue points. As long as those people had indeed committed evil deeds, punishing them would be recognized as a righteous act by the virtue system, deserving corresponding rewards. Miriam helped Rudy up. Ridge, go to your room first. Aren't you supposed to shoot new scenes? No, I don't want to shoot anymore. I want to be with you. I'm fine now. Filming requires focus. Don't make others think you're throwing your weight around. But, no buts, Judah said. You go shoot your scenes. Leave this matter to me and your elder sister to handle. Why should I rely on you? As a brother, matters concerning my elder sister should be handled by me. You're an outsider. Rudy was extremely unwilling. Ridge, listen, Miriam tried to be stern. Rudy wilted as soon as he saw Miriam's face. Elder sister, Rudy tugged at Miriam's hand, shaking it repeatedly. Listen, Miriam insisted firmly, hinting at irritation. All right, I'll film seriously, please don't be mad, Rudy conceded softly. Then he obediently turned and walked into the room Judah had arranged for him. After all these years, he still couldn't break the habit of fearing his elder sister's anger. Once Rudy left, the tea house was left with Miriam and Judah facing each other. Their eyes met, and Miriam suddenly remembered the scene at the hotel, how Judah had carried her on his shoulder and climbed 28 floors. Beckett's gaze inadvertently landed on Judah's pale, slender hands. She vaguely recalled that his hand had been placed behind her thigh. Looking on, Miriam's face involuntarily turned red. Judah originally hadn't thought much about it. After Rudy left, he wanted to discuss the next steps with Miriam. But seeing Miriam blush made Judah's thoughts wander too. Realizing that Miriam was looking at his hands, Judah seemed to recall something. In fact, when saving people at the hotel, Judah had been completely focused and hadn't thought of anything inappropriate. Only now did he realize that his hand had been placed. Both of their faces turned red, and they both instinctively averted their gazes, avoiding looking at each other. Chapter 373, the only young master of the Dustin family, makes his official appearance. The television news was broadcasting the latest situation regarding the hotel fire. The fire had been extinguished, and no one was injured. It was said that at the time of the incident, only 2 suites on the top floor were occupied, while the guests on other floors successfully evacuated as soon as the alarm sounded. The cause of the fire was still under investigation. Brothers Bloss and Ace were watching the report in the living room at home. When the reporter mentioned there were no casualties, Ace cursed angrily. This little wretch has really good luck. She's unscathed. Did your people do a clean job? Did they leave no trace? Bloss was worried about any potential exposure. If the plan failed, it would only cause trouble. Don't worry, brother. My people are always reliable, Ace said confidently. How about the background check on Miriam? Asked Bloss. As the elder brother, Bloss was more decisive and responsible for strategizing, while his younger brother Ace handled execution. We've checked. Miriam is from Tonhai Alithiadi, 18 years old, and currently attending Huaiwa Private High School in Tonhai Alithiadi. She has excellent grades and has already passed the independent enrollment test for Jingcheng University. Tonhai Alithiadi, Huaiwa Private High School. Isn't that where Judah studies? So this girl is Judah's classmate. Bloss asked. Not just a classmate, but also desk mates. What does the old man mean by this? Bloss frowned, pondering. Could it be, because Judah is not up to the task, he's looking for his classmate with good academic performance as a successor? I think the old man is smart. Beckett's probably selecting a granddaughter-in-law for himself. Ace gnashed his teeth. There is indeed a possibility. Since Judah can't be relied upon, finding him a capable granddaughter-in-law might be a clever idea. Ace said angrily. In other words, the old man never planned to choose a successor from among us. While the brothers were discussing, they received a call saying Judah had returned to the Dustin family. The Francis was preparing to reveal Judah's identity publicly. The brothers' faces turned even grimmer. They hurriedly headed to the Dustin residence. When the brothers arrived, many people were already there. Those who had close ties with the Dustin family had gathered one after another. They all came to see the Dustin family's young master, who was relatively unknown outside their circle, Gerald. This person had never set foot in Jingcheng before, Yet he was an indispensable figure within the Dustin family. They had all heard of Gerald's name. Reckless, malicious, delinquent. All negative terms used to describe males seemed applicable to this person. In the spacious and bright living room of the Dustin residence, more than 10 people had gathered. The moment the brothers arrived, they pulled someone aside to ask, "Where is he?" "Beckett's in the old man's study upstairs." Everyone was waiting for the Francis to bring him down. "What's going on? Why did he suddenly come to Jingxing? What is the old man thinking?" Ace asked anxiously. People in the living room showed various expressions. Each had their own speculations and concerns, but no one voiced them, knowing they were competing against each other. However, when it came to dealing with Judah, they were united. Over the years, they had each sent people to Tonghai Alithiadi to monitor Judah's life and create troubles for him, leading him toward a worse path. Chapter 374. Officially becoming the Becketter of the Dustin family. It can be said that most of them had a hand in turning Judah into what he is today. Judah, who constantly fought and brawled, showing no ambition for improvement, and with a notorious record, logically speaking, shouldn't pose much of a threat even if he came to the capital. Another half an hour passed before there was movement upstairs. Maverick Dustin appeared along with others within everyone's line of sight. Judah wore a white shirt and black long pants, standing taller than Maverick Dustin. His thick eyebrows were sharp like blades, and his eyes as piercing as sword tips. Beckett had a high-bridged nose and prominent cheekbones. His face was cold yet aristocratic, and his figure tall and dignified. Not only was he extraordinarily handsome, but he also unexpectedly displayed remarkable steadiness and presence. What's going on? It was indeed Judah. They had been keeping a close watch on Judah these past few years and had seen countless photos of him. There was nothing wrong with his features, but something felt off. Not just a little bit. Maverick Dustin had a look of delight on his face. "I was originally planning to inform you separately, but since you are all here, I'll take this opportunity to announce it. This is my grandson, Gerald, and he will be my successor. Starting today, he will gradually take over the Dustin family's affairs." "Uncle," Ace couldn't hold back. "What exactly is going on? On your birthday, you still said that you would let a girl named Miriam be your successor." "Lied. Do you have any objections to my decision?" Maverick Dustin's highly perceptive eyes fixed on Ace. "Uncle, I didn't mean it like that." Ace hastily denied under the pressure. Beckett got anxious and almost upset his uncle. Ace knew very well that no matter what they did, they could never afford to make Uncle despise him. The best response is no objection. "I hope you will all support Percy well from now on and be his trusted aides," Maverick Dustin ordered. "Yes, understood." They all agreed accordingly. No matter how many grievances they harbored at that moment, none dared voice them out. Judah slowly descended from the second floor, his leather shoes making rhythmic tap-tap sounds as they hit the stairs. Everyone's eyes followed his movements. Beccatello, uncles, aunts, cousins. Judah greeted everyone with a smile. Though smiling, there was an inexplicable pressure about him. His gaze carried a mischievous and mocking tone, as if everyone before him was prey. Bloss hurriedly smiled in response. "My wise nephew has finally come to the capital. Your elderly uncle talks about you every day. Now that you're here, his mind is at ease." "His mind is at ease, but I wonder how yours are?" Judah asked. "Of course, we are also happy," Bloss replied. "Really?" Judah squinted his eyes and smiled, his keen eyes causing people to shiver inexplicably. "What's going on with this Judah? Why does he seem so familiar with them?" These past years, they never showed themselves. They only sent people to mess up his life. There was no reason for Judah to know their situation all the way in the capital. So, it's probably just them imagining things. They shouldn't scare themselves like this. Even if Judah noticed something, he's just a 20-year-old boy, with a notorious past and lack of worldly experience. He must be putting on a front, acting tough when inside he's just empty, like a stuffed pillow filled with straw. Chapter 375, full of hatred. Dustinley Kuhn explained, "You've returned. Only then our family is complete." At the birthday banquet that day, when Uncle suddenly announced he would have an outsider as his successor, I was genuinely worried. "Now that you're back, this concern has vanished," Judah said. "The Miriam you mentioned isn't an outsider. She's my girlfriend. Previously, Alaric said he wanted her to be the successor just to prompt me to take over. Beckett never intended to hand it over to an outsider. Indeed, his and his brother's speculations were right. The old man had planned it all along. Miriam was merely a front. The old man's true intention was still for Gerald to inherit the Dustin family. So that's how it is. Since she's family, it seems our previous worries were unfounded," Dustinley Kuhn said. "Nephew, if there's anything unclear, feel free to ask us. We'll do our best to assist you wholeheartedly." Dustinley Kuhn's face was kind, his tone sincere, his attitude friendly. "That won't be necessary. I see that in these past years you haven't made any significant achievements. You might as well leave the opportunity to the younger generation." Judah's straightforward criticism was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. What gave this delinquent, who couldn't get into a decent university after 2 years of retakes and spent his days fighting and ending up at the police station, the right to say they hadn't made any substantial achievements? Dustinley Kuhn still smiled kindly, his gaze benevolent. "Nephew, we've done quite a lot over the years. Though we can't compare with your uncle, it will be quite troublesome to find replacements for us right away. How about waiting until you are familiar with the procedures of the Dustin family business before considering changing people?" Judah disagreed. "Now the Dustin family is under my control. Can I not even change people?" Judah turned to look at the old master. The old master replied, "I promised you the authority, so it's yours." "Uncle," Dustinley was anxious, his eyes filled with urgency and grievance. On his first day in power, Judah wanted to replace them all. No one could bear this. Others remained composed, But Dustin Duh was relatively short-tempered, easily showing his emotions. The old master stated firmly, "I've chosen Percy as my successor. From now on, every decision he makes, I will support." These words silenced everyone. They had anticipated that if Gerald appeared, the old master would unhesitatingly choose him. But they didn't expect the old master's doting on Gerald had reached this extent. All of them together couldn't match Gerald's single word. "If it's Uncle's command, we can't refuse," Dustin responded. Only Dustin spoke among them. The others were silent, not that they didn't want to speak, but they couldn't. Leaving the Dustin family residence, everyone looked extremely grim. Dustin couldn't help it. "We knew the old master would definitely want Gerald to inherit the family business, but we didn't expect him to completely ignore Gerald's incompetence." Another person said, "What can we do? Gerald is the old master's direct grandson, his only heir. We collateral branches can't compare." "We can't compare, but what about all these years we've served? Even a dog raised for 10 or 20 years shouldn't be kicked out like this without reason," someone else added. Chapter 376 Resentment. "Shut up, we're not even as good as a dog right now. So we just roll out of the Dustin family like this? Are you content? For my part, I can't swallow it. What can we do about it if we're not content? The old man has the final say in the Dustin family. No one can defy his will. I won't accept it. Haven't we done enough over these years?" All of them harbored resentment in their hearts. In the past, they had competitive relationships with each other, but now, there was nothing left for them to compete for. They were a laughingstock. They could not resist the command of Tadeo and could only grumble after leaving the Dustin family. But no matter how much they complained, the intense sense of grievance and anger inside couldn't be dispelled. Blas pulled his brother away, not wanting him to expose too much. After getting into their own car, Dustin could no longer hold back. What is Gerald anyway? What qualification does he have? The old man must be crazy. Doesn't he fear that Gerald will ruin everything in the Dustin family? The old man has only this successor. At his age, commanding authority for so many years, he's had fame and profit, which aren't important to him anymore. Beckett probably just wants to be with his grandson and doesn't care about the rest. Blas was much calmer and more composed than his brother Dustin Duh. "Elder brother, what should we do now?" Dustin Duh was truly unwilling. He couldn't stay calm at all. Even if they weren't heirs, they were the direct nephews of their uncle. After so many years in the Dustin family, they deserved recognition for their hard work. It was heartless to kick them out like this. Gerald is an incompetent fool. Under his management, it won't take long for the Dustin family to be ruined. Blas calmly analyzed the situation. Gerald had no capability. Just on that point, they already had the upper hand. No matter how highly regarded by the old master, he was still a piece of worthless mud that can't be leaned upon. But by the time Gerald ruins the Dustin family, wouldn't it be too late? Moreover, the Dustin family's huge fortune might take Gerald quite a long time to completely destroy, and I don't want to live under his thumb for years. Dustin Duh frowned, filled with worry. Beckett wanted a fully powerful Dustin family, not a declining one. Blas said calmly, "We spared his life before because he was useless and posed no threat to us." "Brother, do you mean?" "Exactly what you're thinking. But brother, we barely failed in dealing with Miriam last time, which was risky. This time, we know Gerald's habits, character, and temper better than anyone else. Don't you have confidence in dealing with him?" A sneer appeared at the corner of Blas's mouth. "You're right. Beckett's dim-witted, arrogant, self-centered, and easily enraged. It's much easier to deal with him compared to someone like Miriam, whom we knew nothing about." The news that Judah returned to the Dustin family spread quickly. The Beckett family received the news first. They confirmed that the Dustin family would be taken over by Tadeo's only legitimate grandson, Gerald. At this time, the Beckett family had just brought Ayanna and Christopher to Beijing, intending to continue implementing the plan that Mel didn't finish in Tonghai Lithiety. Mel asked Ayanna and Christopher anxiously, when did Miriam start dating someone? And where did Gerald, this legitimate grandson of the Dustin family, come from? Chapter 377 Gerald might become the second Wilson. Mel had lived in the capital for many years and had heard that Maverick Dustin had a grandson, but she had never seen him in person and thought it might be false. "I don't know." Ayanna replied with ignorance to everything concerning Miriam. "Really? How do you call yourself a mother?" Due to her bad mood, Mel couldn't help but berate Ayanna a couple of times. Ayanna hung her head low after being scolded by Mel, not daring to defend herself. Mel glanced at Christopher beside her again. Christopher acted like he didn't want to deal with anyone. Although he was brought to the capital by Mel forcefully, he refused to cooperate. His attitude was clear. Even if the Zaire family lost its former glory, they could start over again, and a home built up bit by bit on their own would be the most solid. Mel sighed, "Forget it. Tomorrow, the Dustin family is hosting a welcoming party for Gerald on a yacht. Miriam, as Gerald's girlfriend, will definitely attend. I'll take you there tomorrow. I've arranged for Miriam to fall into the water. At that time, you should jump in without hesitation to save her. It doesn't matter whether you can actually save her or not. The most important thing is for Miriam to see how anxious you are about her, to see that you'd risk your life for her." "Got it." Ayanna nodded. "Yes." After the news about Gerald spread, it caused quite a stir. Not only the Beckett family, but also other prestigious families were extremely curious about Gerald. If he really took over from Maverick Dustin, his status would be equal to Delbert. As for whether Gerald had the same talent and appearance as Delbert, it would only become clear after meeting him in person. Delbert also received an invitation. Unlike others, Delbert had known Gerald's identity long ago. Gerald was not only the successor of the Dustin family patriarch, but also the only disciple of Amnon Elder. Delbert stared at the invitation on the table as if deep in thought. The male secretary hurriedly said, "Cornelius, if you don't want to go, I'll refuse the invitation for you right away. What are the media saying? Delbert asked. With such a big event as the return of the Dustin family's young master, gossip magazines would surely write about it. The media says Gerald's background is mysterious. It might be because Maverick Dustin deliberately kept him hidden to protect him. Some even say Gerald could become the second Wilson. These media outlets are talking nonsense. Gerald cannot be compared to you, Cornelius. Delbert was acclaimed as the first-class prince of the capital's top family. Whether it was his family background or his looks and talent, all were top-notch. There were no flaws to pick at in any aspect. People who wanted to marry him could line up from the east gate to the west gate of the capital. But Delbert always kept himself clean, never involved in any scandal. I don't think so, said Delbert. Cornelius. The male secretary looked at Delbert in surprise. Delbert pointed at the three big characters, Gerald, on the invitation. I may not be able to win against him. The secretary didn't believe it and chuckled dryly. Cornelius, don't joke. While the Dustin family might match you in terms of background, in other aspects, he definitely can't compare with you. You went to the US for further studies at 16, got an MBA at 18, and took over the CIA group at 20. This Gerald just appeared in public view at 20. He probably hasn't even graduated from university. People shouldn't be judged by appearances alone, Delbert said. I'll go to the party tomorrow. Please reply on my behalf. Okay. Also, prepare a gift for me. Got it. Chapter 378, Welcome Party. The Dustin family prepared a welcome party for Gerald, inviting all the prominent figures from various circles in the capital city, including aristocratic families and business elites. Anyone who could board the yacht was a person of note in the capital, making for an extremely grand scene. On the incredibly luxurious yacht, which was resplendent with gold and light, guests were clinking glasses and chatting merrily. Today's protagonist is still to appear, the young master of the Dustin family, Gerald. Everyone was full of curiosity about him. Dixon had come early with his wife Mel, his brother-in-law Ayanna, and his nephew Christopher onto the yacht. Christopher silently found a corner for himself, playing on his phone. The once obedient, optimistic, and ambitious teenager had become quiet and rebellious. Ayanna wasn't blind to her son's transformation, but she simply did not know how to deal with it. Delbert arrived. His appearance immediately drew the attention of many people, and quite a few surrounded him to greet him. Delbert, ever the gentleman, declined their invitations for conversation by politely reminding them he was not today's main guest. Dixon glanced at Delbert, sighing inwardly. Indeed, Delbert was the cream of humanity. If only he had a marriageable daughter, there might be an opportunity. Wilson is really outstanding. Yes, I wonder how much of Wilson's quality the young master of the Dustin family has. It must be difficult to match Wilson. There's no one like him in the capital. People whispered among themselves. The star of the day hadn't arrived yet, so everyone could only speculate. After another half hour, the only direct descendant of Maverick Dustin, Gerald, finally appeared in the banquet hall of the yacht, accompanied by members of the Dustin family. At the sight of him, Ayanna and Mel both showed looks of surprise. They had met this man before. Beckett was Miriam's trace, and also the legendary divine Dr. Josh. How could it be him? All the pieces suddenly fell into place. No wonder. So that's how it was. What's wrong with you two? Dixon asked, noticing the expressions on his wife and Ayanna's faces. Their expressions were strange, as if they knew something important. This person is Prudence's trace. They have a very close relationship, seemingly boyfriend and girlfriend. Beckett is also a highly accomplished divine doctor whom the presidents of major hospitals respect greatly. Mel explained softly to her husband. This. Dixon almost choked on his own foolish wife's words. So, they had missed out on such a great opportunity to connect with the Dustin family because of these two silly women. Judah, arriving fashionably late, stunned everyone with his presence. Not a model, yet he possessed perfect features. Cold and dignified, his aura was authoritative and enigmatic. And beside Judah stood Miriam, with a cold beauty, a stunning face, and a flawless figure. She drew countless gazes the moment she appeared. Miriam held Judah's arm, looking like a loving couple. Together, the handsome man and beautiful woman made a striking pair, causing everything and everyone around them to pale in comparison. Even Christopher, who had been silently playing with his phone, looked up. Upon seeing Miriam, Christopher's expression changed momentarily before he lowered his head again. One by one, people approached Judah to engage in conversation. The Dustin relatives were scattered around the yacht, waiting to see Judah embarrass himself. It was probably Judah's first time experiencing such grandeur, and he didn't know how to interact with the nobles, celebrities, and business elites. Once he started speaking, everyone would know what kind of person he really was. Chapter 379, Being Taught a Lesson by Miriam. 1. Judah was very aloof, his arrogance tinged with calmness. Beckett answered questions nonchalantly, but in a manner befitting his noble status. After their conversation, Judah did not embarrass himself. Instead, he left a good impression on everyone as the young master of the Dustin family. Bloss and his brother Dustin Ledoux came up to Judah, inviting him to join the gambling table. The entertainment activities on the yacht were diverse, including various betting games for amusement. Sorry, gambling is illegal, and I don't engage in unlawful activities, Judah said politely, refusing without leaving any room for argument. Bloss explained, Dear nephew, please rest assured. This isn't real gambling. We wouldn't do anything that breaks the law. This round is actually a charity event. The money lost will be donated directly to charities and won't belong to the winners. You can see it as a form of charitable fundraising. Which charity will receive the donations? Miriam asked calmly. The Children's Education Fund specifically established for impoverished children in southwestern mountainous areas, Bloss replied. Alaric Dustin, how about we play? Miriam said to Judah. Judah looked down at Miriam, who was holding onto his arm. All right. Beckett agreed immediately. Whatever you lose counts as mine. Good, Miriam nodded. Everyone could see how indulgent Judah was towards Miriam, especially the Beckett family and the Zaire family. Ayanna watched this scene with mixed feelings. Dixon thought more and more what a pity it was. Christopher frowned, feeling uneasy looking at Judah, especially at his hand holding Miriam's. But he didn't do anything, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Judah and Miriam approached the gambling table. What do we play? Miriam asked. What would Miss Zaire like to play? Blas asked. We have mahjong, pai gow, dice, poker, roulette, you name it. I've never played before, nothing too complicated. Just tell me which one is the simplest, Miriam said coolly. Beckett's slow and unhurried demeanor made people think she was an old hand, but she admitted her inexperience. Why don't we play dice? It's simple and straightforward, Blas suggested. Fine. Miriam accepted the bowl from a nearby waiter. Who plays with me? I'll go first to set the tone, Blas said. Let me accompany Miss Zaire in this round. Blas stood opposite Miriam, separated by the gambling table. A crowd gathered around to watch. Dixon and his wife quickly joined them. Even Christopher couldn't contain his curiosity and moved closer to watch Miriam. Delbert stood by the gambling table, his expression calm, but his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Beckett had secretly observed Miriam for 3 years and had never seen her touch these things. Why did she suddenly decide to play today? Blas held the dice bowl and said, We'll compare the total points. 1 million per round. What do you think, Miss Zaire? Fine. Miriam took the dice bowl and shook it casually, putting it down after a few indifferent shakes. Beckett's movements were awkward and casual. Since there was a benefactor paying for her, she clearly didn't care about winning or losing. Indeed, for the Dustin family's young master, 1 million was peanuts. Miriam could lose all night, and it wouldn't matter. Blas also shook the dice, opened the bowl, and revealed 4, 4, and 6, 14 points. That was quite a high number. Chapter 380, being taught a lesson by Miriam, 2. Josh Lidkin smiled and made an inviting gesture. Miss Zaire, it's your turn. Miriam calmly opened the dice cup. 666, 3 sixes. Miriam won. It seemed that Miss Zaire had quite good luck, getting 3 sixes on her first roll. Josh Lidkin smiled gently. This round I lost. I will donate 1 million, but I am indeed not good at this. Let my younger brother take over from here. Josh Lidkin rarely touched such things himself, while his brother Dustin Lidwa often flew to Europe to play, making him more proficient in this field. Dustin Lidwa took the dice cup with confidence and shook it. After opening the cup, he was still full of confidence. 3 sixes. Miriam also re-rolled and opened it. It was also 3 sixes. This round was a tie. Wasn't Miriam's luck too good, getting 3 sixes twice in a row? Or was there something wrong with the dice in her hand? Dustin Lidwa kept an eye out. Even experienced players like him couldn't guarantee getting 3 sixes every time. Miriam's technique for shaking the dice was very amateurish, obviously a newcomer. If it was just good luck, getting 3 sixes twice in a row was a bit too much, right? After paying 1 million, Dustin Lidwa said to Miriam, How about we switch this round and compare who has the lowest score? Sure. Miriam agreed straightforwardly, her expression cold. Then Dustin Lidwa showcased his superb gambling skills. Opening the dice cup revealed 3 ones. When comparing the highest, he rolled 3 sixes. When comparing the lowest, he rolled 3 ones. A confident smile spread across Dustin Lidwa's face. Miss Zaire, I'm really sorry, but this round might cost you 1 million. Judah said to Miriam, Don't worry, no matter how much you lose, I can afford it. Miriam, expressionless, lifted the dice cup. The 3 dice were stacked vertically, with the top one showing a single dot, standing alone towering to the sky, and the number on the top die was the smallest point. This wasn't something a novice could roll out on their first try. The onlookers were also surprised. It seemed that Josh's girlfriend was an expert in this area. Everyone had been fooled by her initially. Has Miriam learned gambling techniques? Mel whispered to Ayanna beside her. I don't know. Ayanna replied guiltily. You truly have no clue. Mel glared at Ayanna before refocusing on the game. With Dustin Lidwa having 3 points and Miriam only 1, Miriam won this round. Dustin Lidwa's face turned grim. Miss Zaire, why did you deceive us? Clearly, you're an expert at playing dice, yet you lied and said it was your first time. That's not fair. Miriam remained calm, speaking sincerely. I truly played for the first time. Dustin Lidwa didn't believe it, nor did the others around them fully trust Miriam's words. Dustin Lidwa added, Since Miss Zaire is actually an expert, why don't we switch to something more skillful? Judah's gaze darkened, mocking. Are you afraid of losing? Even if she is an expert, do you only play games with newcomers and run away when encountering skilled players? Dustin Lidkin explained for his brother. Nephew, please don't misunderstand. Lidwa just felt that it would be a waste of Miss Zaire's talents. Only more challenging and difficult content can highlight her abilities. Okay. Miriam's reaction was indifferent. Beckett's calmness made people suspect that she might be a hidden gambling master. So, let's switch to poker. Base price 1 million, no problem, right? Dustin Lidwa asked. Chapter 381 being taught a lesson by Miriam, 3. In Texas Hold'em, the betting would continuously increase during the game. Starting from a base price of 1 million, it was very normal for several tens of millions to be won or lost in a single round. If playing dice all afternoon had limited gains and losses, playing Texas Hold'em could let Miriam lose everything Judah owned. No problem, Miriam said. Ace then asked Judah, What do you think, Percy? If Prudence wants to play, she can. My money is hers, Judah answered. That indulgence made the women present feel extremely envious of Miriam. Young Master Dustin not only came from the Dustin family, was wealthy and powerful, but also incredibly handsome without any flaw. Such a dashing and rich man was completely smitten with the woman beside him. Who wouldn't want this kind of indulgence? The game began. Dealing cards. First round. Each player got 2 cards, one face-up card everyone could see, and one face-down card only visible to the player. However, after receiving the cards, Miriam didn't check her face-down card at all. This operation was completely unreasonable. Not checking what she held. How could she play? Was she really here to seriously play the game? Or did she plan to completely leave her fate to luck? Ace's face-up card was a spade ace, while Miriam's was a Becketart 10. Ace having the highest card, he called out a bid. A smile hung on the corner of Ace's mouth. 10 million. Goodness, 10 million right from the start. Increasing tenfold, too aggressive. Miriam remained expressionless. Call. This woman didn't even look at her own hidden card before following the bet. She was quite fierce. The Beckett family felt inexplicably anxious. They already considered Miriam and Judah as their people, secretly hoping Miriam would win, not wanting her to lose Judah's money. Deal another round of cards. Ace got another club ace, while Miriam drew a Becketart J. Again, Ace had the highest cards. Ace continued to call out, 20 million. Call. Miriam responded. She showed no panic, no fear. Had Miriam gone crazy? At least take a quick glance at her hidden card before deciding whether to follow. If it wasn't good, she should withdraw now to cut her losses. Even if her hidden card were a Becketart A, giving her a chance for a flush draw, the probability was so low. The remaining cards might not favor her wishes. Meanwhile, Ace already had a pair of aces openly. Just based on the current board, Miriam's chances of winning were very low. Continuing dealing, 4th card, Ace drew a diamond ace, while Miriam drew a Becketart K. Still, Ace had the better hand. Ace grinned. Miss Zaire, my apologies, I'll make the next bid. 30 million. Miriam did not hesitate for a second. Call. Crazy. Miriam was really going insane. With this style of play, young Master Dustin would run out of money for her to lose. Everyone's gaze fell on Judah. Judah looked at Miriam with tender eyes, his face calm and composed, showing no sign of worry or tension. The last card, Ace got a spade K, while Miriam got a Becketart Q. Miriam's hand clearly aimed for a flush draw. Unless her hidden card was a Becketart A, she was destined to lose. Ace laughed. It seems Miss Zaire is betting on a flush. However, with my hand so good, there's no reason not to push further. Let me make the final bet of 50 million. Call. Miriam still did not waver for an instant. Why don't you check your hidden card first? Ace reminded Miriam. No need. I don't like checking hidden cards. I prefer gambling on luck, Miriam replied. Chapter 382. A series of operations leads to a big harvest. Everyone looked at Miriam with indescribable expressions. This woman was truly wasteful. She didn't even stop her losses when there was a chance to do so. There must be something wrong with her brain. Beckett Urue was anxious, almost wanting to go up and check Miriam's bottom card for her. Amir reminded Judah. Should Percy help your girlfriend take a look? I said I'd let her play. It's her game, and I won't intervene. Judah's answer left everyone speechless. Should they say that this family young master was too indulgent toward his girlfriend, or that he was just as crazy as she was? What a joke. Amir mocked silently before he said proudly. All right, let's turn the cards then. With that, he revealed his bottom card, a diamond K. So his hand consisted of 3 aces and 2 kings. Actually, what his bottom card was did not matter much. The key was Miriam's bottom card. As long as it wasn't a Becketart ace, she would lose. Miriam tilted her head back and spoke to Judah. You open it for me. Why should I open it for you? Judah gazed at Miriam intently. Because you're my greatest luck in life, and I think you'll bring me good fortune. Miriam said. In front of everyone, Miriam spoke these sweet words. Everyone listening felt goosebumps rise on their skin. Delbert's heart thumped. That moment of pain was very real. His gaze darkened, yet he could not tear his eyes away from Miriam's face filled with a soft smile. Beckett's smile was what he had hoped to see for 3 years. Beckett never thought that the person who could make her smile would be Judah. Delbert did not know that this was something Miriam and Judah had planned beforehand. Beckett's appearance as Judah's girlfriend and showing off their love publicly were all part of their plan. Even though Judah knew Miriam said this intentionally, the corners of his mouth still curled up uncontrollably. All right. Judah reached out, picked up Miriam's bottom card, and flipped it over. Everyone watched Judah's hands intently. A Becketart ace appeared in front of everyone. A straight flush. Miriam's hand was a straight flush. She won. Miriam said, You are indeed my lucky star. Then she turned to Amir, saying, I'm really sorry. Since I won, could you and your brother donate 50 million to the Children's Fund to help underprivileged children grow healthily and have a chance at education? I believe those children will thank you greatly. Then Miriam addressed the crowd. Everyone, charity events using card games are great. They can spread kindness while being entertaining. But remember not to expect huge profits from them. Gambling is not a way to make money. Playing cards or dice with the intention of making a profit will only invite misfortune. Amir found her words strangely cutting as he listened. It felt like Miriam was mocking him somehow, although he couldn't pinpoint exactly what she was mocking. Regardless, it irritated him, making him uncomfortable. Those watching quickly agreed with Miriam. Miss Zaire is right. Gambling is harmful and absolutely unacceptable. Yes. We played cards, dice, and roulette today just to add some fun to the charitable donations. Everyone should maintain the right mindset. That's true. Today, no matter who wins or loses, it's all for a good cause. Virtue value plus 50. Hatred value plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Admiration value plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. The system kept prompting. Besides the virtue value gained from the donation, Miriam's hatred value rose by 50 points, and her admiration value soared by 121 points. Chapter 383. Don't take advantage of the situation. Although the tens of millions donated did not come directly from Miriam's pocket, it was her efforts that facilitated this donation. Therefore, the system credited her with the virtue points from this donation. Additionally, because Miriam had promoted positive energy, the system awarded her an extra 50 virtue points, coupled with the additional animosity and admiration points. This was a bountiful gain for Miriam. Ace's expression darkened to an extreme as he clenched his fists in anger. Blas placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling with his eyes not to act rashly. The yacht had already set sail, and their people were in place. Now they just needed to lower Judah's guard. A little more patience, and Judah would be dealt with. Getting angry now would only cause unnecessary trouble. Ace could only suppress his anger, and silently vowed that once Judah and Miriam fell into his hands, he would make them pay for mocking him. After the revelry ended, Judah and Miriam returned to their room. Everyone would be resting on this luxurious yacht tonight. Judah and Miriam returned to the same room. It looked like these two were already living together. The room was arranged by the Dustin brothers, Blas and Ace. Upon entering the room, Miriam opened her suitcase. Judah watched her from the side, noticing that she truly had many peculiar gadgets. Many of them were advanced technological products invented by senior researchers at the Academy, but not yet released to the market. Some products weren't unsellable due to lack of demand, but rather couldn't be released as they might pose significant risks. Yet Miriam possessed all these items. After taking care of things in the corner, Miriam came to the bed. Judah immediately hugged her. Miriam instinctively resisted a bit. Didn't you say they're watching? Judah whispered in her ear, so close that his breath nearly brushed against her earlobe. Yes, that's true. So if we don't act intimate, how can they let down their guard? It doesn't have to be this intimate. You insisted on coming along. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't need to go through all this trouble alone. Don't take advantage of the situation. I'm just positioning myself. If I were a beast, given your attraction to me, I'd have done far more than this. This stark confession made Miriam, who usually had thick skin, blush. Looking at Judah's profile up close, Miriam felt a momentary daze. Actually, he really treated her well. But, I'm going to take a shower. Miriam tried to leave as an excuse. Judah pulled her back. No. Why not? What if they installed cameras, even in the bathroom? At the thought of someone possibly seeing Miriam, Judah's face turned dark and ominous. I checked just now. There are no cameras detected in the bathroom direction, Miriam said. But what if your detection device missed something? The possibility is slim. Miriam was confident in the equipment she brought. Slim doesn't mean non-existent. Judah lifted the blanket, covering himself and Miriam. Under the blanket, they could clearly hear each other's breathing. Miriam, move a little. Judah, how do you want me to move? Smiling wickedly. Miriam, make some noise. Studies show that men are most vulnerable and defenseless right after they finish, so I think they'll likely choose this moment to act. Judah. Chapter 384. Catching a turtle in a jar, 1. Judah felt that despite being the one teasing, he was instead teased by Miriam. Judah looked at Miriam, who was just within arm's reach, his expression unusually intent. Seeing Judah stop talking and staring at her intensely, Miriam asked, "What are you thinking?" "You wouldn't want to know," Judah replied. "What do you mean? How do you know I wouldn't want to know?" "I was thinking." Judah paused for a moment, then suddenly reached out and tickled Miriam's sides. Stop you." Miriam reacted violently, rolling and writhing. Miriam was extremely ticklish, especially on her sides. Anyone touching those spots would make her jump. "Judah, you bastard, stop, help her. Acting must be done thoroughly. This was your request, not my force. I came to help you because of your safety, to protect you. But you repay kindness with ingratitude. If it were only me, I'd bury myself under the covers and pretend to be sound asleep. But with you in the room, would it look reasonable for both of us to fall asleep immediately? Even the Ho brothers aren't stupid enough not to suspect something." After explaining this to Miriam, Judah went after her ticklish spots again. You jerk." Jerk." The movements under the blanket grew more intense, causing visible undulations through the pure white sheets, inviting speculation. Watching their every move on a computer monitor, the Ho brothers, Lacoon and Lyde, could only see Judah and Miriam moving inside the blanket, appearing quite vigorous. Baker sniffed and commented, "Surely young people, once they have no audience, can't sit still." Then he turned to Fiki and said, "Brother, let's make our move now. I don't want to wait any longer." "No rush. Wait a bit longer. Strike after they're done. That is when men are most relaxed and least on guard," said Fiki. "All right, let them enjoy their last night." There was derision in Baker's gaze as he looked at the screen. After about 10 minutes, the bed ceased its motion, and the room fell into silence. It seemed to be over. Immediately, Baker ordered the operation to commence. Sleeping gas began to seep into the room from two corners, rapidly filling the entire space. Soon, the two figures under the quilt stopped moving. A short while later, the door opened, and the Ho brothers entered the room with their men. Fiki directed his subordinates, dressed them up, and put them on the dinghy. Beckett had already prepared an inflatable boat with tiny holes poked in it. They placed Judah and Miriam on the boat, intending to leave them floating overnight. By morning, the boat would have lost enough air to sink under their weight. After enduring the night, the effects of the sleeping gas would mostly metabolize out of Judah and Miriam's bodies, leaving little forensic evidence. All they had to do was claim Judah and Miriam had gone out in the kayak early morning. Their plan was foolproof, eliminating Judah and Miriam without arousing suspicion, walking away cleanly. Chapter 385 Catching the Turtle in the Jar 2. The group approached the bed, just about to lift the quilt, when suddenly the quilt was thrown over them. After the pure white quilt fell, Judah and Miriam appeared before them, fully clothed. They sat side by side on the edge of the bed, their movements natural and cool, steady with a hint of sharpness. The expressions of Blas and Ace changed abruptly. How are you two unharmed? Ace's eyes were full of surprise. Before they entered, the entire room was filled with sleeping gas. They had been inside this room for a whole 10 minutes. There was no way they hadn't inhaled the gas. No one could hold their breath that long. Miriam shook the simple gas mask in her hand, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, calm and deadly serious. What do you think? You? Blas's expression turned extremely ugly. You knew we were going to attack you all along? Just after Maverick Dustin said he wanted me as his successor, my hotel caught fire. Do you think we would be so stupid not to be cautious? Miriam retorted. Beckett, her eagle-like gaze swept over Blas and Ace, brothers. This fierce look was something the two brothers had never seen in the business world. Ace was flustered and turned to ask Blas, brother, what should we do now? If this affair leaked out, even if the police didn't arrest them, Maverick wouldn't let them off either. One bold move or another. Since the sleeping gas failed to knock them out, they won't walk out of this room alive, Blas stated. Blas knew for certain that he couldn't let Judah and Miriam leave alive today. Perhaps cleaning up the evidence afterward might be a bit more troublesome, but there was no other way. Ace regained his composure. Right? We have 6 martial arts experts with us. There's no reason to fear these 2 high school students. Blas ordered his men. Quickly, I want to see them become corpses within 5 minutes. Miriam turned to exchange a glance with Judah. Both wore smiles, appearing quite relaxed. How about 3 each? Miriam asked Judah. Rest, Judah replied. Being so stubborn? Protecting my woman is something I must do, Judah answered. My woman? Who said I'm your woman? Miriam muttered, then swiftly moved forward, delivering an aerial spinning kick that sent one person flying. This bedroom was somewhat small with limited space, and Miriam's flying kick nearly took Judah down too. Beckett, her foot brushed past Judah's cheek, almost hitting him face on by mere centimeters. Judah chuckled. Attempted murder of my husband. Then he also lunged forward, kicking another person squarely in the chest, sending him crashing into the wall. The wall shook, causing the hanging decorative paintings to fall and smash on the floor. Blas and Ace were stunned. Judah and Miriam's combat abilities were astonishing, completely exceeding their expectations. These few elite experts under their command were no match for the two. 5 minutes. No, it only took 3 minutes. Their men were all down. Next, Blas and Ace were respectively pinned to the ground by Miriam and Judah. Miriam bound them very civilly. After subduing Blas, Judah didn't do anything else. In just a few minutes, Blas and Ace went from being the aggressors to the victims. Ace looked at Judah with terror-filled eyes. How? How can you? Chapter 386 Catching a Turtle in a Jar 3. This wasn't the Judah they knew. Over the years, they had come to understand Judah as an uneducated delinquent youth. Why did he have such skills? Blas belatedly realized a fact that filled him with despair. You've been pretending all along. You knew we were plotting behind your back, and you intentionally acted this way for us to see. They had all been deceived by Judah. Beckett was not an uneducated delinquent youth at all. Beckett had hidden his true self very deeply. Why? Blas asked Judah. If you have these abilities, why didn't you return to the capital earlier? If you had come back earlier, you could have succeeded your grandfather without any problems. Blas had lost, and in his frustration, he sought an answer. Blas did not get a response from Judah. Judah ignored him. Undeterred, Blas persisted. Why? Judah took a towel and shoved it into Blas's mouth, muffling his voice. The brothers Blas and Ace glared at Judah with hatred. Miriam was already on the phone. I need to report a crime. Yes, I have subdued the suspects myself. You only need to come and take them away. We have all the necessary evidence of their crimes, including audio, video, and various documents. All right, we'll wait for you. After finishing the call, Miriam got up to dismantle the cameras she had set up in the room. She reviewed the footage and edited it, removing the part where she and Judah were under the blanket. This shouldn't be shown to the police officers, and definitely not to others. Judah watched Miriam work and unexpectedly said, "Send me a copy of the deleted footage." Miriam turned around and met Judah's smiling eyes. Recalling the content she just edited out, her heart inexplicably heated up. Forget about it, she firmly rejected. Why would she keep such a fragment that would lead to misunderstandings just by listening to the sound or looking at the picture? It's only a clip of you being ticklish. Why not let me have it? Judah raised an eyebrow. Why would I leave my ticklish moments for you to see? Because you're my girlfriend, and you look cuter when you're ticklish than usual. His bright eyes sparkled with mischief. This annoying man looked so tempting when he smiled, like something sweet and delicious. I don't want to deal with you. Miriam mumbled and focused on her work. Blas and Ace couldn't move, only watching helplessly as Judah and Miriam flirted and bantered in front of them. Time slipped by minute, and they could do nothing about it. The double torment made them feel as if they were being pricked all over. It felt like a half hour passed slowly, then the police arrived. It turned out the yacht hadn't left the harbor, but had returned early, arranged by Judah. That's why the police arrived so quickly. Miriam handed over the evidence, videos, and all related investigation materials to the police. With these, they had enough proof to charge the brothers Blas and Ace with hiring murderers and attempted murder. The arrival of the police surprised everyone on the yacht. When they saw Blas and Ace being taken away by the police, they realized that these two had committed serious offenses on the boat. Some had long suspected that once the young master of the Dustin family appeared, the collateral relatives of the Dustin family would not sit still. Chapter 387. Beckett really cares about Becketer. Beckett really cared about her, but he didn't expect these two nephews of Josh to take action so quickly and be caught red-handed. These brothers usually don't seem stupid, especially Bloss, who is quite shrewd. How could they have brought disaster upon themselves? It seems that this young master of the Dustin family isn't an easy target and has some capabilities. Mel watched as the yacht approached the shore, realizing her plan was going to fall through. In a panic, she hastily sent a message to her arranged man, instructing him to act while everyone was crowding to disembark. Miriam and Judah emerged from the cabin and were just heading toward the gangway. Suddenly, a large man came from the side, his massive body pushing towards Miriam. Mel watched anxiously from a distance, waiting for Miriam to fall into the water. As that man was about to reach Miriam, Judah wrapped an arm around her shoulder and easily moved them out of the way. The large man fell into the water with a splash. Miriam glanced at Judah. That person had moved very quickly, and she hadn't even reacted. But Judah's movements were even faster. This wasn't just due to quick reflexes, it required constant vigilance over her well-being. This small gesture revealed Judah's protective nature towards her, and in the process, her body had leaned against his chest, the firm, hard chest. Miriam felt warmth in her heart, a feeling she hadn't experienced for a long time. What's wrong? Judah noticed Miriam was lost in thought. Nothing. Miriam quickly walked off the boat. Judah turned to look at Delbert, who was only a few steps away. His gaze was bright and clear. Delbert had also noticed the large man's actions and rushed toward Miriam at that moment. But he was slower than Judah. A person's instinctive reaction reveals their true feelings. Delbert's anxiety just now showed Miriam's extraordinary place in his heart. Their eyes met, and both had unspoken meanings in their gazes. Almost simultaneously, they averted their eyes and parted ways. Miriam didn't fall into the water, and Mel and Dixon's plan failed. Fortunately, she had only hired someone to push Miriam into the water to create an opportunity, not to truly harm her. So it should not lead back to her. After a tense moment, she saw people leaving the boat one by one without suspecting that the large man's actions were intentional. Only then did Mel and Dixon feel relieved. Back home, Mel and Dixon wore grim expressions. They muttered about bad luck and how their plans were thwarted by the Dustin brothers. Listening beside them, Christopher suddenly spoke mockingly. Even if your plan goes smoothly, what does it matter? Is fake kinship real kinship? For power and status, you can come up with any ridiculous plan. I'm done with all this. Beckett couldn't stand it anymore. Beckett saw no trace of true kinship from these people. Enough was enough. Christopher's mocking enraged Dixon. Stepping forward, Dixon slapped Christopher across the face. Who are you talking to? Fine if you don't help, but don't hold us back here. Do you know who provides your food, clothes, and shelter? Without the Beckett family support, your whole family would be living on the streets. You criticize us for seeking power and wealth, but without power and wealth, what are you? Chapter 388. Not a test for you, but a test for that girl. Dixon slapped Christopher with great hatred, leaving Christopher's entire cheek red and swollen. Ayanna rushed forward, hugging Christopher. Dorian, quickly apologize to your uncle. Christopher lifted his head and smiled strangely. I'd rather be nothing. I don't want to live like you. Dorian. Ayanna felt both heartache and fear. Beckett's heartache because her originally sunny, optimistic, and innocent son had become this way. Fear that her son's attitude would cause them to be expelled by the Beckett family. Kiyomi, sister is doing well now. Why should we disturb her? If you really love her, isn't it better to let her continue her current life? When I grow up, I'll earn money and take care of you. Please. Christopher made his last plea to his mother. Ayanna was stunned, hesitating. Facing her son's plea, she didn't know what decision to make. She also knew that what they were doing was absurd, but if they could reconcile with her daughter, not only would her situation change, it would greatly help Dorian's future too. The whole family wouldn't have to live under the thumb of the Beckett family anymore. Dorian, Kiyomi knows this seems absurd, but think about your grandfather and your father. Your grandfather hasn't recovered and needs money for medicine to sustain his life. Your father lost his job and career, he's very depressed, and Xiaoji, negative. Your sister is our last hope. As long as she agrees, our family can regain its former glory, everything will get better. Dorian, you're still underage, you don't understand how difficult adult life can be. It's not just about being innocent and carefree. Tears streamed down Ayanna's face as she tried to persuade Christopher. Christopher's expression was pained, his heart shattering into pieces. Beckett ignored Ayanna, turning resolutely to leave. Beckett would rather sleep on the street than continue living like this. After dealing with the Bloss and Ace brothers, Judah arrived at the Dustin residence. The old master was in his study at this moment. Judah pushed the door open and entered. Finished. Holding the brush, Tadeo continued writing without looking up, as if he had foreseen today's events. It was evident that he was always aware of Bloss and Ace's actions. Aren't you going to show any concern for them? You've indulged them for so long. Judah said. I indulged them not out of affection, but because they never crossed any serious lines. The people they sent to Tonghai Alithiadi couldn't affect you at all. Bloss and company used to only want to lead Judah astray, without any intention to harm him. With Elder Toby's guidance, Judah remained incorruptible, and Tadeo was never worried about their petty tricks having any impact on Judah. What about today? Was it a test for me? Judah asked. Not a test for you, but a test for that girl, Tadeo replied. I need to see what kind of person my future granddaughter-in-law is. Pausing for a moment, Tadeo added. I mean no disrespect. I'm not looking down on her background. I just want to confirm whether she genuinely cares for you, or has ulterior motives. Tadeo had changed. In the past, due to his insistence on matching social status, he opposed his daughter's marriage, which became a lifelong regret. So now, he wouldn't consider backgrounds, only wanting to ensure that the other party truly loved Judah. Chapter 389, Chasing His Wife to the Academy of Sciences, 1. Judah looked at the old man, not saying a word for a long time. The old man sighed. If you are not Feng Xin should be reassured. I will take care of the remaining people. Just make sure they won't hurt my girlfriend anymore, Judah said. All right, rest assured, Tadeo promised Judah, with a relieved smile on his face. After sending the Dustin brothers, Zechariah and Zeus, to jail for arson, Miriam immersed herself in her work. This mission was rather challenging. After reporting, Miriam simply stayed in the dormitory provided by the laboratory. Not only did it save time, but it also helped her avoid meeting Judah after work. She had been acting strangely lately, always behaving unusually in front of Judah. Miriam was used to being calm. This loss of control made her anxious. Therefore, she decided to reduce the number of times she met Judah, so as to maintain her composure as much as possible. Miriam accepted this job to complete the system-assigned tasks. According to the annoying system prompts, once she completed 100 tasks, she would unlock the final task. Miriam really wanted to know what the last task was, and whether she could have a complete and independent life. Miriam worked for 3 months straight. During this period, she only took 2 days off, each for 1 day. Beckett, her hardworking spirit, made Rudy very worried. Whenever he had the chance, he would go to the Academy of Sciences to bring food to Miriam. Even if he couldn't see her, he would still send the food to the guard room happily every now and then. However, what Miriam didn't expect was that even though she hid in the laboratory of the National Academy of Sciences, she still couldn't escape from Judah. In the 3rd month after she started working at the Academy of Sciences, Judah also appeared there. In the cafeteria, Miriam had just dished up her meal and was looking for a place to sit. Suddenly, a tall and handsome man blocked her way. Looking up, she saw Judah's smiling face. Why are you here? Judah showed Miriam the work badge hanging from his chest. As you can see, I'm working. Miriam saw that it said Electronic Machinery Academician on the badge. You too. Why? Only you can, but not me. Judah raised an eyebrow. Miriam remembered how when they were classmates, he was dead last in all subjects. She even used his underdog turnaround to complete a system task and earned a lot of karma points. It turns out he was the one who kept it the most hidden. Miriam turned and sat down beside him, focusing on eating as if to vent her frustration. Judah sat down opposite her with a smile. Don't forget, you're still my girlfriend. Judah reminded Miriam of their relationship. I haven't forgotten. Then this isn't the expression you should have when seeing your boyfriend after a long time. Miriam paused, took a deep breath, looked up, grinned widely, and gave Judah a big smile. Honey, long time no see. Cough, cough, cough. Judah was drinking and almost choked. Becketer, honey, sounded more like she was addressing an enemy than a boyfriend. After shouting, Miriam buried her head back into her meal. As long as she focused on eating, she could ignore the existence of the cold and domineering man across from her. Chapter 390, Your Majesty, You're in Love. At 9 in the evening, Miriam returned to her dormitory after a busy day. Just as she was about to open her door, the door next door opened from inside. Judah appeared at the doorway. Beckett wore casual home clothes, a white vest and loose black cotton trousers, looking very laid back. Under the loose vest, his firm pectoral muscles were vaguely visible. How did you get here? This is the staff dormitory. I'm an employee, so I have the right to live here. Isn't it better to stay at home? It's very close. Aren't you not staying there either? Judah's eyes locked onto Miriam, giving her an inexplicable sense of pressure. Do as you please. If you want to stay, then stay. Miriam quickly unlocked her door, rushed inside, and locked it immediately. It was as if there was a wolf outside. Leaning against the door, Miriam muttered under her breath. Ugh, why does this guy stick around like a shadow? Shaking her head, Miriam turned into the bathroom to shower, hoping to wash Judah out of her mind. After getting out of the shower, she took out the special computer provided by the academy to continue working. As soon as she turned on the computer, a knock came at the door. Miriam opened the door to find Judah standing there. Is there something? Miriam, upon seeing Judah, wanted to close the door again. I made some late-night snacks. Do you want to eat? You made late-night snacks? Miriam's hand froze mid-air while trying to close the door. Yeah. Miriam hesitated. Judah continued. I cooked enough for 2 people. If you don't eat, I'll have to throw them away. Waste is shameful. Saving is a virtue. Miriam stepped out of the room instantly. She didn't notice the victorious smile on Judah's face behind her. Upon entering Judah's dormitory next door, she was greeted with the aroma of food. The staff dormitory provided by the academy was cozy, fully equipped, including a kitchen, though Miriam hadn't used it since moving in. Focused on work, Miriam usually neglected eating and sleeping. Even when she returned to the dormitory, she stayed busy with work and had no time to make late-night snacks. She had 2 completely different personas, one diligent during work and one lazy during rest. Judah made a bowl of ramen with pork bone broth and bamboo shoots, along with a few delicate side dishes. Then I won't hesitate. Miriam picked up her chopsticks. Sure. Judah also sat down, but didn't start eating immediately, his gaze fixed on Miriam. After Miriam finished eating, Judah had only taken a couple of bites. Miriam noticed that Judah was staring intently at her, his gaze feeling warm and intense. She felt a sudden unease. Again, she didn't know why she always got flustered because of him. Beckett's usual calm and composed demeanor always faltered because of him. Thank you for the meal. Miriam avoided looking at Judah. Yeah, go back and rest, walk around a bit before going to sleep, don't stay up late working. Then you should rest early too, Judah said. Miriam hurriedly stood up and dashed out without looking back. She thought Judah would say, or do something else. But he did nothing. Beckett merely invited her for some late-night snacks and told her to rest early. Miriam felt somewhat dazed, with a strange, indescribable feeling. Beckett really just invited me for snacks? Miriam asked herself. Your Majesty, are you expecting him to do something to you? If so, this humble servant thinks you're in love. The voice of the troublesome system suddenly echoed in her mind. Chapter 391. Academician Zaire. Are you and Academician Dustin from the neighboring lab a couple? The relationship between Judah and me is just a simple transaction. Miriam denied. Beckett, Her Majesty, using feelings as a transaction is immoral. This pitfall suggests you should turn the act into reality with Mr. 3 Lifetimes of Goodness and start a passionate romance. Beckett, Her Majesty, if you consider Mr. 3 Lifetimes of Goodness as a marriage prospect, you can give it some thought. Not only does he have good looks and money, but he's also capable. From a human perspective, he should be considered a high-quality man. How do I feel like you're after his virtue points? If Beckett, Her Majesty, spends more time with Mr. 3 Lifetimes of Goodness, the opportunity to obtain virtue points will increase, which is indeed a beneficial thing for Beckett, Her Majesty. As a system, you really have no principles or bottom line. Apologies, Beckett, Her Majesty. This pitfall only has moral constraints. The principles and bottom line you mentioned are not within this pitfall's code of conduct. I need to get busy now. Mute yourself. Miriam didn't want to think about Judah anymore. She had sacrificed too many brain cells recently for work and needed to save them. In the following month, Judah came to Miriam's room every day on time, knocking on her door to invite her to eat late-night snacks. Apart from changing the snack each day, he did nothing else. Now, at night, she would appear punctually in Judah's room next door without needing him to call her. Then she would watch Judah cook. Their interaction was unexpectedly quiet and harmonious. It felt like they were back in the rest room of the gymnasium at Huaywa High School. Beckett worked while she slept during lunch breaks. Miriam couldn't describe this feeling, only sensing that someone was silently accompanying her. After all these years, Miriam had never experienced such a sensation. The people who cared about her most before were her adoptive parents and brother, but their concern was different from Judah's. Was it love? Miriam didn't want to ponder this question. She seemed to be avoiding it, because she knew that confirming it as love would only make things more complicated. Miriam immersed herself even deeper into her work. Academician Zaire, are you and Academician Dustin from the neighboring lab a couple? Ashlyn, Miriam's assistant, asked with a look full of curiosity. Ashlyn was a very talented doctoral student, cute in appearance, quite older than Miriam, but treated her with great respect, never underestimating Miriam because of her younger age. Beckett, ability was everything, and age was irrelevant. To be Miriam's assistant, she had fought fiercely to earn this position. She was perfect in every way except for being a little gossipy. Who told you that? Some people from the neighboring lab said that recently, a new female in turn pursued Academician Dustin by preparing loving breakfasts for him. But Academician Dustin rejected her, saying he already had a girlfriend who works in the neighboring lab. So, their neighboring lab is ours? There are only 2 women here. Clearly, it can't be me, an old woman at 28. I wish I had such a handsome, young, and extremely capable boyfriend, but I've never even spoken to him. It's obviously not me. After speaking, Ashlyn looked dreamy. I hope I can reincarnate into an even better person next life, so maybe I could have such a nearly perfect boyfriend. Chapter 392. Miriam is jealous. 1. Perfect? This guy was obviously very nasty. Back in Huayu High School, he was the dreaded big demon that everyone feared. Renee was used to Miriam's reticence in daily life and continued gossiping with her. Since it's not us two, who do you think Professor Dustin's girlfriend would be? Which lucky person can pick this Highland flower? Using Highland flower is more suitable for describing women. It's all the same. Food, sex, and human nature. This is an era of gender equality. Women also have the desire and right to pick handsome men. Seeing a high-quality Adonis would make one want to take him home too, Renee said with a mischievous smile, urging Miriam. Professor Zaire, what kind of boys do you like? I'm not suitable for dating. Why? My personality isn't good. Miriam knew her own temperament and had gotten used to being aloof. I don't think so, Renee replied. Let's just imagine. If you were to date, what kind of boys would you prefer? What kind of boy would she like? Suddenly, Miriam saw Judah's figure appear before her eyes, wearing a white lab coat, working seriously and intently. Miriam suddenly realized what strange thoughts she was having and shook her head. She was really becoming more and more off. Miriam turned her head and seriously asked Renee a question. Are there any specific signs when you like a boy? Renee was amused by Miriam's formal question. Ha ha ha. Professor Zaire, in terms of academics, I'm far behind you, but I didn't expect you to be so inexperienced when it comes to dating. Renee wasn't mocking. She just found it amusing. After laughing for a while, Renee carefully chose her words and explained to Miriam. When you like someone, you generally miss them when you don't see them. Feel at ease when you meet, feel comfortable and fulfilled around them. And of course, there's a physical attraction as well. Though academically, she couldn't match Miriam. In terms of romantic experience, Renee had a huge advantage with her 28 years of age. After listening to Renee, Miriam remained silent for a long time. That night, Miriam, as usual, finished her day's work, returned to her dormitory, took a shower, and then knocked on Judah's door next door. No response. Maybe because she was used to always getting a response whenever she knocked on the door, today's silence made Miriam stand dazedly at the doorway for a moment. Taking out her phone, she looked at Judah's name in her contacts. Where did he go? Did something happen? Or did he have some emergency? If she called him and everything was fine, how would she explain her call to him? Saying she was worried about him? Still, Miriam dialed Judah's number just in case something really happened. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Miriam immediately went downstairs to the dormitory management office and asked, "Excuse me, did Professor Dustin return today to room 302? Professor Dustin? Beckett came back an hour ago, but soon after, a very pretty girl came looking for him. I informed him through the building's internal line, and after he came down, he left with that girl." There weren't many residents in the academy's dormitory building, all important members, so the elderly manager remembered each resident clearly. Chapter 393. Miriam is jealous, too. The elderly building manager chuckled and teased with a few words. "Academician Dustin is really popular. Our Academy of Sciences already has a gender imbalance with fewer girls, yet different girls come looking for him every day. However, he didn't even step out of the building before to meet any of them, directly rejecting them. Looks like today's girl is a bit different." After a period of silence, Miriam turned around and returned to her room upstairs. Closing the door, Miriam looked at her own room. She should have gone to work, but she stood there dazedly for a long time. Half an hour later, a knock came on the door. Miriam did not open it immediately. "Are you there?" Judah's voice came from outside the door. After waiting for a while, just as Judah was about to turn away, the door suddenly opened. Then, a hand reached out, grabbing his shirt by the chest, dragging him rudely into the room. The moment the door opened, Judah saw who was inside. Once he confirmed it was Miriam, he did not resist. "What's wrong?" After being roughly dragged into the room, Judah finally had a chance to ask her. However, Miriam ignored him and punched his chest. When she threw the second punch, Judah reached out, catching Miriam's fist with his long fingers enveloping her hand. "Tell me what happened first, then you can hit me." Judah needed to figure out what was going on. Judah's deep eyes, like black obsidian, gazed intently at Miriam. Miriam paused for a moment, and then said two words, "Break up." "Reason." Judah's originally stern face now bore a layer of frost, revealing a menacing aura in his eyes. "If you want to break up, we break up. No reason needed. When you made your conditions initially, you only asked me to be your girlfriend, without stipulating that I cannot initiate a breakup." Miriam's tone was cold and hard. Beckett, her cool voice and icy demeanor made her look like an utterly heartless woman. Judah pulled Miriam's hand forcefully, pulling her into his embrace. Judah, who had been gentle for over a month, once again revealed his brutal nature. Beckett confined Miriam in his arms, allowing no slack no matter how she struggled. "Let me go." "Not possible." His voice was cold and laced with anger. Speaking, Judah suddenly lowered his head, passionately kissing Miriam's lips. For over a month, he had been incredibly gentle with her, not even touching her, almost making people forget he was an extremely dominant man. This sudden move left Miriam wide-eyed, deprived of her ability to breathe and think. A few seconds later, Miriam began to struggle, biting him hard, thinking he would release her, but instead, he clung to her tightly, letting the taste of blood spread between their mouths. The taste of blood made Miriam freeze. After a long moment, Judah finally stopped, but he still did not loosen his hold. Miriam caught her breath, then lifted her head to meet Judah's gaze again. She noticed his eyes were red-rimmed with a wild and hurt expression, just like a lion with severe injuries. "Give me a reason." Judah's voice suppressed his anger, while his crimson eyes revealed his wounded heart. Miriam averted her eyes, refusing to meet his gaze. "We weren't real boyfriend and girlfriend to begin with, so we don't need a proper reason like true couples do for a breakup, right?" Chapter 394. You are jealous. You like me. Reason. Judah tightened his arm around Miriam, his voice filled with restraint and suppression. A reason? She didn't know why she felt this way either. After hearing what the building manager said, her mind turned into chaos. She got angry for no reason, even feeling wronged for no reason. This wasn't her. She shouldn't be acting so irrationally. But her emotions were beyond her control. She thought she had fallen for him, but she couldn't. She couldn't like him, shouldn't like him. So she wanted to put an end to their closeness. No longer indulging herself in his warmth. Stopping herself from becoming greedy. Rationality told Miriam to reject by saying that she didn't like him because their supposed boyfriend-girlfriend relationship was wrong. But her heart ached. Especially those reddish eyes of his, as if trying to tear her heart apart. She couldn't bear to see him hurt this way. She really couldn't bear it. Miriam remained silent for a very long time, feeling as though it had been an entire night. Miriam did not answer, nor did Judah release her. They stood there at the door. Finally, Miriam spoke, but still did not look directly at Judah's eyes. "Didn't you go out with another girl?" Upon hearing this, Judah frowned. "So? If you have someone else you like, you should clear things up with me. We shouldn't waste your normal romantic relationships. So you want to break up because of this?" Judah's tone was filled with surprise and a hint of surging joy. "Isn't this reason enough?" "You're jealous," Judah stated. "I'm talking about breaking up. You're jealous." The coldness on Judah's face vanished, repeating this phrase. "Whether I am jealous or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you being jealous is the most important." Judah interrupted Miriam. "Jealousy means you like me. You care about me." Miriam could not deny it. Beckett's gaze fell on Judah's shoulder, trying to remain calm and rational. "It doesn't matter whether I'm jealous. If you like someone else. I don't like anyone else. The person who came to find me today was for work. There was an issue with my project, and I had to rush back to deal with it. My lab colleagues and assistants can vouch for me." Judah laughed, judging just by surface appearances without seeking any evidence that he went out with another girl. This wasn't like Miriam's usual composed self, but it was precisely this irrationality that clearly reflected her anxiety and concern for him. Judah lowered his head, resting it on Miriam's shoulder, hugging her more gently this time. Realizing she had made a fool of herself, Miriam felt both depressed and annoyed, but the discomfort in her chest eased after Judah's explanation. Miriam did not resist being held by Judah, silently savoring the warmth of his embrace. Miriam gave Judah a light punch on the shoulder, not using much force. Judah released Miriam, looking down at her with a smile. Stop smiling. Miriam felt a bit embarrassed, a little ashamed. I'll try. Despite saying he would try not to laugh, his smile was bright and radiant. From bitter winter to sunshine only took one jealousy-filled word from Miriam. Chapter 395. She indeed likes him. I became irrational because I was jealous, and I hate how I act when I'm irrational. So compared to being jealous, I think staying away from you would solve my problem better, Miriam said. Miriam gazed intently at Miriam, her expression serious and earnest. Being jealous is a normal human reaction. Don't always see yourself as a robot. It's normal to have negative emotions. Being jealous makes you a normal person. Judah lowered his head again, whispering softly in Miriam's ear, Miriam, I like you, and I also love the way you get jealous for me. I really do. His voice sent shivers throughout her body, making her feel tingly all over. After hesitating and pondering for a long time, Miriam slowly raised her arms and embraced Judah. Her palms touched his back, clinging tightly to him. Though Miriam did not say anything, her actions already admitted that she indeed liked him. Feeling Miriam's acceptance, Judah once again lowered his head to kiss her. This time, the kiss was extremely gentle, completely different from the earlier aggressive one. Miriam's cheeks were flushed red, feeling her reason completely leaving her body. The next noon, Miriam and Judah had lunch together in the cafeteria. After seeing this scene, Miriam's assistant Renee, driven by her curiosity, asked Miriam after she returned to the lab. Academician Zaire, what's going on between you and Academician Dustin next door? When I saw you two eating together just now, I noticed that Academician Dustin kept staring at you with eyes that could drip water. It felt like he wasn't eating food, but eating you. Was it that dramatic? The way Judah looked at her. Beckety, hey, Academician Zaire, quickly tell me, what's your relationship with Academician Dustin? I've become his girlfriend, Miriam replied. This time, Miriam acknowledged her relationship with Judah. Really? Wow, fantastic, Renee exclaimed excitedly. I can ship you two happily. You don't know how long I've wanted to ship you two because you are the youngest and most attractive academicians in our entire Academy of Sciences. If not for fear of making you angry, I would have. Stop gossiping and get back to work, Miriam interrupted Renee, diverting her attention with work, probably out of embarrassment. Soon, the news of Miriam and Judah being a couple spread throughout the entire Academy of Sciences. The leadership even specially called them for a talk, asking if they needed to be assigned to work together on the next project. Miriam politely declined. The leader did not insist and expressed blessings for them. After all, it was rare for a couple to form within the Academy of Sciences. Rarity adds value. Today was Miriam's third rest day in 4 months. During her time at the Academy of Sciences, she could not use her regular phone. She could only use the phone issued by the Academy, which used the internal network, mainly for communication within the Academy staff. Once outside, Miriam opened her personal phone, which was filled with unread messages, showing 99+. Most of them were from Ayana. Miriam clicked open the message. Prudence, when are you resting? If you're resting, come see your brother quickly. Dorian isn't doing well. Christopher? What happened to him? Miriam immediately called Rudy to confirm the situation about Christopher. Chapter 396. It's you who made Dorian like this. Sure, Christopher was in a car accident. Beckett had multiple fractures and organ damage. Beckett has been in the ICU for a week. Rudy's answer confirmed the authenticity of the message sent by Ayana. After Christopher ran away from home, it was Miriam who took him in, arranged accommodation for him, and protected him from harassment by the Zaire family. Later, when Miriam entered the Academy of Sciences, she was unaware of what happened afterwards. Rudy continued, Don't worry, I'll have my driver pick you up and take you to the hospital to see him. Although Rudy would intentionally provoke Christopher and prevent him from getting close to Miriam on purpose, he still knew the urgency of the situation now. Okay. Miriam waited for Rudy's driver to come pick her up. The two went together to the hospital where Christopher was admitted. On the way, Christopher told Miriam about his condition, which was not optimistic. Upon arriving outside the ICU ward at the hospital, Miriam could only see Christopher lying on the bed through the ICU window. Miriam frowned deeply, looking solemn. Miriam, why are you even here? Adeline suddenly appeared, expressing deep hostility towards Miriam from her very first words. In the past, she had been hostile towards Miriam, but never so openly and confidently as this. It was unclear when Adeline came to Jingcheng, but she seemed to have arrived at the hospital earlier than Miriam. Ayana held back Adeline. Nancy, what are you doing? It's rare for Aling to come see Dorian. Don't cause trouble. Ayana felt relieved that Miriam had come to see Christopher. Aunt, I'm not causing trouble. It's all her fault that Dorian is like this. She's the culprit. Adeline insisted firmly. What are you talking about? How is this related to Aling? Ayana asked with concern, unable to understand Adeline's words. Aunt, did you know that Sister's adoptive parents asked Fadi to read Sister's fortune, and he predicted that she would cut off ties with both relatives and love? Anyone who gets close to her will die miserably. It was unclear how Adeline obtained this information, but she knew that Miriam had once had her fortune told by Fadi. Fadi was not an ordinary fortune teller. His reputation in the community was high. Even those who usually didn't believe in fortune telling wouldn't dare call him a fraud lightly. Ayana widened her eyes. Nancy, is this true? Uncle, it's true. If you don't believe me, ask your niece if there was such an occasion. Rudy scoffed. Isn't that just ridiculous? Can you really trust what a fortune teller says? Even if it were true, what does it have to do with my sister? Dorian was perfectly fine for these past dozen years. All his troubles started after Miriam returned to the Zaire family. And this car accident happened only after he left the Zaire family and moved into the house she arranged for him. Rudy retorted angrily. You're spouting nonsense out of your dog's mouth. My sister provided him with a place to live. He had a car accident. How does that logically connect to her? What kind of logic is that? Have they taught you such idiocy in 9 years of compulsory education? Adeline replied, call me names if you want. If cursing me a few times could wake Dorian up, I'd let you curse. But if Miriam really caused Dorian to be in this state, how can she be held accountable? Adeline questioned Miriam, her sharp gaze landing on her as if accusing her of a crime. Chapter 397 I Am Your Support 1. Rudy was burning with anger. You damn just envy my sister. You can't compare to her in anything, so you can only find such nonsense to belittle and harm her. I advise you to go back and read more books instead of disgracing yourself in front of me like this. Seeing you makes me sick to my stomach. Adeline did not back down. If Mr. Rudy wants to continue cursing, I will record it and post it on the internet so your fans can see how their good boy really curses. She had given up everything. She had nothing left. Whether it was future prospects or family background, she couldn't win over Miriam anymore. What she wanted at last was only Scarlett and Ira. She only wanted to live happily with them as before. Slap. Miriam raised her hand, slapping Adeline's face. Miriam's gaze was icy cold, her voice filled with frost. Shut your dog mouth. Adeline held her left cheek, pain distorting her facial expression. She gritted her teeth and glared at Miriam even more viciously. With your broomstar fate, something will happen to Rudy sooner or later. There's no need for me to do anything to him. Slap. Another slap landed on Adeline's right cheek. Miriam's gaze was as sharp as a blade. You can say whatever about me, but if you dare to touch a single hair of ridge, I'll send you to the brothels in poor countries. Believe me? The pain was unbearable for Adeline, and she instinctively turned to Ayanna. Ayanna was speechless due to Adeline's previous words. Not seeing any sympathy or comfort from Ayanna, a sense of grievance welled up in Adeline. The pain in her cheeks and her heart made her even more vicious. Adeline laughed coldly. You can hit me as you like, as long as Ira lying in ICU is safe. You can hit me as you like. Through the glass window, Christopher, connected to various machines, had yet to be out of danger. Now, the most important thing was not to argue with Adeline, but to save Christopher's life. Miriam took out her phone, hesitated for a moment, then dialed Judah's number. The call was answered after just one ring. What happened? Came Judah's gentle voice. I want to ask for your help, Miriam said hesitantly but firmly. Again, she was asking for Judah's help. Judah sensed something unusual in Miriam's voice. Where are you? Give me the address, and I'll come over right now. Judah's voice was urgent yet decisive. Miriam could hear the sounds of furniture being moved and doors opening from his end. He was getting ready to leave while talking on the phone. I'm at the hospital. Miriam told him the hospital's address. Half an hour later, Judah arrived at the hospital in a hurry. It was obvious he had rushed over in a great hurry. Even though she hadn't explained anything, just saying, I want to ask for your help, had brought him rushing over. Miriam briefed Judah on the situation. Wait for me here. Judah asked Miriam to sit on the bench in the hospital corridor while he went to the office of the dean. As the dean's office was in the next building, it took Judah some time to go back and forth. When he returned, an elderly man in a white coat followed behind him. Beckett was the dean of this hospital. Beckett looked kind and treated Judah with both kindness and respect. Chapter 398 I Am Your Support 2. Although Judah is young, due to being Toby's elder's apprentice, his seniority in the medical field is very high. Many renowned experts have to call him Uncle Master. Led by the hospital president, Judah smoothly entered the ICU ward. When entering, Judah also pulled Miriam in. Ayanna wanted to enter but was stopped outside. Judah did not ask for her to be let in either. The president explained the situation to Judah. The condition isn't good. We'll do our best to rescue him, but whether he can get out of danger depends on himself. Fortunately, his body is relatively robust, and all his basics are good. Then, the president handed over Judah's various diagnosis reports for him to review. After reading, Judah frowned deeply. Despite Judah's superb medical skills, he wasn't a god with the ability to revive the dead. Can I have a meeting with the doctors in charge? Judah asked. No problem. The president responded promptly. I will arrange it as soon as possible. Judah and the president discussed many detailed issues. After their conversation ended, Judah left the ICU ward with Miriam. Holding Miriam's hand, Judah comforted her. Don't worry, I'll handle it. I'm fine, Miriam replied. What was the result of your discussion? I'll handle it. Don't worry, Judah said firmly, giving her a sense of reassurance. Thank you for troubling you again, Miriam thanked him. You don't need to thank me. Protecting you is my responsibility. You can rely on me, understand? Beckett was someone she could rely on. Was that true? She could depend on him. But, suddenly, Adeline's words earlier echoed in her mind. Miriam didn't mind how Adeline insulted her, but what she mentioned just now had long been rooted deep within Miriam's heart, a huge wound existing since after her adoptive parents' death. After the car accident, she consciously kept a distance from Rudy, Cortez, and others, subconsciously not wanting to bring misfortune to those around her. Judah took leave from the Academy of Sciences, temporarily moved out of it, and stayed outside, dedicating himself to working with the hospital doctors on Christopher's illness. Judah, who used to be so free-spirited, had changed his usual mannerisms, busy shuttling about because of Christopher's illness. And the reason for this special treatment, everyone knew without being told. Miriam also temporarily moved out of the dormitory of the Academy of Sciences and returned to stay at Judah's courtyard house. Though both were busy and met infrequently, living in his space made her feel safe. To avoid worrying Miriam, Judah did not let her know more details. Every day when he came back, he only told Miriam that things were progressing smoothly and not to worry. Miriam knew he was comforting her, but looking at him, she inexplicably trusted him. A week passed like this. Today, Miriam prepared some late-night snacks at home as usual, waiting for Judah to return. Upon coming home, Judah informed Miriam that he would be on a business trip for a few days. "Where are you going?" "Let me accompany you," Miriam offered. "No need. I am attending a conference with experts from M country to discuss the specific treatment plan. Simultaneously, we'll see if we can import equipment from there. You won't be able to help, and I'll have to take care of you too. Besides, isn't your project under tight schedule lately? The laboratory needs you now, you can't leave." Chapter 399. She has a Becketart that's indifferent to kinship and love. Christopher's situation was rather complicated. Judah alone couldn't handle it. He needed assistance from experts in various fields, and ideally, advanced equipment from the United States. Christopher's current condition was far from good, and they could only hope for timely aid. But she still wanted to accompany him. "No buts, you have to be good." Judah bent down and kissed Miriam's forehead. Warmth spread over her forehead and then seeped into her heart. When she lifted her head to look at Judah again, he had a smile on his lips. Though he looked a little tired, his eyes shone brightly. Miriam conceded and nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you." At this moment, she indeed shouldn't distract Judah any further. Before leaving on business, Judah specially instructed Rudy to take care of Miriam. "While I'm away these few days, please take good care of your sister. Don't let that chatterbox get close to her and say unnecessary things. Rest assured, I will definitely take good care of my sister. You don't need to worry about this. Our temporary alliance doesn't mean I've accepted you as my brother-in-law. It's impossible for you to lure away my sister. My sister should marry the best man." Judah patted Rudy's shoulder. Rudy snorted with a touch of pride. After seeing off Judah, Rudy went to wait for Miriam outside the Academy of Sciences and then took her to the hospital to visit Christopher. Christopher hadn't woken up yet. The hospital informed them that under the joint efforts of Judah and several other experts, Christopher's condition had stabilized slightly, but he still hadn't regained consciousness. No one knew how long this situation would last. At the hospital, without Judah by their side, they could only watch Christopher from afar through the window of the ward. "Sis, don't be sad. This guy is so strong. He'll wake up," Rudy comforted Miriam. "I'm fine," Miriam replied, her voice as calm as usual. Meanwhile, Adeline, who was also outside the ward, berated Miriam. "Of course you're fine. You don't care whether Ira lives or dies." "Stop talking nonsense," Rudy retorted angrily. Adeline said, "Isn't what I'm saying true? She doesn't care at all. She's heartless and cold-blooded. She treats her aunt like this, and Ira the same way. She'll probably treat you no differently. Wait until you're lying in bed sick, and see if she sheds a tear for you." From the moment they entered the hospital, Miriam's face remained expressionless, just as it always was. "Can't you shut up? Don't you understand?" Rudy wished he could sew Adeline's mouth shut. Becketering her talk made him feel like throwing up even yesterday's meal. "Isn't it true? Look at her face. Does she show any concern for Ira? And look at how much Anne has aged because of this. Did she ever show any care?" Adeline spoke with self-righteousness. "What's wrong with you? Why do you expect my sister to pour out her heart and soul to you? How can you be so shameless?" Rudy's fists itched with anger. "She has a heart that's indifferent to kinship and love. She's not close to her family, and even if she receives all our sincerity, would she really appreciate it? Does she have the emotions of a normal person? Say that about my sister again, and I'll rip your mouth apart. You know better than anyone that these words aren't mine. Whether I say them or not, they remain the truth." Chapter 400. If she crosses that line, no one can save Becketer. Adeline turned to Miriam and asked, "Or is it that my truthful words hurt you so much that you plan to silence me forever? Indeed, you have the power to do so. After all, not only are you the president of Donfei Corporation and an academician of the Academy of Sciences, but you also have a father with high social status and a distinguished boyfriend. Dealing with someone like me should be as simple as squashing an ant." Ayanna pulled Adeline back. "Nancy, stop. Aunt, I'm not speaking for myself. Dorian has been like this, and you're in so much pain while she hasn't shown any concern for you at all. Look at how skinny you've become. Has she ever thought about your current life and situation with everything she has?" Adeline looked at Ayanna with deep sympathy in her eyes. "Stop talking." Ayanna held Adeline tightly, tears welling up involuntarily in her eyes. Since the Zaire family went bankrupt, she had experienced far too much. Now, with Dorian in a coma, her life was shrouded in darkness. If it weren't for Nancy traveling such a long distance to accompany her, she really wouldn't know what to do. Both of them were tearful. After a long while, Ayanna managed to collect herself and said to Miriam, "Ollie, it's fine. I'm already very grateful that you came to see Dorian. Nancy speaks her mind. She's upset because of Dorian's condition. Please don't blame her. I have nothing to blame her for. She can say whatever she wants, but I made my bottom line very clear. If she crosses that line, no one can save her." Miriam left a sentence behind and then walked away with Rudy. Ayanna gazed after Miriam with a complicated expression. She loved Miriam, resented her, and even felt some fear toward her. "Aunt, please don't be sad. I'm here, and we will definitely get through this together and return to our happy life." Adeline hugged Ayanna. Adeline's words reminded Ayanna of the past, when they were truly happy. It seemed that their lives started to go downhill from the moment Miriam entered the Zaire family. Could it really be because of? Ayanna shook her head hurriedly, dismissing that thought. It was just a coincidence. Many things weren't orchestrated by Miriam, so it wasn't right to blame her. "With you here, and will try my best to get through this. Ayana also hugged Adeline, comforting each other and finding warmth in each other's embrace. In the evening, Miriam estimated that it was about time and hesitated about whether she should call Judah to check on his situation in the M country. Would it disturb him? What if he's busy or resting? Miriam found herself unknowingly becoming dependent on Judah. Just as Miriam was hesitating about making the call, Egon came in with a pale face. Egon had come to the capital city for the national competition. These past few days, Miriam had been in contact with him, but due to work, she could only remotely assign tasks to the basketball team members. Sister Chi, what happened? Why do you look so terrible? Is there something wrong with the team? Sister Chi, the flight Judah was on, had an accident, Egon said with great difficulty. What did you say? The flight Judah was on crashed. The casualties are unknown at this point. Maverick Beckett has already sent people to investigate. The blood drained completely from Miriam's face, her eyes vacant and lifeless. This version of Miriam was something Egon had never seen before. Chapter 401. Judah is in trouble. Sis. Rudy rushed in hastily. Seeing Egon and the pale-faced Miriam, his face was full of worry. Rudy had rushed home as soon as he received the news, hoping to prevent Miriam from hearing about it. But he was too late. Egon had already informed Miriam. Looking at Miriam's face, Rudy hurriedly said, Sis, this isn't your fault. It's just a coincidence. Even Fadi can be wrong sometimes. What do you mean by Fadi's prediction? Are you talking about the renowned diviner Selin, who never misses? Egon didn't know about this matter. However, Fadi's name was well known. Rudy shot a harsh glare at Egon. If you keep quiet, no one would think you're mute. Then Rudy turned to Miriam. Sis, the news isn't confirmed yet. They haven't found him. Don't jump to conclusions, just yet. After a moment of stunned silence, Miriam began to take action. Beckett, her face remained pale, but she knew she couldn't stand there idly. Compared to doing nothing, at least she could try to find out where he was. Miriam contacted her subordinates, asking them to track the flight information that Judah had boarded. After finishing what she could do, Miriam's mind drifted back to the image of her adoptive parents. And that fateful prediction. Rudy frowned, speaking cautiously. Sis, it's not your fault. This is all an accident, beyond anyone's control. Don't blame yourself. That's right. It's just an accident. Besides, young Master Beckett always has good luck. Nothing serious will happen to him. Egon didn't know what exactly had happened, but he didn't want Miriam to overthink. I hope he's alive, Miriam said. Beckett will be. He definitely will. Egon said firmly. The thought of Judah possibly being in trouble made Egon's eyes turn red. Beckett felt indescribable pain inside, but he had to hold on. Before everything settled down, they absolutely couldn't give up. Miriam remained silent, staring quietly at her communication device. She hoped to see a message telling her that everything was fine, that the flight was safe. News of the plane Judah was on quickly made it into the media. Ayana and Adeline also saw the report. Is this the flight that young Master Beckett took this morning? Ayana vaguely remembered that Judah and 2 other medical experts from the hospital were flying to Country M this morning. Yesterday, she had specifically asked the doctor what time they were leaving, which airline they were using, and when they would arrive in Country M. Yes, it's this flight, Adeline was sure of it. Ayana covered her mouth in shock. How could this happen? How? They were going to Country M for her son's illness. These people were their only hope to save her son's life. Natalie, what should we do now? Ira is still lying unconscious. They can't have something happen to them. Ayana was full of anguish, unsure why fate kept tormenting her. Why this flight? Why them? Adeline replied. Aunt, Fadi's predictions have never been wrong. Although I don't want it to be true now. Adeline glanced solemnly at Christopher in the ward, then lowered her head sadly. Ayana froze, her eyes widening. Are you saying that something happened to young Master Beckett because? Chapter 402. Adeline's calculations. Ayana's heart skipped a beat. As she gazed at Christopher in the ward, the words Adeline had spoken earlier swelled up in her mind. Miriam is a harbinger of death, a fate that brings misfortune and kills those close to her. She will cause the death of everyone who gets close to her. Pain racked Ayana instantly. What evil have I done? Is it really my destiny not to have a bond with Prudence? Ayana embraced Adeline. Nancy, what shall I do? You and Little Song are all I have left. Aunt, I'll always be by your side, just like when we were young. Adeline leaned against Ayana's chest. This way, this would be enough. She asked for nothing more than to be together with her aunt and brother. Becketaven above, she only had this small wish, please grant it to her. After consoling Ayana, Adeline sent a message to Brant. Though Brant and Adeline weren't on good terms, they shared a common enemy, Miriam. Because of Miriam, Brant lost his place in the Academy of Sciences, turning him into a laughingstock across the city, even being ridiculed by people far beneath him. Brant hated Miriam, but he had no way to deal with her. Every identity of Miriam was someone he could not afford to offend. But now, his opportunity came. The young master of the Dustin family was in trouble. All he needed to do was tell Tadeo about the fortune told by Master Selin to Miriam, and then wait for the reaction from Tadeo. Tadeo only had Gerald, his precious, only grandson. Brant knew people within his network who could directly deliver the message to Tadeo. Miriam, you just wait. The position of young mistress in the Dustin family is not for you. Back at the Dustin residence, Tadeo hadn't been this anxious in decades. Search everywhere, find him right away alive. Must bring him back alive. Tadeo slammed the table several times. It had been years since the old master last lost his temper. Everyone in the Dustin family dared not breathe too loudly. Anyone knew that the young master was the apple of old master's eye. Anything happening to him would make old master do anything. At this moment, an aide handed over a file. Master, this is Miss Miriam's file. What time is this? Why show me this? No, master, take a look. It seems related to the young master. Only then did Tadeo take the file and started reading. As he read, the old master's expression kept changing. Master Selen, he was a world-renowned soothsayer. Unlike ordinary street fortune tellers, Master Selen was a learned sage, knowledgeable in astronomy, geography, ancient and modern history. Even Tadeo held this man in high regard. In his youth, Tadeo had once received a fortune from Master Selen, predicting his future power and achievements and the fact that he would only have one daughter. If it was a fortune by Master Selen, the old master frowned deeply. Beckett put down the file. Forget about this for now, find Percy first. All I want is my Percy to be alive. There were priorities, and regardless of whether what the file said was true or not, his grandson's survival was most important now. Apart from his grandson's life, Tadeo didn't want to deal with anything else. Chapter 403, Beckett's still alive. Time ticked by, and the dark cloud hanging over everyone grew heavier and more oppressive without a moment's relief. Half a day had passed with no word from Judo at all. Miriam hadn't eaten anything, behaving just like she did when her adoptive parents passed away. Back then, after she woke up in the hospital, she had been in a daze for days on end, not crying, not making a fuss, and neither eating nor drinking. At that time, she relied entirely on intravenous fluids to sustain her body functions. Then one day Miriam suddenly snapped out of it, diving into work as if nothing had happened, as if she had completely forgotten about her parents' deaths. Big sister, eat something? Rudy returned with some food. Miriam didn't budge at the sight of the food before her. Big sister. Rudy stomped his feet in urgency. Miriam turned her head and met Rudy's concerned eyes, coming back to her senses. I'm not hungry. You go ahead and eat, Miriam said, striving to appear normal so as not to worry her brother. You haven't eaten since noon. How can you not be hungry? Rudy retorted. I'll get angry if you don't eat. Rudy deliberately put on a stern face. Beckett knew his sister cared about him, and using himself as leverage was the most effective way to get through to her. I'll eat later. You go ahead. She really couldn't eat now. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Judah, death, and blood. Beckett had said he was someone she could rely on. Beckett, her mother, had also said they were people she could depend on, people she could act spoiled around and vent her frustrations to, just like an ordinary child. Miriam thought of many things. Beckett, her thoughts wandered back to that time. After settling her parents' affairs, she left E and lived alone for 3 years. Yes, those 3 years, although she was alone, both E and others were fine. Nothing bad happened to anyone. Why did she forget this recently? Shouldn't she really not be staying by their side? Falling in love with Judah while being with E, it felt like she could really have these things. Rudy had no choice but to pray that Judah was all right, hoping he would return safe and sound. After an unknown duration, Miriam's phone rang, showing Judah's name. Miriam hurriedly grabbed the phone, her fingers trembling uncontrollably as she pressed the answer button. It's me, I'm fine. Judah's voice came through as soon as the call connected. It was his voice. Really his voice. It seemed like a dream. Miriam was dazed for a moment. Are you listening? Judah asked, worried by the lack of response from Miriam. Is it you? She dared not fully express her joy, fearing it might turn into a false hope. It's me, I'm fine. The plane didn't crash. It only made an emergency landing due to some issues. Don't believe the reports. Judah's voice was deep and reassuring, giving an inexplicable sense of safety. Holding the phone, Miriam remained speechless for a long time. Beckett's alive, and that's better than anything. Judah heard faint sobs over the phone. She is crying? Beckett, I'm fine really. Please don't cry, okay? Judah repeated. Wait for me to come back. I'll be there soon. Now Judah didn't care about anything else. He handed over the matters in M country to others and wanted nothing more than to return to Miriam's side and give her a good hug. After cooperating with the plane accident investigation and passenger information confirmation, Judah first took a car and then a connecting flight, rushing back to the capital overnight. Chapter 404, The Elder Visits Miriam. The elder of the Dustin family also received the news that Judah was safe and sound. His mind finally settled. At this moment, his attention turned to the dossier about Miriam. Yusef was still on his way back, so there were certain matters he could only address before Yusef returned. And this matter involved a threat to Yusef's life. He had to take it seriously. Once again, the elder took out his daughter's photo. Looking at his daughter's smile in the picture, a pained expression crossed the elder's face. I once promised you that I would never interfere with Yusef's marriage. But today, it seems that I have no choice but to intervene. I just want him to live. If your spirit is watching over us, bless Yusef with health and safety. The elder of the Dustin family then came to the quadrangle courtyard house where Miriam was currently staying. In the living room, the elder sat on a master chair, commanding the atmosphere. Dustin elder's arrival put Rudy on high alert. Miriam sat opposite the elder, her face calm as she looked at him composedly. They hadn't met many times, and the first time they did, the elder had asked her to be his successor, treating her well from the start. Miss Miriam, it's nice to see you again, the elder said to Miriam. If you have something to say, just speak plainly. Miriam disliked beating around the bush. Do you know anything about Yusef's mother? I've heard some. The elder recounted. She was my only child, my beloved gem. Back then, I was young, and very insistent on her marriage. I wanted her to marry Churchill, the son of my close friend, believing it would be best for her. Miriam listened attentively. Beckett continued. I was unwilling for her to be with Judah men and tried to obstruct their relationship. Eventually, they left together. What I didn't expect was that shortly after she gave birth to her child, she fell ill and passed away not long after. I often think, if I hadn't opposed their marriage and kept her by my side, I could have provided her with the best resources when she fell ill, giving her a much higher chance of survival. Over these years, I've regretted it deeply. Therefore, regarding Yusef's marriage, I had no requirements. Whatever he liked, I liked too. Whatever he wanted, I gave to him. But the elder looked at Miriam, his emotions complex. I've learned about the fate predicted for you by Master Selen, and I know that your adoptive parents were in a car accident while visiting you after returning from abroad. Though the records of Miriam's adoptive parents had been altered, they couldn't hide the truth from the Dustin family elder. You wish me to stay away from Judah? Miriam's expression remained surprisingly calm. Looking at Miriam, the elder felt regretful and slowly nodded. Yes, it's not an order but a plea, a humble request from me. Miss Miriam, I understand your background. Whether or not you are an academician, regardless of your status, ability, or background, I wouldn't object, except for this. I cannot let anything happen to my grandson. For him to live is my greatest wish. I hope you can understand me. No matter how powerful I am outside, fundamentally, I'm just an old man with one foot in the grave. I can promise you, but I will need your help, Miriam replied. Miriam's calm reaction earned great admiration from the Dustin family elder. Chapter 4:05 Farewell. Honestly speaking, if it weren't for the potential danger to his grandson's life, he would have been truly satisfied with such a granddaughter-in-law. You speak your mind. Any demand you make I can meet, said Patriarch Dustin. Obliterate all traces of me, or with the power of the Dustin family, it will be very hard for me to ensure that he won't find me. This also applies to my institute. I need you to arrange this properly for me, Miriam said. Is this what you're asking for? Patriarch Dustin was somewhat surprised. Even if Miriam hadn't made this request, he would have done it for her because it aligned with his intentions for her safety. That's all, Miriam answered firmly. There was not a hint of grievance or pain on her pale and coldly beautiful face. Patriarch Dustin sighed heavily. If you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. I'll do everything in my power to assist and compensate you. No need, Miriam replied. It's getting late. I'm going back to the institute to settle my work. After that, please help me arrange the rest. After saying this, Miriam stood up briskly and left. Seeing Miriam handle things so decisively, the old man felt a bit bitter. She was a good kid, but for Shao Percy's safety, he had no choice. With just a moment's hesitation, the patriarch instructed his people to erase all traces of Miriam as she wished. After a restless night, Judah finally returned to his courtyard home early the next morning, exhausted. Upon entering, he saw Rudy. Where's my sister? She went back to the institute, Rudy replied, eyes cast down, tone somber, expression dejected. Judah sensed something wrong and narrowed his eyes sharply. Did she try to avoid me? Because of those baseless rumors? Beckett had already speculated as much on his way back. Rudy remained silent, which amounted to a confirmation. Why didn't you talk her out of it? Judah interrogated Rudy. Do you think I didn't want to? Thought Rudy. If it weren't for Patriarch Dustin's visit, the final straw, he doubted his sister would have decided to leave. However, Rudy couldn't tell Judah about Patriarch Dustin's involvement since he had promised Miriam not to reveal anything. Immediately after, Judah tried calling Miriam again. However, the recorded message told him it was an invalid number. An invalid number? She canceled her phone number? Damn, Judah hurled his phone. Judah grabbed Rudy by the collar and demanded, why did she leave? Did someone say something odd to her? Rudy responded, no one said anything. Please take care of yourself. My sister hopes you'll live well. I'm leaving too. That's all I came back to tell you. Rudy had packed long before. Beckett then got into the car waiting at the door. Judah rushed to the garage and sped towards the institute. Within 10 minutes, Judah arrived at the institute. Beckett searched everywhere, in the lab, in the dorms, but found no trace of Miriam. The caretaker grandpa, seeing Judah frantically searching, wondered aloud. Academician Dustin, are you looking for Academician Zaire? She left half an hour ago with a suitcase, even checked out of her room. Didn't she tell you? She left. She actually fled like that. Judah's face contorted with anger, looking quite terrifying. The caretaker immediately fell silent, afraid to say more. Chapter 406, Adeline's End 1. Miriam was gone, vanished without a trace. The day after Miriam disappeared, Christopher woke up. After his condition stabilized, he was transferred from the ICU to a regular ward. This further reinforced Ayana's belief in what had been said about Miriam. When Christopher woke up and did not see Miriam, he asked, "Where is Sister Miriam?" Ayana's expression froze. She didn't know how to explain this to her son. Adeline explained, "Your cousin left the country for work reasons." Left the country? She didn't come to see me? Don't be sad. Your cousin cares about you too, but work was urgent. Is that so? Could work really be more urgent than his life? Hurt flashed in Christopher's eyes as he turned his head away. Don't be upset, little song. I cooked you some porridge. Your body isn't fully recovered yet, so you can only eat some liquid food for now. Once you're better, I'll take you out for a big meal, Adeline said gently to Christopher. For Adeline, though their time together wasn't perfect, it felt like a long-lost warmth. Everything will get better. Kylie, little song, and she, happiness for the three of them. Suddenly, the door to the ward opened. Dixon came in. Adeline quickly stood up. Uncle Beckett, you. Before she could finish her sentence, she was met with a slap, which left her dazed. You bitch. Menace. If you wanted to die, just do it yourself. Why did you have to drag our Beckett family into this? Dixon pointed at Adeline's nose and scolded her. Ayana hurried to protect Adeline. What's going on? Let's talk about it calmly. Smack. Dixon slapped Ayana too. Dixon didn't care about Ayana, striking both of them. Ayana was stunned. You still have the nerve to protect this woman. Truly foolish. Dixon was furious. Mel arrived late, and, seeing her husband hitting people, not only did she not stop him, but joined in the reprimands. Adeline, although I haven't treated you well, I haven't harmed you either, right? Why did you do this to our family, Cameron? You encouraged him to show Dustin Lao Yi the information about Miriam, making him the villain who got our Beckett family suppressed by the Dustin family. You really are evil to the core. It turned out that after Dustin Lao Yi saw the information, while he did send Miriam away as Adeline and Brant hoped, he also severely punished those who intentionally informed him. With Dustin Lao Yi's power, finding out who deliberately put the information before him was child's play. At Dustin Lao Yi's word, the Beckett family immediately fell into an unprecedented crisis, with all projects halted and the capital chain broken. Before long, their Beckett family would go bankrupt just like the Zaire family. And the cause of all this was this little bitch, Adeline. How could Dixon not hate her? One slap wasn't enough. He wished he could dismantle this little bitch bone by bone. Adeline was dumbfounded, her expression filled with fear and shock. How? Christopher on the bed urgently asked. What's happening? What's going on? That good cousin of yours intentionally spread the news that Miriam has a disastrous fate, leading Dustin Lao Yi to send Miriam away. Mel spat out through clenched teeth. Christopher's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Adeline. You just said that Sister Miriam didn't come because of work? You lied to me. Chapter 407. Adeline's fate, 2. No, Dorian, listen to me. Adeline frantically searched for excuses, her eyes brimming with tears as she helplessly shook her head. Dixon had no time for Adeline's performance. Beckett roughly grabbed the back of her collar and dragged her toward the door. You must take responsibility for what you've done. I'm taking you to the Dustin family now. As long as it could appease the Dustin family's anger, Dixon was willing to do anything. In her panic, Adeline clung to the guardrail of Christopher's hospital bed. Dorian, save me, save me. Adeline pleaded, shouting with tears in her eyes, fear evident on her face. Tell me, is what Uncle just said true? Did you deliberately spread the rumor that Sister Miriam is a family curse? Christopher questioned Adeline. His voice remained weak despite his illness. This was the strength he summoned to shout. No, Dorian, those words weren't made up by me. Fadi determined Sister's fate. Enough. Christopher was both furious and despairing. Enough. Over and over again. You've disappointed me too much. I don't know why you've become like this. I hate this side of you. Confronted with Christopher's rebuke, Adeline's grievances burst forth like a spring. Why did I become like this? After Miriam came, she took away your and Kylie's attention. Even if she always had an icy expression, you all willingly revolved around her. She's my sister, my mother's daughter. These things are rightfully hers. What about me? I'm also your sister. We were fine before she came. After she arrived, she performed better in studies than me, scored higher in exams, and all you cared about was her. Carmelo originally intended to reward me, but in the end, it all went to her. I have no value in your eyes anymore. Adeline cried out these accusations. Both Ayanna and Christopher stared wide-eyed. Adeline's thoughts shocked them. They never expected her to think like this. Adeline spoke through her tears, recounting her grievances. Just as she was immersed in her tale, a slap struck her face. Little bitch, let go. Dixon didn't have time to listen to Adeline's ranting. Beckett smashed his phone onto Adeline's hand, which was gripping the railing. Adeline screamed in pain, forced to release her grip. Then Dixon mercilessly dragged her out. Adeline was brought before Judah. Adeline lifted her head, her gaze meeting Judah's, and instantly, a wave of fear rose from her feet to her head. The terror that seemed to drain one's life completely threw her into a panic. Miriam was usually cold, but it was a simple kind of coldness, which Adeline wasn't afraid of. Judah was different. The chilling aura he exuded was terrifying, deadly. What do you want? I haven't provoked you, right? Adeline received no response from Judah, only a hard slap from a tall man standing nearby. Adeline screamed in pain, drenched in cold sweat. At least tell me what I did wrong. Adeline tried to excuse herself. Miriam left. I can't find her, and the words you said are related to her departure. Chapter 408 Harold is your support. It's just that I have a connection with her, but I didn't do it. What right do you have to? As long as Miriam doesn't show up, you won't have a good day? I want you to be responsible for her disappearance. This is shifting blame. So what if I shift the blame to you? Also, Aling hasn't held you accountable for all your past misdeeds. Now that Aling is gone, of course, I must settle accounts with you properly. Seeing Judah's bloodthirsty and sinister appearance, Adeline panicked completely. I was wrong. I dare not do it again. Adeline apologized in terror. Send her to a war-torn area, Judah said. In today's world, most regions are peaceful, but there are still a few in turmoil. In those places, women face unimaginable hardships and brutality that people in peaceful areas can barely fathom. No, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Young Master Dustin, please spare me. Please spare me. Adeline begged incessantly, but no one paid attention to her pleas. If only she had thought about this from the beginning. She must now face the punishment for crossing the line. There is no remedy for regret in this world. After Miriam left the capital city, she began her solo journey. Living alone was something Miriam was adept at. Miriam found an inexpensive youth hostel to spend the night. For some reason, there were very few people in the hostel. Apart from the receptionist at check-in, Miriam did not encounter anyone else from the entrance to her room. Using her keycard to open the door, Miriam found the room full of people upon entering. Among them, mature and imposing Amaric sat in a seat directly facing the door. How did you find me? Miriam asked Amaric. My daughter went missing. Of course, I would look for her. Daughter, how did you find me? I contacted Elder Dustin. Beckett didn't hide from me the fact that he erased your trail. because Miriam still had unfinished projects with the Academy of Sciences which required remote work. She needed to maintain contact with the Academy while not letting Judah know, so she could only ask Alaric Dustin for help. Thus, before Miriam finished her project, Alaric Dustin knew her whereabouts. Amaric came forward and gently touched Miriam's head. You only told me you were going to the capital to work on a project for a few months, but you didn't mention wandering around. As a daughter, you should tell your father before going far away. You're being disobedient like this. Miriam was stunned, staring blankly at Amaric. After a moment, she regained her senses and took 2 steps back, putting distance between herself and Amaric. Have you heard about that matter too? You mean the fortune that Master Selen foretold for you? I don't know exactly what he said, but you're my daughter. Even if it's your fate to bring about my death, I can't avoid it. Amaric showed a not so obvious, yet inexplicably gentle smile. Besides, I'm someone who has already died once. My life is so resilient. How could I be easily killed by you? Little fool. Before Miriam could say anything, Amaric gently embraced her in his broad arms. Don't think about those things. No matter how old you are, when you're with your dad, you have the right to be vulnerable and weak, and you have the right to pass on your troubles to your dad to handle. Chapter 409, Delbert's Apology. Beckett's body was enveloped by a warm and sturdy embrace. That was Guido's embrace. For some reason, tears welled up unbidden, quite unprompted, embarrassingly so. She hadn't cried before. Why did she start now in his arms? She really didn't want to shed any more tears. Amaric gently patted Miriam's back in silence. Come on, cry if you need to. It's okay to cry in Guido's arms. This wasn't the hardest day for Miriam, but it was the day she appeared the most fragile. Because Amaric gave her what she needed most, a place of utmost safety and comfort, the embrace of a father. The next morning, Amaric led Miriam to a place. In the courtyard stood a tall young man, who initially had his back to them. As Miriam and Amaric approached, the man turned around. Delbert? Why was he here? Amaric explained. I asked him to come. There are some things I believe he would want to explain to you face to face. To explain to her? Miriam looked at Delbert in confusion. Delbert's eyes were lowered, hiding countless thoughts. Amaric left the courtyard, giving Delbert and Miriam their privacy. After Amaric left, the tranquil courtyard was left with only the two of them. After a long silence, Delbert spoke slowly. Miriam, I've wronged you. His voice was low but clear in the quiet courtyard. What are you talking about? Miriam asked with wide, puzzled eyes. I owe you an apology. What do you mean? Owe me something. I've known you for a long time, since 3 years ago. Delbert's voice was somber, his eyes filled with inexplicable sorrow. Miriam was bewildered. 3 years ago? The car accident involving your adoptive parents, originally, was targeted at me. Delbert finally revealed this secret he had kept inside for so long. Miriam trembled. That accident was something Miriam never wanted to bring up again. That day, she lost the 2 people who loved her most in the world. The culprit of the accident had long been punished, and the matter had been buried. Delbert watched Miriam's pale face, guilt gnawing at him. The people involved were after me, but accidentally hit your car instead. Delbert confessed. If I hadn't swerved at that moment, nothing would have happened to you. When the car had been speeding towards him, Delbert managed to avoid it thanks to quick reflexes and skilled driving. But that resulted in the other car crashing into the vehicle behind him. Delbert escaped harm, but Miriam's family suffered greatly. Miriam's adoptive parents' deaths were largely his fault. Delbert looked at Miriam with deep remorse. The seeds of guilt planted 3 years ago had sprouted and grown, consuming his heart. Delbert's words brought Miriam back to that day. Beckett, her mother's warm body had protected her, hugging her tightly. Warm blood flowed from her mother's body, dripping onto her hands, clothes, and face. As time ticked by, her mother's body grew colder and colder. And as her mother's warmth faded, so did Miriam's consciousness. The memory drained all color from Miriam's face. Seeing Miriam like this, Delbert's eyes were filled with pain. I'm sorry, he apologized. I'm telling you now because I never had the courage to confess. Perhaps it's because I still harbored some selfishness in my heart. Chapter 410, I don't blame you. Because he loved her and wanted to maintain a good image in her heart, as she grew more important to him, it became increasingly difficult for him to bring himself to apologize. Until he saw her fall in love with Gerald, still blaming herself for the death of her adoptive parents. Delbert felt he could no longer be selfish. Beckett should tell her the truth. No matter whether what awaited him was her anger or blame, he would accept it calmly. Beckett wanted her to know that the events of that year were not her fault, but his. Though Fong family's parents returned and appeared there at that point in time because of no fault of hers, he was the one who ultimately led to the tragic outcome. She didn't need to punish herself. Miriam slowly shifted her gaze away. Beckett's thoughts also returned from the car accident 3 years ago to the present moment. Seeing Miriam like this, Delbert felt tense and heartbroken. If you want to yell, then yell. If you want to cry, then cry. Don't keep your emotions bottled up. Delbert had observed Miriam for 3 years and knew she pretended to be strong, acting as if she didn't care about anything. But in reality, she was only 18, having just become an adult. She could act childish, weak, and scared. After an unknown period, Miriam finally spoke. There's nothing for you to apologize for. I can distinguish right from wrong. You're also a victim in that incident. Miriam's voice wasn't loud, but very clear, her attitude firm. She clearly understood that if things really happened as Delbert said, she couldn't blame him. If you don't think it's my fault, what about yourself? Delbert asked Miriam in return. You have every reason to blame me for the death of your adoptive parents, but you chose to blame yourself instead. Is that reasonable? Delbert's tone was pressing. Beckett wanted Miriam to see reality, to understand her place in the event. She was a victim, not the perpetrator. Miriam was clear-headed when dealing with others, making judgments based on facts. But what about herself? Cornelius, thank you for telling me all this. I don't need to continue feeling guilty. This wasn't something you intended to cause. I won't take out my frustration on you. As for myself, it's different. Miriam's face was calm, and her voice sounded composed, showing no sign of distress. Delbert frowned deeply, his eyes filled with bitterness. Although the secret buried in his heart for many years was finally revealed, he still did not feel relieved. Delbert talked with Miriam for an afternoon and had lunch together with her and her father, Emeric. In the courtyard, Delbert bid farewell to Emeric. Uncle Zaire, I'm leaving. Thank you for having me over today. Delbert was polite and elegant, yet his brows still carried hints of worry and loneliness. Beckett left, not only for today, but also putting down his guilt and obsession with Miriam. Do you not intend to persuade her further? Emeric asked. Delbert shook his head gently. The void inside her is something I cannot mend. Pausing, Delbert suggested. If possible, I think you should look for Judah. Judah? Emeric furrowed his brow. Given the attitude of the elder Dustin from the Dustin family, I don't particularly want Leora to have too much involvement with the Dustins. All parents are biased. Elder Dustin was biased in protecting his grandson. Emeric was similarly biased in protecting Miriam. Chapter 411. Cannot mention Miriam in front of Judah. Delbert said, Judah is different. His parents faced strong opposition from the elder, but eventually got together and had him. And according to my understanding of him, apart from his master Toby Elder, no one can sway his thoughts, not even Josh. Besides, Delbert paused for a moment, with deep eyes and a dry throat, yet he chose to continue. Besides, isn't Miriam avoiding Judah precisely because she cares about him? Emeric was silent for a moment. I understand. His prolonged gaze indicated that he was seriously considering Delbert's suggestion. In nearly 2 months, Egon was utterly frazzled. Having known Judah for so many years, this was the first time seeing him so irritable. Judah's temper wasn't good, but he rarely lost it. Most people couldn't provoke him into anger. But this time, he did get angry, and stayed mad for 2 whole months. During this period, he took out his anger on the Beckett family, Adeline, Brant, and even Lee. Everyone who could be affected by him has been through the ringer. Even Josh fell within the range of his displaced anger. The relationship between grandfather and grandson had hit rock bottom, worse than before Judah came to Beijing. Every day, Egon walked on eggshells, feeling that any misstep might turn him into an innocent bystander suffering the consequences, ending up without a trace. Mr. Liu, what's wrong with the CEO lately? Beckett looks like he wants to devour someone alive. Beckett wasn't like this before. The person asking was a senior employee at Zhuai Jianghu Game Company, deeply puzzled by Judah's recent abnormal state, and sought help from Egon, who was relatively close to CEO Lin. Don't bring it up. His future wife ran away, who knows where she went. Beckett's furious, so be careful doing your work. Avoid stirring up trouble. I'm barely keeping myself safe right now. Future wife? What's her name and surname? Are there any other keywords we shouldn't mention? Let me know, so I can prepare mentally and be cautious when speaking. The future wife's name is Miriam. Don't mention the word Zaire or Z in front of her. Of course, avoid reciting anything like Li Sa, Joga, Tianwen, which remind him of Miriam. If necessary, even Tang poems, song lyrics, and Yuan tunes should be less talked about. Got it. Can't mention the name Miriam. Can't recite Miriam, and words that easily remind us of Miriam can't be mentioned either. The senior employee counted on his fingers, while Egon kept giving him exaggerated facial expressions across from him. What? Am I wrong? Are there other things related to Miriam that I missed? The senior employee asked Egon curiously. Egon felt like dying. Oh, young Master Dustin, you're here early today? Egon looked embarrassed and guilty. Only then did the senior employee realize that behind him stood Lin President, whom everyone in the company believed to have recently developed a serious case of premenstrual syndrome. Mr. Lannon, Beckett ha. The senior employee laughed awkwardly and nervously. Oh God, you can't play with her like this. Judah cast a cold glance over the senior employee and Egon. Then he quickly strode into his office with long strides. Not until he closed the office door and disappeared did the senior employee and Egon breathe a sigh of relief. They almost thought someone would die just now. That look from President Lin was truly terrifying, as if ready to kill. Chapter 412. I miss you so much. Sigh, love is indeed a poison. Just look at how it has affected their suave and debonair CEO Lin. The man was alright now, but Egon still had to go to the office to find Judah. Beckett walked toward the CEO's office with a heart as heavy as if he were going to a grave. Just as he was about to knock on the door, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Egon hesitated for a moment before answering the call. His expression went from initial confusion to excitement, then to jubilation. Finally, he rushed into Judah's office in high spirits. 10 minutes later, Judah came out of the office. Egon quickly briefed the secretary and department manager on some urgent matters on behalf of Judah, then ran off with him. Today, Miriam finally finished her work at the Academy of Sciences. For the following 2 months, she would be working remotely, which was slightly troublesome but ultimately passed the final inspection successfully. The project succeeded, and a system prompt appeared. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for completing the grand mission of benefiting humanity, earning 200 points of virtue. Despite the arduous journey to earn these 200 points, Miriam did not show much joy on her face. 2 more missions left, and she would know what her ultimate mission assigned by this system was. Once the final mission was completed, perhaps she could live the life she desired? Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Miriam got up from the bed to open it. The moment she opened the door, a figure squeezed quickly into the room. Judah. Bang. The door slammed shut roughly. Lynn. Miriam looked up, meeting Judah's intense gaze. His eyes were strikingly clear yet deep, filled with smoky anger beneath the tender expression. Miriam took 2 steps back. On her 3rd step, she felt Judah's grip firmly hold her back. You want to run again? How could you? Find me here. This was exactly what Miriam feared. She thought she had hidden well enough that Judah wouldn't find her. Judah laughed, a cold and sarcastic laugh. You're quite capable, aren't you? When I said I'd come back, you immediately canceled your phone number. You even left a note saying you wanted to break up. Did you ever ask if I agreed? Let's part ways amicably. Miriam turned her gaze away. Why won't you look at me? Judah forcibly turned Miriam's head, making her face him directly. Looking at Miriam, her face was expressionless, calm, and seemingly heartless, but only her eyes betrayed her. She was afraid. She was shrinking away. She had been hiding. The rage in Judah's chest subsided somewhat. Ultimately, his concern outweighed his anger. I miss you so much, Judah said. You are such a terrible woman, teasing me and leaving your mark on me, then walking away without a second thought. Judah pointed to his chest, accusing Miriam. Miriam felt a tightening in her own chest. An indescribable feeling made it impossible for her to look Judah in the eye. Beckett looked like an injured lion, licking his wounds. During those 2 months apart, Miriam often thought of Judah. Even in her dreams at night, she would dream about him. Seeing him standing right in front of her, hearing him say he missed her, Miriam almost wanted to hug him, leaving her mark on him. Miriam didn't care about the decorum expected of a woman. She never had. But only on one condition, not to hurt him. Chapter 413, the one who tied the knot should untie it. She didn't want to hurt him. We're over. Miriam reiterated, trying to make her tone as cold and resolute as possible. These words were directed at Judah as much as they were a reminder to herself. She kept telling herself that it was over between them and that she needed to accept this fact. I haven't agreed. A breakup should be clarified face to face. What you're doing doesn't count. After saying this, Judah suddenly dragged Miriam out of the door and started walking downstairs. What are you doing? Miriam stopped in her tracks, refusing to move further and wanting to ask clearly first. However, Judah picked her up in his arms and rushed downstairs at lightning speed. In the living room downstairs stood an elderly man with white hair, dressed simply. The old man appeared very advanced in years, leaning on a cane, his frame slender, but giving off an impression of still being robust. The old man smiled warmly, his eyes kind. The image of this elderly man overlapped with her memories. She had seen him before. It was he who had interpreted her fate back then. It was at the home of her adoptive parents' friend where she met Fadi, reputed to be a master fortune teller. The old man read her fortune that day. She hadn't seen this old man again since then. She heard that he had long retired, and almost no one knew where he had gone or if he was even still alive. Now he was standing right in front of her. Seeing Judah carrying Miriam downstairs, Elder Selen's eyes twinkled with amusement. Young people are indeed full of energy. Selen teased kindly. Beckett originally had no intention of coming out of seclusion, but the person who came to him was Judah, the only disciple of Amnon, his lifelong close friend. And the matter Judah sought help with was something that had been weighing on his mind for many years. Judah put Miriam down. Standing steady, Miriam's gaze fell on Fadi. Beckett's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, her expression a mix of confusion and scrutiny. Judah told Miriam, the one who tied the knot should untie it. Since I can't make you believe me, I'll have him tell you what fate really means. Over the past 2 months, while searching for Miriam, Judah also found Selen. Beckett knew that if he couldn't resolve the knot in Miriam's heart, even finding her wouldn't convince her to stay by his side. Since it was Selen who set the cause, it should be Selen who resolved it. Fadi stepped forward, approaching Miriam. Beckett examined her closely from head to toe. So, you're that little girl. You've grown so much. Your father already told me. I never imagined my prediction would harm you like this. I'm truly sorry. Selen remembered Miriam and the reading he did for her. Miriam responded calmly. You just spoke the truth, didn't you? I don't blame you. No, it's not that simple. I did tell the truth, but only part of it, said Fadi. Your adoptive parents got so upset after hearing the first half that I never got a chance to finish. There's more. Miriam wasn't aware there was more. Yes, Fadi nodded. Your destiny is quite peculiar. It's true that your fate leads to separation from blood relatives, meaning you won't have strong familial ties with your biological parents or others related by blood. But this applies specifically to blood relations, not everyone else. Fadi continued. Moreover, weren't you and your adoptive parents quite close? If your fate truly harmed them, why did it take so many years for anything to happen? What kind of curse is that? Chapter 414, the latter part of Beckett's life. The latter part of your life goes like this. The absolute love and hate in your destiny will experience a turn for the better after you come of age. Now that you have reached 18 years old, your fate is turning around, making your future more promising. However, there's still one obstacle you need to pass, but if you can get through it smoothly, everything will go well. A turn for the better. Miriam was taken back by the Zaire family after she turned 18. Miriam met Zaire Blanche after she turned 18 as well. The Zaire family aside, Zaire Blanche has been nothing less than good to Miriam. He did all that a father should do. Judah deliberately asked Fadi, was my plane accident related to Miriam? Fadi laughed at hearing this. First of all, you're fine. The plane only made an emergency landing, with no one injured on board. Secondly, if we blame every mishap on someone with so-called bad fortune, it would be absurd. Though Fadi was a fortune teller, he had never heard such nonsense. Beckett continued. In fact, one's destiny is not unchangeable. Why do fortune tellers look at facial features? Because one's face reflects their heart, which can change destiny. People make their own fates, they decide their own destinies, and different hearts create different destinies. Miriam stared blankly at Fadi. His words were like throwing a stone into a calm lake. The stone may not be large, but it stirred up ripples, spreading from the center outward until the entire lake's surface lost its tranquility. The lock in her heart, unnoticed, was now unlocked and fell to the ground. Fadi then pointed to Judah and said, "This person beside you has profound blessings, being a rare three-life, greatly benevolent person. Even if you truly have a destiny that overcomes husband and kin, you won't be able to overcome this person." Judah himself had said something similar to Miriam before, but she hadn't listened. Now when Fadi said it, the effect was different. Judah's 3 lives good fortune was recognized by Miriam's system, so what Fadi said was absolutely true. Miriam fell silent. Fadi gave Miriam some time to digest and accept this. "Girl, if there's anything you still can't understand, ask away. I'll help you clear your doubts. Don't keep things bottled up inside, and don't let these matters sever the hard-won connection you've obtained." Fadi glanced at Judah with a smile, saying, "I've known this kid for many years. His master always says he has no feelings, indifferent to everything. This time, because of you, he almost dislocated my old bones." Rather than saying Fadi was invited by Judah, it would be more accurate to say he was brought here under duress. If he couldn't comfort this young lady today, he might not be able to walk out of this door intact. "You still have the nerve to talk?" Your half-finished words back then caused endless harm. Judah's gaze towards Fadi remained unfriendly. If Fadi hadn't predicted Miriam's fate for no reason, would these incidents have happened? Fadi chuckled. "Look, sweetie, he still looks like he wants to kill me. Quickly tell me what's troubling you, so I can clear it up. Otherwise, I might not leave this house unscathed today." Miriam looked at Judah. His face was cold and stern, his brows knitted with sorrow hidden beneath his long lashes. Beckett was waiting for Miriam's response, as if waiting for a verdict. Chapter 415, the first time calling Amaric Guido. That evening, Amaric knocked on Miriam's door. After Darren and Judah left in the afternoon, Miriam had remained in her room all day. Perhaps she was processing what Mr. Darren left behind, or perhaps she was thinking about something else. As a father, Amaric felt it necessary to talk to his daughter and understand her current state of mind. "May I come in?" Amaric's voice sounded from outside the door. Miriam replied. The door opened, and the robust and steady Amaric walked in slowly. Approaching Miriam, he gently patted her head. "What are you thinking about? Did you ask Judah to come?" "Yes, I did. Although Josh doesn't like you, he treats you well, so I thought it would be good for him to have a chat with you. Maybe he could untangle the knot in your heart. I didn't expect him to bring Mr. Darren here. In fact, these past 2 months, I've also been trying to find Mr. Darren, but there's been no news." Amaric was satisfied with Judah's performance this time. Indeed, Miriam had changed after meeting Mr. Darren. The knot in her heart seemed to have loosened considerably. Miriam said, "I thought about it all afternoon, and I realized that I like him." Free from worries, Miriam disliked procrastination and affectation. If she liked someone, she wasn't going to hide it and make herself miserable. Amaric looked at Miriam's face and said, "If you like him, I won't object to you two dating, but don't rush into marriage." As a father, allowing his daughter to date was one thing, but marriage was too early. "Thank you, Guido," Miriam said to Amaric. Amaric suddenly paused. This was the first time Miriam called him Guido. Daughter, calling him Guido. This unfamiliar title struck a corner of Amaric's heart that had never been touched before. The ever-steady Amaric felt unsteady for once. Cough, cough. Beckett used a cough to cover his emotional fluctuation. Miriam also immediately turned her head away after saying Guido. Are you hungry? Hungry? Yes, I am. Well, then I'll go downstairs and get you something to eat." Amaric quickly left, not daring to look back at Miriam. After 2 months, Miriam finally logged back into the game, Drunken River. During these 2 months, she hadn't logged in, partly due to work and partly because she didn't want to enter this game, where every corner reminded her of Judah. Logging in, Miriam didn't receive any unread messages. She breathed a sigh of relief, having momentarily thought Judah might look for her in the game. Sure enough, he wasn't childish enough to do that. Miriam headed into the city intending to clear her inventory and sell some potions and equipment she no longer needed. But as soon as she arrived at the marketplace, she was startled by an enormous missing person poster. The poster was posted next to the bulletin board, integrated into the game's modeling, and it was looking for her. The name on the poster wasn't her game ID, a fish too salty to exist, but her real name Miriam. What was going on? Why was there such a missing person poster in the game? Who was looking for her? And who had the authority to post such a notice in the game? Such a directly modeled missing person poster was something no player could create. Rarely did Miriam post on the World Channel. A fish too salty to exist. It's been a while since I've played the game. Can anyone tell me what's happening with the missing person poster at the market bulletin board? Chapter 416. The Xena should manage Beckett her husband. Miriam's question immediately received responses from everyone. Night raid on Widow's Village. Holy crap, Xena is actually online. Oh my god. Fellow players, come and see. Xena is alive. Unkswend. Lazy fish, you've finally come. Seeing Xena's message, everyone reacted strongly. Among a flood of messages marveling at Xena being online, Miriam finally found a few replies to her question. Mega fan of big letters. Indeed, it's been long since she logged in. She doesn't even know about the Sun Zaire competition. A super salty fish. What's the Sun Zaire competition? Forceful advance. The so-called Sun Zaire competition refers to the disappearance of a girlfriend of some higher-up in this game. So, they released a bounty within the game. Whoever finds this girl named Miriam in the real world can get the unique God Beast, Illusory World Braden's A. PP hurts a bit. Ah, too bad no one has claimed the reward after 2 months. I really want to know what the Illusory World Braden's A looks like. The official pictures are simply too awesome. Talking online with girls, don't even mention it. To get this reward, I now wander around on the streets whenever I have time, asking every girl I see if she's named Miriam. Miriam looked at the questions in the world chat channel and realized that the person who posted this missing person notice was someone from Zhujiang Game Company's upper management. Who exactly is it? Is it someone she knows? Bored out of my mind. Xena, you've finally come back. You don't know what crazy things your husband did while you were gone. A super salty fish. What happened? Bored out of my mind. Beckett went berserk fighting people. Single-handedly took down several guilds, making everyone in the server tremble and complain endlessly. Night raid on Widow's Village. Xena, we missed you so much during these 2 months. Now that you're back, please persuade your husband to put down his weapons and turn over a new leaf. Fate determines life and death. Exactly. Xena, please manage your husband well. Don't let him run wild and harm others. We've had it too tough. After reading the world channel for a while, Miriam switched to her personal chat software and opened the chat window with Andre. Beckett, let me check something. Among the top brass of Zhujiang Game Company, is there anyone who knows me? Boss Zaire, aren't you still on leave? Planning to come back early to expand the company territory? Why Zhujiang Game Company? They are a gaming company, and we are a cosmetics and fashion company. Seems unrelated, right? Don asked many questions. Okay, who am I to say no to my boss? Andre obediently started investigating. 20 minutes later, Andre messaged Miriam. Boss Zaire, it's nearly the end of me. I thought I'd never see you again. What happened to you? I just infiltrated their company server to check out their top management, but got reverse-tracked. What kind of freak is this? Even stronger than me. Andre was teetering on the edge of madness. Beckett always had immense confidence in his hacking skills, but today he suffered a heavy blow. Totally crushed. Beckett couldn't believe he was outmatched in the field he was most proud of. Worst of all, he was counter-hacked, exposing his own information. Chapter 417. Sooner or later, it has to be confessed. Might as well take the initiative. Of course, Miriam's communication with him might have already been compromised. Andre told Miriam. Boss Zaire, we might all be exposed. They should have traced back to us. No problem, I'll handle it, Miriam responded calmly. Miriam was never one to panic in such situations. She personally reached out, directly inviting drunken Wuling Game Company as the president of Ellen Corporation. At that moment, Judah, sitting in his office, saw the invitation, his expression complicated. Beckett had just detected someone intruding into the company network, intercepting and counter-tracing it himself. It led him straight to Ellen Corporation's network. Now he knew it was Miriam who tried to investigate his game company information. The reason for Miriam's investigation, likely because of the search for Zaire competition in the game. Beckett hadn't managed to cancel the competition and the missing person notice before Miriam logged into the game. Now Miriam officially invited him as the president of Ellen Corporation, hoping to meet and talk. Egon cautiously reminded him from the side. Young Master Beckett, what do you plan to do? Do you really want to meet her? If you meet her, she might get angry. But if you lie to her, it seems like a bigger offense. Egon thought this was indeed a dilemma. Without Egon reminding him, Judah naturally knew this was a dilemma. After pondering for a while, Judah said, we must meet. It has to be confessed sooner or later. Egon replied, then prepare yourself and think about how to explain this matter. Judah instructed, book the best Japanese restaurant in the city for US and reserve the entire place. Egon asked, no problem. Do you need anything else, like flowers or gifts? She probably isn't interested in flowers or gifts. True, Connie is only interested in food and fun. After confirming the arrangements with Egon, Judah sent an affirmative reply to Miriam. The reply was sent via the company work email to Miriam's corporate email. The meeting time was set for tonight. Upon receiving the reply, Miriam promptly arrived at the Japanese restaurant. This was a Japanese-style building with traditional decorations inside, where all the staff wore kimonos. Upon seeing Miriam, the neatly lined-up staff greeted her as Miss Zaire and led her to a changing room. Emerging in a purple kimono consistent with the restaurant style, Miriam exuded unique charm. Then the staff guided Miriam to a private room. How did you know who my date was? Miriam asked. The staff politely replied with a smile. Today, there is only your party dining in the restaurant. Reaching the private room, the staff slid open the door, revealing the man waiting for her. The man was wearing a black kimono provided by the restaurant, and even just from behind, he seemed familiar. After Miriam entered, the staff left outside, closing the door and leaving them alone. The room was decorated in traditional Japanese style, with tatami mats on the ground and a low table, where guests sit on the floor. Delicate appetizers were already on the table, looking both elegant and abundant. Sitting opposite the man, Miriam kept her gaze fixed on him. Familiarity with the back view made Miriam feel a premonition. The man didn't keep Miriam waiting long and slowly turned around. Chapter 418, I want a Zaharnish you. Judah. It was him. So, Drunken Rivers and Lakes Game Company is yours? Miriam asked. Yes. Judah didn't dare to deny it. Frankness leads to leniency, while resistance only makes things worse. At this moment, being honest would be more advantageous. Being invincible in the game is a misuse of private power? No. This purely came from his personal strength. Whether it was equipment or operation in the game, it all came from Judah's personal capabilities. Absolutely not, because he was the boss who modified the backend codes for himself. So that search for Zaire activity was an idea you came up with these past 2 months to find me? Yes. A little foolish. Miriam gazed at Judah, Though she said it was foolish, her heart felt warm. Though the search for Zaire activity seemed silly, it demonstrated how much Judah valued Miriam. To find her, he was even willing to sacrifice the gaming empire he had built. After answering, Judah carefully observed Miriam's expression. But Miriam's face looked as cold and indifferent as usual, giving no hint of her thoughts. You have quite a few outs, Miriam said. Yeah, Judah replied. You too, Judah retorted in his mind. Knowing each other in the game for so long without telling me, I want to punish you, Miriam said expressionlessly. Honestly, her demeanor made Judah somewhat nervous. In his 20-plus years, there were few things that made him nervous. With Miriam, he experienced plenty. All right, what punishment do you have in mind? Judah asked. Miriam suddenly stood up, circled around the table, and walked toward Judah step by step. Sitting on the ground, Judah looked up at Miriam, feeling slightly uneasy. Miriam squatted down, kneeling on the ground, aligning her gaze with Judah's. Was she planning to punch him? Judah could only accept it. That's what he thought in his heart. However, the next second, Judah faced something even more intense than getting hit. A kiss, coming straight at him. Miriam initiated the kiss, pressing her lips to Judah's. Judah was stunned for 2 seconds before quickly turning passive into active. After the kiss ended, Miriam pushed Judah onto the ground. Judah looked up at Miriam, his heart racing. What do you plan to do? Judah asked, his Adam's apple involuntarily moving. I'm trying something new, Miriam answered. Judah's eyes went from worry to anticipation. Just then, Miriam picked up the chopsticks from the table, grabbed a piece of sushi, and placed it on Judah's clavicle. What are you doing? Judah was taken aback. Human sushi, never tried it. Miriam answered. This is what you want to try? Judah supported himself up with one hand. Just as he moved, Miriam pressed him back onto the floor. You're not allowed to move. You said you would accept punishment, Miriam said. Judah couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I end up like this, and all you want is to eat sushi? With you looking so tempting right now, not using you as sushi seems like a waste, Miriam answered seriously. Don't know when it started, but I began to think you look as tempting as food, and I've wanted to try this for a long time. If not for my reluctance to date, I probably would have acted earlier. So, you've been eyeing me for a while. Chapter 419 Unlocking the Ultimate Task. Judah smiled, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Yeah, Miriam was candid. I said I can't fall in love, but I never said I wasn't interested in you. Desiring my own boyfriend isn't a problem, right? After saying this, Miriam lightly touched Judah's chin. Then she picked up a piece of tuna sashimi and ate it. The human sushi talk was just for fun, merely to tease Judah. Not only is there no problem, but it's damn adorable. Miriam, who had let go of her inner reservations, was so straightforward that Judah couldn't get enough of her. Adorable? Was there any connection between her and that word? Miriam put a piece of salmon sashimi into Judah's mouth. Judah curled his lips, slowly swallowing the orange-pink salmon. Then Judah flipped over, pinning Miriam down on the tatama floor of the Japanese restaurant. You're full now, and it's my turn, Judah said. Miriam and Judah spent the whole afternoon at the Japanese restaurant, leaving when it was already dark. Miriam didn't forget that she still had 2 tasks to complete. With Judah by her side, completing the tasks became much easier. They did volunteer work together and also acted courageously once. These 2 tasks were completed smoothly. Of course, persuading Judah to accompany her for volunteering and acts of bravery came with a price. Dining, shopping, watching movies, and touring together in games. During this time, Miriam inevitably paid a little more as well. But finally, all 100 tasks were perfectly completed, and Miriam could unlock her ultimate task. After confirming that Miriam had completed the 100th task, the system announced her ultimate task. Not only was Miriam excited, even this faulty system was pretty worked up, because it hadn't had permission to view this content before. Congratulations, Queen, for unlocking the final task. Find 3 people willing to sacrifice their lives for you. What are you talking about? The final task is to find someone to sacrifice for me. Having been fooled by this system for so many years, Miriam felt like this bizarre assignment was more of a joke. No mistake, your final task is indeed to find 3 people willing to sacrifice their lives for Queen Yu. As for why it's such a task, this scoundrel can't explain it to you for now. Perhaps the system hopes Queen promotes love and being loved. This virtue system has always advocated truth, goodness, beauty, love, and positive energy. Such a task seemed somewhat inconsistent with its usual principles. Miriam had even prepared to spend several decades on some grand humanitarian project to complete the ultimate task. Instead, this was what she got. So, it means using the lives of 3 people who love me to free myself from you. Miriam asked. Pretty much. The system confirmed. True to form, never letting me down, I quit the final task. This was something Miriam would absolutely never complete. Has Queen thought this through? If you don't complete this task, you'll forever be relying on earning virtue points to extend your lifespan. Isn't freeing yourself from this scoundrel something Queen has always wanted? Thought through, there was nothing to hesitate about. She would never agree to such an exchange. Chapter 420. Even your Alaric is part of the plan. Miriam completely put aside the mission. She pretended as if nothing had happened. 2 days later, she returned to the capital with Judah. The 2 returned to the Sihiyuan and had no intention of visiting the Dustin family. Early the next morning, Maverick Dustin came over, bringing a large amount of gifts. Today, the once domineering Maverick Dustin looked unusually humble. Miss Miriam, I am really sorry for how I treated you before. I hope you can forgive me. Maverick Dustin apologized bluntly to Miriam. Fadi had naturally told Maverick Dustin what he had said after that. Once he knew that Miriam was not truly inauspicious, Maverick Dustin rid himself of that concern and was more than willing to accept Miriam as his grandson's wife. Most importantly, because of Miriam's departure, Judah had a complete falling out with him, believing that he hadn't changed and was still the stubborn old man who had tried to separate them back then. Before Miriam could respond, Judah pulled her behind him. If there's a first time, there will be a second. It was clear that Judah was still somewhat angry. Yusef, grandfather never wanted to separate you two. I just didn't want anything bad to happen to you. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, why would I force you two apart again? Maverick Dustin's attitude was sincere. His eyes earnestly gazed at Judah and Miriam, pitifully. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, one would hardly believe that Maverick Dustin, who supported half of the capital's wealth, actually acted this way. Words are meaningless, said Judah. So what do you want? Asked Maverick Dustin. Egon, bring over the contract, said Judah. Egon obediently brought the contract to Maverick Dustin. Maverick Dustin took it and looked. Well, it was already drafted. Now it was even printed on paper, clearly premeditated. The contract listed many clauses, all restraining Maverick Dustin, requiring him to adhere to certain conditions concerning Miriam. 1. No prejudice against Miriam due to any superstitious reasons. 2. Not forcing Miriam to bear the responsibility of carrying on the family line, freedom in marriage and reputation. 3. Miriam does not need to do any housework or bear any family responsibilities. In total, more than 20 items were written. If any of the above clauses were violated, Maverick Dustin would have to publicly apologize to Miriam in the newspaper and sever his legal relationship with Judah. If he breaches the contract and doesn't execute it, he must compensate Miriam with 50% of the Dustin family's assets as emotional compensation. You rascal. Maverick Dustin was both depressed and choked with indignation. Will you sign? Judah raised an eyebrow. You're setting up your own grandfather, asking me to do something so embarrassing. Maverick Dustin pouted angrily. People in business can't trust verbal agreements. It's safer when it's stamped and signed, Judah explained. If you don't want to sign, it's also fine, then I'll sign. Fine enough. Realizing he was in the wrong, Maverick Dustin reluctantly agreed despite knowing he was being tricked by his grandson. Egon handed over the pen and stamp pad. As Maverick Dustin stamped each page, he glanced fiercely at Egon. If you dare leak this, I'll skin you alive. Egon nodded hurriedly. You can rest assured, Maverick. I won't, absolutely not. Egon thought to himself. This is what your grandson did. You can't handle him, but take it out on me? How innocent the first damn, whoa. Chapter 4:21 Despair of Brant. All right, I've signed it. After signing the contract, he passed it to Judah, who immediately gave it to Miriam. Keep it safe. If the old man bullies you in the future, just bring this out. Judah said with a faint smile to Miriam. Miriam accepted it, although she didn't think this thing would be of any use. The last time she left wasn't entirely because of the old man. Her reasons were mostly to blame. Thus, she could see that Judah wasn't really mad at the old man either. With the contract settled, Judah pulled Miriam into the house. Maverick Dustin did not leave right away, but insisted on staying in the courtyard and even ate dinner together with Judah and Miriam before going back. The old man ate an extra large bowl more than usual, proving that having meals with younger generations was indeed much more enjoyable than eating alone. After being retaliated by Judah, the Beckett family fell completely. Their business was gone, their company collapsed. Offending the Dustin family had led to such consequences. The entire Beckett family hated Brant. Beckett was a smart kid, but something went wrong in his head, forcing him to go against the Dustin family. Now, he had dragged down the entire Beckett family under the retaliation of the Dustin family. Brant used to be a proud son of heaven, deeply loved by his elders for his outstanding intelligence, and was the most favored grandson by his grandfather. Even failing to join the Academy of Sciences did not make him lose his family's importance and affection, because everyone believed that given more time, he still stood a chance. However, after offending the Dustin family, considering the Dustin family's status in the Academy of Sciences and even the entire scientific community, Brant now had no hope whatsoever for this path. Within a short period, Brant plummeted from the pride of the Beckett family to its center. Originally high-spirited and strong-willed, the so-called friends around him only befriended him out of the desire to cling on to him. As soon as problems arose, these so-called friends turned their backs on him instantly. Brant's life suddenly hit rock bottom. The drastic change was too much for him to accept. Brant came to the entrance of the Sief family mansion. Beckett wanted to see Brother Delbert, but the people inside wouldn't let him in, so he waited by sitting on the blue stone road outside the gate. Finally, he saw Delbert's car entering the Sief family compound. Brant rushed over immediately. Brother Delbert. It's me, I'm Cameron. Brant pounded on the car window. The window rolled down, revealing Delbert seated in the back seat. Delbert looked somewhat weary, but remained as always, gentle and elegant. Do you have something? The tone of Delbert sounded distant, polite, yet distanced from Brant. His attitude made Brant's heart sink. Brother Delbert, you weren't like this to me before. They both hailed from aristocratic families in the capital, and Brant, close in age to Delbert, had known him since childhood, always regarding Delbert as his role model. Delbert treated Brant quite kindly and gently, seeing him as a rather lively little brother. I've already heard about what you did to Miriam, Delbert said. So you blame me too, Brother Delbert? Brant clenched his fists. You are an adult now. You need to take responsibility for your actions. You attempted to harm Miriam, and she is my friend, replied Delbert. Friend? How long have you known her for her to become your friend? What about me? Am I not your friend? Brant was emotional. It was understandable if others reacted this way, but why even Brother Delbert? You should reflect on yourself. Chapter 4:22, The Most Insane Revenge Plan. After Delbert finished speaking, he gestured to the driver to ignore Brant. The car drove into the Sief residence. Behind him, Brant shouted something else that Delbert didn't bother listening to. The last strand of restraint snapped. Brant clenched his fists tighter and tighter, his eyes wide with fury, veins bulging red. In the most bustling CBD of the capital city at 5 in the afternoon, the mall was already bustling with people shopping, dining, and strolling around. A young man wearing a black baseball cap and an oddly timed windbreaker, carrying a paper bag, silently entered the mall. Beckett walked to the center of the mall. Then he opened his windbreaker and shouted, "Nobody move." People slowly turned their heads towards him, only to abruptly realize he was strapped with bombs. Realizing the danger, innocent civilians fled in panic. Boom. A small bomb detonated. It was one of the miniature bombs inside the paper bag in the man's hand. These small bombs were specifically prepared to make people obey. Whoever moves next, I'll throw these small bombs on them. This explosion did not injure anyone, but everyone froze in terror, trembling legs preventing any movement. Before long, the police arrived. The police quickly identified the man and pulled up his file. His name was Brant, originally the heir to the Beckett Corporation, but due to recent events, the Beckett family had nearly collapsed. Beckett also missed his chance to study at the Academy of Sciences. The police slowly approached Brant. "No one come closer. I have a bomb in my hand. If anyone approaches, I'll press this switch and we all die together." Brant, who was intelligent, had learned bomb-making skills on his own to create this bomb. Beckett wanted revenge on Miriam. Beckett wanted her to pay. "This student, please calm down. We can talk about anything. Just put the bomb down first." Police officers and negotiation experts began communicating with Brant. "I don't want to talk to you. Go get Miriam. I want to talk to her." Brant specifically demanded to speak with Miriam. To ensure the safety of teachers and students, the police had no choice but to comply with Brant's request. "All right, we will do as you ask. We will contact this student named Miriam." While stabilizing Brant, the police used his connections to locate Miriam. When the police came to find her, Miriam was lying in her room watching TV, embodying the classic image of a homebody. Understanding the situation, Miriam agreed immediately. "All right, I'll go." Beckett's decisiveness surprised the police. This could very well cost her life, yet this girl agreed so readily. At first glance, she seemed like a lazy and weak girl, but they had completely misjudged her. Perhaps it was because Miriam had been completing tasks within the system too much. She instinctively accepted challenges like this. Moreover, since Brant targeted her, Miriam did not want to endanger others. She felt it was best for her to negotiate directly with Brant. "All right, thank you for your cooperation. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to protect your safety. You can change clothes first. We provide blast-resistant gear. It might not be entirely effective against bombs, but every bit helps." Chapter 4:23 Powerless Fury. "All right," Miriam responded with an unusually calm demeanor. "How much explosives does he have on him?" "The bombs are homemade. The material wrapped around his body is unclear. There's a paper bag next to him, which likely contains the common TNT. If all of it were to explode, the blast radius would be at least 30 meters. The policeman speaking was somewhat concerned that Miriam might be frightened into backing out upon hearing this information. "All right, I understand," Miriam said. Miriam's bravery and decisiveness earned her the admiration of many officers. Miriam rode in a police car to the scene. Outside the mall, large numbers of armed forces stood ready, prepared to rush in to save people at any moment. The mall's door opened, and Miriam walked in alone, entering the mall controlled by Brant. Because Brant only allowed Miriam to enter, no one else could accompany her near him. The police could only stand at the entrance and watch from a distance. Miriam made her way to the center of the mall. As Miriam approached step by step, Brant sneered coldly and said, "Bitch, get down on your knees now." Beckett wanted to humiliate Miriam first. Brant held up the loose explosive in his hand and threatened, "If you don't comply, I'll throw one out right now. I'll throw it into the crowd and see how many I can kill." Beckett used the lives of innocent bystanders to threaten Miriam into kneeling before him. The innocent crowd was terrified and dared not make a sound, only looking at Miriam pleadingly with their eyes. Miriam replied, "Will me kneeling improve your pitiful self-esteem? Who are you calling pitiful?" Brant couldn't bear such words. Beckett wasn't pitiful. Absolutely not. You're the one who's pitiful. You can't beat me, so you bully a group of innocent people. Isn't that proof of your own misery and incompetence? If you had real skills, you'd come after me, not vent your uncontrolled anger on passersby. Shut up. I know you're capable of fighting. I won't give you that chance. Now kneel down. Kneel down. Did you hear me? Brant shouted frantically, his expression bordering on madness. Everyone watched Miriam tensely. They feared that if she didn't comply, Brant might go mad and detonate the bombs, leading to everyone's doom. Miriam knelt calmly. Though on her knees, Miriam remained dignified, feeling no sense of humiliation. Beckett's expression was cool and composed, her clear eyes seemingly mocking Brant's behavior. Brant derived no satisfaction from this. "Bow. Bow to me," Brant continued to command. His expression was twisted, and he seemed on the verge of insanity. Miriam complied, her expression still serene. When someone has a pure conscience, kneeling or bowing doesn't feel like humiliation at all. On the contrary, those with nothing inside will never earn respect even if they sit on the throne. After bowing, Miriam calmly told Brant, "You cannot humiliate me. On the contrary, it only makes you seem increasingly pitiful, humble, and stupid." "Shut up. Shut up." Brant clenched the bomb in his hand tightly, as if ready to press it at any moment. His frantic appearance left everyone's hearts hanging in their throats. At that moment, there was movement outside the door. "Sir, you can't go in. Sir, it's dangerous inside. You really can't go in. Sir, you can't go in." Chapter 4:24 Wanting Mutual Destruction. The The policeman watched helplessly as a dignified and imposing man swiftly rushed towards the sealed-off mall, unable to stop him. Unfortunately, this man was extremely agile, making it impossible to hold him back. Judah sped forward unimpeded, directly dashing into the scene. At this moment, Miriam stood right before Brant, who was strapped with explosives, a perilously close distance. Damn, this Brant is a madman. Brant, what are you doing? Judah's eyes gleamed sharply, a terrifying intent to kill lurking within. Stop right there, Brant shouted. One step closer, and I'll detonate the bombs. Don't think I don't know your abilities, Gerald. Brant, you're courting death. Brant wasn't intimidated by Judah's domineering presence. Instead, he sneered. Master Dustin, do you really not understand the situation? Judah glanced at Miriam, his gaze chilling to the core. You have hurt Miriam today, and for that, your entire Beckett family will pay. Pay? Do you think I care? Brant laughed without any regard. I won't just harm Miriam. I will also harm you. Gerald, stop threatening the Beckett family every time. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Let the Beckett family perish along with me. This man has truly gone completely mad. Dixon and Mel were also brought to the scene by the police, hoping to bring Brant's parents to persuade him. They hurriedly entered the area. Stopping about 30 meters from Brant, they saw him in action, feeling as if dark clouds had covered them and the world was spinning. Cameron, what are you doing? Mel's legs trembled, her voice shaking. You damn brat, what are you planning? Dixon yelled angrily, his rage beyond words. Both of you shut up. Brant's eyes bulged, his features twisted in anger. You two, good-for-nothings. All you can do is scold me. Brant held deep resentment towards his father. After the incident involving the Beckett family, everyone blamed him, including his parents who never stood up for him, allowing him to be bullied and berated without defense. The sight of Brant terrified Dixon and Mel. They had never imagined their son could become so insane. Cameron, don't do this. Kiyomi pleads with you. Mel begged. Beg me? Where was all that scolding spirit a few days ago? Now you plead? Too late. Brant mocked. Dixon panicked. Brat, are you trying to destroy our Beckett family entirely? If you blow up Miriam and Master Dustin, we're all finished. Seeing his son preparing to use explosives to take Miriam down with him, Dixon first thought of how the Beckett family would be implicated. Now the Beckett family was only bankrupt. If Brant killed someone, the whole family would suffer the consequences. Brant laughed. Do you think I care? I'm willing to sacrifice my life. Why should I worry if you get implicated after my death? Mel quickly pulled Dixon aside. Honey, don't provoke Cameron anymore. Beckett's our only son. I didn't mean to provoke him. I wanted him to come down. This is a crime. Dixon's eyes turned red from distress. Dixon was extremely worried. But Brant showed no sign of listening. Brant told Judah, if you think bringing my parents here will make me surrender, you're gravely mistaken. Brant looked deranged. There was no telling what he might do next. Chapter 425, I choose myself. The atmosphere on the scene became increasingly tense. Rudy and Americ also arrived promptly. The police tried to stop them, but like Judah, they barged in directly. Don't come near. Brant shouted at the two men. Beckett didn't know how much skill these two possessed, and he was afraid. Brant, don't do anything reckless. Rudy clenched his fists tightly. I won't be reckless. I'll only make all of you pay the price you deserve. Brant said with a cold laugh. What do you want? I can meet your demands, and let Ling go. Americ frowned deeply. At this moment, stern and authoritative Americ's face was dark, his eagle-like eyes black and profound. I want Miriam dead. I want you all to regret, to feel pain, and to suffer. Brant declared. This won't do you any good either. If you're so determined, you should keep your life. There will be opportunities for a comeback. I can arrange for you to leave here smoothly and fly abroad. Americ proposed. The priority now was to save Miriam and the innocent people in the mall. If you can release me, you can also catch me back. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I won't fall for your tricks. So you're willing to admit defeat just like this? Americ could see that Brant had a very strong-willed personality. I can't win you guys. The Beckett family can't win the Dustin family. But I refuse to lose. I won't let you off easily. Brant decided to go down together since he knew he couldn't win and wouldn't admit defeat. Is it because of me that you turned out like this? Miriam asked. Didn't you attribute your failure to me just to cover up your own mistakes? Bullshit. Brant cursed. It's all your fault. If not for you, none of this would have happened. I wouldn't be disgraced. Our Beckett family wouldn't have been oppressed into bankruptcy. It's all your fault. Brant roared wildly. You all seem so concerned about Miriam, so let's put you to the test. Brant took a bomb from his paper bag, placed it on the ground, and made Miriam pick it up. Miriam, take this bomb and see which of those three is willing to take it from you. You lunatic. Rudy scolded angrily. If I'm a lunatic, then what are you? Brant urged Miriam. Hurry up. If you delay, I'll blow up those two sobbing kids first. Not far from Brant were 2 3- or 4-year-old children who were crying and hiding in their parents' arms, frightened. As soon as Brant spoke, the parents clung tighter to their children, their eyes full of pleas. Others watched Miriam anxiously, unsure what choice she would make at this moment. Without hesitation, Miriam slowly walked forward. Sis, Rudy almost cried out. Without hesitation, Miriam picked up the bomb from the ground. After Miriam took the bomb, Brant held up his detonator. Choose. Which person behind you will you hand it to? Judah, Rudy, and Americ were just over 20 meters away from Miriam. Miriam stood still. I choose myself. Detonate it. Because she had stepped forward to take the bomb, Miriam was now only 3 meters away from Brant. If Brant detonated the bomb, Miriam and he would both be blown to pieces. Chapter 426 Completion of the Ultimate Task. Miriam, are you betting that I don't dare to detonate? Brant felt that he was being underestimated by Miriam again. As long as you dare to detonate, no matter what I do today, you would still end up detonating. There's no need for me to waste time with you. If you don't dare, then at this moment you already don't. Miriam's voice was clear and unusually calm. What are you so smug about? Brant's expression twisted. Miriam's calm analysis and rational attitude drove Brant into a frenzy of anger. Don't think you know everything and can control everything. I'll detonate right now for you to see. Brant raised a hand holding the detonator. Beckett was about to press it down. Judah, Emerick, and Rudy all rushed out. Don't come over. Seeing the movements of the three people, Miriam hurriedly shouted. She wasn't afraid of dying. She had the protection of the rogue system and wouldn't perish together with Brant. Why did they suddenly rush out? Miriam's voice didn't stop the three of them. They pounced forward. At the same time, Brant pressed the button. The bomb exploded. Instantly, white light enveloped Miriam, making everything before her eyes vanish. But Miriam didn't feel pain or hear any sound. All she saw was nothingness, as if she had entered some sort of dimensional space. There was nothing in front of her. Where was Judah? Where was Rudy? Where was Emerick? Where was Brant? Looking at the blank whiteness around her, the familiar voice of the rogue system suddenly sounded. Congratulations, Your Majesty has completed the ultimate task. Beckett, your final task was completed? What happened? What happened? Didn't the bomb explode? What's going on in the real world? How are they? Miriam asked the system, but it didn't respond. In the white light, a figure that Miriam missed countless times gradually became clear. It was Kiyomi. Seeing her mother's familiar figure, Miriam's eyes reddened. Soon, however, Miriam realized this was the scene from the day of their car accident. She sat in the back seat, with her mother beside her. As expected, the accident came rushing towards them. A black Hummer came from the side, crashing into their car. In an instant, her mother hugged her. She saw her mother's body covered in blood, reaching out to grab, but grabbed nothing. Kiyomi. Suddenly, golden light wrapped around her mother's body. Following that, her mother's body turned into specks of golden light and began to dissipate. After the golden light dissipated, the surrounding scene changed again. The accident scene disappeared. Miriam was once again surrounded by blinding whiteness. Then, her mother's figure reappeared. Surrounded by white light, the kind and gentle figure floated in front of Miriam, her face benevolent, smiling warmly like spring sunshine. Ailing. Kiyomi. Ailing, you've grown up. Kiyomi. Miriam stepped forward to embrace, but only met empty air. Beckett, her body passed through her mother's form. She couldn't touch her. Ailing, Mom has already passed away. What you see is just a wisp of Mom's lingering soul, a concern, and obsession. Kiyomi, I miss you very much. Ailing, Mom is glad you've truly grown up. Ailing, when Dad and I left abruptly back then, we were really worried about you. Kiyomi feared you might not live well, not open your heart to love again. But now, Mom finally feels relieved to have someone who truly loves you, and is even willing to sacrifice their life for you by your side. Chapter 427. It's over. It turned out that she had been chosen by the system because of her mother's love. Beckett, her mother's wish for her to learn how to love and be loved made all this possible. The tasks assigned by the system, as well as the harsh survival requirements, were all meant to guide her to care for the world, to connect with it, and to gain the love of others. Learn to love, receive love, and possess love. And now, she had found people who loved her. Judah, Rudy, and Emerick. They chose to protect her in times of danger. Because of them, she completed the final task. Miriam understood. Kiyomi, rest assured. I have people who love and protect me around me. I will take good care of you too. You don't need to worry about me anymore. Miriam looked at Anne, reassuring her. She truly hadn't been filial. Even in death, her mother could not rest easy, still worrying about her. And smiled gently. He is a cheerful child. I'm not worried about him. The two of you must support each other. Miriam nodded vigorously, tears welling up in her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. She wouldn't cry. She wanted her mother to leave with peace of mind. Miriam promised, and I will. I will take care of myself, and I will live well, love everyone who cares about me, and never shy away or retreat. And smiled and nodded. Her gaze on Miriam filled with infinite tenderness. Then her figure gradually faded away until she completely disappeared. Your Majesty, I must leave too. Your mother was the one who guided me to bind with Your Majesty, so the ultimate mission also pertained to your mother's last wish. Now that you've completed the ultimate mission and your mother has gone, our binding relationship must be terminated. The system's voice snapped Miriam back to reality. This troublesome system had often messed with her, and Miriam had no shortage of complaints about its antics. But now, hearing it say it had to go, Miriam felt reluctant. Where will you go after unbinding from me? Miriam asked. Even this troublemaker doesn't know. But my existence is meant to spread positive energy and convey the love in the human world. Your Majesty, as this troublemaker leaves, take care of yourself. The system's voice then vanished. The white light faded, and Miriam found herself back in the real world. The people around her, Judah, Rudy, and Emerick, were alive and unharmed before her. Curtis's bomb hadn't exploded. At this moment, Curtis was going mad, desperately pressing the useless switch. How can this be? How can this be? I tested it. It shouldn't fail. It can't fail. Curtis muttered almost crazily. Police officers immediately rushed forward and pinned Curtis to the ground. Around Miriam were Judah, Rudy, and Emerick. Their bodies formed a protective circle around her, instinctively shielding her. It felt very warm and safe. Miriam's eyes were moist, unsure whether it was due to her parting with her mother or the unwavering protection from these three people. Curtis, lying on the ground, noticed Dixon and Mel far away. Unlike Judah and the others, Dixon and Mel ran in the opposite direction, hiding far away, afraid of being affected by the bomb. Curtis then looked at Miriam again, seeing her with her father, brother, and boyfriend standing together, life and death side by side. Curtis laughed. Then he stopped struggling. Chapter 428 Grand Finale 1. 2 years later. Capital Elithiade. Today is the wedding day of the eldest son of the Dustin family. The media extensively reported on this event. There were many speculations about the identity of the bride. Over these 2 years, news about the love life of the Dustin family's eldest son would occasionally surface. She was said to be a celestial beauty with fair skin, stunning looks, and long legs, reaching the level of a goddess adored by bachelors. But she was just an empty vessel, a plain vase without substance. It was also rumored that she was incredibly lazy, never working or earning her own money, lacking any career of her own, entirely dependent on the young master of the Dustin family for support. If it was only this, then it could have been tolerated after all. Being a young mistress of a prominent family didn't necessitate having a career. However, her laziness extended into daily life in an infuriating way. She never socialized, didn't mingle with people, and never accompanied the young master of the Dustin family to any public occasions, even those where a companion was required, leaving him to go alone, appearing rather lonely. This led some women to think they still had a chance, attempting to get closer to the Dustin family's young master. It was as if Gerald had been bewitched by this woman. No matter how many beautiful and talented women approached him, he paid them no attention, his eyes solely on the celestial beauty at home. This couldn't help but lead people to speculate whether this unusually lazy beauty had exceptional talents in the bedroom, making the Dustin family's young master so insatiable. Of course, this was just a joke. Regardless of everyone's speculations, nothing could change the fact that the Dustin family's young master was getting married. On the outskirts of the capital city, at the Zaire residence, many people arrived at the house early in the morning. Rudy, dressed in a suit, looked handsome but clenched his fists tightly. Christopher was dressed similarly to Rudy but appeared somewhat better than Rudy, though still not very happy. Egon pushed open the door and cheerfully joined them. Unlike the gloomy expressions of the two men, Egon seemed to be radiating joy. Humph, Christopher grunted, clearly displeased with Egon's cheerfulness. Well, what's wrong here? Little song, today is your sister's big day. Why are you wearing such a long face? Shouldn't you be happy? Egon smiled foolishly. What's there to be happy about? If it weren't for Judah's trickery, my sister wouldn't be marrying him. Humph. Mentioning Judah caused Christopher to grit his teeth. Exactly, Rudy agreed. Though he didn't get along well with Christopher, they held the same stance regarding Judah. Egon laughed louder. Little song, give up already. Your sister likes our young Master Dustin. Marrying young Master Dustin was inevitable. There's a difference between sooner and later. Earlier or later isn't the same. Wouldn't it be better later? Christopher asked. That won't do. Young Master Dustin can't wait, fearing someone might snatch her away. It's safer to settle things earlier. Egon chuckled. Beckett's the sneakiest one, tricking elder sister into agreeing to his proposal. Rudy complained. All right. It's not early anymore, and soon the wedding procession will arrive. If you have grievances, give young Master Dustin a hard time during the marriage customs. Set more challenges for him, Egon suggested. I've prepared for it long ago. Rudy began plotting after Miriam's engagement to Judah. Judah should do at least 200 push-ups, 200 frog jumps, 200 pull-ups, and 200 sit-ups. Whoa, aren't you too harsh? Do you still want young Master Dustin to consummate the marriage tonight? That's best. Rudy had no intention of letting Judah succeed easily. Egon rubbed his nose, deciding to stay out of it. Let the brother-in-law and the new husband settle their grudges themselves. Chapter 429 The Grand Finale 2. Miriam, as the bride, was already dressed up. All her attire was custom-made by top masters in the industry, arranged by Judah. The wedding dress, shoes, and jewelry combined were worth over $200 million. Beckettering the commotion outside the door, she knew Rudy's plan to make things difficult for Judah was underway. 200 push-ups, 200 frog jumps, 200 pull-ups, and 200 sit-ups. Rudy insisted that Judah finish every single one before he would allow him to enter the bride's room. Beckett was indeed ruthless. For others, a brother-in-law might just go through the motions and ask for some money from the groom at most. But Miriam's brother-in-law was out to exhaust the groom. Miriam held a tablet in her hand, watching the live feed from the camera installed at the door. Judah wore a custom-made suit today, looking strikingly handsome. Compared to 2 years ago, he had matured and became even more charming. There was a depth to his brows, his eyes dark, bright, and sharp, with mesmerizing long eyelashes. His long legs were straight and powerful, exuding strength with every movement. Judah handed a big red envelope to Rudy. Rudy accepted it. The red envelope is separate. None of my conditions can be skipped, or you won't be allowed in. Christopher agreed. That's right, not one can be missed. Seeing the two brothers-in-law being relentless, Judah could only comply. Today, he couldn't afford to offend anyone, especially not the brothers-in-law. Judah followed through. Egon appeared worried on the surface but was inwardly laughing. Usually, he suffered under young Master Dustin's demands without complaint. It was rare to see young Master Dustin put through this, and Egon wasn't going to miss a moment of it. He even saved the video for future enjoyment. However, he had to admit that young Master Dustin was no ordinary person. A regular person would never complete what Rudy demanded. Egon, who considered himself an athlete, would be speechless after 200 push-ups, let alone the other tasks that followed. But young Master Dustin had extraordinary stamina and managed to do the 200 pull-ups after finishing the push-ups. Upstairs was noisy, while downstairs in the living room, Emerick sat calmly drinking tea. Boss, aren't you going to intervene? It seems like young Master Rudy is taking it too far. What if? The assistant asked cautiously. Too far? Amaric replied unhurriedly, showing no sign of worry. The boss seemed to agree with young Master Rudy. Assistant Amin didn't know that if it weren't for tradition preventing the father from making things difficult for the groom, Amaric would likely have been part of the ordeal for Judah. After more than half an hour, Judah completed all 800 tasks under everyone's witness. The man who usually remained composed and calm was now drenched in sweat, probably soaking his white shirt underneath the suit. Egon admired him. Well, young Master Dustin lives up to his name. Incredible stamina. Even drenched in sweat, young Master Dustin still looked irresistibly masculine. Rudy reluctantly stepped aside for Judah. Finally, Judah entered Miriam's room. As soon as he came in, he saw Miriam quickly hide the tablet behind her back. Quickly reacting, Judah found the tablet playing the live feed from the door. Judah looked at Miriam. Miriam, feeling guilty, looked out the window. Judah laughed, both amused and annoyed. I've never seen someone set up their husband like this. Chapter 430, Grand Finale, 3. Miriam retorted. Who asked you to trick me into wearing the wedding ring? Humph. Judah used a little trick during his proposal. Beckett prepared a table full of dishes with alcohol flavors for Miriam: red wine steak, drunken shrimp, drunken crab, drunken fragrant duck, drunken pepper chicken, and drunken pork ribs. When Miriam was dazed from all the alcohol-infused food, he slipped the wedding ring onto her finger. Judah smiled, hooking the corner of his lips, and kissed Miriam's cheek. Now that you've punished me enough, can we call it even? Maybe. Beckett's tone carried a hint of coquettishness. Since he had accepted the punishment so sincerely, she would magnanimously forgive him. The wedding between the Dustin and Zaire families was grand, with almost half of the nobility in the capital city attending. A plethora of celebrities and public figures also showed up. A magnificent century wedding was held at the top-notch platinum 5-star hotel in the capital city. Just the venue and banquet cost over $1 billion. No matter how exasperated everyone felt about this astonishingly lazy young lady of the Dustin family, today she was the object of envy, jealousy, and admiration. After the wedding ceremony, Miriam, notorious for being lazy, didn't participate in any activities afterward. Instead, she returned to the room and took off the formal attire that had constrained her for half a day. She sprawled on the soft king-sized bed. Indeed, pajamas were more comfortable. Ever since she had unbound herself from the little troublemaker, Miriam lived like a carefree slacker for 2 years straight. But Judah not only did not blame her for her laziness and neglect, but was extremely indulgent. Beckett even enjoyed the feeling of Miriam relying on him completely, aiming to nurture her into a genuine slacker. Sitting on the bed, Miriam took out a photo frame containing pictures of her late parents from the bedside drawer. Tracing the photo frame with her slender and fair fingers, Miriam said, Kiyomi and Harold, I got married today. My husband is a very good man to me. You know, the man who risked his life to save me back then. His name is Judah, also known as Gerald. Don't worry. I've been doing great over these 2 years. There's someone who loves me deeply and takes good care of me. In the future, I will take care of them and protect them too. I promise to live well and won't make you worry anymore. She was truly happy and grateful. In the days to come, she would continue her charity work, use her abilities to help those in need, and spread love and positivity, just as her parents did for her. The door opened, and Judah returned. Beckett looked exhausted. It wasn't just Rudy. Amaric also made things difficult for him. Beckett almost didn't make it back today. Seeing Miriam already in lace nightgown, Judah pounced on her like a hungry tiger, knocking her down on the big bed. What are you doing? Candlelight wedding night. What do you think I'm doing? Judah smirked, lowering his head to kiss Miriam. Although his brother-in-law and father-in-law delayed him, there was still plenty of time tonight. Don't you feel tired after such a hectic day? Even if their team members took turns, several would have been exhausted by now. Do you doubt your husband's stamina? Seems like I have to prove something to you practically, where exactly my limits lie. That's not what I meant, Miriam's words were cut short. The candlelight wedding night indeed seemed long enough. The end.